Su Chen held the Ascension Order in his hand, his entire body trembling. He had finally squeezed out the many candidates and became the only cultivator of the Lingyin Sect. The so-called seed cultivation is specially prepared for those female cultivators who have no hope of breaking through and want to leave offspring, or whose cultivation has been damaged and unable to make any progress. The purpose is to give birth to offspring. Su Chen was not originally from this world. A year ago, he accidentally traveled to this world after a car accident. This is a fantasy world where immortals can even move mountains and seas. However, Su Chen's spiritual roots were too low, making it impossible for him to practice. Fortunately, he accidentally awakened the many children, many blessings system. The more children he had, the more rewards he received, and he no longer had to worry about practicing. After learning about the profession of becoming a cultivator, he relied on his formidable strength to beat countless other candidates, and became the only one to be accepted into the Lingyin Sect. Looking at the Ascension Order on Su Chen's table, Su Chen took a sip of tea and said, "If we set off immediately, we should be able to reach the mountain gate tomorrow. There is no time to lose, so I will go first as a token of my respect." The next morning, Su Chen arrived at the Lingyin Sect. He saw a cloud of mist swirling low in the sky, making the pavilions and towers hanging mid-mountain look like a fairyland in the clouds. Su Chen watched intently. This was the magic of the immortal cultivation path. In the future, perhaps he could also create a formation like this, turning clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen clenched the Ascension Order in his pocket and walked towards the foot of the mountain. The clouds, which seemed large enough from a distance, were now obscured. Su Chen felt as if his eyes were completely enveloped by the fog. He could not see the road ahead with his naked eyes. Su Chen leaned on the immortal order and slowly groped forward. When Su Chen had walked for about an incense stick of time, a light exclamation suddenly came from all around. How could a mortal have walked into the Huayan spirit formation and not been scared away by the sect master's painting skills? As soon as the words fell, the person who spoke seemed to sense the Ascension Order in Su Chen's pocket. So you're a cultivator, and you have a nice appearance." As the words fell, the mist in the area of several meters in front of Su Chen suddenly dissipated, forming a square of empty space. Su Chen, feeling cold, rubbed his eyes. As his vision gradually cleared, the first thing he saw was a pair of white feet painted a vibrant blue. Just as Su Chen was watching intently, the owner of the foot suddenly circled in the air. Su Chen felt his body lighten, and then he slowly lifted off the ground and flew into the sky. A beautiful woman with a slender waist bound by a purple-green jade belt and long black hair, tied up with a green ribbon, appeared in front of Su Chen. Before Su Chen could take a closer look, the woman stretched out her swan-like neck. Then she came in front of Su Chen and tapped his nose with her finger. "Haha, young man, have you seen enough?" As expected of a specially selected cultivator, "He's so handsome. Sister, I should have been the third one in line, but I can't wait any longer. What do you think we should do, young master?" Just when Su Chen was overjoyed, his body, which was hanging low in the air, was suddenly lifted by the breeze and almost stuck to the woman. "My dear, my name is Lu Yuyu. You must remember this." Lu Yuyu gently stroked Su Chen's cheek with her slender white fingers. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chen's body was carried to the ground by the breeze. Then, Su Chen saw Lu Yuyu's flawless, snow-white legs tapping a few times in the air before disappearing completely, leaving behind only a few delicate words. "Young master, I'm going to find the sect leader now and cutting in line to see you." Su Chen couldn't help but sigh when he heard Lu Yuyu's words. He had originally thought that Lu Yuyu would take him directly to her cave and force herself on him. After lamenting for a moment, Su Chen started walking again, climbing towards the mountainside. Because Lu Yuyu had helped him clear the fog, Su Chen advanced very quickly. An hour later, he finally arrived at the gate of Lingyin Sect. Outside the archway, two young disciples were chatting idly. Su Chen approached them and took out the Ascension token. He handed it to one of them. "So you are a cultivator. Go up quickly. The first senior sister is waiting for you." One of the young men confirmed the Ascension Order and then returned it to Su Chen. "Big brother, you said that the first senior sister is waiting for me. Can you reveal a little bit about it?" Su Chen wanted to call him fellow Taoist, but then he thought that he was not yet a cultivator, so he had to give up. The young man showed a touch of envy when he heard this. The first senior sister was once a proud daughter of heaven, and her talent was one of the best in the entire Lingyin Sect. If it weren't for that battle, senior sister wouldn't have ended up like this, having to cultivate to continue the incense, just as the young man was about to burst out with desire to show off, and was about to speak in detail. His expression froze for no apparent reason. His neck felt as if it were being strangled, and he couldn't utter the remaining words. The boy's appearance filled Su Chen with confusion. Just as he was about to say something, his body flew up uncontrollably once again. The next second, Su Chen's figure spun in the air and landed on a huge rock not far from the door. At this moment, Su Chen saw that on the huge rock, there was a woman lying on her back. She was wearing a pure white armor-like gauze skirt, with a graceful figure and white hair. At this moment, after the woman pulled Su Chen closer, she gently flipped her palm. Su Chen's body floated uncontrollably to a few centimeters in front of the woman and stopped. As Su Chen paused, the woman raised her eyebrows slightly, flipped her palm, and a stream of air flowed through Su Chen's body. After feeling it for a while, the woman nodded slightly and said, "My name is Bai Ling, and I'm your first job partner. Come with me." Then she reached out and put her arms around Su Chen's waist, and then the two of them were about to take off into the air. But before they could fly a few meters, a charming green figure swooped down from the depths of the sect. Su Chen only saw the green figure flash by. Then, he felt dizzy and found himself in a new embrace. Unlike the delicate fragrance in Bai Ling's embrace, the fragrance in this embrace was like a rose that eroded his bones, rushing straight into Su Chen's nose. Just when Su Chen was feeling overwhelmed, a familiar voice broke the silence. Lu Yuyu pressed Su Chen's head against her peak, holding it tightly. "Hey, isn't this my junior sister Bai? What's wrong seeing a handsome cultivator? You can't even walk anymore." Bai Ling raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. "Senior sister Lu, you have to understand that this is the sect master's order, and I'm the first in line." Hearing this, Lu Yuyu raised her red lips and kissed Su Chen's right cheek. "That was before. Now I am number one. This is the sect master's order. Junior sister Bai, you can take a look." As he said that, Lu Yuyu threw a white jade token into Bai Ling's hand. Bai Ling took it and glanced at it, then her eyebrows raised. "Lu Yuyu, what exactly do you want to do? Before my foundation was destroyed, you were trying to steal my resources and missions. Now that my foundation is damaged and my path forward is blocked, you're still trying to steal my cultivation. I like this young man, what?" "No." Lu Yuyu kissed Su Chen with her red lips again, her face full of pride. The confrontation between these two women had already attracted many eyes, especially the young men. After seeing Su Chen sandwiched between the two fairies, and even being puffed on by them, they immediately covered their chests and shouted that they were not envious at all. This was the only benefit of cultivating a certain kind of thing. Their future achievements would only be slightly better than those of ordinary people. They were pursuing the great Tao, so why would they stop because of love? At this moment, Su Chen had no idea what these people were thinking. Bai Ling pondered for a moment, then realized it was just a matter of precedence, so she stopped arguing with Lu Yuyu. After all, there was only one cultivator in the Lingyin Sect, Su Chen. It would eventually be her turn. The victorious Lu Yuyu, after watching Bai Ling retreat, excitedly kissed Su Chen several times. Now, with her rights in her hands, she carried Su Chen through the air, kissing him as they flew, all the way into her cave. As she was working, she suddenly smiled and stroked Su Chen's cheek. Then, her clothes flashed, changing from her original green gauze palace dress to a translucent tight gauze dress, and her original long black hair was also turned into twin ponytails. This instantly sparked Su Chen's enthusiasm for work. Then, a variety of changes followed, leaving Su Chen overwhelmed. The work continued for nearly a month, and Su Chen's face was visibly covered in dark circles. Fortunately, Lu Yuyu gave him a book on bodybuilding, preventing him from becoming the first cultivator to die suddenly. After another day of work, Su Chen's system, which had been silent for who knows how long, suddenly began to ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host on having his first offspring. Gained 50 years of cultivation. As the system's voice echoed through his mind, Su Chen suddenly felt a thin stream of air flowing through his body. This stream of air was as thin as a hair, yet incredibly hot. As it circled around his body, Su Chen's fatigue instantly vanished. The feeling of complete relaxation and satisfaction made Su Chen let out a long sigh. Since the system has already reminded me, it means that Lu Yuyu is pregnant. Although I don't know why the reward was given before the baby was born, it doesn't matter. This way, I can try to move on to my next job. Su Chen thought about it while feeling the changes in his body. However, despite saying this, he knew in his heart that changing jobs would become more difficult. It wasn't because he wasn't competent, but rather that Lu Yuyu's attitude had gradually changed over the past month. Originally, Lu Yuyu had almost no contact with him outside of work, and even when they did meet, it was just a few teasings. But recently, she has become much gentler, and when she sees him, she would ask about his health. She would also be concerned about Su Chen's back and leg pain from work, and would even give him some pills. This change gave Su Chen a bad feeling. Perhaps Lu Yuyu was planning to monopolize him, a seed cultivator. If there wasn't a system, Su Chen wouldn't mind Lu Yuyu monopolizing him. But with the many children, more blessings system, he couldn't accept being confined to his work. Just when Su Chen was thinking about how to discuss work issues with Lu Yuyu had already changed into a dignified white gauze dress, holding a basket of fruits in her hand, and flew in front of Su Chen silently. She glanced at Su Chen, who was lost in thought, a smile on her lips. She quietly suspended the fruit in the air, then stretched out her 2 white hands, covered Su Chen's eyes, and whispered softly into his ear, "Guess who I am?" Before Su Chen could react, his eyes were suddenly covered. He could only smell a familiar fragrance, and his heart was shocked. When he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a soft voice coming from underground. "Junior Sister Lu, are you tempted by worldly desires? You're so close to a cultivator." This sudden voice startled Su Chen and Lu Yuyu. Su Chen was puzzled, while Lu Yuyu's face turned pale. She glanced at the ground and said with a forced smile, "Isn't this Senior Sister Li? You are a Jindan stage cultivator, and you are actually competing with us foundation stage cultivators for cultivation." Su Chen was stunned when he heard Lu Yuyu's words. Core formation stage, she was actually trying to snatch his seed cultivator. The Lingyin Sect's leader was only at the 9th level of the core formation stage. This Senior Sister Li was actually a core formation stage cultivator, yet she was trying to snatch his seed cultivator, who hadn't even broken through to the qi refining stage. In fact, it is not uncommon for cultivators in the Jindan stage to seek out seed cultivation. This is because some cultivators with mediocre talents, after breaking through to the Jindan stage, are often unable to improve further due to the limitations of their innate spiritual roots. Therefore, they would seek qualified seed cultivators to overcome their difficulties. Both male and female cultivators would consider this method to continue their cultivation. Righteous cultivators would choose voluntary seed cultivators, while those who were not legitimate would use anyone. Su Chen is one of the most outstanding cultivators in Lingyin Sect, and this Senior Sister Li, who is in the Jindan stage, has to seize every opportunity because of her limited lifespan. At this time, Senior Sister Li, who was underground, snorted coldly after hearing what Lu Yuyu said. "Lu Yuyu, since you are pregnant, why don't you let Zhongxiu leave? Do you plan to keep him all to yourself?" Lu Yuyu opened her mouth and was about to make a few excuses, but suddenly found that the ground suddenly became as soft as a swamp. Without even a second to react, Su Chen's body was completely swallowed by the swamp. The next second, he vanished from the spot, leaving Lu Yuyu standing alone in the clearing. The floating fruits still hung in the air, but their meaning had been lost. Looking at the earth returning to its original state, Lu Yuyu gritted her teeth, stroking her still flat belly with a sad expression. Meanwhile, Su Chen couldn't see anything. He was swept away by the softening earth, and before he could understand what was happening, he was thrown into a pool in a cave. The sudden onslaught of water caused Su Chen to choke several times, even suffocating him. He frantically struggled in the water. At that moment, he suddenly grabbed a white arm. Before he could figure out what was happening, Su Chen began his cultivation work. Perhaps Senior Sister Li didn't want him to see everything, so every time he worked, he would be bound by a strange force, his eyes would be blindfolded, and he would enter and leave in a daze. Compared to Lu Yuyu's working environment, it was a world of difference from Senior Sister Li's work. In this dim environment, Su Chen could only practice the Yunin Ju of the Lingyin Sect and the body refining technique passed down to him by Lu Yuyu in his spare time, but the effect was minimal. Su Chen himself had no idea how long the dark days had passed. Just then, the long silent system sounded a notification again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on having a child. Achieved 50 years of cultivation. Ding! Host cultivation has broken through. Current cultivation level, Qi refining level 1. Hearing the system's voice, Su Chen's spirits were instantly lifted. He quickly opened his own interface. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation level, Qi refining level 1. Spiritual roots, inferior. Offspring, 2, unborn. Items, none. Kung Fu. First level of Yunin Ju, yellow level elementary. Dragon and tiger body tempering technique, yellow level intermediate. Looking at his own dashboard, Su Chen finally revealed a relieved smile. He had finally stepped into the threshold of cultivating immortals. Although it had taken him 100 years to reach the first level of qi refining, it was all worth it. After confirming her pregnancy, Su Chen discovered that Senior Sister Li had never appeared before him again. The only thing he could tell by instinct was that this short, graceful Senior Sister Li was pregnant. Beyond that, he knew nothing about her. Perhaps Senior Sister Li's approach was the correct way to use seed cultivation, while Lu Yuyu's was a mistake. However, Su Chen was no longer in the mood to ponder these complex issues, as his new work had already begun. The third job target was none other than Bai Ling, who had been pushed out of first place by Lu Yuyu and then cut in line by senior sister Li, ultimately becoming third. Unlike Lu Yuyu and senior sister Li, Bai Ling didn't rush to start work after meeting Su Chen. Instead, she held up her long skirt with one hand and circled around Su Chen, constantly looking at him and muttering to herself, "This shouldn't be the case. A few months ago, you were just a mortal with much less spiritual talent. But when I see you today, you're already at the first level of qi refining. Based on your previous spiritual root qualifications in your situation, it would take at least 100 years to break through the first level of qi refining, but you." When she said this, she couldn't help but reached out and touched Su Chen's chin, and the confusion on her face became even stronger. As a former favored daughter of heaven, Bai Ling was very sensitive to talent and cultivation, especially after she was injured and unable to practice. She paid even more attention to these issues. After repeated tests, she still couldn't find the reason for Su Chen's improvement in cultivation. She was puzzled and could only look at Su Chen. "Mr. Xianxia, can you tell me what happened before your cultivation level improved?" This question made Su Chen feel a little upset. He couldn't just say that he had a sudden opportunity and awakened automatically, right? These days, he was either playing dress-up games with Lu Yuyu or being tied up by senior sister Li to work. How could he have the time to figure out anything? I don't know what happened. I broke through in a daze." Su Chen evaded the question casually. When do we start working?" After hearing this, Bai Ling blushed and her cheeks became hot. She rubbed her cheeks and whispered, This is my first time. No, I don't know how to start you." The tips of her ears had turned red, and she was too embarrassed to say the rest. At this moment, Su Chen couldn't believe that this once gifted and proud girl who had once dominated the Lingyin Sect could actually be so shy. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned. "What did you say? It's your first time?" However, he quickly adjusted his mood. After all, he had experienced the forced labor of a Jindan stage expert, so what was this little thing? Taking a deep breath, Su Chen suddenly came up with a bold idea. He asked Bai Ling for a piece of paper and began to draw a pattern on it. After more than 10 minutes of busy work, Su Chen handed Bai Ling a piece of paper. Bai Ling took the paper and saw the content on it. Her cheeks were hot again. "You drew this? What is this? Is this something I need for work?" Su Chen nodded quickly. Yes, this is called JK and black silk, specially worn at work. You can use cross-dressing to change." Bai Ling was stunned. "Really?" Su Chen patted his chest, full of confidence. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go ask someone else." Bai Ling didn't ask anyone else, but trusted Su Chen and changed into the clothes he requested. As a powerful person at the peak of the foundation building stage, she was actually tricked by Su Chen because of a momentary information gap. The following days were as dull as ever. However, thanks to Su Chen's teasing, Bai Ling would always wear a JK outfit, though her socks would occasionally change. Strangely, despite her efforts, Bai Ling still couldn't get pregnant. She had been trying with Su Chen for 4 or 5 months, but still hadn't managed to conceive. This made the 5 female cultivators who followed her extremely anxious, especially the first one, Lu Yuyu, who was close to giving birth, while they hadn't even made any progress in getting pregnant. However, there was no point in rushing. After all, Lu Yuyu was about to give birth, so Su Chen asked Bai Ling for her opinion. He wanted to be with Lu Yuyu, but at that moment, his and Bai Ling's work schedules overlapped. With his qi refining level 1 cultivation, facing Bai Ling, who was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he was no match for her. Fortunately, Bai Ling didn't harbor any resentment. Even though she wasn't pregnant yet, she had already become quite relaxed, working once a day and letting things take their own course. After getting Bai Ling's consent, Su Chen rushed to the cave where Lu Yuyu was. Seeing Lu Yuyu, whom he hadn't seen for a few months, still as beautiful as ever, but with a bulging belly, Su Chen hurried over. "Little master, you're here." When Lu Yuyu saw Su Chen, she immediately jumped into his arms like a kitten. After several months of separation, her mind was almost full of Su Chen, even causing her cultivation to become unstable for a time. However, after seeing Su Chen, her mood instantly calmed down. At this moment, Lu Yuyu felt Su Chen's body temperature and kept rubbing her head against Su Chen's chin, like a happy kitten. The two of them didn't talk about work anymore, only peace and warmth filled their hearts. After a few days of companionship, Su Chen and Lu Yuyu's first child was finally born safely. Everything went smoothly. As Lu Yuyu was at the foundation establishment stage, the birthing process was virtually risk-free. After the child's safe birth, Su Chen and Lu Yuyu discussed and decided to name him Su Yang. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a yellow level, high-level spiritual root offspring. Su Yang. Reward, spiritual root transformation. Reward, Yin Yang scripture secret technique intermediate earth level. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. This string of rewards filled Su Chen with excitement. The next second, his originally slightly dark skin suddenly became pale, as if its color had been drained away. Countless impurities quickly dissipated and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's entire body underwent a qualitative change. Host, Su Chen current cultivation, Qi refining level 3 spiritual roots. Yellow rank low offspring. 1. Su Yang yellow rank high items. Nun Kung Fu. Cloud hidden art level 3 yellow rank elementary. Dragon and tiger body tempering method yellow rank intermediate. The first level of the Yin Yang Sutra secret technique earth level intermediate. Looking at his own panel, Su Chen involuntarily clenched his fists. In a short period of time, he had already broken through to the third level of Qi refining. Immortality was just around the corner. At this moment, Lu Yuyu's surprised voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Young master, you have broken through. Chapter 5. The fourth level of Qi refining. The magical use of secret techniques. Hearing Lu Yuyu's voice, Su Chen couldn't help but look back at her. Lu Yuyu, who had just given birth, had already recovered most of her body by relying on her foundation-building cultivation. Clearly, the benefits of cultivating immortals were more than that. Seeing her stunned expression, Su Chen pondered for a moment before deciding to continue playing dumb. Although Lu Yuyu was treating him well and even had feelings for him, Su Chen knew that he wasn't yet qualified to truly step forward. He had to wait until he reached the foundation establishment stage, or even the core formation stage. Su Chen smiled and scratched his head. I don't know what happened. Maybe it's from eating a lot of spiritual fruits and elixirs, plus your cultivation feedback. Anyway, it's all your credit. Lu Yuyu's face turned complicated after hearing this. She didn't suspect Su Chen was lying, but her cultivation level was stagnant at the 6th level of foundation establishment, while Su Chen's cultivation level was progressing so rapidly that she found it difficult to accept. Su Chen didn't notice Lu Yuyu's inner turmoil. After a few days of tenderness, he said goodbye to her, left the cave, and returned to Bai Ling's cave. Because his work was not yet completed, he would have to wait until all 8 female cultivators of Lingyin Sect were pregnant before he could truly rest. Returning to Bai Ling's cave, Su Chen had time to study his newly acquired secret technique, the Yin Yang Sutra. After 3 days of research, he finally understood its purpose. Unlike traditional methods of collecting and replenishing energy, this one employed a method that complemented the yin and yang. For example, Su Chen, a male cultivator, could automatically absorb the yin essence from his opponent when using this technique to strengthen himself, remedying his physical deficiencies and achieving a balance between yin and yang. Female cultivators, on the other hand, would receive yang essence to help them address gaps in their cultivation. Su Chen felt that this technique could solve Lu Yuyu's stagnant cultivation. So, Su Chen experimented with Bai Ling while working with her. When the secret technique began to work, Bai Ling's face immediately flushed. She clutched Su Chen's hand tightly, her entire consciousness seemingly flying away. A moment later, Bai Ling regained consciousness and discovered that her spiritual energy, which had been clogged due to damage to her foundation, had become more rounded and agile. This astonished her, and she stared fixedly at Su Chen. She had never imagined that her union with Xianxia would actually bring hope of healing her injuries. For a moment, Bai Ling fell silent, a question forming in her mind. Could Su Chen truly be her destined child? Su Chen was oblivious to this, completely absorbed in the wondrous changes within his body, sensing the steady improvement of his cultivation. Since Bai Ling was a peak foundation establishment cultivator, this experiment significantly improved Su Chen's cultivation. Calculating the time, Su Chen's cultivation had increased by approximately 1 year. From that day on, Bai Ling's attitude towards Su Chen subtly changed. She was no longer as cold and silent at work as before, but occasionally responded to him and became more attentive in private. This change made Su Chen uneasy, and he began to have a bad feeling. But before his premonition was confirmed, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host on having a child. Achieved 50 years of cultivation. Ding! The host's cultivation level has broken through. Current level, Qi refining level 4. After several months of work, Bai Ling finally became pregnant. However, she wasn't overly happy to hear the news. Her injuries hadn't fully healed yet. Although she had hope of breaking through to the Jindan stage, her current recovery wasn't enough, and the chances of success were still low. As she spent more and more time with Su Chen, Bai Ling gradually developed feelings for him. She didn't want Su Chen to leave, but she already had a child, and she couldn't keep him anymore. Faced with this complex emotion, Bai Ling felt extremely confused, especially when Bai Ling saw Su Chen about to be taken away by the fourth female cultivator, Tang Ziyuan. Unable to contain herself any longer, she spoke up to stop Tang Ziyuan. "Junior sister Tang, can you?" Before she could finish her words, Tang Ziyuan interrupted her. "Really, senior sister Bai, you all want to monopolize this young cultivator? Look at him. Besides being handsome and having reached the 4th level of qi refining, what else is there worth noting?" Tang Ziyuan's eyes widened instantly, his expression turning into disbelief. 4th level of qi refining? How long has he been on the mountain? Only a dozen months, barely over a year. And now, he's gone from a seed cultivator with no cultivation to a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining. Tang Ziyuan was shocked by Su Chen's progress. She thought that even Bai Ling couldn't match his speed. It took Bai Ling nearly a year to break through from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refining. Su Chen's progress was simply unbelievable. Is he a genius, or does he have hidden spiritual roots? Tang Ziyuan pondered inwardly. She suddenly stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Su Chen's waist. Due to the height difference, she could only hang on to Su Chen. "I want to see what's so special about this little cultivator." With that, hundreds of flowers flew out of the storage bag at Tang Ziyuan's waist, surrounding Su Chen. Then, she carried Su Chen away from Bai Ling's sight. Seeing this, Bai Ling gritted her teeth. She wanted to stop Tang Ziyuan, but she was helpless. She had always been a reasonable person, but now she didn't want to reason anymore. At the same time, Tang Ziyuan was holding Su Chen while flying, thinking to herself, since he might be hiding his spiritual roots, the best way is to report him to the sect master and give him a formal cultivator status, which is in the best interests of the sect. But now, the most important thing is to see if the child he and I have will become a peerless genius. Chapter 6. The child I give birth must be a genius. Su Chen felt a chill down his spine, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Tang Ziyuan was completely different from before. Tang Ziyuan narrowed her eyes, gazing at Su Chen with a fiery gaze. "Your senior sisters seem reluctant to leave me. I'd like to see what makes you so special." As soon as she finished speaking, she controlled the flowers around her, enveloping both Su Chen and herself. A refreshing floral fragrance filled Su Chen's nostrils. Su Chen felt his face touch something soft, and then, along with the flowers, he flew up. "That's not good. If it's work, shouldn't you find a place where no one will disturb you?" Although flowers can block your view, for a cultivator, such obstruction is meaningless. "Bah, what are you thinking?" Tang Ziyuan gently pressed Su Chen's head. Su Chen felt like he was buried in a soft sponge, barely able to breathe. "It's because my cultivation isn't high enough, and the space isn't big enough, so this is the only way," Tang Ziyuan continued in a sweet, innocent voice. "Then let me accommodate you alone," Su Chen said, fighting back the feeling of suffocation. "No. To help you work more efficiently, we need to go to my private space. You must be wrapped in flowers to enter." Tang Ziyuan clearly didn't intend to explain further. She gently activated her spiritual power, and the flowers soared into the air. Su Chen felt his body soar with it, and the surroundings suddenly filled with a rich floral fragrance. The space suddenly widened, and Su Chen finally freed himself from Tang Ziyuan's embrace. The sight before him astounded him. A sea of pink flowers surrounded him. Was this Tang Ziyuan's exclusive space? Rumor has it that some exceptionally gifted cultivators possess a unique space associated with their zodiac sign. This sea of flowers was clearly Tang Ziyuan's exclusive space, closely related to her flower zodiac sign. Facing such a gifted female cultivator, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. "This is my exclusive space, the sea of flowers. I won't let ordinary people in." Tang Ziyuan spoke, a smug smile on her pretty face. "How did your senior sisters before me get you to work?" she continued. "Some came tied up, some were gentle, and some knew nothing and needed my instruction." Su Chen answered without hesitation, his expression unchanged. "So what do you like?" Tang Ziyuan's eyes were seductive, her voice low. "Anything is fine," Su Chen replied calmly. "Anything is fine? Then do it my way." Tang Ziyuan waved her hand gently, and petals flew, then condensed into a large bed. Su Chen observed carefully and found that cultivators with zodiac signs were indeed different. She could even control these petals at will. This was only when her spiritual power was not yet fully strengthened. Imagine, when her spiritual power is stronger, wouldn't she be able to do even more incredible things? Su Chen couldn't help but think that in his past life, flowers and plants had also been deadly weapons. He began to wonder if practicing dual cultivation with a female cultivator like this would bring even greater surprises. Tang Ziyuan suddenly changed into a new outfit. Petals surrounded her, obscuring her vital parts, forming a garment. Her fair skin looked even smoother against the backdrop of the petals, and her impressive figure was impossible to ignore. Before Su Chen could react, Tang Ziyuan had already clung to him. For the next 2 hours, Su Chen entered his work mode. 2 hours later, the system notification finally sounded. Congratulations to the host and the female cultivator with a unique zodiac sign for successfully cultivating together. Reward: a random zodiac sign based on relevance. The zodiac sign is Baichao. Su Chen was thrilled. This was truly a steal. Meeting a cultivator with a specific zodiac sign was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Furthermore, zodiac signs are generally innate. If one is born without one, the chance of awakening later is practically zero. Among ancient cultivators, only a very small number of extremely gifted individuals could awaken their zodiac signs. For someone like Su Chen, whose spiritual roots were useless, it was practically impossible. But now, his zodiac sign had awakened. What did this mean for him? Tang Ziyuan said gently. That's all for today. I'll come back to you if I need you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea of flowers around him suddenly vanished, and Su Chen was replaced by a small, exquisite courtyard. Inside, a stone table and a gurgling stream created a tranquil and elegant environment. Tang Ziyuan had also changed back into plain clothes, the petals covering her body completely gone, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Stay here for a while. Tang Ziyuan glanced at Su Chen and then left. Without giving it much thought, Su Chen walked to the willow tree in the courtyard, intending to test his newly awakened zodiac sign. As his spiritual power began to flow, a strange feeling spread through his body. A gentle breeze blew through the willows. The originally ordinary scene seemed to become unusually vivid in Su Chen's eyes, as if the willow tree could communicate with him and was full of life. Up! He gently raised his hand, and the branches and leaves of the willow tree actually moved. Then, leaves began to fall, as if obeying his command, gathering in his hands and forming a swirling storm. Willow leaf flying knife. Su Chen felt that his unique zodiac ability was indeed quite good, and he had really made a profit. After his zodiac awakening, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, showing signs of breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining. Next, he began to meditate and cultivate. Although the cultivation level granted by the system was powerful, a solid foundation was essential to further progress on the path of cultivation. Increasing cultivation too quickly would only hinder subsequent practice. Late at night, moonlight streamed down. Su Chen awoke from his meditation and suddenly realized that Tang Ziyuan had quietly come to his side again. She was sitting beside him, watching him with a smile in her eyes. On the stone table, many supplements were already laid out. You're truly a person of hidden genius. In just a short time, your cultivation has nearly reached the 5th level of qi refining, Tang Ziyuan said with a smile. Take good care of yourself. Once you recover, the child you and I have will definitely be a genius. Chapter 7. The offspring function is activated. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Tang Ziyuan seemed eager to have children with him. Could it be that she was already attracted to him? He simply considered himself a cultivation tool, used to meet the system's requirements, and didn't want to get involved in too much trouble. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your hidden spiritual roots. Tang Ziyuan patted her chest. Just work hard and wait for me to give birth to a genius. Her words sounded full of anticipation. Hidden spiritual roots. In fact, Su Chen didn't have any hidden spiritual roots at all. If Tang Ziyuan really told anyone, his training mission would be in trouble, and the system would be unable to continue upgrading. Su Chen thought so in his heart, but smiled. I feel that senior sister Tang is really good to me. Tang Ziyuan smiled slightly, and suddenly hugged Su Chen in her arms. The suffocating feeling of oppression came over him again, and Tang Ziyuan's proud figure made him feel a little uncomfortable. Then work hard and give me a genius son, she said with a sweet smile. Wait a minute, I have a surprise for you. With that, Tang Ziyuan turned around and transformed into a woman wearing a JK uniform. I saw you liked the clothes of the senior sisters before, and I thought you would like this. It must be said that after Tang Ziyuan put on this uniform, her temperament changed drastically, almost reaching the extreme of beauty. Su Chen's eyes froze involuntarily. Tang Ziyuan before him was simply too stunning. But with a wave of her hand, a sea of flowers suddenly spread out, and work began. For the next few days, Su Chen's days were simple yet fulfilling. Besides work, he consumed supplements, and his cultivation grew rapidly. More importantly, His herb zodiac signs were becoming more and more proficient. However, the most exciting news for Su Chen was still to come. His second offspring was born. Ding! Congratulations on the birth of the host's second offspring. Su Yu reward. Spiritual root transformation. Current spiritual root level. Intermediate yellow rank reward. Inwu Lei Earth level elementary. Also, the offspring cultivation system is enabled. By cultivating offspring, the host can improve their cultivation. The stronger the offspring's abilities, the stronger the cultivation techniques they receive at this time. Su Chen's panel also changed. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, Qi refining level 5. Spiritual root, intermediate yellow rank offspring. 1. Su Yang advanced yellow rank 6 months. 2. Su Yu advanced yellow rank 1 day items. None skills. Third level of Yuninju elementary yellow rank. Dragon and Tiger Body Tempering Technique intermediate yellow rank. First level of Yin and Yang Sutra Secret Technique intermediate earth rank. Yin Wu Lei elementary earth rank. Yin Wu Lei, a Taoist technique, was also Su Chen's first earth level technique. While not as powerful as Yang Wu Lei, it was still not to be underestimated, and it was enough to benefit him greatly. As for the offspring training system, Su Chen hadn't yet fully understood its specific functions. To understand how the system worked, Su Chen decided to take a few days off. He planned to go back and see his descendants first, then study the new system. In a cave, Su Chen easily climbed over the entrance and entered. With his 5th level Qi refining cultivation, such a small cave was no problem for him. The cave was empty, with only the occasional cry of a baby. At the end of the cave, Su Chen saw a mother and child. This mother must be senior sister Li, whom he had never met. During his time cultivating, Su Chen had never seen senior sister Li's true face, only knowing that she had a graceful figure and the perfect amount of plumpness. Senior sister Li was now a little overweight, but still looked very charming. Who is it? Senior sister Li asked cautiously. Su Chen did not hide anything and walked forward and said, I am Su Chen. Senior sister Li said in a cold voice, What are you doing here? Our work is done. She never turned around, so Su Chen could only watch her from behind. I'm here to see my child, Su Chen said softly. After all, I'm also the child's father. The cave fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Senior Sister Li's voice became gentler. Then come in and see. Su Chen walked forward and saw Senior Sister Li holding a very cute baby girl in her arms. The baby's round, chubby face was particularly endearing. At this moment, Su Chen finally saw Senior Sister Li's face clearly. Her skin was as white as cream, her eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was a hint of red between her eyebrows. Her beauty was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Have you seen enough? Senior Sister Li asked coldly. No, I want to look at them a little longer, Su Chen answered frankly without hesitation. Senior Sister Li blushed a little. Are you looking at me or the child both? They're both beautiful, Su Chen said directly. Senior Sister Li's face immediately flushed. After a while, Su Chen tentatively asked, Can I hold the child? Senior Sister Li didn't answer, but handed the child to Su Chen. The moment their hands touched, Senior Sister Li's face showed a hint of surprise, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. You've already reached the 5th level of Qi refining. In just over a year, Su Chen had actually gone from a cultivator with no cultivation to the 5th level of Qi refining. Senior Sister Li was shocked. This man was definitely not simple. Su Chen picked up Su Yu, and the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host and his offspring Su Yu for their intimate contact. Intimacy value increased by 5, currently 5 out of 100 after reaching 100 points. A new interaction mode is activated. Reward 5 years of cultivation just by holding the child. Su Chen's cultivation level actually increased by 5 years. This is even more effective than cultivating, and Su Chen was filled with surprise. At that moment, Su Yu's little hand reached out, her slender fingers tightly grasping Su Chen's. A strange feeling arose spontaneously. For the first time, Su Chen was truly intimate with his child, and his heart couldn't help but ripple. After returning the child to Senior Sister Li, Su Chen said lightly, I will come to see you often in the future. No need, I'll raise him alone. Senior Sister Li said this before coldly ordering them to leave. Su Chen knew her temper, so without further ado, he turned and left the cave. He then headed to Lu Yuyu's residence. After all, their first son was already 6 months old, so there were sure to be more surprises waiting for him. Chapter 8. Intimate Interaction, Reward, Tai Chi Diagram. A stream gurgles, a stone table stands still. In a charming courtyard, Lu Yu sits at a stone table, her eyes tenderly gazing at her child, who is learning to walk. Mom, can you see how I'm walking? A tender voice echoes through the courtyard. Lu Yu smiled, her eyes full of fondness. Su Yang was growing up so fast. Only 6 months old, He could already speak clearly and learn to walk. She sighed in admiration, but also felt a little melancholy. After so long, how had Su Chen become as the first female cultivator to practice dual cultivation with Su Chen? Lu Yu had a special feeling for him. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Yang suddenly spoke. Mom, look up in the sky. There's someone flying. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, then looked up. That's a cultivator. There are many cultivators in our area who can fly on clouds, she explained patiently. Yanger has a very good spiritual root, and he'll be able to fly on clouds in the future. But, Mom, that person is coming towards us. Lu Yu was startled, and then she saw the direction Su Yang was pointing. She saw a familiar figure flying towards them quickly and landing steadily. It was Su Chen. Well, this little guy is really good looking, quite like me. Su Chen smiled at Su Yang, his eyes full of tenderness. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yu rushed over and hugged him tightly. You're finally here. It's been so hard without you for more than a year. Su Chen gently stroked her back, his heart warmed. Aren't I here to see you? Lu Yu pursed her lips, her eyes reddening slightly. You've made rapid progress over the past year, from the 5th level of qi refining to now. I didn't realize you were almost catching up with me. Mom, who is this person? Su Yang's childish voice rang out again. This is your father. I often mentioned him to you. Lu Yu said with a smile. Su Yang skipped to Su Chen and said in a baby voice, Hello, Daddy, I'm Su Yang. Su Chen bent down and picked up Su Yang. Daddy will play with you today. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, the sun set and night fell. Su Chen sat quietly in the courtyard, meditating and practicing. Ding complete an intimate act with his offspring Su Yang reward intimacy 10. Current intimacy 10 out of 100 received a reward. Tai Chi 8 formation diagram peak yellow rank. Tai Chi 8 formation diagram. Su Chen was puzzled. What was this? He noticed that Lu Yu and Su Yang had already rested, so he didn't intend to disturb them and instead studied the Tai Chi 8 formations diagram alone. The Tai Chi 8 formations diagram was a treasure that could help practitioners attain enlightenment. It wasn't a top-tier magical weapon, but for practitioners, it could help them find their own path to cultivation. Su Chen unfolded the map and carefully studied its mysteries. The 8 directions corresponded to the 8 hexagrams: Qian 1, Dy 2, Li 3, Zhen 4, Sun 5, Kan 6, Jin 7, and Kuan 8. Each direction had a corresponding natal character. These 8 characters symbolized different hexagrams, representing the various powers of heaven and earth. Su Chen was immersed in the Bagua diagram. The more he looked at it, the deeper his perception of its meaning became, as if he had entered a mysterious realm. Before he knew it, daybreak had arrived, and Su Chen finally came to his senses. This night of study hadn't left him feeling tired at all. Instead, he felt a glimmer of potential to break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Didn't you sleep last night? A soft voice came from behind. Su Chen turned around and saw Lu Yu walking towards him with a smile. She handed him a blanket and said, You must be very cold. Su Chen felt warm in his heart and smiled. Thank you. Lu Yu looked at Su Chen, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. You've already reached the 5th level of qi refining. I've made such rapid progress without realizing it. Even I can barely keep up. Su Chen smiled faintly, feeling a surge of joy at the improvement in his cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Yu gently sat in Su Chen's arms, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. She was wearing a thin nightgown, her soft body leaning against Su Chen, as if melting into him. It's been a while since we last met. Do you want to work for a while? Lu Yu's voice was a little shy, and her face flushed. Su Chen didn't respond, but his fingers answered for him. After half a day of lingering, Su Chen stood outside the courtyard gate, looking at Lu Yu and Su Yang. Lu Yu stood at the door, smiling at him, her eyes full of tenderness. Is Daddy leaving? Su Yang held Lu Yu's hand with his little hand, and his childish voice softened Su Chen's heart. Yes, Daddy will come to see us again when he has time. Su Chen squatted down, hugged Su Yang, and said gently, Dad will come to see you often. Su Yang held Su Chen's hand, his face full of childishness. Daddy, remember to come visit us often. Su Chen felt a surge of tenderness. As he held his son, he felt the long-lost fatherly love. Ding, closeness detected between host and offspring. Intimacy level increased. Current Su Yang intimacy 20 out of 100 reward. 10 years of cultivation. As the system's notification chimed, Su Chen suddenly felt a breakthrough in his cultivation, breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th level of qi refining and advancing towards the 6th level. Lu Yu sensed Su Chen's breakthrough and her gaze fixed on him, clearly shocked by the speed of his breakthrough. The transition from the 5th to the 6th level of qi refining was no easy feat, but for Su Chen, it seemed so simple. However, Su Chen didn't stay long. He bid farewell to Lu Yuyu and her son and continued on his way to Tang Ziyuan's residence. Having reached the 6th level of qi refining, his perception of spiritual energy became even sharper, and the surrounding spiritual energy continued to converge towards him. Just as he was enjoying this, he was suddenly struck by a woman's fragrance, feeling dizzy, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a cave. It was dark, damp, and dimly lit. Su Chen panicked, realizing he couldn't gather his spiritual energy. He cautiously groped his way forward and suddenly felt something soft. This familiar touch, was it a woman? Could it be that another woman had abducted him as a cultivator? Su Chen's luck with women was truly incomprehensible. Chapter 9. Dare to touch my man. Young master, you are so handsome, and you look so good. A charming voice came, accompanied by a tingling sensation that spread throughout Su Chen's body. This kind of voice is definitely a man killer. Then, a woman clung to him like a water snake. Su Chen looked up, only to see her fox eyes gleaming with an alluring light, her brows etched with a captivating charm that drew him involuntarily. Even after so many similar experiences, Su Chen felt a touch of bewilderment. Who are you? Su Chen frowned, trying to stay awake. As long as I can spend this wonderful night with this young man, who I am doesn't matter, the woman whispered, her lips tracing Su Chen's neck, her warm breath blowing against his face. Su Chen felt weak, but his consciousness remained clear. He pushed the woman away. Despite the woman's beauty, Su Chen knew he had to remain vigilant. In the world of immortal cultivation, seed cultivation was the most ideal material for practitioners, especially for those with physical injuries. While some female cultivators would reject this method of cultivation, many would accept it. However, some evil cultivators or demons would seek to possess a cultivator's body. Practicing dual cultivation with these individuals would cause the cultivator's body to suffer significant harm. I don't know you, so I'd better not behave like that, Su Chen said coldly. Young master, are you so cruel? You want to reject me? The woman smiled charmingly and continued to approach. I am a serious cultivator and I won't work casually. The woman was unmoved and chuckled. I am your 5th senior sister. I can't wait and want to practice dual cultivation with young master, so that our cultivation can grow faster. My name is Lu Lingyu. The woman said, blinking her big eyes, her gaze as silky as silk. Su Chen was puzzled. Could a serious practitioner possess such seductive skills? According to the rules, senior sister's time hasn't come yet. I can't wait any longer. I want to practice dual cultivation with my young master right now. The woman's eyes gleamed with desire, and she threw herself forward again. This woman's seductive skills were extraordinary, completely different from those of the previous 4 senior sisters. Although Su Chen was somewhat resistant, he understood that as long as he practiced dual cultivation, he would receive rewards from the system. Despite the rules against practicing dual cultivation, as long as he kept it a secret, no one would know. However, at the beginning, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Every time he worked, he would feel his cultivation level slowly rise. But this time, the feeling was completely different. He could clearly feel that his cultivation wasn't improving, but was actually draining away, and at an accelerating rate. Who are you? Su Chen asked gravely. Hey, young man, don't be afraid. Give me everything you have. I'll cherish this cultivation. The woman smiled sinisterly, her aura growing even more intense. A cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining realm is a great tonic for me. Don't worry, you have been poisoned by the Meigu powder and cannot resist. You might as well enjoy it. I will let you experience the ultimate happiness. As soon as the words fell, Su Chen's body felt numb and his spiritual energy could not circulate. He finally understood that this woman was a demon, and her cultivation was not low, at least at the 7th level of qi refining. If she hadn't been poisoned by the charming bone powder, Su Chen should have been able to deal with it easily with his current cultivation level. However, the toxicity of the charming bone powder was too strong, and ordinary cultivators could not resist it at all. Su Chen watched his essence being rapidly drained away, his heart pounding. He struggled, but to no avail. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beneath his feet, and a Tai Chi Bagua pattern emerged. The Bagua flowed, and the character, Xian shimmered. Xian, protect me. Immediately, Su Chen felt a powerful force knock the woman away. Her clothes were disheveled, and her face was filled with astonishment. The word Qian protects the body. Su Chen was delighted. Fortunately, he had the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, otherwise he would have been finished this time. But the woman was obviously unwilling to give up. She regained her balance and said angrily, Okay, I want to see how long your Bagua formation can last. This cave is full of Meigu powder. You can't recover your cultivation at all. Wait until the formation loses its effect, and then I will slowly enjoy you. Su Chen ignored her and began to sit cross-legged in meditation, trying to recover his spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy suddenly stagnated as it was circulating in his dantian, becoming almost impossible to flow. His cultivation level at this point was practically non-existent. The woman sneered at the side and then revealed her true form. A snow-white fox demon appeared, and Su Chen knew it was a fox demon. Such a demon excelled at seductive magic. No wonder it was so powerful. Su Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the Bagua formation failed, his cultivation would be almost impossible to recover, and he was powerless to resist. His only hope was that his senior sisters would notice his disappearance in time. As time ticked by, the spiritual energy of the Bagua formation gradually weakened. Su Chen knew that if he didn't find a solution, the Bagua formation would soon become ineffective. However, at that moment, a loud crash erupted from the cave. The ceiling burst open, petals fell, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. A figure slowly descended from the sky, like a fairy descending to earth. Su Chen, I want to see what you've been doing in this cave these past few days. Tang Ziyuan stormed into the cave. Seeing Su Chen trapped in the Bagua formation with the fox demon beside him, she was stunned. Su Chen's eyes lit up, overjoyed. Senior sister Ziyuan, this is unfair. I was captured by the fox demon. That fox demon wanted to take my kidneys. The fox demon's face was filled with shock, clearly not expecting Tang Ziyuan to be so powerful. Though young, Tang Ziyuan's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of qi refining, far surpassing the fox demon's. Furthermore, she possessed her own unique zodiac sign, making her incomparable to ordinary cultivators. Tang Ziyuan glanced coldly at the fox demon, knowing the truth of the matter. As long as she didn't cheat. She raised an eyebrow and immediately issued a command. Little fox demon, how dare you be so evil in the world of immortal cultivation? Her aura suddenly became fierce, and the spiritual energy around her fluctuated violently. As a demon, absorbing the cultivation of others to enhance yourself is already a violation of the rules. She shouted softly. Furthermore, you dare to touch my man. This is unforgivable. Before she finished speaking, Tang Ziyuan waved her hand, and the petals transformed into sharp blades, rushing straight towards the fox demon. Chapter 10, Gentle as Water, Willow Spirit Jade. Tang Ziyuan was, after all, a 9th-level qi refining realm expert. Coupled with her unique zodiac sign, her combat prowess was immense. Petals whizzed down like sharp blades, charging towards the fox demon with a fierce aura. The fox demon was startled by this, and its 5 tails quickly extended from behind to protect its body. Tang Ziyuan's expression was stern as she continued to mobilize her petals, launching another round of attacks. She was like an icy beauty, cold and ruthless, her attacks fierce, a stark contrast to the gentleness she had shown towards Su Chen. A sea of flowers surged, thousands of petals dancing in the air like a torrent. Su Chen sighed to himself. As expected, women always have 2 faces. The fox demon before him was also a formidable force, having reached the 8th level of the qi refining realm. She battled Tang Ziyuan for a while, with neither side able to determine the winner. During this stalemate, Su Chen seized the opportunity to summon the herb zodiac, preparing to aid Tang Ziyuan. We're all cultivators. What's so noble about you human cultivators? The fox demon said coldly, a hint of contempt in her voice. As she spoke, she launched a palm strike at Tang Ziyuan, her spiritual power pressing down like a mountain. Tang Ziyuan calmly raised her hand to counter the impact. The 2 spiritual forces collided, sending waves of energy surging. Suddenly, something seemed to be hidden in the sea of flowers. Amidst the pink blossoms, a few streaks of green quietly sprouted, like new leaves. Su Chen sensed his herb-like zodiac sign intertwining with the power of the sea of flowers. His spiritual energy instantly condensed, completely isolating the presence of the charming bone powder. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen successfully expelled the charming bone powder from his system. Senior Sister Tang, let me help you. Su Chen shouted. Green leaves merged with the sea of flowers, creating a powerful force. Petals and leaves intertwined like sharp blades, darting towards the fox demon's protective aura. The fox demon howled in agony. Its protective aura finally shattered. A shower of blood splattered, and the fox demon fell heavily, bleeding profusely. Unwillingly, she breathed her last. Tang Ziyuan landed slowly, staring at Su Chen in shock. You made another breakthrough, and you even have an animal sign. From childhood to adulthood, Tang Ziyuan had never met anyone else with an animal sign besides herself. She was incredibly talented, And while her cultivation wasn't as good as some of her senior sisters, it was still far superior to most. If she hadn't been seriously injured, she would have stopped relying on cultivation. Su Chen smiled and replied, "Actually, I discovered I had a zodiac sign by accident. The zodiac sign of Bai Chao is extremely rare, but in the cooperation with Tang Ziyuan, it showed a very high degree of compatibility." Tang Ziyuan looked at him, her heart growing even stronger as she determined to have a child with Su Chen. Two people with similar zodiac signs would undoubtedly produce a child of genius. With a gentle wave of her hand, Tang Ziyuan collected the fox demon's corpse and returned to her cave with Su Chen. For the next 3 months, Su Chen's cultivation life became incredibly fulfilling. Because Tang Ziyuan and he shared a common zodiac sign, Su Chen's strength grew incredibly rapidly while practicing dual cultivation with her. In just 3 months, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of qi refining. Tang Ziyuan was finally pregnant with their child, and her joy was overflowing. Ding! Congratulations to the host on having your 4th child. Reward: 50 years of cultivation improved spiritual root's current spiritual root level. Intermediate yellow rank Su Chen had grown accustomed to the system's rewards, but even so, seeing his own progress in cultivation still filled him with surprise. Even before his 3rd child was born, he was already nearing the peak of the 6th level of the qi refining realm, his cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary people. In the courtyard, Tang Ziyuan's face was filled with joy as she gently stroked her belly. Although her belly wasn't yet noticeably bulging, she knew a new life was growing inside. "This is our child. If it's a girl, we'll name her Su Xia. If it's a boy, we'll name him Su Shi." Su Chen smiled and nodded, his eyes soft. Tang Ziyuan looked at him with a smile and said coquettishly, "You're still smiling, it's all your fault. I still have to endure the pain of pregnancy for 10 months. She suddenly fell silent, frowning slightly with a hint of reluctance. "After the child is born, you have to visit him often, otherwise he will lack fatherly love." Su Chen promised readily, "I will come often." Tang Ziyuan's eyes were filled with attachment. Su Chen sensed her emotion and gently comforted her. "I'll come often." Time passed slowly, and suddenly, a special atmosphere filled the courtyard. It was a gentle breath, as if just standing nearby would enlighten both body and mind. A woman walked out of the courtyard. She was wearing a light blue gauze dress. She was tall, with delicate features and skin as white as snow. Every movement she made exuded a unique aura, like a fairy descending from the earth. This woman was none other than Su Chen's next job target, Lu Lingyu. Lu Lingyu walked into the courtyard and said with a gentle smile, "Junior Sister Ziyuan, congratulations on your pregnancy." Her smile was as gentle as water, and her every gesture exuded the grace of a lady from a noble family. "You must treat my husband well," Tang Ziyuan instructed with a smile. Lu Lingyu nodded slightly, her curiosity about Su Chen growing. In just a few months, Tang Ziyuan and several other senior sisters had developed a deep affection for Su Chen. As cultivators, many people are arrogant, but Su Chen seems to possess a special charm. Lu Lingyu walked out calmly. "Junior brother, are you ready? We can set off now." She didn't address Su Chen by name like the others did, but gently called him junior brother, indicating that she had no prejudice against him. Su Chen packed up his belongings and followed Lu Lingyu to Yulan Peak, her exclusive training ground. A moment later, 2 white cranes descended from the sky above Yulan Peak, filling the air with spiritual energy. Lu Lingyu and Su Chen disembarked and entered the mountain training ground. Su Chen knew Lu Lingyu's background. Unlike others, she wasn't seeking a cultivation seed due to damaged spiritual roots, but rather to improve her cultivation. Lu Lingyu was the daughter of the renowned Lu family, a family of cultivators down the mountain. She was exceptionally gifted, having reached the intermediate stage of foundation establishment, a rare achievement among the younger generation. She had no prejudice against cultivation seedlings, and that was why she came here, seeking an opportunity to cultivate. Yulan Peak was shrouded in mist. Just from looking at Lu Lingyu's residence, one could tell she came from a distinguished family. The crane flew away, and Lu Lingyu led Su Chen to a flat area surrounded by mountains. From here, the entire Lingyin Sect was in full view. Lu Lingyu said softly, "I didn't expect that my junior brother is actually a master of the 6th level of qi refining realm. Although the cultivation level of the 6th level of qi refining realm is not the top among practitioners, it is already very extraordinary for a cultivator." Chapter 11. Perfect compatibility on weekends. Su Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. His cultivation level was almost visible to these senior sisters with advanced cultivation, making it impossible to hide it. "Senior sisters, will you think I'm pretending to be a cultivator? Not really. I can see that your spiritual roots were originally inferior, but the speed at which you repaired them did surprise me. Lu Lingyu said calmly, her eyes as bright as autumn water as she gazed at Su Chen. At this moment, Lu Lingyu's eyes seemed to have a hint of anticipation. She had a secret method of cultivation that clearly stated that practicing with other cultivators could accelerate the speed of cultivation. Thinking of this, Lu Lingyu's anticipation grew stronger. She looked at Su Chen and asked, I wonder what kind of cultivation method my junior brother likes. After she finished speaking, a blush crossed her face. Su Chen chuckled, as you wish, senior sister. So, Lu Lingyu smiled broadly and performed a transformation. Her attire remained the same, but the fabric seemed much thinner. A gentle breeze blew, and Lu Lingyu's sleeves fluttered, a shimmering beauty that moved everyone. Before Su Chen could take the initiative, Lu Lingyu took the lead and kissed Su Chen's cheek with her red lips, a little awkwardly. Of course, Su Chen would not miss this opportunity. After completing the work, Lu Lingyu collapsed to the ground, her cheeks flushed. Su Chen looked at her with suspicion, and suddenly a hint of surprise arose in his heart. Senior sister, what are you doing? Lu Lingyu's body went limp, unable to answer, but the blush on her face spoke volumes. This highly skilled senior sister was still a novice. Lu Lingyu gently channeled her spiritual energy, channeling the yin-yang harmony generated by the weekend into her dantian. After a moment, her expression relaxed, and the spiritual energy within her body seemed to be replenished as never before, much faster than her previous hard training. Ding! The host partner for this weekend has a perfect weekend compatibility score. Unlock the first partner with a perfect weekend compatibility score and receive the Heart-Nourishing Sutra, Yellow Rank Intermediate, as a reward. Su Chen was surprised to discover that this system could even assess compatibility with weekends. Indeed, during his weekend, he'd clearly felt his cultivation speed was faster than ever before. Sister, get some rest, Su Chen said, then stepped aside and began meditating, preparing to study the benefits of the Heart-Nourishing Sutra. Lu Lingyu, unconcerned, also began to sit cross-legged in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy gained from their double rest. This perfectly coordinated dual cultivation required ample time for both of them to digest and improve their cultivation. Su Chen activated the Heart-Nourishing Sutra and felt a special sensation coursing through his body. It felt like a spring breeze, as if all his meridians were unblocked, bringing an incomparable sense of comfort to his body and mind. The Heart-Nourishing Sutra, a Buddhist sutra for tempering a disciple's mind and character. Practicing it can enhance spiritual strength. Su Chen felt a sense of inner peace, his cultivation improving at a visible rate. A sense of mastery emerged, and spiritual energy surged to his dantian like a torrent. The bottleneck of the 6th level of qi refining was within reach. He tried to let his spiritual energy break through his dantian. Perhaps due to the improvement of his spiritual roots, this breakthrough was unusually smooth. The spiritual energy smoothly broke through his dantian and rushed straight to his head. A flash of spiritual light appeared, and Su Chen's cultivation successfully broke through and reached the 7th level of qi refining realm. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade. Current cultivation level, qi refining level 7. Su Chen's mind moved, and the system panel appeared before him. Host, Su Chen, cultivation, qi refining level 7, spiritual root, intermediate yellow rank. Offspring, 1. Su Yang, high yellow rank, 10 months. 2. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 4 months. Items, none. Kung Fu, Yuninju 3rd level, yellow rank, primary. Dragon and Tiger Body Tempering Method, yellow rank, intermediate. Yin Yang Jinjing Secret Art 1st level, earth rank, intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, primary. Bagua Diagram, yellow rank, advanced. Yangxin Sutra, yellow rank, intermediate. Lu Lingyu also sensed the change in Su Chen's spiritual energy, and with a start, she awoke from her meditation. She knew that while her own secret cultivation methods and seed cultivation techniques were fast, the gap was still noticeable compared to Su Chen's system. After absorbing the spiritual energy gained from their dual cultivation, her cultivation level hadn't changed at all. Junior brother, have you made a breakthrough? Su Chen opened his eyes, and everything around him suddenly became extremely clear, a sign of his increased mental power. Even the slightest traces on the mountain peaks could not escape his eyes. Lu Lingyu approached, with a hint of surprise. Junior brother, is your talent really a kind of cultivation? Su Chen froze, unsure how to respond. However, Lu Lingyu didn't press the issue further. She understood why the other sisters had been so attached to Su Chen. Su Chen's appearance was unparalleled and handsome. Although his cultivation seemed weak, his true strength far exceeded expectations. In this world of immortal cultivation, strength is everything, and Su Chen's cultivation had clearly made up for his shortcomings as a cultivator. For the next 3 months, Su Chen continued to work and cultivate as usual. His cultivation steadily improved, but now that he had reached the 7th level of the qi refining realm, the rate at which his spiritual energy increased wasn't as significant as before. One morning, Su Chen awoke from his meditation. He saw a crane circling down from the mountain peak, then gently landing on the ground. Lu Lingyu, dressed in a gauze dress, slowly stepped down from the crane. However, today, her face seemed a little worried. Su Chen asked curiously, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Lu Lingyu hesitated, finally saying, "I need to go down the mountain. I wonder if my junior brother would be willing to come with me." It turned out that Lu Lingyu's family arranged annual spiritual energy testing to monitor the disciples' progress. Unable to refuse, she suggested that Su Chen come down the mountain with them. Okay, Su Chen agreed without hesitation. It had been almost 2 years since Su Chen had been on the mountain, and it was time to go down and see the outside world. Lu Lingyu looked delighted. After you go down the mountain, you can choose to reveal your identity as a cultivator or hide it. It's up to you. I understand. I will hide my identity well. Su Chen knew in his heart that in the secular world, cultivators are often looked down upon, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Lingyu. Okay, starting tomorrow, we'll go down the mountain. However, my family isn't very easy to get along with, so I hope you don't mind. Su Chen nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. The Lu family was a renowned cultivation family in northern continent, having produced countless talented cultivators. This trip down the mountain would also allow Su Chen to get to know the true face of a major cultivation family. Chapter 12, Jiangzhou Lu Family. North Island. Jiangzhou City. A man and a woman walked slowly along the broad street. The woman was wearing a light green gauze dress. Her hair fell to her waist, and her brows were full of tenderness. The man has bright white teeth and a somewhat childish face, but he is resolute and strong, as handsome as Panin, and handsome beyond compare. This pair of men and women were Su Chen and Lu Lingyu. People on the street looked sideways at the two of them, thinking they looked like a Taoist couple. Such a fairy-like couple could not help but attract the envy of many people. When they saw that the two were actually walking towards the Lu family, a family of immortal cultivators in Jiangzhou City, the group of people showed envy on their faces. The life of an immortal cultivator, with beautiful women by his side and demons at his fingertips, is truly a happy and carefree life. Arrive. Lu Lingyu opened her red lips slightly. Su Chen nodded. Lu Lingyu went forward and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was an old man. When he saw Lu Lingyu, he suddenly became excited. "Miss, you're back." "Uncle Lu, I'm back. Come in quickly. The master has been waiting for a long time." Lu Lingyu smiled and nodded, then took Su Chen's hand and walked into the gate hand in hand. As soon as he entered the gate, Su Chen felt an abundant spiritual energy. Even the gatekeeper Lu Bo has the strength of the 5th level of qi refining realm, worthy of being a family of immortal cultivators. The two men walked into the inner hall. Above the inner hall, there stood a middle-aged man with a burly build and a dignified expression. He was none other than Lu Huai, the head of the Lu family. "Dad, I'm back." When Lu Huai saw Lu Lingyu, his face showed joy. "Daughter, you're back." He suddenly hugged Lu Lingyu's delicate body. "How's your training in Lingyin Sect?" "Very good. Now I have reached the middle stage of foundation building." Lu Huai's face was shocked, and then his face was full of joy. Lu Lingyu is only 19 years old, but she has such strength, which is 1 in a million. As a descendant of the Lu family, Lu Huai is naturally proud of it. Su Chen looked towards the inner hall. In the inner hall, besides Lu Huai, there were 2 men and 2 women, who should be Lu Lingyu's brothers and sisters. The leading man suddenly said, "Lingyu, your cultivation speed is too astonishing. Be careful not to use unorthodox cultivation methods." Another man on the side also said, "Little sister, although the strength of cultivation is important, you must follow the right path." Lu Lingyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. "Thank you for your concern, big brother and second brother. Don't worry, Lingyu knows what's going on." Su Chen frowned. No wonder Lu Lingyu looked so sad on the mountain. It seemed that the atmosphere in this family was not very good. "Sister Lingyu, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Don't let any men outside seduce you. When the time comes, it will be our duty to form marriage alliances with the major immortal cultivation families." A woman on the left side of the inner hall spoke. Lu Lingyu's face froze again. Then she smiled again and walked to Su Chen's side. "This is my Taoist partner, Su Chen." Everyone looked shocked. Su Chen smiled. My name is Su Chen, and I'm Lingyu's Taoist partner. Lu Huai said, I wonder how strong this little brother is. The 7th level of Qi refining realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the man and woman next to him immediately showed a mocking look. It turned out that he was just a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining realm. Lu Lingyu is good in every way except that she has poor taste in choosing a Taoist partner. Sister Lingyu, your vision in choosing a Tao partner is too poor. My Tao partner has reached the great perfection of the Qi refining realm and is even younger than yours. That's right, Sister Lingyu. Although I don't have a Tao partner, my future Tao partner must at least be a strong person who has reached the foundation establishment stage. Su Chen glanced at Lu Lingyu's 2 sisters. Both girls were at the 8th level of Qi refining, which was only 1 level higher than himself, but they had such expressions. This is probably what a lazy toad wants to eat swan meat. However, before entering the Lingyin Sect, Su Chen knew that in this world of cultivating immortals, strength is a person's reputation. He didn't care, but a smile appeared on his face. There was also a hint of disappointment in Lu Huai's eyes. However, he did not have an attack. I'm glad you're back. Lingyu, go down and rest first. At night, Su Chen and Lu Lingyu were in the room. Lu Lingyu looked apologetic. Sorry, my family doesn't know much about etiquette. It doesn't matter. Since I am now senior sister Lu's disciple, of course I must do my best to meet her requirements. Lu Lingyu smiled knowingly. You can be more comfortable at home today, but don't be too tired. Tomorrow, I have to take part in the family's strength test. Su Chen nodded. Lu Lingyu's eyes were smiling, tender and affectionate, and then she kissed him with her sweet lips. After work, Lu Lingyu went to bed early. Su Chen was meditating and practicing. After more than 3 months of training with full compatibility on weekends, Su Chen's strength has increased at an unimaginable speed. This is much faster than ordinary dual cultivation. Plus, with the support of the Yangxin Sutra, Su Chen's mental strength and cultivation have both been terrifyingly improved. It can be said that Su Chen's current level of spiritual energy can allow him to reach the 8th or even 9th level of the Qi refining realm in one go. However, Su Chen had no intention of breaking through. Laying a good foundation will be helpful for future practice. In the first 20 years of Su Chen's life, his spiritual roots were damaged, and he was unable to enter the door of cultivating immortals. Now that he has the system, Su Chen does not show off too much. Instead, he cherishes this opportunity to practice even more. In this world of cultivating immortals, there are too many talented people, and my own level of cultivation is nothing at all. Meditation is completed. Su Chen walked into the courtyard. The Lu family's courtyard is full of Ganoderma lucidum, which is why the Lu family is full of spiritual energy. This kind of Ganoderma lucidum can create a good atmosphere for cultivating immortals, thus creating a cultivation environment for the practitioners of the Lu family. Su Chen was walking in the courtyard when he suddenly heard a shrill sound. What method did you use to make Sister Lingyu fall in love with you? A woman with a graceful gait and charming demeanor came out. She was one of the 2 women in the inner hall during the day. The woman's name is Lu Lingji. She is Lu Lingyu's younger sister and the 4th daughter of the Lu family. Lu Lingji walked up to Su Chen and teased him. Your looks are 1 in a million, but it's a shame you're a loser. My sister actually fell in love with you. However, my sister's kung fu is definitely not as good as mine. Why don't we have some fun together? There was no reaction when he saw Su Chen. Lu Lingji continued. Just a simple exchange. I'm sorry, I already have a Taoist partner, and I won't do anything out of line. It's just a simple exchange of experiences. You must have seen a lot of women with your skin. As she spoke, Lu Lingji moved her delicate body forward. Lu Lingji is not very pretty. Her appearance and figure are not even half as good as Lu Lingyu's, and she looks like a worldly woman with heavy makeup on. Su Chen almost vomited. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well and can't stand up. Chapter 13. My level is too low and I don't want to participate in the competition. Huh. Lu Lingji showed a look of disgust. My sister's vision is too poor. Not only did she choose someone with poor cultivation level, but he was also unable to get an erection. Could it be that my sister is just attracted to this man's appearance? She frowned and looked at Su Chen, saying sarcastically, It seems that you are really a complete waste, ruining my good mood. After saying this, she flicked her sleeves and turned away. Goodbye, Su Chen said with a bow. Then, Su Chen's face showed some relief, as if he had just thrown away a piece of feces. After Lu Lingji left, Su Chen began to look for a place to practice. The abundant spiritual energy around is very suitable for cultivation. At this moment when the essence of heaven and earth is condensed late at night, it is also the best time to practice. Time flies, and before I knew it, it was already dawn. Su Chen felt the rich spiritual energy filling his body. After a sleepless night, he didn't feel sleepy at all, but instead felt full of energy. Su Chen returned to the room, but Lu Lingyu was still asleep. Hearing Su Chen open the door, she opened her sleepy eyes and asked, "Is it dawn yet?" Su Chen nodded and smiled. "It's time to get up. Did you sleep well last night?" "Good." Lu Lingyu couldn't help but blush when she thought about what happened last night. This was a completely different feeling from the weekend at Lingyin Peak. In her own boudoir, Lu Lingyu felt like a newlywed. The next moment, she lost the shyness on her face and spoke seriously. "I have to take part in a strength test today, and I'm also going to have a clan competition. Do you want to go and see it?" Su Chen nodded in agreement. "Go and take a look. I've never seen how the cultivators from the big families practice." After washing up, Su Chen and Lu Lingyu went to the place where the Lu family's strength was tested. This is the annual banquet of the Lu family in Jiangzhou. Practitioners from all sides will come to watch, and at the same time, some people from other immortal cultivation families will come to compete with the children of the Lu family. The scene was very lively. Su Chen stood beside Lu Lingyu, and others looked at him with curiosity. This talented female cultivator from the Lu family actually has a man standing next to her? However, those who were not familiar with Lu Lingyu did not dare to step forward to question her, and could only secretly guess in their hearts whether she was Lu Lingyu's Taoist partner. Some people even looked at him with respect, thinking that Su Chen must be a powerful cultivator. It was also the first time that Su Chen received so much attention, and he felt a little uncomfortable. The two walked into the venue, and Lu Lingji came towards them. Beside her was Lu Lingyu's second sister, Lu Xiaohui. Lu Lingji glanced at Su Chen with disgust in her eyes. She looked at Lu Lingyu and said, "Daddy is waiting for you. By the way, Daddy asked you to bring your Taoist partner with you." Lu Lingyu nodded. Then he took Su Chen to the testing site. A spirit stone stood in the center of the venue, and one by one, the Lu family's disciples went to the spirit stone to test their own strength. Lu Yan, Qi Refining Realm Level 3. Lu Li, the 5th level of Qi Refining Realm. The strength of each Lu family disciple was tested. However, most of these disciples have not exceeded the 6th level of the Qi Refining Realm. Lu Lingji, Qi Refining Stage 8. Lu Xiaohui, the 8th level of Qi Refining Realm. The strength of Lu Lingyu's two sisters was also detected. The heads of some of the surrounding immortal cultivation families congratulated Lu Huai. Master Lu's daughters are truly gifted. They haven't even turned 20 yet, but they've already reached the 8th level of the Qi Refining Realm. Congratulations. Lu Huai responded with a polite smile. He knew very well that it was just a polite remark. There were many people at this age who could reach this level of cultivation. He looked at Lu Lingyu. What was coming next was the highlight. Lu Lingyu, 5th level of foundation building. The whole audience was in an uproar. Lu Lingyu stood in front of the spirit stone and injected powerful spiritual energy into the spirit stone, which emitted a strange light. This is truly genius. The other people from the immortal cultivation families present all sighed that Lu Lingyu was only 19 years old, but he had already reached such a level. Master Lu, your Lu family has produced a genius in cultivating immortality. Lu Huai couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride on his face. Lu Lingyu is indeed the pride of the Lu family. Even his two sons, Lu Ri and Lu Tian, who are older, are not as strong as Lu Lingyu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Lingyu walked down from the venue and came to Su Chen's side. An old man asked, "Master Lu, who is the man next to Lingyu?" Lu Huai's expression suddenly turned ugly. He pondered for a moment and spoke. "That's Lingyu's Taoist companion. Lingyu's Taoist companion must be very powerful." Lu Huai's face looked a little ugly, and after a long time, he slowly spoke. "His strength is only at the 7th level of Qi Refining Realm." The old man looked surprised. "Only at the 7th level of Qi Refining Realm?" Lu Huai did not answer, but his expression became increasingly ugly. At this time, Su Chen was completely unaware of this. Lu Lingyu walked to Su Chen's side with a hint of joy and said with a smile, "Next, there will be a competition with the immortal cultivation family. This time, there are 3 major families, the Wang family, the Chen family, and the Zhao family." While they were talking, Lu Lingji's voice was heard. "Sister, your strength is still so strong. I'm afraid that among all the practitioners present, there are not many who can surpass your cultivation level. You must shine in the competition later." Lu Lingji was accompanied by a young male cultivator who looked quite handsome, but was far inferior to Su Chen. "By the way, let your Taoist partner show off their strength. Many immortal cultivation families have heard that my sister has found a Taoist partner and are very interested in her Taoist partner's strength." After saying that, Lu Lingyi looked at Su Chen with ill intent. Su Chen, a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining realm, will definitely make a fool of himself in the competition. This is your sister's Taoist partner. He looks quite good, but I wonder how strong he is. The male cultivator on the side looked at Su Chen with a hint of envy in his eyes. Lu Lingyu is a talented female cultivator recognized by all the major immortal cultivation families in the surrounding area. She is powerful and extremely beautiful. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, she already has a Taoist partner. Lu Lingyi said, he's just a waste at the 7th level of Qi refining realm. Wait a moment, or you'll make a fool of yourself in the next competition. This male cultivator is a young master of the Li family, named Li Dan. He is only 21 years old, but his strength has reached the 10th level of Qi refining realm, and he is only one step away from the great perfection. Sister Lingyu, how come a genius like you found such a Taoist partner? After hearing what Lu Lingyi said, Li Dan couldn't help but ask. Lu Lingyu frowned, with some guilt in her eyes. It is estimated that Su Chen will suffer a lot of grievances when he goes down the mountain this time. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly cleared his throat and coughed. Who said I'm going to participate in the competition? I'm not from the Lu family. Why should I participate in the competition? Besides, my level is too low and I don't want to participate in the competition. Chapter 14. A cultivation rule for the poor. I think you're afraid of making a fool of yourself and don't dare to participate in the competition. Lu Lingyi said sarcastically. Yeah, I'm just too bad to participate in the competition. Is that okay? Su Chen came from another world. The concepts of this world that strength is supreme and dignity is more important than life are all bullshit to him. The division of strength is very strict. Even the strength difference between the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refining realm is only one level. There is a gap in cultivation. If you are not a genius, it is difficult to fight against opponents of higher levels. There are about 1/3 of the people in this venue who are cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refining realm, such as Su Chen. There is absolutely no way Su Chen would be a cannon fodder. Lu Long, Qi refining realm level 6. As the voice of the old man next to the spirit stone came, the last young cultivator in the venue also completed the test. Next, it will be the competition session among the major immortal cultivation families. The heads of the 4 great immortal cultivation families, Wang, Chun, Zhao, and Lu, sat on the stage and jointly presided over the competition. The contestants in the audience were all disciples from the 4 great immortal cultivation families. At the beginning of the competition, some disciples who were not very strong competed with each other. There was nothing interesting to watch, and the atmosphere was not very high. Many powerful practitioners are disdainful and think that there is no point in watching low-level practitioners fight. Moreover, there are many different ways of practicing Taoism. If you learn blindly, it will actually destabilize your foundation. These early competitions were more of a performance to showcase the strength of the major immortal cultivation families. This is a show-off contest. Su Chen watched from the side and spoke softly. Having said that, Su Chen still watched the competition on the stage very seriously. Unlike the cultivators who were born and raised in this world, Su Chen is a time traveler and does not have a special cultivation system. Because of the system, Su Chen's cultivation is more like a combination of the strengths of hundreds of schools, and various cultivation methods are very helpful to Su Chen. The strength of the practitioners at the foot of this mountain is not that great. Su Chen looked at the field in the competition between the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refining realm that had just ended, and sighed. I don't know if it's because my spiritual energy is overflowing and I haven't made a breakthrough. Su Chen looked at the movements of the 2 practitioners on the competition field, which seemed very slow and clumsy. If Su Chen went up to compete, even if these 2 people were tied together, they would not be his match. And he was defeated instantly. However, Su Chen found the methods of these practitioners very interesting. Mountain Shaking Fist Manual. I didn't expect the Wang family to practice this kind of Taoism. I still remember the old beggar who used to beg with me once said, it's hard to shake a mountain. The only way is to use the mountain shaking fist. Now it seems that's just the way it is. This little brother also knows something about the mountain shaking fist. At this moment, a steady voice came from behind. Su Chen turned his head and almost laughed. The person who was talking to me had triangular eyes, a pointed nose, and half-thick eyebrows. None of his facial features were ugly. But when put together, on the man's thin face, it looks particularly funny. I've only heard of it. Su Chen suppressed his smile. Why? Are you from the Wang family? No. After saying that, the man leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, I'm a casual cultivator named Li Sanjin. As he spoke, he glanced around, afraid of being discovered by others. Most of the contestants in these four great immortal cultivation families are disciples of the four great immortal cultivation families. If they are independent cultivators, generally only those with strong strength who have been invited are eligible to attend. Su Chen understood and didn't mention it again. Li Sanjin asked, "What is your cultivation level?" 7th level of Qi refining realm. Su Chen didn't shy away from asking, turning around and asking, "What about you?" Li Sanjin was a little embarrassed, his mustache twitching as he said, "I'm only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm." No wonder Li Sanjin was afraid. With his strength, he was not qualified to participate in the competition among the four major immortal cultivation families. "I'm here to learn Taoism. I heard you mention the mountain-shaking fist, so I came to exchange ideas." Su Chen asked curiously, "It seems you know a lot about the mountain-shaking fist. Can you tell me about it?" Li Sanjin immediately started talking. This mountain-shaking fist is a set of boxing techniques developed by the founder of boxing when he was opening up the mountains and building roads. This set of boxing techniques is powerful and domineering. 10 minutes later, Su Chen swallowed. This Li Sanjin is really good at talking. Looking at him, I felt a little dry in the mouth. But Li Sanjin had no intention of stopping. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, Li Sanjin stopped. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "Sir, I just have some research on various Taoist methods." Su Chen was silent. Although Li Sanjin talked a lot, it was obvious that this person's knowledge of Taoist theory had reached a terrifying level. Su Chen was able to understand many of his insights into the mountain-shaking fist from the competition just now. The mountain-shaking fist is fierce in intent, but very clumsy, which is its most fatal flaw. In addition, practicing the mountain-shaking fist requires very high physical fitness. The average body cannot handle this set of boxing techniques. Su Chen showed some interest in Li Sanjin. The other party was also in the same situation. Li Sanjin looked at Su Chen and asked, "I wonder what kind of Taoism you are practicing." "I am the best of all schools." When Li Sanjin heard Su Chen's words, he looked a little surprised. He had no talent for cultivation and barely made it into the ranks of immortal cultivators, so he could only study Taoist theories. However, after so many years of theoretical research, Li Sanjin had never seen anyone who could practice the Taoist methods of the 100 schools. Many Taoist teachings conflict with each other. "Then may I ask what your current Taoist method is?" Li Sanjin asked with reverence. "Cloud Hidden Art, Yin 5 Thunders." Su Chen casually mentioned the names of 2 Taoist methods he was practicing. Li Sanjin's expression suddenly changed. The Yunin Ju is the Taoist method of sword cultivation, while the Yin Wu Lei is the Taoist method. These 2 Taoist methods are inherently in conflict. Sword practitioners emphasize sharpness, while Taoists emphasize using softness to overcome hardness. How is it possible to practice together? Do you have any special physique? Su Chen was stunned. Could it be that this person has seen through his identity as a cultivator? What do you mean? I'm very curious. Sword cultivation and Taoism have completely different styles. How did you manage to practice both at the same time? Su Chen was also a little curious. In fact, after obtaining Yin Wu Lei, Su Chen could also feel the repulsion between Taoism and magic. However, after practicing the Yangxin Sutra, this kind of rejection never appeared again. Is that because of this? Su Chen silently recited the heart-nourishing sutra, and a gentle breath spread around him. Li Sanjin's expression suddenly changed. This heart-nourishing sutra is definitely a very powerful Taoist method. It is the existence of this heart-nourishing sutra that makes Su Chen's mind extremely clear and able to accommodate the Taoist methods of hundreds of schools. Li Sanjin's face was filled with excitement, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Given your Taoist skills and talent, why don't you go up and compete? You can also show off your skills among the 4 great immortal cultivation families." "Forget it. The first key to my cultivation is to stay alive." Chapter 15, I want to fight you to the death. On the competition field, the disciples from various families learned from each other, and the atmosphere gradually became heated. The next match will be between Zhao Jiming of the Zhao family and Lu Yang of the Lu family. After saying that, a swordsman in a green robe walked onto the stage. The young man was dressed in white and had a plain face. He was carrying a long sword. It was Zhao Jiming. The next person to appear was Lu Lingyu's brother, Lu Yang, whom Su Chen had met in the inner hall that day. Zhao Wuji, the head of the Zhao family, chuckled. "Master Lu, I have been looking forward to this competition for a long time." The head of the Lu family remained calm, but he was a little worried in his heart. His son Lu Yang only has the strength of the 1st level of foundation building, but Zhao Jiming is a genius of the Zhao family, and his strength has reached the 3rd level of foundation building. When one's cultivation reaches the foundation building stage, the difference in strength between each level is enormous. In this battle, Liu Yang was 2 realms behind his opponent, and his chances of winning were slim. The gongs and drums sounded, and the competition began. Zhao Zhiming turned his body into a sword and stabbed towards Liu Yang with endless sword intent. Liu Yang's lower body was as steady as Mount Tai, and spiritual energy emanated from his body like a tide, blocking all the sword intent. The sword intent was dissipated. Liu Yang turned around and transformed the spiritual energy into his fist, heading straight towards Zhao Zhiming. Liu Yang's speed was very fast, but his pace was neither hurried nor slow. There is a pattern in the steps. Every punch that followed was aimed directly at Zhao Zhiming's vital points. The Liu family practices the Liu Shui Ju, a kind of boxing that is as soft as water. Liu Yang's boxing intent is also endless like the tide. Zhao Zhiming smiled. Then the sword in his hand turned into sword light all over the sky, easily resisting Liu Yang's boxing. Liu Huai's expression was grim. It can be said that Liu Yang has already practiced the flowing water technique to perfection. However, Zhao Zhiming's cultivation was too high. Every time the fist and sword collide, Liu Yang's fist intent will be removed. The battle lasted only 50 rounds before Liu Yang was defeated. Zhao Zhiming stood with his sword behind his back and bowed. "Brother Liu, thank you for letting me." The whole audience burst into cheers. Zhao Zhiming never lost a single one of the 18 competitions he participated in. Probably among these disciples, only Lu Lingyu has the strength to fight Zhao Zhiming. Zhao Wuji laughed out loud. "Master Liu, I'm grateful for your kindness. Last year, Zhiming was defeated by Lingyu. I wonder what the outcome will be this year." Liu Huai smiled politely, but I felt a little worried. Zhao Zhiming's swordsmanship is very powerful. I wonder if Lingyu can withstand it. Lu Lingji looked at Zhao Zhiming with admiration. "Brother Zhiming is so handsome. I don't know what kind of girls Brother Zhiming likes. Are they girls with a good figure like mine?" As she spoke, Lu Lingji deliberately puffed out her chest. I have to say that Lu Lingji's towering breasts are indeed magnificent and can be considered a good figure. But that face covered with powder and rouge is really not flattering. While Lu Lingji was dreaming about the spring and autumn period, Liu Yang had already left the stage. However, Zhao Zhiming stood on the stage and had no intention of leaving. "Master Liu, I heard that Lu Lingyu has found a Taoist partner, so I want to see the level of Lu Lingyu's Taoist partner." Liu Huai's expression changed immediately. If that loser who is only at the 7th level of Qi refining realm were to come on stage, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? His face suddenly turned ugly, and he didn't respond immediately. Lu Lingji also looked unhappy. When Zhao Zhiming said this, it was obvious that he was interested in Lu Lingyu. Such a dashing swordsman was full of admiration for his sister, which made her jealous and crazy. He didn't answer when he saw Liu Huai. Zhao Zhiming didn't ask any more questions. He fixed his eyes on Su Chen and spoke. "Su Chen, I know you are Lu Lingyu's Taoist partner. I want to compete with you today." Zhao Zhiming's voice was as loud as a bell, and he used his internal force to speak these words. Everyone present heard these words clearly. Suddenly, all eyes focused on Su Chen. Is this boy Lu Lingyu's Taoist partner? Li Sanjin's eyes widened. "Su Chen, you are Lu Lingyu's Taoist partner?" "Yes," Su Chen said, his expression somewhat serious. "This time, when we went down the mountain, trouble came." After watching Zhao Zhiming's battle just now, Su Chen felt that he was inferior to him. However, now in this situation, he has become the target of public criticism. "Sorry, I won't participate in this competition." He remained calm. Lu Lingyu looked over, a hint of worry in her eyes. Although Su Chen is very talented, his strength is far from enough compared to Zhao Zhiming. "Then I will sign a life and death agreement." Life and death certificate. This kind of life and death competition would never be carried out unless the 2 cultivators had a feud. In this kind of competition, the life and death of both parties cannot be guaranteed. And it can't be refused. Su Chen's heart was also a little disturbed. "I just want to stay calm, but there are always people looking for trouble." Lu Lingyu said coldly. "Zhao Zhiming, what are you doing?" Liu Huai also looked embarrassed, but he felt somewhat relieved in his heart. If Su Chen died in the life and death battle, there would be one less useless person in his family. My daughter can also find a new Taoist partner. In this case, there is nothing we can do. Thinking of this, Liu Huai said aloud. Li Sanjin looked sad. After chatting with Su Chen for a long time, Li Sanjin had a good impression of Su Chen. At least Su Chen didn't look down on him like others. Su Chen's childhood experience is the same as Li Sanjin's. In this world of cultivating immortals, strength is a person's reputation. Su Chen understands the sadness of Li Sanjin, who cannot practice and can only study theory. Naturally, Su Chen would not look down on Li Sanjin. Unfortunately, Su Chen is about to die. "Brother Su Chen, Take care, I will remember you. Su Chen's eyes went dark. Why do I look like I'm going to die? Su Chen had already seen the battle just now. Although Zhao Zhiming was very strong, he was not strong enough to kill him easily. Maybe it's because I haven't had a weekend off for nearly 2 years. Su Chen's current strength is much stronger than the cultivators at the foot of the mountain. In Su Chen's eyes, cultivators of the same level are not worth mentioning at all. If Zhao Zhiming's strength was not too strong, as he was a strong man at the 3rd level of foundation building, if his realm was lower, even if he was a cultivator at the great perfection level of qi refining, Su Chen would not necessarily lose. As long as he could break through, he would be confident enough to survive Zhao Zhiming's hands. I agree, but I don't want to have a life or death contest. A simple contest will suffice. Okay, Zhao Zhiming agreed readily. His purpose was to humiliate Su Chen. I promise you, I will only use 70% of my strength. Even with 70% of your strength, you may not win. Su Chen said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's aura suddenly changed. The spiritual energy rushed straight into Su Chen's dantian. The level of spiritual energy has reached a terrifying level. Pa, 2 clear sounds. One sound, one layer. Su Chen actually broke through 2 levels of cultivation in an instant. He reached the 9th level of qi refining realm in one fell swoop. Chapter 16, No Cheating. Breakthrough on the spot. Rising 2 levels of cultivation? This kind of thing is absolutely unprecedented and will never happen again. Lu Huai's face was filled with shock, but soon, his expression returned to normal. Even though his strength had increased by 2 levels, Su Chen was only at the 9th level of qi refining realm. If he wanted to fight Zhao Wuji, who was at the 3rd level of foundation establishment realm, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Su Chen said, "What you just said, that you only need to use 70% of your strength, is that true?" Zhao Zhiming looked serious. Of course, I only use 70% of my strength, absolutely not 1 point more. Good, Su Chen said, flying into the venue. Because of his improved realm, Su Chen's figure is very light at this time. My physical fitness is completely different from before. What kind of Taoism are you practicing? Wild method, there is no specific practice rules. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Zhiming's eyes were filled with disdain. The practice of a monk requires a method. If one learns too many Taoist teachings and they are too diverse, it will lead to conflicts and an unstable foundation. This is also the reason why thousands of practitioners only focus on studying one set of Taoist methods. When I win, don't tell me you only used 70% of your strength and I bullied you. Su Chen said without changing his expression. There was anger in Zhao Zhiming's eyes. Stop talking nonsense. After he finished speaking, thousands of sword intentions appeared behind him and he took the lead in attacking. Countless sword energies were like meteors in the sky, overwhelming towards Su Chen. Su Chen was not in a hurry, and an 8 diagrams formation lit up under his feet. Among them, one of the zodiac characters lights up. Kuan character, Earth and River cart. Several earth pillars shot up into the sky from the venue, forming a barrier in front of Su Chen. Block all those thousands of sword energies outside. Zhao Zhiming's expression changed slightly. The other party was actually practicing Taoism. This Taoism emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, which is the nemesis of sword practitioners. However, the gap in strength cannot be made up by restraint. A hint of benevolence and righteousness appeared on Zhao Zhiming's lips. He stood with a sword in his hand, and then thousands of sword intentions condensed into one and attacked the weak point. Su Chen waved his hand. Another natal character on the Bagua formation lights up. Qian character, Wuji diagram. A painting of mountains and rivers lit up in the conference hall, and then the sword energy was directly integrated into the painting of mountains and rivers. Lu Huai looked surprised. Su Chen was still in the qi refining stage. He was able to fight against Zhao Zhiming, who was only 70% strong. He was considered a young leader. Old Wang, you've also done some research on Taoism. How is this kid's Taoism? Patriarch Zhao asked. Patriarch Wang had a serious expression on his face. Very good. Taoism emphasizes that words must be followed by actions, and the way comes from the heart. This kid's character is very strong. Being able to easily absorb sword energy into the mindscape of mountains and rivers is definitely not something that an ordinary mind can do. However, Patriarch Wang still shook his head. Unfortunately, the gap in strength is still too big. Even if Zhao Zhiming only uses 70% of his strength, his combat power is at least equivalent to the state of qi refining great perfection or genius level. The 9th level of qi refining is no match for him. Patriarch Zhao laughed heartily. Zhiming's most powerful skill isn't his sword energy, but his close combat. As he spoke, Zhao Zhiming had already come to Su Chen's side. The sword was unsheathed. Zhao Zhiming swung the sword with one hand and attacked Su Chen. Zhao Zhiming's sword energy is extremely powerful, and it is not an easy task to absorb it all into the heart scene of mountains and rivers. Now that Zhao Zhiming took advantage of the chaos to attack, Su Chen had no choice but to change his tactics to deal with it. Ranjin-taku. Almost in an instant, Zhao Zhiming lost consciousness. By the time he reacted, Su Chen's body had already appeared 10 meters away. Zhao Zhiming's swordsmanship is extremely superb, and even Su Chen finds it difficult to deal with it. Moreover, Zhao Zhiming deliberately concealed the sharpness of his swordsmanship, thus avoiding the Taoist principle of using softness to overcome hardness. Su Chen smiled. I didn't mean to act cool. You forced me to. Su Chen, who is at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, has long had new insights into Taoism. There are countless ways to do this, but it all comes down to one word: state of mind. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt more and more the importance of the heart-nourishing sutra. The level of a person's cultivation has a lot to do with his state of mind. Without hesitation, Su Chen shouted to Lu Lingyu outside the competition arena. Give me a wooden sword. Lu Lingyu flew up, a sword flew out of her hand, and Su Chen grabbed it tightly. This kid wants to use a wooden sword to deal with Zhao Zhiming. The people around him looked horrified. Lu Lingyi even ridiculed directly. Su Chen will definitely make a fool of himself later. Using a wooden sword to fight brother Zhiming. Isn't this just asking for humiliation? A trace of anger also appeared on Zhao Zhiming's face. The other party's behavior was simply a humiliation to him. He flew up, and the long sword in his hand became sharp. Su Chen held the sword in place, his lower body as steady as a rock. The 4th level of Yunin Ju, intermediate yellow level. With the improvement of his cultivation level and state of mind, Su Chen's Yunin Ju has reached the 4th level, and the quality has reached the intermediate yellow level. Zhao Zhiming's face was full of disdain. Is it worthy of using a yellow-level sword technique like the Yunin Ju? Su Chen smiled. Fellow Taoist Zhiming, please do not look down on any Taoist teachings. After saying that, Su Chen held the wooden sword in his hand, and a sword intent rose up. On the viewing platform, the 4 family heads and a group of monks watching the battle were all shocked. Can this Taoism and swordsmanship be practiced together? Taoism emphasizes softness, while swordsmanship emphasizes strength. No matter what, they are incompatible cultivation systems. However, at this moment, Su Chen indeed possessed both Taoism and swordsmanship. Lu Lingyu's expression changed slightly. In the competition arena, Su Chen, who was in a lower position, although had some worldly air and was not as easygoing and romantic as Zhao Zhiming, had a unique charm. Zhao Zhiming didn't waste any time and attacked Su Chen directly. The sword technique was so varied that it was hard to predict. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He drew circles with the wooden sword and raised his sword intent to an unprecedented level. The swords of both sides clashed, but there was no clanging sound of metal colliding. The collision between the wooden sword and the long sword produced a series of muffled sounds. In a flash, 10 rounds passed, but the wooden sword in Su Chen's hand did not break. The level of control over this sword energy was so high that even some of the Zhao family's sword practitioners felt inferior. Master Lu, Lingyu's Taoist partner, is quite powerful. Patriarch Wang sighed. He had a deep understanding of Taoism and naturally knew the difficulty of practicing Taoism and swordsmanship at the same time. Moreover, during the battle, the head of the Wang family could clearly feel that Su Chen's state of mind was higher than Zhao Zhiming's. Although Zhao Zhiming's cultivation level is much higher, his state of mind is too impetuous, especially in front of Lu Lingyu. He is even more impetuous at this moment. Another 10 rounds have passed. The sword intent suddenly exploded, and the result of the battle was about to appear. A figure flew out from the brilliant sword energy. Lu Lingyi sneered. If I don't die from Brother Zhiming's sword energy, I'll probably be crippled. However, when everyone saw the person flying backwards, they were stunned. The person who came out of the sword energy was actually Zhao Zhiming. Zhao Zhiming fell to the ground, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. His blue shirt was torn, and his eyes were full of resentment. Su Chen slowly walked out from the sword energy. He waved the wooden sword in his hand, but the sword was not damaged at all. You said you only needed to use 70% of your strength. Now that you've lost, don't cheat. Chapter 17 Invitations from Various Families. The whole audience was in an uproar. Su Chen won. Li Sanjin's little eyes were full of confusion. Is there something wrong with the Taoist knowledge I have learned? There is a decisive gap between the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage. The gap in strength between the two is like a chasm. No, I have to go back and study it again. What is going on? Li Sanjin murmured. On the competition stage, Although Zhao Zhiming looked unwilling, as a genius swordsman of the Zhao family, he could accept defeat and let it go. He stood up, held his sword and clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, "I lost." Su Chen smiled, but the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He held a mouthful of sweet and fishy taste in his throat. Zhao Zhiming's strength is still too strong. Lu Lingyu flew down from the stands and came to Su Chen's side. Zhao Zhiming looked at Lu Lingyu with complicated eyes and said, "The Taoist partner you chose is very good. That's natural." Lu Lingyu replied with a smile. After saying that, she helped Su Chen off the stage. In the stands, the three family heads asked Lu Huai one after another. "Master Lu, which family does Lingyu, your Taoist companion, come from? Does he have a family?" Lu Huai blew his beard and glared. "Why, you want to snatch him away? Impossible. He's the son-in-law of my Lu family." "Hey, old Lu, you just now still thought that Lingyu's Taoist partner was only at the qi refining realm, and your expression didn't look good at all. That's because I'm afraid he'll become proud." Lu Huai shouted, "A real man can bend and stretch. This little thing is no problem." Next, the competition ended, and the practitioners watched Su Chen and Lu Lingyu, the immortal couple, leave the stage with eyes full of envy. "Su Chen, you really are too talented," Lu Lingyu exclaimed in admiration. Lu Lingyu had never seen anyone who could break through 2 levels at once, not to mention that Su Chen was able to challenge a higher-level opponent and win. No wonder those sisters in the sect are so obsessed with you. As she spoke, Lu Lingyu's cheeks flushed. In the inner hall, Su Chen and Lu Lingyu prepared to say goodbye and go to Lingyin Sect to continue their cultivation. Lu Huai's face was full of joy. The Lu family gained a lot of face in this martial arts competition. Not only was Lu Lingyu so outstanding, but Lu Lingyu's Taoist partner was also a young and talented person with outstanding talent. This news spread quickly among the major immortal cultivation families like the wind. "Su Chen, please come home more often in the future. If Lingyu misses home, you can accompany her back to visit. Next time you come back, you too must bring my grandson with you." "Father." Lu Lingyu's cheeks flushed. Su Chen chuckled. Lu Yang took a step forward. "Sister Lingyu has brought us so many surprises this time. I also want to go out and practice in the future." After saying that, he looked at Su Chen. "Please take good care of my sister." Su Chen nodded. Lu Yang was not a bad person. However, as the eldest son, he was not as strong as Lu Lingyu, so he might feel a little frustrated. "Brother Lu Yang, I've seen your Taoism. Perhaps it's because you're too impetuous that you can't quite bring out the gentle, watery feeling of the flowing water technique. Perhaps cultivating your state of mind could yield unexpected rewards." Lu Yang opened his eyes, as if thinking about something. After a few breaths, he suddenly understood. Afterwards, Lu Yang bowed and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law, for your guidance." Su Chen looked at Lu Lingji, but Lu Lingji avoided his gaze and did not dare to look at Su Chen. "Little sister, sometimes, time is better spent on training." "You." Lu Lingji naturally knew what Su Chen was talking about, and a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. "Yeah, look at you, wearing heavy makeup every day, but you're not even half as pretty as your sister. You'd better practice hard. Ugly girls should study more," Lu Huai said. Lu Lingji was so ashamed that she looked at Su Chen with resentment. Su Chen didn't care. This woman disgusted him, and he didn't have a good impression of her. The two left the Lu family and headed for Lingyin Sect. However, when the two walked more than 10 miles away, a group of practitioners suddenly rushed out from the dense forest. Su Chen's expression was serious. Could it be that he was the one who came to rob? Who knew that the head of the Wang family actually walked out of the dense forest? "Fellow Taoist Su Chen, thank goodness we made it in time. I came here this time with no other intentions, but to recruit Taoist Su Chen as a cultivator for my Wang family. Our Wang family will definitely offer the best immortality elixirs to help you practice. This condition is very tempting." Su Chen was well aware of the help that elixirs could provide to the cultivation of immortals. Some elixirs could even reset a person's spiritual roots. "Old Wang, you're trying to get there first. You are so dishonest, trying to poach people from the Lu family." As he was speaking, the head of the Li family also walked out from the side. "Fellow Taoist Su Chen, our Li family can also provide you with these. Moreover, we also have bodybuilding methods that can make your strength even stronger. To show my appreciation, I'll give you a little gift first." As he spoke, the head of the Li family took out a pill. The pill was light yellow in color and full of spiritual energy. It turned out to be a marrow-cleansing pill. This marrow-cleansing pill is a priceless treasure that many immortal cultivators flock to for it. Only immortal cultivation families like the Wang family and the Li family can afford to produce such a pill. "Old Li, you've invested a lot of money. Not far away, a figure came riding a sword. It was the head of the Zhao family. Fellow Taoist Su Chen, if you join my Zhao family, we can provide you with top-notch sword cultivation manuals. You will definitely improve greatly. Su Chen's face was slightly stunned. What treatment? Fellow Taoist Su Chen, please join me. The three family heads said in unison. Su Chen was in a dilemma. The conditions offered by these three immortal cultivation families were very tempting, and it was difficult to make a decision. He glanced at Lu Lingyu. Lu Lingyu said softly, "You make your own decision." Su Chen thought for a moment. Then, he stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Thank you all for your kindness, but I don't plan to join any sect or family at the moment." The three family heads showed disappointed expressions. Lu Lingyu looked surprised. The conditions offered by these three family heads were so tempting, but Su Chen actually refused? That marrow-cleansing pill is a rare treasure even for Lu Lingyu. Seeing that there was no hope of recruiting them, the three family heads quickly left with their disciples. Lu Lingyu walked to Su Chen's side and asked curiously, "Why did you reject those people?" "I have no intention of joining any sect." Su Chen is not stupid. His current talent and strength are all given by the system. How could I give up the opportunity to become a cultivator and join another sect? Moreover, Su Chen paused and said, "I want to establish my own sect." Lu Lingyu was even more surprised. "Establish your own sect?" Su Chen nodded. "All the disciples of this sect are my children. By then, your child and my child will be among them." Lu Lingyu's cheeks flushed. She rolled her eyes at Su Chen. "Who wants to have a baby with you?" Su Chen chuckled. "We have 2 days off a week now, so we'll have a baby soon." Chapter 18. The third child is born, and the Xianxia Sutra is upgraded. After returning to Lingyin Sect, Su Chen began his busy work. My weekend activities with Lu Lingyu are becoming more and more familiar. Lu Lingyu also became more and more dependent on Su Chen. One day, Su Chen was meditating and practicing when suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on the birth of the host's third offspring. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. Special reward: Heart-Nourishing Sutra Upgrade. Current level: Heart-Nourishing Sutra, Advanced Yellow Level. Sure enough, Su Chen was silent in his heart. This Xianxia Sutra was just as Li Sanjin said, a very powerful practice. The most important thing for a cultivator is his state of mind. After practicing the Heart-Nourishing Sutra, Su Chen's cultivation speed became faster and faster. And now the reward for the birth of the third child is to upgrade the Xianxia Sutra. This made Su Chen feel more and more the importance of the Heart-Nourishing Sutra. At this time, Su Chen's strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining realm, and he was only 1 step away from the 10th level. Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Host: Su Chen. Current cultivation: peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Spiritual root: intermediate yellow rank. Offspring: 1. Su Yang, yellow rank high, 1-year-old. 2. Su Yu, yellow rank high, half a year old. 3. Unnamed, 1 day old. Item: none. Kung Fu: Yuninju 3rd level, yellow elementary. Dragon and Tiger Body Tempering Method, yellow intermediate. Yin Yang Jinjing Secret Art 1st level, earth intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, earth elementary. Bagua Diagram, yellow intermediate. Xianxia Sutra, yellow advanced. Su Chen was delighted. He was only a short time away from reaching the 10th level of Qi training. Half a month later, Su Chen and Lu Lingyu said goodbye and set off for Bai Ling's residence. The sound of water gurgling was heard as Bai Ling sat on a rattan chair under a willow tree, holding a baby in her arms. I haven't seen her for many days. Maybe it's because Bai Ling gave birth to a child. Her figure has become more voluptuous. She no longer has the innocence of a young girl, but has gained more of the wisdom of a mother. Noticing some movement at the door, Bai Ling's expression turned cold. "Who is it?" "It's me." Su Chen walked out. When Bai Ling saw Su Chen, her face suddenly turned red. "Why are you here?" "My child is born, so of course I have to come and see it." Bai Ling smiled knowingly, then walked forward holding the child. "Look at this kid, he looks exactly like you." Su Chen looked closely and saw that the baby had a pink face and the same red mark on his forehead as Bai Ling's. It was a baby boy. Very cute. "Hurry up and pick a name. Then call me Su Jia." "Okay, that's a nice name." Bai Ling smiled, but soon, her expression showed a hint of shock. "Have you made a breakthrough?" Bai Ling didn't pay much attention just now, but now she realizes that Su Chen has actually reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. "Yes, now I can be considered an immortal cultivator." There was joy in Bai Ling's eyes. A cultivator who can improve his strength so much in just a few months is definitely a genius. If it was just an ordinary cultivator, Bai Ling might be surprised, but for Su Chen, Bai Ling was only happy. As a father, the faster Su Chen cultivates, the happier Bai Ling is. Are you leaving tonight? Bai Ling looked at Su Chen, who was holding Su Zhe and teasing him, and asked. I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you. Bai Ling blushed immediately. Do you still like that outfit? It's up to you. Okay, then you play with the kids for a while. I'll go get ready. When Su Chen entered the room again, Bai Ling had already changed into a JK uniform. However, this time there was much less fabric. Noticing Su Chen's fiery gaze, Bai Ling rolled her eyes at Su Chen. Put Su Zhe aside first. Otherwise it will teach the child bad things. Su Chen understood. After settling Su Zhe, Su Chen walked back into the room. Suddenly, a delicate figure came up in front of him. Before Su Chen could react, his mouth was blocked. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, and Su Chen walked out of the room. Bai Ling has fallen asleep. Little Su Zhe also started snoring. Su Chen walked to the center of the yard and began to meditate. The essence of the sun and the moon flowed into Su Chen's body, and Su Chen felt a sense of comfort. Now Su Chen and senior sister Bai Ling, who is at the peak of the foundation building stage, have a brand new experience in their cultivation. Both of them have made rapid progress in their cultivation during the weekends. Su Chen calmed his mind. Feel the benefits brought by this practice. He silently recited the heart-nourishing sutra in his heart and began to practice. The upgraded quality of the Xianxia Sutra is more useful for training the state of mind. Su Chen felt that his ears and eyes were sharper, and his perception of the surrounding affairs became clearer. The next day, Su Chen felt a pair of jade hands placed on his forehead. Su Chen opened his eyes and saw Bai Ling touching his hair. No wonder you're practicing so fast. Your diligence really impresses me. Bai Ling put Su Zhe in Su Chen's arms. Spend time with your son. Bai Ling knew in her heart that as a cultivator, Su Chen could not always be with her. His mission is to make all 8 senior sisters in the sect pregnant. However, she also understood in her heart that in this world of cultivating immortals, it was very common for men to have 3 or 4 wives. Despite this, her heart was still filled with reluctance. Su Zhe held Su Chen's fingers with his little hands and babbled. Ding, congratulations to the host and his children for their close interaction. Reward for 10 years of cultivation. Current intimacy with Su Zhe is 10, intimacy level 10 out of 100. Su Chen smiled and kissed Su Zhe on the cheek. This child of mine has reached the middle level of the profound realm in terms of spiritual roots, and is currently the most talented among all of his children. At this moment, Su Zhe suddenly grabbed Su Chen's fingers and called out in a baby voice. Dad. Half a month after birth, he can call daddy. This kid is really talented. After Su Chen and Su Zhe played for a while, their intimacy level increased to 20. After gaining some free cultivation, Su Chen prepared to leave. Bai Ling's eyes were filled with reluctance. I'll come to see you often. When I complete my mission, I will establish a sect, and you and Su Zhe will join in then. Who knows, coming to this. Bai Ling's expression suddenly changed. Su Chen, don't say such things casually. Su Chen was a little curious. The leader of our Lingyin Sect is a rare and peerless female cultivator in the world. If she hears you, she will chase you away. Su Chen slapped his forehead, wondering how he could have forgotten about this. The Lingyin Sect is a sect. It is famous in the surrounding area for thousands of miles. The leader of Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang, is a great cultivator in the Jindan stage. How could he allow himself to open another sect? Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly shut up. The sect leader has been out practicing recently and is not in Lingyin Sect. When she comes back, you must not mention this matter again. Bai Ling warned. Su Chen nodded. It seems that this matter has to be postponed a little longer. Chapter 19. I am the king of the mountain. Su Chen said goodbye to Bai Ling and set out alone to return to Lu Lingyu's residence. Su Chen walked among the mountains and forests. Lingyin Sect is located at Lingyin Peak, where there is abundant spiritual energy, and it is also an excellent place for cultivation. Su Chen, who has now reached the 9th level of Qi training, has a deeper understanding of spiritual energy. Just by walking, Su Chen could feel the spiritual energy gradually penetrating into his body. Although the increase in spiritual energy is not that big, it is indeed increasing. When Su Chen thought of his previous experiences, he was suddenly overwhelmed with mixed emotions. His state of mind at this moment was completely different. Su Chen walked slowly in the woods, feeling the spiritual world that only cultivators could experience. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a slight pain and touched his head. Then a stone rolled to his feet. Su Chen looked up and saw a boy in cloth clothes looking at him happily above the dense woods. Although I haven't seen him for half a year. However, he immediately recognized that the little boy was his eldest son Su Yang, even though he is only 1 year old. but Su Yang's spiritual roots are extremely excellent. At this age, one's mind has already begun to mature. Su Chen frowned. He called softly, Su Yang, come down quickly and let daddy see you. Su Yang curled his lips. Who wants to be your son? I'm the king of the mountain. Su Chen was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How come after not seeing him for half a year, his eldest son Su Yang has become the king of the mountain? Su Yang twisted his butt and fell down from the tree. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass through, you must leave money for passage. Su Yang imitated the tone of an adult and told everything. That childish look is extremely cute. How's your mother? Su Chen smiled dotingly. Never mind your business. Su Yang curled his lips. Hurry up and pay the money. I need to go down the mountain to buy some candied haws for my mother. Su Chen was not angry. Instead, he touched Su Yang's head, then took out a string of copper coins from his lapel and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang smiled happily, holding the string of money and laughing foolishly. Su Chen suddenly picked up Su Yang. Then, the wind started to blow. A string of leaves rose from the ground. Su Chen, who has reached the 9th level of Qi refining realm, has become extremely proficient in the use of this zodiac sign. Hold on tight. We're about to take off. I'll take you to buy some candied haws. Su Chen has never been a father, and this is his first experience. All Su Chen could think of was to try his best to meet his son's requirements. Su Yang was a little nervous. He held Su Chen's clothes tightly, fearing that he would fall from the air. Su Chen suddenly hugged Su Yang's small body. Then, the green leaves carried Su Chen and Su Yang into the air. There is a small town at the foot of Lingyin Peak. The town is also filled with spiritual energy, although it is far from comparable to Lingyin Peak. But with the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all year round, the health of the townspeople here is also very good. The town is not prosperous, but it is very lively. Su Chen held Su Yang's hand and walked on the street. Su Yang was dazzled by the novel objects all over the street. This was Su Yang's first time going down the mountain. He looked around, his big eyes rolling around in curiosity. Do you like this dress? Su Chen picked up a piece of children's clothing. He gestured in front of Su Yang. Sir, you have good taste. This dress, especially on such a cute little child, will look great. Su Yang's face flushed red, and he didn't say he wanted it, but his face was full of joy. Su Chen smiled, then paid the money, picked up the clothes, and pulled Su Yang to continue shopping. Congratulations to the host and his offspring for their intimate interaction. Su Yang's intimacy value has reached 30, total progress 30 out of 100. Reward 30 years of cultivation. Su Chen felt the spiritual energy in his body becoming more and more intense. He smiled and touched Su Yang's head. A father and his son were walking down the street. Su Yang's gaze suddenly stopped on a stall. The stall was filled with candied haws. What's that? Su Yang's childish voice came. You've never eaten candied haws before. Didn't you say you would bring some for mom? Su Yang's little face turned red. He hesitated and said, My mother just told me that candied haws are delicious. Su Chen smiled knowingly and then walked to the stall. Please help me pack all the candied haws. The stall owner was very surprised. This is a small town and such wealthy buyers are rare. Su Yang smiled happily. At this time, Su Chen's system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host and his offspring for their intimate interaction. Current intimacy with Su Yang has reached 40, total progress 40 out of 100. Reward, 50 years of cultivation. Just by accompanying his son shopping, his cultivation level increased by 80 years. There was also some shock on Su Chen's face. If you have more children, won't you gain a lot of cultivation? Su Yang Yizi, feeling satisfied, took the initiative to hold Su Chen's big hand, with a happy smile on his face. Soon, the sun set. Su Chen brought Su Yang and came to Lingyin Peak carrying large and small bags. The two landed in a quaint little courtyard. Su Chen and Su Yang slowly landed on the ground. Lu Yuyu was originally worried when she saw the two figures on the green fallen leaves. Her face was full of surprise. Su Chen landed on the ground and placed everything in his hands on the stone table. Lu Yuyu asked curiously, Have you made a fortune? Su Chen smiled. I went down the mountain and made some money. All of Su Chen's money was obtained by cheating the 4 great immortal cultivation families during this trip down the mountain. Su Yang, wearing new clothes, turned around in front of Lu Yuyu. Mom, does this new dress look good? Of course it looks good. My baby is the most beautiful. Lu Yuyu suddenly hugged Su Yang and kissed his face. At this time, Lu Yuyu's figure became even more graceful. It does have a unique charm. Su Chen glanced at the mother and son. He said, Don't mention it. My son looks quite like me. He's a bit as handsome as me. Tisk, you're so smooth talking. Why did you go down the mountain? Practice. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Only then did Lu Yuyu realize that Su Chen had improved again. She said with surprise, "You have reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm?" Su Chen nodded. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but smack her lips. The speed of this cultivation is too fast. Su Chen suddenly said, "I won't go back early today." A blush immediately appeared on Lu Yuyu's face. "You already have children, and you're still doing this. You can still have a second child." Su Chen chuckled. Su Yang opened his eyes wide and asked curiously, "Mother, what are you doing?" Su Chen was scared and patted Su Yang on the head. "Children don't need to understand." Lu Yuyu glared at Su Chen in annoyance, but a blush quietly appeared on her pretty face. Su Chen chuckled and said no more. Chapter 20. The Unusual Features of Yin Wu Lei. After saying goodbye to Lu Yuyu, Su Chen returned to Lu Lingyu's residence. On the mountain surrounded by spiritual energy, Lu Lingyu sat in front of a stone table, playing the guzheng. Combined with the surrounding scenes, there is suddenly a fairy-like feeling. Su Chen controlled the green leaves and slowly landed on the ground. When Lu Lingyu saw Su Chen returning, her eyes were suddenly filled with joy. She stood up and walked quickly towards Su Chen. "I have good news for you, guess what it is?" Su Chen shook his head, but he was very clear in his mind. Lu Lingyu is pregnant. It's very simple. Because Su Chen heard the system prompt sound as early as when he was on his way back. Congratulations to the host for having the 5th offspring. Offspring's current status, unborn. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Su Chen didn't expect that Lu Lingyu would be pregnant so soon. Lu Lingyu seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly there was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Since she was pregnant, Su Chen was about to leave. She turned her head and said, "But before I tell you the good news, you have to promise me that when I go home, you have to go with me." Su Chen smiled and nodded. Lu Lingyu then smiled and said, "Okay, you're going to be a father." Lu Lingyu touched her belly with a happy look on her face. If the people at the foot of the mountain saw Lu Lingyu in this state, they would definitely be shocked. She was the pride of the Lu family, a family of immortal cultivators, and yet she felt happy to have a child for a man. Su Chen nodded slightly. With this system, Su Chen's goal is not just to give birth to a child and improve his cultivation. These senior sisters who have weekends off with me, as well as the children I gave birth to, are all my relatives and partners on my future path to becoming an immortal. In the first 20 years of his life, Su Chen knew almost nothing about cultivating immortals. "I always believe that cultivating immortals can improve my strength and allow me to live a better life in this world of cultivating immortals." However, when Su Chen truly embarked on the journey of cultivating immortals, only then did Su Chen understand the true difficulty of cultivating immortals. As the saying goes, the more you understand power, the more you understand your own insignificance. With Su Chen's current realm, he is not worth mentioning at all on the long road of cultivating immortals. What name would you give it? Su Long, Su Hu, Su Hua, Su Chao. I think these are okay. Lu Lingyu gave Su Chen a cold look. I really can't praise his father's naming skills. Su Chen touched his head awkwardly. The baby hasn't been born yet. Let's decide on the name after it's born. Lu Lingyu smiled. Su Chen did not refute. After sharing the good news with Su Chen, Lu Lingyu walked to the guzheng again, and soon the melodious music sounded again. The sound of this music is filled with spiritual power and nourishes people's minds. Su Chen began to meditate and practice. Suddenly, he asked, "Senior Sister Lingyu, how much do you know about the path of immortal cultivation?" Lu Lingyu was playing the guzheng and looked at Su Chen with some surprise. Lu Lingyu had never seriously thought about the path of cultivating immortals. Maybe it's the pursuit of stronger abilities. So where is our current strength? Lu Lingyu smiled and opened her red lips. Too small. As a member of a family of immortal cultivators, Lu Lingyu naturally has more profound knowledge about immortal cultivation. The cultivation of immortals is divided into the Qi training stage, the foundation building stage, the elixir formation stage, the Yuanyang stage, the spirit transformation stage, the tribulation crossing stage, and the Mahayana stage. Su Chen was ashamed to see so many realms. It seems that my current so-called Qi refining realm is really too insignificant. Who knows? Lu Lingyu continued. However, these are just the basics of cultivating immortals. Base. Su Chen was puzzled. Lu Lingyu continued to explain. The path of cultivating immortals is also connected to the world in which one lives. The so-called 3,000 small worlds and one great world. The world we live in is just a cave heaven among the 3,000 small worlds. After comprehending the Mahayana stage, we can ascend to the great world. The realm after that is unknown. Su Chen's eyes were full of surprise. Lu Lingyu chuckled. Those things are too far away from us. From childhood to adulthood, the strongest people I have ever seen are only Yuanyang stage cultivators. I have never seen the later Huashan stage, let alone the top-level masters of the Jedu stage and the Deshang stage. It is said that in our small world, for thousands of years, no one has been able to comprehend the Mahayana stage and enter the great world. Su Chen nodded. Those things are still too far away from me. What I need to do now is to walk my own journey of cultivating immortals. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Senior Sister Lingyu, do you have any research on Taoism? Of course, although this is not my major, I do know a little bit about it. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. That's perfect. Can you help me take a look at this method? As Su Chen spoke, a purple lightning appeared from his hand. The thunder technique danced in Su Chen's hands, looking very beautiful. Lu Lingyu's eyes were full of surprise. It's actually Yin Wu Lei. Lu Lingyu spoke. She had already seen Su Chen practice both Taoism and sword cultivation at the same time. Moreover, with the talent Su Chen showed now, it was not surprising that he possessed the Yin Five Thunders. Are there still Yang Wu Lei? Lu Lingyu chuckled. Of course, but you, kid, don't plan on practicing Yang Wu Lei. As she spoke, Lu Lingyu blushed. This Yang Wu Lei must be practiced by a boy. You, a prodigal, cannot practice it. Su Chen sighed inwardly. What a pity. However, the Yin Five Thunders are, in a sense, stronger than the Yang Five Thunders. However, they lack some of the majestic Tao energy. As Lu Lingyu spoke, she stared at the thunder magic in Su Chen's hand, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Because Su Chen's Yin Wu Lei seemed to possess a majestic Taoist spirit. Logically speaking, Yin Wu Lei couldn't be like this. However, your Yin Wu Lei seems to have some great Tao energy. Senior sister, what is the key to the strength of Taoism? State of mind. Su Chen immediately understood that the reason why his Yin Wu Lei possessed such a majestic aura of Taoism was probably due to his state of mind. Due to the existence of the heart-nourishing sutra, Su Chen's state of mind was extremely pure. It can be said that in this mortal world, Su Chen's state of mind is no different from that of a child. This has many benefits for the practice of Taoism. Lu Lingyu smiled with relief. Su Chen, I really don't understand you at all. Your cultivation talent is truly the strongest I have ever seen. Challenging higher levels and condensing the Tao Qi from Yin Wu Lei, these things all broke Lu Lingyu's cognition. Su Chen touched his head. At this time, not far away, a figure slowly appeared in the clouds. Su Chen was very familiar with that aura. That aura actually belonged to Senior Sister Li. Only Senior Sister Li can possess such powerful spiritual energy. Lu Lingyu understood and nodded. Su Chen immediately flew up and flew towards the clouds. Chapter 21 Farewell. Su Chen flew up and stood face to face with Senior Sister Li in the air. Senior Sister Li was wearing a veil and had a graceful figure. Her gauze-like clothes fluttered in the wind, which made people imagine a lot. Su Chen had already seen what Senior Sister Li looked like. With a smile in his eyes, he asked, Senior Sister Li, I'm leaving now. Senior Sister Li spoke. Su Chen was a little confused. Senior Sister, where are we going? Go find the sect master. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. It has been almost 2 years since Su Chen came to Lingyin Sect, but he has never seen this mysterious sect leader. Su Chen's understanding of the sect leader was limited to knowing that she was a peerless beauty with unfathomable strength and stunning beauty. As for the rest, I know nothing. Senior Sister Li said this while holding Su Yu in her arms. She activated her spiritual power, and then Su Yu's body rose into the air and flew towards Su Chen. Su Chen gently took Su Yu. This is your daughter, take good care of her. Su Chen nodded in understanding, and he looked at Senior Sister Li with curiosity. What on earth is Senior Sister Li going to do? Senior Sister Li also noticed the confusion in Su Chen's eyes. She said coldly, your strength is too weak. It's useless to know this now. Take good care of Su Yu and wait for me to come back. After saying that, Senior Sister Li looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes. If I hadn't come back, you would have to raise Su Yu well. Su Chen was shocked. What on earth happened that made a master like Senior Sister Li say such words? Senior Sister Li did not explain any further. After all, Su Chen is her man and Su Yu's father. Her future is uncertain when she goes out this time, so she can only entrust Su Yu to Su Chen. Senior Sister Li suddenly took a step forward, and the woman's body fragrance immediately lingered around Su Chen's nostrils. She lowered her head, leaned over, and kissed Su Yu. The beautiful hair slid across Su Chen's cheek, leaving a hint of fragrance. My dear daughter, wait for mother to come back. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. As Su Chen spoke, he took out the 8 diagrams formation from his body. He handed the 8 diagrams formation to Senior Sister Li. Sister, this is the 8 formation diagram. I know that what you practice is the Taoism. The level of this 8 formation diagram is not high, but it is also a Xian level treasure. It may be useful for you to keep it. Spiritual creatures in the world are extremely rare. The treasures that each person possesses are very limited, and a Xian level treasure like this is already a very good treasure. However, Su Chen's Taoist level was too low, and he could not bring out the full power of the 8 diagrams. Senior Sister Li is a cultivator in the Jindan stage, and she can definitely unleash the power of the 8 diagrams to a greater extent. There was a hint of surprise in Senior Sister Li's eyes. A cultivator like Su Chen can actually come up with a treasure of this level. She calmed down and realized that Su Chen had made another breakthrough. Su Chen's current strength has reached the 9th level of Qi refining realm. Senior Sister Li felt a little relieved. She could feel that Su Chen was not just a simple cultivator. There is a great opportunity hidden in Su Chen. She looked at Su Chen seriously and said, "Being a father is different from being a mother. You must take good care of your daughter and not be rough with her. As for other matters within the mountain gate, I have already explained them to those junior sisters. They will help you protect the sect well." It can be said that in the Lingyin Sect, Senior Sister Li is the strongest cultivator besides the sect master, and her words carry great weight. Su Chen nodded. He stretched out his hand in front of Su Yu, and Su Yu immediately hugged Su Chen's fingers with her tender little hands. A strange feeling came from Su Chen. This was the first time Su Chen felt this feeling, the feeling that blood is thicker than water. "Yeah," little Su Yu cried. Senior Sister Li looked at Su Yu reluctantly. Then, she looked at Su Chen and said coldly, "As a father, take good care of Su Yu." Su Chen nodded seriously. Afterwards, Senior Sister Li flew up and quickly disappeared from the top of the clouds. Su Chen carried little Su Yu back to Lu Lingyu's residence. Lu Lingyu looked at Xiao Suyue with curiosity and exclaimed, "So beautiful. This is the child of Senior Sister Li and I. Let me hug you." Lu Lingyu spoke. She took Su Yu, and Su Yu was surprisingly very well behaved and did not resist at all. Lu Lingyu's face was full of fondness as she teased Su Yu. Su Yu was babbling, and the scene was very warm. "What's this kid's name?" "Su Yu. It's a nice name. You didn't come up with it, did you?" Su Chen smiled awkwardly. He said to himself, "I wonder what Senior Sister Li is doing this time. It seems to be a very serious matter, related to the sect master." Lu Lingyu's expression became solemn. "I know about this. They have something to do." Seeing Lu Lingyu's rare expression, Su Chen also realized the seriousness of the matter. This matter is related to what happened 10 years ago. What we can do now is to maintain the stability of the mountain gate. Su Chen asked curiously, "Does Senior Sister Lingyu know the inside story?" Lu Lingyu nodded. "Although I haven't experienced it, the reason why many female cultivators in the Lingyin Sect suffered damage to their spiritual roots was because of the great battle 10 years ago." Su Chen's face was full of confusion. "What's going on?" "The demons are invading," Lu Lingyu said calmly, but Su Chen was stunned. In this world of cultivating immortals, there are cultivators, and naturally there are also wild spirits, monsters and demons. These things can also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and cultivate into spirits. The demon race is a race. Like humans, they also need to practice to become stronger, but there is a shortcut to their practice. That is to devour humans. In the human world, ordinary people are terrified of demons, while cultivators hate demons with all their heart. During that war, the demon tribe invaded and dealt a devastating blow to the Lingyin Sect. Many female cultivators used their own spiritual roots as a guide to stop the demon tribe's invasion. Su Chen could understand the brutality of the battle just by listening. Su Chen could feel that the foundation of every senior sister who had a weekend off with him, except Lu Lingyu, was severely damaged. Su Chen said seriously, "I see. Now it seems that the seal of the demon race has loosened. I guess it's because of this incident." Lu Lingyu spoke and quickly changed to a relaxed tone. "But don't worry. When the time comes, Lingyin Sect will naturally have a way to deal with it. The accumulation of Lingyin Sect over the past 10 years has not been in vain." While the two were talking, a burst of crying was heard. Su Yu suddenly frowned and started crying. Su Chen had never seen such a situation before, and he was a little flustered. "I don't know what to do." Lu Lingyu looked at Su Chen and chuckled. "Little Su Yu is hungry and wants to drink milk." Chapter 22. Hard Life with a Baby. "What should we do then?" Su Chen asked. When it comes to taking care of children, Su Chen really doesn't know how to go about it. Lu Lingyu blushed. "I don't know either. If my child is born, I can replace the milk for feeding, but I don't have any milk right now." Speaking of this, Lu Lingyu's face turned even redder. When it comes to having children, it is ultimately a private topic. Su Chen thought about it and decided that if he could replace the feeding, he could find someone. Lu Yuyu is no match for him. Su Yang is already 1.5 years old and is long past the age of weaning. The only one I can count on right now is Bai Ling. Su Chen thought. Lu Lingyu suddenly said, there is another thing that can be used as a substitute, and that is xianxia ganlu. This kind of thing is very precious. It requires the essence of the sun and the moon to condense. I still have some here, but not much. Su Chen was overjoyed. With this thing, he could use it as a temporary replacement. Senior Sister Li should be back after a while. Lu Lingyu nodded. I have about 3 days' supply here. After that, we'll have to find a replacement wet nurse. As Lu Lingyu spoke, she waved her hand, and a crystal liquid fell into Su Chen's hand. Su Chen placed the xianxia ganlu near Su Yu's mouth. As soon as the liquid entered her mouth, Su Yu stopped crying immediately. There was surprise in Su Chen's eyes. Is this xianxia ganlu so magical? Just such a small drop can have such a great effect. Lu Lingyu said, this way, I won't be hungry today. Su Chen nodded. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host and his offspring Su Yu for increasing their intimacy. Intimacy value increased by 10, current intimacy value 20 out of 100. Reward, 50 years of cultivation. Su Chen's cultivation at this time has reached the point where he can break through to the 10th level of Qi refining realm, the state of great perfection. However, Su Chen did not want to make a breakthrough at this time. It will be beneficial to your own cultivation to make a breakthrough after your cultivation has become more stable. Su Chen was ecstatic. In this way, wouldn't his cultivation level be greatly improved during these days of taking care of Su Yu? Lu Lingyu looked at Su Chen's happy expression and felt a little puzzled. Not enough, she didn't ask any more questions. On the 3rd day, Su Chen was sitting in the yard meditating to improve his cultivation. Lu Lingyu is also pregnant. According to the rules of cultivation in Lingyin Sect, the next senior sister will come to find her soon. Su Chen felt his cultivation improving, and suddenly a pair of small hands reached out to his neck. Su Yu is already nearly 1 year old. Although she is still breastfeeding, she has a very high spiritual root. Basically, he is mentally complete. But Su Yu is special. Unlike Su Yang, she could speak and walk upright less than half a month after she was born. Su Yu's spiritual roots are very high, but her current behavior is no different from that of an ordinary toddler, and she still cannot speak. Su Yu babbled, and then climbed onto Su Chen's neck. Su Chen simply ignored her. Being close to your children is extremely beneficial to your cultivation. Moreover, Su Chen had never experienced such an atmosphere before. Su Chen felt the tender flesh of the neck wrapped around his neck, and a warm feeling passed through his heart. The system's voice also continued to come. Congratulations to the host, you are close to your offspring. Your intimacy level has increased by 1, and your cultivation has increased by 5 years. Congratulations to the host's offspring for being close. Intimacy increased by 1, and cultivation increased by 5 years. In just 2 hours, the intimacy between Su Chen and Su Yu increased by 10 points, and their cultivation also increased by 50 years accordingly. Su Chen was extremely surprised. It seems that with this speed of cultivation, I might really be able to travel to the vast world in my lifetime. At this moment, a figure suddenly and slowly appeared on the top of the mountain. It's a woman. The woman was wearing a light gauze dress, and her clothes were very thin. However, the woman's figure is surprisingly good, and just looking at her makes people have all kinds of fantasies. Su Chen recognized it immediately. This is the 6th senior sister of Lingyin Sect, Chen Yue. Su Chen immediately stood up, picked up little Su Yu, and flew to Chen Yue's side. Su Chen has met senior sister. Chen Yue's eyes were cold. In terms of appearance, Su Chen is indeed good-looking, but Su Chen is just a cultivator, and in the final analysis, he is a person of low status. Chen Yue couldn't understand why the previous senior and junior sisters were so obsessed with Su Chen. Before coming, Chen Yue did her homework. However, all the senior and junior sisters were very satisfied with Su Chen. There are even other emotions mixed in. Chen Yue snorted coldly. Next, you will help me heal and train. Su Chen shook his head. Senior sister Yue, we are collaborating for mutual benefit. There is no such thing as one helping the other. Su Chen's tone was relaxed. Chen Yue was a little surprised. It seems that Su Chen has no guilt at all about his identity as a cultivator. On the contrary, Su Chen was very proud. Chen Yue's disgust towards Su Chen deepened even more. I've already told junior sister Lingyu. There's no need to inform her, just come with me. Chen Yue spoke, and a powerful spiritual energy suddenly emanated from her body. The peak of foundation building. This Chen Yue is not very old, but her strength has actually reached the peak of foundation building. I have to say that all the female cultivators at Lingyin Peak are geniuses. Su Chen nodded, and then prepared to leave with Chen Yue. Chen Yue suddenly asked, "What's going on with the baby in your arms?" Su Chen came back to his senses and explained, "This is the child of senior sister Li and me. Senior sister Li is out, so I have to take care of him for a few days." There was no way to find fault with Su Chen's explanation, but Chen Yue still felt a little uncomfortable. Su Chen couldn't help but feel guilty and ashamed about his identity as a cultivator, and he was also so amorous. "I'm afraid he is that kind of promiscuous and dissolute person." Chen Yue looked at Su Chen coldly. "If it weren't for my injuries that needed treatment, I would never get close to such a person." "Then carry it and go," Chen Yue said, then took off into the air. Su Chen followed. Chen Yue's residence, like Lu Yuyu and the others, is a unique courtyard. Most of these small courtyards are located in places with abundant spiritual energy, which is conducive to cultivation. Chen Yue slowly landed on the ground and said coldly, "You stay here for now. I'll come find you tonight." After saying that, Chen Yue immediately flew away. Su Chen could see that Chen Yue treated him very badly and didn't want to stay with him for even a moment. He didn't mind. After embarking on the path of cultivating immortals, Su Chen discovered that he could cultivate faster by practicing in a place full of spiritual energy. After Chen Yue left, Su Chen began to meditate and practice. Su Yu sat obediently on the side, looking at her father with curiosity. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is already night. Su Chen opened his eyes and suddenly heard a babbling sound. Su Yu twisted her butt, crawled to her side, opened her mouth, and indicated that she was hungry. Chapter 23. The fourth child is born, a genius boy. Su Chen immediately became flustered and forgot that 3 days had already passed, and that Xianxia Ganlu was not enough. Now that senior sister Li hasn't come back yet, where can Su Yu find food? Su Chen was extremely anxious. Su Yu blinked her big eyes and looked at Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen had no food in his hand, she gradually felt aggrieved. However, Su Yu did not cry. After spending a few days together, Su Yu has matured and already knows that Su Chen is her father. Su Yu's aggrieved look made Su Chen even more anxious. It was only the 3rd day, and Su Yu had nothing to eat. It turned out that she was not suitable for taking care of a baby. Just when Su Chen was getting anxious, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. "Congratulations to the host for having a 4th offspring. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. Reward item: Comprehensive Mastery Secret Book. This secret book can help the host improve the way to get along with his offspring." Su Chen was ecstatic. If he guessed correctly, it was his 4th senior sister, Tang Ziyuan, who gave birth to a child. Gurgle. A sound of hunger. Su Yu touched her belly embarrassedly. Then she turned her head away, not wanting Su Chen to see. Su Chen smiled and said, "Let's go find some milk." There was a hint of desire in Su Yu's eyes. Su Chen suddenly picked up Su Yu, and then countless fallen leaves rose up, carrying Su Chen and Su Yu into the air. At this time, in Tang Ziyuan's residence, she was lying on the bed with a pale face. She had just given birth and was still very weak. However, a small crying sound was heard, and Tang Ziyuan looked at her child with a loving face. This child is a boy. Just as Tang Ziyuan was holding the child, there was a sudden noise outside the door. A handsome man walked in. "It's Su Chen." Tang Ziyuan's face was full of surprise, and then her face turned slightly red. "I had just given birth and my clothes were not yet properly dressed." Su Chen walked in and naturally saw everything clearly. However, Su Chen did not have any obscene thoughts. He waved his hand, and then covered Tang Ziyuan with the quilt next to him. Tang Ziyuan asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you giving birth?" "Of course I'll come and see." A hint of warmth appeared in Tang Ziyuan's heart. She nodded slightly, then said, "It's a boy. Have you chosen a name yet?" "Not yet, but since it's a boy, I want to name him Su Yu. Pian Gongzi is as gentle as jade. I think this name is very good." "Okay, then it's up to you." As soon as Su Chen agreed, the system updated Su Chen's information. Current cultivation level. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, Qi training, level 9. Spiritual root, intermediate yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1.5 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year old. Su Jia, intermediate Xian rank, half a year old. Su Yu, high Xian rank, newborn. Item none. Techniques, Yunin Ju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and Tiger Body Building Method, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang Hehuan Secret Technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Bahua Diagram, yellow rank, advanced level. Yang Xian Jing, yellow rank, Intermediate level, the art of mastering everything. Su Chen ignored her and walked to Tang Ziyuan's side, looking carefully at the baby in her arms. This is the child with the highest spiritual roots that Su Chen has given birth to so far. Su Chen wants to see what is special about him. Su Yu was babbling and looked no different from an ordinary baby. Su Chen stretched out his hand, and Su Yu's small hand held Su Chen's fingers. Suddenly, he said, "Daddy." Su Chen opened his eyes wide. He was only 1 day old, and he could already call Daddy? Sure enough, children with high spiritual roots are different. Tang Ziyuan was also surprised. Su Chen said quietly, "It seems that this child is a genius." Tang Ziyuan was delighted, and suddenly, she saw Su Yu following behind Su Chen. Su Yu is not tall, but her face is full of spirituality. She looked at Tang Ziyuan timidly. Tang Ziyuan asked, "What is this?" Su Chen smiled. "My child is from senior sister Li and me. Senior sister Li is out, so I'm here to take care of her." "What's his name?" "Su Yu." "It's a nice name. She really looks like senior sister Li. She's really pretty." Tang Ziyuan said this and opened his arms. "Come, Xiao Suyue, show it to your aunt." Su Chen was still a little worried. What if his senior sisters got jealous and didn't like the children born to him and other senior sisters? What should he do? However, it now seems that this worry was unnecessary. Little Su Yu staggered to Tang Ziyuan's side. Tang Ziyuan suddenly hugged little Su Yu. At this moment, the sound of the stomach rumbling sounded again. Su Yu touched her head awkwardly. Only then did Su Chen remember the important matter. He looked at Tang Ziyuan and said tentatively, "Senior sister Ziyuan, can I ask you a favor?" "You say?" "Little Su Yu is hungry and needs breast milk." Tang Ziyuan immediately understood and smiled. "Since senior sister Li is not in the sect, I will temporarily be little Su Yu's wet nurse." Su Chen nodded happily. Tang Ziyuan said as she held Su Yu in her arms. Then she rolled her eyes at Su Chen. "You're not going out yet?" Su Chen was stunned for a moment before he realized that senior sister Ziyuan was about to start breastfeeding. He muttered something. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." "That won't work either. Little Su Yu is still here. He won't be a big pervert like you in the future." As she spoke, Tang Ziyuan curled her lips. Su Chen laughed and then left the room. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was already late when Su Chen took Su Yu back. Su Yu followed Su Chen obediently. Suddenly, her mouth opened. The next words he uttered were no longer babbling sounds, but a clearly pronounced "Daddy." Su Yu is almost 1 year old. As an offspring with high-level yellow spiritual roots, he has never been able to speak clearly before. But at this moment, when he heard the word "Daddy," Su Chen's heart suddenly surged with tenderness that only a loving father could have. He picked up little Su Yu, kissed her tender little face hard, and said with a smile, "Hey, my dear daughter." The father and daughter had a happy journey back to Qinyue's residence. Su Chen slowly landed on the ground. The small courtyard seemed very peaceful under the moonlight. However, Su Chen's expression was not right, because he suddenly remembered that he had made an appointment with senior sister Qinyue to start working tonight. He looked around, but did not see senior sister Qinyue. And on the stone table in the yard, there was a note. There is a sentence written on it. "Come find me in the cave in the south of Lingyin Peak." The handwriting was very beautiful. Su Chen thought that this must have been left by senior sister Qinyue. He glanced around and found the yard was very quiet, with no signs of a fight. Senior sister Qinyue is so powerful, nothing should happen to her. Chapter 24, Strange Secret Realm. The valley of Lingyin Peak is full of spiritual energy. The figures of various spiritual beasts continued to emerge. This is the area with the most abundant spiritual energy in Lingyin Peak, but few practitioners come here, because there is a mysterious existence here. Secret Realm. Secret realms usually exist in places with abundant spiritual energy, and there are also various adventures in secret realms. However, there are often dangers in these adventures. Moreover, the level of spiritual energy in the secret realm is unknown, so even a cultivator with profound strength would not easily come to a place with such abundant spiritual energy. Once a powerful secret realm is triggered, the practitioner is very likely to be trapped in the secret realm. I can never get out. And at the top of this valley, a figure stood on the mountaintop. In the moonlight, her graceful figure looks particularly beautiful. Qinyue closed her eyes and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. This is the place where she often comes to practice. It is a place that most people dare not try, but Qinyue does not care. The path of cultivating immortality is not something that ordinary people can attempt. If you want to gain stronger cultivation, this risk is worth it. Moreover, since Qinyue came here to practice, even if she entered the secret realm, she could easily dissolve it. Qinyue opened her eyes and looked at the sky. It was already midnight, But Su Chen had not arrived yet. Chen Yue felt a little angry when she thought of this. It was only the first day, and Su Chen broke his promise. This made Chen Yue have an extremely bad impression of Su Chen. However, his injuries did require treatment from a cultivator like Su Chen. Although xianxia is a cultivator of low status, he is very rare. In general sects, there is no such thing as cultivation. Being able to have a double rest is an excellent opportunity for the female practitioners of Lingyin Sect to heal their injuries. Chen Yue sighed. If I hadn't experienced that great battle with the demon clan, I wouldn't have been injured like this. There is no need to take a weekend off to recuperate with someone like Su Chen. What Chen Yue didn't know was that Su Chen was playing chess with someone at this moment. Su Chen looked at the old man in front of the chessboard and frowned. 2 hours ago, Su Chen had already arrived in this valley. Su Chen had never seen a place with such abundant spiritual energy. In the valley, some spiritual beasts that had never been seen before kept appearing. Su Chen was surprised and headed towards the place left by Chen Yue. However, not long after, Su Chen saw a chessboard in an open space in the dense forest. Su Chen was very curious, however, when he walked near the chessboard and wanted to watch. Suddenly I felt dizzy. When Su Chen woke up again, he was sitting on a chessboard. This chessboard is completely suspended in the air. Su Chen's body could not move at all, and he could only stay in the chess game. On the other side of the chessboard was a white-haired old man. Su Chen was curious about the old man's cultivation level, but found that the old man's cultivation level seemed to be unfathomable and could not be seen at all. The old man smiled. Young man, just focus on your chess. You can't get out of this chess game unless you beat me. Su Chen had no idea what was going on, but he couldn't move his body, so he could only play chess with the old man. However, after a few rounds, Su Chen became desperate. There is no way to estimate the chess skills of this old man. He plays chess without any rules at all. Moreover, Su Chen knew nothing about Go. Su Chen said, Old man, can I ask about your identity? I'm not from this world. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. He immediately said, Can I ask which world the old man is from? The old man smiled. You don't need to know, just focus on playing chess. Afterwards, the old man stopped talking. After that, Su Chen became more and more desperate. There was absolutely no way he could beat the old man, even as the game progressed. There was no way Su Chen could survive 10 rounds at the hands of the old man. Su Chen was a little overwhelmed. In the current situation, he was completely unable to move. If this goes on, I'll never be able to get out. But at this moment, the old man suddenly spoke. Boy, what's your chess style? Su Chen was stunned. There's no rules. Su Chen answered truthfully. The old man smiled and said, You are quite frank. Su Chen looked embarrassed. Although he could not sense any ill will from the old man, he could not play chess here every day. Is there any way you can let me leave this chessboard? The old man said, Better win me. Damn, this old man is playing tricks on me. Su Chen cursed in his heart. My own system is of no use here. So what should we do? The old man said quietly. You can try a different style of chess. I think your personality is more suited to a bit of edge. Su Chen thought for a moment and then made a move. Now, there is no other way. This is the only way. At this time, outside, Chen Yue didn't wait for Su Chen and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She flew up and quickly disappeared into the night. Soon, she arrived at the courtyard. On the stone table, little Su Yu fell asleep, with drool on her childish face, looking very cute. Chen Yue woke Su Yu up. Su Yu, where is your father? Although Chen Yue had a very bad impression of Su Chen, she still liked Su Yu very much. After all, he is senior sister Li's child. Plus, Chen Yue herself likes children very much. Su Yu rubbed her eyes and said sleepily, Daddy has come to find you. Chen Yue's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that Su Chen has already gone? She suddenly thought of something. She had been practicing in the valley of Lingyin Peak for many years and nothing had happened. Chen Yue almost forgot that in that place full of spiritual energy, there was also an extremely strange secret realm. Could it be that Su Chen was trapped in that strange secret place? Chen Yue's face was full of worry. If you get trapped in a secret realm, outsiders will be unable to help you. Unless the sect leader comes back and takes action. Otherwise, Su Chen would either have to escape through his own efforts, or be trapped in the secret realm for the rest of his life. All Chen Yue could pray now was that the level of the strange secret realm that Su Chen fell into was not very high. Otherwise, Su Chen would probably have to stay in the secret realm until the sect leader returned. The body of an ordinary cultivator simply cannot withstand that long in the secret realm, and it is simply impossible for the sect leader to come back. At least wait a month. This is almost a death situation for Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen's face was calm, and he placed a piece. The old man's eyes were full of surprise. Su Chen's chess piece was placed very cleverly, although this clever method seemed insignificant. However, it hides a sharp edge. Chapter 25, The Endless Game of Chess. Su Chen didn't say anything and placed another piece. Calming down to play chess, Su Chen discovered that playing chess was not that difficult. In just such a short period of time, Su Chen had already learned some of the tricks. The old man looked at Su Chen with some surprise. This young man seems to have a strong learning ability. He smiled faintly. But we're still a long way off. The old man dropped a piece, and Su Chen looked and found that he had lost again. However, this time, Su Chen lasted until the 15th round. Compared to the previous time when he could not last more than 10 rounds, this is a big improvement. Su Chen said, "Come again." The old man smiled without saying anything. He just waved his hand, and the chessboard returned to its original state. Su Chen had no choice but to continue playing chess. At this time, outside the secret realm, Chen Yue's face was full of anxiety. The entire valley was searched, but there was no trace of Su Chen. It seems that Su Chen has indeed entered a secret realm. Now all Chen Yue could pray was that the level of the secret realm Su Chen entered was not very high. Otherwise, there is no way. Just as Chen Yue was anxiously searching, suddenly, a figure appeared above the valley. Lu Lingyu came in the air, and suddenly, the spiritual energy around her became a little warmer like water. "Where's Su Chen?" Su Yu informed Lu Lingyu of the matter as soon as possible. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Lingyu also rushed over quickly. "I can't let the baby in my belly be without a father before it is born. Junior sister Lingyu, Su Chen may have fallen into a secret realm." When Lu Lingyu heard Chen Yue's words, her pretty face immediately changed color. The secret realm, if it is a high-level secret realm, with Su Chen's current strength, he cannot get out at all. She asked, "Strange, why is Su Chen here?" Chen Yue felt a little guilty. She pondered for a moment, then said, "Junior sister Lingyu, it's my fault. I forgot the existence of the secret realm. This is where I practice every day. So, I asked Su Chen to come here to find me, and as a result, Su Chen fell into the secret realm." After saying that, Chen Yue glanced at Lu Lingyu with a hint of timidity in her eyes. "After all, it was my own fault. I'm going to find the sect master." Lu Lingyu did not blame Chen Yue, but spoke. "Senior sister Yue, please take care of Su Yu for the time being. When I find the sect master and come back, I will rescue Su Chen as quickly as possible." After saying that, Lu Lingyu flew away. Chen Yue had no time to stop it. The sect leader was practicing hard outside the mountain gate, and it seemed that place was close to the demon realm. Even if we rush back as quickly as possible, it will still take 10 days. And is it worth it because of such a small thing? Su Chen is just a cultivator. While Chen Yue was thinking, she suddenly felt a pair of small hands on her palms. She looked down and found Su Yu looking at her. Su Yu couldn't speak fluently yet, and just called out, "Daddy," in a vague voice. Then, a pair of big eyes looked at Chen Yue with worry. Chen Yue suddenly felt a little guilty. Why do the senior and junior sisters have such deep feelings for Su Chen, a cultivator? Could it be that I have too much prejudice against Xianxia? Young man, your chess skills are becoming more and more sophisticated. Your chess style is quite sharp, but you need to add some structure to it. Su Chen complained a few words in his heart. This old man's chess-playing style has no rules at all, yet he still has the nerve to demand rules for himself. Su Chen couldn't count how many chess games he had played. And among all the chess games he played, he never won a single one. This old man is here specifically to harm me. Su Chen was full of dissatisfaction, but there was nothing he could do. I don't know what kind of spell has been cast on this environment I'm in now. Su Chen had no way to do anything else except playing chess. Even Su Chen wanted to activate his own zodiac sign, but he couldn't do it. The old man gave birth to a child. Young man, you lose again. Su Chen looked at the chessboard and found that his black pieces had basically been surrounded. Although there were only a few pieces on the chessboard, Su Chen, who was already familiar with the game, understood that he would lose if he continued playing this game. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Shall we continue? The old man waved his hand. Never mind, that's it for tonight. The old man said, returning the chessboard to its original position. You've made it to the 20th round today. Not bad. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Tomorrow? Su Chen was almost about to burst into curse. When the old man said that was it, Su Chen thought the torture was over. Who knew that this old man would actually want to play chess with me tomorrow? Su Chen calmed down and said calmly, How long have we been playing chess now? In this space, there is no distinction between day and night, and Su Chen cannot judge the passage of time. The old man pursed his lips. About 5 hours. The time here is the same as outside. You don't have to worry about that. The old man said, preparing to turn and leave. Su Chen looked at the old man with resentment. This old man probably had some problems. Who is a normal person who can get someone to play chess for 5 hours? The old man didn't say anything more, but took small steps and disappeared from Su Chen's sight. Su Chen found that the old man was gone and suddenly discovered a very serious problem. Hey, old man, why don't you remove my seal? I can't just sit here and wait for you to come again. There was no echo around. Su Chen's face was full of despair. He looked at the chessboard in front of him and found that he could still play chess. Needless to say, the old man will never come back. Su Chen simply looked at the chessboard and raised his hand to place a piece. Judging from the old man's attitude, as long as he beats the old man, he might be able to get out. Since I can't do anything else now, I might as well study chess. Maybe I can really beat this old man. At this time, in a valley in the demon realm, a beautiful woman is meditating and practicing. The woman was wearing a chiffon shirt and had a very proud figure. What was most surprising was her face. When people saw it, no matter how strong the man's willpower was, they would definitely be fascinated by this face. The woman frowned. Ever since she came to this demon realm to practice, her injuries didn't seem to recover. However, the speed at which the injuries got worse was decreasing. It seems that only in this demon realm can the deterioration of the wound be greatly slowed down. Only then can you find a way to heal your wounds. She sighed softly, and there seemed to be some sadness in her eyes. I don't know how the female disciples in the mountain gate are injured. If it weren't for the great battle with the demon race 10 years ago, how could I have ended up in such a situation? Chapter 26 Lingyin Sect Master Lung Wushuang. The woman opened her eyes and ended her meditation. This hard training in the demon realm only temporarily stopped the spread of his injuries. It does not help at all in recovering from his injuries. The woman sighed. At this moment, her expression suddenly changed, and then her eyes looked towards the exit of the valley. At the exit of the valley, a woman appeared. The woman was wearing a white robe and had a very voluptuous figure. Even the white robe couldn't cover her curvy figure. Master, long time no see. The person who came this time was Senior Sister Li from Lingyin Sect. Senior Sister Li took a few steps forward, smiling. The extremely beautiful woman in front of him was none other than the leader of Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang, the extraordinary woman who had brought them together to form the Lingyin Sect. After Lung Wushuang saw who was coming, his expression immediately relaxed. She stepped forward and asked, "How are the sisters in the sect?" "Very good. They are all worried about you." "Master, are you okay in this demon realm?" Lung Wushuang hid the loneliness in his eyes. In fact, Lung Wushuang was not living a good life in this demon realm. Years of hard training had no effect, but as long as he left this demon realm, the injuries would continue to spread. "I'm afraid I will never be able to leave this demon realm in my lifetime." However, she still smiled and said, "That's fine, don't worry about me." "That's good." Lung Wushuang asked, "How are your injuries?" "Everything is recovering," Senior Sister Li said. Then, a blush appeared on her face. "We found a kind of cultivator to heal the wounds." "What?" Lung Wushuang's face was filled with shock. "I didn't expect that the female practitioners of Lingyin Sect would use this method to heal their injuries. However, since they chose this method of healing, Lung Wushuang also respected their wishes. Senior Sister Li then spoke up, "Cultivating seeds is very beneficial for healing injuries." Lung Wushuang shook his head and sighed. "I understand this method of healing, but it doesn't work for me at all. Generally, only those with extremely poor talent in cultivating immortals would choose to become seed cultivators. For a cultivator of Lung Wushuang's level, it is completely useless. This kind of cultivation is very special. Maybe it can heal your injuries." Lung Wushuang was a little confused. What's so special about Zhongxiu? Apart from being handsome, I'm afraid Zhongxiu doesn't have any special advantages. Senior Sister Li shook her head. This cultivator's cultivation speed is incredibly fast. After entering our Lingyin Sect, in just less than 3 years, he has gone from being unable to enter the realm of immortal cultivation to now reaching the 9th level of the qi refining realm and is about to enter the realm of great perfection. Lung Wushuang's face was suddenly filled with shock. How is this possible? Even Lung Wushuang couldn't catch up with this speed of cultivation. Lung Wushuang has practiced for decades, but now he is only at the 5th level of Yuanyang stage. This kind of cultivator actually almost advanced a whole realm in just 3 years. This made her heart full of anticipation. Then she asked, "You didn't come here just for this, did you?" Senior Sister Li shook her head. "I came here because of the demon clan's affairs." Lung Wushuang's eyes suddenly became solemn. The term demon race has never faded from my mind for the past 10 years. Every time this word was mentioned, Lung Wushuang would think of the great battle that year. Did something happen? The demon gate near the mountain gate seems to be opening recently. What? Lung Wushuang's expression immediately became serious. Is the demon clan's gate, which was sealed 10 years ago, about to open again? That's why I came here to find you. To see how to solve it? Lung Wushuang understood. Once I complete this training cycle here, we will immediately return to the mountain gate. Senior Sisterly nodded. The awakening of the demon clan's gate is not very serious, and there is still enough time. Lung Wushuang glanced at Senior Sisterly and said, "Tell me exactly what happened." On weekdays, Lung Wushuang and the female cultivators in the mountain gate get along as sisters. However, when it comes to issues that really concern the sect, Lung Wushuang is still the leader of Lingyin Sect. Senior Sisterly nodded and walked over. At this time, in the secret realm, Su Chen was completely immersed in the chess game. Suddenly, a laugh was heard. "Young man, you're still studying hard. That's great. I really like your spirit." The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. "I can't do anything except playing chess, so why not play chess? You can't sleep while sitting down." However, what Su Chen found strange was that he didn't sleep all night, but didn't feel tired at all. The old man smiled, and then sat down opposite the chessboard. "Come, let me see the results of your research." Su Chen didn't waste any time. "Make your move." The old man raised his hand and placed a piece directly. Su Chen made his move without hesitation. This move made the old man slightly stunned. The place where the old man makes his move is the Tianyuan start. This opening method can be used for both offense and defense, and is a very common opening method. However, the place where Su Chen went was a place that seemed to have no use at all. The old man asked, "Young man, are you sure about this?" Su Chen nodded. Afterwards, the old man placed another move right after him without any hesitation. The more he played chess like this, the more hesitant the old man became. Now, he couldn't see any of Su Chen's chess skills. "What's your trick?" "The ultimate attack, showing off the sharp edge." The old man clicked his tongue. Su Chen's moves had no structure at all and didn't look like an attack at all. There is not even any connection between the chess pieces. "How about attacking?" The old man chuckled and placed another piece. Su Chen placed a move right after that. This time, the old man was stunned. Su Chen's move was the finishing touch. Just this one move completely boosted the momentum of the entire attack. The old man nodded with satisfaction. This kid learns very quickly. Half an hour later, the old man looked at the densely packed chess pieces on the chessboard and said, "I win, young man." Su Chen was not annoyed at all and said calmly, "Continue." In this game of chess, Su Chen almost persisted to the end. Although we lost by 4 points, it was already an unprecedented improvement. The old man smiled and waved again. The chessboard returned to normal. In the secret realm, an endless game of chess began again. At this time, in the cave of the demon realm, Lung Wushuang and Senior Sister Li were meditating and practicing. Suddenly, a man broke into the cave. Lu Lingyu looked around and then discovered Lung Wushuang and Senior Sister Li. Lung Wushuang opened his eyes and saw that it was Lu Lingyu. He was a little surprised and asked, "Lingyu, why are you here?" Chapter 27. Wherever the sword points, it will reach. Lu Lingyu stepped forward and said anxiously, "Master, please follow me back to the sect." Lung Wushuang was puzzled. Could it be that the door to the demon clan was open? She asked, "Don't be anxious, speak slowly." "Master, please follow me back to save someone." "Oh, who?" Lu Lingyu explained the whole story, and then she knelt on the ground. "Please help, Master." Lung Wushuang was surprised. She knew Lu Lingyu very well and knew she would never become like this because of any man. What is the charm of that young man named Su Chen? Senior Sister Li also woke up from her meditation at this time. She came closer and heard what Lu Lingyu said about Su Chen. Lung Wushuang said, "Do you think it's possible for me to go back to the sect just for a seed cultivator?" Lu Lingyu bowed respectfully. "Please make an exception this time, sect master. After that, I will be willing to accept the punishment. I cannot let my child be fatherless before he is even born." Lung Wushuang's face was full of surprise, and she became more and more curious about this cultivator named Su Chen. Senior Sister Li said, "I think we can make an exception this time." Senior Sister Li didn't say much, but Lung Wushuang could understand what she meant. Since Lu Lingyu is already pregnant, Senior Sister Li must have given birth to a child with that cultivator named Su Chen. Senior Sister Li stepped forward and asked, "Junior Sister Lingyu, is Su Yu okay?" "Don't worry, Senior Sister Li, Su Yu is safe." Only then did Senior Sister Li feel relieved. Lung Wushuang said at this time, "Okay, then we will set off immediately. However, after that, Lingyu, you will go and receive the punishment yourself. Being attracted to xianxia is a serious crime." Lu Lingyu's face was calm. "Disciple knows." "Boy, Is this chess technique of yours the result of a whole night of research? The old man asked curiously, and his eyes were completely different when he looked at Su Chen again. Su Chen laughed and said, "Old man, you are about to lose. Let me tell you, I have tolerated you for a long time. When I win, you have to let me go." The old man did not answer, but looked at the chess game on the board. Now Su Chen's black pieces are extremely aggressive. Each of those pieces was aimed directly at the vital point of the old man's white piece. In a few more steps, Su Chen's victory can basically be declared. Boy, your chess style is full of danger. I am negligent in playing like this. Otherwise, your desire to attack is too strong, and you could easily hurt yourself. Su Chen saw that he was about to win, but the old man said this. Su Chen said bluntly, "This is my chess style, the ultimate attack." Old man, have you ever heard of swordsmanship? I'd like to hear more about it. This sword technique is the ultimate embodiment of attack. The so-called swordsmanship is to kill people without being seen. To reach this level, one must do one thing. Wherever the sword points, it will go. In this game, I didn't have any defense at all. I just knew that I had to strangle the white piece's vital point in order to win. The old man nodded as he listened. Then, he revealed a satisfied expression and said, "This young man is teachable. There's no need to play this game anymore. You've already won." The old man said. With a wave of his hand, the chessboard returned to its original state. "Play another round with me. Only tell me if you can beat me." Su Chen was stunned. What does this old man want to do? Isn't this cheating? Old man, didn't you say that if I beat you, you would let me go? Yeah, but I didn't say win one. Best of 3, 2 out of 3. Win one more, and I'll let you go. Damn it. Su Chen cursed in his heart, but looking at the smiling face of the old man opposite him, Su Chen was helpless. Facts have proven that in this world, strength is the greatest. Although the old man does not abide by martial ethics, he still has the final say here. You have to swear to me this time. If I win, you will let me go. Okay, I guarantee it with my own character. The old man said with a solemn oath. Only then did Su Chen feel relieved. The old man spoke. I'll go first this time, playing the black piece. Su Chen agreed without thinking. As the old man dropped his son, Su Chen's expression changed. The old man's chess style has changed. Now his chess style has become an extreme attack. If the old man's chess style before had some flavor of Tai Chi, then the old man's chess style now is completely offensive. It's very similar to the way Su Chen just did it. In less than 10 rounds, Su Chen knew that he had lost. The old man smiled. Are you still going? Of course. Su Chen said unconvinced. The old man suddenly said, as the saying goes, hardness overcomes softness, hardness overcomes softness, and softness can also overcome hardness. This simple sentence seemed to make Su Chen think of something. His eyes lit up, and he was deeply inspired. 5 days have passed since Su Chen entered the secret realm. These days, Chen Yue comes here to visit almost every day, but Su Chen has never come out. Chen Yue was a little worried. Lu Lingyu has already gone to find the sect leader. Once the sect leader comes back, even though the Lingyin Sect has a cultivator, the sect leader will not know about it. However, cultivating a cultivator will consume a lot of energy. I will definitely be punished when the time comes. These days, since Su Yu went to Bai Ling to drink milk, Bai Ling naturally knew about this matter. Although Bai Ling did not blame herself, Chen Yue still felt a little guilty. At the same time, Chen Yue became more and more curious about Su Chen. This kind of cultivator has won the favor of almost all the female cultivators in the sect. It definitely has a special charm. Chen Yue stood in the valley. Abundant spiritual energy filled the air all around. Chen Yue put aside all distracting thoughts and began to meditate and practice. She was ready to accept punishment. The secret realm that Su Chen entered must be far beyond Su Chen's cultivation level. Now we can only wait for the sect leader to come back and rescue Su Chen. Chen Yue was meditating and practicing. Not far from the valley, a trace of evil spirit suddenly appeared. This trace of evil spirit was very difficult to detect. As soon as it appeared, it was quickly swallowed up by the abundant spiritual energy. However, this is already a very unusual thing. In a place like Lingyin Peak, where spiritual energy is abundant, the appearance of demonic energy is extremely rare. Old man, I win. Now, you can let me go. Hee, not bad. The old man laughed. Not only can I let you go, I can even give you 2 things. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. After 5 days of torture, the old man's attitude now made Su Chen feel a little uncomfortable. The old man looked at the chessboard. In this game of chess, the old man used extreme offensive means, but Su Chen's chess style also changed. His chess style is very gentle. There is no murderous intent in Boo Boo, but there is a hidden edge. The old man accepted his defeat with all his heart. the 28th palm, Longquan sword, and Tao Te Ching. At this moment, Su Chen was very proud. Why, you won't break your promise this time. The old man looked serious and spoke. No one I've ever met can master two completely different chess styles at the same time. Because playing chess requires a certain state of mind. The quality of chess is determined by the character of the person. Everyone has a different state of mind, and therefore has a different chess style. So, I'm curious how you manage to have two chess styles at the same time. Su Chen immediately thought of his own heart-nourishing sutra. Is it because of the Xianxia Sutra? Li Sanjin once said that no one can master both sword cultivation and Taoism at the same time, because the state of mind required by these two cultivation systems is inherently different. The old man continued. Since I came to this 3,000 small worlds, I have never seen a cultivator like you. Su Chen touched his head, not knowing how to answer. I can't tell the old man that I have a system. At this moment, the old man said, Young man, let me tell you about my origins. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately became interested. His attitude became much more serious, and he put on an attitude of listening. A look of satisfaction flashed in the old man's eyes, and he spoke slowly. I am not from this world. I come from the vast universe. Su Chen was stunned. The vast world? No wonder I have no way to see through the old man's cultivation level. Coming from the vast world, the old man has already surpassed the Mahayana stage. This unremarkable old man turned out to be an unrivaled expert who had already surpassed the Mahayana stage. The old man smiled. Young man, let me ask you, what do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of these two cultivation methods? There are no disadvantages. Just like you said, softness can overcome hardness, and hardness can overcome softness. It all depends on one's state of mind. Su Chen spoke. There was a hint of surprise in the old man's eyes. What do you mean? There's no distinction between strong and weak in cultivation. It mainly depends on the practitioner's understanding of the martial arts. I think sword cultivation and Taoism can coexist. For example, I can wield a sword and slay demons on the battlefield, or I can speak eloquently and debate with scholars on the truth. Su Chen said slowly. At this moment, his state of mind and understanding of cultivation were completely different from before he embarked on the journey of cultivation. The old man's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen was staring at him in confusion and asked, Old man, you promised me. You can't break your promise this time. The old man smiled and said, Young man, your answer is good. I will give you two things. As the old man spoke, he took out two objects from his body. One of the objects is a sword, and the other is a book. There doesn't seem to be any difference between the two things. The old man said, This sword is called Longquan sword, and it was worn by a sword cultivator in the universe. And this book is called Tao Te Ching, and it is also an illusion left by a great Confucian. These two things are very beneficial to your cultivation. I'll give it to you right here. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. It seemed that the old man still had a conscience this time. After all, it was a gift from a peerless, powerful person in the universe. Su Chen thanked him and then carefully took the item. The old man smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he waved his hand and led Su Chen out of the secret realm. Su Chen felt the surrounding environment suddenly change, and then he found himself in a valley outside. Surrounded by spiritual energy, there are vague spiritual beasts wandering in the mountains and forests. This is in the valley of Lingyin Peak. Su Chen felt as if he was dreaming. However, the Longquan sword and Tao Te Ching on his body were still there. This made him realize that the chess game was real and not an illusory dream. Su Chen carefully put away the two treasures. At this moment, four figures appeared in the distance. The leader was Chun Yue, followed by Lu Lingyu and senior sister Li. Next to these three people was a woman. This woman has an extremely beautiful appearance, a tall figure, and an otherworldly temperament. At first glance, she looks like a fairy who has descended to earth. Chun Yue was shocked. Su Chen actually came out by himself. At the same time, she felt relieved. As long as Su Chen is fine, my punishment will be lighter. Lu Lingyu flew forward and asked with concern, Su Chen, are you okay? Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, I'm fine. Senior sister Li looked at Su Chen. After only being apart for half a month, Senior sister Li felt that there was something slightly different about Su Chen. This change was not a change in strength or cultivation. Senior sister Li couldn't explain what the specific change was. Lung Wushuang looked at Su Chen. This kind of repair looks good, but from the outside, there is nothing special about it. Are you Su Chen? Lung Wushuang spoke. Su Chen nodded and bowed. Lu Lingyu introduced Su Chen. This is our Lingyin Sect's leader, Lung Wushuang. Su Chen had only heard that the leader of Lingyin Sect was a woman of unparalleled beauty, and now he saw that she was indeed worthy of her reputation. He took a step forward and bowed. Zhongxiu Su Chen meets the sect master. Lung Wushuang nodded. I heard from Lingyu that you were trapped in a secret realm. Su Chen briefly explained what had happened, but he did not mention the Longquan sword and the Tao Te Ching. Chen Yue stepped forward and spoke. Master, it's all my fault. I am willing to accept the punishment. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly said, What did Senior Sister Chen do wrong? I made the decision to come to the valley without authorization and thus fell into the secret realm. This is my fault and has nothing to do with anyone else. There was a hint of surprise in Chen Yue's eyes. Why would Su Chen speak in his favor? Su Chen's expression was calm. As a cultivator, I shouldn't have stepped into this valley filled with spiritual energy. I should be punished. Senior Sister Li looked at Su Chen with satisfaction in her eyes. Lung Wushuang sighed in his heart that this kind of cultivator was a man who dared to act and take responsibility. She said, Now that you've gotten out safely, this matter is over for now. I won't hold anyone responsible. She waved her hand. Everyone, please step aside for now. Senior Sister Li and I still have something to discuss. Lu Lingyu and Chen Yue heard this and prepared to leave. Su Chen also followed Chen Yue and left the valley. After the three of them left, Lung Wushuang said, There's nothing special about this kind of cultivation. It's just that I have a higher talent for cultivation, but it's too late for me to enter the path of cultivation. I will never achieve great success in this life. Lung Wushuang carefully investigated Su Chen's strength. Now he is only at the 9th level of Qi refining realm. But at Su Chen's age, it is not considered a very high level. Senior Sister Li smiled and said, I think this kind of cultivation will achieve something. Lung Wushuang was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, Let's take a look at the matter of the Demon Clan's gate first. Chapter 29 Spiritual Weapon. After confirming that Su Chen was fine, Lu Lingyu left alone. Su Chen followed Chen Yue, and the two walked towards Chen Yue's residence. Chen Yue asked, Why are you speaking for me? This matter was originally my problem, and I can be punished for it. Su Chen shook his head and asked, What good will it do me if I let Senior Sister be punished? Chen Yue was stunned. She looked at Su Chen with some surprise. It was he who caused Su Chen to fall deeply into the secret realm and almost lose his life. Su Chen said, My relationship with each of you is based on work. If you just feel that having a weekend off with me is a way to heal your injuries, then I don't have any extraneous thoughts about you. I just want to work with you. As a cultivator, it's not easy for me to embark on the path of cultivation. I dare not ask for too much. Chen Yue couldn't quite see through Su Chen. Su Chen's state of mind is something I can never reach. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, I understand. Don't take this matter to heart. Won't. The two did not communicate further on the way. Soon, the two arrived at Chen Yue's residence. By this time, it was already late. Su Yu was waiting in the garden. When she saw Su Chen and Chen Yue coming back, she went to greet them. Daddy. The voice was a little childish, but very clear. In just a few days, Su Yu was able to speak clearly. He is indeed the offspring of a high-level yellow-grade spiritual root. Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yu's head. Su Yu didn't ask any more questions, but stood obediently beside Su Chen. Su Chen said, Su Yu, it's too late today, why aren't you sleeping yet? Waiting for Daddy to come back. I'll go to bed when Daddy comes back. Su Yu is different from Su Yang. Perhaps because Senior Sister Li is strict, Su Yu is very well behaved. A warm feeling surged through Su Chen's heart. Okay, then Daddy will watch you go to sleep and guard you outside the door, okay? Su Yu nodded obediently and then went into her room. Su Chen looked at Chen Yue. Next, it was time to work. Chen Yue also understood, glanced at Su Chen, and then walked into the house. When Chen Yue came out again, she had changed into a gauze pajamas. The material of the clothes is very light and thin, showing off Chen Yue's good figure. Chen Yue blushed slightly and glanced at Su Chen. Do you like this kind of clothes? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Although Chen Yue's figure was not as plump as Tang Ziyuan's, it was also very charming. Whatever Senior Sister likes. Okay, I'll wait for you in the room. Chen Yue said, walking into the room. Su Chen followed. The woman's room was filled with a faint fragrance. Su Chen walked into the room, and Chen Yue blushed slightly. In order to heal her wounds, Chen Yue was still a little shy about doing this with Su Chen. She tentatively moved closer to Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly smelled a pleasant fragrance entering his nostrils. Chen Yue stood on tiptoe and then gently kissed Su Chen on the mouth. Su Chen was naturally not polite and then hugged Chen Yue. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, great perfection of Qi refining realm. Spiritual root, intermediate yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1.5 years old, Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year old. Su Jia, intermediate Xian rank, half a year old. Su Yu, high Xian rank, 8 days old. Item none. Kung Fu. Yaninju 3rd level, yellow rank, primary. Dragon and Tiger body building method, yellow rank, intermediate. Yin and Yang, Hehuan secret art 1st level, earth rank, intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, primary. Yang Xian Jing, yellow rank, intermediate. The art of mastering everything. Su Chen heard the system prompt sound. It has been nearly 3 years since he came to Lingyin Peak. If it weren't for this cultivation system, Su Chen probably wouldn't even dare to imagine this cultivation speed. Chen Yue stood up from the bed, her face full of surprise. After spending the weekend with Su Chen, Chen Yue could clearly feel that her physical injuries had changed a lot. It seemed that the injuries that had shown no sign of healing for many years were slowly recovering. Is this the benefit of having 2 days off a week? She looked at Su Chen and was stunned. Su Chen has made a breakthrough, and his current level of cultivation has reached the great perfection of the qi refining realm. After just 1 night of practice, Su Chen actually broke through the most difficult bottleneck in improving his qi refining realm. Some practitioners, wanting to break through the 9th level of qi refining and enter the realm of great perfection, may spend several years. And Su Chen only took 1 night. Su Chen saw Chen Yue wake up and said, "Senior sister, you're awake." Chen Yue blushed slightly. "You've made another breakthrough?" Su Chen nodded. "During the weekend break with my senior sister, I had an epiphany, and that's why I broke through. This kind of cultivation talent. No wonder all the senior and junior sisters had a good opinion of Su Chen. If Su Chen was not a cultivator of a certain kind, such a cultivator would definitely be the perfect cultivation partner that every female cultivator would dream of becoming." Su Chen suddenly thought of the Longquan's sword and Tao Te Ching he had obtained before. In my own system, neither of these 2 things is displayed. Su Chen was very curious about these 2 objects. He said something to Chen Yue and then walked out of the room. Chen Yue didn't stop him either. She still needs some time to digest the benefits of having a weekend off with Su Chen. Su Chen walked into the courtyard. It was late at night, and the garden was very quiet. Su Chen came to the stone table and took out the Longquan sword. He placed the Longquan's sword on the stone table and looked at it carefully. The sword didn't look anything special. It just has a sharp edge and the word Longquan engraved on the sword, but other than that, it has no special features. Su Chen held the Longquan's sword and waved it in the air a few times. A faint sword intent emanated from Su Chen's body. Now Su Chen's Yuninju has reached the 3rd level, and his understanding of sword intent has also reached a whole new level. Su Chen danced vigorously in the garden. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a powerful force surging out from the Longquan sword. When this force appeared, Su Chen felt that the Longquan sword seemed to be out of his control. Or, the Longquan sword is absorbing his own cultivation. Su Chen's face changed drastically. However, he did not put down the Longquan sword, but tried to control this power. The power of the Longquan sword is very strong. Su Chen used all his skills to try to control the Longquan sword, but he was unable to do so. Suddenly, Su Chen lost his strength and the Longquan sword flew out and stuck into the willow tree in the garden. Su Chen looked surprised. This sword is a spiritual weapon. Chapter 30. The Gate of the Demon Clan. In this world, cultivators' spiritual treasures are divided into 2 categories: spiritual tools and magic tools. Magical instruments are refined by instrument refiners based on the characteristics of the Taoism practiced by different practitioners. They are also related to the instrument refiner's own level and forging methods. The more sophisticated the forging method, the more powerful the forged magic weapon. Good magical weapons can help practitioners fight and are of great help to practitioners. The other type is a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons are not man-made, but formed naturally. Compared with magic weapons, spiritual weapons are more precious and powerful, and their power is much stronger than magic weapons. However, the most special thing about spiritual weapons is that they have spirituality. Some powerful spiritual weapons even have weapon spirits. In order to control a spiritual weapon, the practitioner needs to obtain the recognition of the spiritual weapon. Otherwise, the practitioner will not be able to control the spiritual weapon at all. This is what is called a spiritual weapon recognizing its master. The Longquan sword in front of Su Chen is a spiritual weapon. Su Chen could clearly feel that there was a force resisting his use of the Longquan sword. Su Chen slowly walked towards the Longquan sword. The Longquan sword was firmly stuck in the willow tree. Su Chen wanted to pull it out, but found that no matter how hard he tried, the Longquan sword did not move at all. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Su Chen's mind. Who wants to control me? Su Chen looked around and found no one around. The voice was directly transmitted into Su Chen's mind, and there was no way to determine the source of the voice. So he's a chi refining realm person. How could this old man entrust me to such a weakling? Su Chen was stunned. At this moment, the Longquan sword was emitting a faint fluorescence. Could the voice just now be the spirit of the Longquan sword? A spiritual weapon that can condense a spirit is a rare treasure. Su Chen approached the Longquan sword and tried to communicate with the voice in his mind. Get away, boy, you're not worthy to touch me. Sure enough, the voice just now was the spirit of the Longquan sword. Su Chen knew that the old man was not an ordinary person, and the treasure he gave was definitely not an ordinary treasure. However, he did not expect that the old man would give away even a treasure with spiritual power. This kind of treasure is rarely seen in thousands of years, and it is very difficult to control the spirit of the weapon. Su Chen withdrew his hand. Humph, boy, you know what's best for you. The words in my mind came again. Su Chen looked at the Longquan sword, which was emitting a faint fluorescence. Suddenly, a spirit appeared above the sword. That's a golden dragon. This is the first time Su Chen has seen a dragon since he was a child. The golden dragon is very small, but it has a very powerful aura. Boy, how did you get this sword? Su Chen told the golden dragon what had happened. The golden dragon complained. Why would that old man give me to you? A weakling like you is too insignificant to control my power. Su Chen raised his head and asked, May I ask if you are a weapon spirit? The golden dragon raised its head and laughed. TSK, what weapon spirit? I am a divine spirit created by heaven and earth, a being more advanced than that weapon spirit. Boy, do you know the origin of this sword? Su Chen shook his head. The golden dragon sneered and then spoke. This sword is called the Longquan sword. Even in the vast universe, it is one of the 3 famous divine swords in the hands of many sword immortals. I am the spirit of this Longquan sword. Su Chen nodded. The little golden dragon was a little confused. Boy, aren't you surprised? There's no point in being surprised. This kind of thing has nothing to do with me. This Longquan sword is a peerless treasure. It's your good fortune that you can obtain it. Didn't you just say that I'm not qualified to control you? The golden dragon looked at Su Chen with disdain. That's right. A weakling like you doesn't deserve to own the Longquan sword. I think so too, Su Chen said, turning around and slowly walking towards the stone table. Why did you leave? Practice. I don't deserve the Longquan sword, so why should I even hope for it? I'll just leave it stuck in that willow tree. It's pretty good here. The spiritual energy is quite abundant. There was a hint of unwillingness in Xiaolong's eyes. There is plenty of spiritual energy in this courtyard, but this spiritual energy is too thin for it. Moreover, a rare spiritual weapon of mine would be stuck in a willow tree from now on. Su Chen ignored the golden dragon and sat down beside the stone table, concentrating on meditation and practicing. I have just broken through to the state of great perfection and need to consolidate my cultivation. Otherwise, if your cultivation level increases too quickly, it will lead to an unstable foundation. Fool, you're not even tempted by this great opportunity. Su Chen was sitting in meditation, but he was silently reciting in his heart. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Don't pay attention to things that have nothing to do with you. At this time, in the valley of Lingyin Peak, Senior Sister Li and Lung Wushuang stood in front of a ruin. The ruins are in a dilapidated state, and it seems that no one has been here for a long time. However, everything around was foreshadowing what kind of great war had taken place here. Lung Wushuang was moved by the scene and couldn't help but think of the great battle that year. It's been 10 years. Lung Wushuang muttered to himself. Yes, if it weren't for the great battle back then, Lingyin Peak wouldn't have suffered such a severe blow. However, it's all in the past. Now that the demons are invading again, I believe our strength will not be as devastating as it was 10 years ago. Senior Sister Li spoke. However, she knew in her heart that if the demon clan's door was reopened. Now the injuries of the senior and junior sisters in Lingyin Peak have not recovered yet. It is not an easy task to confront them head-on. Lung Wushuang took a step forward and then activated his spiritual power. Suddenly, everything around him became full of vitality. Lung Wushuang used his spiritual energy to probe into the demon clan's gate. After a while, Lung Wushuang withdrew his spiritual power and his brows relaxed a lot. Fortunately, there isn't too much damage. However, compared to the previous seal, it has indeed weakened. But if you stick with it for quite a while, there shouldn't be any problems. Senior Sister Li nodded, and she felt relieved. This seal was set by Lung Wushuang, and this was also the reason why Lung Wushuang suffered the most serious damage. Only Lung Wushuang can investigate the situation of this seal. I can only judge the situation of the seal based on the surrounding demonic energy. The demonic aura that I had sensed before was now completely gone. Did I see it wrong? Senior Sister Li shook her head. It seems that I was too nervous. Nothing's wrong. The seal of the demon clan gate will not be reopened for the time being. Lung Wushuang said. After the two confirmed that there was no problem with the seal of the demon clan's gate, they left. And as the two of them left, the surrounding ruins lost their vitality again. Suddenly, an extremely subtle demonic aura seeped out from the demon clan's gate and quickly disappeared in the abundant spiritual energy. The demonic energy was so weak that the two of them didn't notice it. Chapter 31. Medicine Refining Heart Sutra. The next day, Su Chen was meditating in the garden. Suddenly, Jinlong's words came into Su Chen's mind. Boy, you meditate here every day, and your cultivation level is still at the useless qi refining realm. Isn't it boring? The Longquan sword was firmly stuck in the willow tree in the yard. Su Chen turned around and asked, how can we practice without meditation? Jinlong spoke softly. Our way of cultivation is to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. There's no need for you to go through so much trouble. Su Chen was silent. Ever since the Longquan sword was inserted into the willow tree, the spiritual energy in the yard has been greatly reduced. Before, Chen Yue was wondering why the spiritual energy in the yard suddenly became much less. How is it? Do you know the difference between us gods and you? If you apologize to me, I can consider accepting you. After all, I'm trapped in these 3,000 small worlds now. I don't have a better host, so I can only choose you. I'll kick you out when I find a good host. Thank you, no thanks. Su Chen refused bluntly. Su Chen's cultivation of immortality emphasizes keeping a low profile. With his current strength in possession of a spiritual weapon like the Longquan sword, he will attract attention from all sides. Once this attracts the attention of evildoers, it will likely bring disaster to the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen's thoughts are very simple. Don't touch things that don't belong to you. Lingyin Sect is currently the most suitable place for him to practice, and he must not bring disaster to Lingyin Sect. When Su Chen is able to control the Longquan sword, he will naturally try to control the spirit of the Longquan sword. Seeing Su Chen's straightforward refusal, Jinlong also felt that he was asking for trouble. Anyway, the spiritual energy in Lingyin Peak is quite abundant, which does not affect Jinlong's ability to consolidate his own cultivation. It's okay to be on top of this willow tree. After Su Chen finished meditating, Su Yu walked out in small steps. She glanced at Su Chen and smiled. Daddy. Su Chen's heart melted. Su Yu is becoming more and more lovely, and there is a bit of the shadow of Senior Sister Li between her eyebrows and eyes. He reached out and touched Su Yu's little head lovingly, and the system immediately sent a reminder that the intimacy value had increased. During the days they lived together, the intimacy between Su Chen and Su Yu had reached 50 points, but as time went on, Su Chen discovered that the intimacy value was growing more slowly. Now simple physical contact can no longer increase intimacy. Su Yu said, Dad, Mother is coming to pick me up. From now on, you must visit me often. Su Chen nodded and smiled. Of course I will visit you often. You are my precious daughter. As they were talking, Senior Sister Li had already arrived in the garden. Su Chen stood up and Senior Sister Li looked at Su Chen. Thank you for your hard work these days. Unlike the previous senior sisters, Senior Sister Li and Su Chen get along more like friends. Senior Sister Li is not a little woman, and her attitude towards Su Chen is rare. Su Chen shook his head. It gives me time to spend with my children. How can it be considered hard work? Senior Sister Li nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Then you practice well, and I will take you away. Su Yu walked over upon hearing the voice. She stood beside Senior Sister Li, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Daddy, I'm leaving. Su Chen nodded and said, Okay, remember to listen to Mother. Su Yu smiled sweetly, then grabbed Senior Sister Li's hand and flew into the air with her. Not long after Su Yu and Senior Sister Li left, Chen Yue came back. These days, she could feel that her injuries had improved significantly. In the previous battle, he had suffered the least trauma. Now with Su Chen's help, the recovery speed of his wounds is obviously accelerating. Even his cultivation showed signs of a breakthrough. There was no sign of Su Yu. Chen Yue asked doubtfully, Where's Su Yu? I left with Senior Sister Li. Chen Yue nodded. Now that Senior Sister Li is back, Su Yu naturally has to return to Senior Sister Li's side. Besides, with Su Yu here, Su Chen's work is not very convenient. Su Chen said calmly, Tonight, we can start work early. Chen Yue blushed. Good. At night, Su Chen walked into Chen Yue's room. Chen Yue was wearing a light gauze nightgown, her figure faintly visible in the moonlight. After experiencing this several times, Chen Yue was no longer shy. She glanced at Su Chen and said shyly, After spending the weekend with you, I found that my injuries have almost healed. The effect of this double weekend is really good. Chen Yue's face was full of joy. Su Chen smiled faintly. As they were talking, Chen Yue had already come over. She quietly kissed Su Chen's lips and then threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Congratulations to the host for having completed 2 years of weekends. I would like to reward you with a big gift package. Reward: 100 years of cultivation, secret book of alchemy, spiritual root level is upgraded to high yellow level. Current cultivation level. Host: Su Chen. Current cultivation: great perfection of qi refining realm. Spiritual root: advanced yellow rank. Offspring: Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1.5 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year old. Su Zhe, intermediate Xian rank, half a year old. Su Yu, high Xian rank, 10 days old. Item none. Kung Fu, Yunin Ju 3rd level, yellow level elementary. Dragon and tiger body tempering method, yellow level intermediate. Yin Yang Jinjing secret art, 1st level, earth level intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, earth level elementary. Yangxin Sutra, yellow level intermediate. The art of mastering the art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian level high grade. As the level of his spiritual roots increased, Su Chen felt that the surrounding spiritual energy was continuously flowing into his body, which made Su Chen's cultivation speed increase by more than twice. Sure enough, although the golden dragon was arrogant, what he said was still very true. After it was over, Chen Yue fell asleep. After this weekend, her injuries have basically recovered. Su Chen walked out the door alone. The rewards this time include improvements in cultivation and spiritual roots. The most special thing is this Heart Sutra of alchemy. In the path of cultivating immortals, alchemy is a very important technique. Those who have mastered the art of alchemy can collect natural treasures and refine top-quality elixirs. This kind of elixir is of great benefit to cultivation. There are even some people who do not have sufficient spiritual roots and rely solely on the power of elixirs to embark on the path of cultivating immortals. However, alchemist is a very rare profession. Only a true immortal cultivation family could possibly have an alchemist. Ordinary people have no access to alchemists at all. Su Chen walked to the stone table and asked, "Do you know about alchemy?" Su Chen said this to Jin Long. He knew that the golden dragon did not need to rest. The Longquan sword stuck in the willow tree emitted a faint fluorescent light, and then the figure of a golden dragon slowly emerged. Chapter 32. The Effect of Refining Medicine. Have you mastered the art of alchemy? Jin Long was a little shocked. Su Chen nodded. It's not that I've mastered it, but I've gained some experience. Boy, you still have some talent. Speaking of alchemy, it's a very rare profession. An old Taoist priest once said that the only person in the world who can truly change a person's physique and even their path to immortality is an alchemist. Su Chen frowned. Who is the old Taoist priest? Taoist ancestor Zhang Yuanqing. Su Chen had heard of Zhang Yuanqing, but he didn't expect that Jin Long actually knew him. Sure enough, a true immortal cultivator like this had already ascended to the universe. Su Chen brought the topic back to the topic of alchemy. Tell me, what should I pay attention to when refining medicine? You need to pay attention to the materials and refining methods. Some refining methods require you to inject your own cultivation into the refinement of the medicine. At this time, you need to be careful not to go astray. Jin Long said slowly. Su Chen understood and took out the Heart Sutra of alchemy. As a high-level Xian-level treasure, this level of treasure is a very high-quality secret book even in these 3,000 small worlds. Su Chen opened the first page of the Alchemy Heart Sutra and began to read. After the torture of playing chess last time, Su Chen's learning ability has made a qualitative leap. In a very short time, Su Chen mastered the basic methods of refining medicine. He took out the elixirs given to him by the 4 great immortal cultivation families and began to study them. In the following days, Su Chen and Chen Yue had weekends off every day. In the remaining time, Su Chen would practice under the willow tree in the yard and study the art of alchemy. Su Yu has also been taken back by senior sister Li. Now Su Chen's cultivation has become more and more solid. Although his cultivation was not as compatible with Chen Yue's as Lu Lingyu's, his strength did not increase very quickly. However, the strength is still steadily improving. Su Chen opened his eyes and woke up from meditation. The practice of the Yangxin Sutra gave Su Chen a deeper understanding of martial arts practice. Su Chen is becoming more and more proficient in the 2 methods of cultivation. He picked up the wooden sword and danced with it vigorously in the courtyard. The fallen leaves actually condensed into a small whirlwind under Su Chen's sword power. Su Chen was immersed in it. Suddenly, a presence appeared in the yard. You are actually a sword cultivator, but when I first met you, I thought you were practicing Taoism. Your aura is very soft, like someone who practices Taoism. The person who came was Lung Wushuang. Su Chen turned his head and was stunned for a moment. Lung Wushuang actually came to find him. Su Chen stepped forward, bowed and said, "Disciple greets the sect master." Lung Wushuang had a smile in the corner of his eyes. No need to be so reserved. Su Chen's attitude became more natural when he heard that. Lung Wushuang asked, "What's your cultivation level?" Su Chen bowed and said, "The qi refining realm is at its peak." Lung Wushuang nodded. As a cultivator, this level of cultivation is indeed very strong. Su Chen nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. During the weekends with all the senior sisters, I have also improved myself. When Lung Wushuang heard that it was a weekend off, her face turned slightly red. She looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was very handsome, and with the improvement of his cultivation, Su Chen's temperament had also undergone a qualitative change. Even Lung Wushuang was a little moved. "What brings you here, sect master?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to come and take a look. I don't even know when my Lingyin Sect introduced this kind of cultivation, so I came here to take a look." Su Chen nodded. "It should be hosted by Senior Sister Li." Apart from Lung Wushuang, among all the female cultivators in Lingyin Sect, Senior Sister Li has the highest cultivation level and seniority. Lung Wushuang opened her red lips slightly. He seemed to want to say something, but didn't. After all, it was too difficult for Lung Wushuang to ask for a 2-day weekend off. Lung Wushuang didn't look down on xianxia, but she was too embarrassed to talk about matters between men and women. Su Chen saw what Lung Wushuang was thinking and said with a smile, "Is the sect master also injured like all of you senior sisters?" Lung Wushuang nodded, her face slightly red. Su Chen continued, "I can heal you, but I need to wait until Senior Sister Chen's healing is finished." Su Chen said, then took out a pill. He handed the pill to Lung Wushuang, who was slightly stunned. This pill is not a particularly good one, but it is also very precious. It was a gift that Su Chen received from the 4 great immortal cultivation families. For Su Chen, it can consolidate his cultivation, but for a cultivator of Lung Wushuang's level, it can only alleviate the recurrence of injuries. "Do you know how to make medicine?" Su Chen smiled. "A little bit." Lung Wushuang looked surprised. Lingyin Sect was so big, but there were so few alchemists. Unexpectedly, Su Chen actually knows how to make medicine? Lung Wushuang took the pill and examined it carefully. Su Chen said, "This is a gift from the 4 great immortal cultivation families. I modified it a bit. I wonder how it turns out." Lung Wushuang looked at the pill in his hand and then swallowed it. This kind of elixir is a marrow-nourishing elixir, and its function is to consolidate cultivation and enhance spiritual energy. This yellow-grade marrow-nourishing pill is not very effective for practitioners like Lung Wushuang. However, there is still some improvement. However, after Lung Wushuang ate it, his cultivation level did not change at all, and he didn't even feel nourished. Lung Wushuang said, "Strange, why don't I feel like my cultivation has improved?" He looked at Su Chen and said, "Did you destroy the effect of this medicine by changing it?" As he spoke, Lung Wushuang felt a little lost. "I thought a new alchemist would appear in my Lingyin Sect, but it turned out to be a half-baked one." Just after Lung Wushuang finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Because she could feel that although her cultivation had not improved, the severity of her injuries had actually weakened. Lung Wushuang looked surprised. She looked at Su Chen in shock and asked, "Did you change the ingredients of this medicine?" Su Chen nodded. "I changed the effect of the medicine from improving cultivation to healing. Because I know that all the sisters in the sect are injured." Lung Wushuang's expression relaxed as he asked, "You seem to care deeply about the senior sisters in the sect." Su Chen smiled. "Of course. Although I am a cultivator, I am also a disciple of the master." Lung Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Su Chen suddenly asked, "Master, how is the effect?" Lung Wushuang couldn't explain it. After all, this level of elixir would have little effect on a cultivator of her level. Chapter 33, The Master's Secret. However, this level of elixir can change one's injuries, which is undoubtedly a very successful modification. Lung Wushuang said, "Very good, very successful." However, the sect master's injuries have not changed much. Lung Wushuang's face changed when he heard this. "Can you see my injuries?" Su Chen nodded. "Of course. There is demonic energy in the sect master's meridians." After learning the Heart Sutra of Alchemy, Su Chen combined it with his own heart-nourishing sutra and gained the ability to observe, listen, ask, and feel. He could clearly see that the sect leader's injuries were serious. The injuries are completely different from those of other senior sisters. Lung Wushuang's injuries were very serious. Lung Wushuang's veins have been contaminated by demonic energy. It is a blessing that his cultivation has not improved, let alone regressed, and his life is not in danger. Lung Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he looked at Su Chen with vigilance. He used his spiritual energy to hide his injuries, and no one could see it, but Su Chen could actually see it. Who are you? Su Chen answered. I'm just a small cultivator. If I don't treat the sect master's injury, it will be very troublesome. Seeing Su Chen's tone, Lung Wushuang softened his attitude a little. I know it too. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, humans and demons are completely different. Once a human is contaminated with demonic energy, he or she will become the target of all immortal cultivators. This is also the reason why Lung Wushuang is unwilling to seek treatment. Su Chen said, Sect Master, can you tell me about what happened back then? Lung Wushuang looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen's eyes were clear and his attitude was sincere. Lung Wushuang hesitated for a moment and then said, I was the one who started that great war back then. Su Chen's attitude was calm, and he would not be shocked by anything Lung Wushuang said. The sect leader was unwilling to stay in the Lingyin Sect, but went to the demon realm, which means that Lung Wushuang must be hiding a secret. Actually, I'm not a pure human. I have demon blood in me. I'm the product of a combination of human and demon. Su Chen took a breath of cold air. Humans and demons have different paths, and this kind of relationship is the most unacceptable in the world. No wonder Lung Wushuang was unwilling to reveal it. I was the one who caused the great war between the demons back then. The demons sensed the demonic energy in me, so they came to the Lingyin Sect. I am the only one who can seal the demon clan's gate. I tried my best to seal it, but I also suffered serious injuries. I don't dare to treat it, because the immortal cultivators can't accept me with my status. Su Chen asked, do the senior sisters know? Have no idea. Lung Wushuang was also very curious as to why Su Chen could see his injuries. I have been hiding my injuries very well through spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, Su Chen saw it right away. Su Chen suddenly looked relaxed and said, Sect Master, I've studied the method of refining medicine. Perhaps I can help you in the future. I will pretend that what happened today never happened. We didn't have any conversation. Senior Sister Chen is coming back. Please leave for now. Lung Wushuang was a little moved. Why did she feel that this kind of cultivator seemed a little different? She said, Thank you. Su Chen shook his head. The sect master has no prejudice against cultivators. This is what I should do. Lung Wushuang smiled and then left. Soon, Chen Yue came back. At night, after Su Chen and Chen Yue had their weekend off, they meditated in the garden. The Longquan sword suddenly emitted a faint fluorescent light. Then, the golden dragon appeared. It said, Boy, associating with the demon tribe is not allowed in the world of immortal cultivation. If you are discovered, you will be hunted down. Su Chen turned his head and smiled. It seems that Jin Long heard everything about the conversation with Lung Wushuang during the day. The sect leader is not a demon, but half human, half demon. Being half human, half demon is even more dangerous. The two natures will conflict with each other, and there is even the danger of going astray. I see. Jin Long was stunned. Looking at Su Chen's attitude, he didn't take it seriously. Did you listen to what I said? No. If I hadn't chosen you as my host right now, I wouldn't care about you at all. What does your life or death have to do with me? Su Chen spoke with a serious tone. I cultivate immortality so that I can choose what I can choose. Otherwise, why would I cultivate immortality? Su Chen said this with a hint of anger. Jin Long was stunned for a moment, then said no more. Its body quickly entered the Longquan sword. Su Chen ignored the golden dragon and began to meditate and practice. Time flies and 3 months have passed. Early that morning, Su Chen, who had been working all night, opened his eyes and saw that Chen Yue had not left. Su Chen was a little surprised. At this time every day, Chen Yue would have gone out to practice. Why was today different from usual? Just as I was thinking about it, Chen Yue came over. Her expression was somewhat complicated, showing joy but also other emotions. Su Chen asked, Senior Sister Chen, what's wrong? I might be pregnant. The moment Chen Yue said this, Su Chen's system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for having your 6th offspring. Reward, 50 years of cultivation. Current cultivation level. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, great perfection of Qi refining realm. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1.5 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year old. Su Zhe, intermediate Xian rank, half a year old. Su Yu, high Xian rank, half a month old. Item none. Kung Fu, Yuninju 3rd level, yellow rank elementary. Dragon and Tiger Body Building Method, yellow rank intermediate. Yin Yang Jinjing Secret Art, 1st level, earth rank intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank elementary. Yang Xian Jing, Yellow rank intermediate. The art of mastering the whole. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Chen Yue's pregnancy was a bit too fast. It's only been a little over 3 months, and she's already pregnant. Before this, Lu Yuyu and the others usually took about half a year to get pregnant. But it's also good this way. The more offspring I have, the faster I can cultivate. I guess the next senior sister will come to see me soon. Chen Yue looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes. You're going to the next senior sister soon. You won't blame me for what happened before, right? Su Chen thought of what happened before and smiled. No, senior sister Chen, I have long forgotten about that matter. Chen Yue also felt a little relieved. He had always been prejudiced against Zhong Xiu and had a bad attitude towards Su Chen. Why are they going to separate now? Chen Yue actually feels a little reluctant. Her eyes were complicated. When I give birth to the baby, you must come to visit often. Certainly. As he spoke, a figure landed in the garden. It seems that the other senior sisters got the news quickly. However, when this figure landed, the two were a little surprised, because this figure was none other than Lung Wushuang. Chen Yue immediately bowed. Disciple Yue, greetings to the sect master. Chapter 34, Alchemy Pavilion. Su Chen felt a little strange, because at this time, usually the next senior sister would come to see him. How come this time? It was Lung Wushuang who came to see me. Lung Wushuang said, I came to see Su Chen for something. Chen Yue nodded in understanding and then left the courtyard. After Chen Yue left, Su Lung Wushuang said, I came to you this time because I have something to ask you. Master, please speak. Lung Wushuang said, Are you interested in going to the Lingyin Sect's medicine refining pavilion? Lung Wushuang looked at Su Chen expectantly. Just from the fact that Su Chen could see his own injuries, Lung Wushuang knew that Su Chen had a very high talent for alchemy. This talent for alchemy may, to a certain extent, surpass that of most people. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Lingyin Sect also has a medicine refining pavilion? However, on second thought, how could a sect like Lingyin Sect, which is famous for thousands of miles, not have an alchemy pavilion? Su Chen nodded and agreed without hesitation. Entering the alchemy pavilion will undoubtedly be of great help to one's own alchemy. However, Su Chen was still a little confused. Why didn't the 7th senior sister come to see him? He asked, Although I can enter the medicine refining pavilion, my work is not yet complete. There are 2 senior sisters waiting for me. Lung Wushuang chuckled. Your 7th senior sister is in the medicine refining pavilion. Su Chen was stunned. Lung Wushuang continued. However, although your 7th senior sister has no prejudice against cultivators, not just any cultivator will catch her eye. Su Chen was a little hesitant. He knew the 7th senior sister, whose name was Bai Weiwei. Her cultivation level was not high, only at the foundation establishment stage, but her talent for cultivation was very strong. However, this 7th senior sister was not diligent, or her mind was not on cultivating immortals and improving her cultivation, so her cultivation was a bit low. And the most important thing is that this 7th senior sister does not need to practice cultivation that much. In the battle, the 7th senior sister Bai Weiwei was not injured. As for Zhong Xiu's attitude, Bai Weiwei just wanted to give it a try. Therefore, Su Chen is expected to be in a lot of trouble this time. Unfortunately, there is a rule in Lingyin Sect that Su Chen cannot enter the residence of the next senior sister unless he captures the 7th senior sister. Lung Wushuang interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. What are you still standing there for? Come with me to the medicine pavilion. Su Chen came to his senses and agreed readily. Afterwards, the two left Chen Yue's residence and went to the medicine refining pavilion. The alchemy pavilion in Lingyin Sect is arguably the most luxurious building. The attic is divided into 7 floors, and each floor contains a large collection of medical books. From the outside, the medicine refining pavilion is located between the peaks, with gurgling water around it, and the environment is very elegant. Each floor is surrounded by brothels, which looks like an ancient building in the imperial palace. Su Chen and Lung Wushuang landed in front of the medicine refining pavilion. Immediately, a little boy came out to greet them. Medicine boy greets the sect master. The little medicine boy stepped forward and bowed seriously. Lung Wushuang waved his hand. Where's your senior sister Bai Weiwei? There's nothing going on in the medicine refining pavilion recently, so I went out for fun. Going out for fun? Lung Wushuang sighed. This little girl just has a playful personality. How long has she been out? 5 days. Lung Wushuang held his forehead and sighed. If you leave the sect for 5 days, you will be punished. However, facing Bai Weiwei's personality, Lung Wushuang was helpless. Her lively personality and her eloquence that could bring the dead back to life made it impossible for Lung Wushuang to get angry. Lung Wushuang turned around and said to Su Chen, You can go to the alchemy pavilion with Yao Tong for the time being. I'll go look for her. Su Chen nodded. then followed the little medicine boy into the medicine pavilion. Strange, Lingyin Sect never recruits male disciples, and you are the first one. The little medicine boy was walking in front and asked in confusion. Su Chen touched his head embarrassedly. I'm a cultivator. Ah, xianxia. The little medicine boy turned his head, and there was no contempt in his eyes. Instead, there was a bit of curiosity and excitement. So you and your sisters had a weekend off? Su Chen gestured. 6. Bai Weiwei is the 7th senior sister. Wow. The little medicine boy came over immediately. Tell me quickly, are those senior sisters' bodies beautiful? Every time I see them, I feel like they are fairies descending to earth. I want to see them too. Su Chen rolled his eyes at the little medicine boy. As a girl, why are you curious about this? I also want to become a fairy like my senior sisters. The little medicine boy pouted and said aggrievedly. Su Chen smiled and changed the subject. He said, tell me about this medicine refining pavilion. The little medicine boy immediately became alert. This alchemy pavilion is the largest and most luxurious building in our Lingyin Sect. There are 7 floors here. Floors 1 to 4 are all used for storing books. The 5th floor is where the medicinal herbs are stored. The 6th floor is where medicine is refined, and the 7th floor. What's the 7th floor? The little medicine boy pursed his lips. I don't know. I haven't been there. The little medicine boy turned around and said, but you, a cultivator, actually know how to refine medicine. Then why do you still want to be a cultivator? Su Chen waved his hand. Can I repair it? Not good. The immortal cultivators outside look down on the cultivators. They say that xianxia is the lowest kind of cultivator and is unworthy of cultivating immortality. Su Chen smiled and said, I think it's pretty good. The little medicine boy changed his mind. That's right. If it were me, I would also like to be one, so that I can see the beautiful bodies of all the senior sisters. As he spoke, the little medicine boy had already brought Su Chen to the 1st floor of the medicine pavilion. The 1st floor is surrounded by tall walls, and the walls are densely packed with various books. Su Chen was stunned. How long will it take to finish reading all the books in this alchemy pavilion? It seems that becoming an alchemist is not a particularly easy thing. The little Taoist boy looked at Su Chen and said, you come here to finish reading all these books. Su Chen was stunned. Finished reading? The little medicine boy said as a matter of course. Of course. If you want to become an excellent alchemist, you must read these entry-level books. Su Chen asked, have you seen it? I don't need to watch. I'm just a medicine boy. When senior sister Bai is refining the medicine, I'll just help her. What about the other disciples here? Did they look at it when they came in? The little medicine boy turned his head and said word by word, I have seen it. Everyone who comes here has seen it. Su Chen was stunned. Now he had no reason to refuse. Who knew that the little medicine boy would say, including you, there are only 2 disciples here. Chapter 35. You have to read all these books. Su Chen was stunned. Are there only 2 disciples here? The little medicine boy replied, yes, it's just you and senior sister Bai, and I'm the only other medicine boy. Why is this place so big? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh that Lingyin Sect was really rich. The little medicine boy said, senior sister Bai has read many of the medical books here. Since you are the next disciple to come in, of course you must read them all. Su Chen suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he agree to let Leng Wushuang come in? After reading these books, I felt like I was going to die. At this moment, a sound was heard outside the medicine pavilion. The little medicine boy's face changed. Senior sister Bai is back. Su Chen turned his head and saw a figure walking straight into the alchemy pavilion. She was a woman, dressed in lively and cute clothes, full of youthfulness. Judging from their ages, Bai Weiwei and Tang Ziyuan were about the same age, and should be the 2 youngest among the many senior sisters. Bai Weiwei walked into the alchemy pavilion and then came to Su Chen's side. The little medicine boy asked Ao, senior sister, you are back. Bai Weiwei looked at Su Chen and asked, are you Su Chen? Su Chen nodded. Bai Weiwei suddenly came closer, her cute face only a few centimeters away from Su Chen's face. She's pretty good looking. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. This senior sister's personality was too cheerful. Do you know that I am the 7th senior sister? I know. That's fine. Just based on your looks, you pass. But I'm not such a superficial person. It's not so easy to have a weekend off with me. Su Chen looked up. Senior sister, I'm not here just for the weekend this time. I have another thing to do, which is to enter the medicine refining pavilion to practice. Ah, the sect master told me. Then, Bai Weiwei looked at Su Chen for a few times. Can you make medicine? A little. Okay, then follow me and practice. Bai Weiwei said. Then she turned and looked at Su Chen. Let's finish reading the books on this 1st floor first. Sure enough, I couldn't escape it. Su Chen asked, senior sister, Can you please look at me less? No. I'll come to see you in 7 days. When the time comes, there will be a test. If you fail, you will be punished. After saying that, Bai Weiwei left. Su Chen looked at the little medicine boy uncomfortably. The little medicine boy sighed. No choice, just watch. Su Chen asked, is this punishment severe? It's very serious. I have to accompany my senior sister to make medicine. Refine medicine? What kind of punishment is this? Although refining medicine is a very difficult process, it requires a pharmacist to spend a lot of energy in this process. Therefore, refining medicine generally requires many alchemists to work together. The little medicine boy looked at Su Chen and said softly, when you refine medicine with senior sister, you will know. At this time, in Chen Yue's courtyard, the big golden dragon in the Long Quan sword woke up from its sleep, but found that the yard was empty. In the past, Su Chen would usually practice in the yard. Why is Su Chen not here today? Jinlong was a little confused. The yard was now empty, and Jinlong couldn't help feeling a little bored as he didn't see Su Chen meditating or practicing. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Chen Yue sat beside the stone table and touched her belly. Inside her belly, she was pregnant with Su Chen's child. Chen Yue looked around and saw that there was no one in the yard, and she couldn't help feeling a little lost. After just 3 months of getting along, Chen Yue has become accustomed to life with Su Chen. Su Chen's sudden departure made Chen Yue a little uncomfortable. I'm not falling in love with Su Chen. Chen Yue looked lost. Then she shook her head violently. Impossible. How could I fall in love with a cultivator? The golden dragon can be seen clearly in the Long Quan sword. It is obvious that Chen Yue is expressing her emotions. He sighed. That boy has quite a lot of luck with women. Etc. Jinlong suddenly came to his senses. That kid left? What should I do then? Although Jinlong seemed to dislike Su Chen very much on the surface, he knew that there must be a reason why the old man entrusted him to Su Chen. No, I have to go find him. Just now I seemed to hear Chen Yue talking about where Su Chen went. It seemed to be the medicine refining pavilion, right? The golden dragon thought about it and mobilized his own spiritual power to fly out directly. At this time, Chen Yue did not notice that the seemingly ordinary long sword that had been stuck in the willow tree suddenly flew out. Then it disappeared into the air. In the alchemy pavilion, Su Chen was holding a book, his head feeling dizzy. This book on alchemy is too boring. Moreover, the meaning is too boring and difficult to understand. Su Chen read for a long time, but could only understand part of the content. Fortunately, Su Chen himself has the Heart Sutra of Alchemy. Compared with these medical books, his Heart Sutra of Alchemy is much easier to understand. The little medicine boy had left, and Su Chen was almost asleep. At this moment, a sharp sword energy suddenly rushed into the medicine pavilion. Then, the Longquan sword was inserted straight into the chopping board in front of Su Chen. Jinlong's voice came from Su Chen's mind. Boy, it's impossible to get rid of me. Su Chen felt relieved when he saw that it was the Longquan sword that came to him automatically. He said lightly, Oh, you found out. You. Jinlong was speechless. As a local god, when have I ever suffered such humiliation? Those practitioners, which one of them is not begging for me to stay with them? But Su Chen didn't care at all. If the old man had not entrusted the Longquan sword to Su Chen, Jinlong would even want to slap Su Chen away and find someone else to live with. Forget it, I'll just stay here these days. It just so happens that the spiritual energy here is also very sufficient. Su Chen opened his eyes wide and asked, You take other people's spiritual energy for free every day, don't you feel guilty? No matter where I am, the spiritual energy will follow me. Su Chen shook his head and ignored Jinlong. He looked at the mountains of books around him and began to worry. How can I finish reading so many medical books? 7 days later, Su Chen woke up from his sleep. These days, he had a headache from reading so much that he didn't even have time to practice. In addition, no one has a weekend off during this period, so Su Chen's progress in cultivation is also very slow. Suddenly, the little medicine boy came over and shouted hurriedly. Su Chen, wake up! Su Chen rubbed his eyes. Senior sister is here. Su Chen opened his eyes and saw a very cute woman wearing a light pink short skirt and a ponytail appearing in the medicine refining pavilion. Looking closely, the woman was none other than Bai Weiwei. Su Chen was stunned. It's over. I haven't finished reading my medical book yet. Chapter 36 Your eyes are different. Have you finished reading it? Bai Weiwei's cold voice sounded. Su Chen shook his head. No, about halfway. After hearing this, Bai Weiwei said calmly, That's none of my business. If you can't finish watching it, then accept the punishment. In fact, in just 7 days, he had learned half of the first level of medical skills, which was a genius-like speed. Bai Weiwei was still a little shocked. Su Chen, A cultivator of this kind seems to be a little different from other cultivators. However, Bai Weiwei was about to refine medicine again. The process was too tiring, so she had to find a substitute in advance so that she would have time to go out and play. Before, when there was no one, Bai Weiwei had to work harder on her own. Now that Su Chen finally came, Bai Weiwei naturally would not miss this great opportunity to take a break and go out to play. Su Chen's face was calm. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would just accept it calmly. Life is like a bow. Instead of struggling, you might as well enjoy it. Bai Weiwei said, I'll go prepare the ingredients for refining medicine. 5 days later, you will come with me to the 6th floor to refine medicine. During this time, you should also read the medical books here carefully. It will be helpful when refining medicine. After saying that, Bai Weiwei left. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that punishment was inevitable. He turned around and asked the little medicine boy, Are there any precautions when refining medicine with senior sister? There are no precautions, you just have to do everything. Su Chen was stunned. The little medicine boy said quietly, I guess senior sister will go out to play by then. Grass. 10,000 alpaca flew through Su Chen's mind. You should read the medical books carefully. Reading these medical books will be very helpful for refining medicine. 5 days later, Su Chen put down the last medical book, sat in the corner, and waited for Bai Weiwei. The little medicine boy was a little surprised and asked, Have you finished reading it? Su Chen nodded. The little medicine boy exclaimed, What a genius! Someone actually finished reading all the medical books in just 12 days. Back then, it took my senior sister a full half a month. Su Chen had nothing to live for. So what does that punishment mean, senior sister? Want to go out and play? Find a sucker. Stop talking, senior sister is here. As he spoke, Su Chen turned his head to look outside the door. Bai Weiwei walked in with small steps and humming a song. Follow me when you're ready. Bai Weiwei said, taking Su Chen to the 6th floor. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter the 6th floor of the alchemy pavilion. Only those who have the qualifications to make alchemy can enter. Su Chen followed Bai Weiwei into the 6th floor. The entire 6th floor is very clean and tidy. In the center of the 6th floor, there is a huge alchemy furnace. Bai Weiwei ordered, Prepare the herbs first. In front of Su Chen, various rare medicinal herbs were placed on the table as the medicinal materials for this medicine refining. Senior sister, are all these herbs used for refining medicine? Yes, the other sisters are all injured. The healing medicine made from these herbs can be used to relieve their injuries. Su Chen nodded. He was sorting the herbs. These medicinal herbs are rarely seen outside. There are 50-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, 100-year-old ginseng, and 70-year-old deer kernel. Any one of these things would be worth a fortune out there. But here, it is very common. It is worthy of being the Lingyin Sect. In fact, the status of Lingyin Sect is much higher than that of the 4 major immortal cultivation families. Bai Weiwei walked to the side, mobilized her spiritual power, and lit the alchemy furnace. Suddenly, the medicine refining room was filled with a feeling of heat. The temperature requirements for alchemy are very high. Alchemists need to endure continuous high temperatures, and at the same time, they need to use their own spiritual power to nourish the alchemy furnace. Bai Weiwei turned his head and asked, Su Chen, what level of spiritual power have you reached? Qi refining realm great perfection. I nodded slightly. It's okay enough. When you do, remember to control the heat well. It shouldn't be too high or too low, and the temperature shouldn't fluctuate by more than 1 degree. Then, you also need to use your spiritual power to control the stability of the medicine furnace. Bai Weiwei explained patiently. However, Su Chen knew in his heart that he was going to be a laborer. Senior sister, what are you doing? Me. Bai Weiwei's eyes were wandering. I'm going out to find some new herbs. Otherwise, how will I make medicine next time? Su Chen really wanted to ask, Senior sister, do you believe in this reason? However, Su Chen knew that Bai Weiwei had the final say here, and he had to leave a good impression on Bai Weiwei. Only after completing Bai Weiwei's work could Su Chen move on to the next senior sister's place. Su Chen processed the medicinal materials patiently. Suddenly, he saw a very inconspicuous medicinal herb. This medicinal herb is very common and cannot be noticed at all among those precious medicinal herbs. However, Su Chen discovered the unusualness of this medicinal herb. He turned around and asked, Senior sister Bai Weiwei, take a look at this medicinal herb. Isn't it very special? Bai Weiwei was a little confused. He walked over and looked at the medicine in Su Chen's hand. She asked curiously, What are you doing with the dregs of the medicine? Is this scum? Yes. Bai Weiwei glanced at Su Chen. Did you not study hard enough to recognize the dregs of this medicine? Su Chen ignored it. In his eyes, this medicine was indeed rich in spiritual energy, more so than any other precious medicinal herbs. Senior sister, can you take another look? Su Chen said as he poured spiritual energy into the medicinal material. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the medicinal material actually underwent strange changes. Then, the spiritual energy of the medicinal herbs began to emerge. I was a little surprised. This medicine is actually a treasure, and I didn't even realize it. She looked at Su Chen with some surprise. How did you tell that? Su Chen was stunned. Senior sister, isn't this easy? I can see it at a glance. I'm still wondering, how could you not see that? The spiritual energy emitted by the medicine is very abundant, even more precious than those rare medicinal herbs that are hundreds of years old. Bai Weiwei was a little confused. She said to Su Chen, take another look. Su Chen looked at them patiently, and the quality of these medicinal herbs became very clear under his inspection. Su Chen was watching very seriously and didn't notice Bai Weiwei's surprised expression next to him. At this moment, in Bai Weiwei's eyes, Su Chen's eyes would change when he looked at the medicine. His eyes would emit a faint fluorescence. Bai Weiwei looked at Su Chen with an extremely serious look. The ability to identify medicinal materials is a skill that an alchemist must possess. Noticing Bai Weiwei's gaze, Su Chen became a little flustered. This little girl wouldn't have any evil intentions again, right? Who knew that Bai Weiwei would suddenly say, your eyes seem a little different. Chapter 37, The Infinite Spiritual Eye. Su Chen looked at Bai Weiwei with some confusion. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Bai Weiwei asked. Are you from a family of alchemists? Su Chen became even more confused. Senior sister, I am a cultivator. How could I possibly come from a family of alchemists? Senior sister, why are you a little weird? Bai Weiwei came back to her senses and spoke. Your eyes are a little different when you look at medicinal herbs. I've only seen this kind of eyes in medical books. These eyes are called the infinite spirit eyes. They are a physical quality rarely seen in a century. Anyone who possesses these eyes will become a powerful alchemist. Senior sister, you must have seen it wrong. Su Chen spoke. How could I have such a physique? Bai Weiwei was also confused. She looked at Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen's appearance had returned to normal. Maybe I really saw it wrong. She waved her hand and said, all right, just focus on refining the medicine. After saying that, Bai Weiwei walked straight out of the medicine refining pavilion. I'm going to go outside and look for the herbs I'll need for my next potion. Remember what I just said about the things I need to pay attention to when making potions. Su Chen wanted to say something else, but Bai Weiwei's figure had already disappeared in the alchemy pavilion. Su Chen was helpless. It seemed that he would have to do the entire process of refining the medicine alone. Although I learned the basic process of refining medicine from the Heart Sutra of Refining Medicine and the first level of medical books. However, this was Su Chen's first time refining medicine. He finished sorting the herbs and then began to adjust the temperature of the alchemy furnace. The temperature requirements for medicine refining are very strict. There must be a suitable temperature to preserve the medicinal effects of the medicinal materials to the greatest extent. After Su Chen finished sorting the herbs, suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door of the medicine pavilion. The little medicine boy poked his head in sideways. Su Chen, has senior sister left? Su Chen nodded. The little medicine boy then became bolder and walked into the alchemy room. Let me see how you make the medicine. Senior sister is usually very strict and won't let me easily step into this alchemy room. I've always wanted to see the process of refining medicine, and now the chance has finally come. Su Chen smiled and nodded. He has always had a good impression of the little medicine boy. Su Chen made preparations and began to put the herbs into the alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace is a very high-quality magical instrument that can be found in the Lingyin Sect's alchemy pavilion. As soon as the medicinal materials entered the medicine furnace, they immediately turned into pure spiritual energy and merged into the medicine furnace. With the addition of medicinal herbs, the intensity of the flame suddenly increased. The surroundings became hot. Su Chen quickly poured in his own spiritual energy to stabilize the temperature. The little medicine boy was stunned watching from the side. Su Chen asked doubtfully, as a medicine boy, don't you know these things? My senior sister said that I am too incompetent and too young to be here. I usually do odd jobs in the medicine pavilion. As he spoke, the little medicine boy began to watch Su Chen refine the medicine attentively. Although he had read the alchemy process countless times in books, Su Chen still felt the difficulty when he actually did it. Due to the hot environment, sweat soon broke out on Su Chen's forehead. Now is the important moment to integrate the spiritual energy of the medicinal materials into the elixir. I must inject spiritual energy to stabilize the intensity of the flame. Can't leave even a step. Subtle sounds began to appear in the medicine furnace. Su Chen knew that the medicinal properties of the herbs were beginning to be absorbed into the pill. Su Chen continued to output his spiritual power and continued to stabilize the intensity of the flame. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen withdrew his spiritual power. It also became much quieter inside the medicine furnace. The next task will be much simpler. Su Chen only needs to check the progress of medicine refining from time to time. Seeing the sound in the medicine furnace stop, the little medicine boy was shocked. Su Chen, you are so amazing. Su Chen explained, it's recorded in the medical books on the first level. Then I have to go back and study hard. When I grow up, I want to make medicine on my own like my senior sister. Su Chen smiled. In the afternoon, Su Chen returned to the first floor of the medicine refining pavilion, ready to meditate and practice for a while. These days, Su Chen didn't practice at all, and the system prompt sound hadn't sounded for a long time. Su Chen sat down and began to meditate. The spiritual energy in this alchemy pavilion is also very strong. Countless spiritual energy suddenly gathered towards Su Chen's body. Suddenly, the voice of the golden dragon came into Su Chen's mind. Boy, why are you back? Aren't you going to make medicine? You don't need to watch over the medicine furnace every day when refining medicine. Jin Long laughed and said, if you don't guard the medicine furnace, aren't you afraid of making mistakes in refining the medicine? Don't worry, among the herbs this time, there is a very high-level spiritual medicine that can suppress the conflict between the herbs. I just need to check it regularly. Nonsense. How could there be such a medicine in these 3,000 worlds? Su Chen curled his lips. Then he took out an inconspicuous medicine from his body. This is a small portion of the medicinal herbs that Su Chen secretly left behind after dividing them. Such good medicinal materials are useful to keep. A golden dragon appeared on the Longquan's sword. This is just a piece of junk. How can it be a magic medicine? Su Chen shook his head. He stared at the herbs in his hand and began to inject spiritual power into them. Just like last time, the medicinal herbs began to emit strong spiritual energy the moment they came into contact with spiritual power. Jin Long's face was filled with shock. However, what shocked him was not only the magic of the medicine, but also the faint light that appeared in the corner of Su Chen's eyes when he looked at the medicine just now. Jin Long was surprised and asked, Boy, how come you have the infinite spirit eye? Su Chen frowned. Bai Weiwei also said that she had the infinite spiritual eyes. What is going on? What is that? A special physique. Those who possess these eyes can identify all kinds of magical medicines in the world. This is the perfect physique for an alchemist. No wonder I can tell the difference between the medicinal herbs. But how did I get this eye? This isn't part of the system's reward? Lin Xiu suddenly thought of the Heart Sutra of Alchemy. Could it be because of the Heart Sutra of Alchemy? Su Chen quickly took out the Alchemy Heart Sutra. He flipped through it carefully, but due to time constraints, Su Chen didn't have time to finish reading all the contents. Moreover, the Alchemy Heart Sutra contains a lot of content, and it is difficult to finish reading it in a short time. Suddenly, Su Chen found a line of small words in front of the Alchemy Heart Sutra. Those who practice this book may awaken the infinite spirit eye. Please use it with caution. Su Chen was a little puzzled. Why was there a special note asking for caution when using it? He asked, does the Wuji spirit eye have any adverse side effects? Chapter 38. The Ghost in the Medicine Furnace. Jin Long said, it can't be considered a side effect. Once you awaken this eye, you can see things that others can't see, like ghosts and such. Damn, isn't this a side effect? Ghosts are different from monsters. Ghosts exist everywhere in the world, and there is no clear division of power. Moreover, most of those who can stay in the human world are ghosts with deep resentment. Who would want to get up to pee and see a ghost standing in front of them? Okay, I understand. Su Chen didn't ask any more questions. Soon, Su Chen returned to his cultivation. Time passed quickly, and when Su Chen woke up again, it was already night. The snoring of the little medicine boy was heard nearby. I don't know when the little medicine boy fell asleep. Su Chen looked at the time and decided to go to the alchemy room to check the progress of the medicine refining. Entering the 6th floor, Su Chen immediately smelled a medicinal fragrance. This is a sign that the medicinal properties of the herbs have been integrated into the elixir. Su Chen checked the various conditions of the pill and found everything was normal. Next, as long as there were no major mistakes, he would be fine. There will be no mistakes in refining the pill this time. Su Chen turned around with relief and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Su Chen suddenly discovered that a woman in red appeared in the corner of the 6th floor. The woman was very beautiful, with a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows and a red veil covering her slender figure. It makes people look like they want to love you well. Su Chen asked, are you also a disciple here? The woman in red was startled. She turned to look at Su Chen, her eyes full of panic. Su Chen felt a little strange and walked towards the woman. However, when he approached the woman, Su Chen frowned. This woman has a strong, ghostly aura about her. She is not a human at all, but a ghost. The woman looked at Su Chen in panic. Can you see me? Su Chen nodded. Certainly. The woman quickly adjusted her collar, as if Su Chen's eyes could see through her clothes to her body. Su Chen asked, Who are you? Why are you here? I am the medicine ghost of the medicine furnace. I was born not too long ago and cannot transform into a human form. I can only stay here. Medicine ghost. Su Chen had seen it in the medical book on the first level. A spiritual alchemy furnace will produce medicine ghosts during the long process of refining medicine, just like spiritual energy produces tool spirits. Su Chen understood and nodded. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your existence. The woman bit her lip and nodded. Su Chen asked, Why aren't you here during the day? My cultivation is too shallow. The yang energy during the day is too strong. I can't bear it. Su Chen understood and didn't ask any more questions. Then he asked, What should I call you from now on? Just call me xianxia. The woman said, Isn't Bai Weiwei here? I see she is the one who is refining the medicine every time. She's out. Su Chen replied. Then, he turned around and said, You came out this time to look for medicinal herbs, right? The woman blushed slightly. Su Chen knew that if these medicine ghosts wanted to grow, they could only do so by absorbing medicinal herbs. This medicine ghost has been born for some time, but its cultivation is still so low. It can be seen that the medicinal materials eaten by the woman should be some residues left over from refining medicine. Su Chen took out a pill from his body. This is the elixir given to him by the 4 great immortal cultivation families, but Su Chen has never eaten it. He handed the pill to xianxia. Xianxia was a little surprised, but the pill in Su Chen's hand attracted her and made her unable to refuse. Such pills are of much better quality than those residues from refining medicine. Su Chen smiled and put the pill into Xiaoxuan's hand. Xiaoxian was a little shy, but still took the pill. Su Chen didn't say anything more and left. Every day after that, refining medicine went smoothly. Every night, Xiaoxian would come out, and Su Chen would chat with her for a while. At night, Su Chen walked into the alchemy room. This is the 7th day of refining medicinal materials. In a while, the medicine will be ready. Su Chen checked the quality of the pill. It's normal. In fact, due to the effect of the previous medicine, the quality of the pill is far beyond Su Chen's cognition. After Su Chen finished all the work, he took out the Alchemy Heart Sutra from his body and began to read it. Su Chen has finished reading all the books on the first floor of the Alchemy Pavilion. As for the second level of authority, Su Chen needs Bai Weiwei's consent before he can enter. Now, the only medical book that Su Chen can study is this Heart Sutra of Alchemy. Su Chen watched carefully and gradually became immersed in it. When he woke up again, Su Chen looked up and suddenly saw a touching face. Xiaoxian was standing aside, watching Su Chen read. Su Chen smiled and then asked, Your strength is improving very quickly now. Xiaoxian nodded. These days, Su Chen distributes the pills given by the 4 major families to Xiaoxian every day. These pills are only very effective for disciples who have just embarked on the path of cultivation. Even if Su Chen used them, they did not help much in his cultivation. It would be better to give it to Xiaoxian to eat, so as to consolidate her cultivation. Xiaoxian smiled and then turned around. The red gauze skirt on her body immediately changed style and turned into a light green floral long skirt. In just these few days, Xiaoxian has mastered the basic skills of cross-dressing. The light green long skirt makes Xiaoxian look even more beautiful and charming. Su Chen was just about to say a few words of praise when the voice of the little medicine boy suddenly came from outside the door. Su Chen, my senior sister will be back tomorrow. How is the pill refining going? Su Chen came back to his senses. Xiaoxian immediately disappeared. Su Chen walked to the door, and the little medicine boy raised his head and asked, The pill should be ready tomorrow. Is that okay? No problem. Su Chen nodded and replied, If all goes well, the pill should be ready by midnight tonight. Okay, I'll inform all the senior sisters then. Remember, there can't be any problems with this pill. All the senior sisters of Lingyin Sect are waiting for this elixir to heal their injuries. Su Chen nodded. The little medicine boy didn't say anything else. She trusts Su Chen very much. Su Chen is a reliable person. After sending the little medicine boy away, Su Chen turned around and returned to the alchemy room. Tonight, he will carry out the final step of refining the medicine and make it into shape. The spiritual energy of the medicine has been completely mature after being refined in the medicine furnace for 7 days. The last step is to condense the effects of the medicine into a pill. This process requires Su Chen to use spiritual energy to control it. While thinking, Su Chen poured the spiritual energy into the medicine furnace. Chapter 39, Superb Talent in Alchemy. as the spiritual energy entered the alchemy furnace. The elixir in the alchemy furnace began to react violently. The effect of the medicine became more intense. Su Chen increased the flow of spiritual energy and condensed the effects of the elixir. This process is very difficult. Su Chen's sweat gradually flowed down. The flame in the alchemy furnace suddenly became very hot. In this hot environment, Su Chen felt unbearable heat all over his body. Xiaoxian was terrified watching from the side. Su Chen felt that his spiritual energy was rapidly dissipating, but there must be no mistakes in this last step. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the flame in the alchemy furnace died down until it disappeared completely. Su Chen smiled. The medicine refining is completed. Su Chen took out the pill from the alchemy furnace. The pill is bronze in color and exudes a strong spiritual energy. Su Chen was very satisfied, and he put the medicine away carefully. When Bai Weiwei comes back tomorrow and completes the task, it will be considered completed. Su Chen suddenly felt sleepy. The process of refining the medicine was too difficult, and Su Chen felt a little tired. However, with this experience in refining medicine, Su Chen has completely stepped into the door of refining medicine. At this time, Xiaoxian came out. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, "After today, I probably won't come to the pharmacy again." Xiaoxian was a little reluctant. She opened her red lips and said, "Thank you." Su Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then, a strong feeling of sleepiness spread from Su Chen's body, and Su Chen actually fell asleep. The next day, Su Chen woke up from his sleep and saw Bai Weiwei's face in front of him. "Well done. Go and deliver the pills to the senior sisters later." Su Chen agreed readily. Then he asked, "Senior Sister Bai, what about that job?" Su Chen still wanted to ask about serious matters. His own system requires him to have a weekend off with a female cultivator in order to improve his cultivation. If he is with Bai Weiwei, he will not be able to complete the work. Su Chen would not be able to go to the next senior sister's place. Bai blushed slightly. "What are you anxious about? Go and deliver these pills to the senior sisters first." Although Bai Weiwei's tone was a little disgusted, her face was very flushed and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Su Chen nodded and took the pill. After Su Chen left, the little medicine boy walked to Bai Weiwei's side. "Senior sister, you don't want to have a weekend off with Su Chen too, do you?" Bai blushed slightly. "Children, don't interfere in adult matters. Tisk, you're only 10 years older than me. I want a beating." The little medicine boy curled his lips. Then, she said, "If I were you, I would agree. Brother Su Chen is handsome and reliable. If it were someone else, and you tricked him like this, letting him refine the medicine alone while you went out to play, I'd be surprised if he didn't scold you to death." I was a little surprised. Didn't he complain? No, Brother Su Chen has been doing nothing but refining medicine and reading books these days. Bai Weiwei looked at Su Chen's departing back, as if thinking about something. Su Chen left the alchemy pavilion and delivered various medicines to the residences of the senior sisters. By the way, he also interacted with his offspring and gained a lot of intimacy and cultivation. Su Chen opened his training panel. Current cultivation level. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, great perfection of qi refining realm. Spiritual root, intermediate yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1 year and 7 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year and 1 month. Su Zhe, middle Xian rank, 7 months. Su Yu, high Xian rank, 1 month. Item none. Techniques, Yunin Ju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger bodybuilding technique, entry level, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin Yang Hihuan secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, yellow rank, intermediate level. The art of mastering everything. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, advanced level. Moreover, the intimacy between Su Chen, Su Yang, and Su Yu has reached 50, but the increase in intimacy will be slow thereafter. And with the practice over the past few days, Su Chen's cultivation has also been greatly improved. In fact, Su Chen's current cultivation path has reached the bottleneck period of great perfection. However, Su Chen was not in a hurry to break through. Only by consolidating his foundation could he increase the chances of entering the foundation building stage. Otherwise, there will be a risk of going astray when breaking through. Su Chen stopped and then walked into Lung Wushuang's residence. In the woman's bedroom, Lung Wushuang had just come out of the bath, wrapped in a bathrobe. He bumped into Su Chen head-on. Suddenly, her face flushed and a hint of anger appeared on her face. Su Chen quickly looked away. "What are you doing here?" Lung Wushuang asked. "The medicine in the alchemy room is ready." Lung Wushuang's eyes lit up. "The medicines made in this alchemy room are used to heal myself and the other female cultivators. Because the medicinal materials used are too precious, it is only held once a year. These pills are extremely rare. Lung Wushuang took the pill and said, "You are already familiar with the work of the medicine refining pavilion." Su Chen nodded. "Master, how about trying this medicine?" Because it was his first time to refine medicine, Su Chen was looking forward to the effect of the medicine. This is a medicine that he made entirely by himself, and Su Chen also wanted to test the level of his medicine refining skills as soon as possible. Lung Wushuang nodded and took the medicine directly. The medicine melted in his mouth and turned into spiritual energy which entered Lung Wushuang's body. Suddenly, a comfortable feeling spread throughout my body. Lung Wushuang felt this feeling, and suddenly, her expression changed. This time the medicine seems to be more effective than usual. Lung Wushuang could even feel that his injuries were slowly recovering. Although it was only a little, this was something Lung Wushuang had never seen in the past 10 years. "Is this made by Bai Weiwei?" Su Chen shook his head. "I made this." Lung Wushuang opened his eyes wide. Su Chen asked, "Sect Master, how is the effect?" "Very good." Lung Wushuang looked at Su Chen. "I didn't expect you to be a genius in alchemy." Su Chen was stunned. It was natural for him to be delighted that the medicine he made was effective, but was it because of the medicinal ingredients used that Lung Wushuang praised it so highly? Lung Wushuang said, "Just work hard in the medicine refining pavilion." Su Chen shook his head and said, "No, my cultivation work is not yet complete." Su Chen can't let these little things distract him from important matters. On the path of cultivating immortality, being a pharmacist is certainly the icing on the cake. However, the most important thing is cultivation. Even with the system, Su Chen still regards weekends as the most important thing. Lung Wushuang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, you can continue to work in the medicine refining pavilion as a cultivator." Lung Wushuang's heart was also filled with joy. It was a big deal that a genius alchemist was about to emerge from my sect. Chapter 40, Alchemy Conference. After delivering the medicine to the senior sisters, Su Chen returned to the alchemy pavilion. In the following days, Bai Weiwei did not go out. She just read quietly on the third floor of the medicine refining pavilion every day. Su Chen is not yet qualified to enter the third level. In the following days, Su Chen meditated almost every day. Su Chen opened his eyes and sighed. "I haven't had any rapid progress in my cultivation in about a month. There is no weekend off, and Su Chen's system is silent." However, during this period, with Su Chen's dedicated practice, his cultivation level has been steadily improving. The Longquan sword lay quietly on the table at the side. Su Chen picked up the Longquan sword, and then a golden dragon emerged from the Longquan sword. "What's up, kid? I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you miss me?" "No, I'm just bored and want to learn sword skills." As Su Chen spoke, he picked up the Longquan sword and walked out of the alchemy pavilion. The medicine refining pavilion is located in the best location of Lingyin Peak. In the courtyard in front of the alchemy pavilion, Su Chen stood in the yard holding the Longquan sword. The Longquan sword was swung in his hand with a sword move. Su Chen concentrated his sword intent and suddenly made a sword move. After coming out of the secret realm, Su Chen had a new understanding of sword moves. The so-called sword moves must be sharp. Once the sword moves come, you will not return until you drink blood. Su Chen made frequent sword moves, and the entire yard was filled with supreme sword intent. The little medicine boy happened to pass by and was immediately attracted by Su Chen's sword intent. Su Chen's appearance was unparalleled, and coupled with his sword dancing movements, the little medicine boy was fascinated by him unknowingly. The little medicine boy praised softly, "Brother Su Chen's sword dance is quite handsome." While the little medicine boy was watching intently, Bai Weiwei had already arrived behind him without him noticing. Seeing Su Chen dancing with the sword, Bai Weiwei was also shocked. Isn't Su Chen a cultivator? Besides refining medicine, he can also dance with swords? Bai Weiwei watched patiently. It must be said that Su Chen's sword dance was quite handsome. Su Chen finished his sword dance and stopped. He turned his head and found that Bai Weiwei and the little medicine boy were staring at him without blinking. He touched his head embarrassedly. "Senior sister Bai." Bai Weiwei nodded slightly and asked, "Can you also dance with a sword?" "A little bit." "The sword dance is good," Bai Weiwei praised. "Come here first. I have something to tell you." Su Chen heard the sound and walked over. Bai Weiwei said, "There will be a medicine refining conference in 7 days, and I want you to go with me." Alchemy conference? This was the first time Su Chen heard of this thing. However, Su Chen knew very little about cultivation before, so it was natural that he didn't know. Alchemy is a very important link between sects. All the major sects of immortal cultivation are in competition with each other, So naturally, there will be competition in alchemy. Bai Weiwei continued, you must prepare well. Don't embarrass our Lingyin Sect when the time comes. Yes. Su Chen nodded in response. Bai Weiwei was very satisfied with Su Chen's attitude and continued. The second floor of the medicine refining pavilion is now open to you. You can go and take a look at the medical books there. The medical books there are much more difficult than those on the first floor. You must study them carefully. After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, she turned and left. Su Chen agreed on the surface, but he was a little confused in his heart. I came to the alchemy pavilion to learn how to make medicine, but the most important thing is to have 2 days off a week. However, it seems that Bai Weiwei has no intention of having a weekend off with him. After Dao Baiwei left, the little medicine boy came to Su Chen's side. Brother Su Chen, you are so amazing. No wonder those senior sisters like you so much. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. What's so great about me? You are talented. Not only can you make medicine, but you can also wield a sword. What's more, you are handsome. When I grow up, I will also find a Taoist partner like you. You don't know, senior sister Bai took a month to complete the first level of medical skills, and you only spent half a month. Talent. It was the first time that Su Chen heard someone praising his talent, and he felt a little amused. At this time, under a willow tree not far from the medicine refining pavilion, a little boy was watching all this silently in the dark. This boy is Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang's face was full of shock. He knew that his father was very powerful, but he didn't expect that his father could also dance with a sword. The image of Su Chen dancing with the sword just now was deeply engraved in Su Yang's little head. The sword intent in his every move fascinated Su Yang. After thinking for a long time, Su Yang decided that his future training would be in the field of swordsmanship. As Su Chen's eldest son, he must become one of the best sword masters. At night, Su Yang returned home. Lu Yuyu was drinking tea in front of the stone table in the yard. Seeing Su Yang coming back so late, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but show a bit of anger on her pretty face. Su Yang, where did you go to play again? Since Su Yang grew up, Lu Yuyu rarely saw Su Yang at home. I don't know what Su Yang is doing outside every day. Su Yang touched his head and said, Mother, I won't do that again. Lu Yuyu stretched out her hand and said angrily, This is the 7th time you've told me you won't do it again next time. Su Yang smiled. I really won't do that this time. After saying that, Su Yang came close to Lu Yuyu and asked mysteriously, Mother, guess who I met today? Who knows? I don't know what you do every day. I saw Daddy. Lu Yuyu was a little shocked. Have you seen Su Chen? Yes. Su Yang said proudly. Daddy is so handsome. Mom, did you know? Daddy can use a sword. I saw Daddy dancing with a sword. He looked so handsome. Lu Yuyu blushed when she thought of Su Chen's appearance. Except for the last time when Lu Yuyu met Su Chen when she delivered medicine, Lu Yuyu hadn't seen Su Chen for several days. Now, Lu Yuyu's feelings for Su Chen are becoming deeper and deeper. After not seeing each other for a few days, Lu Yuyu would miss Su Chen. Tell your mother quickly about your father's sword dance. Lu Yuyu asked. Su Yang said, Mom, how come you're still acting like a little girl even though you have a child? Lu Yuyu blushed. What do you care? Lu Yuyu's face was flushed and she looked cute, like a little girl of 17 or 18 years old. Tisk, I'm going to practice. Don't disturb me, Mother. I want to enter the path of cultivation as soon as possible. Su Yang is only 1.5 years old now, but he has already reached the threshold of cultivating immortals. I believe that it won't be long before Su Yang will step into the realm of qi refining. Such talent is even stronger than Lu Yuyu's. Lu Yuyu glared at Su Yang. Go quickly. Don't be too late. You still have to go to bed on time. I know, Su Yang said, then left the yard. 41st Daddy, teach me how to use sword. The next day, Su Chen entered the second floor of the alchemy pavilion as he wished. The alchemy pavilion on the second floor was a whole circle larger than the first floor. The collection of books here is much larger than that on the first floor. The little medicine boy hurried in, panting. I'm moving in to sleep with you. I'm so tired. Su Chen asked in confusion. Aren't you going to be with Senior Sister Bai? Senior Sister Bai said she doesn't want me anymore and wants me to bother someone else. He said there are 2 people in the alchemy pavilion now and asked me to bother you instead of going to her. The little medicine boy pouted. Senior Sister is a big bad guy. The little medicine boy said indignantly. Su Chen patted the little medicine boy's head and said with a smile, Then you will live with me on the second floor of the medicine pavilion from now on. The little medicine boy was so moved that he cried out loudly. Brother Su Chen, you are the best. Su Chen smiled and stopped talking. He turned his head and looked at the mountain of medical books on the second floor. It seems that I will be busy for some time to come. Su Chen picked up a medical book and began to read it. Soon, It was afternoon. Su Chen came back to his senses from the world in the book and looked at the sky. The little medicine boy next to him had fallen asleep out of boredom, and Su Chen smiled. The medical books on the second level are much more obscure and difficult to understand than those on the first level, but Su Chen has never seen much of this medical knowledge before. After a morning of study, Su Chen gained a new understanding of medical skills. He walked out of the door and took the long quan sword. In the yard, Su Chen got into position and started dancing with the sword. As Su Chen danced with his sword with great vigor, the fallen leaves in the yard actually formed a small whirlwind around Su Chen, swirling around him. Su Chen stopped his sword and prepared to take a rest, but suddenly found that a small figure appeared in the yard. When Su Chen saw who that figure was, he was stunned. In the afternoon, Lu Yuyu returned from her practice and went home, but found that Su Yang was not at home again. After taking a weekend break with Su Chen, Lu Yuyu's injuries have improved a lot, and now Lu Yuyu's cultivation speed has returned to its original speed. Lu Yuyu was a little angry. This Su Yang just promised me yesterday that he would not go out and play anymore, but he went out again today. Lu Yuyu took a few steps, and then she found a piece of paper on the stone table. There were a few small words written on the paper, left by Su Yang. Su Yang's handwriting is very beautiful, with a feeling of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Lu Yuyu opened the paper and saw a line of words written on it. Mother, I'm going to learn sword skills from father. Seeing this, Lu Yuyu also laughed out of anger. This brat. However, she changed her mind and felt that this was a good thing. Since Su Yang was born, he had rarely met Su Chen. Su Yang is just a child less than 2 years old now. Because of his spiritual roots, he matured very early, but that doesn't mean that Su Yang doesn't need fatherly love. It would be better to let Su Yang and Su Chen stay for a while longer. Lu Yuyu smiled. Then he said with a hint of longing, when Su Chen completes the tasks of the 8 senior sisters, Su Chen's identity as a cultivator will be over. At that time, I just need to ask the sect master to let Su Chen stay, and Su Chen can become the first male disciple of Lingyin Sect. At that time, I can meet Su Chen openly. Lu Yuyu thought, her eyes full of longing. At this time, in the yard, Su Chen saw Su Yang coming over and was stunned for a moment. Then Su Chen walked over. Su Yang, why did you come to see me? Su Yang stammered. Perhaps because Su Yang and Su Chen had not spent much time together, Su Yang was actually a little shy when facing Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. It's okay, just say whatever you want to say. Su Yang glanced at Su Chen and said, Daddy, I want to learn sword from you. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, have you been watching me practice swordsmanship here these days? Su Yang nodded. Su Chen smiled. Su Chen was very happy that his son was so diligent and studious. Su Yang is very talented. If he is diligent and studious, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Su Chen smiled and agreed readily. Okay. He picked up the Long Quan sword and handed it to Su Yang. Let's try first to see if we can use this sword. The voice of the little golden dragon suddenly came to Su Chen's mind. Boy, do you think I'm a toy? Just for your son to play with. It's not a toy, it's a practice. Su Chen replied. I don't care. There's no way I'm going to let your son play with it. Okay, then I'll throw you back onto the big willow tree in Chen Yue's yard. You? How dare you threaten me? Yes, I'm threatening you. What else can you do? Xiao Jinlong was speechless. He really had no way to deal with Su Chen. He was just a spirit in the Long Quan sword. Without special circumstances, the little golden dragon had no way of leaving the Long Quan sword. Helpless, the little golden dragon could only follow Su Chen's wishes. Su Yang picked up the Long Quan sword. Suddenly a strange feeling rose from his body. It seemed that Su Yang at this moment was a great swordsman. Su Yang's face was full of excitement as he swung the first sword. Although this sword has no power, it is very imposing. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Remember, hold your breath and don't let the sword energy leak out. Su Yang swung out another sword, and this time, the sword became more powerful. There was a hint of shock in Su Chen's eyes. Although Su Yang is less than 2 years old, one can vaguely feel some sword intent when he dances with the sword. Su Yang asked cautiously, Is that so, Daddy? Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. That's right, do it this way. Under Su Chen's guidance, Su Yang's sword dance became more and more proficient. The small body holding the Long Quan sword makes her look quite cute. Soon, the afternoon passed. Su Yang reluctantly returned the Long Quan sword to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yang's head. You can come tomorrow afternoon. Su Yang's face showed the point's information. Really? Of course it's true. Su Chen spoke. At this moment, Su Chen's system suddenly made a sound. Congratulations to the host for gaining intimacy with his offspring. Current intimacy with Su Yang is 70 out of 100. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. The intimacy that had not moved for a long time finally moved. It seems that the focus of my future cultivation will be on the training of my offspring. The cultivation level of this offspring is increasing even faster than during weekends. Su Chen thought about it and watched Su Yang leave the alchemy pavilion. Chapter 42, Medicine Ghost's Plea. At night, Su Chen put down the medical book. The snoring of the little medicine boy could already be heard on the second floor. Su Chen gently covered the little medicine boy with the quilt and then prepared to meditate and practice. His cultivation had increased a lot today, and Su Chen needed to digest and consolidate it well. However, when Su Chen was preparing to meditate and practice, suddenly, a strange aura came. Su Chen frowned and looked towards the place where the ghost energy came from. A figure slowly emerged not far away. It's the medicine ghost Xiaoxian in the alchemy room. Su Chen asked in confusion, Xiaoxian, why are you here? Xiaoxian looked at Su Chen and bit her lip and said, I came to say goodbye to you. Are you leaving? Yes, I have cultivated my human form. Now, I can appear during the day, so I am leaving. This is the alchemy room of Lingyin Sect. I don't think I should be here. Cultivating into a human form means that Xiaoxian has completely entered the door of cultivation. The main way to practice is to absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding area. Xiaoxian couldn't bear to absorb the spiritual energy from the medicine pavilion. Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The spiritual energy you absorbed is insignificant to the medicine refining pavilion. Xiaoxian shook her head. I've made up my mind. Now that I've cultivated into a human form, I can no longer hide my identity. When Bai Weiwei finds out, they, as cultivators, will chase me away. Su Chen's eyes became serious. Indeed, Xiaoxian is like a ghost. In the human world, she is not tolerated by people, especially those who practice Taoism. If the senior sisters knew Xiaoxian's identity, it would be disadvantageous. What are your plans for the future? I'm going to the ghost cave. The ghost den, as a place as famous as the demon realm, is the final destination of many ghosts. Xiaoxian can practice better in the ghost den. Okay, then I wish you a safe journey. As Su Chen spoke, he gave all the medicines from the immortal cultivation family to Xiaoxian. These medicines were originally meant to win over Su Chen, so naturally they would not be too precious. Now these pills are no longer of much help to Su Chen's cultivation. So, Su Chen gave it all to Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian showed gratitude and then glanced at Su Chen. Thank you. Su Chen smiled. Fine. Xiaoxian continued. I have something to ask of you. Su Chen frowned and asked in confusion. What's the matter? Let me make you some tea. Su Chen was at a loss for words. He thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be just a small matter. Sure. Xiaoxian blushed. I'm very grateful for your care, but I have nothing to repay you with. So before I leave, I want to make you a pot of tea. Su Chen agreed readily, and then took out the tea set from the alchemy pavilion. Since no one drinks tea, the tea set looks a bit old. Xiaoxian wiped the tea set carefully, and then began to brew tea. Xiaoxian has now cultivated into a human form and can touch objects normally like ordinary people. Soon, the aroma of tea filled the room. Su Chen took the tea and took a sip. It's delicious, Su Chen praised. But he soon realized something was wrong. It seemed like something had been added to the tea. Su Chen felt weak all over. He tried to stand up, but found he had no strength at all. Then, Xiaoxian actually took off her clothes. Su Chen was stunned. Xiaoxian, what do you want to do? Without you, I wouldn't have cultivated into a human form. I have nothing to repay you with except this. As she spoke, Xiaoxian's hot body pressed against him. I kind of like you, Xiaoxian said gently, and then kissed Su Chen on the lips. The next morning, Su Chen woke up from his sleep, and what happened yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Su Chen quickly looked around and found that Xiaoxian had already left. Su Chen felt lost. This medicine ghost was still very simple. How could what I have done be worthy of her going to that extent? But since it has already happened, Su Chen could only wish Xiaoxian all the best in the ghost den. Just as he was thinking about it, a little medicine boy walked in from outside the medicine pavilion. Brother Su Chen, you're awake. Su Chen nodded. Senior Sister Li is here to see you. The little medicine boy said, then smiled evilly. Senior Sister Li is so beautiful. You are so lucky. Su Chen was puzzled. Why would Senior Sister Li come to see me? Su Chen thought about it and walked out of the alchemy pavilion. Outside the door, Senior Sister Li was wearing a light gauze and walking in the wind. Seeing Su Chen coming out, Senior Sister Li slowly landed on the ground. She still wore a veil, which gave her a special beauty. Next to Senior Sister Li, there stood a small figure. It was Su Yu. Su Yu raised her little face and said timidly, Daddy. Senior Sister Li then asked, How are you doing in the medicine refining pavilion? Su Chen smiled bitterly. There are endless books to read every day. Without hard work, there will be no results. Senior Sister Li said coldly. Then, she asked, I heard from Wei Wei that you are going to attend the alchemy conference with her? The alchemy conference is a very important meeting for competition between sects, which means the status of each sect. A strong sect must have a good alchemy pavilion. Su Chen nodded. Senior Sister by Wei Wei and I will go together. Then it's just right to take Su Yu with you. Su Chen glanced at Su Yu. Su Yu wants to go? Senior Sister Li explained. Su Yu is almost a year and a half old. It's time for her to decide on a direction for cultivation. I see she's very interested in alchemy. It's perfect for this alchemy conference, so you can take her down the mountain to gain some experience. Su Yu took a step forward and asked, Dad, can you teach me? Sure. Su Chen agreed readily. Su Yu is like a girl, and Su Chen prefers to let her play such a role. At least she doesn't need to go to the battlefield, and Su Yu's safety can be guaranteed. Okay, then I'll leave Su Yu to you first. Su Chen nodded and took Su Yu's little hand. Su Yu was a shy girl, very well behaved. She obediently put her little hand in Su Chen's big hand. Wait until Senior Sister Li leaves. Su Chen took Su Yu into the medicine refining pavilion. The little medicine boy saw Su Yu following Su Chen and asked, Who is this? My daughter Su Yu will live with us from now on. Su Yu stepped forward and said with a bow, Su Yu greets Sister Yao Tong. It seems that the etiquette taught by Senior Sister Li is also very good, and Su Yu's etiquette is very good. The little medicine boy was filled with joy and cheered. Great. From now on I'll have a playmate. Just as the little medicine boy was cheering, suddenly, a sound came from upstairs. Who disturbed me so early in the morning? Do you want to be punished? The little medicine boy immediately shut his mouth. Bai Weiwei paced down from upstairs. Chapter 43. Intimacy Improvement. Reward for upgrading the heart-nourishing sutra. The little medicine boy's face was full of grievance, but he dared not say anything. He made a face at Bai Weiwei behind her back. Su Chen smiled and asked, Senior Sister Bai, how come you have time to come downstairs today? Bai snorted slightly, then said, We're going to the alchemy conference tomorrow. Have you forgotten? Su Chen then remembered that 7 days were almost up. These days, Su Chen was so engrossed in teaching his son Su Yang that he had forgotten the time. Bai Weiwei glanced at Su Yu and asked, What is this? Su Chen introduced. This is the child of Senior Sister Li and I. Her name is Su Yu. Su Yu immediately walked up timidly and said, Su Yu greets Senior Sister Bai. Bai Weiwei blushed. She almost forgot that Su Chen's original identity was a cultivator. She smiled and said, Little Su Yu is really pretty, almost like Senior Sister Li. Su Yu smiled sweetly. Bai Weiwei then looked at Su Chen and said fiercely, Remember to prepare well. You can't embarrass yourself at the alchemy conference. The people going to the alchemy conference this time are all from big sects. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen has already made some preparations for the alchemy conference. He has also read a lot of books on the second floor of the alchemy pavilion these days. Very confident in his medicine refining skills. After Bai Weiwei finished her instructions, she left. Su Yu came close to Su Chen and whispered, Daddy, is this Aunt Bai Weiwei? Su Chen nodded. She's so beautiful. Su Chen pursed his lips. She was pretty, but also looked fierce. Su Chen sighed as he spoke. He wondered when he would be able to completely defeat Senior Sister Bai Weiwei. He hadn't had a weekend off for a long time, and his cultivation had grown slowly. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen stood still in the courtyard. Then he took out the Longquan sword and began to dance. Su Yu stood aside, looking well-behaved, watching Su Chen dance with the sword quietly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the yard. Su Yang appeared in the courtyard. After a few days of getting along, Su Chen and Su Yang's relationship has become very harmonious. Su Yang ran over and said happily, Daddy, I'm here. Su Chen smiled and handed the Longquan sword to Su Yang. Su Yang held the sword and saw Su Yu on the side. Asked, Who is this? There are some similarities between Su Yu's eyebrows and eyes and Su Chen's. This is your sister, Su Yu. When Su Yang heard for the first time that he had a younger sister, he looked surprised. Su Yu looked at the strange boy timidly, without saying a word. Su Chen smiled. You are brother and sister, don't be so unfamiliar. Get to know each other better. Su Yang nodded in understanding, then said, I'm Su Yang, your brother. Su Yang felt a little weird about having a younger sister out of nowhere. Su Yu carefully stretched out her hand and placed it on Su Yang's hand. I'm Su Yu. Su Chen smiled. These two brothers and sisters. Su Chen turned his head and said, How's the swordsmanship I taught you recently? I'm already very skilled, but I don't know if I can meet Daddy's requirements. Su Chen smiled and said, Let's get started. Su Yang then walked into the garden, holding the Longquan's sword, and suddenly started. A sword intent emanated from Su Yang's body, and Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although Su Yang's sword intent is not that strong now, at this age, he is already an outstanding person to have such sword intent. Su Yang continued to dance with the sword, and a small whirlwind formed under Su Yang's feet. Although it was not large in scale, it had already made Su Chen's eyes bright. "Dad, my brother dances with the sword very handsomely," Su Yu whispered on the side. "No matter how handsome he is not as cute as my daughter." Su Yu blushed, gently pushed Su Chen's arm, and stopped talking. Su Chen was very satisfied with the first meeting between the two siblings. After all, they are half-siblings, and Su Yang and Su Yu are not opposed to each other. After a while, Su Yang stopped and looked at Su Chen shyly. "Daddy, how's my training going?" Su Chen waved his hand. Su Yang then ran over. Su Chen touched Su Yang's head and said, "Tomorrow, I will be out for a while. You must practice the swordsmanship I taught you and check it when I come back." "Okay." Su Yang agreed readily. He didn't ask Su Chen where he was going. In his impression, his father was very busy. Su Chen smiled, and at this moment, suddenly, a prompt sound came from his system. Congratulations to the host and his offspring Su Yang for reaching 100% intimacy and opening the child training system. Reward: 100 years of cultivation, upgrade of the heart-nourishing sutra to the primary level of Xian rank, and upgrade of the spiritual roots to the peak level of Huang rank. The host can cultivate the corresponding abilities of their children. Host: Su Chen. Current cultivation: great perfection of Qi refining realm. Spiritual root: advanced yellow rank. Offspring: Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1 year and 8 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year and 2 months. Su Jia, middle Xian rank, 8 months. Su Yu, high Xian rank, 2 months. Item none. Kung Fu, Yunin Ju 3rd level, yellow level elementary. Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Method, yellow level intermediate. Yin Yang, Hehuan Secret Art 1st level, earth level intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, earth level elementary. Yang Xian Jing, Xian level elementary. The art of mastering the art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian level high grade. Su Chen was stunned. After spending these few days together, the intimacy between him and Su Yang had reached 100%. What's up with that child-rearing system? Su Chen tried to open the system and found that all of Su Yang's information was displayed on the interface. Descendants: Su Yang. Spiritual root level, yellow rank advanced. Cultivation strength, has not yet entered the path of immortal cultivation. Ability partial, sword cultivation. Su Chen retracted the panel. This system was still very convenient for him. At least I can always understand the various conditions of my children. After this period of time, Su Chen is still full of affection for his children. After Su Yang left, Su Chen took Su Yu back to the medicine pavilion. Now Su Yu's panel has not been displayed in the system. The system should only appear after the intimacy reaches 100%, so there is only Su Yang's information. Su Yu walked to Su Chen's side and asked, "Dad, are we leaving for the alchemy conference tomorrow? I don't have anything to pay attention to." Facing Su Yu, Su Chen really couldn't get angry at all. Su Yu was so well-behaved, and her personality was completely different from senior sister Li's. "It's okay. When we get there tomorrow, you just need to follow me closely and don't run around." Su Yu nodded. Chapter 44. The little girl is so cute. The next morning, the little medicine boy was still asleep when he was woken up by Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei looked at the little medicine boy and instructed him, "We are going to the alchemy conference. Remember to take good care of the house and clean the alchemy room on time." The little medicine boy's eyes were blurry. I know. Senior sister, please go quickly. Don't disturb my sleep." Bai Weiwei glared at the little medicine boy and said viciously, "If I find you slacking off, I'll make you recite the medicine sutra 100 times. The little medicine boy didn't answer, but snored and fell asleep again. Su Chen chuckled twice. "Senior sister Bai, let's go." Bai nodded slightly, then followed Su Chen out of the alchemy pavilion. Su Chen took Su Yu and walked out of the medicine refining pavilion. Outside the alchemy pavilion, Lung Wushuang and senior sister Li were already waiting outside. Lung Wushuang said, "You must perform well in this alchemy conference, because it concerns the dignity of the sect. Those who participate in this conference are all the alchemy elites of various sections. Remember, don't make any mistakes." I nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, sect master." Senior sister Li looked at Su Yu with a smile on her face. "Listen carefully to what Dad says when you get there." Su Yu nodded heavily. Lung Wushuang turned her head and looked at Su Chen with trust in her eyes. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. Afterwards, Su Chen took Su Yu and Bai Weiwei out of the sect. Both of them were cultivators and traveled very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the half-day journey was over and the three of them arrived at a small tavern. Bai Weiwei decided to take a rest here. After walking from Lingyin Peak to the mortal world, Su Chen had not experienced the fireworks of the world for a long time. He felt very familiar with the noisy sounds in the tavern. Brothers are good. Brothers are bad. In the tavern, several big men were drinking together. Bai frowned slightly and said, I don't want to rest here. Su Chen smiled and said, Senior Sister Bai, this place is pretty good. In the mortal world, a tavern like this is the most down-to-earth and relatively safe. Bai Weiwei was skeptical, but he still chose to believe Su Chen. The three of them walked into the tavern, and immediately, the eyes of the people around them turned to them. This was the first time these people had seen such handsome and ethereal men and women. Bai Weiwei ignored the gazes and walked to a table and sat down, while Su Chen walked to the counter and ordered some food and wine. Bai Weiwei sat down, glanced around, and found that several big men were staring at him. She said fiercely, Why? What are you looking at? Haven't you seen beautiful women? Several big men immediately looked away. Su Chen smiled. He didn't need to worry about Bai Weiwei's personality. After the food and wine were served, Su Chen and Su Yu sat side by side at the table. Bai Weiwei said, Su Chen, you must not make any mistakes this time. Otherwise our Lingyin Peak will be in turmoil. Su Chen was a little confused. Why were Leng Wushuang and Bai Weiwei so nervous at an alchemy conference? Bai Weiwei explained, the Lingyin Sect suffered heavy damage after the last war. Many disciples have passed away, and some have even left the sect. This is the most vulnerable time for the Lingyin Sect. If we show any abnormality, other immortal cultivation sects will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. Su Chen nodded and his expression became serious. Su Yu ate the meat in big mouthfuls and said, Daddy, this thing from the mortal world is so delicious. Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yu's head. We will be at the foot of the mountain for a long time this time. I will take you to eat lots of delicious food. Su Yu nodded obediently. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked in from outside the door. The woman was wearing a long gauze dress, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and there was a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows, which made her look even more elegant and graceful. Suddenly, the attention of everyone around was drawn to the woman. When did so many beauties come to this tavern in one day? The woman slowly walked into the tavern, ordered some food, and then sat down at the table next to Su Chen. Bai Weiwei moved closer to Su Chen and said, This is someone from Lingyin Sect. Su Chen was stunned. Lingyin Sect? Bai nodded slightly. The cinnabar mole between his eyebrows was not natural, but a symbol of being a disciple of Lingyin Sect. What kind of sect is Lingyin Sect? A sect that focuses on sword cultivation. Bai Weiwei said. It's a sect as famous as the Lingyin Sect, but this woman is probably just an alchemist in the Lingyin Sect. I've never seen this woman before. The status of an alchemist is very special, and the identities of alchemists in general sects will not be revealed easily. No wonder there was no sword energy on the woman. Su Chen understood, and then a young man walked in from outside the door and sat directly next to the woman. Bai Weiwei said, Zhao Wuji is a powerful person in Lingyin Sect. He is very powerful. Judging from his cultivation strength, he should have reached the 4th level of foundation building. The 4th level of foundation building. Su Chen glanced at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji is very young. At this age, he has reached the 4th level of foundation building, which is already a very powerful existence. This alchemy conference is held in Luoyang City, which is really too far. Fortunately, we arrived today. Zhao Wuji complained. The woman said, It's only half a day away. It seems like a lot of sects will be participating this time. Zhao Wuji nodded. This alchemy conference only takes place once every 10 years. It's very special, and I'm sure all the sects will come to participate. While they were talking, the woman's meal had already arrived. A rich aroma of food wafted over. Su Yu blinked her eyes. She had finished eating the meat on her side. Su Chen immediately realized it and said with a smile, Order a few more braised pork. Su Yu smiled happily. Suddenly, the woman at the next table turned around and noticed Su Chen and others. If she were an ordinary woman, she would definitely be surprised by Su Chen's appearance. Su Chen's appearance is the type that will make people's eyes bright at first sight. Few people will not have any reaction when they see Su Chen for the first time. However, that's what a woman is. She didn't look at Su Chen, but at little Su Yu, with a gentle smile on her lips. What's your name, little girl? Su Yu glanced at Su Chen timidly, and Su Chen said, Sister is asking you a question. Su Yu raised her head and whispered, My name is Su Yu. The woman smiled. What a cute girl. Zhao Wuji looked over, and the moment he saw Bai Weiwei, his eyes changed. 10 years ago, It was Bai Weiwei who represented Lingyin Sect in the alchemy conference, and now, it is still Bai Weiwei. Chapter 45, Bandits. Bai Weiwei glared at Zhao Wuji. He did not have a good impression of Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was too conceited and looked down on others because of his own cultivation and talent. Zhao Wuji looked away. The woman said, "You've already told me your name. In exchange, I'll tell you mine too. My name is Bai Rushuang. You can call me Sister Bai." It has to be said that Bai Rushuang is a master at coaxing children. With just a few words, Suyu lost her guard and became relaxed. "Xiao Suyue, is this your brother?" Bai Rushuang said this and glanced at Su Chen. Suyu shook her head. "This is my daddy." Bai Rushuang didn't show any surprise, but said, "No wonder she's so good-looking. It turns out it's because she has a handsome dad." Zhao Wuji looked at Su Chen with some jealousy. He could feel Su Chen's strength. He was just a waste who hadn't even reached the foundation building stage. However, if it came to appearance, 10 Zhao Wujis could not compare to Su Chen. After a brief conversation, Bai Rushuang returned to her table. Since Suyu eats very slowly, even though Bai Rushuang and others came in later, they finished their meal before Su Chen and others. Zhao Wuji and Bai Rushuang walked out of the tavern. Zhao Wuji said, "That Su Chen is from the Lingyin Sect, but his strength is very weak, only at the qi refining realm." Bai Rushuang said, "That Su Chen is quite handsome." Zhao Wuji's face looked grim. He's only in his 20s and already has a child. He looks like a playboy who's not doing his job properly. No wonder his strength is so low. Faced with Zhao Wuji's sarcasm, Bai Rushuang frowned, but she didn't say much. "Let's rush to the alchemy conference first." Bai Rushuang said this, but her expression was not relaxed. From the moment she met Su Chen and Suyu just now, Bai Rushuang felt that Su Chen and Suyu had a very high talent for alchemy. Especially Su Chen. It seems that his talent in alchemy has surpassed himself. If her opponent was someone like Su Chen, this alchemy conference would not be so easy. Returning to the tavern, Suyu finally finished her meal. She patted her bulging belly, her face slightly red. "Daddy, I seem to have eaten a little too much." Su Chen smiled. "It's okay, my daughter is not fat." Suyu puffed up her rosy cheeks and smiled sweetly at Su Chen. When Su Chen stood up and prepared to leave, suddenly, there was a noise outside. Then, several masked men rushed in. "Leave all your money on the table." The people in the store were suddenly startled. Even those shirtless men did not dare to act rashly. These people are obviously bandits, and they must have done a lot of burning, killing, and looting. For a moment, the tavern was completely silent. Suyu grabbed the corner of Su Chen's clothes in fear and buried her head in Su Chen's arms. Bai frowned slightly. She had been practicing in the mountains and didn't know much about the world. Naturally, she didn't know much about such things. She said to Su Chen, "These people are not good people." Su Chen smiled. This person who grew up in the Lingyin Sect is indeed too naive. Before entering the Lingyin Sect, Su Chen had experienced the sufferings of the world because he was unable to embark on the path of cultivating immortals. "These are bandits. They want to steal money." Bai Weiwei glared and said, "That won't do. The sect master gave us this money, and we can't let it be taken away." At this time, one of the bandits shouted, "Hand over your money quickly, or I will kill you in a disgraceful way." Zhao Wuji just left, and these people now have no ability to resist at all. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. It seems that these people have been prepared for a long time, just waiting for Zhao Wuji to leave here, and then start to take action. However, they didn't expect that there was a senior sister with a hot temper here. Bai Weiwei stood up and said, "I'll go and take care of them. They want to take my money, but they're not going to kill themselves." Su Chen extended his hand and said, "No need for you to help, senior sister. I can do it." Su Chen just wanted to try out the results of his 3 years of cultivation at Lingyin Peak. The big men naturally heard what Su Chen and Bai Weiwei said. One of the big men was stunned when he saw Bai Weiwei. "This little girl is so pretty. Why not take her back and make her your wife? Oh, there's also a gigolo. Let's deal with him together. Sell this gigolo to the city. Some rich women like this type." Several big men said this and surrounded them. Suyu grabbed Su Chen's collar, feeling a little nervous. Su Chen comforted him. "I'll show you how handsome daddy is later." After saying that, Su Chen turned around. "Let's do it." The big men were slightly stunned, and then they all surrounded him. "Boy, do you need my help?" The voice of the golden dragon suddenly appeared in Su Chen's mind. "No, this time I'm going to use Taoism." "Taoism?" Jin Long's eyes were filled with shock. "You also know Taoism?" "Certainly." Su Chen opened his mouth, and while he was speaking, he had already taken action. Su Chen moved his hands, and a mighty Taoist power flowed out from his body. A big man rushed up first, but was pushed by Su Chen with both hands, using the force to retreat to the side. A hint of anger appeared on the big man's face. He turned around and rushed forward again. However, Su Chen's lower body was as stable as a rock, and no matter how the big man attacked, Su Chen could easily resolve it. Su Chen did not use Taoist magic such as Yin Wu Lei. Facing these bandits, Su Chen did not want to use overly powerful Taoist magic. After several attacks, the big men were exhausted and out of breath, but they could do nothing to Su Chen. Fuck, I'm going to kill this guy. The big man was filled with anger and rushed directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen dodged sideways and easily avoided the attack. Bai Weiwei shouted from the side, "Hurry up and get rid of these idiots." Su Chen nodded, and then he moved. These bandits are all martial artists, not ordinary people, but in Su Chen's eyes, their movements are too slow. Su Chen raised his hand and hit the Khan on the back of the head. Suddenly, the big man lost consciousness. The other big men were immediately shocked, and at the same time, they felt that their IQ was insulted. This pretty boy, didn't he use any force just now? Several big men took a step back. Bai Weiwei glared and said, "Get out of here." Several big men fled in panic. Su Chen returned to Su Yu, and Su Yu immediately hugged Su Chen, her big eyes full of admiration. Bai Weiwei glanced at the father and daughter and urged, "Let's go." The guest next to him said, "Thank you so much for the help from this family of three." Those guests all thought Bai Weiwei, Su Chen, and Su Yu were a family of three. Bai Weiwei blushed immediately and quickly pulled Su Chen and Su Yu out of the tavern. Chapter 46. Sorry, I am a pharmacist. After leaving the tavern, Su Chen and Bai Weiwei went to Luoyang City. This alchemy conference was held in Luoyang City. As the ancient capital of 4 dynasties, Luoyang City is the most prosperous city among the nearby cities. Su Chen held Su Yu's hand and walked on the street. Su Yu, who went down the mountain for the first time in her life, opened her eyes wide and looked at everything around her curiously. The street was bustling with shouts and voices. People on the street were also looking at Su Chen, Bai Weiwei, and Su Yu. Almost everyone thought that these 3 people were a family of 3. The appearance of such a talented and beautiful couple in Luoyang City attracted envious glances from people around them. Su Yu said, "Daddy, what is that?" Su Chen followed Su Yu's gaze and smiled. "That's a candied haws. This stuff is delicious." Su Chen said this, without asking Su Yu whether she wanted it or not, and brought Su Yu to the stall. "Boss, give me a candied haws." The owner of the stall was an old lady. She looked at Su Yu and smiled. "The little girl is so cute. I'll pick the biggest and sweetest one for you." Su Yu nodded obediently. Time passed slowly, and Su Chen took his biological daughter shopping for the first time, wanting to give Su Yu all the good things. Before long, Su Yu had a lot of things in her hands. Su Yu's mouth is bulging, which is very cute. The 3 of them walked on the street and were not in a hurry to go to the venue of the alchemy conference. Anyway, since all the major sects would be there, a lot of time was reserved for them, and Su Chen and Bai Weiwei still had a lot of time to rest. Suddenly, a group of people came from a distance. Judging from their clothes, these people are not ordinary people, but disciples from other sects. Bai Weiwei's face was solemn, and she whispered in Su Chen's ear, "These people are from Wudong. They are very arrogant. Don't pay attention to them." Su Chen glanced at those people. These people all look arrogant and proud. When they walk on the street, they seem to not care about the people around them at all. Su Chen smiled and didn't intend to take these people seriously. Who would have thought that the Wudong disciples would be the first to speak up? Isn't this someone from the Lingyin Sect? The leading disciple knew Bai Weiwei. He asked, "Bai Weiwei, who is this?" The leading disciple said this and looked at Su Chen. Bai Weiwei didn't have a good impression of Wudong's disciples. She curled her lips and said, "None of your business." The leading disciple's expression changed slightly. "Bai Weiwei, don't go too far." Bai Weiwei didn't take them seriously at all. She just said to herself, "Su Chen, don't bother with fools. Let's go." The expressions of several Wudong disciples became very ugly. Bai Weiwei ignored him and prepared to take Su Chen away. A disciple came up to the leading disciple and whispered, "Could this be Bai Weiwei's Taoist partner? Look, they already have a child." The lead disciple's application suddenly became ugly. Bai Weiwei also heard this. Her face flushed, and she said, "This is the new male cultivator who joined our Lingyin Sect this year. Don't say anything nonsense." Several Wudong disciples immediately revealed expressions of shock. Is Lingyin Sect recruiting male practitioners? All the Wudong disciples were shocked. The Lingyin Sect never recruited male disciples. Could it be that this person was an extremely talented person? Su Chen took a step forward and said, "My name is Su Chen. Nice to meet you all from Wudong." Several Wudong disciples looked at Su Chen, their hearts filled with jealousy. Many cultivators knew that the Lingyin Sect was filled with beautiful women. and each of them was a master. If one entered the Lingyin Sect, not to mention romantic encounters, just looking at the faces of the sisters every day would prolong their lives. Moreover, since he was able to enter the Lingyin Sect as an exception, his strength must be quite high. It seems that in this world of cultivating immortals, strength is still the key. Everyone speculated that this time, Su Chen should be the expert who came with Bai Weiwei to protect her safety. In each sect, the strength of alchemists is generally very low. Only a very small number of them are not only powerful in alchemy, but also have high cultivation levels. Everyone looked at Su Chen with admiration. There was also a bit of jealousy in the eyes of admiration. Only the leading disciple looked at Bai Weiwei with an unhappy expression. He spoke. "Little brother, I wonder what level of cultivation you have reached." Su Chen spoke. "I am at the great perfection of the qi refining realm." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned. Are you kidding me? Although Su Chen's qi refining realm great perfection is not low at his age, he is definitely not a genius. Many people can reach this level at this age. Why Su Chen was able to enter Lingyin Sect? Everyone looked at Su Chen's face. Was it because Su Chen was handsome? In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is the only thing that matters. Behaviors like relying on looks will be despised by all parties. Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable looking at the eyes of the crowd. He was just a small figure in the 9th level of qi refining realm. Why did these people act as if he owed them money? He smiled awkwardly and prepared to leave with Bai Weiwei. At this time, the leading disciples suddenly spoke up. "Bai Weiwei, your Lingyin Sect is too weak right now. The person they chose to protect you turned out to be a loser who has only reached the great perfection of the qi refining realm. Doesn't the Lingyin Sect have anyone else?" As he spoke, the leading disciple's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Or are you just coveting this loser's beauty?" Bai turned his head slightly and said, "He's handsome, definitely much more handsome than you." The leading disciple's face turned ugly. "However, you don't need to worry about why Su Chen came with me." Bai Weiwei's tone was cold and merciless. The leading disciple's strength has already reached the foundation building stage. How could he have suffered such humiliation? He glared at Su Chen and said, "Little pretty boy, a qi refining realm loser, how dare you accompany Bai Weiwei and act as her bodyguard?" Su Yu glanced at the leading disciple and felt a little angry. She didn't understand why these people came up and talked about her father. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, "I think you're mistaken. I'm not here to protect senior sister Bai. I'm here to participate in the alchemy conference." All the disciples were immediately shocked. "Are you an alchemist?" "Yes, I'm an alchemist." Now everyone understood why Su Chen was able to enter the Lingyin Sect as an exception. Alchemists are extremely rare and are the target of competition among major sects. A young alchemist is indeed much rarer than an ordinary cultivator. Chapter 47. The second offspring completes intimacy. The leading disciple's face suddenly turned ugly. He didn't say anything else. An alchemist who had reached the great perfection of the qi refining realm was indeed much better than himself. Bai Weiwei glared at the chief disciple and said disdainfully, "It's nothing. We'll leave." After saying that, Bai Weiwei took Su Chen's hand and left. Arriving at the residence, Su Chen looked at the luxuriously decorated and antique buildings in front of him and secretly admired them. As expected of an alchemy conference held once every 10 years, the accommodation and treatment arranged here are simply luxurious. Even in the Lingyin Sect, perhaps only Lung Wushuan's residence can be compared with this one. Bai Weiwei stopped and then walked in with Su Chen. In the courtyard, there is the sound of gurgling water and the air is filled with spiritual energy. Most of the buildings here imitate garden architecture and the environment is very good. People walked by from time to time. Judging from their gestures, these people were not ordinary people. They were all cultivators from major immortal cultivation families. Su Yu was a little nervous. She held Su Chen's big hand and looked around. Bai Weiwei was familiar with the route and quickly took Su Chen to her residence. The built-in decoration of the house is not luxurious, but it is clean. After a simple tidying up, Su Chen and Su Yu stayed in the room, while Bai Weiwei was in another room next door. Su Yu sat on the edge of the bed and raised her head. "Dad, Mom asked me to go with you this time to learn the art of alchemy." Su Chen smiled and asked, "Are you interested in refining medicine?" Su Yu was a little shy. "I saw a book about alchemists at my mother's place, and I thought the alchemists in it were so handsome." Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yu's head. Su Chen thought it was a good idea to let Su Yu learn alchemy. Su Chen was reluctant to let such a precious daughter of his learn to practice other things. Being an alchemist would be the most ideal for her, as she would not have to go to the battlefield. "I'll give you something. Take a look and see if you can understand it." Su Chen said this and took out his own alchemy manual. Su Yu took it, opened it, and took a look. After a while, Su Yu frowned. Daddy, I don't understand. The Heart Sutra of Alchemy is considered a Xian-level secret book. It seems that it is too early for Su Yu to read it now. Su Yu was a little frustrated and said, Dad, am I a little stupid? This is a difficult medical book. It's normal that you can't understand it. Su Chen comforted. Then, he took out a medical book from the second floor of the medicine refining pavilion. Su Yu took it and opened the first page. This time, Su Yu read very seriously, and her expression was normal. It was obvious that Su Yu was concentrating on reading. Can you understand it this time? Su Yu nodded. Su Chen smiled. It seemed that the Alchemy Heart Sutra was still a little difficult for Su Yu. Su Chen was not stingy in giving his treasures to Su Yu, as she was his precious daughter. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host and his offspring Su Yang for reaching 100% intimacy. Su Yu has joined the children training system. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Spiritual roots slightly improved. The host can cultivate the corresponding abilities of their children. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, great perfection of Qi refining realm. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1 year and 8 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year and 2 months. Su Jia, high Xian rank, 8 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 2 months. Item none. Kung Fu, Yunin Ju 3rd level, yellow level elementary. Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Method, yellow level intermediate. Yin Yang, Hehuan Secret Art 1st level, earth level intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, earth level elementary. Yang Xian Jing, Xian level elementary. The art of mastering the art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian level high grade. Descendant Su Yu has entered the training system. Descendants Su Yu. Spiritual root level, yellow rank advanced. Cultivation strength, has not yet entered the path of immortal cultivation. Ability pharmacist. Su Chen was a little surprised that his second offspring had also started the training system. He felt that his cultivation had improved significantly and had reached the barrier of foundation building. As long as he found a suitable opportunity, he could break through and enter the foundation building realm at any time. The rewards for training this offspring are really too generous. Time passed slowly. Su Yu was holding the medical book, reading intently. Su Chen was meditating on the side, preparing to digest the cultivation he had just gained. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and then Bai Weiwei walked in. Let's meet with the people from all the major sects. Su Chen stood up and stood up. Su Yu was still reading. Su Chen said to Su Yu, You study hard in your room, my senior sister, and I will go out for a while. Su Yu nodded obediently. Su Chen and Bai Weiwei went to the hall where guests were received in Luoyang City. There was still some distance from the hall, and more cultivators gathered around. Among them, there are sword cultivators, Taoists, and some people from other cultivation systems. The most numerous among them are alchemists. However, most of these alchemists are accompanied by some highly skilled disciples from the sects to protect their safety. However, to Su Chen's disappointment, many alchemists were already middle-aged or older, and there were not many young alchemists. Su Chen asked in a low voice, Senior sister, why are all these alchemists old men? Nonsense. Do you know how valuable alchemists are? Many people have spent their entire lives researching for decades before embarking on the path of alchemy. Once they become alchemists, they become the object of competition among various sects. It was the first time that Su Chen heard that alchemists were so precious. No wonder he had never seen an alchemist before he embarked on the path of cultivation. Bai Weiwei signaled with her eyes, and then the two of them entered the inner hall. Many people gathered in the inner hall. Most of them are people from major sects. Su Chen stood behind Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei whispered, Among the people from these sects, you should pay special attention to the woman from Lingyin Sect, Wang Yi from Wudong, and Bai Zhe from Donghua Mountain. The others are all elders. They are of higher generations and won't compare themselves to us. Su Chen followed Bai Weiwei's gaze and saw two men of similar age among the group. One of them had picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and his expression was full of unruly behavior. The other one had an indifferent expression and didn't care about his clothes. These are two young people with great potential. At this time, Bai Rushuang walked in. Immediately, it attracted the attention of all the guests. Bai Rushuang is so beautiful that she is one of the best even among these immortal cultivators. Probably the only one who can be compared to Bai Rushuang is Bai Weiwei. However, Bai Rushuang's temperament is more attractive than Bai Weiwei's, as Bai Weiwei has too hot a temper. Most people don't dare to provoke Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei continued, There's another very important point. 48th Palm, Bai Rushuang's invitation. Su Chen looked solemn, waiting for Bai Weiwei to speak. Bai Weiwei said, Especially Bai Rushuang. 10 years ago, when I participated, Bai Rushuang didn't represent Lingyin Sect. It was another genius alchemist who participated. Now, Bai Rushuang can replace that genius alchemist. This can only mean that Bai Rushuang's alchemy skills are even more terrifying. Su Chen nodded seriously. Bai Rushuang walked into the inner hall, then came to Su Chen's side and found a place to sit. Su Chen was a little flattered. Bai Rushuang whispered, "Su Chen, you're here." Su Chen nodded. "I'm looking forward to fighting you." Bai Weiwei snorted coldly. "I am her senior sister. If you want to fight with the Lingyin Sect, why not come to me?" Bai Rushuang said calmly, "You don't deserve it." "You?" Bai Weiwei's face showed some anger. She knew that Su Chen had a high talent for alchemy, and that he had finished reading all the books on the first floor of the alchemy pavilion in just over 10 days. Even she took a month to finish reading those medical books. Just as the atmosphere was becoming tense, someone on the stage said, "Welcome everyone to the alchemy conference. I will now introduce the specific arrangements for the alchemists from each sect." The conference has begun. This conference was nothing more than explaining the arrangements and ended quickly. Many people from various sects left the scene. Su Chen also stood up and wanted to leave with Bai Weiwei. At this moment, Bai Rushuang suddenly walked over. "Su Chen, do you have time to come to my place and talk?" Su Chen frowned in confusion. Why did Bai Rushuang look for me? Bai Rushuang looked at Su Chen with calm eyes, but her expression made it impossible to refuse. Su Chen glanced at Bai Weiwei. Bai turned his head slightly. "Go if you like." Bai Rushuang continued, "Please agree. I have something that may interest you." The meaning of this sentence is bound to be misunderstood, but Bai Rushuang's tone does not mean that. Su Chen agreed. At this time, Zhao Wuji walked over from not far away. He saw Su Chen following Bai Rushuang and asked with a stern face, "What are you doing here?" Bai Rushuang began to explain. "I'll discuss the alchemist matters with him." Zhao Wuji's face was full of disdain. "What is there for you to talk about with this loser?" Then, Zhao Wuji suddenly opened his eyes wide. "He is a pharmacist?" Bai Rushuang nodded. "Very talented, probably even better than me." Zhao Wuji was stunned. This time, Lingyin Sect came here to win the alchemy conference in one fell swoop, so they asked Bai Rushuang to come. It can be said that Bai Rushuang's ability in refining medicine is the highest talent in Lingyin Sect in all these years. Is this Su Chen taller than Bai Rushuang? Rushuang, you are kidding. Did this kid deceive you with his sweet words? I'm going to destroy him right now. No, Bai Rushuang said coldly. As for matters concerning alchemy, don't worry about it. From Bai Rushuang's tone, it can be seen that in Lingyin Sect, Bai Rushuang's status is higher than Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's expression changed, but his eyes were still full of hostility when he looked at Su Chen. But no more words were spoken. Su Chen followed Bai Rushuang to the place where Bai Rushuang was resting. Bai Rushuang's body smells very good, not the kind of rouge and powder smell, but real body odor. The two walked into the room, and Bai Rushuang suddenly turned around. A pair of bright eyes stared at Su Chen's, and Bai Rushuang's cold voice rang out. "Who is your master?" Su Chen was stunned. "I don't have a master." Su Chen did not hide it at all. "If you don't want to talk about it, forget it." Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Logically speaking, his master was the system, but he couldn't tell the truth. Bai Rushuang continued, "I came to you this time because I want to ask you something." As she spoke, Bai Rushuang's eyes changed. "It's about the Wuji spirit eye." Su Chen's face was filled with shock. Although he didn't understand the Wuji spirit eye, even Bai Weiwei only discovered it when he was identifying the medicinal herbs. But Bai Rushuang actually saw it directly. Su Chen chuckled. "To be honest, I don't know much about this infinite spirit eye either." Bai Rushuang frowned. "In exchange, I can agree to one condition of yours." Su Chen shook his head. "I really don't know." Bai Rushuang stared into Su Chen's eyes. Judging from Su Chen's expression, he did not seem to be lying. "Okay, then show me." Su Chen agreed readily, and Bai Rushuang then took out a medicinal herb and placed it in front of Su Chen. "Take a look at this medicinal herb. What's the problem?" Su Chen looked carefully and saw a black aura flowing inside the medicinal herbs. He was a little surprised. Bai Rushuang was even more surprised. At this moment, blue light was flowing in Su Chen's eyes. It was indeed the infinite spiritual eyes. Su Chen said, "This medicinal herb has been infected by evil spirits and has lost its effectiveness." Bai Rushuang's face was calm, but she was already extremely surprised in her heart. This medicinal herb comes from the Lingyin Sect. Because it has lost its effectiveness, the Lingyin Sect has specially studied it. After many days of research, they discovered that these medicinal herbs had been contaminated by evil spirits and had lost their effectiveness. However, Su Chen saw it at a glance. This kind of talent is simply the strongest talent for an alchemist. "Go away. I look forward to being your opponent." Su Chen was a little puzzled. This Wuji spiritual eye could only distinguish the quality of medicinal materials, and it also had side effects. Bai Rushuang actually came to him alone just for this. However, Su Chen didn't care too much. He turned around and walked out of Bai Rushuang's room. Bai Rushuang watched Su Chen's back as he left in the room, muttering to herself. The infinite spirit eye actually exists in this world. Before meeting Su Chen, Bai Rushuang never believed in the existence of the Wuji spiritual eye, because these eyes are too sci-fi for alchemists. Not only can it identify the quality of medicinal materials, but during the process of refining medicine, the Wuji spirit eye can also see the absorption of the medicinal effects of the medicinal materials, and thus adjust the method to maximize the efficacy. It seems that this time, his powerful enemy is Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen walked out of the room on his own. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji came towards him and stopped Su Chen. What did you do in Bai Rushuang's room? I didn't do anything, just talked about some medicine making. Su Chen didn't want to reveal the matter of the Wuji spiritual eye. Really nothing? Su Chen frowned. It seemed that Zhao Wuji was interested in Bai Rushuang. Su Chen stretched out his hand. I can guarantee it. Only then did Zhao Wuji feel relieved. If you have any evil intentions, I will destroy you at any time. Zhao Wuji glared and warned. Su Chen was speechless and too lazy to pay attention to the other party. He shrugged and left. Chapter 49. Su Yu comprehends the art of alchemy and improves his cultivation by 100 years. Su Chen returned to his residence, and Su Yu was reading a book. Su Chen was very satisfied. His daughter was so talented, hardworking, and studious. Her future achievements would definitely be limitless. Su Yu turned around and asked, Daddy, what does Sister Bai Rushuang want to talk to you about? Su Chen smiled. It's about refining medicine. Seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to say more, Su Yu did not ask any more questions, but turned her head and continued reading. Su Chen sat on the bed and began to meditate. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the bedroom. Then, Bai Weiwei walked in. Su Chen's heart tightened. Judging from Bai Weiwei's expression, he might be in trouble this time. Su Chen cleared his throat, coughed, and prepared himself. Bai Weiwei came closer and said, Su Chen, come out with me. Su Yu glanced at her father Su Chen, then at Bai Weiwei, and didn't dare to speak. Su Chen had no choice but to stand up and follow Bai Weiwei out. As soon as they walked out of the door, Bai Weiwei asked, Tell me, what did you say to Bai Rushuang this time? Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and then told Bai Rushuang everything he had talked about. Bai Weiwei nodded with satisfaction. But the next moment she seemed to have thought of something. Her expression suddenly changed, and she said angrily, You made a mistake this time. Do you know that? Su Chen was stunned. Bai Weiwei said, It's fine if you tell others about the Wuji spirit eye, but next time, don't get so close to Bai Rushuang. There have been rumors lately. Is senior sister jealous? Su Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Bai Weiwei's pretty face turned red. She didn't know how she felt about Su Chen, but when Su Chen was taken out by Bai Rushuang, Bai Weiwei still felt a little uncomfortable. What do you care? This is an order. Bai pouted slightly. Su Chen smiled. He had long been accustomed to Bai Weiwei's hot temper. Bai Weiwei glared at Su Chen and then left. Su Chen was somewhat delighted in his heart. Bai Weiwei must have some feelings for him when she said this. As long as he could defeat Bai Weiwei, he would be able to move on to the next senior sister and continue to improve his cultivation smoothly. After Bai Weiwei left, Su Chen returned to the room. Su Yu came over and asked, Dad, do you have any other medical books? I finished reading this book. Su Chen was stunned. He looked at Su Yu, who looked serious. Su Chen calculated that it had only been less than a day, and Su Yu had actually finished reading a book on the second floor of the Alchemy Pavilion. Although not as old as Su Chen, Su Yu is only a little over 14 months old. This definitely means that she has an extraordinary talent for alchemy. Su Chen already had a basic understanding of the medicine refining sutra, but Su Yu was starting from scratch. Su Chen took out another medical book from his body. This is the last one. When we get back, you can read the medical books on the second floor of the Alchemy Pavilion. Su Yu nodded. Suddenly, a voice came from Su Chen's system. Congratulations to my son Su Yu for entering the path of alchemy. Reward: cultivate for 100 years. Once your cultivation is improved and you successfully enter the foundation establishment realm, you will be rewarded with a lower grade alchemy furnace. The host can cultivate the corresponding abilities of their children. Host: Su Chen. Current cultivation: Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Spiritual Root: Advanced Yellow Rank. Offspring: Su Yang, High Yellow Rank, 1 year and 8 months. Su Yu, High Yellow Rank, 1 year and 2 months. Su Jia, High Mysterious Rank, 8 months. Su Yu, High Yellow Rank, 2 months. Item: Alchemy Furnace. Techniques: Yunin Ju, Third level, yellow rank, elementary level, dragon and tiger body tempering technique. Entry level, yellow rank, intermediate level, Yin Yang Hihuan secret technique. First level, earth rank, intermediate level, Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level, Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. The art of mastering the art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that Su Yu had entered the path of alchemy and actually allowed him to make a breakthrough. Originally, Su Chen had remained in the great perfection of qi refining realm for quite a long time, and his cultivation had accumulated to a considerable level. Because Su Yu entered the path of alchemy, Su Chen gained 100 years of cultivation in one go. He could no longer accumulate cultivation and broke through directly. Su Chen felt that his body had obviously changed a lot. The perception of the surrounding spiritual energy has also become much more sensitive. Su Chen tried to meditate, and suddenly, countless spiritual energy gathered around him. Su Chen's cultivation level was significantly improved. Now that he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he could give Lingyin Sect a better chance of winning the alchemy conference. While Su Chen was meditating, a long time passed by unknowingly. The next morning, Su Chen opened his eyes. A refreshed feeling spreads throughout the body. Only after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage did Su Chen truly experience the wonders of cultivating immortals. Compared to the qi refining stage, the foundation establishment stage has a significantly improved perception of spiritual energy. Now, the strength gained from practicing for one night is several times greater than before. However, as it became increasingly difficult to improve his cultivation, after entering the first level of foundation building, Su Chen did not feel any signs of another breakthrough. Su Yu was lying on the bed, still sleeping. Su Chen smiled and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, Su Chen saw a young man. That young man was none other than Wang Yi from Wudong, whom Bai Weiwei had mentioned before. Wang Yi was sitting in the yard, reading a thick medical book in his hand, which he was reading with great interest. Baiwa, ginseng, and Ganoderma lucidum seemed to be indispensable, but in this case, it seems that the efficacy is not very good. Wang Yi frowned and said. Su Chen came over. The medicinal material that Wang Yi was looking at was a marrow-cleansing pill, which was very difficult to refine. Su Chen had seen it in a medical book on the second floor of the alchemy pavilion. It seems that refining this medicine requires a special alchemy furnace. At this time, Wang Yi also noticed Su Chen. He was a little surprised. How could there be someone in this world who was more handsome than him? Wang Yi curled his lips and said, "Are you also interested in refining medicine?" Wang Yi said, somewhat proudly, "Do you know who I am?" Su Chen said, "Wang Yi from Wudong." Wang Yi was stunned, then showed an expression of taking it for granted. It seemed that his fame had reached the level where everyone knew him. Su Chen smiled. Wang Yi asked, "Which sect are you from? Who is your alchemist?" Su Chen said, "I'm from the Lingyin Sect." Lingyin Sect. Wang Yi looked at Su Chen. "Isn't it true that Lingyin Sect only has female cultivators?" Wang Yi said, "Little brother, since you are 70% as handsome as me, I won't say anything harsh. But, little brother, telling lies is not good." Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "I didn't lie to you. Not only am I from the Lingyin Sect, but I'm not just an accompanying cultivator. I'm the Lingyin Sect's alchemist." Chapter 50, Xianpin Magical Treasure, Alchemy Furnace. Wang Yi smiled. "Whatever you want." Su Chen did not refute. He looked at Wang Yi's medical book and said, "What you were researching just now was the marrow-cleansing pill." Wang Yi was a little shocked that the young man in front of him actually had some knowledge of medicine. "Why, you know this?" Su Chen nodded. "I know a little bit. However, this elixir of yours requires a special alchemy furnace to make." Wang Yi sighed and smiled. "This is also the reason for my distress. It may also be because my skills are not yet sophisticated enough. Need some pointers?" Su Chen spoke. Wang Yi was stunned. Who among those who came to this alchemy conference didn't know him? Seeing Wang Yi was a little unhappy, Su Chen said lightly, "Maybe I can refine this medicine." Wang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. If this could be refined, he would have solved a difficult problem with the help of this alchemy conference. "Okay, then let me see your talent for alchemy. We have an alchemy furnace over there. You can go and try it." Su Chen shook his head. "I just happened to get a new magic weapon, the alchemy furnace, and I would take this opportunity to test the effectiveness of the alchemy furnace." Wang Yi was puzzled and was frowning in thought. Su Chen had already taken out the alchemy furnace rewarded by the system. Swish! A small alchemy furnace appeared in Su Chen's hand. Wang Yi was a little surprised. "Can this little thing make medicine?" Wang Yi looked at the alchemy furnace in Su Chen's hand again. The body of the alchemy furnace is bronze in color, and there are 9 golden dragons at the neck of the furnace. Although the decoration is luxurious, such a small alchemy furnace is not suitable for refining medicine at all. Su Chen ignored Wang Yi. He began to set up the alchemy furnace in the courtyard. The small alchemy furnace flew out of Su Chen's hand, and then turned into a huge monster. Such an alchemy furnace was placed in the huge courtyard, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. These people's eyes were full of curiosity. This alchemy furnace is placed in the courtyard. Does it have any special purpose or meaning? Su Chen said, I will be responsible for the alchemy furnace, but you will need to solve other problems with medicinal materials yourself. Wang Yi was skeptical, but still took out the herbs from his storage bag. These medicinal herbs were not difficult for Wang Yi to obtain. However, Wang Yi had tried to refine this medicine many times, but had never succeeded. Okay, I promise. Wang Yi agreed readily. He wanted to see if this man was really talking big. Su Chen nodded, and then began to operate the alchemy furnace. As expected of a lower-grade, earth-level magic weapon, Su Chen simply activated the internal structure, and a raging flame suddenly ignited under the alchemy furnace. Sensing the temperature of the flame, Su Chen took the medicinal herbs from Wang Yi's hand. Then, he put them into the alchemy furnace in order. Wang Yi's expression changed slightly. Judging from the order in which the herbs were put in, Su Chen was quite skilled in alchemy. This medicine is very difficult to refine. People who know nothing about refining medicine have no idea in what order to put the ingredients in. As the herbs were added, the flames began to rise. Su Chen began to refine the medicinal materials patiently. This was Su Chen's second time refining medicine, so Su Chen must take it seriously. Su Chen quickly felt the unusualness of this alchemy furnace. The flame alone was different from ordinary flames. This red flame is not an ordinary open flame, but a flame transformed from spiritual energy, which is very helpful in refining medicine. Gradually, a medicinal fragrance began to waft out. At this time, in the courtyard next to it, the news has been out for a long time. A girl shouted, "Did you hear? Over there, an alchemist has started making medicine." Alchemy? Isn't the alchemy conference still a few days away? I don't know, but the guy who made the medicine is so handsome. I've never seen such a handsome man before. Really? Go check it out. Su Chen's behavior aroused discussion and attention from people around him. Soon, some female cultivators planned to go and take a look, and Su Chen's action of setting up an alchemy furnace directly in the garden also attracted the attention of some other alchemy masters. There is a great relationship between refining medicine and the alchemy furnace, and the quality of the alchemy furnace also affects the quality of refining medicine. Moreover, the alchemy furnace is usually prepared in advance and placed in the alchemy room. Many people have never seen a situation like Su Chen's, where an alchemy furnace appeared out of thin air and was loaded in the yard. However, some experienced elders understand that this situation can occur. That alchemy furnace is definitely a magic weapon, and it has to be at least of the lower grade of the Xian level. Soon, a large crowd of people gathered where Su Chen was refining medicine. Among them are young people and old people. Most of the young people are women, and they come here just to see Su Chen's handsome looks. Alchemist is a very rare profession, and he is also a handsome man. It is hard for such a man not to attract the attention of these female cultivators. Su Chen ignored it and concentrated on refining the medicine. A green flame rose up and then heated the alchemy furnace. The bronze body of the alchemy furnace emitted a red light. Then, Su Chen activated his spiritual power and adjusted the flame to the appropriate size, and the medicinal effects of the herbs began to be integrated into the pill. Wang Yi's face showed some shock. Su Chen was not lying about this method. He really knew how to make medicine. More and more people gathered around. Suddenly, Bai Weiwei appeared beside. She watched as Su Chen directly made a medicine furnace and was refining medicine there, her eyes filled with shock. What is Su Chen doing? Bai Weiwei looked at Su Chen, and then her eyes were attracted by the alchemy furnace. Although this alchemy furnace looked ordinary, the spiritual power contained in it was very abundant. Needless to say, this alchemy furnace must be a magic weapon. An old man on the side looked solemn. He said to a middle-aged man next to him, "Where does this young genius alchemist come from?" The middle-aged man glanced at Bai Weiwei and slowly said, "It seems to be from the Lingyin Sect." Lingyin Sect? Isn't that the sect that only has female cultivators? The old man changed his mind and smiled. It's no wonder that such a genius in alchemy was able to enter the Lingyin Sect as an exception. It's understandable. Look at that alchemy furnace. What level of magic weapon should it be? The middle-aged man looked at the alchemy furnace burning with green flames with a serious expression. This alchemy furnace is at least a magical weapon of the Xian level or above. The alchemist who can possess such a magical weapon is definitely not simple. Chapter 51I, Wang Yi, am willing to be your little fanboy. Xian level? The old man smiled, then shook his head. Not only the Xian level, this magic weapon should have reached the earth level. The middle-aged man was stunned. Earth level? This Xian level magic weapon is already a very precious existence, and the earth level magic weapon is almost unheard of. The middle-aged man looked at the old man in shock. The old man smiled, but said nothing. Then he suddenly spoke quietly. Fortunately, my opponent wasn't this young man. However, the emergence of such a genius in the alchemy world is likely to bring about a bloody storm. His gaze returned to where Su Chen was refining medicine. Although the medicine that Wang Yi wanted to refine was not simple, it was not a difficult task compared to the medicine that Su Chen had refined in the alchemy room of Lingyin Sect. The medicinal herbs that were originally refined in the alchemy room were intended to treat the injuries of masters like Long Wu Shuang, who had already broken through the foundation building stage. It takes 7 days just to refine the pill. The elixir that Wang Yi wanted to refine did not take long. Moreover, Su Chen's alchemy furnace is of very high quality, and the quality of the flame is also top-notch, so it does not take too long to refine this pill. Of course, success takes time. Time passes by every second. Su Chen concentrated all his attention on refining the medicine. Many people have already left. Although this incident caused quite a stir, many people did not know the special features of the alchemy furnace. Most people came to see Su Chen's appearance. So, these people left. Besides Su Chen, only some old men, Bai Weiwei, Wang Yi and others were left. Bai Weiwei's eyes also changed when she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen looked very serious at this time. Coupled with his already handsome face, Bai Weiwei couldn't help but be stunned. Finally, in the evening, the flames in the alchemy furnace stopped. Su Chen gently tapped the furnace lid and waved his hand to take out the refined pill. Only then did he realize that so many people had gathered around. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, and he took back the alchemy furnace. The huge alchemy furnace directly turned into a small medicine cauldron and was put into Su Chen's bag. This action made the people around know the unusualness of this alchemy furnace. There was a hint of surprise on the middle-aged man's face. The alchemy furnace can be easily scaled up or down. As expected, the quality of this alchemy furnace has reached the earth level. Su Chen took the freshly made pill and walked to Wang Yi's side. He stretched out his hand, and a yellowish-brown round pill appeared in Su Chen's palm. Wang Yi's face was filled with shock. Su Chen succeeded in refining the medicine that he had failed to make many times. Wang Yi took the pill, then put it next to his nose and began to sniff it. The taste is right, I don't know how effective it is. Afterwards, Wang Yi began to inject spiritual power into the pills to feel the medicinal effects of the pills. Wang Yi's spiritual energy level is the 9th level of Qi refining realm. Although it is not high enough, it is already a good level of cultivation for an alchemist. Alchemists usually focus on studying and refining medicine, so their own cultivation level is not very high. People like Bai Weiwei who are not only alchemists but also alchemists who have reached the foundation building stage are already rare. However, most people still remember the character of this woman who had participated in an alchemy conference 10 years ago, so no one dared to provoke Bai Weiwei. Suddenly, Wang Yi was stunned. Not only was this pill successful, but its efficacy was said to be at its maximum, and it was exactly the same as the sample in the medical book. To achieve this effect, one needs to have a very high level of alchemy skills. Wang Yi asked himself, as a talented alchemist of Wudong, there is no way he can achieve this level. Wang Yi turned his head and suddenly asked, "Excuse me, brother, what is your name?" Su Chen. Su Chen replied calmly, "I saw you were struggling with this medication, so I just wanted to help you out." Su Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After reading the medical books on the 2nd floor of the alchemy pavilion, Su Chen's current alchemy ability has reached a very high level. It is easy to refine this medicine. Wang Yi suddenly came over. He cupped his hands and said, "Su Chen, let's be friends." Su Chen nodded. "I hope that we can exchange experiences with each other in the future when it comes to refining medicine. Of course, you will definitely guide me more," Wang Yi said. The old man at this moment had a smile on his face. He waved his hand, signaling the middle-aged man to follow him and leave. The middle-aged man understood and followed, then asked, "Judging from Wang Yi's reaction, the marrow-cleansing pill must have been successful." The old man nodded. "Judging from that kid's alchemy skills, there are certain flaws. However, that alchemy furnace can possess such a level of spiritual energy. This kid's future is limitless." The old man sighed and smiled faintly. This Lingyin Sect has produced a genius alchemist. As the two left, there were fewer and fewer people in the place, and Wang Yi and Su Chen had a pleasant conversation. Wang Yi immediately turned into a little fan of Su Chen, and his words were full of admiration. Brother Su Chen, let's meet again at the alchemy conference. Although I may not necessarily beat you, I will definitely be the #1 person under you. After saying that, Wang Yi turned and left. Su Chen smiled and prepared to go back. I originally wanted to familiarize myself with the terrain of Luoyang City today. As a result, I met Wang Yi. No, a whole day wasted. At this moment, Bai Weiwei walked over. You made a breakthrough? Bai Weiwei frowned. After Su Chen activated his spiritual energy just now, Bai Weiwei felt that the spiritual energy on Su Chen's body was already at the foundation establishment level. Su Chen nodded. Bai Weiwei said, I finally understand why those senior sisters all have a special liking for you. Bai Weiwei had to admit that Su Chen was a very charming person. Putting aside his handsome looks, Su Chen's talent for cultivation is also rare in the world. Most importantly, Su Chen's personality is too easygoing and gentle. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to tolerate such a hot temper. Su Chen was delighted. If Bai Weiwei said this, didn't it mean that she had a good impression of him? He said, So what does senior sister Bai think of me? Bai Weiwei's pretty face turned red. Su Chen is not only a disciple of the medicine pavilion, but more importantly, Su Chen is also a cultivator. This time, Su Chen's target is himself. Bai Weiwei rolled her eyes at Su Chen. Then, she said angrily, You wish. If you want to have a weekend off with me, you have to perform well at this alchemy conference. Only then will I agree to your request. After saying that, Bai Weiwei's face turned even redder. Su Chen shrugged. Bai Weiwei was not injured, and she had a hot temper and high standards, so she was naturally a little difficult to deal with. Take it slow. Chapter 52. Alchemy begins. 3 days passed in a flash, and finally the alchemy conference began. Early in the morning, Su Chen dressed neatly and walked out of the room with Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was very excited. After a few days of reading, Su Yu became more and more interested in refining medicine. Her anticipation for this alchemy conference grew stronger and stronger. Outside the door, Bai Weiwei had already been waiting there. Seeing Su Chen coming out, Bai Weiwei said, Today, remember to perform well and never let the people from other sects steal the limelight. Su Chen knew in his heart that the Lingyin Sect was currently in a weak period. Although in the world of immortal cultivation, the immortal cultivators from various major sects do not interfere with each other, the Lingyin Sect, which is composed entirely of female cultivators, is special. Once people from other sects discover that Lingyin Sect is no longer as powerful as the previous sects, it will definitely be disadvantageous to Lingyin Sect. Su Chen and Bai Weiwei arrived at the venue. People from other sects had already arrived at the scene. Bai Weiwei moved closer to Su Chen and whispered to him about the alchemists from each sect. Apart from Wang Yi, Bai Rushuang, and Bai Zhe, most of the remaining young alchemists do not have high talents, so there is no need to worry too much. As Su Chen entered the venue, several old men in the venue looked over. They were impressed by the process of Su Chen using the alchemy furnace to refine medicine in the courtyard. That alchemy furnace is definitely not an ordinary magic weapon. This alchemy conference is divided into 2 groups. One group is for those over 40 years old, and the other group is for those under 40 years old. The people Su Chen faced did not include those old monsters who were researching alchemy. Not far away, Wang Yi came over and said with a smile, Brother Su Chen, you are here. Su Chen smiled, then said, We will be rivals soon. I hope you will show mercy. No, my talent in alchemy is definitely not as good as yours. Wang Yi laughed. Not far away, a gaze looked over. Su Chen looked over and saw a cold face. It was a young man, none other than Bai Zhe from Donghua Mountain. Bai Zhe looked at Su Chen coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Then Bai Zhe turned his head. Wang Yi said, Don't pay attention to that idiot. He's always like this. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. The conference started soon, and the first round of competition was alchemy. Each contestant present can choose some medicinal herbs, and then refine them based on these herbs. Bai Weiwei said, Go ahead. Su Chen was stunned. Senior sister Bai, aren't you going? Of course. Each sect can only have one contestant. This opportunity is given to you. After saying that, Bai lowered his head slightly and said, You must perform well and don't make any mistakes. When you finish, I will reward you well. As she spoke, Bai Weiwei blushed. Su Chen nodded. This alchemy conference is very important to Lingyin Sect. Bai Weiwei's trust in me is reflected in her entrusting this matter to me. Then, Su Chen walked to the medicinal herbs and began to pick them. These medicinal herbs are all very precious and are at least several decades old. Su Chen selected a few herbs and prepared to start refining medicine. He did not activate the ability of the infinite spiritual eye. He still understood the principle that a man may be innocent unless he possesses a treasure. If people from other sects knew that I possessed the ability of the infinite spirit eyes, I would definitely become the object of competition among all the major sects. At that time, Lingyin Sect will inevitably encounter a lot of trouble. Bai Weiwei on the sidelines saw all of this, and at this moment, she couldn't help but sigh silently in her heart. At the critical moment, Su Chen's mind was still clear. Very good. Su Chen selected the herbs, and then prepared to start refining the medicine. In front of each of the many alchemists, there is an alchemy furnace. Although these alchemy furnaces are not magical instruments, they have been used for many years and are sufficient for these alchemists to refine good medicinal materials. Su Chen held his breath and concentrated, then began to sort the herbs and prepared to start refining the medicine. The medicinal herbs selected by Su Chen are the most suitable for refining bone and muscle pills. This kind of elixir is the most common. It is a medicine that can transform the physical constitution. It is very common and the easiest to refine. The reason why Su Chen chose to refine this medicinal material is because this pill is the simplest. Because the results of this alchemy conference are very important, Su Chen must make the most reliable plan. Su Chen put the medicinal materials into the medicine furnace, and then flames rose from under the furnace. This kind of blue flame is most suitable for refining pills. This is also the flame most needed for refining medicine. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then began to inject spiritual power into it. The refining of medicine requires the guidance of spiritual energy so that the medicinal effect can be maximized. Su Chen refined the medicinal herbs into spiritual energy and began to slowly integrate it into the pill. This process was very simple for Su Chen, who had already prepared healing medicines for the senior sisters in Lingyin Sect. Su Chen only needs to pay attention to the guidance of the spiritual energy and avoid any problems with the efficacy of the medicine. Soon, the medicinal materials were refined. Su Chen took out the pill, while some other alchemists were still in the process of refining the pill. The completed alchemists need to wait patiently. Su Chen looked up and found that Wang Yi had also completed it, and so had Bai Rushuang and Bai Zhe. These three people were geniuses rarely seen in the alchemy world, so the people present were not too surprised. At that time, some people were surprised at Su Chen. Su Chen has never been seen at previous alchemy conferences. Could it be that there is another alchemy genius? When everyone saw Bai Weiwei walking to Su Chen's side after Su Chen finished, they understood a little bit in their hearts that the person who could replace Bai Weiwei was definitely not a simple alchemist. Soon, many young alchemists completed their medicine refining. Everyone handed over the refined pills and waited patiently for the results. Su Chen walked to Bai Weiwei's side and said, "Senior Sister Bai, I'm refining the tendon and bone pill." Bai nodded slightly. Refining the simplest bone and muscle pill is a good choice, which can greatly reduce the difficulty of refining medicine. Soon, the results of the medicine refining came out. Bai Rusheng refined the marrow cleansing pill, which is of yellow grade 5 quality. Bai Zhe refined the Yijin Dan, which is of yellow grade 4 quality. Wang Yi refined the marrow cleansing pill, which is of yellow grade 4 quality. As soon as the pills refined by these three people were announced, many alchemists knew that these three people had definitely entered the next round. These three kinds of elixirs are difficult to refine. The difficulty of making them alone is far higher than that of the bone and muscle elixirs. Moreover, the pills refined by these three people are of such high quality. Wang Yi glanced at Su Chen, his eyes full of gratitude. If Su Chen had not given him inspiration that day, he would not have been able to refine the marrow cleansing pill. Chapter 53, Xin Level Elixir? However, perhaps because of the alchemy furnace, the pills Wang Yi refined were far inferior to the pills Su Chen refined that day. Thinking of this, Wang Yi admired Su Chen even more. Afterwards, the host began to announce the results of other people's medicine refining. Except for Bai Rushuang, Wang Yi and Bai Zhe, most of the others were refining bone and muscle pills. Su Chen, what he refined was the tendon and bone pill. As the host spoke, Su Chen raised his head. Bai Rushuang and Wang Yi also raised their heads, waiting for the host to announce. The quality is Xian level 3. The whole audience was silent. In the group that Su Chen is in, no one has ever been able to refine Xian level elixirs. Even for those who have been refining medicine for many years, it is not an easy task to refine pills of Xian level quality. Bai Weiwei looked at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen's talent in alchemy seemed to exceed Bai Weiwei's expectations. Even if Bai Weiwei took action herself, there was no guarantee that she could refine a Xian level quality pill. At this moment, everyone present looked at Su Chen. Su Yu stood beside Su Chen, her face full of excitement. She turned and asked Su Chen, "Dad, aren't Xian grade quality medicines particularly precious?" To say they are precious is not really. The medicine is divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each of these 4 grades is further divided into 9 grades. There are even more precious medicines above this. Su nodded. Su Chen was not used to the gazes of so many people. After simply answering his daughter's question, he did not say anything else. The host then began to announce the candidates who would enter the next round. If you want to enter the next round of the alchemy conference, the quality of your medicine needs to be in the top 4. Basically, 3 places have already been decided, by Rushuang, by Zhe, and Wang Yi. The rest of the people only need to compete for the last remaining place. But the appearance of Su Chen completely shattered their fantasy. Sure enough, the 4 people who entered the next round were Bai Rushuang, Su Chen, Wang Yi, and Bai Zhe. After the first round of competition, Su Chen and Bai Weiwei returned to their residence. Bai Weiwei said, "I didn't expect that you could actually refine a Xian-level quality medicine." Su Chen smiled. "I learned a lot when I was on the 2nd floor of the medicine refining pavilion. But in this next round, is there anything we should pay attention to?" Bai Weiwei spoke in a relaxed tone. "Just perform normally according to your level." Bai Weiwei now trusts Su Chen very much. Su Chen's talent in alchemy seems to have always been underestimated. The next day, news came from Luoyang City. In the recent alchemy conference, a genius emerged and refined a mysterious level elixir. This news gradually spread throughout Luoyang City. At the alchemy conference, no young person has ever been able to refine Xian-level medicine. For a time, the whole city was buzzing with news. In a small tavern, Su Chen and Su Yu sat on one side. There was a lot of discussion in the tavern. "Have you heard that at this alchemy conference, a young man appeared who was able to refine a profound medicine?" "I heard about it, but that person was refining bone and muscle pills, which are the simplest medicines. It's nothing special." "Who said that?" "Otherwise, go and refine one." Mysterious grade medicine is priceless. A single pill of this quality can fetch over 1,000 taels of silver. Su Chen on the side was stunned. Can Xin-grade quality medicines still be sold for money? Then, wouldn't it be possible to make a fortune by selling medicine? Su Chen was secretly calculating in his mind. At this moment, a person walked in from outside the door. It was a woman wearing a white gauze dress, with an impressive figure and stunning appearance. It was Bai Rushuang. As soon as Bai Rushuang came in, she attracted the attention of everyone around her. These common people had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and their eyes were full of passion. Bai Rushuang ignored him and walked to Su Chen's side. "Su Chen, you're famous." Su Chen smiled. Su Yu pouted and said, "Yes, Sister Rushuang, wherever Daddy goes now, there will be people from the sect looking for him, wanting him to join their sect. Dad brought me out here just to get some peace and quiet." Bai Rushuang nodded. There must be many sects that want to recruit a talented alchemist like Su Chen. Su Chen is different from Bai Rushuang and others. Su Chen is a completely new face and may be successfully recruited. She asked curiously, "Have you never been moved?" Su Chen shook his head. "I am living very well in Lingyin Sect. I didn't think about leaving there." Bai Rushuang curled her lips. "I think you can't bear to leave the beauties of Lingyin Sect." After saying that, Bai Rushuang didn't listen to Su Chen's explanation, but asked, "However, I am very curious. Lingyin Sect has always looked down on male cultivators. Why don't you leave Lingyin Sect? My senior sisters are very kind to me. They probably kept me here because of my talent in alchemy." Su Chen said a few perfunctory words. "I can't say that I have many wives and children in the Lingyin Sect." Bai Rushuang smiled and didn't ask any more questions. In the evening, Su Chen returned to his residence. After entering the room, Su Chen began to meditate and practice. Now that he had entered the foundation building stage, the speed of Su Chen's meditation and practice had also increased a lot. During this period, Su Chen was busy with the alchemy conference and did not practice much. In the room, Su Chen felt the spiritual energy around him gathering towards his body madly. Luoyang City is also a city where immortal cultivators gather. The spiritual energy is very abundant. Although it is not as good as the spiritual energy in Lingyin Sect, it is enough. Half an hour later, Su Chen opened his eyes. This time, through meditation and practice, Su Chen's cultivation level directly rose to the 2nd level of foundation building. It was originally a backlog for a long time, and it was forced to break through because of the excessive spiritual energy. In addition, Su Chen's own Yangxin Sutra had also reached a very powerful level, which allowed Su Chen to have such a fast breakthrough speed. Su Chen heard a noise coming from outside the door and looked at the sky. It was already evening. Su Yu bought a lot of things while shopping today, and some of the things were bought for Bai Weiwei, so she went to Bai Weiwei's place. Su Chen stood up and felt refreshed. At this moment, Su Yu came back. "Dad, Sister Bai wants you to go to her place." Su Chen nodded and then walked out the door. Su Chen walked straight to Bai Weiwei's room, and then Su Chen knocked on the door. Strangely, there was no sound in the room, and Bai Weiwei was not in the room. Su Chen looked around and suddenly heard a sound, and then a sound came from the bathroom in the room. Is it Su Chen? Chapter 54, Weekend Reward, Little Medicine Boy Refining Alchemy. Su Chen was stunned. This voice was exactly Bai Weiwei's voice. Is senior sister taking a shower? But, my senior sister is taking a shower. Why did she ask me to come over? It's me. Then wait for me. Su Chen found a place to sit down and waited patiently. As half a cup of hot tea passed, the bathroom door opened and Bai Weiwei walked out. Su Chen looked carefully and was immediately amazed. Bai Weiwei today is a little different from usual. In the past, Bai Weiwei always wore a ponytail. Although she looked pretty, she had a hot temper and was not easy to approach. But today, Bai Weiwei had just finished taking a shower, and her long, shiny black hair was completely loose and hanging behind her. Coupled with Bai Weiwei's peerless beauty, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Bai Weiwei saw Su Chen's surprised look and asked, "Why, haven't you seen me like this before?" Su Chen nodded. "Senior sister is still so beautiful." Bai smiled slightly. She walked over slowly, and then a blush appeared on her face. A fragrance suddenly filled Su Chen's nostrils. In the past 2 months, Su Chen had been almost devoted to studying alchemy, and for a moment he felt a little shy. Bai Weiwei exhaled a breath as sweet as orchid and said, "Are you still shy?" Then, Bai Weiwei stood up and turned around. "How do I look like this? Does it look good?" Bai Weiwei was wearing a white gauze dress today. Su Chen took a look and didn't expect that Bai Weiwei had such a good figure. Before, because Bai Weiwei always wore the Taoist robe for refining medicine, Su Chen didn't realize how good Bai Weiwei's figure was. At first glance, it's really a devilish body with all the curves right where they should be. Looking at Su Chen's stupid look, Bai Weiwei rolled her eyes at him. Then she took a step forward and moved closer to Su Chen. "I promised you before, and I always keep my word." Then, Bai Weiwei kissed Su Chen on the face. When Su Chen looked at Bai Weiwei again, a blush quickly appeared on her pretty face. Su Chen said, "Sister, this requires a voluntary basis. The sisters before me were injured, so they took weekends off with me to heal their injuries, but you are different." Bai Weiwei glanced at Su Chen, and suddenly her tone became very gentle. "Actually, I've had my eye on you for a long time. I've seen many talented alchemists like you, but you give me a different feeling." After saying this, Bai Weiwei's face turned even redder. She said domineeringly, "Anyway, I just like you." Faced with Bai Weiwei's sincere confession, Su Chen was somewhat moved. However, before he could say anything, Bai Weiwei pounced on him. The man and the woman are in love. The fire is burning. With cloud-like hair, flowery face, and golden step-shaking ornaments, the hibiscus tent is warm for the spring night. It was not until the late night that Su Chen finished his work. Bai Weiwei has fallen asleep. Su Chen stood up, and the system's voice followed. "Congratulations to the host for a successful weekend. Reward, cultivate for 100 years. Once your cultivation level is improved, you will be rewarded with a little alchemy boy." Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Spiritual Root, Advanced Yellow Rank. Offspring, Su Yang, High Yellow Rank, 1 year and 11 months old. Su Yu, High Yellow Rank, 1 year and 5 months old. Su Jia, High Mysterious Rank, 11 months old. Su Yu, High Yellow Rank, 5 months old. Item, Alchemy Furnace. Techniques, Yunin Ju, 3rd level, Yellow Rank, Elementary level. Dragon and Tiger Body Tempering Technique, Entry level, Yellow Rank, Intermediate level. Yin Yang Hihuan Secret Technique, 1st level, Earth Rank, Intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, Earth Rank, Elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian Rank, Elementary level. The Art of Mastering the Art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian Rank, High level. A little medicine boy who makes elixirs? Su Chen was stunned. How could he give this thing away? Just as Su Chen was thinking, suddenly, a voice came out. Su Chen looked in the direction of the sound and discovered that a little elf had appeared in the air. Elves are the products of the cultivation of some mountain grass spirits. This kind of creature is very rare and is rarely seen. The elf was very small, not even as big as Su Chen's palm, but it looked very cute. "Who is my master?" The elf spoke. Su Chen looked at the elf and asked hesitantly, "Are you the little medicine boy?" The elf glanced at Su Chen and pounced on him. "Are you my master? You are so handsome." "Hello, my name is Tao Tao." Su Chen was stunned. The current situation was almost like a dream. Elves are the rarest species in the world. Most of the mountain monsters have cultivated themselves into demons, and only a few can transform into elves. Su Chen nodded. Tao Tao flew to Su Chen's hand and asked, "Master, I will be your little medicine boy from now on." Master, what is your name? Su Chen. Okay. Although I still have to call you Master from now on, I still want to know your name. Now it seems that this is indeed the little medicine boy Lu rewarded by the system. Su Chen nodded and asked, can you make medicine? Tao Dao patted her chest righteously. Of course, I'm a medicine boy. There's no medicine in this world that I don't know. Seeing Tao Tao so confident, Su Chen took out a pill. This was the bone and muscle pill that he had refined at the alchemy conference before. The alchemy conference did not take away the refined pills, but returned the pills to Su Chen and others. Tao Tao flew to the side of the pill and identified it. This is a Xin level 3rd grade bone and tendon pill. Although it's not very powerful, it's pretty good. Su Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that this little medicine boy really knew a lot of medicines. However, is the Xian grade quality medicine just ordinary in the eyes of the little medicine boy? This type of elixir is worth a fortune outside. Su Chen asked curiously, is this pill just ordinary? Tao Tao said, of course, we have a lot of this kind of medicine over there. Su Chen was stunned. Where is your side? Of course it's the elf kingdom. However, it's very far from here. Every year, some elves choose their masters and come here. However, because the talents of today's alchemists are too mediocre, the elves of the elven kingdom have not gone out to find masters for many years. Su Chen became even more curious. Then how did you get here? I felt an attraction. It seems that there is a person with strong talent in alchemy, so I came here. It seems that the master must be a very strong alchemist. How many people are there in your elven kingdom? There are probably more than 100. More than 100? Sure enough, elves are a rare species. Is that so little? Of course. Besides, we elves are spread all over the 3,000 worlds. It can be said that your 3,000 small worlds, including me, only have a few elves. Su Chen was secretly delighted. It seems that I have found a treasure. Chapter 55. The Little Medicine Boy's Magical Ability, Transforming Qi into Pills. Tao Tao glanced at the bed in the room and saw the tired Bai Weiwei lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Tao Tao's face flushed instantly. She yelled, Master, you have no shame. Su Chen smiled, but was also a little confused. You elves know this? Tao Tao patted her chest and said, of course, many of us get along with humans. Tao Tao felt quite proud, then she turned her face away. I'm ignoring you. Su Chen glanced at Tao Tao and then walked out the door. Tao Tao immediately went to meet him. Master, where are you going? Su Chen did not answer, but came to the yard. Su Chen prepared to practice the technique of refining medicine. During today's alchemy process, Su Chen had a new understanding of alchemy, so he wanted to try it again with his own alchemy furnace. Moreover, the supply of medicinal materials here is continuous, in order to provide materials for practice for all alchemists. Although the medicinal materials for refining medicine are not of very high quality, they are enough to refine some yellow-grade bone and muscle pills. These bone and muscle pills may not be of very high value, but if there are a large number of them, they will be a considerable fortune. Su Chen walked towards a pavilion where all the medicinal materials used in this alchemy conference were stored. These medicinal herbs are provided for alchemists to practice. The person guarding the pavilion confirmed Su Chen's identity and then let Su Chen enter the pavilion. In the pavilion, some young alchemists from the sect are still practicing alchemy. Su Chen ignored him and walked into an alchemy room. Suddenly, Su Chen felt an itchy sensation on his back. Then Tao Dao crawled out. She glanced around and asked doubtfully, is this the human alchemy room? Su Chen walked to the side and picked up the medicinal herbs in the alchemy room. Although these herbs were not very rare, they were enough to refine some basic medicines. Tao Tao glanced at the herbs and said with some disdain, these herbs are too bad. Su Chen turned his head. These herbs are good enough. They are for practice after all. Tao Tao curled her lips and said, these herbs are discarded here. We directly refine them into qi. After saying this, Tao Tao tried to prove that what she said was correct. She waved her little hands, and the herbs disappeared all of a sudden. Although the medicinal herbs disappeared, Su Chen could clearly feel that there was some special aura around him. I'm afraid that these energies are refined from those medicinal herbs. Tao Tao said proudly, you see, this is the qi we created by refining these unused herbs. Su Chen didn't say anything, but tried to get in touch with the energy. He was surprised to find that these gases seemed to be the same as the gases being refined in the alchemy furnace. The most difficult part of refining medicine is the process of refining the medicinal materials into this kind of qi. These energies can be directly integrated into the elixir and become medicinal effects. Su Chen suddenly had an idea in his mind, and his expression was a little excited. He said, Tao Tao, refine all the remaining herbs in this alchemy room into this kind of qi. Although Tao Tao was a little confused, Su Chen was her master after all, so she did as she was told. At this time, Su Chen had already opened the alchemy furnace. Su Chen did not use the alchemy furnace in the alchemy room, but took out his own alchemy furnace. A small medicine cauldron appeared in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen threw the medicine cauldron out, and it instantly grew bigger. It became a huge alchemy furnace on the ground. Cao Tao was a little excited. Master, you actually have such a treasure. Cao Tao could immediately tell the extraordinary nature of her master's alchemy furnace. Su Chen nodded and smiled, then started to light the fire. The green flame burned. Su Chen concentrated his mind and began to refine the elixir. When Su Chen's spiritual energy came into contact with the energy refined by Cao Tao, a smile clearly appeared on Su Chen's face. Sure enough, these energies can enter the alchemy furnace under the guidance of his own spiritual energy. Su Chen guided the air into the alchemy furnace. Then, the energy began to gather into pills. Since Su Chen's alchemy furnace was a lower-level earth-grade magic weapon, a pill was formed soon. Su Chen was stunned. He had also refined the bone and muscle pill at the alchemy conference, but that refining process took at least 2 hours. However, this time, Su Chen only took a few seconds. Su Chen smiled. His guess was correct. The most troublesome part of refining medicine was the process of refining the medicinal materials into gas. The rest of the process was almost instantaneous. In this way, wouldn't I be able to refine a lot of bone and muscle pills tonight? I don't know if there are enough medicinal herbs in this alchemy room. Soon, Su Chen used up all the energy that Cao Tao had refined. He opened his eyes and saw dozens of bone and muscle pills made from this energy. And most of them are of yellow grade 4 quality. Although the quality is not as good as the bone and muscle pills refined at the alchemy conference, it is already very good to achieve this level of mass production. A hint of smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. I made a lot of money from the system's rewards this time. After the alchemy conference is over, he will sell these bone and muscle pills in Luoyang City and use them as funds to establish his own sect in the future. Master, I'm done. All the herbs here have been refined into qi. Su Chen looked up at Cao Tao. Cao Tao felt a little proud. Well, I'm awesome, right? She was a little confused. But master, why are you refining these herbs into qi? Over here, after refining these energies, they will dissipate along with them. Anyway, these energies will spread around and become nutrients for cultivation. Cao Tao was talking to herself, but Su Chen opened his eyes wide. It could feel that the aura was not only in this alchemy room. At this moment, the entire pavilion was filled with this kind of energy. Cao Tao has refined all the medicinal herbs? It's over. I'm in trouble now. Cao Tao glanced at Su Chen's expression and asked, Master, what's wrong? Su Chen said seriously, It's over. We might be in trouble. The fat is in the fire? Cao Tao also felt a little scared. The herbs in this pavilion are for alchemists to practice. If we refine them all, what will happen to them? Do they use these rubbish herbs for practice? Cao Tao said in surprise. However, he also knew that he had done something wrong, and after saying this, he dared not speak again. At this time, in other alchemy rooms, a young alchemist had just finished refining a medicinal ingredient and was very satisfied with his results. It's not a particularly good medicine, but it's pretty good. He turned his head, but was stunned. Chapter 56 Master, you are stupid. We must have bad intentions. Where's the medicine? The young alchemist asked in confusion. All the medicinal materials in the entire alchemy room disappeared. These alchemists do not have the ability to sense that kind of energy. Only people like Su Chen who have the infinite spiritual eyes can feel this energy so keenly. Is the medicine pavilion closed? The young alchemist muttered to himself and then walked aside. It was already very late when the young alchemist left the alchemy pavilion. At this time, Su Chen was in his alchemy room with a serious expression. If this is discovered, we're doomed. By then, Lingyin Sect would be implicated. After 2 years of getting along, Su Chen had already developed a deep affection for Lingyin Sect. Su Chen did not want to implicate Lingyin Sect. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Cao Tao suddenly sighed. Why? Su Chen was a little confused. Cao Tao blinked her eyes and said, Master, you are stupid. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who will know? You have to know that almost no one knows about my ability. Do you think that in the human world, if something like this happens, who can guess the truth of the matter? Su Chen was stunned. That's right. Cao Tao came over and said, just do what you need to do. What happened today didn't happen at all. Cao Tao blinked, and wisdom shone in her eyes. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Since no one can find out, this is a good opportunity to make a fortune. How many bone and muscle pills can be refined with the qi of the medicinal materials in the entire alchemy pavilion? Su Chen didn't say much and started to act immediately. A night passed, and in the early morning, Bai Weiwei woke up from her sleep. Thinking of the crazy things that happened last night, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Among the many senior sisters, Bai Weiwei is relatively young, and this is her first time experiencing such a thing. Bai Weiwei felt a little tired, but she had to say that she was very satisfied with Su Chen yesterday. She got dressed and left the room. She walked to the door of Su Chen's room and knocked. After a long time, there was a sound of light footsteps, and the door opened. Standing in front of Bai Weiwei was Su Yu, who looked sleepy. "Where's Su Chen? Daddy didn't come back last night. I thought Daddy was with you." Su Yu suddenly became alert and began to worry. "Nothing will happen to Daddy, right?" Bai Weiwei waved his hand and said, "No, the alchemists who come here are all under special protection, and nothing will happen to Su Chen." However, Bai Weiwei was also a little confused. Su Chen didn't come back last night. Where could he have gone? Could it be that he went to look for Bai Rushuang? Thinking of this, Bai Weiwei's face showed a bit of anger. At this moment, Su Chen appeared happily not far away. This time of refining medicine, Su Chen obtained several thousand tendon and bone pills. Although this kind of yellow-grade tendon and bone pill is not worth 1,000 gold like the black-grade one pill costs at least 100 taels of silver. These thousands of pieces. Get rich. Su Chen was excited and happened to see Bai Weiwei and Su Yu standing at the door of the room. Bai Weiwei came closer and asked fiercely, "Where did you go yesterday?" "Go to the medicine pavilion to make medicine." Su Chen confessed. Could it be that he went to look for Bai Rushuang? Bai Weiwei raised her eyebrows, and thinking of this, she actually felt a little jealous. Su Chen raised his hands and said, "I, Su Chen, swear that if I go looking for Bai Rushuang, I will be struck by lightning." Bai Weiwei quickly covered Su Chen's mouth. Her face was fierce, but she was happy in her heart. Su Chen did not mention the matter of refining medicine. If Bai Weiwei did not ask, Su Chen would not tell her about such things. In the morning, in the alchemy pavilion, an old man's face was full of surprise. Then, with a serious expression, he called the person in charge of the alchemy pavilion. The person in charge of the alchemy pavilion came hurriedly immediately. This old man is a close associate of the Lord of Luoyang City, and everyone respectfully calls him Mr. Zhang. Legend has it that Mr. Zhang's strength has reached the Yuanyang realm, and he can be said to be a true strong man. The person in charge came over and asked cautiously, "Mr. Zhang, what's wrong?" Zhang Lao frowned and said, "Look here, what happened?" Mr. Zhang looked excited. The person in charge immediately entered the alchemy pavilion and began to check. After a while, he came out with a pale face. All the medicinal materials in the entire alchemy pavilion disappeared. Although those medicinal herbs were not particularly precious, they were still purchased at a high price. The loss of these medicinal herbs would be a huge loss. "Mr. Zhang, there shouldn't be any problem with our safety here." Mr. Zhang was not an unsympathetic person. He did not overly blame the person in charge. Instead, he asked, "Can you check what's going on?" The person in charge immediately stepped back and walked out of the medicine refining pavilion. The old man glanced around, his expression also full of shock. These medicinal herbs are not a small number. It is not an easy task to move out all the medicinal herbs here in one night. Could it be some powerful being? But how could those powerful people be interested in these ordinary medicinal herbs? Mr. Zhang was puzzled. Then he shook his head and walked out of the alchemy pavilion. After leaving the alchemy pavilion, Mr. Zhang headed to the inner city immediately. He wants to report this matter to the city lord. This kind of thing is no small matter, and there is still some time before the end of the alchemy conference. Since all the medicinal materials in the alchemy pavilion have disappeared, we must definitely beg the city lord to replenish them. Above the palace, a graceful figure stood in the main hall. She was wearing a long gauze dress, her skin was as white as cream, and her eyebrows and eyes were as beautiful as a painting. Just looking at it gives people the feeling that a fairy has descended to earth. Then, outside the palace, Mr. Zhang walked in. "City lord." If ordinary people saw it, they would definitely be surprised. This woman is actually the mayor of Luoyang City. Luoyang City is also a big city with many people living here, and there are also many sects and immortal cultivation families. And such a young woman is actually the mayor of Luoyang City. Zhang Lao stepped forward, his face serious, and said, "City lord, all the herbs in the medicine pavilion have disappeared." The woman frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Mr. Zhang looked humble. "I don't know. We are still investigating. However, the alchemy conference hasn't ended yet. The alchemy pavilion is out of medicinal materials and may need to replenish them." The woman's expression didn't change much. "Then send someone to refill the alchemy pavilion with medicinal materials. Investigate this matter secretly and don't disturb the alchemy conference." "Yes." Old Zhang spoke, and then quickly left the palace. Chapter 57. The Woman Taking a Bath. During the days when the alchemy conference was going on, since the competition for alchemists over 40 years old had not yet ended, the group under 40 years old on Su Chen's side ended first, and Su Chen was idle for a long time. In the evening, Su Chen woke up from meditation, and Su Yu fell asleep while reading. Su Chen gently carried Su Yu to the bed and covered her with the quilt. Su Chen walked out of the door and picked up the Longquan sword which he had not used for a long time. He had not practiced sword for many days, and Su Chen felt a little rusty. The yard was quiet. Su Chen picked up the Longquan sword, but did not choose to dance with it in the yard. This is the place where alchemists from various sects rest, and Su Chen does not want to disturb those alchemists' rest. Su Chen activated his spiritual power, and suddenly a cloud of leaves rose up in the yard. The leaves carried Su Chen and soared into the air. The place Su Chen chose to practice sword this time was a mountain not far from Luoyang City. This place is full of spiritual energy and is also a good place for cultivation. The most important reason is that Su Chen wants to try it tonight to see what level he has reached in sword practice since he has already reached the foundation establishment realm. The way of sword practice that Su Chen pursues is the pursuit of the ultimate sword intent. Su Chen was afraid that the force he used would be too great and would alarm the people around him, so he chose this place specifically. The night was dark, and Su Chen picked up the Longquan sword. A voice came from Su Chen's mind. "You kid, finally remembered me?" Su Chen smiled. Jean Long snorted coldly. "What's the point of reading that crappy medical book and refining medicine every day? It's better to practice swordsmanship, learn swordsmanship, become a sword immortal, and then all those alchemists will be slain." Su Chen said calmly. "I'm afraid that if you want to kill a powerful alchemist, being a sword immortal is not enough. At the very least, you have to become a great sword immortal." Jean Long did not refute. Because whether in the 3,000 worlds or in the great 1,000 worlds, alchemists are extremely important, and few people dare to attack alchemists. "Stop talking nonsense and practice swordplay." Su Chen didn't say anything, but just tightened the Longquan sword in his hand. A faint yet sharp sword intent rose from Su Chen's body. The next moment, Su Chen drew his sword. Suddenly, the surroundings were surrounded by sword energy. The sword energy rolled up, and a rustling sound came from the surroundings. If there were any sword cultivators around, they would definitely be filled with surprise at this level of sword energy. The sword energy that can affect the surrounding environment has reached a certain level. Su Chen swung his sword, and suddenly, a big tree not far away was cut in half. That tree is a big tree with a diameter of more than 10 meters. After cutting it off with one sword, Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Has his sword energy reached this level? Half an hour later, Su Chen began to sweat. He looked around, and suddenly heard the sound of water. Su Chen moved towards the place where the sound of water came from. "I might as well take a shower in the mountains and then rush back." The night was deep and the moonlight was shining. Su Chen followed the sound of water and came to a place. It was a pond. Under the reflection of the moonlight, the pond was sparkling and very beautiful. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, prepared to take off his clothes, take a shower, and go back. However, when Su Chen walked to the side of the pool, he was stunned. There are clothes next to the pond, and there are people in the water. This is a woman's dress. Su Chen looked towards the pool and saw a graceful figure appear in the moonlight. Although it was not very clear under the moonlight, Su Chen could still vaguely see that this woman had a unique figure. While Su Chen was still in a daze, a voice suddenly rang out. "Who is it?" Su Chen left quickly. On the other side, the woman had already quickly reached the shore. The woman put on her clothes and chased in the direction of Su Chen. Su Chen felt the presence behind him and quickened his pace. Fortunately, the woman's strength did not seem to be very high, and Su Chen, who was now at the second level of foundation building, was not caught up quickly. However, the distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Su Chen's forehead. This is so unlucky. In this world of cultivating immortals, it is still very traditional, even though I didn't see anything. However, if this woman catches up with him, it will definitely be a bloody drama. Su Chen quickened his pace. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Su Chen's mind. "Boy, isn't it just a woman? What are you afraid of?" Su Chen smiled and shook his head, then said, "I don't want to cause any more trouble." Su Chen could clearly feel that the woman behind him was of quite high cultivation level. In fact, his cultivation level was slightly higher than his own. At this age, he had reached the second level of foundation building and above. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Su Chen quickened his pace, but the woman was faster and soon caught up with him. Su Chen felt a sharp gust of wind coming from behind him. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that he couldn't avoid this trouble. Boy, do you need my help? The voice of the golden dragon rang out. Stop talking nonsense and think of a solution. No, you have to serve me well for a few days. At the very least, you have to give me a few pills to nourish my spiritual power. Isn't there an alchemy conference recently? You must have refined a lot of medicines. The medicines I made are all of very low quality. You wouldn't consider them worth mentioning. Then I want one too. Jinlong spoke. Su Chen agreed readily. Okay, let's find a solution quickly. Jinlong didn't say anything else. He knew that Su Chen was now in control of his own destiny. The woman was chasing Su Chen and was about to catch up when suddenly a golden light flashed, and then a powerful sword intent swept around. The woman felt a black screen before her eyes, and when she came to her senses again, Su Chen's figure had disappeared. Suddenly, her expression changed. Not far away, a ribbon appeared. It should have been left by the man. The woman put the ribbon away. Her expression was cold, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. She must find this man. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy came from not far away, and then old Zhang appeared. He walked up to the woman and bowed. City Lord, it's time to go back. The woman handed the ribbon to Mr. Zhang. Help me find out who this ribbon belongs to. Mr. Zhang didn't ask why, but said, okay, I'll check it out right away. At this time, Su Chen returned to his residence. He was still a little frightened. If he was discovered, he might get into trouble with another sect. Su Chen felt a little relieved, but suddenly, his expression changed. He found that a ribbon on his body was missing. He must have forgotten it at the scene. If he was discovered, he would be doomed. Su Chen prayed silently in his heart, hoping not to be discovered. Chapter 58, Refining the Qi Gathering Pill. Soon the second trial of the alchemy conference arrived. Early in the morning, Su Chen woke up from meditation. Today is the day for the second round of trials in the alchemy conference. Only 4 people participated in this experiment. Su Chen, Bai Rushuang, Wang Yi, and Bai Zhe. In this experiment, each person will refine the medicine in a separate alchemy room. The process of refining medicine will not be known to the outside world. Su Chen was secretly happy in his heart. In this way, he could use his alchemy furnace and the power of the little medicine boy. Ever since he got the little medicine boy, he has been hiding in Su Chen's spiritual realm wherever there are people. Every cultivator will open up his spiritual realm when he reaches a certain level. This is a space that transcends reality. This space can be used to store various items. The size of the space is determined by the strength of the practitioner. The little medicine boy is hiding in this space. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard footsteps outside the door. Bai Weiwei was wearing a long gauze dress. Her graceful figure was faintly visible. What was different from usual was that Bai Weiwei no longer had a ponytail, but let her long hair down. Ever since Su Chen said that Bai Weiwei looked better with long hair, Bai Weiwei often appeared in public with long hair. Bai Weiwei glanced at Su Chen and said, "Are you ready this time?" This time, the alchemy process is unrestricted, and all kinds of rare medicinal materials can be used freely. Well, but there is only one chance. The goal is to allow every alchemist to maximize their abilities. Su Chen nodded. What made Su Chen feel most that he should concentrate on this time of refining medicine was that, like before, all the pills produced this time would belong to the alchemist. This is a great opportunity. In the usual process of refining medicine, medicinal materials are a very difficult process. The reason why many alchemists are unable to refine good pills is because of the lack of rare medicinal materials. But this time, all kinds of rare medicinal herbs can be used at will. Bai Weiwei said, although the reputation of the Lingyin Sect has been saved, whether other sects will take notice of us depends on the results of this alchemy. Su Chen nodded, full of confidence. Soon the two of them went to the venue. Since the medicine is refined alone, outsiders cannot know the process of refining. So Su Chen did not choose to bring Su Yu along. In the conference hall, Wang Yi walked over from afar. Now Wang Yi is full of admiration for Su Chen. He was also very enthusiastic when he saw Su Chen. Brother Su Chen, you must have made a lot of preparations for this medicine refining. Su Chen smiled. Just some normal preparations. At this moment, a cold gaze looked over. Bai Zhe glanced at Su Chen and said nothing. Wang Yi said, ignore that guy with a bad face. He always looks expressionless. Su Chen smiled and sighed in his heart. Although they did not belong to the same sect, the relationship between these alchemists was still good. Not far away, Bai Rushuang walked over. She glanced at Su Chen and said, I'm looking forward to the results of your medicine practice this time. Bai Rushuang's eyes were full of confidence. Although she said so, she did not seem to feel inferior. Su Chen nodded politely. Subsequently, the second round of experiments officially began. The 4 people were assigned to different alchemy rooms. Afterwards, some powerful cultivators used their spiritual power to block all information in the alchemy room. In this experiment, no matter what means the alchemist uses, as long as he can refine a high-quality pill, he will be successful. Su Chen walked into the alchemy room. After a lot of practice in alchemy, Su Chen has become very familiar with it. Various rare medicinal materials are placed in the alchemy room. These medicinal herbs are simply incomparable to those in the previous alchemy pavilion. Any medicinal herb you pick out is a treasure that is over 100 years old. Su Chen chose century-old ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. These two medicinal herbs are full of spiritual energy and are the most suitable herbs for refining qi-gathering pills. This time, Su Chen chose to refine the most difficult elixir, the qi-gathering pill. The qi-gathering pill can condense the breath of a cultivator and transport spiritual energy to all meridians in the body, which is of great benefit to the cultivator. There was once a cultivator who advanced 2 realms in one fell swoop with just one earth-grade qi-gathering pill. This kind of medicinal material is very rare on the market, and ordinary alchemists dare not try it easily. Because in the process of refining this kind of medicine, the spiritual energy required is extremely huge. If the guidance of spiritual energy is not properly controlled, the alchemist may very likely go astray. Su Chen prepared the Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng. Then he took out the alchemy furnace from the spiritual realm. Tao Tao emerged from the spiritual realm. He glanced around and asked in confusion, "Why are we still refining medicine to sell for money this time?" As she spoke, Tao Tao looked a little excited. "Master, I counted those bone and muscle pills in the spiritual realm. According to the price you mentioned, these bone and muscle pills are worth millions of taels of gold." Su Chen smiled and then shook his head. "I'm not calling you out this time to make the bone and muscle pills." Su Chen's expression became a little more serious. "The elixir to be refined this time is the qi-gathering pill." Tao Tao was stunned. The process of refining the qi-gathering pill is extremely dangerous. Many alchemists have gone astray because of this. Tao Tao shook her head, then put on an aggrieved expression. "Master, please don't be upset. I just accepted you as my master, and I don't want to lose you." Su Chen rolled his eyes at Tao Tao. "What if I succeed? Since these rare medicinal herbs are available for free use, Su Chen will definitely not miss this opportunity." Besides, Su Chen knew what was going on. His own heart-nourishing sutra has reached the peak of the yellow level. At present, Su Chen's character has reached a very strong level. Even if there is a failure in the process of refining medicine, it will not lead to obsession. Seeing Su Chen's unquestionable expression, Tao Tao compromised and said, "Okay, then I'll help you this time." Su Chen nodded and then began to prepare the medicine. Tao Tao refined the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng into qi. Su Chen released his spiritual power and guided the energy into the alchemy furnace. However, this time the medicine refining process will not be as easy as refining the bone and muscle pill. To refine the bone and muscle pill, Su Chen only needs to condense the energy into the pill. However, the qi-gathering pill requires the components of each qi to be just right. As the qi was taken out, it was guided by the spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. Green flames began to appear at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. Su Chen released his own spiritual energy. Now that Su Chen has reached the second level of the foundation establishment realm, his spiritual energy is very abundant. It is easy to control these qi, but as time went on, something strange suddenly appeared on Su Chen's face. Chapter 59, Luoyang City, Lord Lu Rian. These qi seem to be resisting Su Chen's guidance. The century-old medicinal herbs have begun to acquire spiritual energy. Just like mountain spirits and ghosts that have cultivated into spirits, they basically have their own independent consciousness. It is not an easy task for Su Chen to control this level of qi. Of course, this is mainly because Tao Tao's current abilities are not strong enough. Apart from being able to refine medicinal materials into qi, she cannot help Su Chen in any way. Seeing the sweat on Su Chen's face, Tao Tao felt a little worried. Su Chen ignored Tao Tao and increased the output of spiritual energy. This process consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy. Soon Su Chen felt as if his physical strength was overdrawn, and his whole body was limp and powerless. A voice came from inside my mind. "Stop now. Your current spiritual energy is not enough to complete the refining of the qi-gathering pill." The golden dragon's voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen shook his head. "I know what's going on." Back then in the secret realm, Su Chen got more than just a Longquan sword. Another treasure is the Tao Te Ching. As a Taoist treasure, this kind of treasure requires an extremely strong mind to control. Su Chen calmed his mind. "Start communicating the treasure Tao Te Ching." 1 breath, 10 breaths, 36 breaths later, another voice came from within his mind. Which boy disturbed my sleep? A kind old man appeared in Su Chen's mind. Although the old man was in human form, he was different from ordinary people. At first glance, he was the remnant soul of the golden dragon. In Su Chen's spiritual world, he looked directly at the old man. The old man also looked at Su Chen and asked, "You are the one who disturbed my sleep?" Su Chen clasped his hands together and said, "I disturbed the old man this time because he wanted to see how far my character has come." The old man smiled. He vaguely remembered that it was the stinky old man who entrusted himself to the young man in front of him. The old man didn't say anything, but the spiritual energy quietly spread to Su Chen. After checking Su Chen's character, the old man nodded with satisfaction. Just from the perspective of character, he surpasses many ordinary cultivators. But it's still far from enough to get my approval. Su Chen smiled. He said, "If I go crazy, will you be implicated?" The old man frowned and said, "Of course, I have been entrusted to you by that stinky old man. I live in your spiritual world. If you go astray, I will be implicated." That's right. Su Chen's bet was completely right this time. It seems that the Tao Te Ching and the Longquan sword are not the same. The Longquan sword is a weapon, a physical object, and the golden dragon can live inside the Longquan sword. But the Tao Te Ching is a series of scriptures. I am afraid that when the old man in the secret realm entrusted the Tao Te Ching to himself, the old man in front of him was already living in his own spiritual world. Su Chen didn't hesitate and said directly, "Then I want to refine the Qi gathering pill this time. You will help me, right?" Su Chen said, glancing at the old man. The old man's expression became a little strange, and then he suddenly smiled. "Do you really want to choose to refine the Qi gathering pill?" Su Chen's face was full of confidence. Of course, this time the alchemy provides a variety of rare medicinal materials. I can't miss such an opportunity. Okay, then go ahead and do it. I will protect you. After saying this, the old man disappeared into Su Chen's spiritual world. After receiving the old man's affirmative answer, Su Chen smiled. He then poured all his spiritual energy into guiding the qi. A very strong resistance force was impacting Su Chen's mental strength. But Su Chen suddenly felt his tense nerves relieved a little. A sense of righteousness filled Su Chen's meridians. Su Chen knew that the old man, or more accurately, the Tao Te Ching, had taken action. The fire in the alchemy furnace became increasingly vigorous, and soon a scent of medicine wafted from the alchemy room. Su Chen suddenly felt that the spiritual energy was no longer obstructed, and then the air in the alchemy furnace disappeared. A pale yellow pill appeared in the alchemy furnace. Su Chen extinguished the fire in the alchemy furnace and then took out the pill. Tao Tao was also shocked. Could it be that the qi gathering pill, which was said to be difficult to refine, was successfully made? Su Chen handed the pill to Tao Tao and said, "Take a look at the quality of this pill." Tao Tao took the pill and studied it carefully for a while, and suddenly her face showed a mixture of joy and shock. "This qi gathering pill is of the 9th grade of the yellow rank. Master, we seem to have made a fortune. Yellow rank 9. Qi gathering pills of this quality are extremely expensive on the market. If the qi gathering pill reaches the Xian level of quality, only some extremely powerful immortal cultivation families can possess it. Moreover, qi gathering pills of that quality are treasures that are not passed on to outsiders. Such a qi gathering pill can completely cleanse a person's spiritual roots and transform him, her." Su Chen silently put away the pill and then walked out of the alchemy room. For hours had passed in the process of refining the medicine unknowingly. As soon as Su Chen walked out of the alchemy room, he saw Wang Yi, Bai Rushuang, and Bai Zhe, who had all finished refining the medicine and were waiting outside. As soon as Su Chen walked out, Wang Yi came over. "Brother Su Chen, how was the medicine refining process this time?" Su Chen did not answer, but took out the qi gathering pill in his hand. Wang Yi was stunned. "This pill looks like a qi gathering pill." Su Chen actually dared to refine the qi gathering pill. Regardless of the quality of the pill, this courage is enough to make Wang Yi admire him. At this moment, the host of the alchemy conference came out. He collected the 4 people's pills and began to identify their quality. Everyone was waiting nearby, and at this moment, suddenly an extremely powerful spiritual energy came from outside the door. This spiritual energy was not restrained, but rather exposed. Everyone raised their eyes and looked outside. 2 figures appeared outside the medicine refining pavilion. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in light gauze. Her skin was as white as cream, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and her figure was rare in the world. Such a woman is no less impressive even when standing next to Bai Weiwei. The other figure was a white-haired old man. The old man's eyes were full of majesty. His face was old but full of fortitude and shrewdness, and his sharp and unapproachable temperament startled everyone present. This old man was known to everyone present. He was Master Zhang, a master under the Lord of Luoyang City. Legend has it that Mr. Zhang once opened the gate of heaven with one sword and drove back millions of soldiers. His attainments have reached the Yuanyang realm. Welcome Lu Ruyan, Lord of Luoyang City. Everyone present was shocked. They had all heard of the Lord of Luoyang City, but no one had ever thought that the Lord of Luoyang City was such a young woman. Su Chen's face froze, and he thought to himself, it's over. Because this woman was exactly the one he saw taking a bath on the back mountain that day. Chapter 60, Qi Gathering Pill, Yellow Level Peak. Su Chen felt a little uneasy. However, Lu Ruyan did not notice Su Chen. She walked to the center of the medicine refining pavilion, and the people around her immediately brought out a noble dragon throne. That's the Lord of Luoyang City. Unlike ordinary immortal cultivation places and sects, Luoyang City is a large city with a large population. Such cities all hold huge resources for cultivating immortals. It can be said that their status is higher than that of ordinary sect leaders. Moreover, Lu Ruyan became the city lord at such a young age, so she must have her own strengths. Lu Ruyan did not show any condescending attitude. She sat quietly aside, waiting for the result with Su Chen and others. Soon, the host came out. The result of this medicine refining is by Ru Shuang, refines the marrow cleansing pill, quality yellow grade 8. Wang Yi, refine the marrow cleansing pill, quality yellow grade 7. Bai Zhe, refine the marrow cleansing pill, quality yellow grade 8. These three people all chose to refine the marrow cleansing pill, which is the most difficult medicine to refine besides the qi gathering pill. It is normal for the three of them to choose to refine this medicine given their talents. However, when the host was about to read out Su Chen's medicine refining results, he hesitated for a moment. Su Chen, the qi gathering pill he refined, is of peak yellow grade quality. The whole place was silent, and everyone's eyes turned to Su Chen. Su Chen was a little flattered. The qi gathering pill was indeed precious, but it shouldn't cause such a big response. However, everyone knew that it was a qi gathering pill. Not to mention the quality of the qi gathering pill, the difficulty of refining it alone was enough to discourage many people, not to mention that Su Chen was still so young. Let's put it this way, a peak yellow grade qi gathering pill can be said to be a treasure that is not passed on to others in any sect. The host did not announce the results, but the winner of this round was already obvious. Bai Weiwei didn't show any excitement, but her heart was already boiling with rage. Only she knew clearly that Su Chen was just a cultivator. Is it normal for a cultivator to have such strength? Lu Ruyan looked over. She walked to Su Chen's side, and suddenly, a fragrance filled the air around Su Chen. Are you the alchemist of Lingyin Sect? Su Chen nodded. Lu Ruyan also nodded. He has quite a talent. No wonder he was able to enter the Lingyin Sect, which never accepts male cultivators. The fact that Su Chen was able to attract Lu Ruyan's attention was enough to show that his performance this time was truly amazing. Everyone looked at him with envy, but Su Chen's heart was filled with anxiety. A few days ago, I looked at this woman nakedly. If she was discovered, with Lu Ruyan's identity, she might not be able to leave Luoyang City. At this moment, Su Chen appeared calm on the surface. He glanced at Lu Ruyan and said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment, City Lord Lu." Because of Lu Ruyan's arrival, the atmosphere became a little serious. However, Lu Ruyan did not do anything special. As the alchemy conference ended, Bai Weiwei took Su Chen away from the venue. Bai Weiwei seemed to be in a good mood. She said, "I performed well this time. I'll tell the sect master when I get back." Su Chen smiled and said, "Compared to this, I'm more looking forward to senior sister's reward." After Bai Weiwei accepted Su Chen became bolder. Bai Weiwei's pretty face turned red. "How could you do this?" However, Bai Weiwei's voice was very low, without any trace of the fierce look she had before. Su Chen didn't say anything, just chuckled. At night, Su Chen meditated in the room. Since the alchemy conference has ended, it is expected that Su Chen and Bai Weiwei will return to Lingyin Sect in the next few days. Su Chen opened his eyes and retracted his spiritual power. Now Su Chen's strength has reached the second level of foundation building. At Su Chen's age, this strength is not considered amazing, but if combined with Su Chen's identity as an alchemist, Su Chen is enough to become the object of attention of major sects. Su Chen walked out of the door, and suddenly, a spiritual energy approached quietly from not far away. Su Chen looked over. Wang Yi walked into the yard. He said with a smile, "Brother Su Chen, we will set off to return to Wudong tomorrow, so I came here to say goodbye to you." Su Chen smiled. Bon voyage. Brother Su Chen, I've gotten to know you through this alchemy conference. I believe in your talent and that you will definitely become a famous alchemist in the future. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Yes. Su Chen spoke. When I leave Lingyin Sect, I will definitely visit you again. Wang Yi laughed and then took out a bottle of wine from his side. The alchemy conference has a rule that participating alchemists are not allowed to drink alcohol. I've been feeling really pent up these past few days. Wang Yi took out a wine bowl and poured a bowl of wine. Brother Su Chen, do you want to join us? Su Chen nodded in agreement. Since reaching Lingyin Peak, Su Chen has never drunk alcohol again. Wang Yi raised his head and drank a bowl of wine, feeling quite like an immortal. Su Chen and Wang Yi were drinking and chatting happily when suddenly, a very powerful spiritual energy appeared around them. The power of this spiritual energy has long surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Then, a woman in light gauze and a white-haired old man appeared in the courtyard. These two people are Lu Rian and Mr. Zhang. Su Chen frowned. What were these two people doing here so late at night? Is it because of what happened before? Wang Yi put away the wine bowl and looked respectful. City Lord Lu. Lu Rian nodded, and her eyes suddenly looked at Su Chen. The staring gaze made Su Chen feel a little uncomfortable. Su Chen said tentatively, I am Su Chen from Lingyin Sect. Greeting City Lord Lu. Lu Rian did not answer. She waved her hand, signaling Zhang Lao and Wang Yi to leave. The two of them immediately understood and stepped aside. After the two left, Lu Rian stared at Su Chen intently and suddenly opened her red lips and asked, Does my body look good? Su Chen was shocked. Lu Rian took out a ribbon from her body. This is your ribbon. Su Chen was helpless. He had originally wondered if he had any luck, but now it seemed that he hadn't. Now that he had been caught, Su Chen didn't deny it and said, Since City Lord Lu knows about this, I can let you deal with it as you please. However, please don't implicate anyone from the Lingyin Sect. Lu Rian smiled. You are still very loyal and righteous. Su Chen didn't say anything. He didn't know what Lu Rian meant. City Lord Lu, you might as well speak frankly. Lu Rian smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. However, since you've seen my body, I can't let you go so easily. Chapter 61. I heard that you are a cultivator? Su Chen looked solemn, and he waited quietly for what Lu Rian would say next. The worst plan is that Su Chen stays in Luoyang City. As long as he does not implicate the people of Lingyin Sect, with Su Chen's current strength, it is enough for him to gain a foothold in Luoyang City. At least, there is no danger to life. However, I am afraid that the progress of cultivation will be greatly affected. Lu Rian walked to Su Chen's side and asked, Are you a cultivator? Su Chen was stunned. How did Lu Rian know his identity as a cultivator? He didn't say anything when he saw Su Chen. Lu Rian continued. The identity of a cultivator might seem humiliating to ordinary cultivators, but with your strength, who would dare to look down on you? Lu Rian smiled widely, but didn't look angry at all. Su Chen said, City Lord Lu, you can make whatever request you want. I can't beat you. Lu Rian laughed out loud. In fact, your strength is higher than mine. After saying that, Lu Rian released her spiritual power. Su Chen was stunned. Lu Rian's strength was only at the first level of foundation building. The mayor of Luoyang City is only at the first level of foundation building. Lu Rian said, Are you surprised? Su Chen didn't say anything, but his expression revealed his shock. There must be a reason for this. Lu Rian didn't answer, but said, What I want you to do is to help me heal my wounds as a cultivator. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that Lu Rian's current strength is due to her injuries? Su Chen did not refuse. Seeing that Su Chen didn't answer, Lu Rian said, It's evening now, so you can just leave with me. Su Chen nodded and followed Lu Rian out of the courtyard. Mr. Zhang was a little confused when he saw Su Chen following Lu Rian out. However, seeing Lu Rian's calm expression, Mr. Zhang did not say much. Su Chen followed Lu Rian back to the bedroom. Lu Rian's bedroom was extremely luxurious, much more luxurious than any bedroom Su Chen had ever seen before. Lu Rian moved lightly and walked into her bedroom. Su Chen then followed him in. As soon as he walked in, Su Chen felt a chill running through his bones. Su Chen looked closely. There was actually a cold jade ice bed in Lu Rian's bedroom. The cold jade ice bed exudes a biting cold, and within the biting cold is an extraordinary spiritual energy. Su Chen was stunned. Judging from the spiritual energy emanating from this bed was definitely a treasure. Lu Rian walked into the room and then took off her coat. Suddenly, Lu Lingyu's sexy figure was exposed. Lu Rian turned around and asked, What kind of outfit do you like? Faced with Lu Rian's identity, Su Chen didn't know how to answer for a moment. Everything now seems like a dream. A woman of Lu Rian's status actually wants to have 2 days off a week with me. Lu Rian continued. That's fine. In the end, it's all the same. As she spoke, Lu Rian blushed. Lu Rian turned around and faced Su Chen. A hideous wound appeared on Lu Rian's chest. There was still a bit of demonic energy on the wound. Su Chen's eyes were full of doubts. Is this wound ugly? Lu Rian looked at Su Chen and said. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook his head. City Lord Lu, don't say that. Lu Rian ignored Su Chen and continued. This is the injury I suffered during the battle with the demon clan. Su Chen was stunned. The great war between the demons. Wasn't that what the Lingyin Sect had experienced in the past? Su Chen said frankly. The reason why I was able to become a cultivator of the Lingyin Sect was because of the great war between the demon races. Did the people of Lingyin Sect also experience the great war with the demon race? Su Chen nodded. Next to the Lingyin Sect, there is a demon clan gate. It is indeed so. Lu Rian spoke. Su Chen asked, City Lord Lu, has something like this happened in Luoyang City as well? Yes, back then, when the demon gate opened, the demons invaded massively. I was still young at that time and was seriously injured, which damaged my spiritual roots and led to my current situation. As she spoke, Lu Rian looked at the cold jade bed and said, This cold jade bed is a magical tool. It is used to repair one's spiritual roots. But this cold jade ice bed can only slow down the destruction of my spiritual roots, and it can't completely cure me. As she spoke, Lu Rian looked at Su Chen and said, I wonder if you, a cultivator from the Lingyin Sect, can help me repair my spiritual roots. As she spoke, Lu Rian suddenly took off her clothes. Before Su Chen could react, Su Chen felt a fragrance entering his nostrils. Lu Rian's body was very cold, perhaps because of nervousness. Her body was trembling slightly. Lu Rian was such a stunningly beautiful woman that Su Chen got carried away, and without thinking much, he threw Lu Rian onto the bed. The cold air nourished Su Chen and Lu Rian's bodies. Su Chen felt that spiritual energy was pouring into his body crazily. The effect of this weekend seemed to exceed Su Chen's imagination. In the middle of the night, Su Chen woke up from his sleep. The system prompt sound came at the same time. Congratulations to the host for a successful weekend. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Spiritual roots slightly improved. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, foundation establishment level 2. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, yellow rank high, 1, 2 years old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 1.5 years old. Su Jia, Xian rank high, 1 year old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, half a year old. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, Yunin Ju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body tempering technique, entry level, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin Yang Hihuan secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. The art of mastering the art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. The increase in spiritual energy this time did not seem to be very significant, but Su Chen felt an unprecedented increase. It seems to be because of that cold jade ice bed. Su Chen turned his head and found that the originally huge ice bed had shrunk a lot. Su Chen tried to summon spiritual energy and feel the changes in himself. Then, Su Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. My current spiritual energy seems to have some zodiac characteristics. Its ice attribute. Wherever Su Chen's spiritual energy passed, it immediately condensed into small ice crystals. Su Chen had never encountered such a situation before. Is it because the cold air from the cold jade ice bed was absorbed into my body, which made my spiritual energy cold? Chapter 62 Return to Lingyin Sect. The next morning, Su Chen took Su Yu and Bai Weiwei and left Luoyang City early in the morning. There are too many variables if you stay in Luoyang City. Even after the alchemy conference ended, many sects extended olive branches to Su Chen. A talented alchemist like Su Chen would naturally become the object of competition among the major sects. In this way, leaving early can avoid some trouble. Su Yu held a candied haws in her left hand and a meat bun in her right hand, with her mouth bulging. Su Yu didn't know why her father suddenly became so arrogant. Su Chen smiled. In this alchemy conference, Su Chen not only gained fame for the Lingyin Sect, but most importantly, he gained those bone and muscle pills. Su Chen had already sold those bone and muscle pills when the alchemy conference ended. This quality of bone and muscle pills are very popular. Almost in an instant, the bone and muscle pills were sold out. These muscle and bone pills are worth tens of millions of taels of silver. Su Yu grumbled and said, Daddy, please take me down the mountain to play more often in the future. There are lots of delicious food to eat down the mountain. Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yu's head. The gain from this trip down the mountain, in addition to fame and money, is that Su Yu's training has been put on the right track. This system of mine not only allows me to gain cultivation during the weekends, but also allows me to gain a lot of cultivation through the growth and training of my children. At this time, in Lu Rian's dormitory, Lu Rian opened her eyes and saw that her ice bed had become much smaller. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yesterday's experience was pretty good, and when Lu Rian woke up today, she could clearly feel that her injuries had recovered a lot. Even the spiritual roots that had not recovered for many years showed signs of recovery. Lu Rian whispered, "Forget it, the frost jade ice bed has been absorbed. It was originally used to delay the recovery of my injuries. However, I still have to go to the Lingyin Sect later. Perhaps this Su Chen can really heal my injuries." Many days later, Su Chen, Bai Weiwei, and Su Yu stood at the gate of Lingyin Sect. Above Lingyin Sect, clouds and mist are swirling, and spiritual energy is abundant. Bai Weiwei said, "Finally back. I can go play with my senior sister again." Su Chen stood aside and stretched. He guessed that he would have to start working again after coming back this time. At this moment, two figures appeared above Lingyin Sect. Lung Wushuang and senior sister Li appeared above the clouds. Su Yu immediately went to meet him. "Mother." Senior sister Li smiled and hugged Su Yu all of a sudden. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on senior sister Li's face. "Su Yu, have you entered the path of alchemy?" Su Yu nodded and said, "Yes, Daddy taught me." Senior sister Li looked at Su Chen with a smile in her eyes, very satisfied. Su Chen said, "This alchemy conference is complete." After saying that, Su Chen took out a few pills from his body. These are the pills refined at the alchemy conference. They are the Xian-grade tendon and bone pills, and the Huang-grade peak qi-gathering pills. Lung Wushuang and senior sister Li both had expressions of surprise on their faces. They were well aware of the value of these two pills. A genius alchemist who can refine such a medicine must have appeared in the Lingyin Sect. After some greetings, Su Chen followed Bai Weiwei back to the alchemy pavilion. The little medicine boy saw Su Chen and Bai Weiwei returning from afar. She came over immediately. "Senior sister, brother Su Chen, you're back." Su Chen smiled and nodded. "Where's Su Yu?" She went back with senior sister Li. The little medicine boy was a little lost, but soon she regained her normal expression. She busied herself helping Su Chen and Bai Weiwei settle down. After settling in, Su Chen officially started working. Now Bai Weiwei has completely accepted Su Chen. As long as Su Chen can successfully make Bai Weiwei pregnant, he can smoothly go to the next senior sister's place. In the afternoon, Su Chen got up and walked out of the medicine pavilion. Su Chen held the Longquan's sword, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Su Chen had a premonition that a certain young man should come today. Su Chen got into position in the courtyard and began to dance with the sword. A sword intent burst out from Su Chen's body. Su Chen now has a completely new understanding. The sword intent in his body became even stronger. Suddenly, Su Chen smiled and said, "Boy, come out." Not far away, Su Yang walked out, looking a little reserved. "I came to see Dad on the first day he came back. Did I disturb him a little?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Su Yang, come here quickly." Su Yang ran over quickly. "How's your sword practice been lately?" "Fine." Su Chen handed the Longquan's sword to Su Yang. "Try." Su Yang took the Longquan's sword and began to dance. Suddenly, a sword intent surged around Su Yang. Su Chen was a little shocked. "I didn't expect that Su Yang had made such great progress during the time I was away." At this moment, the system's voice came. "Congratulations to my son Su Yang for successfully entering the path of immortal cultivation. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Realm upgrade, slightly improved spiritual roots. Reward, Yin-Yang 5 elements diagram. The host can cultivate the corresponding abilities of their children. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, foundation establishment stage 3. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, yellow rank high. 1, 2 years old. Su Yu, yellow rank high. 1.5 years old. Su Jia, Xian rank high. 1 year old. Su Yu, yellow rank high. Half a year old. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, Yunin Ju, 3rd level. Yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body tempering technique. Entry level. Yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin Yang Hihuan secret technique. 1st level. Earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. The art of mastering the art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Descendant Su Yang has entered the training system. Descendants, Su Yang. Spiritual root level, yellow rank advanced. Cultivation strength, has not yet entered the path of immortal cultivation. Ability partial, sword cultivation. Su Chen was stunned. His second offspring, Su Yang, also broke through and entered the path of cultivating immortals. Moreover, the rewards for children entering the path of cultivation are so generous. After Su Yang finished dancing with the sword, he returned to Su Chen's side. He looked relaxed, as if he had sensed the changes in himself. Su Chen asked, "Do you have any special feelings?" Su Yang nodded. "It's a little different from before. I seem to have embarked on the path of cultivating immortality." Su Chen explored the past patiently. Sure enough, Su Yang's cultivation strength has now reached the first level of Qi refining realm. This high-level yellow spiritual root talent is indeed well-deserved. If such a talented person were to be known to the outside world, he would definitely become the object of competition among the major sects. Chapter 63, Bai Weiwei is pregnant, the 7th floor of the medicine refining pavilion. In the following days, Su Chen began his weekend life with Bai Weiwei. Every afternoon, Su Yang would come to Su Chen to learn swordsmanship. Su Chen lived a comfortable and relaxed life on such days. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. With 2 days off a week day after day, Bai Weiwei became pregnant. According to the rules, it should be the 8th senior sister's turn, and Su Chen should go to the 8th senior sister's residence soon. However, the 8th senior sister happened to be out practicing, so this matter was delayed. It just so happens that Su Chen's research on alchemy has now reached the stage where he needs to continue studying. Su Chen was not in a hurry, so he simply stayed in the alchemy pavilion to take care of Bai Weiwei. The little medicine boy blinked his big eyes and said, "Su Chen, it's too boring to be alone in this medicine pavilion every day, just you and me. When will you bring Siyu back? I miss her." Ever since Bai Weiwei became pregnant, she has been recuperating at her own residence. Every day, the only people in the alchemy pavilion are Su Chen and the little medicine boy. Su Chen didn't care. There were still many books in the alchemy pavilion. Su Chen had just finished reading the books on the 2nd floor. But the little medicine boy was bored. After cleaning up the medicine pavilion every day, I would sit there in a daze, feeling extremely bored. Su Chen smiled. "Isn't this good? Just sleep when you're bored." "Tisk, what's the point of sleeping? It's so boring. It's a pity that I can't understand those books. Otherwise, I would read them too. I'll teach you." "No, no, no." The little medicine boy shook his head like a rattle. "I'd rather be a medicine boy. When I grow up, I'll find a good husband and marry him. I don't want to learn how to make medicine. It's too tiring." Su Chen smiled, but said nothing. He didn't say anything more. Today, he was going to enter the 3rd floor of the medicine refining pavilion. Su Chen had already talked to Bai Weiwei before. Bai Weiwei agreed readily. After several days of weekends, Bai Weiwei's feelings towards Su Chen have completely changed, and her tone has become much gentler. Su Chen packed up the books on the 2nd floor and then walked towards the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the alchemy pavilion is where Bai Weiwei is currently staying. The number and difficulty of the books on this 3rd floor are much higher than before. Su Chen looked around at the mountain of books and sighed slightly. "Oh, I wonder how long it will take to read these books." Su Chen sat down at the desk and gradually got into the state. When Su Chen looked up, it was already getting late. Su Chen stood up and prepared to stretch his muscles. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "Master, let me out." That was Tao Tao's voice. Su Chen was a little surprised. Tao Tao had been very quiet since she came back. Why did she suddenly come out today? Su Chen released Tao Tao from the spiritual realm. A tiny elf appeared in the air. "Why did you suddenly think of it today?" Tao Tao glanced at Su Chen and said, "I sensed a presence. There are treasures in this alchemy pavilion." "Treasure?" Su Chen was a little curious. "Where is it? Is it on this floor?" Tao Tao shook her head. "Up there." Su Chen frowned. This alchemy pavilion is divided into 7 floors. The 1st to 4th floors are where books are stored, the 5th floor is the alchemy room, and the 6th floor is where medicinal materials are stored. As for the 7th level, Bai Weiwei always avoided talking about it. Could it be that there is a treasure among the medicinal herbs on the 6th floor? Tao Tao said, "Master, come with me and take a look. This treasure is something you only see once every 100 years. You can't miss it." Su Chen nodded. He put the book back where it was and took Tao Tao upstairs. When Su Chen reached the 6th floor, he looked around and saw rare medicinal herbs everywhere, including countless 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng, deer kernel, and other medicinal herbs. As expected of the Lingyin Sect, the reserves of these medicinal materials are definitely not something that an ordinary sect can possess. Tao Tao glanced around and sniffed. "Master, these herbs are all good herbs. Do you want to refine them into qi?" Su Chen quickly shook his head. If these medicinal herbs were gone, Bai Weiwei would probably curse herself to death. Besides, Su Chen's road to becoming an immortal started from Lingyin Sect. Most importantly, the female cultivators in Lingyin Sect were all his wives. Even if you want to cheat others, you can't cheat your own family. Among these herbs, is there the treasure you want? No. Cao Dao shook her head. The treasure I mentioned is still up there. 7th floor. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. He pursed his lips and said, I can't go to the 7th floor. Bai Weiwei had specifically reminded everyone not to go to the 7th floor. Su Chen didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Treasures were certainly attractive, but Su Chen was very clear about one thing. There were many treasures on the path to cultivation, and one should not touch things that did not belong to him. Cao Dao felt a little regretful. All right. Su Chen nodded. He simply arranged the medicinal herbs on the 6th floor and prepared to leave. Just when Su Chen was about to leave, suddenly, a voice was heard in the air. In this world of 3,000 small things, there are actually owners of the infinite spirit eye. How bizarre. The voice was a bit rough and sounded like that of an old man. Su Chen glanced around but didn't see any figure. Su Chen didn't even feel any extra breath. Cao Tao suddenly became excited. So it's a treasure left by Yao Lao. No wonder I had such a strong reaction. As he spoke, the little medicine boy bowed and said, Cao Tao greets Yao Lao. Su Chen looked at Cao Tao bowing to the empty air, feeling a little confused. Cao Tao, did you hear that voice too? Not seeing anyone around, Su Chen thought he was hallucinating. Of course, that is the treasure left by Yao Lao. It is the voice left by Yao Lao's residual soul. Yao Lao. When Su Chen was surprised, the voice sounded again. There are elves as medicine boys? Interesting. Why don't you come upstairs and chat with me? Before Su Chen could react, he felt dizzy. When Su Chen woke up, he found himself in an empty pavilion. Su Chen looked around. The surrounding environment was the same as the decoration in the alchemy pavilion. This should be the 7th floor of the alchemy pavilion. Cao Tao's voice came over. Master, look at that thing. Su Chen looked over following Cao Tao's voice. There was only a burning candle on the table. A bluish-white flame burned above the candle. Seeing the unusualness of the candle, Su Chen walked over. Cao Tao said, Master, this is the treasure. Is it this candle? Cao Tao shook her head and said, It's not a candle, it's a flame. Chapter 64, Strange Fire. Flame? Su Chen's heart was shocked, his eyes focused, and he looked carefully. Indeed, the flame was indeed different from ordinary flames. When you get close to the flame, you don't feel any burning sensation at all. On the contrary, it gives people a very gentle feeling. What's so special about this flame? Cao Tao was surprised and said, Master, don't you know? This is strange fire. Strange fire? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. What is strange fire? Cao Tao shook her head and began to introduce herself. The quality of medicine refining depends on many factors. Besides the medicinal materials and the control of the timing of refining, there is another very important factor, which is flame. Strange fire is a special flame used when refining medicine. This flame can maximize the efficacy of the medicine. There aren't many alchemists who can possess strange fire. I only know 3 alchemists who possess strange fire. Su Chen was slightly surprised and looked at the bluish-white flame. Is this thing so precious? Why, someone with the infinite spirit eyes is still a clueless idiot. In the air, the old man's voice was heard again. Then, a spirit appeared in the air. He was an old man with white hair. Cao Tao's expression immediately became respectful. Cao Tao has met Yao Lao. Is this Yao Lao? Su Chen looked at the old man. No matter how you looked at him, he was just an ordinary old man. How could he be the legendary Yao Lao? No need to be polite. I'm just a remnant soul. The old man stroked his beard. I'm very surprised that there are still people with the infinite spirit eye in this world. Boy, are you an alchemist? Su Chen stepped forward and said respectfully, I am an alchemist. Haha, it seems that your future attainments will not be low. This Wuji spirit eye is worthless to someone who is not an alchemist, but for an alchemist, it is like adding wings to a tiger. You will definitely achieve great accomplishments in alchemy in the future. As Yao Lao spoke, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Su Chen and asked, Are you a cultivator? Su Chen was a little puzzled. He hadn't shown any of his cultivation skills, so how did Yao Lao know that he understood Taoism? Just when Su Chen was puzzled, an old man's voice came from Su Chen's spiritual world. Yao Lao looked strange. That stinky old man is actually on top of you. Su Chen suddenly realized that it seemed that Yao Lao was surprised because the Tao Te Ching was an old man living in his spiritual world. Who are you calling a stinky old man? Came the old man's fierce voice. Yao Lao coughed, and then regained his serious expression. It seems that all the fallen masters in the great 1,000 worlds are scattered across the 3,000 small worlds. The old man said, "Don't give me that. I've always remembered that old man you called me." Yao Lao laughed heartily. "I am also a remnant soul anyway. What can you do to me?" After saying that, Yao Lao looked at Su Chen. "Boy, I see you have a talent for alchemy. I wonder if you are interested in this strange fire." Su Chen was stunned. Tao Tao blinked at Su Chen frantically, indicating that Su Chen accepted it. Su Chen was not polite either. "Is it the flame on this candle?" "Right," Yao Lao said sadly. "However, it is not easy to subdue this strange fire." Su Chen was excited and took a step forward. "I can try." Yao Lao nodded and said that he could accept giving the strange fire to the owner of the Wuji spirit eye. Strange fire is divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. My strange fire is an earth grade strange fire. It's difficult to control with your current strength, but you can first recover this strange fire. When your cultivation is sufficient, you can use it. After listening to Yao Lao's introduction, Su Chen walked to the side of the candle. Su Chen tried to release his spiritual energy, and then the flame on the candle suddenly became hot. Su Chen felt a little oppressed and took a few steps back. The flame on the candle suddenly jumped a few times. Then, a huge fire dragon rose from the candle. The fire dragon bared its fangs and claws, its aura full of oppression, and the whole room suddenly became unbearably hot. The old man's voice came from Su Chen's spiritual world. "You old alchemist, do you want Su Chen to die in this strange fire and leave me homeless? Although this earth-level strange fire is indeed difficult to recover, don't worry. If this kid really can't subdue the strange fire, I will take action and ensure that this kid is safe and sound." Yao Lao said this and stepped aside. He also wanted to see whether this boy in front of him, who possessed the infinite spirit eyes, could recover the strange fire. With the Wuji spirit eye and the strange fire, once Su Chen subdues the strange fire, Yao Lao can even be sure that Su Chen's attainments in alchemy will surpass his own in the future. However, the process of recovering the strange fire has nothing to do with the Wuji spirit eye, but is related to the level of cultivation. To become a good alchemist, your cultivation level cannot be too low. Su Chen looked at the snarling fire dragon, got into position, and released his own aura. "Boy, let me help you," came the voice of the old man in my mind. Su Chen nodded. This fire dragon's zodiac sign is fire, and the Taoist master is gentle like water, so the Taoist method is most suitable. Su Chen stood still, his lower body as steady as Mount Tai. He moved his hands like clouds, and a gentle aura emanated from him. The old man was slightly surprised. It seemed that the old man had a reason for handing himself over to Su Chen. Taoism is all about a state of mind. The purer the state of mind, the more powerful Taoism will be. The Taoist spirit displayed by Su Chen at this time was free of any impurities, and Su Chen's mind had reached a clear level. The fire dragon roared and rushed forward. The scorching breath attacked Su Chen, but the Taoist energy around Su Chen firmly blocked all the scorching breath outside. Su Chen raised his hand, and a stream of majestic Taoist energy shot out from his hand. The Taoist energy directly hit the fire dragon. The fire dragon howled, and the burning breath became much less. Su Chen took advantage of the victory and pursued the dragon, Taoist energy bursting out from his body. In a blink of an eye, the scorching breath on the fire dragon was swallowed up by the Taoist energy as soft as water. The fire dragon let out a wail, and its body suddenly shrank, turning back into a small flame on the candle. Yao Lao and the old man were both stunned. Is this kid the reincarnation of some powerful being in the universe? This talent must be fake. As the fire dragon was subdued, Yao Lao's figure became illusory. He walked to Su Chen's side and said, "This strange fire will belong to you from now on. But you must remember that the strange fire cannot be exposed casually, otherwise it will attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. With your current strength, you can't protect this strange fire." Su Chen nodded and bowed. "Thank you, Yao Lao." Yao Lao's figure slowly disappeared. His residual soul originally existed with the strange fire, but now the strange fire has been subdued. The remnant soul can no longer sustain itself. Chapter 65. The Gate of the Demon Clan opens. In the following time, Su Chen studied alchemy every day. Because Bai Weiwei was pregnant and her body was not suitable for a weekend off, Su Chen focused his main energy on practicing alchemy. Su Chen had also read through most of the book collection on the 3rd floor. However, there is no information about the 8th senior sister. It seems that this senior sister is out busy with matters within the sect. It might take a while before you come back. Su Chen didn't take it to heart. Early in the morning, Su Chen was hurriedly woken up from his sleep by the little medicine boy. Su Chen, Senior sister Bai Weiwei is out today, so I want you to take good care of the medicine refining pavilion. Su Chen stood up, a little confused. Bai Weiwei is already pregnant. Logically, she should be recuperating at home. Why would she suddenly go out? Su Chen asked, Senior sister Bai Weiwei, do you have anything else to tell me? The little medicine boy shook his head. There's nothing else. Su Chen nodded and didn't take it seriously. Now that the 8th senior sister was not in the sect, it was almost impossible to have a weekend off. Anyway, Su Chen had nothing else to do. In the afternoon, Su Chen walked out of the alchemy pavilion and waited for Su Yang to come and learn sword skills. However, after waiting for a long time, Su Yang still didn't come. Su Chen was a little surprised. He briefly instructed the little medicine boy and went directly to Lu Yuyu's residence. In the courtyard, Su Yang was practicing sword. Now Su Yang's cultivation has reached the first level of qi refining realm. Combined with Su Chen's teachings these days, Su Yang's swordsmanship has now begun to take shape. A sword in tint surrounded Su Yang. Su Chen walked out. Su Yang immediately put away his sword and walked respectfully to Su Chen's side. Daddy. Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, You didn't come to my place to practice sword today, so why did you secretly practice sword at home? Su Yang touched his head. My mother is out and asked me to stay at home to look after the house. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Lu Yuyu also went out. Such a coincidence made Su Chen feel suspicious. Did Lu Yuyu say anything? Mother told me to stay home and look after the house. If anything happens, I can go find you, Daddy. Does she have anything else to say? Mother also said that this time, I would be away for many days, so I should stay in the sect and not go out casually. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. Since Lu Yuyu said this, something must have happened. You should practice your sword skills at home, listen to your mother, and never go out. Su Yang nodded. Su Chen didn't stay for too long. He got up and went directly to senior sister Li's residence. From a distance, Su Chen saw Su Yu studying a medical book on the stone table in the yard. Senior sister Li is not here. Sure enough, something happened. It is absolutely impossible that all the senior sisters in Lingyin Sect are out by such a coincidence. Su Yu saw Su Chen coming and stood up hurriedly. Daddy, where's your mother? My mother is out, so she asked me to look after the house. What's wrong? Daddy, Mommy said you were very busy, so why did you have time to come to me today? Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yu's head. I came to see you. How's your medical study going lately? It's okay, but there are some difficult parts that I still need Daddy's guidance. Daddy has something to do right now. I'll come and guide you next time. Good. Su Yu nodded obediently. Su Chen smiled and turned away. He was now certain that something had definitely happened in the Lingyin Sect. Afterwards, Su Chen did not return to the alchemy pavilion. He went out of the sect alone. Before leaving, Su Chen placed the Long Quan's sword at the entrance of the sect and instructed Jin Long to protect the safety of the sect. Countless fallen leaves condensed into a whirlwind in the air, carrying Su Chen away into the sky. As soon as he arrived outside the sect, Su Chen frowned. Outside the sect, a very strong demonic aura began to spread out from unknown time. Su Chen hid his breath and rushed towards the place where the demonic energy was strong. Lingyin Sect is a large sect of immortal cultivation. The appearance of such evil spirit must mean something has happened. Su Chen thought about it and couldn't help but quicken his pace. At this time, in a valley outside Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang's expression was stern. I didn't expect it to come. There was some sweat on her forehead. Now in the sect, the injuries of many disciples have been greatly alleviated with the help of Su Chen. However, it is still too difficult to fight against the vast army of demons. In front of the many female cultivators of Lingyin Sect, a strong demonic aura permeated the air. Looking around, the entire valley was filled with the figures of the demon clan. The demon clan's door opened, just like it did 10 years ago. Lung Wushuang glanced at the female cultivators under his command and said, Female cultivators, if you are still afraid of this battle, leave now. None of the female cultivators in the audience spoke, but their expressions and demeanor had already determined their stance. Lu Lingyu stepped forward and said, Sect Master, I have already notified my family, and they will be here soon. Lung Wushuang smiled. Then we will hold out for now, and wait for fellow Taoists to arrive, and then we will annihilate these monsters in one fell swoop. Senior Sister Li stood in the air with a sword in her hand. Master, Wudong, and Lingyin Sect have all been notified. I wonder what their stance is. As he was speaking, a group of Taoist monks in white robes appeared not far away. The pattern on the Taoist robe was engraved with the two big words, Wudong. Wudong has arrived. Then, not far away, another middle-aged man appeared with many disciples. Lu Huai, Lu Yin, and many people from the Lu family appeared in the sight. Lu Lingyu was overjoyed. She said, Master, the Lu family has arrived. 10 years ago, I was away and didn't have the chance to participate in the demon war. This time, I will do my utmost to help. Lu Huai stroked his beard and said to Lu Yan, "Have you ever seen such a scene?" Lu Yan looked serious. "These are monsters. Father, this time, it will be an extremely brutal fight." Lu Huai smiled. "It's good to show you this grand scene. Anyway, you young people will take over the Lu family in the future. This time, your sister's sect is facing a large demon army. We must help and not let the people from her sect look down on your sister." Lu Yan nodded and then released her spiritual energy. The demon army let out a low groan of anxiety, and a murderous aura filled the air. "Everyone from Lingyin Sect, Lingyin Sect, have arrived." Not far away, a clear voice was heard, and a middle-aged man stood above the sky, holding a sword in one hand. A terrifying sword energy came down from the sky and struck directly at the demon army. Chapter 66, Chaotic Battle. Lingyin Sect is the family of sword cultivators. As soon as it appeared, it gave the demon army a great gift. A shrill scream was heard. A huge gap was cut into the demon army. The middle-aged man slowly landed on the ground and looked at Lung Wushuang. The man's name is Li Rusheng, and he is the leader of Lingyin Sect. Lung Wushuang showed a look of joy. The demon army came suddenly 10 years ago, and Lingyin Sect was not prepared at all. However, now, with the help of many sects, perhaps, we really have the strength to fight. Lung Wushuang bowed and thanked him. "Today, I am grateful to the many fellow Taoists and sects for coming to help me. Lingyin Sect, will remember this kindness." Li Rusheng waved his hand. "The demon invasion is the responsibility of us cultivators. Why should we express our gratitude?" As he spoke, the sword energy in his hand surged, and many disciples of Lingyin Sect had already formed a battle formation. A huge sword energy rose up. When Wudong's leader Li Qingshan saw this situation, he also laughed. "How could we possibly let your Lingyin Sect take the spotlight?" Then, many Wudong disciples also took up their positions, forming a Taoist formation. A huge bagua pattern appeared under the feet of many Wudong disciples. The great Taoist energy gushed out. In the great formation formed by Li Qingshan, every disciple is the core of the formation. As long as the battle formation is not chaotic, this formation will be as solid as a rock and cannot be broken at all. Not far away, the alchemists from Lingyin Sect and Wudong also took action. They took out several fighting spirit pills from their arms, waved them, and distributed them to the hands of every cultivator present. Bai Weiwei flew out. "Battle spirit pill, we in Lingyin Sect also have it." She stood in the air, and a huge alchemy furnace appeared behind her. Countless pills flew out of the furnace and were distributed to the hands of every cultivator. Lu Huai looked at the high-quality battle wool pill in his hand and sighed inwardly. It was really a good decision to let Ling Yu come to the Lingyin Sect. The foundation of the Lingyin Sect is indeed enormous. Compared with these sects, the Lu family is not even worth mentioning. Lu Huai dared not speak, but his Lu family is also a family of immortal cultivation, and this card cannot be lost. A natural, gentle aura emanated from the many disciples of the Lu family. Although the Lu family's practice of the Lu Shui Ju is not a particularly powerful Taoist method, it is also well known. Lung Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him and felt quite relieved. She released her own aura. The level of Yuanyang realm shocked everyone present. He is worthy of being the leader of Lingyin Sect. "Fellow cultivators, follow me into the battle formation." At the same time, many immortal cultivators flew up and rushed towards the mighty demon army. At this time, Su Chen was getting closer and closer to the place where the evil spirit gathered. He frowned. The demonic energy became thicker and thicker, and Su Chen could already see some scattered low-level demons. It seems that the demons are coming. Su Chen knew the existence of the gate to the demon world. In this world, there are some gates to the demon world, which are usually sealed, but once the seal is loosened, the demon clan's gate will open, and the demon clan can invade. Su Chen concealed his breath. Now he was just a small cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. Facing the demon army, there was a high probability that he would be cannon fodder. The many senior sisters of Lingyin Sect must have gone to deal with the demon army this time. Su Chen was thinking about a solution in his mind. He was sure that he would have no influence on the battle situation now. The only thing we can do is to start from the demon clan's gate. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from my mind. "Oh my God, it's the demon tribe." Tao Dao's childish voice came. "Master, run. With so many monsters like this, you'll be killed instantly without leaving anything behind." Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Indeed, with his current cultivation level, he could probably only fight against some small demons in the 3rd and 4th realms. If he went there rashly, he would basically be seeking his death. But those are all his wives in Lingyin Sect. He can't just run away. It's just the demon tribe. This is just a small scene. The voice of the old man from the Tao Te Ching rang out. When Su Chen heard the old man's voice, he suddenly had an idea. His current strength might not be enough, but he was possessed by powerful people from the world. With the help of their power, he might be able to break the deadlock. Su Chen changed his tone. Do you have any ideas? Of course, this small demon race is nothing more than a lowly existence in the vast world. They don't even have the right to speak. The old man of Tao Te Ching was dismissive. Then help me destroy this demon army. The old man hesitated and shook his head. With your current useless strength, there's nothing I can do. However, you can start from the demon clan gate. The cultivators over there can deal with these demon armies. But if the demon clan gate is not closed, the demons will continue to come, and they will undoubtedly be defeated. Su Chen nodded. That's what I mean. Give me some of your spiritual power, and I'll go seal the demon clan's gate. Yes, but you must have a powerful magical instrument to carry my spiritual power. Otherwise, your current body cannot withstand my spiritual power. I have. Su Chen took it and took out the Tai Chi diagram rewarded by the system. After giving the 8 diagram to senior sister Li, the Tai Chi diagram became Su Chen's only Taoist magic weapon. The quality of this magic weapon has reached the earth level, which is completely sufficient. You kid, you still have a magic weapon of this quality? Stop talking nonsense and quickly transfer your spiritual energy. Su Chen was extremely anxious. Over there, his many wives were suffering, and he had to solve the problem of the demon clan's gate as soon as possible. The old man also knew the seriousness of the matter and said no more. He channeled his spiritual energy into the Tai Chi diagram, which emitted a white light and became filled with spiritual energy. Okay, now this Tai Chi diagram carries my spiritual energy. As long as you carry this magical instrument with you, you can obtain spiritual energy continuously. However, this world has its limits. Your current spiritual energy can only reach the divine transformation realm at most. Su Chen was stunned. What did it mean that he could only reach the spirit transformation realm? In my entire life, I have never seen a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm. Even Lung Wushuang's real strength is only at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm, which is still a long way from the Shenhua realm. Su Chen said no more, quietly put away the Tai Chi diagram, and rushed towards the demon clan's gate. At this time, the fighting on the battlefield was fierce because the 3 major sects had joined forces, and they also had the help of the Lu family, a family of immortal cultivators. These immortal cultivators actually fought a draw with the demon army. However, the offensive momentum of the demon army did not diminish at all. Wang Yi stood in the battle formation. He mobilized his own spiritual energy and continuously produced fighting spirit pills. Bai Weiwei was beside him, also radiating spiritual energy and making fighting spirit pills one after another. Since this fighting spirit pill is a battlefield item, the production process is relatively simple and the production speed is also very fast. With the help of the fighting will pill, the battle situation remained stable, and the cultivators even had some advantages. Chapter 67. Whose immortal cultivator is that? On the battlefield, the demon clan's gate was wide open, and countless monsters poured out from the demon clan's gate continuously. The spiritual energy in Lung Wushuang's hands circulated, and a huge amount of spiritual energy wiped out all the monsters around him. She glanced at the demon gate not far away and said, "If we don't seal the demon gate, these demons will continue to emerge. This is not a solution." Li Qingshan also came over. "We have to seal the demon clan's gate first." Lung Wushuang nodded and said, "Sect Master Li, let these monsters be handled by our disciples for now. The 3 of us will work together to seal the gate to the monster clan." Li Qingshan and Li Rushing immediately responded. 3 figures flew into the air and headed straight towards the demon clan's gate. The monster noticed the intentions of the 3 people and flew up, ready to stop the heat dissipation. However, a sword energy broke through the air. Senior sister Li held the sword in one hand, and the sword energy on her body suddenly burst out, stopping the monsters. Each sect of immortal cultivation has its own characteristics. Lingyin Sect is a sect that focuses on swordsmanship, and Wudong Sect is a sect that focuses on Taoism. However, the Lingyin Sect does not have any main Taoist method. Its only characteristic is that all the practitioners are female. Senior sister Li is a swordsman at the Yuanyang realm. A swordsman of this level is considered a top master in the Lingyin Sect. Li Rushing smiled and said, "Sect Master Long, I didn't expect that there is such a powerful swordsman in your sect." Lung Wushuang smiled. "Junior sister Li will stop those monsters." The three of us can work together to seal the demon clan's gate. With the leaders of the three major sects joining forces this time, Lung Wushuang is very confident that they can seal the door to the demon clan. Li Rushing and Li Qingshan said nothing more and directly protected Lung Wushuang on both sides and headed straight for the demon clan's gate. Just as the three were slowly approaching the demon clan's gate, a huge monster blocked their way. It was a monster with a dragon head and a snake god. He roared and let out a sharp cry. 7th level monster. The three of them looked shocked. A demon at the 7th level could rival an immortal cultivator at the 8th or even 9th level of the Yuanyang realm. Lung Wushuang looked serious. She released her own spiritual energy and sealed the 7th level monster in the air. Li Rushing and Li Qingshan released their sword energy and Taoist magic to attack the monster's vital points. With a crisp sound of dingling, Li Rushing's sword hit the monster's body, and it was like hitting a piece of metal, making a crisp sound. This monster has already cultivated dragon scales. Li Rushing's sword couldn't hurt him at all. Seeing this situation, Li Qingshan used Taoism to try to invade the monster's body. However, a powerful aura burst out and directly shattered Li Qingshan's Taoism. Lung Wushuang's expression changed. This great demon in the 7th realm was indeed very powerful. Suddenly, a fishy and sweet taste came out of her mouth. Oh no, that old injury has recurred. There was a hint of instability in the spiritual energy of Lung Wushuang. The monster seized the opportunity and directly shattered Lung Wushuang's magic circle. Lung Wushuang groaned violently as his body was severely injured. Her body flew backwards and hit the ground directly. Such a sudden change made everyone present change their expressions. Is Lung Wushuang injured? Although the powerful demon of the 7th realm is powerful, Lung Wushuang is also a cultivator of the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. It is absolutely impossible for him to suffer such a serious injury just by the shattering of the magic circle. Lung Wushuang's figure fell straight to the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air. The figure was tall and slender, with beautiful features. He was a very handsome man. Su Chen caught Lung Wushuang in one go. He frowned. Because the output of spiritual energy was too huge, Lung Wushuang's injuries worsened. Su Chen took out the qi gathering pill he had made from his arms. The qi gathering pill of the peak yellow grade is also a great tonic for practitioners like Lung Wushuang. This kind of medicine is extremely valuable on the market. Su Chen fed the qi gathering pill to Lung Wushuang without any hesitation. This person will become his wife in the future, and Su Chen doesn't feel reluctant at all. Lung Wushuang opened his eyes with blood at the corner of his mouth. Why are you here? With your current level of cultivation, you only need to guard the sect. You won't be of much help even if you come. Su Chen smiled. Didn't I save you? Lung Wushuang's face turned slightly red. She was still in Su Chen's arms, and she could hear Su Chen's breathing clearly. Then her expression grew serious. If we can't solve this demon clan's gate, we will definitely lose this battle. After repelling Lung Wushuang and others, the monster immediately retreated to the side of the demon clan's gate. His purpose is very clear, which is to guard the demon clan's gate. As long as the demon clan's gate cannot be sealed, the demon clan will continue to come through the demon clan's gate, and these immortal cultivators will not be able to stop them at all. Li Qingshan and Li Rushing landed beside Lung Wushuang and asked, Sect Master Lung, are you okay? Lung Wushuang shook his head. I'm fine, but if this demon gate can't be sealed, these demons will continue to appear. We must find a way to seal the demon gate. Li Qingshan and Li Rushing looked embarrassed. In terms of cultivation, they were not as good as Lung Wushuang. Now Lung Wushuang was seriously injured. Without Lung Wushuang's help, it would be impossible to seal the door to the demon clan. Su Chen glanced at the demon clan's gate and said, I'm going to destroy that gate. Lung Wushuang's face was filled with shock. Su Chen, are you crazy? Li Qingshan and Li Rushing were not aware of Su Chen's strength and did not react much. However, Lung Wushuang knew it clearly. How could a cultivator who was only at the 3rd foundation building stage possibly destroy the demon clan's gate? Su Chen shook his head and did not answer Lung Wushuang. He put Lung Wushuang on the ground, then flew up and headed towards the demon clan's gate. A man walked alone towards the gate of the demon clan, and all the immortal cultivators present looked over. Going alone to seal the demon clan's gate? Whose cultivator is this? Wang Yi saw that figure. Just now he was still wondering why Su Chen didn't come to the battle of Lingyin Sect. Now when he saw Su Chen's figure, his eyes widened and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The veil fluttered, Bai Risheng stopped what she was doing and looked at Su Chen. Since alchemists specialize in refining medicine, their abilities are generally not very high. Is Su Chen crazy to go and seal the demon clan's door as an alchemist? At this time, Su Chen had already released his spiritual energy. A steady stream of spiritual energy was transmitted to him from the Tai Chi diagram. Su Chen had never felt so powerful before. That is the state of transformation. Chapter 68, Instant Kill. Lu Huai looked in Su Chen's direction with an excited expression. At the same time, he was also a little confused. More than half a year ago, when Lu Lingyu brought Su Chen back to the Lu family, Su Chen was still in the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. How come he had reached the spirit transformation realm now? The eyes of many female cultivators of Lingyin Sect were filled with shock. Others don't know Su Chen's identity, but they know it very well. Su Chen is a cultivator. 3 years ago, he was only at the 1st level of the Qi refining realm. Such a change filled them with shock, but more importantly, joy. Lingyin Sect had such a genius, and he was also the nominal husband of many female cultivators. Of course, Su Chen also noticed everyone's reaction. The spiritual power given by the old man was really too powerful. I'm afraid that in these 3,000 small worlds, there are not many strong people in the spirit transformation realm. Su Chen felt a little nervous. After this battle, I won't be famous in the world of immortal cultivation. It's not that I want to show off, but I have to. Su Chen's principle in cultivating immortals has always been to be humble. As long as I don't pretend to be cool, no trouble will come to me. I can then slowly improve my cultivation without being disturbed by the outside world. However, now those female cultivators in Lingyin Sect are all his wives. Su Chen had to take action. While his thoughts were racing, Su Chen had already arrived less than 100 meters away from the demon clan's gate. The great demon of the 7th realm flew towards Su Chen, trying to stop Su Chen. As Su Chen raised his hand, spiritual energy continuously flowed from the Tai Chi diagram into Su Chen's body. A huge palm condensed from the air, and then it directly slammed towards the body of the 7th level demon. A giant palm flew into the air, and the weather changed drastically. Lung Wushuang's face changed. The power of this attack was so great that even if she, Li Rushing, and Li Qingshan worked together, they might not be able to resist it. I saw a huge palm crushing towards the 7th level monster like a mountain. A look of pain appeared on the big monster's face, and then, bang, its body exploded. The next moment, the exploded body was crushed into powder by the giant palm as big as a mountain. Even the last bit of demonic energy of the monster was devoured by the Taoist energy. The whole audience was silent. All the monsters that have reached the 2nd level or above have awakened their minds. They knew very well what this situation meant. The great demon of the 7th realm was killed instantly. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Su Chen was also stunned for a moment. Is the strength of the spirit transformation realm so terrifying? The strength of the 7th level demon is equivalent to the 8th or 9th level of Yuanyang realm, but it cannot even last for 1 round under the strength of Huashan realm. Su Chen didn't think too much, but flew directly towards the demon clan's gate. As long as the demon clan's gate is sealed, the war will be over. Without the demon clan gate to continuously transport monsters from the demon realm, the monsters present would soon be wiped out by the people from the 3 major sects. Su Chen condensed his Taoism and sent his spiritual power to the demon clan's gate. The demon clan's gate made a roar and slowly closed. Sealed. The demon clan's gate would loosen once every 10 years. At this time, the immortal cultivators would need to spend a huge price to reseal the gate to the demon world to maintain the peace of the 3,000 small worlds. However, in front of Su Chen, sealing the demon clan's door seemed to be a very simple matter. As the demon clan's gate closed, the morale of the disciples from the 3 major sects rose, and they roared and rushed towards the group of demons. The situation on the battlefield reversed in an instant. Su Chen felt that the spiritual power of the Tai Chi diagram had been almost exhausted, so he retreated from the demon clan's gate back to the battle formation of the immortal cultivators. Su Chen retreated to where the alchemists of the 3 major sects were. Without the bonus of the Tai Chi diagram, Su Chen's strength can only fight against monsters at the 3rd level or the highest level of the 4th level. At this moment, the alchemists from many sects saw Su Chen coming with respect and some doubt in their eyes. Why would such a strong man come to the alchemist's rear battlefield instead of joining the battle in the battlefield? Wang Yi came over. Brother Su Chen. Wang Yi was very excited. He didn't expect that Su Chen was not only an alchemist, but also a powerful cultivator. Seeing that Su Chen was the same age as himself, Wang Yi was even more impressed. Bai Rushuang looked over. Her eyes were deep, and she smiled and nodded at Su Chen. What are you standing there for? Get back to work. At this moment, Bai Weiwei's voice came. Su Chen turned around and saw Bai Weiwei's fierce expression and smiled awkwardly. He walked to the side of the alchemy furnace and began to devote himself to the process of making the warwool pill. The refining of this kind of fighting spirit pill is actually very simple, and Su Chen's alchemy skills have reached a very high level at this time. Countless fighting spirit pills flew out from the alchemy furnace and flew towards the many cultivators on the battlefield. The speed of this production is simply jaw-dropping. Countless fighting spirit pills were delivered to the hands of immortal cultivators. After taking the fighting spirit pills, the immortal cultivators immediately felt that the quality of these fighting spirit pills was different from before. Who made this fighting spirit pill? The effect is much stronger than before. If the previous fighting wool pills were of yellow grade quality, the quality of the current fighting wool pills has reached the peak of yellow grade without exception, and some have even reached the mysterious grade. Su Chen didn't care about the situation on the battlefield, but was quickly refining the fighting spirit pill. After all, with senior sister Bai Weiwei supervising him, Su Chen did not dare to be careless. Those alchemists who didn't know Su Chen looked at him in shock. Not only has this person's strength reached the spirit transformation realm, but he is also an alchemist? Alchemists are extremely rare, and their own cultivation will usually be affected by their research into alchemy. I have never heard of any alchemist who can reach the realm of transformation. I am afraid that the alchemist in the realm of transformation would have ascended to the universe long ago. Li Qingshan turned around and said with a smile, "Sect Master Lung, it seems that your sect has produced an extraordinary figure." Lung Wushuang smiled, although he didn't know how Su Chen reached the state of transformation. However, after such an incident, I am afraid that these two sects will respect Lingyin Sect even more in the future. With the joint efforts of the three major sects and the help of many alchemists, the remaining monsters were quickly wiped out. Lung Wushuang returned to Su Chen's side and smiled at him. Li Qingshan and Li Rushing took a step forward. I didn't expect that the opening of the Demon Clan gate this time would be solved so easily. Now that we have solved the Demon Clan's gate, we will take our leave for now. After saying that, Li Qingshan looked at Su Chen meaningfully, his eyes full of awe. Li Rushing was quite interested in senior sister Li. He said, "Sword cultivator, our Lingyin Sect is also a sect that specializes in sword cultivation. We can exchange ideas when we have time." Senior sister Li said, "No need. I am a swordsman from the Lingyin Sect. Besides, my husband and children are both in the Lingyin Sect." Husband? Child? Li Chongxing glanced at the peerlessly beautiful senior sister Li, shook his head, and sighed. It turns out that the beauty has a boyfriend. I wonder which guy got her. Chapter 69, The 8th Senior Sister Returns. After the war with the Demon Clan ended, Su Chen returned to normal life. Compared to before, Su Chen didn't feel anything different. The senior sisters also behaved normally and did not show any difference because of Su Chen's previous performance. However, at this time, the 8th senior sister came back. Early in the morning, Su Chen was sleeping when the little medicine boy rushed in hurriedly. Su Chen, something terrible has happened." Su Chen opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" However, Su Chen did not take it seriously, because the little medicine boy was always like this, making a fuss at the slightest thing. "You're leaving the medicine refining pavilion soon, and I won't be able to see you for a long time." The little medicine boy looked aggrieved and reluctant. Su Chen asked doubtfully, "I'm not in the medicine refining pavilion. Where should I go?" "The 8th senior sister is back. You have to go and keep her company." "The 8th senior sister is back?" Su Chen was overjoyed. This way, he could have a weekend off again. However, his expression quickly changed, and he spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'm also an alchemist from the Lingyin Sect. I'll come to see you often." At this moment, footsteps were heard, and Bai Weiwei walked in from outside the medicine refining pavilion. At this moment, even Bai Weiwei looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression and said, "Did the little medicine boy tell you?" Su Chen nodded. Bai Weiwei suddenly curled her lips. "If you don't come back after I give birth to the baby, I'll beat you up." Su Chen smiled awkwardly. "If senior sister gives birth to a child, I will definitely come back to visit her." At some point, Bai Weiwei's eyes suddenly turned red. She said, "You heartless bastard, when the time comes to name the child, I will come to you in person." Su Chen smiled, and then a powerful spiritual energy suddenly appeared outside the alchemy pavilion. Su Chen walked out of the alchemy pavilion. Outside the door of the medicine refining pavilion, there stood a woman. This woman is not very old, but her every move and gesture exudes a mature and gentle charm. Su Chen walked out of the alchemy pavilion and looked at the woman in front of him. This woman is Su Chen's 8th senior sister, Zhang Ruoxue. Before, Zhang Ruoxue went out for the Lingyin Sect's many external businesses. A large sect like the Lingyin Sect has huge expenses. In the mortal world, there must be some businesses to maintain the sect's expenses. Zhang Ruoxue saw Su Chen and said, "Are you Su Chen?" Su Chen nodded. Su Chen has met senior sister Zhang. Zhang Ruoxue smiled gently. No need to be so reserved. After saying that, Zhang Ruoxue gestured to Su Chen to follow her and leave. Su Chen followed Zhang Ruoxue and left the medicine refining pavilion. Zhang Ruoxue's residence is an elegant courtyard located in a dense forest, and the surroundings are very quiet. Zhang Ruoxue walked along the forest path, turned around, and smiled. I usually like quietness. Su Chen nodded, and the two of them soon arrived at Zhang Ruoxue's residence. Zhang Ruoxue walked into the yard, and her face turned red. Do you want to start now or tonight? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Senior sister Zhang Ruoxue seems much gentler than the previous senior sisters. Su Chen said, "It's up to you." Zhang Ruoxue pursed her lips. Then let's do it now. She spoke, and with a wave of her hand, the clothes on her body changed. It turned out to be the JK uniform that Su Chen liked. Su Chen asked, "Senior sister, how did you know about this costume?" "Of course I had to do enough homework with the sisters before I came to find you," Zhang Ruoxue said, and then a blush appeared on her face. "Do you like this?" Su Chen nodded before Su Chen could speak. Su Chen's mouth was blocked. Su Chen took the opportunity to hug Zhang Ruoxue's slender waist. This night it was. Mandarin ducks dance with their necks intertwined, and the emerald love cage is full of love. The eyebrows are shyly gathered, and the lips are red and warm. The air is fresh, and the fragrance of orchid buds is fresh. The skin is smooth and plump. She is too weak to move her wrist, and she is so delicate that she bows lower. Beads of sweat are dripping down, and the hair is messy and green. The big bed rocked until the early hours of the morning. After work, Su Chen walked into the yard. There was a prompt sound from the system. Congratulations to the host for a successful weekend. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Slightly improved spiritual roots. Reward, sword cultivation box, advanced Xian level. The host can use the sword box to forge spiritual weapons, only limited to swords. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, foundation establishment level 3. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 2 years and 2 months old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year and 8 months old. Su Jia, high mysterious rank, 1 year and 2 months old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 8 months old. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, Yunin Ju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body tempering technique, entry level, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin Yang Hihuan secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. The art of mastering the art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Su Chen was stunned. Is the reward from this system related to refining equipment? In the world of cultivating immortals, there is refining medicine and of course there is refining equipment. Most of the magic weapons are also man-made. However, the requirements to become a weapon refiner are very harsh. To forge a good spiritual weapon is something that is not possible for several years or even decades. Su Chen took out the sword-raising box from the spiritual realm and placed the Long Quan sword in it. Suddenly, the voice of the golden dragon was heard. Where did you get this magical weapon? Su Chen asked, is this thing good for the Long Quan sword? Jinlong nodded, then shook his head. There are benefits, but not much. The level of this sword box is too low. The Long Quan sword is a treasure of the universe. This level of sword-nourishing box will have little effect on nourishing the Long Quan sword. However, it is still possible to refine some ordinary magical tools. Su Chen nodded and placed the sword-raising box into the spiritual realm. At present, Su Chen has no plans to learn how to refine weapons. Su Chen knew very well that one cannot digest too much. He put away the sword box and turned around to return to the house. When he turned around, he found that Lung Wushuang was actually coming from afar. Have you finished your work with your 8th senior sister? Lung Wushuang spoke, her tone a little shy. Su Chen nodded, somewhat confused. Lung Wushuang said, do you remember what I promised you? Su Chen suddenly remembered what Lung Wushuang had said before about taking the weekend off to recuperate. Lung Wushuang blushed slightly and said, it is because of your contribution to the Demon Clan's gate this time that I decided to fulfill this promise. I can fulfill my promise after you complete the weekend mission for these 8 senior sisters. Su Chen remained calm, but he was extremely happy in his heart. Having a weekend off with someone of Lung Wushuang's cultivation level will be of great help to your own cultivation. Chapter 70 Follow me down the mountain. During the few days of weekends, Su Chen's cultivation level improved greatly. Combined with his previous accumulation, Su Chen's cultivation at this time even had the momentum to break through the 4th level of the foundation establishment realm. Su Chen could already foresee that after he and Lung Wushuang completed their weekend, his strength would definitely be improved. At that time, Su Chen expressed his idea of establishing a sect. If Lung Wushuang disagrees, Su Chen can also leave on his own. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage can already establish a small sect. Su Chen was thinking about something when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Zhang Ruoxue walked to Su Chen and her face turned red. After all, it was her own initiative, so Zhang Ruoxue was still a little uncomfortable. Before this, Zhang Ruoxue got to know Su Chen carefully before making up her mind. I'm going down the mountain. Zhang Ruoxue spoke. There's still some unfinished business at the foot of the mountain for Lingyin Sect, so we shouldn't stay on the mountain for too long. After saying that, Zhang Ruoxue looked at Su Chen with anticipation in her eyes. Do you want to go down the mountain with me? Good. Su Chen agreed without thinking. Are you kidding? My work is not finished yet. I must go with her. Only by working hard can I make Zhang Ruoxue pregnant with my child. By then, my cultivation level will probably be able to break through and enter the 4th level of foundation building. Zhang Ruoxue nodded. Okay, then I will tell the sect master tomorrow that you will follow me down the mountain. The next day, Su Chen and Zhang Ruoxue informed Lung Wushuang and went down the mountain. Su Chen went down the mountain this time in order to finish his work during the weekend as soon as possible, and then carry out his plan to establish his own sect. On the other hand, Su Chen also wanted to go to the mortal world to take a look. The saying, only by entering the world can one leave it, is exactly this truth. Early in the morning, Su Chen and Zhang Ruoxue flew on their swords to Jinling City, the closest city to Lingyin Sect. This is a large city with a large population, among whom there are many immortal cultivators. The Lingyin Sect did not reveal its identity among them. In this city with many ordinary people, revealing your identity as a cultivator would be detrimental to your business. Zhang Ruoxue took Su Chen to a mansion. Su Chen looked around and saw that the mansion was magnificent and luxuriously decorated. It was definitely a wealthy family compound. Su Chen was stunned. Is this the Lingyin Sect's residence in Jinling City? Zhang Ruoxue didn't realize Su Chen's surprise and just said calmly, yes, it's the house here. It turns out that the Lingyin Sect is so rich. Su Chen sighed in his heart and walked into the yard. As soon as he entered the door, Su Chen was frightened by a sound. Several young and beautiful women came up and shouted to Zhang Ruoxue in unison, Madam. Su Chen looked at those women. Each of them was young, beautiful, and had a great figure. Zhang Ruoxue explained, these are the maids in the mansion. They look after the house when I'm not around. Several women came over. The moment they saw Su Chen, their eyes were filled with amazement. With Su Chen's appearance, he is a rare handsome man even in the entire Jinling City. Madam, is this the master? Su Chen was a little uncomfortable being called like that suddenly. Zhang Ruoxue also blushed. I guess so. The maid suddenly understood and looked at Zhang Ruoxue with a hint of envy. Zhang Ruoxue coughed to ease the embarrassment. She asked, how's business lately? Not so good. Fatty Zhang from East City is causing trouble and our cooperation is not pleasant. Zhang Ruoxue's expression became somewhat serious. No. Su Chen didn't understand these things very well and ignored them. Originally, I came down the mountain this time just to have a weekend off with Zhang Ruoxue. Su Chen didn't want to ask about unnecessary things. Zhang Ruoxue called the maid aside and began to discuss things. Su Chen walked into the mansion and began to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. Soon, he had a clear understanding of the situation in the yard. But when he came out of the yard, he heard a noise. Su Chen looked over there curiously. A rough voice was heard. Unless you give me enough money, we won't agree to this deal. Then came Zhang Ruoxue's voice. Her voice sounded a little tired, and it was obvious that Zhang Ruoxue had not had an easy time in Jinling City during this period. In order to maintain the expenses of Lingyin Sect, these industries must be maintained. Zhang Ruoxue couldn't reveal her identity, so she could only talk to those difficult customers in a nice way. Fatty Zhang, please don't be so ungrateful. My wife gave you quite a bit of money this time. Fatty Zhang had a face full of flesh and smiled obscenely. I'm not going to be reasonable anymore. What are you women going to do to me? If you don't want to pay extra, you can exchange it for something else. Fatty Zhang said, looking at Zhang Ruoxue's body with a lewd look. Zhang Ruoxue's figure and appearance are both top-notch, and she is one of the best in the prosperous Jinling City. Fatty Zhang rubbed his hands. Mrs. Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Ruoxue didn't look angry at all. She smiled faintly and said, let's talk business. Zhang Ruoxue's expression was indifferent, but Su Chen couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Zhang Ruoxu and I have weekends off, so in name she is already my wife. Su Chen used to be weak, but now he is not afraid of these city ruffians at all. Fatty Zhang was unwilling and looked at Zhang Ruoxu again. Madam Zhang, if you don't get the money from me, your house will be nothing but an empty shell. Do you know how much money your family owes now? Zhang Ruoxu frowned. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, You go back first. When we have enough money, I will come to you in person. Fatty Zhang snorted coldly and looked at Zhang Ruoxu with disdain. Prepare to turn around and leave. Just then Zhang Pang turned around and saw an extremely handsome face. Su Chen said coldly, This family is not something you can just leave or come back as you please. After he finished speaking, Su Chen immediately activated his spiritual power, and the fallen leaves around him flew up with the wind, trapping Fatty Zhang tightly. Fatty Zhang's expression suddenly changed. These two people are actually both cultivators. In Jinling City, most of the residents are civilians. Most of the immortal cultivators deliberately hide their identities. So, when Fatty Zhang saw the immortal cultivator, he was immediately shocked. He quickly changed his words and said, It's my fault for not recognizing the great man. My family is just a small business that refines some low-level magic weapons. I hope the two immortal cultivators will not blame me. Zhang Ruoxu was originally unwilling to reveal her identity as an immortal cultivator, as many people in Jinling were unwilling to do business with immortal cultivators. If the relationship breaks down, ordinary people will always be the ones who suffer. However, this is all we can do now. When Su Chen heard that Fatty Zhang's family was refining low-level magic weapons, he couldn't help but feel happy. He came up to Fatty Zhang and said, I also know a little about refining. I can cooperate with you. Fatty Zhang opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Chen somewhat flattered. Chapter 71 Small Business. Su Chen smiled. Trust me this time. I'll follow you to your store and see for myself. Maybe we can work together. Su Chen blinked. His already handsome appearance now had a hint of cunning, and Fatty Zhang was also stunned for a moment. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. Su Chen was delighted. His luck was simply too good. He had just obtained the sword-raising box and had some exposure to things related to refining. When he went down the mountain, he immediately met an expert in refining. Su Chen definitely cannot give up such an opportunity. The weapon refining stall that caught the eye of senior sister Zhang Ruoxu must have some capabilities. Su Chen said hello to Zhang Ruoxu, then followed Fatty Zhang and left the house. Fatty Zhang was a little cautious. He turned around and asked, Do you really know how to refine weapons? Su Chen nodded. Certainly. Su Chen remained calm. When it came to bragging, Su Chen was an expert before he went up the mountain. Although Fatty Zhang was a little skeptical, seeing Su Chen's affirmative tone, Fatty Zhang didn't ask any more questions. Arrived at Fatty Zhang's blacksmith shop. Su Chen looked around and saw many big men in the blacksmith shop, working shirtless to forge some low-level magical weapons. Although immortal cultivators look down upon these magical weapons, ordinary people can use them for self-defense. Fatty Zhang turned around and said, Look around. It's a small business. Fatty Zhang didn't know Su Chen's purpose, but since Su Chen was a cultivator, Fatty Zhang didn't want to offend Su Chen. Su Chen's purpose of coming this time is very obvious. Learn the weapon refining techniques from Fatty Zhang's family. As there are not many people who practice refining, there is no fixed method for refining. Every family that studies refining has a unique method of refining. Su Chen came here this time just to see that Fatty Zhang must have his own unique method of refining since he could open a refining shop in Jinling City. Su Chen looked around and said, Take me to see your refining process. Fatty Zhang suddenly became alert. This method of refining equipment must never be passed on to outsiders, unless one becomes his last disciple. If this thing gets out, it will have a great impact on his own weapon refining shop. Su Chen smiled, took out the sword-raising box from the spiritual realm, and placed it in front of Fatty Zhang. Fatty Zhang was stunned. Having been refining weapons for many years, he could tell at a glance that this sword box was unusual. The quality of this magic weapon has at least reached the Xian level. Moreover, this is a magic weapon for refining weapons, which is much more precious than ordinary magic weapons. Anyone who can possess such a magic weapon is definitely not an ordinary person. Fatty Zhang's attitude towards Su Chen changed. He turned to Su Chen and said, Come with me. Su Chen followed Fatty Zhang in. The two walked into a secret room, which was very dark. Fatty Zhang turned on the light and walked to a table next to the secret room. A long sword was placed on the table, and a very dim spiritual energy was released from the sword. Su Chen's expression became serious. Fatty Zhang said, This is the only Xian-level magic weapon I've refined after years of refining. However, this sword is unsealed. If you can use your sword-raising box to unseal it, I will give it to you. Su Chen was stunned. Fatty Zhang smiled. I have been refining weapons for many years, but my talent is indeed not high. It would be a pity to have such a mysterious magic weapon in my hands. I might as well give it to you. Su Chen was immediately filled with awe. Although this fat man was just an ordinary man, his attitude towards magic weapons was admirable. Fatty Zhang continued. Next, I'll show you my weapon refining method. Fatty Zhang walked to the side of the secret room and opened a piece of cloth. Under the cloth, there was actually a sword-making furnace. Fatty Zhang lit the sword-making furnace, and a raging flame immediately ignited in the furnace. Fatty Zhang took out 2 pieces of fine iron and placed them on the sword-making furnace. Then, he adjusted the fire and focused on adjusting the temperature of the fire. This process is similar to the process of refining medicine, but since Fatty Zhang is not a cultivator, he cannot control the temperature of the flame very well during this refining process. Fatty Zhang said as he worked on it. The process of refining equipment requires controlling the temperature and choosing the right time. As he spoke, Fatty Zhang suddenly swung the hammer next to the sword-making furnace and smashed it hard on the fine iron. Under high temperature, the refined iron suddenly changed its shape and formed a short knife. It can be seen that Fatty Zhang's proficiency in refining equipment has reached a very high level. However, unfortunately, Fatty Zhang is not an immortal cultivator, so although the spiritual weapon he refined is very exquisite, it does not contain any spiritual energy. Su Chen carefully watched the process of Fatty Zhang refining spiritual energy and basically had a general understanding of refining equipment. Su Chen said, "Can I try?" Fatty Zhang was stunned for a moment, then gave up the sword-making furnace. Su Chen circulated the spiritual energy in his hands and tried to use it to light the fire. Refining equipment is different from refining medicine. Alchemists can be seen, but equipment refiners are very rare. In a big city like Jinling City, there are only a few weapon refining shops like Fatty Zhang's. Truly powerful weapon refiners generally do not pass on the magical weapons they create to others. Therefore, there is no fixed method for the so-called weapon refining method. Su Chen tried to use spiritual energy to ignite the fire in the sword-making furnace. As spiritual energy was input into the sword-making furnace, a flame rose up. Fatty Zhang looked surprised. He had been refining weapons for most of his life, but he had never seen such a method of lighting a fire. Su Chen lit the fire, then followed Fatty Zhang's example and picked up 2 pieces of fine iron and placed them on the sword-making furnace. However, Su Chen's method of controlling fire was not based on experience, but on spiritual energy. After integrating spiritual energy into the perception of flames, the degree of control over flames has been significantly improved. Fatty Zhang was even more surprised. Su Chen's control over fire had surpassed his own. As the temperature of the flame rose, Su Chen seized the opportunity, picked up the hammer, and struck it down. At the same time, Su Chen input some spiritual energy into the magic weapon. The short sword made a roar and took shape under the raging fire. The spiritual energy refining is completed. Fatty Zhang came over and picked up the dagger. The shape of this dagger is quite surprising, and it feels smooth to the touch. Most importantly, this dagger contains spiritual energy. The quality of this spiritual weapon is at least a yellow-grade magic weapon. Fatty Zhang looked at Su Chen with surprise in his eyes. It seemed that this man was really a master of weapon refining. Su Chen picked up the dagger and didn't expect that refining the weapon would be so simple. Chapter 72. From now on, my weapon refining shop will be under your management. Fatty Zhang didn't say much, but handed the sword on the table to Su Chen. May I know your name, sir? Su Chen said. Su Chen. Fatty Zhang nodded. I didn't expect you to be a master of weapon refining. I'll give you this sword. Su Chen was a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should answer it or not. This was a Xian-level treasure that Fatty Zhang had spent half his life refining, and now Fatty Zhang had given it to him so easily. Fatty Zhang smiled. Brother Su Chen, can you tell me about your sect? Su Chen did not tell the truth, but said, just a casual cultivator. When I become more powerful, I will establish my own sect. This was also Su Chen's original idea. With this invincible system, Su Chen would definitely not stay in Lingyin Sect forever. Su Chen wants to start his own sect. I wonder what the senior sisters in Lingyin Sect will think when they find out. Fatty Zhang said sternly, Brother Su Chen, when you establish a sect in the future, if you need anything, I can help you. I can't provide much money, but I do know the craft of refining weapons. Su Chen looked at Fatty Zhang's serious expression and suddenly had a bold idea. If you set up your own sect, you will definitely recruit a large number of disciples. If he could have a group of weapon-making subordinates, he could make a large number of spiritual weapons for his disciples. Su Chen smiled and agreed readily. What about my senior sister's cooperation with you? Sure, However, your senior sister's business methods are really bad. She must have been defrauded of a lot of money by now. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Fatty Zhang continued. However, since I'm doing this for your sake, I can cooperate with her. Fatty Zhang knew very well that weapon refiners were extremely rare, and weapon refiners who cultivate immortality are even more rare. Su Chen was able to refine a yellow-grade magic weapon worth thousands of gold with just a casual move. He must not be a simple character. Su Chen didn't say anything more. He said goodbye to Fatty Zhang and returned to the house. As soon as I entered the house, several fair-skinned and beautiful maids surrounded me. Master. Su Chen was flattered. At his age, being called Master made Su Chen a little uncomfortable. Su Chen said, "Just call me Su Chen." The maids were stunned for a moment, then smiled and called out to Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen so approachable, the maids breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen walked into the courtyard and saw Zhang Ruoxue sitting on the stone table in the yard. She was holding something that looked like an account book, her brows furrowed. Su Chen came over and asked, "Senior sister, is business in the city not so good recently?" Zhang Ruoxue raised her head and nodded. Su Chen took the account and took a quick look at it. The Lingyin Sect is engaged in the jade business in Jinling City, and Lingyin Peak is a place full of spiritual energy. Most of the things there contain spiritual energy, and these stones filled with spiritual energy are everywhere in the mountains and plains. Logically speaking, a business like this is unlikely to lose money. There must be other problems here. Senior sister, is the jade sales channel correct? Zhang Ruoxue raised her head and asked in surprise, "You know all this?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. When it comes to the ins and outs of this business, Su Chen knows a lot. Before going up the mountain, Su Chen, a person who had never embarked on the path of cultivation, was able to live to the age of 18 in this world thanks to his cleverness. Senior sister, the matter with Fatty Zhang has been resolved. I will go and sell this batch of jade myself tomorrow. Did you take care of Fatty Zhang? Zhang Ruoxue knew very well that Fatty Zhang was a profit-driven person. Given the current level of losses suffered by Lingyin Sect, it would be difficult for Fatty Zhang to agree to cooperate with the Lingyin Sect. But Su Chen did it. Zhang Ruoxue looked at Su Chen with curiosity. Originally, Zhang Ruoxue returned to the sect just to complete the weekend task. Now, Zhang Ruoxue not only looked at Su Chen with some admiration. The next day, Su Chen took the jade stones and went to the Lingyin Sect shop in Jinling City. The Lingyin Sect's jade shops can be said to be spread all over Jinling City. Su Chen went directly to the largest shop. Su Chen stood outside a luxurious store and couldn't help but admire it in his heart. The Lingyin Sect is truly wealthy. Even the average wealthy person in Jinling City can't afford to own a store like this. Su Chen walked into the store, and there were not many people inside. With such a large storefront and such a large flow of customers, it's no wonder that business in Jinling City has been so bad recently. As Su Chen walked into the store, someone came over immediately. "Excuse me, sir, would you like to see the jade? The jade in our store is very rich in spiritual energy and is very helpful for cultivation. Even if you are not a cultivator, it can strengthen your body." "Okay, I can bring some to look at." The clerk immediately came over with some jade. Su Chen frowned. There was nothing wrong with the clerk's service attitude. So what went wrong? It wasn't until the clerk took out the jade that Su Chen suddenly realized what was going on. It's not a problem with the service attitude, it's a problem with the jade. Su Chen saw that the jade stones were filled with an unknown black gas. The spiritual energy in the jade had long been devoured. How can such jade be used for cultivation? Su Chen asked. After these jades were delivered, were they sold directly in the store? The clerk nodded. Of course, these jades of ours were all transported directly from Lingyin Peak. They are truly top-quality jades. Su Chen nodded and did not refute the clerk. He turned and walked into the store. At the same time, Su Chen's eye color began to turn blue. Su Chen opened his Wuji spirit eyes. If Su Chen guessed correctly, the black air was the breath brought by ghosts. Su Chen opened his Wuji spiritual eye and walked towards the place where the jade was stored. The clerk immediately chased after him. "Sir, that's where we store jade. No one else can go in easily." Su Chen ignored the clerk because he found that there was a very strong ghostly aura in the place where the jade was stored. It felt like walking into an ice cellar, and the surroundings were extremely cold. Su Chen had only experienced this feeling in one place. Mass Grave. Chapter 73. Ghosts from all directions. Su Chen looked closely and a terrifying face appeared in front of him. The face looked hideous and covered in blood. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Ever since he opened the Wuji spiritual eye, Su Chen often saw some strange things, and Su Chen had long been accustomed to it. The ghosts surrounded the warehouse and didn't notice Su Chen's arrival at all. He was still absorbing the spiritual energy of the spirit stones. Most of the spiritual energy of the latest batch of spirit stones has been devoured. Su Chen walked over and pretended not to know. However, when Su Chen walked next to the ghosts, they immediately took a few steps back. It seemed that there was something about Su Chen that they were very afraid of. It's just a person. What are you afraid of? He has a lot of Taoist energy. He is a person with a pure heart. The conversation between the two ghosts reached Su Chen's ears. Su Chen frowned and tried to get closer to the ghosts. However, when Su Chen approached, the ghosts would show painful expressions and then quickly leave. There's a lot of spiritual energy to absorb in Jinling City. It's not just these spiritual stones, but also many other things filled with spiritual energy. I heard that a batch of spiritual stones will be shipped over from the Dali dynasty in a few days. Hurry and notify the ghosts in all directions. By absorbing these spiritual stones, our cultivation will increase significantly, and we can even transform into human form. A ghost swallowed a spirit stone and spoke. The entire warehouse was densely packed with ghosts. If an ordinary person saw this, he would definitely be scared to the point of his scalp going numb. One of the ghosts responded and then walked straight out the door. It is daytime now, but the ghost is not afraid of the sunlight at all. It seems that these ghosts have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, and their cultivation has greatly improved. At this time, the clerk also came in. His expression was somewhat serious, and he said, "Sir, this is the warehouse where we store spirit stones. What are you doing here?" Su Chen came back to his senses and said, "I am from the Lingyin Sect." The clerk looked incredulous. "Sir, please stop joking. There are no male disciples in the Lingyin Sect. I suspect your motives for coming here are not pure. If you continue like this, I'm going to report you to the police." Su Chen smiled. Senior Sister Zhang Ruoxua will be here soon. Just as Su Chen was arguing with the clerk, Zhang Ruoxua walked in from outside. Zhang Ruoxua wore a short chiffon skirt and had no makeup on her face, but it couldn't hide her peerless beauty at all, especially her proud figure. Any man who saw her would be deeply fascinated. Such a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the store, and all the few customers looked over. Zhang Ruoxu heard the quarrel between Su Chen and the shop assistant and immediately came over. The clerk said, "Boss, there's someone here pretending to be from the Lingyin Sect." Zhang Ruoxua smiled. "He is a disciple of Lingyin Sect." The clerk was dumbfounded. Doesn't Lingyin Sect accept male disciples? Su Chen smiled and did not blame the clerk. The clerk was just doing his job. Zhang Ruoxua asked, "Is there something wrong with this batch of spirit stones?" Su Chen nodded. "There's something wrong with these spirit stones, but it has nothing to do with us. This is a very serious matter. I'll tell you later." Su Chen's expression was serious. If all the ghosts from all directions gathered in Jinling City, this place would be surrounded by powerful ghost energy. At that time, the living beings here will suffer a major disaster. Ghosts and monsters can be good or bad. The medicine ghost that Su Chen saw at the beginning was a ghost with a pure heart. However, the ghosts we just saw in the warehouse were full of evil in their natures. Letting those ghosts enter Jinling City will definitely bring major disasters to Jinling City. Su Chen turned and left. He wanted to stop the ghosts from all directions from getting the news and entering the city. Zhang Ruoxua saw Su Chen's serious expression, and before she could ask, Su Chen had already walked out of the store. The ghost just now had already walked away for a long distance. Su Chen rushed towards the ghost quickly. However, this ghost was very fast and always kept a distance from Su Chen. Moreover, the ghost was obviously aware of Su Chen's existence. He quickly walked to the city gate, suddenly turned around and smiled, his ferocious face full of weirdness. "You can actually see me. I'm sure you heard the conversation just now, but it's too late. The ghosts from all directions will come soon, and you can't stop them." After saying this, the ghost suddenly disappeared. Su Chen's face was solemn, and he rushed over. However, the ghost had disappeared without a trace. This ghost just used some ghost magic. A ghost that can use ghost magic must have at least reached the 4th level, and its strength is equivalent to the foundation building stage of a cultivator. Su Chen is unable to track this ghost at all. Su Chen returned to the store with a serious expression. "What's going on?" Zhang Ruoxua came forward immediately. This action immediately attracted the envy and jealous eyes of people around. "He's just a gigolo. Looking at his body, he must be a playboy who indulges in excessive sexual activities. I think he's just a rich man. What a shame for such a wonderful woman," someone muttered secretly. Of course Su Chen heard it, but he ignored it. "Senior sister, is the Dali dynasty going to ship a batch of jade over in a few days?" Zhang Ruoxua was slightly surprised. Only a few people know about this. How did Su Chen know about it? Right. Zhang Ruoxua lowered her voice. Those jades are full of spiritual energy. Our business may be affected recently. So, during this period, the amount of jade taken down from the mountain has decreased significantly. After this period, Lingyin Sect's business should pick up. Su Chen shook his head with a bitter expression. Even if the Dali dynasty did not come, the spiritual energy of his own jade had been completely absorbed and could not be sold at any price. The fullness of this jade can only be felt when it is opened and used. For ordinary people, unless they have the infinite spiritual eyes like Su Chen, they cannot discover the spiritual energy of jade before opening it. This is also the real reason why Zhang Ruoxue did not discover it. Those buyers must have discovered that these spirit stones had no spiritual energy at all after using them. What does this have to do with anything? Su Chen shook his head and said to Zhang Ruoxue, "Senior sister, let's go back to the house and talk." After saying that, Su Chen turned around and left. Zhang Ruoxue followed obediently. That obedient look surprised the people around him. A woman of this level would actually obey the orders of a pretty boy. Chapter 70, For Li Yue. Returning to the house, Zhang Ruoxue asked with a serious expression, "What happened?" Su Chen turned around and asked, "Senior sister, do you know anything about ghosts?" "Of course I know, but ghosts in this world are far inferior to demons. Only some powerful ghosts can cultivate their true forms. The remaining ghosts with shallow cultivation require special methods to see," Zhang Ruoxue said nonchalantly. "In this world of cultivating immortals, we have only heard of monsters harming people, but we rarely hear of ghosts harming people." After listening to this, Su Chen shook his head. It's not that ghosts have to become powerful in order to cultivate their true forms, but when ghosts cultivate to a certain level, they can no longer fear the sun and officially blend in with the human race. Zhang Ruoxue was surprised when she heard Su Chen's words. Although she is a cultivator, she knows very little about ghosts. In Zhang Ruoxue's impression, in this world, it is more monsters that harm people. Su Chen continued, "The reason why ghosts rarely harm humans is because they were afraid of sunlight at the beginning, so they cultivated very slowly. But this time, all the spirit stones we sent were absorbed by the ghosts." Zhang Ruoxue suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the spirit stone business was so bad recently. Some of those ghosts have already left Jinling City to gather other ghosts. It won't be long before this place is surrounded by a large number of ghosts. Their goal is the batch of spirit stones sent by the Dali dynasty. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxue also realized the seriousness of the matter. His expression became serious as he looked at Su Chen and asked, "Then what should we do?" Su Chen waved his hand. "My advice is to run." Pop. Zhang Ruoxue slapped Su Chen on the head. "We are cultivators of the Lingyin Sect after all. How can we stand by and watch ghosts wreak havoc on the world?" Su Chen touched his head embarrassedly. "There's another way. These days, we can take more weekends to improve our cultivation. That would also work." Zhang Ruoxue blushed immediately, and her shy look became even more charming. Su Chen was originally joking, but when he saw that Zhang Ruoxue did not refuse, he just went along with it without saying much. "Besides that, I still have to go and explain things to the people of the Dali dynasty. Who is the person who transported the spirit stones this time from the Dali dynasty? She's the little princess of the Dali dynasty. Her name is Li Yue. However, this little princess has a bad temper and is not easy to communicate with." Su Chen nodded. These things would have to wait until the Dali dynasty arrived. In the next few days, Su Chen completely solved the problem of spirit stones and replaced those spirit stones whose spiritual energy had been completely absorbed. The business of Lingyin Sect gradually improved. When Su Chen walked into the house, Zhang Ruoxue immediately came to greet him. "People from the Dali dynasty are here." Su Chen nodded. Since the people from the Dali dynasty had arrived, he had to set out to find the little princess of the Dali dynasty. "Senior sister, I'm going to go talk to the little princess of the Dali dynasty." Zhang Ruoxue nodded. "Be careful, this little princess of the Dali dynasty has a bad temper." Su Chen responded and walked out of the house. The place where the little princess of the Dali dynasty lives is the best inn in Jinling City. Su Chen straightened his clothes and walked into the inn. As soon as I stepped into the door, many eyes looked over. A man as handsome as Su Chen is rare in Jinling City. Su Chen looked around and found that the entire inn was protected by guards. One of them, who looked like a general, was sitting in the corner drinking. A guard walked up to the general, glanced at Su Chen, and said, "General, this person wants to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. He said he has something important to report." The general looked at Su Chen, his eyes full of vigilance. The little princess of the Dali dynasty was of noble status, so it was inevitable that there would be people with evil intentions against her. Su Chen walked to the table shamelessly. "General, I have something important to tell the princess." Who are you? The general was skeptical. Su Chen didn't say anything, but released his spiritual energy. Suddenly, those around who knew something about cultivating immortality showed surprised expressions. Su Chen is only in his 20s, but he has already reached the foundation establishment stage. The general's expression quickly returned to normal. What do you want to see the princess about? I need to talk to the princess myself about this. The general hesitated for a moment, then said to Su Chen, "Come with me." Su Chen followed the general to the second floor of the inn. The two men walked into a room where a woman was sitting. She was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a beautiful face, but there was a bit of rebelliousness between her eyebrows. At first glance, you can tell that he was brought up in a pampered environment. Su Chen smiled awkwardly and walked to the woman's side. "Princess, this man is looking for you." Li Yue looked over, and when she saw Su Chen's appearance, she was obviously stunned. But soon, her expression returned to normal. Su Chen glanced at the general and hesitated to speak. Li Yue said, "You go out first." The general heard the sound and walked out. After the door was closed, Li Yue said, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Li Yue's tone was very natural. Su Chen got straight to the point. "Princess, do you know anything about ghosts?" Li Yue's expression suddenly changed. "Just say what you want to say." Su Chen smiled and told the whole story. After listening to this, Li Yue asked, "How can you guarantee that what you said is true?" Su Chen smiled, and at the same time, his eyes suddenly changed color. Li Yue was stunned. Su Chen's eyes now were exactly the same as the legendary Wuji spiritual eyes. This man really has the infinite spiritual eyes. If Su Chen really possessed the infinite spiritual eyes, he could indeed see ghosts that had not yet cultivated physical forms. Li Yue sat at the table, took a sip of tea and asked, "What do you mean?" "Report to the Dali dynasty immediately and have them come to protect these spiritual stones. We will hold out for a while until they arrive." "But," Su Chen turned his head and said, "the strength of these ghosts is not very low. We can't hold on for long." Li Yue frowned. "What is your purpose in telling me? If I'm not mistaken, this batch of spirit stones will have a significant impact on your Lingyin Sect's business." Su Chen looked at Li Yue with a sincere expression. If these ghosts absorb the spiritual power of the spirit stone, the people of the entire Jinling city will be attacked by ghosts. "Is that why?" Li Yue was a little surprised. Su Chen nodded and said, "Of course, isn't this the responsibility of us cultivators?" This answer was unexpected. Li Yue was also a little surprised and looked at Su Chen with a serious expression. Chapter 75, Ghostly Aura Surrounding the City. After meeting Li Yue, the people of the Dali dynasty stored all the spirit stones. In addition, the place where the spirit stone was located was sealed with a magic circle. These magic arrays can completely resist some ghosts with shallow cultivation, but if those ghosts from all directions attack, the power of these magic arrays will not be enough to resist. Early in the morning, Su Chen woke up from his sleep. Next to him lay Zhang Ruoxue. After another night of hard work, Zhang Ruoxue was sleeping soundly at this moment. Su Chen put on his clothes and walked out of the room. The first thing Su Chen did when he walked out of the room was to open his infinite spiritual eyes. This is something Su Chen does every day these days. Now, Su Chen is the only one who can detect the ghosts coming from all directions. As far as the Wuji spirit eye could see, the surrounding color turned light blue, and Su Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Although there are no ghosts around, the place is filled with a strong ghostly aura. Su Chen walked out of the house quickly and then stepped onto the city wall. Su Chen looked into the distance. Others could not see, but what Su Chen saw was a scene he had never seen before. There are endless ghosts with hideous faces and sinister expressions. Even though Su Chen possessed the infinite spiritual eyes and was used to seeing ghosts, he still took a breath. With so many ghosts, Su Chen was not sure if he could resist them. Su Chen turned around and prepared to go and inform Zhang Ruoxue and Li Yue. However, when he turned around, he found that Zhang Ruoxue and Li Yue were standing behind him. "They're coming," Zhang Ruoxue said. Two peerless women stood on the city wall, with thousands of ghosts below. Such a scene is rare in the world. Su Chen took off his Wuji spiritual eyes. It seemed that these ghosts were so powerful that he no longer needed to use his Wuji spiritual eyes to see them. Li Yue said, "You are right. Now it depends on whether we can stop it." Li Yue said this, looking towards the city wall. Suddenly, dozens of figures flew out from the city wall. These people were all Li Yue's guards. The cultivation base of these guards is not low. Most of them have reached the 9th level of Qi refining realm or above, and some have even reached the foundation establishment realm. Zhang Ruoxue flew up, and a Taoist aura emanated from her body. Suddenly, a faint fluorescent light appeared around Zhang Ruoxue. This was the first time Su Chen saw Zhang Ruoxue take action. Zhang Ruoxue's strength had reached the 6th level of foundation building. Zhang Ruoxue waved her hand, and an invisible force attacked the thousands of ghosts. Some ghosts with low cultivation strength were directly wiped out. However, the number of ghosts was too large, and soon other ghosts rushed up. Li Youwei's guards condensed a huge magic circle in the air, covering the outside of the city wall to resist the invasion of ghosts. For a moment, the ghosts were unable to break through the city gate. However, this situation cannot last long. A sinister ghostly aura burst out. Su Chen looked over and saw a blood-stained ghost appearing in the center of the ghosts. His ghostly aura was so immense that it instantly lowered the temperature around him by a few degrees. Su Chen's expression changed, and he was about to take action. Above the city gate, several figures flew out. This Jinling city is actually invaded by ghosts. It's a good opportunity to stretch my muscles here. A young swordsman rode his sword. He flew into the air, and supreme sword energy burst out, slashing at thousands of ghosts. At the same time, an old man moved his fingers slightly and drew a magic circle in the air. A magic circle descended from the sky, enveloping many ghosts and killing them instantly. These immortal cultivators are all in Jinling City. Su Chen didn't know where these people came from, but since they came to help, they were allies. More and more immortal cultivators gathered on the city wall. In just a few minutes, the number had reached dozens. With these cultivators, the ghosts could not break in for a while. However, there were a large number of ghosts in all directions. Batch after batch of ghosts were directly wiped out, but the number of ghosts did not decrease at all. Su Chen walked down the city wall and flew up. Countless fallen leaves began to gather around Su Chen. Those fallen leaves gathered around Su Chen and shot towards the ghost like sharp swords. It's the zodiac sign. Zhang Ruoxue was slightly surprised. Although she knew from her junior sister that Su Chen was not an ordinary cultivator, this zodiac sign was a very rare talent, and Su Chen actually possessed it. Su Chen ignored the gazes of the people around him. The next moment, he took out the Longquan's sword from his body. A sword energy gathered around Su Chen. Su Chen did not rely on the power of the golden dragon. This time, with the invasion of ghosts, Su Chen and others only had to hold on until the people from the Dali dynasty arrived. Su Chen did not intend to reveal too much of his strength. Su Chen rushed into the crowd of ghosts. Sword energy surrounded Su Chen and directly wiped out the surrounding ghosts. Except for Zhang Ruoxue, who knew Su Chen's identity as a cultivator, no one else was too surprised by his strength at the 3rd level of foundation building. Although such strength was not bad among cultivators, it was definitely not amazing. Just when Su Chen was fighting fiercely with other cultivators and ghosts. Not far away, an extremely powerful ghostly aura suddenly appeared. Ghosts of this level are at least equivalent to the Jindan stage among immortal cultivators. All the immortal cultivators looked in that direction. I saw a woman with a graceful figure appearing among the many ghosts. The woman was not as ferocious as the surrounding ghosts. On the contrary, the woman's face and figure were not inferior to Li Youwei and Zhang Ruoxue. Su Chen looked over and was stunned, because the face of that female ghost looked very familiar. At the same time, Su Chen's system voice rang. Host's 5th offspring detected. Since this child is half human, half ghost, the reward is doubled. The reward is 200 years of cultivation. The current cultivation level is increased, and the spiritual roots are slightly improved. The reward is the ghost control technique. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, foundation establishment level 4. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank. 1, 2 years and 2 months old. Su Yu, high yellow rank. 1 year and 8 months old. Su Zhe, high mysterious rank. 1 year and 2 months old. Su Yu, high yellow rank. 8 months old. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, Yunin Ju, 3rd level. Yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body tempering technique. Entry level. Yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin Yang Hihuan secret technique. 1st level. Earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. The art of mastering the art. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. It was not because of the system's prompt, but because the female ghost was actually the medicine ghost Xiaoxian that he met in the medicine pavilion. Chapter 76. The Ghost Baby in the Body, the 4 Ghost Kings. The appearance of the female ghost immediately caused some commotion among the cultivators. If these were ghosts, even if there were a large number of them, these cultivators could hold on until people from the Dali dynasty arrived. However, if this female ghost takes action, these cultivators may not be able to match her. The gap in strength between the Yuanyang realm and the Foundation Establishment realm in the cultivation of immortals is enormous. Even the difference in strength between the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and the 1st level of the Yuanyang realm is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. Li Yue looked serious and asked, "How long will it take for the Dali dynasty's reinforcements to arrive?" The general behind her said, "Probably at least a day later." 1 day later, Li Yue angrily cursed, "Those immortal cultivators, are they just eating for free? Why are they traveling so slowly?" The general looked respectful and bowed, saying, "Princess, these immortal cultivators have arrived at the fastest speed. As long as those immortal cultivators arrive, they can fight against these ghosts. Among the immortal cultivators who arrived this time, there is one who is at the Yuanyang realm," the general said, and Li Yue's expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, the female ghost came from the air. Her direction is Su Chen's direction. "Su Chen, is that you?" Su Chen's heart tightened. He had originally wanted to get through this ghost tide in a low profile, but it seemed that there was no way now. He said, "It's me." Xiaoxian looked excited. "I didn't expect to see you here again. How have you been recently?" Xiaoxuan's face turned slightly red, and she seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. Su Chen smiled and said lightly, "I didn't expect that you have become the ghost king of the 4 directions." Xiaoxian smiled, her eyes full of gratitude. "It was all thanks to the pills you gave me that I was able to cultivate into a physical form and leave the medicine pavilion." Xiaoxian said this, as if she suddenly thought of something. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Zhang Ruoxue and many other immortal cultivators were puzzled when they saw this scene. Does Su Chen know this ghost king? And judging from the expressions of the 2 people, the relationship between Su Chen and the ghost king is not ordinary. While he was thinking, the female ghost suddenly waved her hand, and all the ghosts immediately retreated backwards. Xiaoxian said, "Since the Lingyin Sect has business in Jinling City, I will let these ghosts retreat." After saying that, Xiaoxian turned around and prepared to leave. Su Chen suddenly asked, "Are you pregnant with my child?" Xiaoxuan's body paused. Su Chen clearly remembered that Xiaoxian gave her body to him before she separated from him. The system's prompt just now mentioned that the half-human, half-ghost offspring should be Xiaoxian and his own child. The immortal cultivators on the city wall were all stunned. Although Su Chen has a good appearance, he can make a ghost king give birth to a child for him. This level of awesomeness is definitely much more powerful than cultivating to the Yuanyang realm. Moreover, this ghost king is so handsome and beautiful. Xiaoxian turned around, and Su Chen looked at her seriously. After a long time, Xiaoxian nodded. "Okay, don't worry. When you give birth to a child, I will come to see you in person," Su Chen said in a deep voice. Xiaoxian was quite moved. She smiled, said nothing, and turned and left. The ghost quickly retreated. Su Chen turned around and returned to the top of the city. "It's all right now." Many cultivators looked at Su Chen with surprise in their eyes. Su Chen walked straight to Zhang Ruoxu and Li Yue. Li Yue's expression was a little strange. "Now that the demons have retreated, you have saved the Dali dynasty's spiritual stones. What reward do you want?" Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "I want this batch of spirit stones." Suddenly, Li Yue was stunned. The general next to him cursed, "How dare you? The demons attacked us this time to protect the Dali dynasty's spiritual stones. That's why we, the Dali dynasty, excluded our helpers. What do you want to do with these spiritual stones now?" Su Chen said slowly, "Princess, don't be in a hurry to refuse. These spirit stones from the Dali dynasty are simply sold to people in Jinling City. I have a way to make this batch of spirit stones sell for a higher price." Su Chen wanted to use this batch of spirit stones as materials for refining weapons, and let Fatty Zhang use these spirit stones to refine spirit weapons. The reason why Fatty Zhang cannot refine a good magic weapon is simply because Fatty Zhang is not a cultivator, so the magic weapon he refines lacks spiritual energy. However, using this spirit stone, the result is different. Li Yue was skeptical and agreed to Su Chen. The ghosts from all directions were repelled, and many cultivators also dispersed. In the afternoon, Su Chen left the house and went straight to Fatty Zhang's shop. As soon as he entered the door, Su Chen saw several shirtless men hammering the fine iron on the refining furnace. These big men should all be Fatty Zhang's apprentices, and they are all very skilled. Fatty Zhang walked out of the shop and asked, "Su Chen, why are you here?" Su Chen smiled and took out a spirit stone from his hand. "I have some spirit stones here, which I'll use as materials for forging your sword." Fatty Zhang shook his head when he heard that. "I've tried this method, and it doesn't work. Although the spirit stone is full of spiritual energy, It cannot be retained under the burning fire. Su Chen smiled. He gestured to Fatty Zhang to take him to the sword-making furnace they had used last time. The two men entered the inner room, and Fatty Zhang lit the fire. Su Chen took out the sword that Fatty Zhang had given him from the spiritual realm and handed it to Fatty Zhang. Fatty Zhang opened his eyes wide. Before, this sword was a magical weapon without any spiritual energy. However, now, this sword is full of spiritual energy and is at least a Xian-level magic weapon. Fatty Zhang waved his hand. I've already given you this sword. There's no reason to take it back. Su Chen didn't refuse upon hearing this, but instead said, I used the sword-raising box to unseal this sword. During this process, I discovered the principle of how spiritual energy enters magical instruments. In fact, when refining a magical instrument, it is not necessary to infuse spiritual energy into it. For this kind of spiritual stone that has spiritual energy, as long as you are careful not to let the spiritual energy leak out during the refining process, it will be fine. Fatty Zhang followed Su Chen's instructions and began to refine the spirit stone. Under the blazing fire, a long sword slowly began to take shape. Su Chen was instructing on how to prevent the spiritual energy of the spirit stone from leaking out. Soon, the magic weapon was refined, and with the final hammering, the fire in the furnace went out. The long sword on the sword forge emitted a faint fluorescent light. Fatty Zhang looked excited. It's done. This magic weapon is done. The magic weapon refined this time is full of spiritual energy, and its quality has been directly improved to a higher level. It is a 7th level yellow-grade magic weapon. Chapter 77, Li Youwei's Promise. Fatty Zhang's eyes were filled with excitement. After spending most of his life refining equipment, this was the first time that Fatty Zhang knew of such a method of refining equipment. He had a vague premonition that by following Su Chen, he would be able to improve his weapon refining skills to an unprecedented level. Su Chen smiled, and then said, since this refining method is feasible, you can teach it to your disciples. Recently, you should have a big business. Fatty Zhang was full of doubts. What big business? Su Chen smiled mysteriously. You can use all of the spiritual stones from the Dali dynasty to refine magical instruments. Fatty Zhang was stunned. Fatty Zhang had heard about the batch of spiritual stones from the Dali dynasty. That batch of spirit stones is not a small number. Really? Su Chen smiled and nodded. Of course, in a few days, people from the Dali dynasty will come to you to discuss business. Fatty Zhang was overjoyed. If this batch of spiritual stones from the Dali dynasty were used to make magical instruments, how many magical instruments could be refined? Su Chen returned to the house. Zhang Ruoxue was walking in the yard. When she saw Su Chen coming back, she came over. We will return to Lingyin Sect in a few days. These days, with the spiritual stones being delivered from the Dali dynasty, our business won't be very good for the time being. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry, Lingyin Sect's spirit stone business will improve in the future. Su Chen's plan is very simple. After the spirit stones of the Dali dynasty are used up, Su Chen will use the spirit stones of the Lingyin Sect to make magical weapons. As for the uses of these magical weapons, on the one hand, they can be sold for money, and on the other hand, they can be given to Su Chen's disciples when he establishes a sect in the future. Zhang Ruoxue was a little confused, but didn't ask any more questions. Su Chen has given himself so many surprises that it is not surprising what he will do next. The next day, a large group of guards appeared outside Su Chen's house. A man who looked like a general walked to the side of the house, bowed respectfully, and then knocked on the door. Passers-by all looked at him in surprise. Who could be the owner of this house? How could he command such respect from the generals of the Dali dynasty? After a long time, the door of the house opened. The person who opened the door was a plump woman. She was a little surprised and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Is Su Chen here?" "Looking for the master. He's here." The woman spoke and immediately turned and went into the house. None of the guards around moved, and they all stood respectfully outside the gate. After a while, Su Chen came out. The general immediately said respectfully, "Sir Su Chen, our princess requests an audience." Su Chen waved his hands quickly. "I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it." The general did not change his words. This was the man who repelled the tide of ghosts. Su Chen stood up and followed the general to Li Youwei's residence. Walking into the room, Su Chen glanced around and found that in addition to Li Youwei, there was also a white-haired old man in the room. The old man was very old, but he had a strong body and his eyes were bright. Su Chen looked solemn. He could feel that this old man was very powerful. His cultivation had definitely reached the Yuanyang realm. Li Youwei said, "This is Su Chen, the one who single-handedly eliminated the ghost tide." The old man looked surprised. The person who repelled the ghost tide was actually such a young person? The old man looked at Su Chen carefully and was slightly surprised. Su Chen's strength was only at the 4th level of foundation building, while the Ghost King who could command the Ghost Tide was already equivalent to the Yuanyang realm among the immortal cultivators. The old man said, "Boy, how did you defeat that Ghost King?" Su Chen smiled. "I am an old friend of that Ghost King." Su Chen is definitely not a simple person, as he is an old friend of the Ghost King, who is so powerful. Li Yue turned around and said, "Su Chen, you have made great contributions in repelling the Ghost Tide this time. You can make a request to the Dali dynasty." Li Yue looked very serious. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "I don't need much. When I need to make a request later, I will go to the Dali dynasty to find you." Li Yue nodded. The preservation of the Dali dynasty's spiritual stones this time was all thanks to Su Chen. Su Chen asked, "Have you cooperated with Fatty Zhang?" Li Yue nodded. Su Chen smiled. Soon, Li Yue would have a surprise. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Li Yue's face was slightly displeased, and he said coldly, "Don't you know I'm talking about something?" Su Chen said, "How about letting the guard come in and talk?" Although Li Yue was confused, she still followed Su Chen's instructions and let the guard in. The guard stepped forward and said, "Princess, our sales of spirit stones this time have reached an unprecedented level. The sales this time almost reached the sales of dozens of previous times." "How many?" 10 times. Li Yue was stunned. There was nothing special about that batch of spirit stones. Su Chen said, "I made these spirit stones into magical instruments. When I sell them, the price will naturally be higher." Li Yue immediately opened her eyes wide. "Are you still a weapon refiner?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. Li Yue looked at Su Chen with a slightly different look in her eyes. The old man on the side suddenly said, "Sir Su Chen, I wonder if you are willing to cooperate with the Dali Kingdom. The Dali Kingdom's million-strong army is in need of a weapon refiner. As long as you are willing to come, our Dali Kingdom can provide you with any conditions." The old man knew very well that a person who could make a magic weapon out of spirit stones must be an extremely powerful weapon refiner. Equipment refiners are extremely rare in this world, and an equipment refiner like Su Chen must not be let go. However, Su Chen shook his head. "Then there's no need for that. I will definitely establish a sect in the future. I don't want to teach anyone about this weapon refining method." The old man's expression showed a bit of regret, but he did not force it. Li Yue sighed and said, "Well, in that case, it's up to you. As for that request, feel free to come find me when you want to fulfill it." Su Chen agreed readily and left the room. In the evening, Su Chen returned to the house, and Zhang Ruoxue was packing up. "We have been in Jinling City for a few days now. The Dali Dynasty's spirit stones are selling well in Jinling City recently, so there is no need for us to stay here any longer." Su Chen nodded. Zhang Ruoxue smiled, but suddenly her expression changed, and she started to retch. Then, Zhang Ruoxue stood up, her face slightly red, and looked at Su Chen with anger in her eyes. "It's all your fault." Su Chen was completely confused, but suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind. Chapter 78 Return to Lingyin Sect. Detection of host obtaining offspring. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Current cultivation level has been raised to the 5th level of foundation building, and spiritual roots have been slightly improved. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, 5th level of foundation establishment. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 2 years and 3 months old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year and 9 months old. Su Jia, high mysterious rank, 1 year and 3 months old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 9 months old. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, Yunin Ju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body building method, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang, Hehuan's secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. Comprehensive mastery technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Ghost taming technique, Xian rank, intermediate level. Su Chen understood in his heart. It seemed that Zhang Ruoxue was pregnant. Seeing this, the maidservant on the side hurriedly came up and asked, "Madam, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Ruoxue's face became redder, and she glared at Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, Madam is pregnant." "Really?" The maid was overjoyed. This was a great joy. Zhang Ruoxue nodded shyly. She said, "Kai Lian, you will be in charge of this house for the time being. I need to go back to Lingyin Sect first." The maid Kai Lian nodded. "Don't worry, madam. I will definitely keep the house in good order." After explaining everything, Su Chen and Zhang Ruoxue returned to Lingyin Sect. As soon as he returned, Su Yang went to Su Chen's residence happily. A little head popped out, and after seeing Su Chen, Su Yang smiled and walked out. Dad, my strength has improved again. As he spoke, Su Yang took out a wooden sword. Su Chen looked at Su Yang's vigorous sword dance and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of his eldest son, Su Yang's sword energy has improved greatly now. However, his strength is still at the first level of qi refining. After all, Su Yang is still more than 2 years old, but less than 3 years old. It is already very good to be able to reach this level. Su Yang is different from Su Chen. Before Su Chen entered Lingyin Sect, his spiritual roots were too weak, and he was unable to practice at all. However, Su Yang grew up in Lingyin Sect since he was a child, and he has excellent spiritual roots, so he will definitely be very strong in the future. Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yang's head. Su Yang felt a little embarrassed. By the way, Daddy, Wen Yang seems to have given birth to a younger sister. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Wen Yang? Su Yang replied. Yes, it is Wen Yang Lu Lingyu. She gave birth to a younger sister. Su Chen calculated the date and found that it was indeed time for senior sister Lu Lingyu to give birth to her child. Su Chen asked, who told you to call senior sister Lu Wunyang? Mother. Mother said that all the senior sisters in the Lingyin Sect are daddy's wives. Don't be jealous of your brothers and sisters in the future. Take good care of them. Su Yang said this confidently, looking quite cute. Su Chen was a little moved. He didn't expect that his senior sisters would be so kind to him. Perhaps in their hearts, they have long been more than just a cultivator. Su Yang continued. By the way, Mother also said that when she sees you, she will specifically tell you to go see Wen Yang. I will. Su Chen smiled and nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly came from not far away. The figure was wearing white gauze, with an extremely beautiful appearance and a graceful figure. It was the leader of Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang. Lung Wushuang walked over and said, You're back. Su Chen nodded. However, the next moment, Su Chen's brows were obviously frowned. Su Chen felt a strong demonic aura from Lung Wushuang. This demonic aura was much stronger than the one Su Chen felt when he first met Lung Wushuang. Lung Wushuang's lips were a little pale, but it was covered up by her light makeup. Come with me. Lung Wushuang spoke. Su Chen glanced at Su Yang and nodded. It was obvious that Lung Wushuang didn't want Su Yang to hear what happened afterwards. Su Chen followed Lung Wushuang into a dense forest. Su Chen's expression was serious, and he asked, Is your wound more serious? Lung Wushuang didn't answer, but his expression was calm. From now on, this Lingyin Sect will belong to you. Lingyin Sect is a big sect. If Su Chen could become the leader of Lingyin Sect, his status would be different. However, Su Chen did not seem happy at all. Lung Wushuang said, I'm afraid my wound won't heal. During the battle with the demon clan back then, that demon left a demonic aura on my body. As long as that demon isn't dead, this wound of mine won't heal at all. What level of monster is that? 9th level of Yuanyang realm. Lung Wushuang spoke. She turned her head and was slightly surprised to see Su Chen's serious expression. I'll help you kill that big demon. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lung Wushuang smiled bitterly. Impossible. That's a great demon in the Yuanyang realm. I'm already at the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm, but I can't last more than 10 rounds against that big monster. Su Chen didn't answer, but released his spiritual energy. Lung Wushuang was stunned. If she remembered correctly, before Su Chen went down the mountain, his strength was still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, during this period of time, he had already reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Lung Wushuang had never seen such a speed of improvement. Su Chen suddenly took a step forward and approached Lung Wushuang. Lung Wushuang could even smell the scent on Su Chen. I have another way to delay your injury. After saying that, Su Chen hugged Lung Wushuang. A pleasant fragrance entered Su Chen's nostrils. Lung Wushuang's face suddenly turned red, but she did not refuse. She had promised Su Chen at the beginning, and it was not too late to fulfill it now. Su Chen waved his hand. A barrier appeared, and then, within the barrier, a large bed emerged. The ivory bed and jade table are in style. The brocade screen, green curtain, and golden lotus are inlaid. There is so much tenderness and love that cannot be expressed in words. After a long time, the wind stopped and the rain stopped. Su Chen put on his clothes. Lung Wushuang blushed slightly and also dressed neatly. She stood up, slightly surprised. After spending the weekend with Su Chen, my body seemed to have really changed. At least the evil spirit in the wound was greatly suppressed. Lung Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Although the evil spirit did not disappear, Lung Wushuang saw hope of healing his wounds in Su Chen. Su Chen walked up to Lung Wushuang and said, I can't promise you the position of sect master for now, but I can treat Lingyin Sect as my own. Su Chen's meaning was very clear. Since he wanted to establish a new sect, he might as well become the leader of the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen looked at Leng Wushuang, waiting for Leng Wushuang's reply. Who knew that Leng Wushuang's expression was so calm? She said, since we've already had a double holiday, you can take over the management of Lingyin Sect from now on. I've also heard your intentions from the other junior sisters. Chapter 79, Founding a Sect. Su Chen nodded. I do want to establish a sect, but Lingyin Sect is too big for me. You have already reached the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm. My strength is not enough to take over this sect. Leng Wushuang shook his head and said, my strength is not as strong as before. If I don't destroy that big monster, I'm afraid that if I fight with all my strength now, I will still be inferior to you. Su Chen said, isn't there still senior sisterly? Junior sisterly won't accept it. I think the sect needs a man to lead it. Lingyin Sect has always been coveted by some sects with ill intentions because it is composed entirely of female cultivators. You are so talented, I think you are fully qualified for the position of sect leader. Su Chen didn't expect Leng Wushuang to be so persistent. He hesitated for a moment, but then did not refuse. Then after this Lingyin Sect, won't all the disciples be my wives or descendants? Leng Wushuang blushed, then said, I don't care if you take a concubine or not. After all, many female cultivators will greatly increase their strength if they have a double rest with you. From now on, all matters within the sect will be your responsibility. Su Chen nodded and accepted Leng Wushuang's proposal. Okay, then I'll tell all the junior sisters later. They will definitely agree. A few days later, thousands of female cultivators gathered at the Lingyin Sect's main gate. In addition to the 8 senior sisters in the inner sect, Lingyin Sect also has many female disciples. Su Chen looked around and saw that there were hundreds of female cultivators and disciples gathered here. This was the first time Su Chen had seen such a spectacular scene. Under the gaze of Leng Wushuang and many female cultivators, Su Chen walked onto the stage. It was also the first time for those female disciples to see a male cultivator from the Lingyin Sect. Leng Wushuang flew forward and said, from today on, the leader of Lingyin Sect is this male cultivator named Su Chen. Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. The leader of Lingyin Sect? Leng Wushuang continued. Also, from now on, the Lingyin Sect's rule of only accepting female disciples will be abolished. Many female cultivators present looked at Su Chen. I have to say that Su Chen's appearance is indeed the type that would make any woman's heart beat fast. However, isn't it a bit too sudden to become the sect leader right away? However, except for the female disciples who had returned from outside, the other female cultivators who had experienced the war with the demon clan did not show any surprise at all. This male cultivator had an amazing performance in the battle against the demon clan. He is fully qualified to be the leader of Lingyin Sect. Senior Sister Li was standing in the air with her sword, and Su Yu was standing beside her. Su Yu pulled Senior Sister Li's collar and said, Mother, has Dad become the sect master? Senior Sister Li smiled and touched Su Yu's head, then said, your father is a great hero. It was your father who led us to victory in the last battle against the demon tribe. Although Su Yu didn't know how powerful the demon race was, she still nodded vigorously. I know Daddy is very powerful. The smile in Senior Sister Li's eyes became even more intense. Su Yang stood aside, his face full of excitement. Beside him was a spiritual little boy, Su Chen's third son, Su Jia. Su Jia grabbed the corner of Su Yang's clothes and said, Brother Su Yang, is this Daddy? Yes, Daddy is a great swordsman. Su Yang's face was full of pride. Su Jia, you also need to learn swordsmanship in the future. We can supervise each other. Su Jia nodded vigorously. These two little brothers have a very good relationship now. At this moment, some figures suddenly appeared not far away. Then, a heroic voice was heard. Lu Huai was seen walking in the air, followed by many disciples of the Lu family. I heard that my son-in-law has become the leader of the Lingyin Sect. Then I must come and congratulate him. Lu Huai said with a smile, then walked to Su Chen's side. My daughter has given birth to a precious daughter for you, and you still don't know how to take good care of my good daughter. However, today is your big day, so I won't punish you yet. Lu Huai said with a deliberately stern face. Su Chen laughed out loud. Not far away, Lu Lingyu came out with a look of relief on her face, holding a baby in her arms. The baby was white and chubby, with a bright red cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, exactly the same as the mark between Lu Lingyu's eyebrows. The system's voice came. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring. Reward, 200 years of cultivation. Current cultivation level increased, spiritual roots slightly improved. Reward, command flag. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, 5th level of foundation establishment. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, yellow rank high, 1, 2 years and 3 months old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 1 year and 9 months old. Su Jia, Xian rank high, 1 year and 3 months old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 9 months old. Lu Lingyu's daughter, unnamed, yellow rank high. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, cloud hidden art, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger bodybuilding technique, entry level, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang harmony secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin 5 thunders, earth rank, elementary level. Heart nourishing sutra, Xian rank, elementary level. Comprehensive mastery technique. Alchemy heart sutra, Xian rank, high level. Ghost taming technique, Xian rank, intermediate level. Command flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. Lu Lingyu came slowly holding the baby. Su Chen walked up immediately. Quickly give this child a name. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, let's call her Su Ling. Good. Look at this kid, he looks like you. Su Chen stretched out his fingers to Su Ling's hand, and Su Ling's tender little hand immediately grabbed Su Chen's fingers. It looked like he recognized Su Chen as his father at once. Lu Huai was quite pleased, and there was even a hint of moisture in his eyes. At this moment, a group of cultivators in white appeared not far away. The word Wudong is particularly prominent on their clothes. Li Qingshan flew over. Brother Su Chen, congratulations on becoming the leader of the Lingyin Sect. I never thought that a woman like Lung Wushuang could be tamed by you. Lung Wushuang's face turned slightly red. Not far away, Li Rushing came riding on a sword, followed by many disciples of Lingyin Sect. Brother Su Chen, I'm here to congratulate you on becoming the leader of the Lingyin Sect, but I've brought a lot of treasures with me. From now on, my Lingyin Sect and the Lingyin Sect will be close friends. Then, dozens of boxes of treasures fell on the open space in the square in front of Lingyin Sect. There are all kinds of precious elixirs in there. These pills are all marrow-cleansing pills, which can help the disciples of Lingyin Sect improve their cultivation. Li Qingshan laughed heartily and said, my Wudong sect is not a small sect. We also have gifts to congratulate Sect Master Su. As Li Qingshan finished speaking, countless cranes suddenly flew over. Su Chen was stunned. Is this a fairy beast? Chapter 80, by Linger, the leader of the beast-taming sect. A swarm of cranes flew in from not far away. Su Chen's eyes were full of surprise. When a cultivator reaches a certain level, he can tame immortal beasts through his strength. But this also requires the strength to conquer the fairy beast, and finally to conclude a contract with the fairy beast and become the master of the fairy beast completely. However, such a large group of fairy beasts does not seem to be tamed by ordinary methods. Instead, Su Chen thought of the Beastmaster. Only a Beastmaster could tame such a large group of immortal beasts. Su Chen asked, are these immortal beasts from Wudong? Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. How could we in Wudong have these things? This is a gift from the leader of the beast-taming sect. After saying that, Li Qingshan looked into the distance. The real master is coming. Not far away, on top of a huge fairy beast bird, a woman with her dress fluttering in the wind stood tall on the huge bird. The woman had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, and her every move exuded a cold and unapproachable aura. If an ordinary person saw it, they would definitely think it was a fairy descending to earth. The leader of the beast-taming sect, by Ling. Someone present recognized the identity of the woman on the giant flying bird. The huge bird circled in the air and then landed on the ground. Bai Linger got down from the flying bird, walked to Su Chen's side and glanced at Su Chen. Then, she looked at Lung Wushuang. Sect Master Lung, I didn't expect you to hand over the Lingyin Sect to a man. What is so charming about this man? Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Lung Wushuang smiled and said, there must be a man in this sect to hold it up. After hearing Lung Wushuang's answer, Bai Linger stopped asking questions and said, these immortal beasts are all gifts I gave to the Lingyin Sect. The last time the Demon Gate opened, our Beastmaster sect didn't come because of some matters. These immortal beasts are considered an apology. Lung Wushuang smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Su Chen accepted all the gifts without hesitation. Afterwards, many sect leaders entered the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen was not too ostentatious. After all, his current strength was not high and he still needed some time to develop. After eating and drinking, people from various major sects left one after another. Su Chen walked out of the sect and saw Bai Linger off. Su Chen stepped forward and said respectfully, thank you, Sect Master Bai, for sending me the immortal beast. I'm a little curious about what kind of man you are. Lung Wushuang has always had a bad attitude towards male cultivators, but you were able to become the leader of the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen smiled and said, as for my special features, Sect Master Bai will see them in the future. Bai Linger turned her head and stepped onto the huge fairy beast flying bird. The bird flew away. Su Chen watched Bai Linger leave. 3 days later, Su Chen went to Jinling City alone. Su Chen walked to Fatty Zhang's weapons shop and then stepped into the shop. Fatty Zhang was a little shocked when he saw Su Chen coming. Su Chen smiled. Come with me to Lingyin Sect. Lingyin Sect has become my sect. The disciples in the sect are in need of magical instruments. There are many spiritual stones on Lingyin Peak that can be used as materials for your instrument refining. Fatty Zhang was overjoyed, but also a little shocked. Lingyin Sect never recruits male disciples. How did Su Chen become the leader of Lingyin Sect? Su Chen said, I have arranged a place for your disciples to refine weapons in Lingyin Sect. Good. Fatty Zhang agreed readily. I will take my disciples to Lingyin Sect right now. Su Chen nodded. He did not stay in Jinling City for long. This time when he went down the mountain, Su Chen had a lot of things to do. The Lingyin Sect had experienced 2 great wars against the demon clan and was severely damaged. If Su Chen wanted to develop the Lingyin Sect, he would need a lot of money. It just so happened that the conditions that Li Yue had promised him before had not been fulfilled yet, so Su Chen could turn these conditions into money. Next, Su Chen needs to go to the demon realm to eliminate the big demon for Lung Wushuang. Su Chen carried the Longquan sword and set off for Dali. Jinlong's voice sounded in his mind. After leaving for Dali this time, are we going directly to the demon realm? Su Chen nodded and said, Lung Wushuang's body is too full of demonic energy. Even a weekend cannot completely eliminate it, and her body cannot last too long. After Su Chen and Lung Wushuang had a day off, although Lung Wushuang's injuries had improved greatly, it would be impossible for Lung Wushuang's injuries to fully recover if the big monster was not eliminated. But the strength of that great demon is equivalent to that of a cultivator at the peak of the Yuanyang realm. Your current strength is simply not enough. Su Chen said helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. Jinlong reminded. The great demon has such a high level of cultivation, it is very likely that it is in the demon realm. Once in the demon realm, the strength of me and this old man will be limited, and we will not be able to help you then. Su Chen nodded. If that was the case, he would have to go all out. It is also possible that when he set out for the demon realm, his strength had already broken through to the Yuanyang realm. After 3 days of travel, Su Chen had arrived at the border of Dali. Dali is an ancient country in the west. There are many cultivators in Dali, among whom there are some who have reached the Yuanyang realm. It is a truly great country. Su Chen stopped and walked into a tavern. There were not many people in the tavern. Su Chen walked to a corner, put down the Longquan sword, and ordered some wine and food. Suddenly, a woman walked in at the door. The woman's appearance is very eye-catching, and her eyes and eyebrows give off the feeling of a lady from a noble family. Beside the woman stood several burly men. Su Chen took a quick look and found that these people had badges hanging around their waists. These people are bodyguards. Su Chen didn't think much about it, but concentrated on eating his meal. The woman ordered some food and sat at the table next to Su Chen. Since there were not many people in the tavern, Su Chen's appearance stood out among the crowd. Especially the sword case on the table made the woman curious about Su Chen. Su Chen ignored the glances that were cast at him from time to time. He finished his meal and stood up to leave. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, suddenly, a clear voice called Su Chen. It was the woman who spoke. The woman called Su Chen and walked to Su Chen's side. She raised her head, raised her eyebrows and asked, Are you from the Central Plains? In the 3,000 small worlds where Su Chen is located, the Dali Kingdom is indeed a country to the west of the Central Plains. Su Chen nodded. Yes. Su Chen looked up at the woman. She was a typical beauty from the western regions. There was a hint of spirituality between her eyebrows, especially her big eyes. However, this woman's every move and gesture showed some etiquette from the Central Plains, giving her the air of a lady from a noble family. Just when Su Chen was confused, the woman suddenly said, My name is Zhang Xiaoman. Chapter 81. Be my fiancé. Su Chen also clasped his hands together and said, Su Chen. Zhang Xiaoman nodded, then walked to Su Chen's side and glanced at the sword case on Su Chen's back with her bright eyes. Are you a swordsman? I guess so. Profound. Zhang Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction. She looked at Su Chen and suddenly said, Become my fiancé. Miss. The 2 escorts next to him were suddenly shocked. This man's background is unknown. How can he become the son-in-law of the Zhang family? Zhang Xiaoman ignored the 2 bodyguards and looked at Su Chen with anticipation. I'm sorry, I have a family. It's okay, I'll be your little one. As long as you promise me, I can give you a lot of money. Su Chen was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Xiaoman. This girl doesn't look like a stupid person. The two bodyguards next to him were immediately shocked. Miss, the master will blame you. This is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family escort agency in the capital of Dali Kingdom. If she becomes someone's mistress, wouldn't everyone laugh at her if the news got out? Zhang Xiaoman glared at the two escorts in annoyance. Why are you butting in? My father asked me to bring a husband back this time, and he also asked that he be from the Central Plains. I'm almost in Dali now, where can I find one? Su Chen suddenly realized that he was forced into marriage. In this way, Su Chen's psychological pressure was reduced a lot, and he asked with a hint of curiosity. How much can you give? 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels. Su Chen was stunned. 100,000 taels of silver was not a small amount. The two bodyguards looked unfriendly, and their eyes were full of intimidation when they looked at Su Chen. However, Su Chen would not care about these, because that was 100,000 taels of silver. Su Chen said calmly, Okay, but I have one condition. When we get to Dali, I can go with you to see your father, but you can't interfere with my freedom. I have things to do when I go to Dali this time. Good. Zhang Xiaoman agreed readily. She suddenly grabbed Su Chen's hand, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Su Chen on the cheek. The two escorts shook their heads helplessly. They understood their young lady's temper, and once she made a decision, even 10 oxen couldn't pull her back. The other people in the tavern were all stunned. What did they just see that made them fall in love with him the first time they met him? Was it just because the guy was so handsome? That woman is a rich lady with outstanding looks. Even Su Chen blushed at this moment because of Zhang Xiaoman's kiss. Zhang Xiaoman directly pulled Su Chen out of the tavern. During the 2-day journey, Su Chen and Zhang Xiaoman were getting closer and closer to the Dali Kingdom. The journey was smooth, and with the protection of these bodyguards, Su Chen saved himself a lot of trouble. Su Chen was taking a nap in the carriage when Zhang Xiaoman walked in. She patted Su Chen's hand and said, You'll be at my house tomorrow. My father is very smart. You must not reveal the truth. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, I won't reveal anything. As long as the money arrives, it's fine. Zhang Xiaoman blinked. Are you short of money? Su Chen was speechless for a moment. In fact, if we talk about lack of money, Su Chen is not very short of money, but since he has become the leader of Lingyin Sect, Su Chen has many subordinates to support, and Su Chen also wants to make Lingyin Sect further stronger, so the subsequent expenses are bound to be inevitable. Since I have to come to Dali Kingdom anyway, I might as well make some money. Seeing that Su Chen was not sure about the answer, Zhang Xiaoman did not ask any more questions. She turned around and said, I haven't gotten to know you well these past few days. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a cultivator. What's your strength? Su Chen did not hide it, but released his spiritual power. The 5th level of foundation building. Zhang Xiaoman's eyes were filled with shock. How come the husband I picked up on the street is a genius? There are definitely not many people like Su Chen who can reach the 5th level of foundation building at his age. Which immortal cultivation sect do you belong to? That's not the case. I'm just a casual cultivator. Su Chen did not tell anyone about the Lingyin Sect. Zhang Xiaoman glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen had such a handsome face and was also an excellent cultivator, and he was also a casual cultivator. Adding these 3 points together, I feel like I've found a treasure. Zhang Xiaoman started to make some plans in her mind. You have to find a way to make the matter a done deal. Of course, Su Chen didn't know what Zhang Xiaoman was thinking. In the evening, as the carriage drove into the capital of Dali, Su Chen arrived in Dali City. The capital of Dali is very prosperous. Although it is not a country in the Central Plains, it is no less prosperous than the cities in the Central Plains. Su Chen sat in the carriage and looked at the bustling streets. Passers-by looked over, wondering whose rich young man this was. Soon, Zhang Xiaoman and Su Chen arrived at xianxia escort agency. Su Chen looked and saw 2 stone lions with their fangs and claws bared outside the magnificently decorated gate. Even the gate is made of rare mahogany. It turns out that this little girl's family is so rich. Zhang Xiaoman said, Come in. Su Chen followed Zhang Xiaoman in. As soon as he entered the yard, Su Chen heard a loud roar. My baby girl is back. A middle-aged man came out. The middle-aged man is a typical Central Plains person. No wonder Zhang Xiaoman was asked to find a Central Plains person. Zhang Xiaoman introduced, This is my father, Zhang Xiong. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Zhang Xiong and said, This is the son-in-law I found for you, Su Chen. Zhang Xiong was stunned for a moment. He moved closer and stood in front of Su Chen, looking him up and down carefully. My dear girl, why did you find a gigolo? Go away, isn't that what you asked for? Find someone from the Central Plains. Besides, this isn't called a pretty boy. This kind of look is my favorite type. After hearing Zhang Xiaoman say this, Zhang Xiong didn't say anything more. He walked around Su Chen and said coldly, "Boy, are you a cultivator?" Su Chen nodded. "What is your strength?" "Fifth level of foundation building." Suddenly, Zhang Xiong's expression changed. "That's my precious son-in-law." As he spoke, Zhang Xiong gave instructions to the people around him. "Hurry up and prepare some wine and food for my beloved son-in-law. I want to host a welcoming party for him." Su Chen. I have to say, Zhang Xiong's expression changes really quickly. Zhang Xiaoman reached out and grabbed Su Chen's arm, rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiong, and said coquettishly, "Ignore him and come with me to rest for a while." "Okay," Zhang Xiong said embarrassedly. Then he immediately urged to get things ready. Su Chen walked behind Zhang Xiaoman and said, "Why do I feel that your father doesn't seem very strict?" Chapter 82. Why do you, a pretty boy, become Zhang Xiaoman's fiancé? That's because your strength at the fifth level of foundation building is too outstanding. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that your father doesn't seem to be forcing you to get married. Zhang Xiaoman blushed. Afterwards, she turned her head, raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Yes, I am attracted to you. What's wrong? You don't like me?" As Zhang Xiaoman spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest. "I have to say that Zhang Xiaoman still has a good figure." Su Chen smiled. "That's not what I meant. I'm actually quite envious of your father-daughter relationship." Zhang Xiaoman helped Su Chen arrange accommodation. After a short rest, Su Chen and Zhang Xiaoman went to the banquet hall. Given the wealth of the Zhang family, the banquet was decorated very luxuriously. There are dozens of dishes alone. Su Chen sighed in his heart. It's true that there are so many squanderers in rich families. Zhang Xiong saw Su Chen coming over and immediately said, "Hurry up and make way for our son-in-law." Su Chen was a little flattered. There was nothing special about the dinner that followed, but Zhang Xiong was very enthusiastic towards Su Chen. After all, it is not an easy task to find a young cultivator at the fifth level of the foundation establishment realm in Dali Kingdom. "Uncle Zhang, I heard Xiaoman is back, so I came to see her." Suddenly, a man's voice was heard outside the door. Then a young man walked in. The young man was dressed elegantly and luxuriously, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Su Chen possesses the heart-nourishing sutra, and his mind is extremely clear. The first time he saw this man, Su Chen did not have a good impression of him. Zhang Xiaoman frowned. "Li Xiang, why are you here?" "Xiaoman, didn't I hear that you were back? So I came to see you. I also brought a lot of treasures." As he spoke, Li Xiang took out a brown pill. The color of that pill was very pure. It was a yellow grade 7 marrow cleansing pill. This quality of marrow cleansing pill is worth a fortune in the market. Zhang Xiong's eyes lit up. This kind of elixir would be very helpful to Zhang Xiaoman's cultivation. Zhang Xiaoman sneered. "I'm sorry, I already have a fiancé, so I can't get too close to other men in the future." Li Xiang was stunned. Zhang Xiaoman looked at Su Chen and said, "This is my fiancé." Li Xiang immediately looked at Su Chen with hostility. Su Chen felt that gaze and smiled awkwardly. "Damn, he's using me as a shield. No, you have to pay more." Li Xiang looked at Su Chen for a while, then retracted his gaze and said, "Xiaoman, with your vision, why did you choose a pretty boy? What do you care?" Zhang Xiaoman spoke. Li Xiang felt a little embarrassed and said, "You will definitely regret it later. This kind of pretty boy is not worthy of you." Li Xiang looked at Su Chen with a provocative look. Zhang Xiong suddenly said, "Nephew Li, if you are here just to see Xiaoman, you can leave after giving her the gift. Xiaoman just came back and is still very tired. We need to rest after dinner." It is obvious that this is in order to expel the guest. Zhang Xiong is not stupid. A 7th grade yellow level marrow cleansing pill is definitely not as good as a 5th level foundation building cultivator. Li Xiang glared at Su Chen fiercely. "Uncle, this pretty boy must have used some method to deceive Xiaoman. A man like that must have a bastard outside. Only then would he be able to deceive a woman like that." Su Chen's expression became serious. He originally didn't intend to bother with Li Xiang, but since the other party said so, there was no need for him to save face for Li Xiang anymore. He began to say, "I wonder what kind of person would be worthy of Xiaoman." Li Xiang was stunned, then looked at Su Chen with a mocking look. "It has to be me anyway. Xiaoman and I are a perfect match. Can you give me this marrow cleansing pill?" Su Chen smiled. Su Chen can have as many marrow cleansing pills of this quality as he wants. As Su Chen's alchemy skills improved, he could make this quality marrow cleansing pill anytime he wanted. However, Su Chen did not intend to take out the marrow cleansing pill. He took out a pill from his body. This pill was completely black, and just in Su Chen's palm, it emitted a faint spiritual energy. "This is..." Zhang Xiong's expression suddenly changed. "Qi gathering pill. Where did you get this pill?" The rarity of the qi-gathering pill makes it a treasure that many people dream of. Moreover, the quality of this qi-gathering pill has at least reached the 7th grade of the yellow rank. Li Xiang was stunned. This pretty boy actually has a qi-gathering pill. Su Chen said calmly, I made this myself. You're still an alchemist. Li Xiang's expression became extremely ugly. Zhang Xiaoman's face lit up with joy. She had never expected Su Chen to be so outstanding. The next moment, she looked at Li Xiang and said, Give up now? I don't like you. And besides, I already have a fiancé. Zhang Xiong chuckled and gave an admonition. Nephew Li, although our two families are old friends, we can't force things like relationships, right? Li Xiang remained silent, but his face was terribly gloomy. Then I won't bother you, uncle. After saying that, Li Xiang turned and left. In the evening, Su Chen sat in the yard and meditated. Now my strength has been significantly improved. You will also become more sensitive to the surrounding spiritual energy. Moreover, Su Chen needs to slowly consolidate the cultivation he has accumulated before. 2 hours later, Su Chen opened his eyes. After all, the Dali Kingdom is not a place as rich in spiritual energy as Lingyin Peak. The spiritual energy is not strong, and Su Chen just consolidated his own cultivation. Su Chen turned and walked into his room. The room is spacious and luxuriously decorated. Su Chen took out the ghost-controlling technique and prepared to carefully study the treasure rewarded by the system. However, there was a sudden knock on the door. Su Chen, are you asleep? Su Chen was a little confused. He walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside the door was Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman's outfit was very cool, and she also wore light makeup. Zhang Xiaoman's face turned slightly red. You haven't slept yet. Just came back from training outside. I made you a soup. As Zhang Xiaoman spoke, she brought out a bowl of thick soup. A fragrance suddenly filled the air. Su Chen said, Zhang Xiaoman, just say what you want to say. Zhang Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly regained her willful young lady temperament from the daytime. You are my fiancé. I spent money. You have to sleep with me today. Su Chen was stunned. Zhang Xiaoman walked in quickly and then closed the door. Today you have to obey, whether you want to or not. Chapter 83, 7 Orifice, Exquisite Heart. Zhang Xiaoman plucked up her courage and looked at Su Chen with some trepidation. Who would have thought that Su Chen was not surprised at all, and didn't even seem to refuse at all? Before Zhang Xiaoman could say anything, Su Chen hugged her. Zhang Xiaoman's mind went blank and Su Chen carried her directly to the bed. The big bed creaked and swayed. The candlelight blooms quietly. An hour later, Su Chen got up. Zhang Xiaoman blushed and lay on the bed, not even daring to look at Su Chen. Su Chen walked out of the room. His expression was serious. This weekend, Su Chen made an unexpected discovery. During the weekend just now, Su Chen's system sent a prompt. Congratulations on your successful weekend break. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Current cultivation level will be increased, and spiritual roots will be slightly improved. Reward, heart-nourishing sutra upgrade. Unlocking the 7 apertures delicate heart. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, 5th level of foundation establishment. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 2 years and 5 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year and 11 months. Su Zhe, high mysterious rank, 1 year and 5 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 11 months. Su Ling, 3 months, high yellow rank. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, cloud hidden art, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger bodybuilding technique, entry level, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang harmony secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin 5 thunders, earth rank, elementary level. Heart nourishing sutra, Xian rank, elementary level. Comprehensive mastery technique. Alchemy heart sutra, Xian rank, high level. Ghost taming technique, Xian rank, intermediate level. Command flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. Although Su Chen has not been practicing Taoism for a long time, he also knows about the 7 apertures mind. The 7 aperture exquisite heart is not a kind of martial art, but a physical condition that cultivators dream of. People with this kind of physique have extremely simple minds and can cultivate at an extremely fast speed. Su Chen actually awakened this physique directly. Su Chen walked out of the yard, took out the Longquan sword, and began to practice his own skills. This time, when dancing with the sword, Su Chen could clearly feel his mental power unprecedentedly concentrated. Su Chen released the sword energy. The sword energy was extremely sharp, but it only left a very shallow mark on a tree trunk in the yard. However, Su Chen smiled. This is exactly the effect Su Chen wanted to see. Although it was only a shallow mark, the The sword energy had now spread throughout the entire tree trunk. As long as Su Chen is willing, he can instantly make the sword energy tear the tree trunk apart. Su Chen put away the Longquan sword. Although his cultivation level did not improve much, the awakening of the 7 apertures heart brought about a very significant improvement to Su Chen. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman's voice was heard from not far away. Zhang Xiaoman saw everything Su Chen did with his sword just now. The mystery of this sword is definitely not something that an ordinary cultivator can wield. Zhang Xiaoman asked, Su Chen, do you come from a family of immortal cultivators? With your strength, you are definitely not a casual cultivator. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I am indeed not a casual cultivator. I am the leader of the Lingyin Sect. Zhang Xiaoman was stunned. This young man is actually the leader of Lingyin Sect? Doesn't Lingyin Sect never recruit male practitioners? Zhang Xiaoman suddenly felt a little regretful. Since Su Chen was the leader of Lingyin Sect, she definitely could not keep Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. He had seen through Zhang Xiaoman's intention from the very beginning. One reason why Su Chen did not refuse was because of his own system. On the other hand, Su Chen had other plans. If Zhang Xiaoman becomes pregnant, he can make her a member of his sect. Zhang Xiaoman glanced at Su Chen. What about your family? Su Chen smiled and nodded, then said, they are all my senior sisters in Lingyin Sect. Zhang Xiaoman understood in her heart. As expected, a man with such great charm like Su Chen, who was able to enter Lingyin Sect and become the sect leader, must have certain relationships with the people in the sect. Zhang Xiaoman curled her lips. Then if I get pregnant, you will definitely not be responsible. Su Chen smiled, took a step forward, and said, no, since we are already husband and wife, I will definitely not be so irresponsible. Zhang Xiaoman was delighted, but she soon thought of something. You want to cheat me and my money? If I become yours, then all the wealth of the Zhang family will be yours, right? Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, that's indeed an idea. Bad man. Zhang Xiaoman said angrily, but for some reason, she felt a sweet feeling in her heart. A few days later, Su Chen and Zhang Xiaoman explained the situation, left the Zhang family, and set off for the palace of the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty's palace was heavily guarded. When Su Chen walked to the palace gate, he was stopped by the guards. 2 guards in heavy armor stopped Su Chen directly. Su Chen stopped and said with a smile, I have something to ask your princess. Princess, what do you want from the princess? Su Chen smiled. He knew that meeting Li Yue was not an easy task. He said, I am the leader of the Lingyin Sect, and I would like to see the princess of Dali. The 2 guards looked suspicious. There are no male cultivators in the Lingyin Sect. How could you be a member of the Lingyin Sect? Who are you? Su Chen nodded and said, Lingyin Sect has changed now. I am the sect master of Lingyin Sect. Although the 2 guards still had doubts, seeing Su Chen's outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament, they did not make things difficult for Su Chen. The princess is away these few days. She won't be back for about 3 days. You go back first. Come back in 3 days. The 2 guards were not polite at all. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came. A general walked up to Su Chen and said, Sir Su Chen, why are you here in the Dali dynasty? Su Chen turned around and saw that the general was the one who had accompanied Li Yue to Jinling City. Seeing that the general was so respectful to Su Chen, the 2 guards were shocked. Could this person really be the leader of Lingyin Sect? Su Chen said, I came to see the princess to fulfill my original promise. The general suddenly understood. The princess is out and may not be back for 3 days. The general turned around and said, arrange a place for His Excellency Su Chen to stay. The 2 guards immediately turned around and went to arrange accommodation. The general walked to Su Chen's side and said respectfully, Sir Su Chen, please rest in the palace for 3 days. When the princess returns, I will take you to see her. The general took Su Chen into a palace. Su Chen looked at the luxurious decorations around him and sighed in his heart that the Dali dynasty was really rich. Chapter 84, Dali's Fortune. The general who led the way left after settling Su Chen. Su Chen walked into the palace, and suddenly a voice appeared in his mind. There is a very powerful spiritual energy in this palace. Hearing the voice of the golden dragon in his mind, Su Chen was stunned. Is there a powerful person in this palace? Jinlong shook his head. That's not the spiritual energy possessed by immortal cultivators. On the contrary, it's a kind of luck. The more Su Chen listened, the more confused he became. Luck? Jinlong nodded. That spiritual energy comes from luck. Come with me and take a look. Under the guidance of the golden dragon, Su Chen walked towards the palace. Open your infinite spiritual eyes. Su Chen did as he was told, and the next moment, his eyes turned light blue and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Su Chen discovered a white light appearing in a corner of the palace, and Su Chen walked in front of the white light. This force was extremely powerful, and Su Chen had never seen such a powerful force before. Even when Su Chen briefly reached the level of spiritual energy in the spirit transformation stage before, it was not as powerful as the one before him. Su Chen was surprised and asked, "Is this the thing?" In front of Su Chen's eyes, a small white ball of light was emitting light. Jinlong nodded. "This is luck." Jinlong continued to explain. There are two kinds of spiritual energy. One is the spiritual energy gained through human cultivation, and the other is the luck that a country or a sect can nurture. This luck is the foundation of the country or sect. Su Chen suddenly realized, no wonder it was so huge. The Dali dynasty was also a great dynasty, so this fortune was so powerful. At this moment, the white ball of light actually trembled a few times. Then, the light of the ball of light dimmed noticeably. Su Chen asked in confusion, "What happened?" Jinlong's expression was solemn as he said, "There's something wrong with the Dali dynasty's luck." A golden dragon suddenly emerged from the spiritual realm and appeared above the palace. He looked at the ball of light carefully and suddenly said with a serious expression, "We have to leave quickly." Su Chen was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Jinlong said, "The spiritual energy of this luck has suddenly become very low because the Dali dynasty is about to face a catastrophic disaster." Su Chen hesitated. There was really no reason for him to interfere in the affairs of the Dali dynasty. After all, he only had some subtle connections with Li Yue of the Dali dynasty. As for the promise he wanted, the Dali dynasty was about to perish, so naturally this promise could not be fulfilled. Just as Su Chen was hesitating, the voice of the old man from the Tao Te Ching suddenly came into his mind. The Dali dynasty must be saved. Jinlong immediately roared, "Old man, what do you want to do?" The fortune of the Dali dynasty is related to the fortune of the 3,000 small worlds. The only people who can affect the fortune of the Dali dynasty are the demons. I'm afraid that this little princess must have left the Dali dynasty because of the demons. Once the fortune of these 3,000 small worlds is affected, all the immortal cultivators here will be completely enslaved by the demon race. Jinlong said, "But..." Su Chen suddenly spoke. "I think the old man is right. The Dali dynasty's luck has been cut off, and the demon tribe will definitely invade on a large scale. When that happens, I won't be able to escape either." Su Chen knew very well that once the demons invaded, even the Lingyin Sect, which was thousands of miles away, would be affected. Su Chen had finally become the leader of the Lingyin Sect, and his wife and children were all in this small world, so he absolutely couldn't cut them off like this. The light of the white ball of light dimmed again. If the spiritual energy that Su Chen felt just now was extremely profound, then the spiritual energy emitted by the light ball now must be the spiritual energy at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. When a country's luck is so weak, there must be a big problem. Su Chen asked, "What should we do now?" The old man said seriously, "I want you to carry the power of the Dali dynasty's destiny and go to the battlefield." Jinlong roared, "Old man, are you crazy?" In Jinlong's mind, he knew very clearly that this was definitely not the only solution. This is just one of the 3,000 small worlds, and Su Chen alone carries the two souls of himself and the old man. Su Chen can completely jump out and go to another small world, and it is not impossible for him to give up this world. "Old man, you are just doing this for that pitiful Tao." The old man's expression changed slightly, but he did not answer. He turned around and said to Su Chen, "I believe you can do it." Su Chen nodded solemnly. Jinlong became anxious. "He can do nothing." "Old man, if you want to die, I won't stop you." "I don't want to die?" Su Chen is just a person, not a god. How can he carry the destiny of a country? The old man ignored the golden dragon and said slowly, "If it cannot carry the great righteousness of the Tao, I don't think the old man's choice is correct." Su Chen understood in his heart that the old man simply didn't want him to be seen as a heartless and ungrateful person. This is different from the Tao that the old man flatters. However, Su Chen had no intention of giving up the Dali dynasty. Since the fortune of the Dali dynasty is related to the fortune of these 3,000 small worlds, I must take action. Once the fortune of these 3,000 small worlds is destroyed, the Lingyin Sect will definitely be affected. Since he is the leader of Lingyin Sect, and all the people in Lingyin Sect are his family members, even if Su Chen dies, he must die in front of Lingyin Sect. Su Chen said, "I will bear the fate of Dali." Jinlong was stunned and said, "Su Chen, are you crazy? This is the destiny of a country. You are just an ordinary person and you will die." Su Chen smiled and said, "Believe me." After saying that, Su Chen resolutely walked to the front of the white light. Then, the old man began to transfer spiritual energy, guiding Dali's luck into Su Chen's body. Su Chen suddenly felt that spiritual energy was rushing into his body crazily from all parts of his body, but this feeling was not good. On the contrary, it was extremely painful. The extremely powerful spiritual energy violently collided with Su Chen's body. That feeling seemed to squeeze Su Chen's body to the point of explosion. Jinlong's face was filled with worry, but he could do nothing about it. If at the beginning, Jinlong was still worried that Su Chen would die and he would have nowhere to live, but now, Jinlong was actually worried about Su Chen's safety. At this time, at the border of Dali, Li Yue's eyes were cold as she looked at the demon army not far away. The vast demon army looked so densely packed at first glance that there was no end in sight. Princess, the number of demon army this time seems to be far greater than we expected. An old man stood beside Li Yue with a serious expression. This old man has a powerful aura. If a cultivator saw him, he would definitely be shocked. This is an old man in the Yuanyang realm. Chapter 85. A person with luck. Li Yue had a serious expression. She was standing in the battle formation and naturally saw the horror of those monsters. Li Yue saw several great monsters of the 7th realm alone. Although the Dali kingdom has a profound foundation, there are not many strong people like Yuanyang realm in the Dali kingdom. Moreover, Li Yue did not bring many strong people of Yuanyang realm with him this time. Li Yue asked, "Can you handle it? The situation is not very favorable for us. The strength and number of these monsters are not on the same level as the previous monsters. Maybe we should retreat." "Bull," Li Yue spoke. "Do you know what's behind this battle formation?" The old man leaned forward and said respectfully, "It is the capital of the Dali dynasty. Since this is the capital, if we withdraw, what will become of the people of Dali?" Li Yue is a weak woman, but her aura at this moment is no less than that of a general who has experienced many battles. The old man spoke coldly, then bowed. "Princess, I am sorry for being rude." Li Yue ignored the old man and turned to face the thousands of Dali soldiers. He shouted, "Commanders, behind us is the Dali capital, and in front of us is the demon army. If you want to retreat to save yourselves, I will not stop you. However, if anyone disrupts the morale of the army, I will execute him on the battlefield." A weak woman, at this moment, seemed like the soul of the Dali dynasty, standing in front of the battle, like the soul of the 3 armies. "I will never retreat." Waves of shouts were heard. At this time, in the imperial palace of Dali capital, Su Chen walked out of the palace. There was a gleam of light in his eyes. "Congratulations to the host for carrying Dali's national destiny. Reward, 500 years of cultivation. Current cultivation level will be increased, and spiritual roots will be slightly improved. Reward, energizing drum. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, foundation establishment level 7. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 2 years and 5 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1 year and 11 months. Su Jia, high mysterious rank, 1 year and 5 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 11 months. Su Ling, 3 months, high yellow rank. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, cloud hidden art, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body building technique, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang harmony secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin 5 thunders, earth rank, elementary level. Heart nourishing sutra, Xian rank, elementary level. Comprehensive mastery technique. Medicine refining sutra, Xian rank, high level. Ghost taming technique, Xian rank, intermediate level. Command flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. Inspiring drum, Xian rank, intermediate level. Su Chen was a little shocked that he had broken through 2 levels at once. However, the most shocked person was not Su Chen, but it's a golden dragon. Jinlong was a little dumbfounded at this moment. Su Chen actually succeeded? Su Chen, a mortal, actually carried the destiny of Dali. In Su Chen's spiritual realm, the old man smiled faintly. Sure enough, he did not trust Su Chen wrongly. If Su Chen fails, he and the golden dragon will have nowhere to live, and their cultivation will dissipate, and they will eventually die in these 3,000 small worlds. However, the old man knew in his heart that if Su Chen gave up the people of Dali, Su Chen's character would not be worthy of him living in Su Chen's body. Jinlong was slightly surprised and asked, "Old man, why do you trust Su Chen so much?" "I believe in the old man's vision. Since he has entrusted you and me to Su Chen is definitely not an ordinary person." The old man smiled. "I'm afraid that the structure of these 3,000 small worlds will be rewritten by Su Chen. Jean Long didn't say anything else, but remained silent. Su Chen walked out of the palace. This time, the absorption of luck lasted for 3 days. Most of the guards in the palace have been withdrawn. The entire palace was empty. Su Chen knew that Li Yue might have already passed the news to Dali, and now all the masters in the Dali kingdom should have been transferred to the front line. Su Chen circulated his spiritual power, and a whirlwind formed by fallen leaves appeared under Su Chen's feet. Su Chen took off into the air and walked directly out of the palace. Su Chen did not go directly to the battlefield, but went to the Zhang family. This time, the demon tribe's invasion can cause problems for Dali's national destiny. It is definitely not a simple demon tribe invasion. I'm afraid that this demon army is much stronger than the previous ones. Although Su Chen carries the destiny of Dali, it is only a temporary boost in strength. He alone is not enough to fight against the demon army. Soon, Su Chen arrived outside the Zhang family's door. Because the demon army was approaching, many escorts left Dali City when the disaster was imminent. Su Chen walked out the door and heard Zhang Xiaoman's voice from inside. Dad, I haven't found Su Chen yet. Zhang Xiong tried to dissuade him earnestly. Haven't you been there before? The Dali royal city is heavily guarded, you can't get in. Besides, the people of the Dali dynasty will definitely protect Su Chen. We have to leave quickly, otherwise, when the demon tribe breaks through the Dali capital, we will all suffer. It turned out that Zhang Xiaoman had come to look for him. Su Chen was a little touched. Then will I never see Su Chen again? Zhang Xiong was stunned for a moment. Then he said, My dear daughter, we will definitely have plenty of young talents to choose from in the future. Su Chen, just forget about him. Impossible, to tell you the truth. I'm pregnant with Su Chen's child. Zhang Xiong looked up at Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman's eyes were serious, and she didn't look like she was joking. Zhang Xiong knew his daughter's character well. She was definitely not the kind of person who would make jokes casually. Zhang Xiong hesitated for a moment, and suddenly cried out in pain. You kid. Zhang Xiong didn't say anything else, but instead said to a nearby escort, Gather the people from the escort agency. Today, even if we have to go to the palace to kidnap Su Chen, we have to go. I can't let my grandson be born without a father. The escort next to him immediately agreed. These remaining bodyguards are all Zhang Xiong's confidants and will never betray Zhang Xiong. At this moment, Su Chen walked in. Zhang Xiaoman turned around, and when she saw that it was Su Chen, she almost jumped up with excitement. She suddenly threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Zhang Xiong was overjoyed. He walked to Su Chen's side and said, It's good that you're back. Let's get ready and leave Dali City. As he said that, Zhang Xiong was about to pack up his things. Zhang Xiaoman also came over, her face slightly red. Needless to say, Su Chen must have heard the conversation just now. It was only later that Zhang Xiaoman discovered that she was pregnant. Zhang Xiaoman is also a cultivator after all, and cultivators have a much better understanding of their own bodies than ordinary people. However, Su Chen shook his head. I can't leave Dali City, but you have to leave first. Chapter 86, Battle Center. Zhang Xiaoman asked in surprise. Aren't you leaving with us? Su Chen shook his head. But Dali City is about to be breached. Zhang Xiaoman opened her eyes wide. Su Chen still shook his head. I'm not asking you to escape. This time, I want you to go to Lingyin Sect. Zhang Xiaoman was stunned. Su Chen said, Dali City cannot be conquered by the demon race. If Dali City is conquered, the luck of these 3,000 small worlds will also be over. Although Zhang Xiaoman didn't understand what Su Chen was saying, she still nodded. Okay, then I'll go to Lingyin Sect now. Zhang Xiong hasn't come back to his senses yet. How come my son-in-law is related to Lingyin Sect? Aren't there never any male cultivators in Lingyin Sect? Zhang Xiaoman suddenly grabbed Zhang Xiong and urged him. Dad, let's go. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoman pulled Zhang Xiong into the carriage. Su Chen watched the Zhang family carriage leave, then turned and rushed to the battlefield. At this moment, on the battlefield hundreds of miles away from Dali City, the fighting situation was extremely brutal. Li Yue looked at the demons in the sky with a serious expression on his face. The strength of this demon army was beyond Li Yue's imagination. As soon as several elders from his own Yuanyang realm entered the battle formation, they were entangled by some powerful monsters from the 7th realm. The remaining monsters launched a fierce attack on the Dali Kingdom's battle formation. The number of the demon tribe was so large that the soldiers of Dali Kingdom were completely suppressed. The general walked up to Li Yue, bowed, and said, Princess, we may not be able to hold on this time. You must be prepared to evacuate at any time. Li Yue's eyes were clear. Today, I will stand together with the soldiers of Dali. The general's face was covered with sweat, and he quickly tried to dissuade her. Princess, you are the princess of Dali. As long as you are here, Dali will still exist. Li Yue shook her head. She soared into the air and arrived at the battle formation. In the huge battle formation, a graceful figure climbed onto the war drum platform. She was wearing red gauze and was extremely beautiful. Although she was a girl, her thin and frail figure seemed like the hope of all the Dali soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The drums of war began to sound. The passionate drum beats echoed on the battlefield. Li Yue did not say anything, but just beat the war drum again and again. Princess Li Yue of Dali plays the drum herself. The soldiers of Dali Kingdom were more eager to fight than ever before and began to counterattack the demons in front of the battle formation. At this time, Su Chen came. He flew in the air, looking at the beautiful figure on the battlefield. This Princess Li Yue of Dali Kingdom actually has such courage that Su Chen couldn't help but look at her with admiration. He flew up and took out the alchemy furnace from the spiritual realm. The alchemy furnace became extremely huge in the air. Countless fallen leaves lifted the huge alchemy furnace into the air. Su Chen summoned the little medicine boy Tong Tong and said, "Tong Tong, you have to be busy for a while today." As Su Chen spoke, he took out all the medicinal herbs he had saved from the spiritual realm. Tong Tong agreed. "Okay, master." Then, Tong Tong began to gather his spiritual energy and transformed all the herbs into qi. Guided by Tong Tong's spiritual energy, the qi entered the alchemy furnace. The fire in the alchemy furnace began to burn. The people of Dali Kingdom were shocked by this scene. Su Chen flew and landed in the battle formation. Countless pills began to fly out of the alchemy furnace and landed in the hands of the soldiers on the battlefield. Alchemist. Moreover, this alchemist is definitely not an ordinary alchemist. He has his own alchemy furnace and his own elves to make medicine. This alchemist is so important that he would be treated as a guest of honor in any country and is a unique existence. Su Chen landed next to Li Yue. Li Yue's eyes flashed. "You're here." Then, stunned, she asked, "On your body?" Li Yue could tell at a glance that the luck carried by Su Chen was the luck of the Dali Kingdom. Li Yue had never seen anyone who could carry the destiny of a country. Su Chen smiled and said softly, "I'm here to help you." As Su Chen spoke, he released his spiritual power. The strength of the 7th level of foundation building permeated the surroundings. Li Yu smiled, and there was a sense of relief and satisfaction on that extremely handsome face. "Good." Li Yue only said one sentence, and even the people who carried the destiny of Dali came. It seemed that today's battle would be the one that would determine the destiny of Dali. Lingyin Peak is filled with spiritual energy. A carriage stopped at the foot of Lingyin Peak. Zhang Xiaoman got down from the carriage. When she reached the gate of Lingyin Sect, several female cultivators immediately stopped Zhang Xiaoman and the others. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaoman explained. "We were sent by the leader of Lingyin Sect." "What's the name of the Lingyin Sect's leader?" "Su Chen." The expressions of the two female cultivators suddenly changed, and soon, one of them flew up and went straight back to Lingyin Sect. After a while, a stunningly beautiful woman came out. She was dressed simply and had a long sword on her back. "It's Senior Sister Li." Senior Sister Li stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaoman began to explain the purpose of her visit. When talking about her relationship with Su Chen, Zhang Xiaoman blushed. Senior Sister Li smiled. "It's okay. Many of the female cultivators in Lingyin Sect are Su Chen's wife's people." Zhang Xiong's face suddenly changed. His son-in-law actually already had a wife, and not just one. However, seeing that Zhang Xiaoman was not surprised at all, Zhang Xiong knew in his heart that his daughter probably knew it a long time ago. It's no wonder that a man as handsome and powerful as Su Chen must have had a lot of romantic debts. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiong could only sigh and stop dwelling on this issue. Senior Sister Li said, "In that case, you should come to the sect first. We will immediately gather our disciples and head to Dali Kingdom." Zhang Xiaoman nodded. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoman thinks she is good-looking. Not stunningly beautiful, but definitely a beauty. However, the appearance of Senior Sister Li in front of him was no worse than his own. "I guess I am not outstanding among Su Chen's many wives." Senior Sister Li made a gesture of invitation. Afterwards, Zhang Xiong and others followed Senior Sister Li into the Lingyin Sect. Zhang Xiong is not a narrow-minded person. He has been in the world for many years and has seen many big scenes. Zhang Xiong looked around and found that the female cultivator from Lingyin Sect was not very strong. But almost every female cultivator carries a magical weapon. With such a huge number of magical instruments, there must be a powerful instrument refiner in the Lingyin Sect. The Lingyin Sect really has a profound foundation. Walking on the road, a petite figure walked over. "Mom, is Daddy back?" Su Yu is standing on tiptoe. Now she is 2 years old. She is wearing casual clothes. She has been studying medical books for many days, which makes her every move quite spiritual. Chapter 87. The Wise War Group. Zhang Xiaoman was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Su Chen's child to be this big already. When Su Yu saw Zhang Xiaoman, she looked at her with some curiosity. Senior Sisterly smiled and spoke. This should be your ninth mother. Maybe she can give you a brother or sister in the future. Senior Sisterly naturally also saw Zhang Xiaoman's body and found that she was pregnant. Zhang Xiaoman blushed. Little Su Yu walked up in an orderly manner and called out respectfully. "Nine lady." At this moment, Su Yang walked out from the side. He was carrying a wooden sword on his back. This wooden sword was specially made for him by Lu Yuyu at Su Yang's request. However, Lu Yuyu was afraid that Su Yang would hurt others, so she made a wooden sword for Su Yang. Su Yang came over and asked curiously, "Second mother, little sister, what are you doing?" Senior Sisterly smiled. "I'm chatting with your Junyang." Su Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoman shyly. "Hello, Jiu." Junyang. There was a hint of cuteness on Su Yang's tender little face. Zhang Xiaoman immediately burst out laughing. Su Chen's children are quite cute. Zhang Xiaoman's uncomfortable feelings suddenly disappeared. Outside Dali City, fierce fighting has been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. Su Chen flew up, and this time, Su Chen flew on his sword. He took the Longquan's sword in his hand and released a sword energy. The sword energy rushed directly into the demon clan. However, this sword energy seemed very weak and did not cause much damage to the demon clan. But then, a gleam of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and then, the many monsters that had just been injured by the sword energy suddenly exploded and died directly in the air. The level of mastery of this sword energy. An old man looked surprised. Su Chen's mastery of sword energy could be said to have reached a terrifying level. Su Chen did not stop, but entered the battle formation again. The war drums are still beating. The peerless woman next to the war drum has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The general walked to Li Youwei's side and said distressfully, "Princess, take a rest." Li Youwei's face turned pale. She turned around and said, "How could I stop if the soldiers of the 3 armies haven't retreated yet?" Li Youwei's gaze was firm and his tone left no room for doubt. The general sighed and stopped trying to dissuade him. Su Chen stood in the air, looking at the vast army of demons with a solemn expression. After a long battle, the demon army showed no intention of retreating. If this goes on, the soldiers of Dali Kingdom will not be able to hold on. Even with the help of the fighting spirit pill made by Tong Tong, the Dali army could not withstand such a long battle. Compared with the demon race, the biggest disadvantage of humans is that humans will feel tired. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, even Su Chen felt a little tired, not to mention those ordinary Dali soldiers. At this moment, a sword energy suddenly appeared on the battlefield. A burst of sword energy descended from the sky and directly hit the demon clan's battle formation. This sword energy was different from Su Chen's. This sword energy was extremely domineering and directly blasted a huge gap in the demon clan's battle formation. An old man's expression changed. The power of this sword energy comes from at least a powerful sword cultivator in the Yuanyang realm. When Su Chen saw this familiar sword energy, he smiled with relief. Arrive. Thousands of female cultivators suddenly appeared on the horizon. Senior Sisterly flew in the air on her sword. The sword energy was majestic. She stood in the air, like a war god, scanning the many demon tribes below. They are from Lingyin Sect. Li Yue was a little confused. The Lingyin Sect and the Dali Kingdom had no connection at all. Why did these people come to help the Dali Kingdom? At the same time, Lung Wushuang took action. She flew up, and without knowing when, countless hidden weapons appeared around Lung Wushuang. Those hidden weapons carried spiritual energy and rushed towards the demon clan's battle formation. The hidden weapon entered the demon's body, followed by a violent explosion. Lu Lingyu activated the flowing water technique, and a gentle, watery aura permeated the battlefield, firmly blocking out other monsters. Lung Wushuang stood in the air and shouted loudly. Many female cultivators of Lingyin Sect have come here to help their husbands. Su Chen smiled. Now, all the senior sisters of Lingyin Sect have completely accepted the identity of being his wife. Other female practitioners of Lingyin Sect who were rushing in the front also began to join the battlefield. The strength of these female cultivators is all above the foundation establishment stage. This is undoubtedly a powerful fighting force. The most important thing is that the arrival of the people from Lingyin Sect has greatly boosted morale. Li Yue was stunned by the scene. I originally thought that I would die today, but I didn't expect Su Chen to have such powerful strength. Senior Sisterly walked to Su Chen's side and said, "Husband, it's okay, right?" Su Chen spent a lot of energy in the 3 days of fighting. However, Su Chen said, "It's okay, I can still handle it." Senior Sister Li smiled and took out a pill. "This is given to you by Wei Wei." Su Chen looked over and saw a light green pill in Senior Sister Li's palm. This is a chi replenishing pill, which can quickly restore consumed energy. Moreover, the quality of this pill has reached the 9th grade of the yellow rank, which is of very high quality. That little girl is pregnant and can't come. Let me bring this pill to you. Su Chen smiled and took the pill. After Su Chen took the pill, all his energy seemed to return. The previous tiredness was gone. Su Chen picked up the Longquan sword and suddenly said, "Senior Sister Li, how about we attack together?" Senior Sister Li was stunned, then smiled. "Just listen to your husband." Su Chen nodded, flew up, and a sword energy rose from Su Chen's body. Senior Sister Li followed. Su Chen controlled the sword energy and integrated it into Senior Sister Li's extremely domineering sword energy. The fusion of the two sword energies did not contain any rejection at all. The sword energy rampaged through the demon clan's battle formation, and wherever it went, the demons exploded and died. Senior Sister Li smiled knowingly. "I didn't expect that my husband has already reached the 7th level of foundation building." Su Chen smiled. Almost nothing compared to Senior Sister. The two continued to merge their sword energy and continuously launched attacks on the demon battle formation. The situation on the battlefield was suddenly reversed with the participation of thousands of female cultivators from Lingyin Sect. Li Yue looked at the battle situation and muttered to himself, "Who exactly is Su Chen?" The general reminded. "Su Chen seems to be the leader of Lingyin Sect." Li Yue was slightly surprised. Being able to become the leader of Lingyin Sect, judging from the relationship between Su Chen and the many female cultivators of Lingyin Sect, it is estimated that these leading female cultivators have all become Su Chen's wives. No wonder Su Chen could become the leader of Lingyin Sect. Zhang Xiaoman stood outside the battlefield. Just as she was about to take action, she suddenly heard a childish voice. "Jianyang, Daddy is so handsome." Zhang Xiaoman turned her head suddenly. "I saw 3 children standing next to me." Chapter 88. The Great Demon of the 8 Realms. These 3 children are Su Yang, Su Yu, and Su Jia. Su Yang looked at Su Chen's figure on the battlefield, his eyes full of admiration. Su Yu, second mother, is also very powerful. Su Yu is slightly shy. Only Su Jia was looking at the battlefield seriously without saying a word. Su Jia's talent is extremely high. The level of his spiritual roots alone has reached the peak of the Xian level. This resulted in Su Jia's extremely fast learning ability. In just half a year, Su Jia had learned a series of moves. Zhang Xiaoman's face was full of surprise. "Why are you 3 here?" Su Yang finally came to his senses and touched his head embarrassedly. "Nine mother, don't be angry. We are also worried about Daddy's safety." During her time in Lingyin Sect, Zhang Xiaoman became familiar with all the immortal cultivators and had a good relationship with these 3 children. Zhang Xiaoman curled her lips and said, "I don't believe you. When we get back, I'll let your mother beat you up." Su Yang immediately admitted his mistake. "Jianyang, just protect me this time, and I promise to listen to you next time." Zhang Xiaoman looked at Su Yang's cute look and shook her head helplessly. Zhang Xiaoman herself likes children very much and has no resistance to Su Yang's coquettishness. "Then I won't go to the battlefield. I will stay here to protect you 3. You 3 are not allowed to run around. There are many monsters here. If these 3 little kids get lost, it will be very dangerous." At this moment, Su Jia said, "Brother Su Yang, can we be as powerful as Daddy in the future?" Su Yang touched Su Jia's head and said with a smile, "Of course." With the arrival of the female cultivators from the Lingyin Sect, the war situation began to tilt towards the Dali Kingdom. Su Chen stood aside and continued to launch various attacks. The morale of the Dali Kingdom's soldiers was greatly boosted, and their fighting spirit was high because of the arrival of a large number of reinforcements from the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen moved and landed directly in the center of the battle formation. Then he took out 2 treasures, command flags and drums. These 2 treasures are both mid-level Xian-grade magical weapons, and the effect of these 2 treasures is nothing else but to inspire and encourage cultivators and increase their combat effectiveness. The 2 treasures exerted their effects in the air. The drums roar and the commands echo. Suddenly, many cultivators present felt that their strength had greatly increased. Su Chen was very satisfied. The combined effect of this command flag and the inspiring drum could increase the soldiers' combat effectiveness by 75%. Such a great blessing can be said to have completely turned the situation of the battle around in an instant. The demon army was immediately suppressed. Li Yue looked excited, but he sighed in his heart that it was a good decision for him to go to Jinling City. If it weren't for Su Chen, the Dali dynasty would probably have perished today. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the demon clan's battle formation. Suddenly, a huge black dragon appeared. The long dragon with a snake body and a dragon head is a monster that has not yet cultivated and transformed into a dragon body. Su Chen's face was solemn. The strength of this long dragon was actually that of an 8th level demon. The strength of the 8 realms great demon is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm. The gap in strength between the spirit transformation realm and the Yuanyang realm is enormous. Several Yuanyang realm powerhouses present immediately noticed this big monster. Senior Sister Li and Lung Wushuang flew up and joined forces with the Yuanyang realm powerhouses of Dali Kingdom to try to stop the long dragon. The long dragon roared, and its momentum suddenly surged, almost instantly suppressing Lung Wushuang and several other Yuanyang realm powerhouses. Lung Wushuang's pretty face darkened, and she condensed her spiritual energy. A huge hidden weapon made of spiritual energy formed in the air and then shot directly at the big monster. Senior Sister Li also suddenly drew her sword, and the sword energy turned into a sword formation in the air, attacking the big monster. Other powerful Taoist masters of Dali Kingdom took action one after another. However, these attacks were all shaken away when they approached the dragon. Especially Lung Wushuang, who already had injuries from adulthood, staggered a few steps and retreated dozens of meters. Su Chen's expression changed. He flew up and caught Lung Wushuang. "Are you okay?" Lung Wushuang felt her body being caught by a broad arm. She turned around and saw Su Chen's handsome face, and her face flushed. "I'm fine. Your body is injured. Leave it to me next." Lung Wushuang nodded. Su Chen took out the Longquan's sword, stood in front of the battle formation, and confronted the 8 realms demon. In Su Chen's mind, the old man was talking to the golden dragon. "Old man, this monster is at the level of the spiritual transformation realm. Su Chen can't handle it." The old man nodded. "But I never thought that there would be such a monster in these 3,000 small worlds. You're still in the mood to talk about this? If you and I don't take action, this kid will be beaten to death." The old man smiled and said quietly, "I took action last time. This time it's your turn." Jinlong sighed and said helplessly, If I follow this guy, I have to deal with troubles for him every day. He's the playboy, but I'm the miserable one. Next time, I'll ask him to find me a female dragon. I'm lonely too." The old man smiled but said nothing. And the golden dragon has already moved at this time. A golden light burst out from the golden dragon's body, and then all of it turned into sword energy and entered the Longquan's sword. Su Chen held the Longquan's sword in his hand and suddenly noticed the changes in the Longquan's sword. Jinlong's voice rang in his head. "Listen to me. Concentrate on the Longquan's sword and swing it. The monster's weak spot is at its neck." Su Chen was stunned. "Are you going to take action?" "Nonsense. If I don't take action, you will be beaten to death by this monster." Then, Jinlong gave serious instructions. "Remember, my strength is not as good as that old man's. I am a weapon spirit, and that old man is a soul spirit. My spiritual energy is only enough for you to swing one sword. With this sword, you must directly kill the big monster. However, you have a very smart mind, and I believe you." Su Chen smiled. That naturally goes without saying. When it comes to showing off, Su Chen doesn't intend to hide his strength. Su Chen flew up, and thousands of sword intentions gathered on the Longquan's sword. "What does this kid want to do?" an old man said in surprise. The other old man looked serious. "Brother Lu, didn't you sense it? The power of this guy's sword is beyond the level of the spiritual transformation realm." "The state of transformation?" Old man Lu was stunned. In his entire life, he had never seen a cultivator at the spirit transformation realm. This sword move was truly an eye-opener. As he spoke, Su Chen had already drawn his sword. With the blessing of the 7 apertures heart, Su Chen's mind was extremely focused. Thousands of sword intentions directly attacked the vital points of the 8 realms great demon. The sword energy rushed into the body of the big monster like crazy. The sword energy was like the wind. Su Chen smiled faintly. He put away the Longquan's sword, and the thousands of sword energies rushed out directly from the body of the 8th realm great demon. The great demon in the 8th realm let out a wail, and then exploded and died. The great demon of the 8th realm died. Chapter 89 Teaching Suyu. The great demon of the 8th realm exploded and died. Even places farther away were completely swallowed up by Su Chen's sword energy. On the entire battlefield, it seemed as if the 8th level demon had never existed. At this moment, the entire battlefield was silent. Whether it was the demons or the humans, all were silent. Shocked and speechless. After a monster has cultivated to a certain level, its mind will be awakened. The many monsters present knew very well how powerful Su Chen's sword was just now. It can directly kill the great demon of the 8th realm. Even if the power of this sword is not above the level of the spirit transformation realm, it has at least reached the late or even peak level of the spirit transformation realm. In his mind, the old man said, "You actually have such sword energy?" Jinlong laughed. "After all, I am the spirit of that sword immortal's sword. If I am not powerful, how can I become his sword? After all, being able to be that person's sword, I must be the best swordsman in these 3,000 small worlds. Get out of here." The old man waved his hand. Su Chen slowly fell from the air. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this sword could directly kill the 8th level demon. Soon, the monsters retreated. With such a powerful person and many cultivators around, if the battle continues, the final result can only be a tragic defeat for the demon clan. Suddenly, an enchanting voice was heard from the sky. "Let's give up Dali Kingdom this time. After all, these 3,000 small worlds will become the territory of the demon race in the future." Su Chen looked up at the sky and found a dragon-like tail appeared in the air. Su Chen's expression changed. Almost at the same time, Leng Wushuang's expression also changed. The next moment, a look of pain appeared on her face. The demonic energy on the wound suddenly intensified. Because he and Leng Wushuang had a weekend off, Su Chen could clearly feel the changes in Leng Wushuang's injuries. Su Chen's eyes darkened. There could only be one reason for this situation. The monster above the sky is the one that hurt Leng Wushuang. Su Chen's expression was grim. He didn't expect that the monster he had to destroy in the end would appear here. However, Su Chen also knew that he would never be able to swing a second sword with the same power as before. And the monster high in the sky did not bother him anymore. Even this monster was not sure that it could catch Su Chen's sword before, so after making that sound, it left directly. Among the many humans and monsters present, only Su Chen, the old man, and the golden dragon knew that Su Chen could no longer swing such a sword. The monster quickly withdrew from the battlefield. A period of calm returned to the battlefield. 3 days later, Su Chen was practicing meditation in the courtyard. Next to him, Su Yu was reading a medical book on the table. Now Su Yu's strength has already reached the level of a pharmacist. Su Chen has a children's training system and knows the status of Su Yang and Su Yu very well. Su Yu's current understanding of alchemy is just one step away from officially becoming an alchemist. Su Chen opened his eyes and walked to Su Yu's side. Su Yu raised her head and asked, "Daddy, what's wrong?" Su Chen smiled. "How do you understand alchemy now?" Su Yu opened her lips slightly and said, "I always feel like something is missing, as if I am always missing something." Su Chen suddenly asked, "Is there a deviation in the medicine refining process?" Su Yu nodded. "I don't know how to incorporate the medicinal properties of the drug into the pill. Try to use Reiki to guide it." Su Yu was stunned for a moment, then said, "But Daddy, I haven't cultivated spiritual energy yet." Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yu's head. "Actually, you already have one. Try to guide it." Su Yu nodded and began to try to condense spiritual energy. Suddenly, she felt a subtle spiritual energy from above her head. Su Yu was extremely surprised. "Daddy, I seem to really have spiritual energy." Su Chen didn't say anything, just smiled. He then took out his alchemy furnace from the spiritual realm. The alchemy furnace suddenly grew larger than the palm of his hand, and then began to turn into a huge alchemy furnace. Su Yu was extremely surprised and asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Su Chen said, "Try this alchemy furnace. Try to use this alchemy furnace, and use my method just now to try to integrate the medicinal effects of the medicine into the pill." Su Yu nodded. She walked to the alchemy furnace and began to try to refine the medicine. When Su Yu just walked to the side of the alchemy furnace, the fire in the alchemy furnace suddenly started burning. Su Chen looked surprised. Su Yu had not yet entered the realm of alchemist, but the flame of the alchemy furnace actually started to burn on its own. Su Yu Wepping concentrated his mind and began to try to inject spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. Su Chen took out 2 rare medicinal herbs from the spiritual realm. Afterwards, Su Yu used her spiritual energy to crush the herbs and put them into the alchemy furnace. Try to use spiritual energy to guide the energy transformed from the medicinal materials and slowly integrate it into the pill. Su Yu did as she was told. Su Chen could clearly feel that the energy transformed from the medicinal herbs was gradually merging into the pill. However, because Su Yu's spiritual energy was not enough, the efficacy of the medicine was lost quickly during this process. Then try to control the intensity of the furnace fire to ensure that the herbs can be refined to produce the best medicinal effect. Su Yu did as she was told. Su Chen's alchemy furnace made a slight sound. Then, the pill came out. A small pill emerged from the alchemy furnace. Su Chen looked at it and saw that it was a marrow-cleansing pill, although the quality of the pill was only the first grade of yellow level. However, compared to Su Yu's spiritual energy level, this is already very good. Seeing the pill, Su Yu asked nervously, "Dad, is the quality of this pill good?" Su Chen smiled. "This is a marrow-cleansing pill. It's a very good quality. Once you become a pharmacist, you'll know the effects of various types of medicines." Su Chen explained patiently, but at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the system. "Congratulations to my daughter Su Yu for reaching the realm of alchemist. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Current cultivation level will be increased, and spiritual roots will be slightly improved. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, foundation establishment level 7. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, yellow rank high, 2.5 years old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 2 years old. Su Jia, Xian rank high, 1.5 years old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 1 year old. Su Ling, 4 months old, yellow rank high. Items, alchemy furnace, little medicine boy. Techniques, cloud hidden art, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger bodybuilding technique, entry level, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang harmony secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin 5 thunders, earth rank, elementary level. Heart nourishing sutra, Xian rank, elementary level. Comprehensive mastery technique. Alchemy heart sutra, Xian rank, high level. Ghost taming technique, Xian rank, intermediate level. Command flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. Children training system. Descendant, Su Yu. Spiritual root, high yellow level. Cultivation, Qi refining level 1. Occupation, alchemist. Chapter 90. My descendants are all geniuses. Su Chen was happy, but he also felt a little uncomfortable. How come all of my children are geniuses? And they are all peerless geniuses. Su Yu is only 2 years old, but he has already stepped into the 1st level of Qi training and has become an alchemist. This talent is much stronger than that of his father. Of course, now that Su Chen has the system in his hands, his future achievements are limitless. At this moment, Su Yang and Su Jia came back. Su Yang suddenly came close to Su Chen. "Daddy, you are so mighty on the battlefield." Su Chen patted Su Yang's head and said, "Don't flatter me. Let me ask you, as your father's eldest son, why did you secretly bring your younger brothers and sisters here?" Su Yang was stunned immediately, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. "Daddy, I didn't mean it." Su Chen curled his lips. "I think you deserve a beating." Su Chen said, "Go back to your mother and accept the punishment. She will definitely beat you." Su Yang curled his lips and nodded. At this time, Su Chen noticed Su Jia in a corner. Su Chen and Su Jia are not very familiar with each other, and Su Jia is also a very introverted person. Su Chen walked over, and Su Jia looked at Su Chen with a somewhat dull look. "Daddy." Su Chen nodded. Who would have thought that the next moment, Su Jia suddenly said, "Dad, I learned a few of your moves on the battlefield." Su Chen was stunned, then smiled. How is it possible? How is it possible that he could learn it just by watching his own moves on the battlefield? Su Chen didn't take it seriously and just thought it was a joke. At this moment, not far away, the general suddenly came with a large group of people. The general stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir Su Chen, the princess wants to have dinner with you. Some of your family members have already gone to the palace, so I have come to pick you up." Su Chen nodded and took Su Yang and others to follow the general to the banquet venue. The banquet was held in a huge garden-like building. The scenery here is beautiful, the decoration is just right, and it has an antique atmosphere. Su Chen, Su Yang, and others walked into the banquet. On one side of the banquet, Lung Wushuang and others were chatting and did not notice Su Chen's arrival. The guards in these mansions would glance in the direction of Lung Wushuang and the others from time to time. It wasn't that they had any ill intentions, but Lung Wushuang and the others were so good-looking that people couldn't take their eyes off them. If these guards knew that these people were all Su Chen's wives, they would probably be shocked. Su Chen did not disturb Lung Wushuang and others, but took Su Yang, Su Jia, and Su Yu to stroll in the garden. Suddenly, a childish voice was heard. "You little boy, why are you like an idiot?" Su Chen turned his head and saw a little girl with a ponytail and a small chest, looking at Su Jia. "These two, they must be your brothers and sisters, right? I think they are full of intelligence. Why do you look silly and not very smart?" Su Jia turned his head and asked, "Do I look stupid?" Su Chen looked at Su Jia's expression and found that it didn't change much at any time. However, Su Chen knew that this was not stupidity, but maturity at a young age. Su Chen smiled and became a little curious about the little girl. This little girl's personality is not like that of an ordinary girl. She must have an extraordinary background. At this moment, the general suddenly came over. He must have heard what the little girl said just now. The general ran quickly to the little girl. What are you doing? Do you know that he is the son of Lord Su Chen? Who told you to talk nonsense? The general quickly apologized and said, Sir Su Chen, my daughter is still young. Please don't make a fuss. Unexpectedly, the little girl spoke confidently. I'm not wrong. Look at his brothers and sisters. They all have some spirituality in their eyes. But his eyes are dead. Suja's expression finally changed. He walked up to the little girl, but he wasn't angry. I just learned a few moves from Daddy. Do you want to try? The little girl shook her head in disdain. TSK, I don't even bother to compete with you. If I were to fight, I could defeat you with just one hand, without using both hands. The general's face was filled with shame. His little daughter had not yet entered the chi refining realm, and had not even entered the door of immortal cultivation, yet she was making such a boast. Suja said calmly, We'll know after a competition. TSK, let's compete. The little girl walked to the side and started to take stance. That young figure looks ready for battle, and it really looks like it's ready for battle. Suja followed. The battle between the two is about to break out. Su Chen watched with great interest from the side and had no intention of stopping it. Suja took a step forward and took a big stride. Although Suja was small in stature, his lower body was very stable. Su Chen was slightly surprised. At such a young age, he already knows the importance of lower body stability. Suja was very talented. The little girl smiled. TSK, what a showpiece. Then, the little girl rushed up directly, punched with her right hand, and launched a fierce attack on the weakest point of Suja's defense. Although the little girl has no spiritual energy, her understanding of martial arts is quite good. The little girl specifically attacked Suja's weak points in defense, as if she was very familiar with the weak points in Suja's extremely stable lower body posture. When the general saw this scene, he realized that Suja had no spiritual energy and felt relieved. This was just a little fight between children, and the general didn't take it seriously. Su Chen looked at him and naturally felt a little biased in his heart. After all, he was his son, and Su Chen still hoped that Suja would win. But the little girl had a deep understanding of martial arts and her attacks were methodical. The little girl threw several punches in an attempt to hit Suja directly, but Suja's lower body was very stable. Although he did not gain the advantage, he blocked every attack from the little girl. The little girl had no choice but to suddenly see a broken branch in the courtyard. She rolled over, picked up a branch on the ground, and attacked Suja. This time, Suja dodged sideways and grabbed the broken branch in the little girl's hand and took it away. Then, Suja held the branch in one hand and his movements began to change. If Suja's fighting style just now was more like the Taoist method of using softness to overcome hardness, Suja's aura now was somewhat sharp. Suja used the branch as a long sword and suddenly swung it out. The branch seemed to have consciousness in Suja's hand and attacked the little girl. Suja waved the branches continuously and actually beat the little girl back step by step. Su Chen looked at Suja's dancing posture and felt that it was very familiar. After thinking for a while, Su Chen suddenly realized that the move used by Suja was the same sword move he had used in his previous battle against the demon army. It turns out that this guy is also a genius. Chapter 91, I can give you half of my treasury. Su Chen knew very well that the moves he used on the battlefield were extremely difficult. If you want to practice well, it will definitely take a long time. However, Suja learned it after just watching it once, and even without the blessing of spiritual power, Suja's movements were still flawless. Suja waved the branch, flew forward, and suddenly placed the branch around the little girl's neck. The little girl was stunned, and her face turned red. Suja retracted the branch and said, I win. The little girl didn't say anything. At this time, the general's hearty laughter rang out. It's just a little quarrel between children. But, Your Excellency Su Chen, your son is really amazing. My daughter has loved martial arts since she was little. I guess she was influenced by me. I'll have to teach her some music, chess, calligraphy, and painting in the future. The little girl was a little unconvinced and pouted. Suja walked up to the little girl and said, I beat you. The little girl's face turned red, but she could do nothing. At this moment, a shrill voice suddenly came from outside the door. The princess has arrived. Li Yue walked in slowly, followed by two old men. Li Yue was wearing a white gauze, and with her exquisite makeup and stunning face, she looked even more beautiful like a fairy. The two old men have profound internal strength, and their spiritual energy has at least reached the Yuanyang realm. The guards around him knelt down one after another. Welcome Her Royal Highness the Princess. The people from the Lingyin Sect around also stood up. Although they didn't need to kneel, they still had to show proper etiquette. After this great battle, Li Yue's status in the hearts of the people of Dali can be said to have reached an unprecedented height. People who are not aware of the specific situation on the battlefield believe that it was this princess who protected the people of Dali Kingdom. Li Yue walked over to the crowd and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. The purpose of hosting this banquet today is to thank our Dali Kingdom's benefactor, the man who shoulders the fate of Dali Kingdom, Su Chen." Li Yue did not conceal Su Chen's identity at all. This matter of national destiny was not suitable for public disclosure. Lung Wushuang and others were slightly surprised. They didn't expect that Su Chen would carry the destiny of Dali Kingdom. Even top powerhouses like Lung Wushuang and others had never heard of someone who could carry the destiny of a country. However, no one was surprised by Su Chen. Li Yue looked at Su Chen and said, "Su Chen, do you still remember the conditions I promised you? You can make conditions to me now, and I can agree to any of them." Su Chen smiled. "I came to Dali this time to fulfill a promise. I originally hoped that Dali could provide some money to help me build the Lingyin Sect. However, after the war, Dali's treasury is empty, so this promise can be fulfilled later." Li Yue shook his head and said, "I can provide you with half of Dali's treasury." Su Chen was stunned. Half of Dali's treasury? How much would that be? All the generals and soldiers present were stunned. That's half of the national treasury. The two old men were also stunned. "Princess." Li Yue's expression did not change. He knew that Su Chen was far more important than the so-called money. "But I have a request." Su Chen looked at Li Yue. Li Yue continued, "I need to give you the Dali Kingdom's spiritual stones. You need to sell these spiritual stones using the same method as last time. The last time the Dali Kingdom went to Jinling City, the amount of money they earned from selling spirit stones was far beyond imagination. If this happens too often, the so-called half of the national treasury will become just a small amount." Su Chen smiled. He had to say that Li Yue was a shrewd monarch. With someone like Li Yue, the Dali Kingdom would have a good future. In addition, there is another reason. Su Chen is the person who carries the destiny of Dali. This destiny will always be on Su Chen. Su Chen's development also determines the good or bad destiny of Dali. Su Chen nodded in agreement. There was no reason for Su Chen to refuse such a win-win situation. Li Yu smiled. She then said, "There is one more thing to announce. From today on, Su Chen is the king of Dali, and my engagement with Su Chen will be valid forever." As Li Yue spoke, spiritual energy flashed in his hands. Then, a piece of paper flew directly into Su Chen's hands. "That's an engagement." Su Chen was stunned. Li Yue looked at Su Chen with a complicated look in her eyes. "The one who carries the destiny of Dali must be the king of Dali. This marriage contract is valid forever. As long as you are willing, you can become my husband, Li Yue, and the king of the Dali Kingdom at any time." Li Yue said this calmly in front of everyone. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. He looked towards Lung Wushuang. Fortunately, those jealous wives were not there. Lung Wushuang rolled her eyes at Su Chen. Although she somewhat blamed Su Chen for having affairs outside, these things were unavoidable for a man as outstanding as Su Chen. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Li Yue walked to Su Chen's side. This decision is not just because Su Chen carries the luck. Another most important reason is that after a long period of contact with Su Chen, Li Yue really had some feelings for Su Chen. "You can fulfill this engagement at any time. Then let's go after we get married." Su Chen spoke. Li Yue was stunned. Su Chen's expression was very serious. Su Chen would not give up this opportunity. Being able to spend the weekend with a woman like Li Yue was definitely a great opportunity for advancement. A voice sounded in my mind. "Boy, your wife is half my responsibility. No, 90%. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Naturally, only Su Chen could hear the voice in his mind. The old man on the side glanced at Su Chen. In the eyes of the two old men, Li Yue is like a granddaughter. Li Yue's future husband and the king of Dali Kingdom must be carefully screened. Although this kid has a good appearance and is very strong. However, compared to when I was young, it is still a little worse." One of the elders said quietly, "Boy, even though you will be the princess's husband and the ruler of Dali Kingdom in the future, if you treat the princess badly, we two elders will not be polite." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Please rest assured, I will take good care of Yue." Although Li Yue couldn't hear what Su Chen said, she could sense the affection in Su Chen's eyes, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. This shy look is completely different from the image of the princess in red on the battlefield. Chapter 92. Wedding, you come to steal my wife? Next, throughout the Dali Kingdom, there was a festive atmosphere. It's very simple, because the little princess of Dali Kingdom is getting married. These citizens knew that the little princess was extremely beautiful, and many of them were curious about who was the man who could marry the little princess of their Dali kingdom. He could actually become the little princess's husband, and to become the little princess's husband, he had to become the monarch of the Dali kingdom. The little princess's parents are both dead, and she has been in charge of the Dali kingdom alone since she was young. However, the little princess is decisive and never vague in her actions, and no one dares to look down on her. Thinking of this, the people became even more curious about who the little princess's fiancé was. 3 days later, the wedding day. Su Chen dressed neatly and walked out of the room. Su Yang came over and saw Su Chen's outfit. He exclaimed, "Daddy, you are so handsome." Su Chen smiled. At this time, Lu Yuyu was patting Su Yang's head. "I didn't expect that a kid like you could get such a good thing." Su Yang touched his head and said aggrievedly, "Mom, you punished me yesterday." Lu Yuyu gave Su Yang a cold look. Su Yang asked, "Then Daddy, are we going to have Xianxia?" Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yang's head. Clever. At this time, the wedding procession had arrived. Su Chen and others followed the general out of the mansion and into the imperial palace, which was decorated with lights and red ornaments. The little princess of the Dali kingdom got married in a truly grand manner. Su Chen walked to the palace alone. On both sides of the palace stood 2 old men in white. "Boy, the little princess is waiting for you in the palace." Su Chen nodded and slowly walked into the palace. Above the palace, a woman in red gauze stood quietly on the stage, waiting for Su Chen. Su Chen walked forward slowly, came to Li Youwei's side, and slowly lifted the veil on Li Youwei's head. Under the veil, a peerless face blushed slightly, and she looked at Su Chen shyly. Although she didn't say anything, the blush on the bride's face was more than 1,000 words. Su Chen didn't say anything, but just hugged Li Youwei in his arms. Li Youwei whispered, "Why did you agree so readily?" Su Chen touched Li Youwei's pretty face and said with a smile, "I have had my eye on you for a long time." Li Youwei shyly buried her face in Su Chen's arms. The two walked out of the palace. Thousands of citizens looked at him with envy. I didn't expect that the little princess fiancé would be so handsome. The whole audience's attention was focused on the two of them. The perfect couple received blessings from the whole audience. However, at this moment, suddenly, 2 streams of spiritual energy appeared not far away. Those were 2 extremely powerful spiritual energies, and they were from 2 Yuanyang realm powerhouses. The 2 old men's expressions changed, and Li Youwei's expression also changed. Why is he here? Not far away, a man walked over with a somewhat rebellious look on his face. Between his eyebrows, the man glanced at Li Youwei in a rather frivolous manner. "Oh, I can't believe it, Li Youwei. Your Dali kingdom just went through a war, and you're still in the mood to get married now." Su Chen looked unhappy. "Let me see who this husband of yours is." As he spoke, the man suddenly attacked, and a sharp sword energy flew towards Su Chen's cheek. Su Chen dodged sideways and avoided the attack. The next moment, Su Chen suddenly attacked. Clang! The clear sound of sword rang out. A sword energy burst out from the Longquan sword. The sword energy was extremely fast and reached the man in the blink of an eye. The 2 experts beside the man didn't even react. Su Chen's spiritual energy was released, and it turned out that this young man's strength was at the 7th level of foundation building. Su Chen's full-strength attack was so powerful that even the 2 Yuanyang realm masters couldn't react. The sword energy flew past the man's cheek, and then most of the man's hair was cut off. The hair slowly fell off, and the funny look made everyone in the audience burst into laughter. There was a hint of anger on the man's face. Su Chen said in a cold voice, "Next time, it will be your head that falls off." The man's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, the 2 old men at both ends of the palace suddenly landed beside Li Youwei. There was no change in the expressions of the 2 old men, but their tone and aura revealed their attitudes. "It's the princess wedding day, so you better leave." The expressions of the 2 people beside the man changed. If these 2 old men took action, he would not gain any advantage. The 2 people leaned close to the man's ear and said something. The man's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Su Chen and said coldly, "Let's go first." The man turned and prepared to leave. This time, the reason they came was because they heard that the demon tribe invaded Dali Kingdom and thought that Dali Kingdom was seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Dali Kingdom was not seriously injured, but instead had the powerful external support of Lingyin Sect. The man could see the strength of Lung Wushuang and his men at a glance. So many powerful female cultivators must be from the Lingyin Sect. The man looked at Su Chen angrily and prepared to leave. Who would have thought that at this moment, Senior Sister Li suddenly blocked the way of the 3 men with a sword, and a cold voice rang out. "You caused a huge disturbance at the Dali Kingdom's wedding, and you still want to get away with it." At this moment, Senior Sister Li's eyes were sharp, and she said coldly, "Do you know that the one getting married today is the leader of our Lingyin Sect?" "That person is the leader of Lingyin Sect?" The man was stunned. Didn't the Lingyin Sect never recruit male practitioners? How can a man become the leader of Lingyin Sect? The other two men beside the man were even more shocked. He was another Yuanyang realm expert. The two men broke out in cold sweats. If so many Yuanyang realm experts attacked, they would definitely not be able to defeat them alone. At this time, Su Chen's voice came. "Let them go, but if they set foot in Dali Kingdom again, they will die." Just now, Su Chen already knew the identities of the three people in front of him. That man was Li Dongsheng, the prince of Dongxin City. Dongxin City was located in a neighboring country of Dali. Needless to say, these people must have taken advantage of the invasion of Dali by the demons and the empty treasury of Dali to come and see if they could get any benefits. Su Chen didn't say anything more, but suddenly took action. A flash of sword light passed by. The next moment, all of Li Dongxing's remaining hair was cut off. When the smooth scalp was revealed, the whole audience burst into laughter. This time, although the two masters who came to protect Li Dongxing saw Su Chen take action, they did not dare to move. Su Chen retracted the Longquan sword, turned around calmly, and said, "You can leave now, but you'd better remember what I said. Next time, if you try to cause trouble in Dali, your head will fall to the ground." Li Dongxing didn't dare to speak and immediately left with the people from Dongxinqing. "This time when I came to Dali, I actually met such a strong person. However, it's just that there are not enough people coming this time. It's just the Lingyin Sect. After the Lingyin Sect leaves, we can defeat them one by one." Chapter 93, Heading to the Demon Realm. After Su Chen's wedding, the people from Lingyin Sect began their journey back. Su Chen stayed in Dali City. Firstly, he was newlywed, and secondly, he had to go to the Demon Realm next. Lung Wushuang's wound can no longer be delayed. Simply relying on having 2 days off a week to prevent the wound from worsening is not a fundamental solution to the problem. Su Chen must go to the Demon Realm as soon as possible and completely destroy the big demon before he can completely cure Lung Wushuang's illness. 3 days later, Su Chen stood on the top of the city wall. Li Yue stood on the top of the city wall. She was wearing a red long dress and looking at Su Chen. "Are you ready?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Of course, Wushuang's wound can't be delayed any longer. But I'm worried about you. The demon realm is very dangerous." Su Chen smiled and touched Li Yue's head. "Otherwise, I'll go with you." Su Chen shook his head. "It's very dangerous there. You have to take good care of Dali Kingdom while I'm away. Don't go with me." Li Yue frowned. "Do you want me to be a widow?" Su Chen laughed. Then, he said with a firm look in his eyes, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. But the monsters in the monster realm are very powerful. With your current strength, it's very dangerous to go alone." Su Chen released his spiritual energy, which was sufficient for the 7th level of foundation building. During the battle, Li Yue discovered that Su Chen had reached the 7th level of foundation building. Li Yue was a little surprised at the time. He did not expect that in such a short period of time, Su Chen had reached the 7th level of foundation building. Su Chen withdrew his spiritual energy and gave Li Yue a reassuring look. "Don't worry, I will break through very quickly." Li Yue looked at Su Chen's determined expression and nodded. "You must be careful." Su Chen nodded and flew down the city wall. He turned his head and looked, and saw a red figure standing on the top of the vast city, looking at Su Chen quietly. The picture is extremely beautiful. Su Chen smiled and waved, then turned and left. Li Yue stood on the city wall, silently watching Su Chen's figure disappear from his sight. Songlong City. Songlong City is a city located near the demon realm. This city is not under the management of any country. Moreover, because Songlong City is very close to the demon realm, the Yin energy here is very strong. There are also some ghosts that can exist here with the help of powerful Yin energy. There is a saying in Songlong City, "At night, don't talk to anyone casually on the street, because you have no idea whether the person talking to you is a ghost, a monster, or a human." It was already evening when Su Chen arrived in Songlong City. Su Chen, wearing a black robe, walked into an inn. There weren't many people in the inn. In Songlong City, there were very few people on the streets at night. Su Chen walked to the counter. Compared with ordinary inns in the city, the silence here was a little scary. Su Chen said, "Book a room." The person at the counter had his head down, searching for something. Suddenly, she turned around and said, "Sir, there is another room on the 2nd floor." The voice was hoarse and unpleasant. The moment Su Chen turned around and saw the man, he was slightly stunned. This is an old woman with a hunched figure. The old woman was extremely ugly. There is a big abscess on the forehead. Su Chen didn't show any shock, but said, "Then take that room." The old woman coughed and took Su Chen to the room on the second floor. Although the old woman looked scary, she was indeed a human being. Su Chen did not find any trace of evil spirit on the old woman. The old woman brought Su Chen to the room and said, "Remember, at night, do not open the door no matter what, and do not open the door even if someone calls you. I won't disturb guests at night." Su Chen nodded and walked into the room. Su Chen did not ignore what the old woman had just said. As soon as he entered Songlong City, he felt a strong, yin energy. This place is at the junction of the demon realm, ghost realm, and the human world, so it is definitely not peaceful at night. Su Chen sat in the room and glanced around. Then he began to meditate and practice. After marrying Li Yue has become Su Chen's 10th wife. Now Su Chen's cultivation and spiritual energy have accumulated a lot, and Su Chen can break through with just a little guidance. Su Chen began to meditate. He slowly guided the spiritual energy into his dantian, and immediately, the dantian absorbed all the cultivation that Su Chen had obtained from the system. Su Chen suddenly felt a cool sensation on his body. Then, Su Chen's cultivation level was improved. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 8. Spiritual Root, Advanced Yellow Rank. Offspring, Su Yang, Yellow Rank High, 2.5 years old. Su Yu, Yellow Rank High, 2 years old. Su Jia, Xian Rank High, 1.5 years old. Su Yu, Yellow Rank High, 1 year old. Su Ling, 4 months old. Yellow Rank High. Items: Alchemy Furnace, Little Medicine Boy. Techniques: Cloud Hidden Art, 3rd level. Yellow Rank, Elementary level. Dragon and Tiger Bodybuilding Technique, Entry level. Yellow Rank, Intermediate level. Yin and Yang Harmony Secret Technique, 1st level. Earth Rank, Intermediate level. Yin 5 Thunders, Earth Rank, Elementary level. Heart Nourishing Sutra, Xian Rank, Elementary level. Comprehensive Mastery Technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian Rank, High level. Ghost Taming Technique, Xian Rank, Intermediate level. Command Flag, Xian Rank, Intermediate level. Su Chen withdrew his spiritual energy. On the eve of heading to the demon realm, his cultivation had a breakthrough, which was a good thing. Su Chen stood up and suddenly felt a ghostly aura coming from around him. Su Chen opened his infinite spiritual eyes and glanced around. In that corner, a woman in white suddenly appeared. The woman in white was very beautiful, and Su Chen was stunned. This is the 2nd female ghost I have met. Moreover, every female ghost is surprisingly stunningly beautiful. Is it because of my system that my romantic luck is so good? The female ghost did not notice that Su Chen had discovered her. She walked to Su Chen's table, and then the female ghost actually opened Su Chen's package. The female ghost rummaged around, and then took out 2 small pills. Those were the small pills that Su Chen had forgotten in the package. They are just some low-quality pills. The female ghost began to eat voraciously. Although her eating manners were very uncouth, her beautiful face still looked very pretty. Su Chen chuckled. The ghost girl immediately noticed that she had been discovered. The female ghost glanced at Su Chen nervously and asked cautiously, "Can you see me?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then Su Chen coughed. The female ghost immediately squatted on the ground and said fearfully, "Don't hurt me. I'm just a little ghost." Chapter 94. The female ghost is safe. Su Chen walked to the female ghost with a smile. "This female ghost is quite cute." Su Chen said, "What the hell are you?" The female ghost looked at Su Chen in fear and said, "I didn't mean to steal your medicine. I'm just a little ghost transformed from a peace talisman." Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "I can give you some other pills." The female ghost was stunned and asked in fear, "Is it really possible?" Su Chen took out some 2nd to 3rd grade marrow cleansing pills from the spiritual realm and handed them to the female ghost. The ghost girl's eyes lit up. She had never seen medicine of such quality before. "Can you give me all of these?" Su Chen nodded. Su Chen handed the medicine to the female ghost. The female ghost took the medicine immediately. Su Chen suddenly asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Pingyan. I am a female ghost transformed from a peace talisman. My previous owner was a woman who gave me to her son, hoping that he would be safe and sound. That's why I am called Pingyan." But Pingyan's face suddenly looked a little lost. "My little master died, and after that, I ended up stranded here." Su Chen didn't say anything, but just asked, "Do you still need pills?" Su Chen simply gave all the 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs to Pingyan. Pingyan took the pill, feeling a little surprised and frightened. Su Chen said, "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. But I have something to ask you. Any other conditions besides this?" "It's fine if you want," Su Chen said with a wicked smile. Su Chen was originally joking, for example, to get some information about ghosts from this female ghost, who knew that Ping'an would say it without hesitation. I can follow you and be your wife. Ping'an explained. I heard the best way to repay his kindness is to marry him and give him 10 sons. Su Chen opened his eyes and said faintly, Who told you that? Those old men on the street. They look fierce and are so excited. This female ghost has a very innocent mind. She can't be led astray by others outside. Su Chen smiled. Okay, then you'll be my wife. Okay, when there are people around, I can turn into a talisman on your body. Su Chen looked at the innocent female ghost and smiled. This time, I made money again. The last time I combined with the female ghost, the reward was very generous. This time, the reward will definitely be considerable as well. This is a pie in the sky. Suddenly a voice came from my mind. You're such a playboy, you don't even let go of the female ghost. The big golden dragon rolled his eyes. Su Chen chuckled. I think this female ghost is too naive. If I don't take care of her, she will suffer. The big golden dragon tilted his mouth and was about to speak. At this time, the old man on the side suddenly said, For those who study Taoism, there is nothing wrong with being a little romantic. The old man smiled faintly and stroked his beard. Who taught you that? Old man. Damn, I didn't expect the old man to be so frivolous. Su Chen smiled slightly and looked at Ping'an. Ping'an has completely digested the pill, and his strength has improved significantly. If Ping'an just now was not even a first-level ghost, then her strength now has completely reached the level of a second-level ghost. Su Chen asked, Can you tell me something about the ghost realm? Ping'an's expression changed, and he said, I don't know much about the ghost realm, but it is a very scary place. Su Chen became curious. Because ghosts have always been very hidden in the human world, unless you are someone like Su Chen who possesses the infinite spiritual eyes or practices special skills, you cannot see the existence of ghosts. Therefore, the human world knows very little about ghosts. Just tell me what you know. Su Chen spoke. Good. Ping'an nodded in agreement and began to speak. The ghost realm is where ghosts gather, but not every ghost is qualified to enter. Low-level ghosts like me are not qualified to enter the ghost realm. And the ghost kings from all over the world will not enter the ghost realm, because ghosts are constantly appearing. Therefore, these ghost kings need to take in those ghosts from all over the world, so they cannot enter the ghost realm either. Su Chen thought about it, and suddenly had a doubt. He knew very well that most ghosts were transformed from people with deep resentment who had died, but peace was transformed from amulets. This should be the process of cultivating into a monster. Su Chen asked, Your cultivation process shouldn't be the normal process of transforming into a ghost. Ping'an was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. Actually, I was supposed to cultivate into a demon, but when my young master died, the Yin energy was too strong, so I was contaminated by the ghost energy and became like this. This is also the reason why I will never be able to enter the demon and ghost realms in the future. Su Chen nodded. He didn't expect that the ghost tribe had such rules. No wonder Yao Gui became the king of ghosts, but did not enter the ghost realm. Ping'an asked, Husband, what are you doing here? Su Chen was stunned. Ping'an blushed and suddenly said, They said that's what they call it. Su Chen smiled and said, I'm going to the demon realm. Demon realm? It's very dangerous there. Suddenly, Ping'an's expression changed. Because she discovered that Su Chen's cultivation had actually reached the 8th level of foundation building. With such strength, one can already walk sideways in Songlong City. I heard that the Lord of Songlong City is going to the demon realm in a few days. Ping'an's tone changed immediately. Su Chen asked doubtfully, What is she doing in the demon realm? I don't know. It seems that the demon realm has been a bit restless recently, so Songlong City Lord Yin is planning to go there. On ordinary days, the gate to the demon realm is difficult to open. Monsters can come out of the demon realm, but if humans want to enter the demon realm, they must go through the large ship at the ferry port. Big ship? Yes. Because the demonic energy in the demonic realm is too strong, people who want to enter must avoid the demonic energy at the entrance. Otherwise, the demonic energy will completely devour people. The large ship at the ferry can completely avoid the demonic energy at the entrance of the demon tribe. Su Chen asked, When will they leave? About 3 days later. It seems like many experts in Songlong City will be there this time. Su Chen knew in his heart that Songlong City was very special. The cultivators here are very powerful. Even if it is just a city, the number of masters in it can sometimes exceed that of some small countries. It seems that something must have happened in Songlong City this time. Chapter 95, Magical Invisibility Shield. After learning some of this information from the female ghost Ping'an, Su Chen made a decision. In the next few days, He would make preparations and try to get on board the big ship during that time period. However, getting on board is not an easy task. If you want to take that special large ship into the demon realm, you must avoid the sight of many masters of Songlong City. Once discovered, Su Chen would probably be chopped into pieces by the masters of Songlong City. However, Su Chen did not have the ability to avoid detection of his cultivation by masters above the Yuanyang realm. Su Chen's mind turned, and he glanced at Pinyin. There was a somewhat dazed expression on Pingin's fair face. An idea came to Su Chen's mind, and he smiled and said, "Pinyin, are you my wife?" Pinyin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes." Su Chen took 2 steps towards Pinyin. "Then do you know what a couple should do?" Pinyin exclaimed, "Ah." The next moment, he felt his body tighten and found himself in Su Chen's arms. Xiaoming at 3 o'clock in the morning. Humans and ghosts are happy with each other. After finishing, Su Chen sat on the corner of the bed. Pinyin was so embarrassed that he turned into a talisman and stuck to Su Chen's chest. The amulet felt slightly hot. Su Chen smiled, and then began to test the results of this weekend. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, 9th level of foundation establishment. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, yellow rank high, 2.5 years old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 2 years old. Su Jia, Xian rank high, 1.5 years old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 1 year old. Su Ling, 4 months old. Yellow rank high. Items. Alchemy Furnace, Little Medicine Boy. Techniques. Cloud Hidden Art, 3rd level. Yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and Tiger Bodybuilding Technique. Entry level. Yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang Harmony Secret Technique. 1st level, Earth rank, intermediate level. Yin 5 Thunders, Earth rank, elementary level. Heart Nourishing Sutra, Xian rank, elementary level. Comprehensive Mastery Technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Ghost Taming Technique, Xian rank, intermediate level. Command Flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. After another breakthrough, Su Chen discovered that as long as he spent weekends with people with special physiques, his cultivation level would increase rapidly. Moreover, the situation of the female ghost Ping is very special. She has 2 days off a week, which makes her cultivation level grow faster than ever before. However, Su Chen looked embarrassed. Improving my cultivation now is not a good thing. If I continue like this, the risk of being discovered will increase a bit. However, Su Chen's expression soon eased as the system continued to pop up a prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Invisibility Shield, intermediate Xian level. A mid-level Xian grade stealth-type magic weapon. This is exactly what Su Chen wants. Su Chen's guess was correct. In addition to the rapid improvement of his cultivation, his system also had another most powerful feature. The things rewarded by the system were often what he needed most at the current stage. After half an incense stick of time, after fully understanding the use and functions of the invisibility shield, Su Chen put away the magic weapon with satisfaction. Then, he lay down flat and soon fell into a sweet dream. The next morning, Su Chen went downstairs. There were still very few people in the inn, as if it was very cold here even during the day. When the old woman saw Su Chen walking down the stairs, she hunched over and coughed. "Did you sleep well, young man?" "Well enough." Su Chen smiled. "That's good. Remember what I said. You won't have any trouble if you sleep in this inn." The old woman walked away slowly. Su Chen bowed and watched the old woman leave, then walked out of the inn. Songlong City is a little more lively during the day than at night. People of all kinds are walking on the streets. Su Chen frowned. As early as when he came here, he knew that Songlong City was a mixed bag. At this moment, Su Chen truly realized the truth of this sentence. On the street, those who look like people are actually not people. The amulet trembled twice in Su Chen's arms. It is obvious that Pingyin's ghost aura has been enhanced. In a place like Songlong City, Pinyin can now be easily discovered. Su Chen didn't care at all. It was precisely because they were in Songlong City that kids like Pinyin were actually very safe. Su Chen walked quickly towards the pier. Soon, a huge dragon boat appeared in Su Chen's sight. The dragon boat was built on an extremely large scale, and there was a faint aura of spiritual energy lingering on it. This is a project that Songlong City is proud of, and it is also the only magical weapon that can allow people to enter the demon realm. Ping En's voice came from Su Chen's mind. This is the dragon boat. The Lord of Songlong City will take this dragon boat to the demon realm in 3 days. However, there are many experts up there. If we go up there without permission, we will be discovered. Unless we are a nobody, we will be finished. At this point, Ping En asked, "By the way, husband, what is your strength?" 9th level of foundation building. Ninth level of foundation building. Pingyan shuddered, then said weakly, "Husband, can we not go? It's not that I don't want to go, but your strength will definitely be discovered. When that happens, those masters from Songlong City will definitely beat us to a pulp." Su Chen suddenly laughed out loud. Pingyan's expression at this moment was inexplicably cute. Su Chen took out the invisibility shield from the spiritual realm. He cast the invisibility shroud on Pingyan, and immediately, a cool feeling spread throughout his body. Pingyan was a little surprised, but he didn't know what was going on. Then, Su Chen put the invisibility shield on himself. Then, Su Chen actually walked towards the dragon boat. "Stop, stop, stop. Husband, let's just say, we just got married for one day. Can you please not be so upset?" Su Chen did not answer, but walked straight towards the dragon boat. Soon, the people on the dragon boat stopped Su Chen. "Who are you?" "Ship repairman." Su Chen replied calmly. Due to the urgency of the situation, a lot of ship repairers were needed to launch the dragon boat, so the review of the ship repairers was not very strict. As long as he seizes this opportunity, Su Chen can take the opportunity to get on board. Moreover, since the ship repairer's cultivation level is generally not very high, as long as they are not people with very high cultivation level, it will not have any impact on this operation. After Su Chen finished speaking, a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked over. The man looked to be about 30 years old, but his temperament was as sharp as a sword. Su Chen could tell the man's cultivation level at a glance. He was a strong man who had reached the Yuanyang realm. A person with this level of cultivation was definitely a famous strong man in Songlong City. Pingyan whispered, "This is Lung Wufeng, the sword cultivator from Songlong City." Su Chen glanced at the man without changing his expression. Lung Wufeng is a famous swordsman in Songlong City. When he was only 28 years old, he had already reached the Yuanyang realm. He can be called a top genius, and his current strength must be even stronger. "Are you a boat repairman?" Lung Wufeng took a step closer and spoke. Chapter 96, Boarding the Ship. Pingyan was a little nervous, and the amulet on Su Chen's chest was trembling slightly. Su Chen remained calm and said, "Yes, I'm a ship repairman." Lung Wufeng glanced at Su Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was the first time he saw such a handsome ship repairman. His features and temperament were totally unlike those of an ordinary person. Lung Wufeng released his spiritual energy to explore Su Chen's cultivation level. Then, Lung Wufeng's expression relaxed a little. There was indeed no spiritual energy on Su Chen's body. "Okay, wait 3 days and report here." Su Chen nodded. Lung Wufeng boarded the boat. In 3 days, the dragon boat would set off. He still has a lot of things to do. Su Chen turned and left. In this way, as long as he did not break the invisibility shield, he would not have to worry about being discovered. There are not many strong men of Lung Wufeng's strength in the entire Songlong City. It was not until he left the dragon boat that Su Chen felt the peace in his arms and his tension was gone. "How did you do that?" Su Chen smiled. "Secret." Although Pingyan was curious, he didn't ask any more questions. When they arrived at the inn, Su Chen returned to the room, and Pingyan immediately turned into a human form. She said timidly, "Husband, you really dare to go to the dragon boat? If you are discovered, you will definitely be arrested." Su Chen didn't say anything, but smiled and took out the invisibility shield from the spiritual realm. "From now on, you can just keep showing yourself in human form." "But I'm a ghost. If I were in human form, I'd be discovered quickly." Su Chen explained. "What I just placed on you can mask your aura. Now, in the eyes of those people, you are just a human being." Pingyan was skeptical. "Really? Those immortal cultivators can't find me." "Of course." Looking at Su Chen's confident look, Pingyan smiled. "Okay, I definitely believe my husband." For the next 3 days, Su Chen and Pingyan did not go out again, but chose to rest in the inn. During these 3 days, Su Chen consolidated the cultivation gained from the system. Now Su Chen's spiritual power is very abundant. It can be said that among the cultivators of the same level and below, Su Chen is basically invincible. In some cases, Su Chen can even challenge opponents of higher levels. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Su Chen opened his eyes, glanced at Pingyan who was sleeping lightly beside him, and reached out to pinch Pingyan's straight nose. Pingyan opened his eyes and said, "Is it time to set off?" Seeing that Pingyan was still sleepy, Su Chen smiled. "Get up, it's time to go." Pingyan blushed when he thought of the 3 consecutive battles last night. Pingyan didn't understand these things before, but in these 3 days, Su Chen taught Pingyan a lot. How to maintain a vehicle, how to generate power, how to accelerate, how to prevent a cylinder explosion, etc., etc., etc. Pingyan got up, put on his clothes, and started to dress up. Half an hour later, Pingyan came out. Su Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. At this moment, Ping was wearing a long gauze dress, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes and skin as white as cream. Because Ping has a simple mind, his temperament is like that of a fairy who is not of this world. Seeing Su Chen's eager eyes, Ping's face turned slightly red. Su Chen took Ping's hand, went out, and walked towards the dragon boat. The port is very lively today. Whether it is humans, ghosts, or monsters, they all come to watch the dragon boat set off. This scene has not appeared for many years. The launch of the dragon boat means that the strong men of the human race will have to negotiate with those of the demon race, or even come into conflict. This is a big deal. If Songlong City is captured, the entire human world will be seriously affected. Su Chen pulled Ping into the side of the dragon boat and prepared to board. Ping's hands were slightly clenched, and it was obvious that she was still a little nervous. When Su Chen and Ping walked to the side of the boat, all the eyes around them were immediately cast over. Such a brilliant couple made people around them a little surprised. Could this be a master from somewhere? I think it must be a master from somewhere. Su Chen heard the voices of people around him, but didn't care. He walked to the side of the boat, and Lung Wufeng came over. Although Lung Wufeng knew in his heart that Su Chen was just a boatman, he was still full of curiosity about Su Chen. Lung Wufeng looked at Ping. This is my wife. She can also repair boats. Su Chen said. Yes, I'm Su Chen's wife. I can repair boats. Ping spoke quickly. Su Chen. Lung Wufeng murmured softly. Okay, get on board. Lung Wufeng gave a brief explanation and then turned and left. Su Chen brought Ping onto the boat. The two people's looks were too eye-catching, and many people on the boat looked at them in surprise. Only some powerful people with high cultivation levels did not pay too much attention to the two of them. It was very simple. They had already released their spiritual sense to investigate the strength of the two men. These two men were just ordinary handsome men without any spiritual power. Su Chen took Ping and found a corner to settle down. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Su Chen followed his gaze and saw a woman approaching slowly from a distance. The woman had a petite figure, but as she got closer to the dragon boat, the people around her automatically made way for her. The city lord is here. There were murmurs of discussion among the crowd. Su Chen looked and saw that the woman coming towards him was beautiful, with a cold and elegant temperament between her eyebrows. It's like just standing there, giving people a feeling of no entry. Su Chen knew that this was the mayor of Songlong City, Lu Rian. Judging from her age, Lu Rian is only about 30 years old. Being able to become the mayor of a special city like Songlong City at this age, this woman is undoubtedly very terrifying. Songlong City is different from other cities. It is located at the junction of the Yin and Yang worlds. The forces here are very complicated, and many powerful cultivators will also come to Songlong City. If you want to become the lord of Songlong City, you must have unique charm and strength. Lu Rian slowly walked towards the dragon boat, and the next moment, her eyes looked at Su Chen. This gave Ping a fright. Husband, we won't be discovered. Su Chen signaled Ping to calm down. The Xian-level treasure sent by the system would definitely not be so ineffective. Lu Rian's gaze briefly swept over Su Chen and the other man before retracting. With light lotus steps, she approached the boat. The next moment, Lu Rian's cold voice rang out. Are you ready? Lung Wufeng said. It's all ready. Lu Rian nodded. Let's go. The dragon boat put away the boarding board and prepared to set off. A spiritual power rose up, and the dragon boat slowly left the harbor. Su Chen stood at the bow of the boat, looking quietly into the distance. At the end of the river, a faint demonic aura was stirring. Over there, it should be the demon realm. You're so handsome. Are you a ship repairman? A pleasant female voice suddenly came. Chapter 97. A sword opens the mountain. Su Chen turned his head and saw a stunningly beautiful face. At some point, Lu Rian had already come to Su Chen's side. Su Chen immediately bowed and said, That's right. I think our identity as ship repairmen has nothing to do with our appearance. Lu Rian smiled faintly and turned to look at Ping. A voice as clear as an oriole rang out. Let me ask you, what are the basic principles of ship repair? Su Chen was shocked. He had planned everything, but had never expected this. Lu Rian actually noticed Su Chen and Ping personally. Ping was also shocked. She stammered and couldn't speak. Su Chen knew that he could no longer hide it, so he spoke first. City Lord Lu, my wife is indeed not a ship repairer. I brought her here this time because I was worried that she would be unsafe in the city alone, so I made up a lie. Lu Rian glanced at Su Chen. She said nothing and asked no more questions. Even if Su Chen deceived Lu Rian, neither Su Chen nor this woman had any spiritual energy, so there would be no danger even if they stayed on the boat. The dragon boat broke through the waves on the sea, and soon, driven by spiritual power, the dragon boat slowly entered the demon realm. As we entered the sea area near the demon realm, the weather suddenly turned very bad, with strong winds and heavy rain, and the dragon boat was shaking. However, the spiritual energy carried by the dragon boat itself blocked all the dangers outside. The dragon boat gradually approached the gate of the demon realm. As long as it entered the gate of the demon realm, the dragon boat could quickly enter the demon realm. Moreover, the strong demonic energy in the gate of the demon realm could not harm the people on the boat at all. Suddenly, the dragon boat's hull felt a strong vibration, and then a huge, hazy black shadow appeared not far away. It was a mountain, but this mountain was not an ordinary mountain. It was filled with a strong demonic aura. These evil spirits gathered on the mountain peaks. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they still gave people a strong and oppressive feeling that was almost suffocating. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. An old man spoke. I haven't seen this mountain of demonic energy in years. It seems a lot of demons have died in the demon realm recently. The mountain of demonic energy is a mountain formed by the corpses of dead demons in the demon realm being released and then drifting and gathering together. Although there are no living monsters, the strong demonic aura will not dissipate for a long time and is difficult to break. And now, this demonic mountain is parked on the only way to the demon realm. If you want to enter the gate of the demon realm, you must pass through this mountain. Can we wait until this mountain floats away and enters the demon realm? Lu Rian spoke. The old man shook his head. I'm afraid it won't work. This mountain won't float away anytime soon. If we stay here for a long time, the dragon boat's spiritual energy will slowly dissipate, and then we might not be able to enter the demon realm. What should we do then? A hint of solemnity appeared in Lu Rian's expression. The others also had solemn expressions. This white-haired old man was the strongest person on the dragon boat, and also the right-hand man of Canglong City, who stood firmly beside Lu Rian, Old Lu. Old Lu is a sword cultivator, and one of the rare top-level sword cultivators who has reached the peak of the Yuanyang realm and can even show some signs of the Shenhua realm. Everyone on the boat looked at the old man. Given the current situation, they could only see if Old Lu had any solution. Old Lu was hunched over, but suddenly he stood up. Let me try. Then please let Mr. Lu take action, Lung Wufeng said. Old Lu laughed. Of course I know. I'm an old man, and I can't let Rian die here. As he spoke, Old Lu soared into the air. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky. Amidst the lightning and thunder, an old man in cloth clothes appeared in the sky. Old Lu held a long sword in his hand. This sword was not a famous sword, but the sword energy that burst out from it in Old Lu's hand was extremely full. At this moment, Su Chen also looked intently. He could learn a lot from this sword strike by the sword cultivator who was close to the divine transformation realm. Old Lu stood with a sword on his back. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes and a thunderclap sounded. Countless sword energies rushed towards the evil mountain. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy devoured a large amount of demonic energy. However, the demonic energy of a mountain could definitely not be completely consumed by such a simple sword. The evil spirit quickly swallowed up the sword energy. Old Lu looked solemn and swung his sword again. The collision between sword energy and demonic energy is ongoing all the time. However, the demonic energy was too powerful. Although the sword energy could obviously suppress the demonic energy continued to persist. This young swordsman is okay, but his sword is rubbish. If I were to use it, I could split even a bigger mountain, not to mention this one. Jinlong's voice rang out in his mind. Then can I take action? Su Chen asked. Given the current situation, it would be very dangerous to stay on the sea for too long. Su Chen just married Ping En and must be responsible for Ping En. At this time, Su Chen didn't want to be exposed, so he had to take action. Although the sword energy of Old Lu was strong, it was impossible for him to split the mountain. What's up, kid? Are you going to take action? Su Chen nodded. I have to go into the demon realm. I can't let everyone on this ship die here. Well, I can make a move, but you only have one chance to strike. Good. Su Chen spoke, and then he took out the Longquan sword. Su Chen slowly walked to Lu Rian's side. Lu Rian looked a little nervous. People with some cultivation level could see that in Old Lu's current condition, he was not able to split the mountain at all. If even Old Lu can't open it, then no one on this ship can split the mountain. Su Chen said, City Lord Lu, why don't you let me try? Lu Rian looked at Su Chen with some surprise. You know swordsmanship? Seeing the Longquan sword in Su Chen's hand, Lu Rian immediately realized that she had asked the wrong question. The Longquan sword has a smooth body, a sharp blade, and emits a faint spiritual energy. How could someone who owns such a sword not know how to use a sword? Su Chen bowed and said, I'm sorry for lying to the city lord, but I have absolutely no ill intentions. After Su Chen finished speaking, he flew up without waiting for Lu Ruyan to respond. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. With his seven-orifice mind and infinite spiritual eyes, Su Chen could clearly see the weakest part of the mountain of demonic energy. After confirming, Su Chen suddenly drew his sword. There was a burst of thunder on the sea. Then, a huge crack appeared on the flat sea surface. Old Lu's expression suddenly changed. Isn't this obviously a waste of sword energy? A lot of sword energy was wasted in splitting the sea surface. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. There was a sound of shattering, and then the huge mountain of demonic energy slowly broke apart. A huge crack spread from the mountain, completely splitting the mountain of evil spirit into two halves. One sword splits the mountain. Chapter 98, The Great Demon of the Eight Realms. Looking at the evil mountain split into two before them, everyone present was silent. Lung Wufeng's expression was even more solemn, with a hint of horror in the depths of his eyes. As expected, when he first saw Su Chen, Lung Wufeng had some doubts in his heart. He didn't expect that Su Chen was really a hidden master. Su Chen stepped into the air, put away his sword, and then slowly landed on the boat. Lung Wufeng was a little surprised. The strength and cultivation that Su Chen displayed at this moment was only the simple 9th level of foundation building. However, the sword that directly cut through the mountain of demonic energy was indeed swung by Su Chen. Lung Wufeng was also a sword cultivator, and he asked himself if he would be able to swing a sword like that in his entire life. The power of that sword is most likely to have surpassed the spirit transformation stage. Su Chen retracted his sword and slowly walked to Pingin's side. Pingin said with a smile, Husband, you are so amazing. Su Chen smiled. Lu Ruyan walked over and asked, May I ask where you are from? Such a master would definitely not be a casual cultivator. Su Chen answered truthfully, I am the leader of Lingyin Sect. Lingyin Sect? Doesn't Lingyin Sect only recruit female practitioners? How could Su Chen, a male cultivator, become the leader of Lingyin Sect? Lu Ruyan glanced at Su Chen suspiciously, but seeing Su Chen's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Su Chen said, I'm sorry for boarding this ship without City Lord Lu's permission, but I do have something important to do in the demon realm this time. The corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth trembled slightly, since Su Chen helped the cultivators of Songlong City open the door to the demon realm. As the mayor of Songlong City, Lu Ruyan naturally wouldn't say anything. Old Lu looked at Su Chen in surprise, but didn't say much. The most important thing now is to get the dragon boat into the demon realm as quickly as possible. Old Lu flew up and quickly injected his cultivation and spiritual energy into the dragon boat. The remaining spiritual energy of the dragon boat combined with Old Lu's spiritual energy, pushing the dragon boat slowly into the gate of the demon realm. Countless evil spirits rushed towards them and immediately surrounded the dragon boat. This evil aura is extremely strong. If it comes into contact with a human body, anyone below the Yuanyang realm will be instantly evaporated. However, the spiritual energy on the dragon boat suddenly rose up, repelling all the evil spirits outside. Lu Ruyan stood at the bow of the boat, a white spirit bead sparkling in her hand. The spirit bead is a powerful magic weapon that can condense a person's spiritual energy and store it inside. The spiritual energy emitted by this white spirit bead at this time was exactly the spiritual energy stored by various masters in Songlong City before the dragon boat set off. These spiritual energies are also an important guarantee for the safe passage of dragon boats. Suddenly, Su Chen felt the dragon boat shaking violently. Old Lu's voice rang out from the air. The dragon boat stop just now consumed a large portion of its spiritual energy. Although it can pass through the gate to the demon realm, it is not enough to guarantee that everyone here can arrive safely. Everyone hold on tight. Pingin's face was full of tension. If he was thrown down at this moment, he would be doomed. The next moment, the world spun around. The demonic energy at the gate of the demon realm is extremely powerful, and it is the demonic energy condensed by various great demons in the demon realm. The purpose is to prevent people from outside the demon realm from coming. Because they stayed outside for too long, the dragon boat's spiritual energy was consumed a lot. That spiritual energy was not enough to ensure that everyone could reach the demon realm safely. Boom. The demonic energy is surging. The dragon boat capsized. A large number of people were thrown out. Su Chen woke up from his coma and looked around. The place where Su Chen is now is a dense forest full of strange plants. The entire dense forest is filled with a strong demonic aura. It seems that this is already a demon realm. There was no one else besides Su Chen except Lu Ruyan who was lying there. The dragon boat lacked spiritual energy, and in the process of entering the demon realm, everyone was impacted by the demonic energy and scattered to various locations in the demon realm. There was a slight murmur. Su Chen turned his head, and Lu Ruyan had just opened her eyes. Seeing Su Chen, Lu Ruyan asked, "Where are the others?" It must be that the demonic energy was too strong and was dispersed. Lu Ruyan stood up straight and began to look around. Fortunately, this place is not very dangerous. Lu Ruyan spoke. We are currently in the dense forests surrounding the demon realm. The monsters here aren't very powerful, and most of them are below the third realm. Su Chen asked, City Lord Lu, what is your purpose in coming to the demon realm this time? Su Chen knew very well in his mind that although Songlong City was located at the junction of the demon realm, ghost realm, and the human world, under normal circumstances, people in the human world would not easily come into contact with monsters in the demon realm. Lu Ruyan glanced at Su Chen and explained, This time, we came to the monster territory to negotiate with the monsters. Negotiation? Su Chen was stunned. Lu Ruyan nodded. Recently, some monsters in the monster realm have begun trying to enter the human world. However, they have all been stopped by the people in Songlong City. However, this situation has not decreased. On the contrary, it has increased. Su Chen thought of the demon gate of Lingyin Sect and asked doubtfully. Before, the seal of the demon gate near Lingyin Sect also began to loosen. Is it because of the problem in the demon domain? Lu Ruyan nodded. She raised her head and asked, You said you came to the demon realm for something important. What is it? Su Chen said with a serious expression, I want to kill a great demon of the 8th realm. The great demon of the 8th realm. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Among the 8 realms of monsters, even the weakest one had the strength of the peak Yuanyang realm of the human race. If they were stronger, they would be equivalent to the powerful humans in the Shenhua realm. You know, in the 3,000 small worlds where Lu Ruyan and the others live, there are not many strong people who can kill the 8-level great monsters. Seeing Lu Ruyan's expression, Su Chen asked, What level does an 8th realm great demon hold among the demon race? Lu Ruyan replied, In the demon realm, near the 3,000 small worlds, demons of this strength should be among the strongest. The strongest group. Su Chen understood in his heart. It seemed that Jin Long and the old man were right. With my current strength, it is very difficult to kill that big monster. If he really had the power to kill the 8-level great demons in the demon realm, then in these 3,000 small worlds, even if Su Chen could not be called invincible, he would definitely be one of the strongest group of people standing at the top of the pyramid. Su Chen nodded silently and said, What should we do now? Su Chen did not directly answer Lu Ruyan's question. Lu Ruyan didn't ask any more questions, but said, Let's find Elder Lu and the others first. Once we've reunited with the main force, we can go to the demon realm and negotiate with the demon tribe. Lu Ruyan said this and turned to walk towards the depths of the dense forest. Su Chen followed. This was Su Chen's first time in the demon realm, and he was not familiar with the terrain here. Now he could only follow Lu Ruyan. Chapter 99, Demon Refining Pot. Lu Ruyan walked in front of Su Chen and suddenly turned around and said, 8th realm great demons are rare even in the demon realm. I want to know, who is this 8th realm great demon you want to kill? Su Chen was stunned. To be honest, he didn't know much about this 8th level demon. At this moment, the old man in his mind suddenly said, Mingzhu. Su Chen then began to say, It seems to be called Mingzhu. There was a look of shock in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Su Chen was a little surprised. Lu Ruyan explained, Mingzhu is a powerful demon. In this demon realm, he is one of the most powerful demons. Killing him is very difficult. How hard is it? I'm afraid that even with all the experts in Songlong City and the power of the entire country, it might not be enough. Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that the monster that hurt Lung Wushuang was such a powerful monster. No wonder the wound couldn't be healed for a long time. Lu Ruyan asked, What is your current strength? 9th level of foundation building. Lu Ruyan looked at Su Chen with some surprise. At Su Chen's current age, he was able to reach the 9th level of foundation building, which made him a genius. However, it was far from enough to deal with Mingzhu. But, Lu Ruyan said, You have helped me. Otherwise, I am afraid that all the masters of Songlong City would die outside the demon realm this time. I can tell you some information about these monsters, but I can't help you with more. Su Chen nodded and waved his hand. A woman like Lu Ruyan would definitely not decide to do her best to help me just because I helped her. Lu Ruyan said, In these 3,000 small worlds, the cultivators aren't very strong. This world is probably one of the lowest in the universe. When the cultivators here reach a certain level of strength, they can ascend to other small worlds. And in this world, there are 4 great demons. They are Mingzhu, Zhuin, Tianyu, and Biyue. Mingzhu is currently in this demon realm. However, Mingzhu is not in power, and no one knows where he is in the demon realm. Zhuin and Tianyu belong to other demon realms. Both are powerful demons who rule their respective demon realms. Only Biyue has never been seen. According to legend, she is a female demon whose strength may have reached the peak of the 8th realm. There are even rumors that she may have broken through to the 9th realm, making her a truly powerful demon. After Lu Rian finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen. You want to kill Mingzhu? It's not an easy task, but there is a way. All you need to do is obtain a treasure, the demon refining pot. Mingzhu's situation is quite special. He absorbs the demonic energy of other monsters to increase his own strength. This kind of cultivation is very powerful, but it also has a fatal flaw. As long as you use the demon refining pot to collect enough demonic energy, his strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, if you practice for a period of time, there is hope that you can kill Mingzhu. Demon refining pot? Su Chen asked. Where's the demon refining pot? Lu Rian said. It exists in this demon realm, but you need to find it yourself. We can separate here. You can go to the demon realm to look for the demon refining pot, and I will go find Elder Lu. Once you find the demon refining pot, you can reunite with us in the demon realm capital. Lu Rian said. She released her spiritual energy, which turned into a map in the air. Then, she handed the map to Su Chen. On the map, the locations of various places in the demon realm are clearly recorded. Su Chen took the map. Lu Rian said, be careful. Although the monsters in this monster realm aren't very powerful, there are still certain dangers. Especially the location of the demon refining pot. Mingzhu is very clear about the threat that the demon refining pot poses to him, so he will definitely pay special attention to the location of the demon refining pot. Su Chen nodded. Thank you, City Lord Lu. Once I have resolved this matter, I will go and join you. Lu Rian replied. Be safe and careful. If we can return to Songlong City, I will definitely reward you handsomely for helping us this time. Judging from Lu Rian's tone, this trip to the demon realm is not a simple one. It is very likely that everyone in Songlong City is in danger. Su Chen didn't say much, but said, I wish you good luck too. Lu Rian's eyes moved slightly. She turned around and quickly left the dense forest. Su Chen took out the map and looked at it carefully. Jin Long's voice suddenly rang out. I think this city lord might be a little fond of you. You are quite charming, boy. Su Chen chuckled. He asked, do you know about this demon refining pot? Of course I know, but this demon refining pot in the 3,000 small worlds is probably not the real demon refining pot. It might just be some of the remaining demon refining pot's spiritual power. A true demon refining pot can absorb the souls of countless demons and refine them into spiritual energy. Do demons also exist in the 3,000 worlds? Of course. However, there are not many demons who can enter the 3,000 worlds. In the 3,000 worlds, apart from some humans, demons, devils, and ghosts who can ascend to the 3,000 worlds after practicing to a certain level, the majority of the 3,000 worlds are still gods. Su Chen had never heard of these things before, so he listened very carefully. The old man suddenly said, okay, these things are still far away. The most urgent thing now is to find the demon refining pot. Su Chen nodded and turned to look at the map. It records in detail every location in the demon realm. Since it is a treasure that Mingzhu values very much, there should be some clues in the ruins where Mingzhu is. Su Chen put away the map and then flew up. There is not much time to waste now. This trip to Songlong City will definitely not be too smooth. Su Chen has a vague premonition that this trip to the demon realm may even affect the stability of these 3,000 small worlds. Su Chen had to find the demon refining pot as soon as possible and then go to the capital of the demon realm. Su Chen walked quickly towards the remains of Mingzhu. Many monsters in the dense forest saw Su Chen's figure. Although they were a little surprised that humans appeared in the demon realm, given Su Chen's current strength, these monsters did not dare to make any other moves. With Su Chen's current level of cultivation, he can fly with a sword at an extremely fast speed. It only took the time of a stick of incense for Su Chen to reach the ruins of Mingzhu. Above the open space, a huge statue with a dragon head and a snake body stood there. This place looks a bit shabby. Probably no one has been here for a long time. Chapter 100 Guardian Monster. Su Chen slowly landed on the ground. Unlike other areas in the demon realm, the demonic energy here was surprisingly thin. Only by feeling carefully can you feel the slight evil spirit that permeates the surroundings. Su Chen was a little surprised. The old man said, the demon refining pot should be here. It's a magical instrument filled with spiritual energy. Ruins like this should be filled with demonic energy, but now the demonic energy is so thin. This is most likely because the spiritual energy of the demon refining pot has diluted the demonic energy here. Su Chen understood in his mind, and he walked slowly towards the ruins. There are basically no monsters around here. Su Chen tried to walk into the ruins, but was blocked by an unknown force. Jinlong said, "This is a barrier. Mingzhu must be afraid that the demon refining pot will be stolen, so he set up the barrier specially." Su Chen asked, "Is there any way to break the barrier?" "It depends on the strength of the barrier. Different barriers require different ways to open. Some barriers require special methods to open. External force is useless." Su Chen rolled his eyes and complained, "It's the same as if you didn't say anything." Jinlong chuckled. The old man said, "In the demon realm, our strength is suppressed, and we can't help you. You can try to open this barrier, and maybe you can get in." Su Chen nodded. He took a step forward and tried to use his spiritual energy to break the barrier. However, as Su Chen's spiritual energy poured into the barrier, it was instantly absorbed by the barrier, and the barrier did not show any ripples. Su Chen changed his method of opening the barrier. He took out the Long Quan's sword and swung it, trying to use the sword energy to forcibly break the barrier. With the blessing of the 7-aperture heart, Su Chen's sword energy now far exceeded the strength of the 9th level of foundation building, and even reached the Yuanyang realm. However, even when the terrifying sword energy with a sharp edge was cast on the barrier still did not react at all. Su Chen looked embarrassed. Even the sword energy of Yuanyang realm could not shake the barrier at all. Su Chen continued to release spiritual energy, trying to use his zodiac sign to break the barrier. Countless fallen leaves gathered into a small whirlwind and covered the barrier. As Su Chen's cultivation level improved, his ability to control plants and trees also improved greatly. Su Chen could now even easily control every fallen leaf at the same time. Su Chen integrated Taoism into the zodiac signs. The fallen leaves were like flowing water, madly absorbing the spiritual energy from the barrier. However, the barrier remained unchanged. Su Chen sighed. It seemed that it still didn't work. Jinlong suddenly said, "Ordinary Taoist methods will definitely not work. The demon race itself has a suppressive effect on the human race." When Su Chen heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then what can suppress the demon race? Besides the God clan, there's the Ghost clan. Ghost clan. Su Chen suddenly thought of a magic weapon he had obtained before. Ghost control technique. Before, Su Chen had never tried this magic weapon. Because Su Chen had little contact with ghosts, he never had the chance to use this magic weapon. If ghosts can suppress the demons, this might be a solution. Su Chen immediately took out the ghost controlling technique from the spiritual realm. This is a treasure similar to a drawing. The old man was slightly surprised when he saw the things here. Su Chen was a little surprised. If Su Chen remembered correctly, this treasure should only be a mid-level Xian-level treasure. How could it cause such surprise to the old man? The old man slowly said, "Show me that thing." Su Chen passed the ghost-controlling technique to the old man. The old man looked at it carefully and was immediately surprised. "It's actually the art of controlling ghosts." Su Chen looked puzzled. Jinlong explained on the side. The ghost taming technique is a magical instrument with growth potential. It can contain countless ghosts. Every time a ghost is included in it, the quality of this magical instrument will increase. Su Chen was stunned. He turned on the ghost-controlling technique, and suddenly, a voice came from the system. "Congratulations to the host for including a new ghost in the ghost-controlling technique. 100 years of cultivation will be awarded, and the quality of the ghost-controlling technique will be upgraded to the advanced Xian level." Upgraded directly. Su Chen was stunned. If this continued, wouldn't this magic weapon be able to upgrade infinitely? Su Chen opened the book on ghost-controlling techniques with doubts. Current illustration collection 5/. Su Chen flipped through the ghosts he had collected. Most of these ghosts were ones Su Chen had seen in the past, such as the little ghost who escaped from Jinling City and went looking for ghosts in all directions. There is also the medicine ghost that Su Chen knows, who has now become the Ghost King. Su Chen flipped through it quickly and frowned. The strangest thing is that there is no trace of Ping in this illustration. Is it because the way Heian became a ghost is rather special? Su Chen didn't think much about it. He continued to try to explore the secrets of ghost control. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for gaining the ghost control technique's approval. The host can choose to sign a contract with the ghost control technique." Su Chen chose to sign the contract without hesitation. Who knew that after Su Chen made the decision, the ghost controlling technique disappeared out of thin air? Congratulations to the host for successfully signing a contract with the ghost control technique. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, 10th level of foundation establishment. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, yellow rank high, 2.5 years old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 2 years old. Su Jia, Xian rank high, 1.5 years old. Su Yu, yellow rank high, 1 year old. Su Ling, 4 months old. Yellow rank high. Items. Alchemy furnace, little medicine boy, ghost controlling technique. Techniques. Yunin Ju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body building method, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang, Hehuan's secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. Fusion technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Command flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. At this time, the ghost controlling technique is no longer a magic weapon, but has completely become the source of part of Su Chen's cultivation. Su Chen felt a change in his body, and he had indeed improved. When the old man saw this scene, he understood a little bit. Su Chen, try to exchange the ghost energy in the ghost control technique. Su Chen nodded and began to release ghost energy. A black aura was released from Su Chen's palm. Su Chen tried to control the breath to approach the magic circle. The ghost energy slowly moved towards the barrier. When the ghost energy approached the barrier underwent amazing changes. The ghost energy immediately contaminated the barrier and then spread rapidly. It worked. Su Chen was overjoyed. The ghost energy quickly invaded the barrier. Even the strongest demonic energy would be quickly swallowed up after coming into contact with this ghost energy. Soon, the barrier opened. Chapter 101 Negotiation. As the barrier opens, Su Chen did not hesitate. He moved and walked straight in. Suddenly, abundant spiritual energy filled the surroundings. Such a scene is very unusual in the demon realm. Needless to say, the demon refining pot must be here. The barrier opened and some spiritual energy leaked out. Suddenly, the evil spirit around disappeared without a trace. The old man reminded, "We must get the demon refining pot as soon as possible. Mingzhu will soon discover that the barrier has been broken." Su Chen nodded and walked quickly inside. Without the obstruction of the barrier, Su Chen quickly got inside. A faint light emanated from inside. At the same time, it has a very soft atmosphere. Su Chen followed the breath and soon found a demon refining pot lying there quietly. Su Chen's eyes lit up with joy. He stepped forward, picked up the demon refining pot, and quickly walked out of the cave. The old man said, "Judging from the quality of this demon refining pot, it should be the fragment of the demon refining pot that was broken in the Great Thousand World." Su Chen nodded. Jin Long then said, "However, this demon refining pot doesn't seem to have collected much demonic energy at this moment. If we want to defeat Mingzhu, the demonic energy we have now is not enough." Su Chen knew it clearly in his heart. His current strength is only at the 10th level of foundation building, while the great demon in the 8th realm has a strength at least equivalent to the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. However, Su Chen is still far from the Yuanyang realm, and there is a large realm in between, the Jindan realm. Although Su Chen had long known that the monster that hurt Lung Wushuang had the strength of at least the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. But now it seems that even with the demon refining pot, Su Chen will probably need some time to improve his strength. It's very simple. This is not the human territory, but the demon territory. Su Chen's strength is relatively limited, while the strength of the demon race will be even stronger. Su Chen put away the demon refining pot and quickly left the ruins. The most urgent task now is to quickly reunite with Lu Ruyan and others. In the demon realm, neither the golden dragon nor the old man could help him. Su Chen was only at the 10th level of the foundation establishment realm. Even though his combat power far exceeded that of other peak foundation establishment cultivators, once he encountered some powerful demons, Su Chen was not very confident that he could deal with them. Su Chen took out the map and began to look for the location of the capital of the demon realm. In the capital of the demon realm, Lu Ruyan has successfully reunited with Lu Lao and others. In the streets of the demon realm, a group of people dressed in black were walking hurriedly on the streets. The clothes they wear can isolate themselves from the human aura. There are many powerful monsters on this street. The monster area is different from the human city. Many monsters here, especially the powerful ones, do not obey discipline. The human cultivators are the best supplements for them. Lu Ruyan looked around, and suddenly, her eyes fell on a figure. It was a slender figure, wearing a black cloak, but even so, it could not hide the man's beauty. That's Su Chen. Lu Rian walked over quickly and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Su Chen turned around and said in surprise, "You guys have been here for a long time." Lu Rian made a gesture to silence them and whispered, "There are some powerful monsters here. If they find us, we won't be able to resist them." Su Chen nodded and his voice became softer. "Have you finished dealing with things over there?" Su Chen nodded. "It's done. I've got the demon refining pot. But there is very little demonic energy in the demon refining pot. I guess it's not realistic to kill Mingzhu this time. Then wait for the next opportunity." Lu Rian whispered, "We will reveal our identities after we enter the demon realm. In the demon realm palace, the monsters are powerful, but there are not many of them. We can suppress them. But here, there are so many monsters that even if we join forces, we can't fight against so many monsters." Su Chen nodded. Lung Wufeng and the others glanced at Su Chen and Lu Ruyan, then moved closer to old Lu and whispered, "I think the city lord is about to fall in love." "Go away. You're just daydreaming all day long," old Lu said with disdain. Lung Wufeng smiled. "I think this kid is capable. At this age, his strength has already reached the peak of foundation building. This kid is pretty good looking. I think the city lord likes him quite a bit." At this time, Su Chen and Lu Rian's actions were very ambiguous. To others, it seemed that the two were almost sticking together. Old Lu glanced at Su Chen. "This guy is good, but if you want to seduce my granddaughter, you have to pass my test." Lu Rian and Su Chen finished explaining the matter. Then he turned and walked into the crowd. Such a group of people would naturally attract the attention of some monsters on the streets of the monster domain. However, the clothes worn by Lu Rian and others completely blocked the human aura on them, so these monsters were not too suspicious. Soon, the group entered the Demon Realm Imperial City. In the Demon Realm Imperial City, the demonic energy is not as strong as outside. Elder Lu took a step forward and took off his black cloak. Suddenly, the aura of a peak Yuanyang realm expert burst out. Then, other masters from Canglong City also took off their cloaks. Among these people, all of them are masters of Yuanyang realm. Old Lu released his spiritual power. Although he came to negotiate, they knew the nature of the demon clan very well. Only the crushing of absolute strength can make them negotiate obediently. As the spiritual energy of the major cultivators was released, a breath of energy suddenly appeared in the Imperial City. Old Lu signaled Lung Wufeng to use a magic circle to seal the gate of the Imperial City. In this way, the monsters in the outside world would not know what happened here. Who knew that at this moment, a somewhat shrill voice suddenly came from not far away. "City Lord Lu, don't worry, those monsters outside won't come in." A monster with an evil appearance suddenly appeared not far away. His expression was full of amusement, and he looked at old Lu and Lu Ruyan with ease, as if old Lu's strength at the peak of the Yuanyang realm did not exist at all in his eyes. Old Lu's expression was solemn. He recognized this monster. Yingling is a military strategist-level monster in the demon realm. Although his strength may not be very high, his wisdom and strategy are unmatched by other monsters. "Everyone, follow me." The heroic spirit spoke. Old Lu and Lu Ruyan followed the heroic spirit into the hall. Yingling slowly said, "Master Lu, please collect your spiritual energy. There is no need to use such a big air in our negotiation." Old Lu's expression changed, and he slightly withdrew some of his spiritual energy. Yingling smiled meaningfully and said slowly, "I know you all came to the demon realm to negotiate. Here, we can chat casually. Feel free to ask for any terms you desire." Yingling's tone was relaxed, but old Lu's expression was not relaxed. The fact that Yingling, the think tank of the demon clan, spoke in such a tone could only mean that this negotiation was definitely not a simple matter. Chapter 102. The rest can be taken away, but Lu Rian's life must be left behind. At this time, the remains of Mingzhu. A monster with a dragon head and a snake body stood in the air. Powerful waves of demonic energy continued to spread outward. Mingzhu stood in the air, and the ferocious dragon head was filled with anger. The demon refining pot was lost, which was a treasure he specially collected. If the demon refining pot were to be taken away by a powerful human cultivator, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for it. Mingzhu looked annoyed. He flew up and flew directly towards the capital of the demon realm. It is impossible for the ghosts to come here. Only ghost energy can break the barrier. The only explanation is that someone came here, and that person can control the ghost energy. Mingzhu flew quickly towards the capital of the demon realm. He must find that person as soon as possible. Once the demon refining pot falls into the human world, it will be a huge threat to him. "What do you mean by that?" Old Lu looked at Yinglin beside him and said seriously. Old Lu was full of distrust in his heart towards Yingling, the think tank of the demon clan. Yingling was a well-known cunning old man, and his conditions were definitely not that simple. Yingling smiled. I don't mean anything. You can make any request you want. Lu Rian said. Some of the monsters in your monster realm seem to be a bit dishonest lately. The heroic spirit grinned. So what does City Lord Lu mean? Let all the people in your demon domain behave themselves. Otherwise, any demon that enters Songlong City from the demon domain will be killed by the masters of Songlong City as soon as they find it. The heroic spirit made a helpless expression. Those monsters are not under our jurisdiction. You know, in the monster domain, any mountain spirit can cultivate and become a monster. Even we ourselves don't know how many monsters are produced every day. Lu Rian did not give in at all. In that case, we have no choice but to slay those monsters that have left the demonic realm and entered the human world one by one. There was a hint of threat in Lu Rian's tone. Yingling smiled, circled around, and then suddenly said, since City Lord Lu has put forward such conditions, shouldn't we also get something? After saying that, Yingling glanced at Lu Rian with ill intent. Lu Rian raised her eyebrows and asked, what is it? Everyone knows that Songlong City is located at the intersection of the demon realm, ghost realm, and human world. It is a place where good and bad people mix together. Here, demons, ghosts, and humans coexist. Therefore, this is also one of the most difficult cities to govern. However, all the previous Songlong City lords were women, and the strength of these women was not very high. If I'm not mistaken, City Lord Lu, your strength should only be at the foundation establishment stage. Lu Rian's face looked a little ugly. Yingling continued. So we have been wondering why a woman in the foundation establishment realm could become the lord of Songlong City. The reason is your physique, Songlong heart. Old Lu was suddenly shocked. How could the heroic spirit know that Lu Rian was carrying that Songlong heart? Yingling's tone suddenly turned cold, and he said, we can agree to all your conditions, but you have to leave something behind. As long as you leave Songlong heart behind, we will agree to your terms. Old Lu's expression changed. Unexpectedly, Yingling even knew about this. The heroic spirit stepped forward and said, what do you think? City Lord Lu. Lu Rian did not answer, but what answered Yingling was Lung Wufeng's long sword. Yingling dodged sideways and easily avoided Lung Wufeng's sword. Don't rush to act. I think your thoughts will change in a moment. The heroic spirit took a few steps back, and then several powerful demonic auras appeared around him. Old Lu gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his expression solemn. Suddenly, an extremely powerful demonic force appeared in the air. Mingzhu appeared above the imperial city, slowly fell to the ground, and turned into a man with a monster figure. Su Chen's eyes changed. This is Mingzhu. Yingling smiled. He moved closer to Mingzhu and whispered a few words. Mingzhu took a step forward and stared at old Lu. I didn't expect that in Songlong City, there is still an old man of such a realm. Old Lu's strength is at the peak of Yuanyang realm, approaching the God transformation realm. This is also the confidence of the people of Songlong City to come to the demon realm for negotiations. However, Mingzhu did not look panicked at all. He waved his hand, and a strong demonic aura suddenly filled the surroundings. This strong demonic aura permeated the surroundings, and the expressions of old Lu and others suddenly changed. The thick demonic energy that permeates the surroundings can suppress their strength. Mingzhu smiled. Old man, do you still think you have the capital to negotiate with us now? Yingling's face showed a hint of mockery. The masters of Songlong City looked serious. However, at this moment, there was one person in the crowd who was very happy. Su Chen covered the demon refining pot in the spiritual realm with an invisibility shield, and the demon refining pot was now madly absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. Originally, Su Chen was still worrying about how to absorb the demonic energy from other places, but it turned out that the demonic energy actually came to his door. The demonic energy around is so strong that it is the perfect nutrient for the demon refining pot. The demon refining pot absorbed enough demonic energy and began to behave strangely. The abundant demonic energy entered the demon refining pot, and all of it was transformed into spiritual energy. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the magic weapon demon refining pot. Current quality of the demon refining pot. Peak Xian rank. Such a large amount of spiritual energy directly improved the quality of the demon refining pot. And almost at the same time as the demon refining pot was advanced, old Lu flew up, and the long sword in front of him became extremely huge. Then, thousands of sword energies burst out from the long sword and went straight towards Mingzhu to kill him. Mingzhu raised his hand, and a huge magic circle condensed in the air. The sharp sword energy and the magic circle collided with each other, making a muffled explosion sound. The The sword energy was like a rainbow, sharp and unmatched, but the magic circle showed no signs of being broken. This shows that the dense demonic energy in the surrounding area has too much suppressive power on the human cultivators. At this time, Old Lu can only exert the strength of the 7th level of Yuanyang realm. Mingzhu looked relaxed. I have one more thing to deal with. Someone has taken my demon refining pot from you. If I find out, all of you will die here. As he spoke, Mingzhu carefully looked at the expressions of Lu Ruyan and the others, trying to see something from them. However, the expressions of these people did not change at all. But in this short period of time, Old Lu's expression suddenly changed. Because just at this moment, Old Lu suddenly felt that the demonic energy around him began to thin out. Elder Lu's strength suddenly rose to a higher level. Then, the thousands of sword energies suddenly condensed together, and a huge sword spirit appeared in the air. Then, the long sword rushed directly towards the center of the magic circle. This time, the calm magic circle actually had several cracks. Mingzhu's expression suddenly changed. The demonic energy is slowly weakening. What's going on? Before Mingzhu could make a move, the sword energy came again. This time, the sword energy was even sharper than before. The power of this sword even reached the 8th level of Yuanyang realm. Chapter 103, Changes in the Demon Refining Pot. Mingzhu hurriedly stood up and went forward to resist the sword energy. If those evil spirits disappeared, the strength of these people in Songlong City could really threaten his safety. The demon refining pot began to absorb demonic energy crazily in the spiritual realm. After the quality of the demon refining pot was improved, the speed of absorbing demonic energy became faster. Soon, most of the demonic energy around was absorbed by the demon refining pot. Now the strength of Old Lu and others has recovered to 90% of its original strength. Lu Ruyan said with a cold expression, "We won't leave anything behind this time, and you must agree to our conditions." As he spoke, many Yuanyang realm sword cultivators, led by Elder Lu, suddenly rose into the air, and then a huge sword formation formed in the air. The cold sword energy filled the air. Mingzhu looked solemn. If this continued, these people in the demon realm would not be able to resist on their own. Elder Lu stood in the air and said, "Mingzhu, do you think that in all these years in the demon realm, only your strength has improved? There is no one in our human race bullying us." Old Lu's eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright, and his aura suddenly changed. However, the heroic spirit suddenly spoke at this moment. "Master Lu, please show some mercy. Since you want conditions, we can agree to them. The conflict between the human race and the demon race has not reached an irreconcilable level. I think we can make a long-term plan." At the critical moment, the heroic spirit surrendered. Under the current circumstances, it would be the most unwise move to confront these masters of Songlong City head-on. Yingling is a smart person and would not do such a thing. Lu Ruyan said coldly, "Then you must agree to all our conditions. Otherwise, when we withdraw from the demon realm capital today, we cannot guarantee that we will kill all the great demons. However, none of the leading great demons from your imperial city will escape." Lu Ruyan's tone was very serious. Mingzhu's expression changed, and Yingling came to Mingzhu's side. He whispered, "Now is not the time for a head-on confrontation. But my demon refining pot was taken away by someone. I'm sure it's among these people. Don't worry about this for now. With your current strength, even if the human masters here get the demon refining pot, only 2 or 3 people like Elder Lu and Lung Wufeng have the strength to kill you. But it is obvious that these people do not have the demon refining pot in their hands. When you break through the 8th realm and reach the 9th realm, even if someone among these people gets the demon refining pot, what can they do to you? Although we can deal with these masters of Songlong City now, we will definitely suffer heavy losses by then, and the gains will not outweigh the losses. As long as Mingzhu's cultivation breaks through the 9th level of the Great Demon, he can truly shed his snake body and become a dragon." Mingzhu nodded, understanding. "Okay, I promise you, I can agree to all these conditions," Mingzhu said coldly. Lu Ruyan was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Mingzhu actually agreed to their request. "Everyone in Songlong City, you can leave the demon realm now. From now on, no one in the demon realm will go to the human realm anymore." The heroic spirit spoke. Lu Ruyan said, "Okay, then remember your promise." Old Lu fell to the ground and retracted his sword. Lu Ruyan turned around and walked towards the outside of the demon realm capital. Su Chen's demon refining pot was also filled with demonic energy at this time. After absorbing the demonic energy, the quality of the demon refining pot had reached the peak of the Xian level and was only 1 step away from the earth level. No matter where it is, such a magical weapon is extremely rare. A group of people slowly walked out of the demon realm capital. This time, although they were not wearing black windbreakers, the monsters seemed to have received news from the demon realm capital and did not attack Old Lu and others. Ping'an walked to Su Chen's side and asked cautiously, "Husband, are you okay?" Su Chen smiled and touched Ping'an's head. "Don't worry, I'm sure nothing will happen to me, but this matter has not been handled yet." "It doesn't matter, there will be another chance in the future." Ping'an comforted. Su Chen glanced at Ping'an's face, his eyes full of tenderness. Although he failed to kill Mingzhu during this trip to the demon realm, he did obtain the demon refining pot and a wife. Looking at Ping'an and Su Chen, Lu Ruyan looked a little strange. She looked away. Elder Lu walked up to Lu Ruyan and suddenly said, "Girl, are you a little moved by this boy?" "No way. I'm the lord of Canglong City. How could I possibly like a man like this? My future man will definitely be a great swordsman," Lu Ruyan said, but her expression betrayed her. Old Lu naturally saw it. He smiled faintly and said nothing more. At night, everyone rested at the border of the demon realm. Tomorrow, everyone can leave with the dragon boat. Su Chen was meditating on the side when suddenly, a huge amount of spiritual energy began to emanate from the spiritual realm. Su Chen's consciousness entered the spiritual realm. In that white space, the demon refining pot was emitting a strange light. All the demonic energy that had been absorbed before had now transformed into pure spiritual energy. Su Chen walked closer to the demon refining pot, and a stream of spiritual energy extended from the demon refining pot and wrapped around Su Chen's body. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a comfortable feeling in his body. The old man was a little surprised that the spiritual energy of the demon refining pot could actually nourish Su Chen's body. Such a situation had never happened before. Jin Long suddenly said, "This means the demon refining pot has recognized its master." The old man looked very surprised. If he really recognized his master, Su Chen's future cultivation speed would be extremely terrifying. Once the demon refining pot recognizes its master, it can use the spiritual energy obtained from refining the demonic energy to nourish the host's body. Su Chen absorbed some of the spiritual energy, and then the spiritual energy in the demon refining pot suddenly dispersed, and then the entire spiritual realm was filled with spiritual energy. Tong Tong suddenly appeared, her eyes wide open, and she said, "So much spiritual energy. Master, can I use this spiritual energy?" "Certainly." Tong Tong cheered and began to absorb the spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy entered Tong Tong's body, her fair skin actually emitted a faint fluorescent light. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the quality of the medicine boy. Current medicine boy spiritual root, primary Xian level. The speed at which the medicine boy transforms medicine into gas increases, and the speed of refining medicine also increases. Tong Tong finished absorbing the spiritual energy and wiped the corner of his mouth. "Master, this spiritual energy is really delicious." "Okay, there will be more in the future." Su Chen touched Tong Tong's head. The spiritual energy in the demon refining pot is actually the spiritual energy transformed from demonic energy. If Su Chen absorbs too much, it will have an adverse effect on his cultivation. However, if these spiritual energies can improve the quality of the medicine boy's spiritual roots and the level of his cultivation, it will also be a great gain. Chapter 104 Return to Lingyin Sect. Canglong City Pier. For more than 10 days after the dragon boats went out to sea, the dock was very quiet. However, today, the dock was no longer quiet. Because today, City Lord Lu and the others are back. There were huge crowds of people on the spacious pier. Then, a huge dragon boat slowly emerged from the river. The dragon boat stopped next to the dock, and Lu Ruyan walked out of the dragon boat. Su Chen walked over to Lu Ruyan, and Lu Ruyan asked, "What are your plans next?" Su Chen smiled faintly and said, "Maybe we have to return to Lingyin Sect. This time when I went to the demon realm, I didn't expect Mingzhu to be so powerful. I have to improve my strength quickly, otherwise, Lung Wushuang's injuries will not last long." Lu Ruyan glanced at Su Chen with a strange look in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to love your wife so much." Su Chen chuckled. Suddenly, Su Chen clasped his fists and said, "City Lord Lu, thank you for your care this time. When I can come to Canglong City again in the future, I will come to thank you specially." Lu Ruyan nodded. "See you later then." Su Chen bowed and took a few steps back. Since he had returned from the demon realm, there was no need for Su Chen to stay in Canglong City any longer. Su Chen's gaze fell on Ping and not far away. Ping immediately walked over quickly. For Su Chen, the biggest gain this time, apart from the demon refining pot, is that he has gained a wife. Ping walked up to Su Chen and said, "Husband, are we leaving now?" "Yes, return to Lingyin Sect." Lu Ruyan next to him looked at Su Chen with a complicated look. Ping An turned around, bowed to Lu Ruyan, and said, "Thank you, City Lord Lu, for your care." Ping An's heart was pounding after she finished speaking. She was just a little kid. How could she have ever spoken to someone like Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan nodded. Su Chen is a good husband. Treat him well. Ping An's face turned red, and she leaned into Su Chen's arms. 7 days later, Su Chen and Ping An returned to Lingyin Sect. At the foot of the mountain, several shirtless men were hammering fine iron in front of a blacksmith shop. Looking closely, the materials next to the fine iron include not only fine iron but also spirit stones. Su Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure with a big belly. Su Chen walked over and said, "Fatty Zhang." Fatty Zhang turned around, a little surprised. "Su Chen, are you back?" Su Chen nodded. "How about it? It's pretty good for making magic tools here." "That's great. The spiritual energy here is very abundant, and the reserves of spiritual stones are also sufficient. These spiritual energies are also very helpful in shaping the magic weapon during the forging process." Fatty Zhang looked very excited. It could be said that following Su Chen up the mountain was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Fatty Zhang continued, "The magical instruments we've created now can equip the entire Lingyin Sect. The extra magical instruments can also be sold down the mountain, which is also a considerable fortune." After Fatty Zhang finished speaking, he opened the account book. Ever since Fatty Zhang came up the mountain, almost all of Lingyin Sect's business in this area has been handed over to Fatty Zhang. Su Chen took a quick look at the account book and was stunned. The numbers in the account book almost blinded Su Chen's titanium eyes. Almost any magic weapon could be sold for thousands of taels of silver. Could it be that I have become a small rich man now? Fatty Zhang looked at Ping An next to Su Chen and was stunned for a moment. "Have you found another wife?" Ping An nodded shyly and replied softly, "I am Su Chen's wife. My name is Ping An." Fatty Zhang was so angry that he went crazy. This kid Su Chen has really great luck in love. After bidding farewell to Fatty Zhang, Su Chen brought Ping An to Lingyin Peak. Amidst the clouds and mist, the figures of several female cultivators were looming. Ping An was also seeing such a scene for the first time and was full of curiosity. Su Chen walked to the gate of the sect, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of Su Chen. The figure was slender, with a curvy figure. She walked slowly and had a somewhat cool and elegant aura. Su Chen looked closely. That figure turned out to be Lung Wushuang. However, what shocked Su Chen even more was that Lung Wushuang was holding a baby in her arms. A voice suddenly came from Su Chen's mind. "Congratulations to the host for having an offspring, and reward for 100 years of cultivation. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, 10th level of foundation establishment. Spiritual root, advanced yellow rank. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1, 3 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 2.5 years old. Su Jia, high mysterious rank, 2 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1.5 years old. Lu Lingyu's daughter, Su Ling, 9 months old. High yellow rank. Lung Wushuang's daughter, unnamed, peak mysterious rank. Items: alchemy furnace, little medicine boy, ghost taming technique, demon refining pot. Techniques: Yunin Ju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body building method, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang, Hehuan's secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. Fusion technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Command flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. I didn't expect that during the time I was away, Lung Wushuang actually gave birth to a child for me. Su Chen took a step forward. Lung Wushuang looked straight at Su Chen, her red lips slightly parted. "You're back." Su Chen nodded and moved closer. In Lung Wushuang's arms, a pink-faced baby was looking at Su Chen curiously with his big eyes. Lung Wushuang's face was no longer that cold and elegant look. A blush came over her face. "Quickly give this child a name." Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's call him Su Lung. It just so happens to be related to your name. It's a nice name." Lung Wushuang spoke. Lung Wushuang looked at Ping An and asked, "What is this?" Su Chen smiled. "New daughter-in-law." Lung Wushuang smiled. "Okay, then we'll be sisters from now on." Lung Wushuang was very enthusiastic towards Ping An and immediately grabbed Ping An's hand. The moment Lung Wushuang touched Ping An, his expression changed. She immediately felt that Ping An was a female ghost, but Lung Wushuang didn't say much. She took Ping An and walked towards Lingyin Sect. When many female cultivators saw Su Chen following Lung Wushuang, their eyes shifted slightly. Given Su Chen's appearance, these female cultivators would inevitably be fascinated by him. Su Chen followed Leng Wushuang to the top of Lingyin Peak. Suddenly, a woman came riding a sword. From the sharp sword energy, Su Chen immediately recognized that it was Senior Sister Li. Senior Sister Li slowly landed on the ground. She put away her sword and was followed by a beautiful little girl. Su Yu landed on the ground, dancing lightly with lotus steps. The 2.5-year-old Su Yu had grown into a graceful young lady. Because of her spiritual roots and cultivation, Su Yu is almost as tall as some 6 or 7-year-old girls in the mortal world. Her every move and gesture exuded the air of a lady from a noble family. Chapter 105. A house full of gold and jade. When Su Yu saw Su Chen, she immediately came over. "Daddy, you're back." Su Chen smiled. He didn't expect that Su Yu had become so sensible now. Mother has already notified the other aunts. They should be here soon. As he spoke, several streams of spiritual energy appeared not far away. At the same time, Su Chen's system prompt sound kept ringing. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring, and for raising his cultivation by 100 years. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring, and for raising his cultivation by 100 years. Congratulations to the host for improving his cultivation. His current cultivation level is the first level of Jindan. The constant notification sounds made Su Chen stunned. It feels like I only went to the demon realm for a while. How come I have so many offspring? Su Chen suddenly remembered that the last person in Lingyin Sect who had a double day off was Leng Wushuang. Since Leng Wushuang has given birth to a child, the other senior sisters must have given birth to children as well. The passage of time in the demon realm is different from that in the human world. Half a month in the demon realm is about 3 months in the human world. Generally speaking, time in the demon realm is slower. The old man from the Tao Te Ching spoke in the spiritual realm. Su Chen suddenly realized. No wonder, now it can be explained clearly. Su Chen began to organize the information of these descendants. Bai Weiwei's son Su Ming, Chen Yui's son Su Yi, Zhang Ruoshue's daughter Su Ling. Su Chen listened to the system's constant prompts. In a short period of time, Su Chen's cultivation level improved by hundreds of years. At this time, Su Chen's cultivation level also directly broke through to the second level of the Jindan realm. Su Chen began to regret improving his speed so quickly. There were so many female cultivators in Lingyin Sect. If he continued like this, wouldn't Su Chen's improvement speed be invincible? After a brief greeting, Su Chen returned to his own courtyard. Now that Su Chen is the leader of Lingyin Sect, his residence is much more luxurious than before. Su Chen opened his eyes from meditation. After the birth of several children, Su Chen has completely broken through the Jindan realm. Suddenly, there was a sound at the door. Su Yang brought a large group of children into the courtyard, some of whom had just learned to walk. "Daddy!" A large number of voices came. Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, before he could come to his senses, the system's voices rang out one after another. Congratulations to the host for gaining intimacy with his offspring. Current intimacy with Su Ming is 30 of 100. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for gaining intimacy with his offspring. Current intimacy with Su Ling is 30 out of 100. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for gaining intimacy with his offspring. Current intimacy with Su Yi is 40 of 100. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for gaining intimacy with his offspring. Current intimacy with Su Zhe is 30 of 100. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. A series of system prompts came, and Su Chen felt that his cultivation had been greatly improved. Su Chen had just broken through to the second level of the Jindan realm the day before, but now he seemed to be about to break through to the third level of the Jindan realm. Su Chen looked at the children all over the courtyard and suddenly felt overwhelmed. Not to mention that these offspring have different personalities. Even with the help of a child training system to identify these children, Su Chen would still find it difficult to tell them apart. Congratulations to the host for achieving a large family, rewarded with 100 years of cultivation, and obtained the treasure of parenting manual. Host: Su Chen. Current cultivation: second level of Jindan realm. Spiritual root: advanced yellow rank. Offspring: Su Yang, high yellow rank, 1, 3 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 2.5 years old. Su Zhe, high mysterious rank, 2 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 1.5 years old. Lu Lingyu's daughter, Su Ling, 9 months old. High yellow rank. Leng Wushuang's daughter, Su Long. Peak mysterious rank, Bai Weiwei's son, Su Ming. Intermediate mysterious rank, Chen Yui's son, Su Yi. Elementary mysterious rank, Zhang Ruoshue's daughter, Su Ling. Intermediate mysterious rank. Items: Alchemy Furnace, Little Medicine Boy, Ghost Taming Technique, Demon Refining Pot. Techniques: Yuninju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and Tiger Body Building Method, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang, Hehuan's Secret Technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. Fusion Technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Command Flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. Su Chen spent the whole morning with his children, and the system sound was almost constant. His cultivation level also directly reached the bottleneck of the 2nd level of the Jindan stage. As long as Su Chen wanted, he could definitely make a breakthrough and enter the 3rd level of Jindan. If this situation continues, it won't be difficult to reach the Yuanyang realm. However, if one wants to improve one's strength quickly, these offspring are not enough. Su Chen's goal is to build a sect of his own. In the next period of time, Su Chen will have a lot of things to do. In the afternoon, in Lu Yuyu's courtyard, Su Chen walked into the courtyard carrying the Long Quan's sword on his back. Practice your sword skills well. Otherwise, I will beat you up. A graceful woman was standing in the yard, watching Su Yang practice sword attentively. Since giving birth to Su Yang, Lu Yuyu has matured a lot in both character and body shape, and her graceful figure looks even more charming. Mother, Daddy is back. I think it would be better for me to practice swordplay with him. He can guide me. Your father is so busy that he has no time to take care of you. Just practice swordplay in the yard. Su Yang pouted. Oh, okay. At this time, Su Chen coughed twice. Lu Yuyu turned her head and saw Su Chen at once. Immediately, her face blushed with shame. Although Lu Yuyu is already a mother, when she sees Su Chen, she is still like a young girl in spring, with her heart aching. Why are you here? Come and see you guys. Su Chen took a few steps closer, and a pleasant fragrance entered Su Chen's nostrils. Su Chen said softly, I won't be able to accompany you and your son for a long time. I'm too busy. Su Yang cheered from the side. You are already an old married couple, and you still do these shameful things. Go away and practice your sword skills. Lu Yuyu said, pulling Su Chen aside. Su Chen asked, is your injury healed? Okay, after taking a weekend off with you, my injuries have mostly healed. Coupled with the pills that junior sister Bai Weiwei gave me, my injuries are now mostly healed. Lu Yuyu suddenly blushed and said, will you leave again when you come back this time? Not in the short term. During this time, I need to improve my strength. The rest of you are fine, but Wu Shuang's injuries are too severe. Just taking a weekend break and swallowing pills can't fully repair him. I must improve my strength as soon as possible and go to the demon realm to kill that big demon. Lu Yuyu was also quite moved when she heard Su Chen's words, and she nodded. Then you should cultivate well in Lingyin Sect for a while. When the time comes, we will go together to kill the great demon Mingzhu. Su Chen smiled and suddenly said, Yuyu, should we have a second child? Lu Yuyu was stunned for a moment. Then her face flushed. Chapter 106, Fast Training Mode. In the room, Lu Yuyu looked at Su Chen tenderly. Since she gave birth to her child, Lu Yuyu hasn't had a weekend off with Su Chen for nearly 3 years. Su Chen turned around, and his strong muscles appeared in Lu Yuyu's eyes. Lu Yuyu stood up and walked to Su Chen's side. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed Su Chen directly on the lips. The next moment, both of them fell onto the big bed. The red candle flickers, and I stay awake all night. The next morning, Su Chen stood up and a stream of spiritual energy gathered around him. During this weekend, Su Chen's strength had greatly improved. The accumulated spiritual energy is also enough to break through to the 3rd level of the Jindan realm. Su Chen sat in meditation on the spot. Half an hour later, a gleam of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He broke through. It only took Su Chen 3.5 years to go from the Qi refining realm to the 3rd level of the core forming realm. If other cultivators knew about this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. This person is so annoying when comparing himself to others. Su Chen stood up, and Lu Yuyu came from behind him. Lu Yuyu, who had just woken up, still had some sleepiness and fatigue on her face, but her fair face did not affect her beauty at all. Last night, Su Chen was really amazing. Winning 4 prizes in a row is already extremely rare, but as a result, Su Chen went to Jiangnan 7 times. Now, Lu Yuyu still hasn't recovered. When Lu Yuyu thought about what happened last night, her pretty face turned red again. Su Chen said, I won't leave for the next few days. When Lu Yuyu heard this, she felt even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Yang was not here, otherwise, Su Yang would have seen her embarrassment. Su Chen explained, having 2 days off has a very fast effect on my cultivation. Therefore, I need to improve my strength quickly, and I must do so by having 2 days off. As he spoke, Su Chen released his spiritual energy. Lu Yuyu was shocked. Third level of Jindan realm? I didn't expect that Su Chen's strength was even higher than mine. Lu Yuyu's strength is only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Such strength can already be said to be a genius. Unexpectedly, Su Chen has reached the 3rd level of the Core Formation realm at this age. There was a hint of strangeness in Lu Yuyu's eyes when she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. When I break through to the Yuanyang realm, I will kill great demons like Mingzhu, and then I will lead the Lingyin Sect to the other 3,000 worlds, or even the Great 1,000 Worlds. Lu Yuyu's eyes were full of longing. So you're going to marry many wives in the future? And then you forgot about me. Su Chen suddenly hugged Lu Yuyu. How could that be? You are my first wife. Lu Yuyu blushed and buried her head in Su Chen's arms. Feeling the charming body in his arms, Su Chen said, Senior sister, while Su Yang is still asleep, let's have another weekend off. Lu Yuyu gave Su Chen a blank look. Isn't it over yet? Su Chen chuckled. Although Lu Yuyu refused on the surface, she still entered the room with Su Chen. Time is like water. Half a year passed in a flash. On a cliff of Lingyin Sect. The night is hazy, and the moonlight spreads across the earth, bringing a different kind of beauty to the surroundings. A figure flew down from the cliff. Suddenly, a sword energy swept around. Then, the things under the cliff trembled slightly, and then all began to collapse from the inside. This kind of terrifying sword energy is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. The tree's collapse started from the inside. This requires the control of sword energy to reach a terrifying level. Su Chen retracted the Longquan sword and looked around. He was very satisfied with this sword. After 6 months of training, Su Chen's strength had rapidly risen to the 9th level of the Jindan realm. As for the many newly married female cultivators, there are more than 10 of them. Now, Su Chen can be said to have a truly complete family with many children and grandchildren. Not far away, a figure in white gauze walked out. Ping'an tiptoed over carefully. Su Chen turned his head and found Ping'an. Husband, it's time to go back. Ping'an's figure was now much fuller than before, and his originally flat belly was slowly beginning to bulge. Safe pregnancy. Ping'an has a very special physique. If this child is born, Su Chen will definitely receive a great reward. At present, most of Su Chen's skills are some Xian-level magic weapons. If Su Chen wants to become stronger, he needs some more advanced magic weapons. By the way, there seems to be news in Luoyang City. The Demon Clan Gate seems to be in turmoil recently. Sister Lung asked me to tell you. Ping'an suddenly spoke. Su Chen nodded. Okay, I understand. Thinking of Luoyang City, Su Chen couldn't help but think of the mayor of Luoyang City. I also have a close connection with Luoyang City. Su Chen returned to his residence. Outside the door, Lung Wushuang was standing there, waiting for Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen coming back, Lung Wushuang immediately went to greet him. Seeing this scene, Ping'an tactfully returned to the room. Su Chen said, Are the people from Luoyang City here? Lung Wushuang nodded. Something seems to have happened in Luoyang City. Is it related to the Demon Realm Gate? It's related, but it's not entirely because of the Demon Realm Gate. Su Chen frowned. Judging from Lung Wushuang's expression, this matter doesn't seem to be that simple. Lung Wushuang explained. The Demon Realm Gate near Luoyang City has been unstable recently, and some people in Luoyang City have become disloyal and have imprisoned the city lord. This news was passed on by the city lord's confidant. No. Su Chen spoke. So what should we do? I have some connections with the lord of Luoyang City. I have to go there. Do we need to bring some people with us? Su Chen nodded. The Lingyin Sect is now thriving, and it is time for it to make a name for itself in the world of immortal cultivation. Although the Lingyin Sect was a powerful sect before, it was looked down upon by some powerful sects because its members were all female cultivators. Since Su Chen wants to carry forward the Lingyin Sect, he needs to do something that will impress the world's cultivators. Su Chen said, How long has this news been around? That's what's happening tonight. Okay, I'll go tonight. Lung Wushuang rolled his eyes at Su Chen. That city lord is a woman. Su Chen chuckled. Lung Wushuang pinched Su Chen's arm. I knew you were lecherous. Wait until I bring some people with you. After all, it involves the demon tribe, so I have to go and take a look. Okay, then I'll leave tonight. I'll ask junior sister Li to go with me. Since we're dealing with the demon race, we'll need some powerful cultivators. Su Chen smiled and then released his strength. The strength of the 9th level of the Jindan realm was revealed. Lung Wushuang was stunned. It had only been a few years since Su Chen came up the mountain, but his strength had reached the 9th level of the Jindan realm. Chapter 107. Wandering Girl Pei Qian. Seeing Su Chen's strength, Lung Wushuang felt a little relieved. It now seems that giving the position of the leader of Lingyin Sect to Su Chen is the right choice. Now that he is injured and his strength has declined, Lung Wushuang cannot guarantee that he can defeat Su Chen in his full strength. It seems that many powerful demons have come to the Demon Realm Gate this time, so those people in Luoyang City dared to take advantage of the opportunity to seize power. Then take your men to Luoyang City and rescue the city lord, Bai Yu. Su Chen spoke. When he was in Luoyang City, Bai Yu helped him a lot. As long as he helped Bai Yu regain the control of Luoyang City this time, perhaps his influence could be extended to Luoyang City in the future. Lung Wushuang asked, "When do we set off?" "Tonight." Lung Wushuang nodded, and then his figure quickly disappeared into the air. At night, Su Chen stood in front of the Lingyin Sect's gate. In front of him stood several beautiful women. They are senior sister Li, Lu Lingyu, and Lung Wushuang. All three of them have the strength of the 7th level of the Jindan realm, and Lung Wushuang and senior sister Li have even reached the Yuanyang realm. Su Chen didn't want to bring too many people with him. This time when he went to Luoyang City must have been controlled by some monsters and cultivators with impure intentions. If Su Chen wants to rescue Bai Yu safely, he cannot have too many people. Senior sister Li carried a long sword on her back, and her face, as beautiful as a fairy, had a bit of sharpness. Are these few people enough? Su Chen smiled. That's enough. When the time comes, Ling Yu and Wu Shuang will go rescue Bai Yu, and you and I will just stop those monsters. Lu Lingyu practiced the Taoist method of flowing water, which was as gentle as water and very soft, while Lung Wushuang practiced the method of hidden weapon. Both of these methods were very suitable for secret rescue. Su Chen and senior sister Li's swordsmanship is more suitable for direct combat with monsters. The demon gate near Luoyang City is of a higher level. Once it's opened, the demons that emerge will be even more powerful. Thinking of the battle with the demon clan that year, Lung Wushuang was still a little frightened. However, now with Su Chen, Lung Wushuang felt inexplicably at ease. Su Chen has brought her too many surprises, which is why Lung Wushuang is willing to hand over Lingyin Sect to Su Chen. When the battle begins, remember one thing. No matter what, ensure your own safety first. Su Chen warned. Lung Wushuang and others nodded. After Su Chen finished speaking, countless fallen leaves suddenly rose up from above Lingyin Peak. Those fallen leaves formed a huge flying object in the air and slowly fell to the ground. This is the zodiac sign. Su Chen actually has a zodiac sign. Looking at the attributes of Su Chen's zodiac sign, it should be related to falling leaves or something like that. The huge flying vehicle condensed from fallen leaves slowly landed at the feet of the four people. Now Su Chen's control over the zodiac signs has reached a terrifying level. Su Chen said, "Don't waste your spiritual energy yet. When we get to Luoyang City, we'll probably have a tough battle to fight." Su Chen is not afraid of consuming his own spiritual energy. Instead, with the 7-aperture heart and the heart-nourishing sutra, Su Chen did not consume any spiritual energy at all when using his own zodiac sign. Zodiac signs are different from other abilities, and people who possess them are rare. For people who have zodiac signs, using their zodiac signs will not consume their own spiritual energy. When the level of cultivation is low, a certain amount of spiritual power is still needed to maintain the operation of the zodiac signs. But now Su Chen is a cultivator of the 9th level of Jindan, and he also possesses the Yangxin Sutra and the 7 Apertures Heart. The spiritual energy consumption of using the zodiac signs is basically zero. The flying vehicle took off into the air and then headed towards Luoyang City. 3 days later, on the streets of Luoyang City, 4 figures appeared on the streets of Luoyang. These 4 figures were tall and slender. Although their appearance could not be seen clearly, they were obviously extraordinary people. Su Chen was wearing a cloak that could conceal his level of cultivation. There are many monsters in Luoyang City now. If the 4 people don't hide, they are likely to be targeted. The 4 of them walked into an inn. Because of their unusual figures and temperaments, they immediately attracted the attention of people around them. Fortunately, Su Chen and others concealed their cultivation levels, and there were no monsters in this inn. Su Chen and the other 3 found a secluded spot and sat down. A large number of monsters have infiltrated Luoyang City today. Su Chen had already discovered several monsters on the streets before. Of course, these monsters are currently hiding very deeply. Not to mention ordinary people. Even low-level cultivators cannot distinguish them at all. I am afraid that the people in Luoyang City do not know the news that the city lord Bai Yu has been captured. After dinner, Su Chen and his group of 4 walked out of the inn. Next, Su Chen had to find a place to stay. Su Chen didn't know much about Luoyang City. Su Chen had to first understand the various places in Luoyang City and take the opportunity to find out where Bai Yu might be imprisoned. Walking out of the door, Su Chen looked at the bustling streets outside and whispered, "We have a lot of things to deal with next." The first thing is to find out the whereabouts of Baiyu. It is not an easy task to find the whereabouts of the white jade. Su Chen now only has 4 people, and the manpower is definitely not enough. However, Su Chen has his own way. 3 days later, on the streets of Luoyang City, Su Chen wore plain clothes and went downstairs alone. Thanks to the invisibility hood, Su Chen can easily hide his breath. He walked down the stairs calmly and then looked around. Seeing that there were no monsters around, Su Chen turned and walked into a small alley. "Sparrow, Sparrow, I'm the tower." Sparrow received. Following a crisp voice, a little girl in her teens walked over. This little girl is very dark, but there is a bit of spirit in her eyes and eyebrows. Just by looking at her appearance, you can tell that this little girl must be a smart one. "Su Chen, what is the control tower? Why use such an ugly code?" the little girl asked. Su Chen smiled. Su Chen naturally couldn't explain the word tower. This was the term used on Blue Star before Su Chen came to this world. Even if he explained it, the little girl wouldn't understand. It's just a nice code. Su Chen came over and asked, "How is it? Have you collected any information about Baiyu recently?" This little girl, named Pei Qian, was a homeless person in Luoyang City. However, it was precisely because of her homeless identity that Su Chen chose her. In Luoyang City, it is often these homeless children wandering the streets and alleys who can obtain a lot of information. Pei Qian curled his lips. "Are you kidding me? There's no way to get any information out. Besides, the White Jade City Lord is so powerful, how could he be caught?" Su Chen smiled, but did not answer. Instead, he touched Pei Qian's head. "Have you had breakfast? I'll take you to eat meat buns." Chapter 108 Pei Qian. When he heard the word rubaiozi, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. She touched her belly and asked, "Really?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. "Of course it's true." After saying that, Su Chen took out a bunch of copper coins from his body. Pei Qian's eyes immediately lit up, but she quickly looked away. "I'm not hungry yet, and I can't just ask you for money." Gurgle. At this moment, Pei Qian's stomach made a sound. Pei Qian's face turned red, and he lowered his head embarrassedly. Su Chen grabbed Pei Qian's hand and dragged him onto the street. "Boss, give me 10 meat buns." The street vendor immediately brought out 10 meat buns. The fragrant meat buns were taken out, and Su Chen handed them to Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately gobbled it up. Homeless children like Pei Qian rarely have enough to eat. Su Chen whispered, "Eat slowly." Pei Qian quickly finished 10 meat buns, and then looked at the freshly baked meat buns with eager eyes. Su Chen smiled. "Boss, give me 10 more meat buns." Pei Qian looked around and suddenly burst into tears. Su Chen was stunned. Pei Qian rubbed his eyes and said, "No one has ever been so nice to me. Why are you so nice to me? If you do this, I will feel guilty for not helping you find the clues." Su Chen laughed and touched Pei Qian's head. "Are you interested in going up the mountain with me?" Up the mountain. Pei Qian wiped his tears and wiped them on Su Chen's pants. Su Chen. "Okay, I promise." Pei Qian wiped his snot on Su Chen's body again. "I will definitely help you investigate the matter of Baiyu. I don't think you lied to me." Pei Qian took a bite of the meat bun and said, "However, I heard that there seem to be a lot more yamen runners in the east of the city. Those yamen runners are very powerful, much more powerful than ordinary yamen runners." Su Chen frowned. "It seems that those new yamen runners must be monsters." "Su Chen, I'll go find out for you in a few days," Pei Qian said while chewing on a meat bun. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes flashed, and a cold light came straight towards Pei Qian from not far away. Su Chen turned sideways and blocked the cold light. When he turned around, the figure had disappeared without a trace. Pei Qian was still eating a meat bun and was completely unaware of the danger that had just occurred. Su Chen's eyes became sharp. "It seems that the people in Luoyang City already know of my existence. If this goes on, Pei Qian will be in danger." Su Chen paid the money to the boss and left quickly with Pei Qian. "Pei Qian, do you want to eat meat buns every day these days?" "Of course. I've never eaten so many meat buns outside." "Su Chen, thank you. Then don't go out for the next few days. Come with me to the inn and stay there for a few days. I'll buy you meat buns every day." Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked, "But I haven't helped you find out anything about the Lord of Baiyu City." Su Chen smiled. "We don't need you anymore. Just stay in the inn and eat meat buns for a few days." After Su Chen finished speaking, he took Pei Qian to the inn. A clean, elegant, and handsome scholar, with a dirty child by his side, attracted the attention of many pedestrians on the street for a while. "Su Chen, can someone like me cultivate immortality by going up the mountain with you?" Su Chen joked. "You are not very good at cultivating immortality, so you can be a little maid for me." "Being a maid is a bit ugly." Pei Qian immediately grumbled. "I'm a little ugly, but I'm a very nice person. I'm fine with being your maid." This is the first time in all these years that someone has bought me meat buns. Su Chen saw Pei Qian's moved little face and touched Pei Qian's head with a smile. The two entered the inn. Lung Wushuang was curious when she saw Su Chen with a little beggar. Pei Qian was filled with surprise. The women in front of him were all the most beautiful he had ever seen. Su Chen, are you trying to trick me into selling me? I'm not as pretty as them. Pei Qian came close to Su Chen, pulled Su Chen's clothes, and whispered. Su Chen laughed. He turned around and told Lu Lingyu to change Pei Qian's clothes. After Pei Qian left, Lung Wushuang asked, "Why did you bring a little beggar back?" "I saw that she and I had a connection, so I brought her back. I have found the place where Bai Yu is imprisoned. It is very likely that is where Bai Yu is hidden. I can go and take a look. You and Lingyu get ready. When the time is right, we will go and rescue Bai Yu." Su Chen understood very well what happened during the day. These people already knew that they had arrived in Luoyang City. Su Chen needs to find out where the white jade is as soon as possible, otherwise it will be discovered soon. Su Chen and others can protect themselves, but no one can guarantee the safety of Bai Yu and Pei Qian. In the evening, Su Chen left the inn alone. The moon is dark and the wind is strong, especially in Luoyang City now. At night, there is a strong, evil aura around. Su Chen's eyes turned light blue and he looked around. With the blessing of the Wuji spirit eye, all the spirits around could not escape Su Chen's eyes. On the street, there were still some unformed little ghosts. These little ghosts should be the ones who came out of the prison in Luoyang City. Su Chen quickly lurked near the prison. He carefully observed the surrounding terrain. Near the prison, just at the outermost edge, there were some cultivators in the Foundation Establishment realm and some monsters in the 3rd and 4th realms. This must be where Bai Yu is imprisoned. While Su Chen was thinking, suddenly, a very familiar breath came towards him. Suddenly, a gentle breath filled the surroundings, and then the monsters and cultivators began to feel weak all over. Then they collapsed. A slender figure appeared not far away. In this somewhat dim night, the figure's skin was glowing white, and the breeze blew up the hem of her skirt, making her look even more beautiful. Lu Lingyu walked over slowly. Her Taoist method of flowing water has a very gentle aura, but within the gentleness, it hides infinite murderous intent. This kind of Taoist method is most suitable for secret attacks. Just as the monsters not far away reacted, they saw a few flashes of cold light. The cold light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the vital points of all the monsters. Those monsters fell to the ground. Lung Wushuang walked over from not far away with a cold look in his eyes. Su Chen was not only amazed, but also thought that his wives were really amazing. Chapter 109, Double Swords and Sword Chi. What are you doing? Su Chen walked out. He touched his forehead and almost forgot that he had these strong wives. Not far away, Senior Sister Li came riding a sword. As the sword energy grew stronger, Senior Sister Li's momentum became more and more fierce. When Su Chen first met Senior Sister Li, she was still a cold and domineering lady. Now, Senior Sister Li has an even colder temperament, and her cultivation is even stronger. The sharp sword energy emanating from her body seems to be able to tear people apart at any time. Lingyu and Wushuang went to the prison. When we came here, we broke the defensive barrier here. The other monsters will be here soon. As they were talking, Lu Lingyu and Lung Wushuang had already left the place. Senior Sister Li said, "Let's go." Su Chen asked, "Is Pei Qian okay?" "Don't worry, we set up a special magic circle when we left. Without the strength of the peak Yuanyang realm, there is no way to break that magic circle." After hearing this, Su Chen felt relieved. He took out the Longquan sword and said, "Senior Sister Li, I wonder which swordsmanship is stronger now, mine or yours?" Senior Sister Li smiled. "They are already an old married couple, and you still call me Senior Sister. But I'm still quite surprised. Yuer was also taught by you how to refine medicine. You have a really strong talent." Su Chen smiled. He flew up on his sword, his figure like a sword, shooting directly towards the inner city. Senior Sister Li moved and followed directly, and the two figures quickly disappeared outside the prison. Luoyang City Prison. A woman huddled in a large cell. Outside the cell, there was a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment stage guarding the cell. There were some bloodstains at the corners of Bai Yu's mouth. "Zhang Debao, you really have ulterior motives. You are colluding with the demon race. Aren't you afraid that if other immortal cultivators find out, you will be killed?" The wretched-looking Foundation Establishment man outside the cell smiled. "City Lord, most of the immortal cultivators in Luoyang City have already defected to the demon clan. Do you know why the demon clan gates have been opening so frequently recently? Because the demon clan will soon set foot in the human world. The demon kings of the 3 demon realms are about to unite, and when that happens, the demon clan will completely engulf our human world. What's the point of forcing those cultivators in Songlong City to sign the agreement? The combined power of the three demon kings is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Zhang Debao's eyes were full of disdain. Who among those so-called immortal cultivation sects can defeat the demon king? Wudong? That's a declining, worthless sect. Even Wudong's leader, Li Changsheng, can only defeat a 7th-level demon. He's no match for the demon king. And Lingyin Sect is even more of a joke. Bai Yu looked at Zhang Debao with cold eyes. By then, you'll be nothing more than a slave. Zhang Debao laughed out loud. It's okay. Before that, I'll turn you into a slave woman. As he spoke, Zhang Debao walked towards Bai Yu with a lewd look on his face. Zhang Debao has been eyeing Bai Yu for a long time. Although Bai Yu is not strong, her appearance and figure are rare in the world. Bai Yu's face was full of disgust. If you take another step forward, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. Don't worry, my spiritual power will suppress you. You won't be able to do anything. Just enjoy it. Bai Yu's expression suddenly changed, and her body became extremely hot. This was an aphrodisiac. And judging from the efficacy, this aphrodisiac is very effective. At this moment, suddenly, the prison door was suddenly shaken open. Then 2 women walked in. Zhang Debao turned around and saw 2 more beauties. His eyes lit up immediately. That figure and appearance are unparalleled. Who are you? The one who wants to kill you. Leng Wushuang spoke. As he spoke, Leng Wushuang had already taken action. A cold light shot out from Leng Wushuang's hand. The cold light was extremely fast. Even a 9th-level foundation establishment expert like Zhang Debao might not be able to block it even if he used all his strength. What's more, Lu Lingyu is a cultivator in the Jindan realm, and Leng Wushuang has even reached the terrifying Yuanyang realm. Almost in an instant, Lu Lingyu's flowing breath firmly fixed Zhang Debao's body, and Zhang Debao could not move at all. The next moment, the hidden weapon cut Zhang Debao's throat, and his body slowly fell down. Lu Lingyu hurried to Bai Yu's side. However, at this time, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, Bai Yu was already unconscious. At this time, on the other side, on top of the palace in Luoyang City, Su Chen and senior sister Li were walking side by side. Su Chen glanced at senior sister Li and felt ashamed. For years have passed, and not only has Su Chen's cultivation level increased significantly, but senior sister Li's cultivation level has also increased explosively. Originally, the two wanted to stop the reinforcements of the monsters, but who knew that senior sister Li would kill her way all the way to the palace in Luoyang City. Su Chen looked up at the monster above the palace. A humanoid monster appeared in sight. This is a great demon of the 7th realm. However, compared with many monsters Su Chen had seen before, its strength was simply incomparable. Su Chen thought it was some powerful monster. Unexpectedly, it was just a 7th-level demon. Su Chen glanced at senior sister Li, and senior sister Li nodded. With their current strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to deal with this 7th-level monster alone. Of course, in this situation, they don't have that much time to waste on this monster. When senior sister Li saw Su Chen, she understood that they had to work together to kill the monster in front of them with the strongest and fastest speed. What are you doing here? Are you looking for death? An extremely unpleasant sound came from the 7th realm monster in front. Su Chen ignored him and soared into the air side by side with senior sister Li. The Longquan sword and senior sister Li's spiritual sword emitted a huge light, and the majestic sword energy surrounded the bodies of the two. Then, the sword energy suddenly condensed together. A huge sword appeared in the air. At first glance, it looked like a huge sword, but upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was the spirit of a sword formed from extremely pure sword energy. The long sword slashed down, heavily killing the great demon of the 7th realm. Break! Su Chen shouted. The defense of the 7th-level demon was instantly destroyed. The sword energy penetrated into the body of the big monster and rampaged inside the monster. Afterwards, the sword energy spread out in all directions, directly blowing the body of the 7th-level demon into pieces. Su Chen slowly landed on the ground. He did not expect that the power of this sword would be so great. Senior sister Li smiled. As expected of my husband, your sword energy is now far superior to mine. Su Chen touched his head embarrassedly. Not far away, Lu Lingyu and Leng Wushuang were running over quickly. Lu Lingyu was holding Bai Yu in her arms. Bai Yu was in a very bad condition. Her face was flushed and her body was twisting constantly. Su Chen's expression froze. Is this a charm poison? Lu Lingyu nodded. Yes, I was poisoned by the charm. Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned blue, and he began to observe the situation inside Bai Yu's body with his Wuji spirit eyes. Under the Wuji spirit eye, A red energy was rapidly traveling through the white jade meridians. Su Chen's face darkened. In this situation, there was no other way but to have a weekend off. Chapter 110, Enchanting Body. Su Chen glanced around and found that the monsters around had been basically cleared out. However, it is not safe here. Let's take Baiyu to the inn first. Su Chen spoke, and then injected a stream of spiritual energy into Baiyu's body. Then, Su Chen called out the little medicine boy, Tong Tong, from the spiritual realm. A petite, fair elf surrounded Su Chen. When they saw Tong Tong, Lung Wushuang, and the others' expressions all changed. They had never imagined that their husbands actually possessed a treasure like the elves. Elves are a very rare species, and being able to own an elf is a rare opportunity for a cultivator. Su Chen asked, Tong Tong, is this charm poison powerful? Tong Tong flew to Baiyu's side, circled around Baiyu's body twice, with a serious look on his face. This charm poison is very powerful and has a strong effect. Can medication provide relief? Tong Tong shook his head. The poison has already entered the meridians. Ordinary medicine can't remove it. The only way now is... Tong Tong said this and suddenly blushed. Only 2 days off are left. Su Chen nodded, feeling somewhat happy in his heart. I swear, I only wanted to save the Lord of Baiyu City, and definitely not to improve my cultivation by taking a weekend off. Su Chen moved his fingers slightly, and then a stream of fallen leaves swept in from all directions and landed under Baiyu's body. The fallen leaves carried the white jade and slowly rose into the air. In the inn, Pei Qian was gnawing on a chicken leg. She looked at the snow-white walls around her in a daze. Pei Qian had tried several times to walk out of the room, but was stopped by an invisible force every time. Pei Qian also knew that it must be the barrier set up by Su Chen and others. I didn't expect Su Chen to be a cultivator. If I go up the mountain with him in the future, can I also cultivate immortality? Pei Qian was dreaming in his heart when suddenly the door of the inn opened. Su Chen walked into the room holding Baiyu. Even with the dual suppression of spiritual energy and spiritual medicine, Baiyu's face had begun to turn red at this moment. Pei Qian was delighted to see Su Chen coming back. Just as he was about to call Su Chen, he was stopped by Lu Lingyu. Su Chen needs treatment. Let's go out first. Pei Qian said, oh, and followed Lu Lingyu out of the room obediently. Su Chen placed the white jade on the bed, waved his left hand, closed the door, opened the restriction, and then began treatment. The red aphrodisiac was about to enter Baiyu's heart meridians, and Su Chen needed treatment as soon as possible. Su Chen took off Baiyu's clothes, and a special spiritual energy suddenly entered Su Chen's body. Then, the red aphrodisiac began to flow towards Su Chen's body. The aphrodisiac moved extremely fast, and soon reached Su Chen's body. Baiyu let out a slight murmur. Su Chen didn't care about anything else. This aphrodisiac was very strong. If there was any delay, Baiyu's current body would not be able to withstand it. A sharp pain began to come from Su Chen's body. Su Chen didn't expect that this aphrodisiac would be so strong. Even his body, which had already reached the Jindan stage, felt so painful, not to mention Baiyu's body. Suddenly, a fragrance entered Su Chen's nostrils. Then, Baiyu's lips kissed the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Under the severe pain, Su Chen's mind went blank. The bed creaked and shook more violently than Su Chen had ever done before. For a long, long time. After Su Chen opened his eyes, the system prompt sound came. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the enchanting body. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, 9th level of core formation realm. Spiritual root, intermediate Xian level. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 3.5 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 3 years old. Su Zhe, high mysterious rank, 2.5 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 2 years old. Lu Lingyu's daughter, Su Ling, 1 year and 5 months old. High yellow rank. Lung Wushuang's daughter, Su Lung. Peak mysterious rank, by Wei Wei's son, Su Ming. Intermediate mysterious rank, Chen Yui's son, Su Yi. Beginner mysterious rank, Zhang Ruoshua's daughter, Su Ling. Intermediate mysterious rank. Items. Alchemy furnace, little medicine boy, ghost taming technique, demon refining pot. Techniques. Yunin Ju, 3rd level, yellow rank, elementary level. Dragon and tiger body building method, yellow rank, intermediate level. Yin and Yang, Hehuan's secret technique, 1st level, earth rank, intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, earth rank, elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, elementary level. Fusion technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, high level. Command flag, Xian rank, intermediate level. Su Chen was a little curious. What was this enchanting body? He tried to stand up, and suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his body. Su Chen did not have a good experience during this weekend. He felt as if his body was falling apart, and he was very weak. Baiyu was still sleeping soundly on the side. The good news was that her face had become rosy at this moment. Su Chen opened his infinite spiritual eyes and could clearly see that the aphrodisiac poison on Baiyu's body had been completely eliminated, and now Baiyu's meridians were very clean. The seductive body is a very special physique. Those who possess it have a fatal attraction to all women in the world. This physique is rare, and even if one possesses it, it is usually innate. The old man from the Tao Te Ching explained. Su Chen heard the voice in his head and immediately understood. The reason why I have this physique now must be because of the aphrodisiac. However, awakening this physique was of great help to Su Chen. As long as a woman can fall in love with Su Chen and give birth to a child for him, Su Chen's cultivation level will improve very quickly. Su Chen's purpose was very simple. He wanted to establish his own sect and then lead everyone from Lingyin Sect to break through these 3,000 small worlds, go to the 3,000 big worlds, and finally become the top sect in the big world. Su Chen covered his jade-white body with a quilt and then walked out the door. Because of this weekend, Su Chen helped Baiyu absorb the aphrodisiac poison, which consumed a lot of his cultivation, so Su Chen's face was a little pale at the moment. However, when Su Chen walked out, Lung Wushuang and others were dazzled. Su Chen noticed the strange looks of Lung Wushuang and others, but did not ask any further questions. When Baiyu takes over Luoyang City, we will return to Lingyin Sect. After briefly explaining some follow-up plans, Su Chen walked aside. It will take some time for Luoyang City to recover its prosperity. Su Chen needs to stay in Luoyang City during this period of time. Otherwise, some other cultivators with ill intentions will easily attack Luoyang City at this time. Senior Sister Li suddenly walked to Su Chen's side. She said, "Has the toxin in Baiyu's body been eliminated?" Su Chen nodded. "This treatment must have consumed a lot of your cultivation. I've never seen you look so pale before. However, there's a different feeling about you this time." Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the different feeling?" "It's an inexplicable attraction that's fatal to women." Su Chen knew in his heart that this was the effect of his enchanting body. Su Chen suddenly came to Senior Sister Li's side. Senior Sister Li's face immediately turned red. Chapter 111 Luoyang City Surrenders. Su Chen smiled and leaned over to kiss the corner of Senior Sister Li's mouth. This female swordsman, who usually had a cold and aloof temperament, had a rare shy look on her face. Su Chen suddenly said seriously, "Senior Sister, do you know what my goal is?" Senior Sister Li rolled her eyes at Su Chen. "And still calling me Senior Sister?" Su Chen chuckled and suddenly put his arms around Senior Sister Li's waist, feeling the soft touch immediately. Senior Sister Li's face felt a little hot. "Ma'am, do you know what my purpose is?" Senior Sister Li raised her eyebrows, looking puzzled. Su Chen slowly said, "I want to take everyone from the Lingyin Sect to the Great Thousand World, expand our branches and leaves, and become the top sect in the Great Thousand World, or even the #1 sect." Senior Sister Li was a little surprised. The Great Thousand World was where the gods existed. Even though Senior Sister Li was a talented female cultivator, she had never thought of getting involved in the Great Thousand World. If you want to enter the vast world, you need to reach an extremely high level of cultivation. Some people may never be able to reach that level in their entire life. And wanting to ascend with a sect is even more difficult than ascending to heaven. However, looking at Su Chen's determined expression, Senior Sister Li inexplicably felt a sense of belief in her heart. She said, "We are all your supporters. Since I'm married to you, we will be wherever you are in the future." Su Chen was slightly moved. Senior Sister Li asked, "What should we do with Luoyang City?" From what Baiyu said, Luoyang City is seriously injured now. It must be targeted by some demon tribes and immortal cultivators. The best thing is for our Lingyin sect to recapture Luoyang City. Senior Sister Li nodded. Su Chen has been on the mountain for 4 years, and Senior Sister Li knows Su Chen very well. Su Chen is an extremely reliable person. This time he went down the mountain to help Baiyu. In addition to the friendship, another purpose is to recapture Luoyang City and completely bring this prosperous city under the jurisdiction of Lingyin Sect. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in a flash. During this period, Su Chen and others not only eliminated the monsters and hostile forces in the city, but also sent people to transport some resources of the Lingyin Sect to Luoyang City, helping Luoyang City to recover quickly. The current Luoyang City has recovered to its previous state, and some powerful independent cultivators who came here for the sake of its reputation have joined Luoyang City. In the hall, Su Chen was wearing white clothes, and his slender figure was extremely conspicuous. A figure walked up to Su Chen's side. The woman had a fair face and a well-proportioned figure. Her every move and gesture exuded the temperament of a lady from a noble family. It was Baiyu. Baiyu looked at Su Chen and asked, "Are you leaving?" Su Chen nodded. "We are from the Lingyin Sect after all. Now that Luoyang City is back on track, we have to go back." There was some reluctance in Baiyu's eyes. After spending many days together, and with Su Chen's charming body, Baiyu had already fallen deeply in love with Su Chen. What's more, after these days of continuous dual cultivation, Baiyu not only improved her cultivation level, but also became pregnant with Su Chen's child. Baiyu touched her belly and suddenly said, "When our son is born, I will bring him to you. When the time comes, I will hand over my position as Lord of Luoyang City and live with you in the mountains." Su Chen turned his head and smiled. He touched Baiyu's belly. "Luoyang City is doing well now. I will come here to pick you up when the time comes. You should take good care of your pregnancy first. Since Luoyang City now belongs to the Lingyin Sect, I will send someone to help you when the time comes." Baiyu was still a little reluctant. Now she and Su Chen didn't want to be separated for a moment. "Then you must come after I give birth to the child," Su Chen said gently. "Of course, after I finish dealing with the matters with the demon tribe, I will take you to the mountain." While the two were talking, Lung Wushuang and others walked over from outside the hall. "Su Chen, it's time for us to go." Su Chen nodded and walked over. His expression returned to seriousness. Su Chen was in a hurry to go back this time because he received a piece of news that the demon clan's gate had been opened too frequently recently, and all the major sects had been invaded by the demon clan. Su Chen vaguely felt that this matter was definitely not simple. Su Chen has been to the demon realm, and he knows more about the demon realm than ordinary people. The demonic energy in the demon realm is very abundant, but in the human world, the spiritual energy is beginning to become thin. If this situation continues, the cultivators in the human world will gradually lose strength to the monsters in the demon realm, and a large-scale invasion by the monsters will only be a matter of time. Su Chen needs to strengthen the power of Lingyin Sect as soon as possible to resist the impending crisis. After Su Chen finished the follow-up work, he left with Lung Wushuang and others. However, this time, Su Chen did not use the zodiac to travel, but called a carriage. On the one hand, Su Chen wanted to understand the situation of the monsters from all directions. If the monsters in the monster realm were in turmoil, the ghosts from all directions in the human world would inevitably take action. On the other hand, Pei Qian's current physical condition is not yet on the path of cultivating immortals, and his body cannot withstand flying. Although Pei Qian has an ordinary physique and no extraordinary talent for cultivating immortals, Su Chen has a very familiar feeling about Pei Qian. On the streets in the afternoon, a carriage slowly drove out of Luoyang City. The usually deserted city gate was now crowded with people. Almost all the residents of Luoyang City came out, and the top of the city wall was filled with all kinds of cultivators. These people came to see Su Chen off. Mr. Su Chen is leaving. It's a pity that His Excellency Su Chen has no chance to become the Lord of Luoyang City. Otherwise, Luoyang City would definitely become the largest city. Residents were talking about it. If it weren't for Lord Su Chen, I'm afraid we would have been enslaved by the demon tribe by now. It doesn't matter. Luoyang City now belongs to the Lingyin Sect. Other forces dare not touch us easily. The people of the whole city were reluctant to part with Su Chen. This man saved Luoyang City and helped it regain its prosperity within 3 months. At this moment, in the eyes of these people, Su Chen is a legend. Su Chen got on the carriage and said goodbye to everyone. Afterwards, the carriage slowly drove out of Luoyang City. Pei Qian seemed a little excited and hummed a little tune while sitting next to the carriage. "Su Chen, I initially thought you were just an ordinary handsome guy, but I didn't expect you to be so amazing, with so many beautiful wives, and even the leader of the Lingyin Sect." Pei Qian said this, his voice trailing off. "If I go up the mountain, will I be a drag on you?" Su Chen shook his head. "If I accept you as my disciple, you will have to be my eldest disciple according to age." Pei Qian curled his lips. "But your other disciples are all your descendants, right? As an outsider, wouldn't it be a disadvantage for me? Or I'll be your maid." Su Chen laughed. "All right. No, I still want to cultivate immortality." Pei Qian said with a bitter face that her talent was really too poor. "This little girl's talent hasn't been activated yet. Once it's activated, I think she'll be no weaker than you." The old man in his mind suddenly spoke. Chapter 112 Astrologer. After hearing what the old man from the Tao Te Ching said, Su Chen looked at Pei Qian carefully. Pei Qian is about 10 years old now, and his meridians are not open at all. However, Su Chen always has an inexplicable sense of intimacy with Pei Qian. Could it be that later on, she suddenly awakened her spiritual roots? The old man said, "That is unknown." Su Chen didn't ask any more questions. He patted Pei Qian's head and comforted him. Don't worry. Maybe one day you will awaken your spiritual roots. Pei Qian sighed. I'd better be your little maid. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Su Chen and others stopped and prepared to rest before setting off again. It's very quiet under the campfire. Suddenly, Su Chen's expression changed, and he looked up at a place not far away. Lung Wushuang and others also looked over. They also sensed something strange not far away. A large group of spiritual energy appeared not far away. These people were all immortal cultivators. Moreover, this spiritual energy was very strong. There were about a dozen people, most of whom were immortal cultivators in the foundation establishment realm, and there were also a few masters in the core formation realm. Su Chen looked over there with some curiosity. In the distance, a group of cultivators in the back were chasing two female cultivators in the front. The two female cultivators were not very strong, and both suffered serious injuries. This can be inferred from the fact that the spiritual energy of the two people who were fleeing quickly was rapidly dissipating. Su Chen stood up, and Senior Sister Li also stood up. Lung Wushuang said, "Go and see what's going on. We'll be waiting for you here." Su Chen nodded, and flew up on his sword with Senior Sister Li, heading towards the direction where the large amount of spiritual energy appeared. Under the cover of night, two female officers in black staggered and ran forward, leaving a long trail of blood behind them. Both of them were seriously injured, and one of them had a wound that affected his vitals, so he couldn't hold on for much longer. "Go ahead and leave me alone." The woman whose vitals were injured spoke. She was a middle-aged woman. Although there were wrinkles on her face, it could be seen that she must have been a stunningly beautiful woman when she was young. The other one is a young woman with spirit in her eyes. Although she is not very stunning, her appearance is very pleasing to the eye. "No," the young woman gasped. The middle-aged woman said firmly, "You must go. You are our last hope," the woman said, pushing the young girl. However, a group of men in black flew out from the dense forest not far behind. "None of you can leave. We've already given up on the star-picking formation. What else do you want? People like you shouldn't live in this world of immortal cultivation." As soon as the words fell, a man in black suddenly attacked, and a sword energy flew into the air, heading straight for the young girl. However, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of the young girl. Su Chen defeated the sword energy with a snap of his fingertips and looked at the men in black calmly. Senior Sister Li landed and stood directly in front of the men in black, holding a shimmering spiritual sword. She looked at the men in black with a cold gaze, and a cold voice rang out. "If you don't want to die, get out of here." When those men in black saw Senior Sister Li's cultivation level, they were horrified. Even if all the people present attacked together, they would not be a match for the masters of Yuanyang realm. The pursuing men in black didn't even dare to utter a harsh word and quickly retreated. Su Chen turned around and looked at the young girl. The young girl's face was pale, but her expression was calm. Su Chen asked, "What's your name?" "Tang Xianxia." "Tang." Su Chen frowned. The surname Tang has been a taboo for a long time. Senior Sister Li turned around, and her expression became serious. She moved closer to Su Chen and whispered, "These two people might be astrologers." Su Chen's expression changed. "Unexpectedly, I could even meet an astrologer." Astrologer is a very special profession that can predict good and bad luck through magic circles. However, a long time ago, they were basically wiped out. Su Chen asked, "Are you an astrologer?" Tang Xianxian nodded. Her expression was calm. Even though the middle-aged woman in her arms gradually lost her life, Tang Xianxian did not react much. She stood up and said, "Thank you for saving me. I will leave here and find a place to live in seclusion." After saying that, Tang Xianxian hugged the middle-aged woman's body and prepared to turn around and leave. Su Chen suddenly stopped Tang Xianxian. "Perhaps I can protect you." Senior Sister Li's expression changed immediately. Astrologers have always been regarded as ominous beings. Wherever there are astrologers, disasters will soon occur. This is why astrologers have become the targets of various immortal cultivators. If this astrologer is taken in, it will undoubtedly bring great trouble to the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen smiled. "I've decided, let's do it." Senior Sister Li glanced at Su Chen, who had a determined expression. She sighed and said nothing more. Su Chen said, "Kill those people just now, because it won't leak out." Senior Sister Li nodded, and then disappeared into the night. Su Chen turned to look at Tang Xianxian and said, "I can protect you." Tang Xianxian's face remained expressionless. She said, "You won't be able to protect me for long. Your fate is very unique. Your life will never be peaceful. When the time comes, you might not even be able to protect yourself." Su Chen smiled. He didn't really believe in this kind of thing. "Where are those people who are chasing you from?" the 100 Family Alliance, and some people from other sections. Su Chen had heard of the 100 Family Alliance. It was very powerful, but its leader seemed quite arrogant. Follow me up the mountain. I can protect your safety. Tang Xianxian shook her head. I have no interest in you. Although you are very talented and have a seductive body, these are useless to me. Su Chen was stunned for a moment and became more curious about this woman. Tang Xianxian turned around. Thank you for saving me. After saying that, Tang Xianxian hugged the corpse of the middle-aged woman and disappeared into the night. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Since it was her own choice, Su Chen didn't want to interfere. Suddenly, the voice of Jin Long came into my mind. Kid, this is good for you. Astrologers, I've never seen a good ending. Many people are coerced into using up their life essence to predict good and bad luck. The few astrologers who survive, due to long-term predictions, also carry evil spirits and can bring disaster. It will do you good to stay away from people like this. Su Chen nodded, thinking of it as saving a female cultivator. Su Chen turned around and saw that senior sister Li had already returned. For a cultivator in the Yuanyang realm, it was very easy to deal with those people just now. Suddenly, Su Chen saw a piece of paper on the ground. He walked over and picked up the note. The font on the paper is very elegant and has a delicate touch. The demon tribe is about to invade. Hurry up and prepare. It was left by Tang Xianxian. Chapter 113, Dealing with the Demon Tribe and Preparing Supplies. Just as Su Chen picked up the note, Senior Sister Li had slowly returned not far away. In just a short cup of hot tea, Senior Sister Li dealt with those cultivators and returned to Su Chen. Senior Sister Li glanced around and didn't see Tang Xianxian. She asked in confusion, "Where's the astrologer?" "Leave." "Gone," Senior Sister Li said in surprise. Su Chen nodded. However, seeing Senior Sister Li's expression, Su Chen knew that the identity of an astrologer was not that simple. He asked, "What kind of existence is an astrologer?" Astrologers used to be a very powerful profession. They could predict the future and foretell good and bad luck. However, these predictions cost life essence. The price of wasting life essence was an increase in evil spirits, which could bring disaster to a country. That's why astrologers were eventually driven out. After these astrologers have finished their horoscopes, if the evil energy accumulates to a certain level, they will be driven out and killed. Su Chen's expression changed. He didn't know much about astrologers, but he didn't expect that there was such a thing behind the astrologers. Do these astrologers sometimes make mistakes? No, they consume their life force, so there will be no mistakes. Senior Sister Li spoke. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the invasion of the demon clan was inevitable. Long before this, Su Chen had a vague premonition, but he had never been sure. Su Chen turned around and said, "Let's go first. It's not very peaceful here recently." Senior Sister Li didn't say much and followed Su Chen away. 3 days later, Su Chen returned to Lingyin Sect. In the small courtyard, Su Yang looked at Pei Qian, and Pei Qian looked at Su Yang. The two stared at each other. Pei Qian suddenly said, "Su Chen, is this your son?" Su Yang glanced at Pei Qian. "Daddy, where did you find that ugly girl?" "You are ugly. You are an ugly boy. Tisk, I'll find you a pool of water. Go and see if you are an ugly girl." Pei Qian resisted the urge to hit someone, turned around, and walked into the room. Su Chen smiled, turned around, and walked down the mountain. During this period, Su Chen needs to prepare supplies well so that he can preserve his sect after the demon tribe invades. According to my current cultivation speed, it is not an easy task to reach the Yuanyang realm in a short period of time. The only way now is to try to find allies and prepare supplies. Although the demons are about to invade, due to the existence of the laws of heaven and earth, the big demons will be restricted at the beginning. As long as Su Chen seizes this opportunity, he can completely survive the early stage of the demon invasion. At the foot of the mountain, Su Chen walked into Fatty Zhang's blacksmith shop. Fatty Zhang was instructing his apprentice in refining a magical weapon. When he saw Su Chen coming, he asked, "Su Chen, you're back?" Su Chen nodded and said, "Don't sell the magic tools for the next period of time. We may need a large number of magic tools in the next period of time." As Su Chen spoke, he waved his hand, and all the spirit stones in the spirit realm were taken out. Seeing such a large amount of spirit stones, Fatty Zhang's expression became serious. "Is something going to happen?" Su Chen said, "The demon tribe is about to invade. We need to produce a large number of magical instruments to equip the disciples of the sect." Fatty Zhang asked, "Doesn't the demon tribe's invasion also require a lot of money?" Su Chen nodded. "Then why not just sell some of the magic tools?" Su Chen was stunned. "A lot of magical instruments are needed this time." Fatty Zhang said, "It's okay, I can finish it." After saying that, Fatty Zhang walked into the blacksmith shop mysteriously. Su Chen followed him up, and Fatty Zhang swung the hammer and began to hit a spirit stone on the sword-making furnace. The spiritual energy of the spirit stone was rapidly stimulated, and then it merged into the mold on the sword-making furnace, forming a magical instrument. In this process, everything fell into place naturally. Fatty Zhang has now mastered the process of creating spiritual energy to perfection. The speed of creating magical instruments is so fast now. Fatty Zhang laughed heartily. Not only that, using spirit stones to refine weapons has also improved my cultivation. Now my cultivation has reached the 9th level of weapon refining. Su Chen was stunned. When he first met Fatty Zhang was not yet a cultivator. However, Su Chen was more delighted. If he wanted to become a weapon refiner of Lingyin Sect, it was necessary to improve his spiritual power. Su Chen suddenly walked to the side of the sword-making furnace. Then, he picked up the hammer. The hammer weighing hundreds of pounds was like a toy in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen smashed the hammer on the spirit stone, and instantly, a magic weapon was formed. This production speed is even faster than before. Fatty Zhang was stunned. He had never seen Su Chen's weapon refining technique before. This method of refining equipment even exceeded Fatty Zhang's understanding. Su Chen turned around, and Fatty Zhang asked, "Is this refining method something you've newly researched?" Su Chen smiled and said, "I just had this sudden idea after seeing your method of refining weapons. I will teach you this method later." The disciples who were watching on the side were stunned. It turns out that in the entire Lingyin Sect, the most skilled weapon refiner is not the master, but the sect master. After completing the preparations for refining equipment, Su Chen planned to recruit some alchemists. If the demons invaded, the fighting spirit pills on the battlefield would also be very important. Su Chen is already told by Wei Wei about these things, but the Lingyin Sect has never been a strong place in terms of alchemy. If Su Chen wants to make a breakthrough in alchemy, he must recruit some alchemists. Su Chen raised his hand, and a paper crane full of spiritual energy fell into his hand. Su Chen opened the paper crane, and there was a line of beautiful handwriting on it. "Master, I believe what you said. However, Lingyin Sect still has people to protect, so we can't leave. When the demon tribe invades, Lingyin Sect will form an alliance with Lingyin Sect." At the bottom of the paper crane, there is a signature. White as frost. Su Chen put away the paper crane. He originally wanted to ask the alchemist from Lingyin Sect for help, but now it seems that it won't work. However, when the demons invade, it is a good thing to be able to form an alliance with a sect like Lingyin Sect. When the demons invade, it is not just the demons that are scary, but also some people from other sects. Su Chen had long known that the purpose of some immortal cultivators' cultivation was not pure, but was purely for the pursuit of power. After the invasion of the demon clan, some immortal cultivation sects, in order to gain power and benefits, were even more terrifying than the invading demon clan. We have spiritual weapons and allies. Now there is only one important thing left, which is to recruit alchemists. Su Chen's mind moved slightly. He remembered that Bai Weiwei had said before that there were some people with talent in alchemy at the foot of Lingyin Mountain. It was time to try to train them quickly. Chapter 114. Why are you competing with us for our people? The small town not far from the foot of Lingyin Peak is a town full of spiritual energy. In this town, some talented cultivators appear every year. These cultivators will go out to cultivate, thus becoming some independent cultivators or joining some sects. And today, a group of people appeared in the town. Su Chen walked into the town. There were not many people in the town, but both adults and children were quite spiritual. These people were not surprised to see a man like Su Chen accompanied by a peerless beauty like Bai Weiwei. Every year, some people from immortal cultivation sects come here to recruit spiritual disciples. Su Chen opened his infinite spiritual eyes and began to search the streets for young people with talent in alchemy. Suddenly, there was a noise not far away. I saw a large group of people gathered in a corner of the street, and among the crowd, a huge sign was very dazzling. Beishan School. Bai Weiwei's expression changed slightly. Su Chen frowned, turned around, and saw that Bai Weiwei looked a little strange, so he asked, "What is Beishan Sect?" Bai Weiwei leaned close to Su Chen's ear and said, "There have always been some conflicts between Beishan Sect and Lingyin Peak." Su Chen nodded and walked to the side. He also lit up a sign, ready to recruit alchemists. Moreover, the conditions proposed by Su Chen were even more favorable. Not only could he provide enough medicinal materials for refining medicine, but he could also provide books from the alchemy pavilion for alchemists to read. Bai Weiwei looked confused. At this time, if Su Chen recruited alchemists, it would definitely intensify the conflict with the Beishan sect. Su Chen didn't care at all. Soon, some alchemists around him gathered around Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. Although the talents of these alchemists were not high, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Soon, Su Chen recruited 5 or 6 alchemists. In a world where alchemists are so scarce, this is already a huge achievement. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man next to him suddenly walked over. He narrowed his eyes and walked to Su Chen's side. "May I ask which sect you are from?" Su Chen raised his eyes and said, "Master of Lingyin Sect, Su Chen." The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Su Chen and said in a low voice, "We were here first. Can we recruit people first?" Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. "The conditions you offer are more generous than ours, so you can naturally recruit disciples." The middle-aged man's expression changed. The conditions Su Chen offered was simply impossible. The books in the alchemy pavilion were a small matter, but the casual use of medicinal herbs was no small matter. These alchemists are not genius alchemists. Some of them can only make some basic medicines in their entire lives. It would be a waste to give those medicinal herbs to these people casually. Lingyin Sect simply cannot afford such a cost. But it is different for Su Chen. With the little medicine boy and the demon refining pot, Su Chen can let the little medicine boy refine the demon energy into medicinal energy to provide these alchemists with medicine. This is an advantage that the Lingyin school absolutely does not have. The middle-aged man whispered, "Why would you, the Lingyin Sect, compete with our Lingyin Sect for people?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man released his spiritual energy. The 5th level of Jindan. The middle-aged man looked to be only in his 40s. To be able to possess such strength at this age, he was already a very powerful cultivator. This person should also have a certain status in the Lingyin Sect. However, the next moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed. Su Chen stood up, and suddenly, a spiritual energy filled the surroundings. 9th level of Jindan. What is important is not the degree of spiritual energy, but Su Chen's age. Su Chen is only in his 20s at most. How did he reach the 9th level of Jindan? When did Lingyin Sect have such a cultivator? The middle-aged man frowned. The young cultivators around him were immediately filled with yearning when they saw Su Chen's strength. If one can reach such a level of cultivation by joining the Lingyin Sect at this age, it would be a sure win. Gradually, more and more people gathered around Su Chen. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man had anger in his eyes, but he could do nothing. Not to mention the other party's identity as the leader of Lingyin Sect, Su Chen's strength of the 9th level of the Jindan realm alone could be said to be invincible in such a small town. Moreover, by his side was Bai Weiwei, an alchemist at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. That's right, Bai Weiwei's cultivation level is also improving rapidly, and now she has reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. As the pharmacist's skills improve, the quality of the medicines he refines will also become higher and higher. If an alchemist of Bai Weiwei's level made a fighting spirit pill for Su Chen, it would undoubtedly allow Su Chen's strength on the battlefield to be raised to a higher level. The middle-aged man had no choice but to retreat, and Su Chen naturally began to recruit disciples. In just one day, Su Chen recruited more than 10 alchemist disciples. Most of these alchemists were low-level alchemists in the qi refining realm. However, Su Chen was already very satisfied. Alchemists are rare to begin with, and being able to recruit them in just one day is already a great achievement. On the way back, Bai Weiwei approached Su Chen and asked, "Why did you provoke the people from Lingyin Sect?" Su Chen smiled. "Why do you think Lingyin Sect is recruiting alchemists at this time?" Bai Weiwei understood what Su Chen meant and was stunned. Su Chen smiled. "When the demons invade, their demonic energy will infect the human world. At that time, all the major sects will protect themselves. Sometimes, in the face of interests, the so-called morality does not exist. Perhaps these sects are far more terrifying than the demons." Bai Weiwei asked, "So you mean that the Lingyin Sect also knows about the demon tribe's invasion?" Su Chen nodded. "They definitely know, and the immortal cultivators in this place are resources. I've been to the monster realm. The demonic energy there is extremely dense, and the monster's cultivation speed is much faster than ours. When monsters invade, it means the end of our world. Bai Weiwei hasn't accepted these things yet. In her mind, if the demons invade, shouldn't all the cultivators fight together against the demons? But Su Chen knew very well that human nature was unpredictable. All he needs to do is to try his best to protect his sect from this demon invasion. In the next 3 days, Su Chen recruited a lot of alchemists, not only those in this small town, but also many alchemists from nearby areas, who all came to him. However, Su Chen really didn't have time to stay here any longer. In 3 days, because alchemists were so scarce, Su Chen only recruited less than 100 alchemists. These alchemists are far from enough. Su Chen wanted to spread the news and use these conditions to recruit alchemists from all over the world. Not only alchemists, but also other cultivators, whether disciples or allies, could ensure the Lingyin Sect's chances of surviving the demon invasion. Chapter 115, All Parties Come. Early in the morning, Su Chen woke up from his sleep. A breeze blew into the room from the wooden window, bringing a bit of coolness. Su Chen walked out of the room and saw Pei Qian jogging towards him. Although Su Chen became the leader of Lingyin Sect, he still liked a quiet environment, so he usually lived in a quiet place with Pei Qian. Pei Qian ran to Su Chen's side breathlessly and said, Su Chen, a lot of people have come. They seem to be here to seek refuge. Su Chen was not surprised at all. Su Chen had already spread the news recently. Moreover, the conditions offered by Su Chen are very generous. It can be said that many cultivators will be tempted. Su Chen walked up to Pei Qian and said, Come on, let's go take a look. Well, Sister Lingyu told me. She asked me to tell you. Su Chen nodded and took Pei Qian to Lingyin Peak. As soon as he stepped into the mountain, Su Chen saw a large group of people gathered on the mountainside, most of whom were independent cultivators. For independent cultivators without the protection of a sect, the path to becoming an immortal is very difficult. Now that there is this opportunity, many independent cultivators come here to visit. Lu Lingyu walked to Su Chen's side and said, This time, there are more than 700 alchemists, more than 1,000 sword cultivators, and more than 2,000 cultivators coming. Su Chen nodded and glanced at the cultivator at the foot of the mountain. Lu Lingyu asked in confusion, Although these independent cultivators joining our Lingyin sect can greatly increase our strength, most of them are used to being free, and joining the sect will inevitably cause some trouble. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. I have a plan. Suddenly, he soared into the air, and then, lines of magic condensed from the air. Then, a huge magic circle stopped at the foot of the mountain. This magic array was created by the old man from the Tao Te Ching on behalf of Su Chen. Its purpose was to test the character of these wandering cultivators. The disciples recruited by Lingyin Sect must not only have strong strength, but also pure character. There was a commotion among the cultivators at the foot of the mountain, and they didn't understand what was going on. Su Chen slowly landed on the ground and said, Only independent cultivators who can pass through this door can enter the Lingyin Sect. These cultivators were somewhat disdainful when they saw Su Chen's appearance. After all, at Su Chen's age, he definitely could not be a powerful cultivator. Who are you? Why do you ask us to do this? We are here to join the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen did not answer, but looked at the cultivator who had just spoken. You are not eligible to participate. Why? The man spoke, his eyes filled with anger. Just because he is the leader of Lingyin Sect. Lu Lingyu suddenly came over and released her strength. In an instant, the strength of the 7th level of Jindan spread all around, and the surrounding cultivators immediately dared not speak. If even a female cultivator has reached such a level of strength, how strong must the sect leader be? Su Chen said coldly. The person just now is disqualified. The casual cultivator didn't dare to say a word and walked away in shame. Next, other casual cultivators began to pass through the magic circle in an orderly manner. After one round of testing, only 60% of the original number of independent cultivators remained. Su Chen instructed, Let these independent cultivators join the sect. Lu Lingyu nodded and returned to the sect. In the following period of time, many independent cultivators came here to join him, and Su Chen took the opportunity to recruit a lot of forces. Time flies. 10 days have passed. But the people who came on this day were different. Su Chen stood at the top of the mountain, and a group of white-robed cultivators walked to the foot of the mountain. The leader was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. However, the middle-aged man's cultivation was not high, probably only at the 8th level of foundation building. However, Su Chen looked respectful and walked down the mountain directly. Because the person who came this time was his father-in-law, the head of the Lu family, Lu Huai. When Lu Huai saw Su Chen coming, a smile appeared on his face. It must be a great honor for him to have his son-in-law become the leader of Lingyin Sect. Su Chen bowed and said, Father. Lu Huai's face was full of smiles. Where's the Lingyu? Before he finished speaking, Lu Lingyu came over from a distance wearing a light gauze luo skirt. A gentle breath suddenly filled the surroundings. Lu Huai was slightly startled, but soon a big smile appeared on his face. Lu Lingyu's current aura is at least at the Jindan realm, and may even be higher. Lu Huai was naturally happy to be able to reach such a level. Lu Yang walked out with some certainty in his eyes. Although there is a certain gap between his own strength and that of his younger sister, Lu Yang sincerely wishes his younger sister the best of luck. Lu Lingji looked at Su Chen with a somewhat evasive look. Su Chen now looks even more handsome than before because of his improved cultivation. Lu Lingji couldn't help feeling uneasy when she thought about how she treated Su Chen before. Su Chen didn't care. He smiled and asked the disciples to arrange accommodation for the Lu family. Lu Huai walked up to Su Chen and asked, "Is something big going to happen?" Lu Huai brought the Lu family to Lingyin Peak after receiving information from Su Chen. Su Chen signaled Lu Huai with his eyes and walked aside. Su Chen said, "Father, on the way here, did you find anything special?" Lu Huai was startled, then he remembered. It seems that the demonic aura in the human world has become increasingly intense recently. Su Chen nodded. "That's right, the demon tribe is about to invade." Lu Huai was shocked. It is different from sects like the Lingyin Sect. Since the strength of immortal cultivation families like the Lu family is not very high, they cannot be compared with these super immortal cultivation sects. The Lu family has very limited knowledge of the demon race. Su Chen smiled. "Father, stay in Lingyin Sect from now on. Once the demons invade, this world will probably be in turmoil." From Su Chen's expression, Lu Huai also realized the seriousness of the matter. Lu Huai asked, "How much time is left?" "It will be soon. At the fastest, it will be in the next few days. At the slowest, it will be half a month." After saying that, Su Chen looked into the distance. He didn't know if it was because the demonic energy was getting stronger and stronger, but the weather had been so gloomy recently. 3 days later, a small border town. The night was deep and the surroundings were very quiet. However, suddenly a breath rose from the surroundings. Then, not far from the city over there, a door slowly opened. Then, there was a low groaning sound, and a monster walked out from the door. It was a very beautiful monster, with a pair of fox-like eyebrows and eyes, but its eyes were white and had a bit of horror. Then, another monster came out. Monsters walked out of the door one after another and quickly blended into the night. Chapter 116, Demon Invasion. Just as Su Chen was slowly expanding the Lingyin Sect, things around him suddenly changed overnight. In Jinling City, evil spirits permeated the air, and the once bustling streets became extremely deserted. There are still some human corpses around. Some ugly monsters are wandering around Jinling City. There are no human beings in the area. The city of Jinling has completely fallen. Thousands of miles away in Luoyang City, Baiyu stood on the city wall. She had a cold expression as she looked at the countless monsters under the city wall. The demon gate near Luoyang City has been completely unsealed, and countless demons have gathered here, trying to break through the gate of Luoyang City. Fortunately, although there are many monsters, most of them have not yet awakened their minds, and all they have is a desire for the human race. However, there are too many monsters. There are not many immortal cultivators in Luoyang City, and after the last incident, most of the immortal cultivators in Luoyang City are independent cultivators. A man walked up to Baiyu. This is a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Jindan realm, named Li Mu, and he is also one of the cultivators who later joined Luoyang City. Due to his extraordinary strength, this cultivator soon became Baiyu's confidant in Luoyang City. Li Mu said, "City Lord, there are too many monsters. We won't be able to hold out for much longer if this continues." Baiyu looked serious and asked, "How long can you hold on?" "The number of demons is not increasing. We can only hold out for 3 days at most." Baiyu didn't say anything, just looked at the sky. 3 days is too short, but Baiyu believes that Su Chen will definitely come. In the current situation, only Su Chen can resolve this crisis. Baiyu believes that Su Chen will come, but there are only 3 short days, and Baiyu is not sure whether he can hold on until then. Baiyu touched her lower abdomen. Li Mu said, "City Lord, go back and rest first. As long as we persist, there will definitely be a way." Baiyu nodded and said, "Hold on, Lingyin Sect will definitely come." After saying that, Baiyu walked down from the top of the city wall. Behind her, there was the sound of war drums, and a new round of monster siege began. There was an unusually harsh sound on the battlefield. 2 figures suddenly appeared in Luoyang City. These were 2 sword cultivators. They were flying their swords in the air, smiling at each other. The next moment, they suddenly drew their swords, and the supreme sword energy slashed towards the battlefield. The war drums were deafening, and countless immortal cultivators rose into the air and headed towards the battle formation of the demon clan. The monsters roared in excitement. The residents and cultivators in the city were all tonics to these monsters. The battle lasted for about half an hour, and a sword cultivator suddenly turned around and said, "Lord Li Mu, there are too many monsters. We can't hold on any longer." Although Li Mu's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of Jindan, he was just an independent cultivator and had never seen such a situation. The only way now was to hold on tightly and wait for the arrival of Lingyin Sect. At this moment, something strange happened on the battlefield. A huge snake suddenly snaked towards them from a distance. That huge body was like a mountain. With a sweep of its tail, it swept away many cultivators in Luoyang City. Li Mu's expression changed. 6th level demon. Although this monster, which is close to the peak of the 6th realm, is not particularly powerful, a city like Luoyang does not even have a cultivator at the 7th level of the Jindan realm. Luoning can withstand the impact of such a monster. A sword cultivator soared into the air, and thousands of sword energies gathered on his body, forming a huge sword-shaped figure on his body. This was a swordsman at the 4th level of the Jindan realm. He held a long sword in his hand, and the next moment, the sword energy flew towards the monster. However, supreme demonic power permeated the surroundings. The giant snake roared, and in the blink of an eye, the demonic energy swallowed up the sword energy. The swordsman spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards from the air, hitting the city wall and creating a huge, deep pit. Even a sword cultivator at the 4th level of the Jindan realm cannot withstand this peak 6th level monster. The giant snake retracted its demonic power and began to slowly approach Luoyang City. With the arrival of such a powerful monster, the other monsters seemed even more excited. As long as Luoyang City is conquered, all the humans here can become nutrients to nourish his demonic energy. Those cultivators are even more delicious food. Countless monsters rushed over with unstoppable force. The cultivators in Luoyang City were defeated one after another. As the demon army approached the city gate, suddenly, a breath appeared. This breath was as gentle as water, but it contained murderous intent. At some point, the demon cores of the group of monsters in the front were destroyed directly from their bodies, and their bodies directly melted into the air. A figure appeared from the air. Lu Lingyu stood on a huge flying bird. The bird was full of spiritual energy. Its wings seemed to hang down to the sky, and its pair of spiritual eyes looked down proudly at the many monsters below. The bird was just hanging in the air, and a huge sense of oppression filled the surroundings, and the monsters around it didn't dare to move forward at all. All the cultivators in Luoyang City were already stunned. The bird flying in the sky is a 5th-grade immortal beast. Fairy beasts are extremely difficult to tame. If you want to tame a fairy beast, you need strong spiritual energy to support it. If you are not careful, you may be eaten by the fairy beast. This 5th-grade immortal beast needs to be at least at the 8th or 9th level of the Jindan stage before it can be tamed. In other words, the cultivator above the immortal beast is at least at the 8th level of the Jindan realm. Such a stunningly beautiful woman, whose strength is above the 8th level of the Jindan realm. The only sect that everyone can think of is the Lingyin Sect. Lu Lingyu lightly tapped her hands, and a huge magic circle condensed in the air. Then, an invisible spiritual energy surged out from the magic circle like running water. When the spiritual energy came into contact with the monsters screamed, their demon cores shattered, and their bodies melted away. When Baiyu heard the sound, he turned around and walked back to the top of the city wall. When he saw Lu Lingyu, a hint of joy appeared in Baiyu's eyes. The reinforcements from Lingyin Sect have indeed arrived. The originally broken battle situation was reversed simply because of the appearance of Lu Lingyu alone. The demon who was close to the peak of the 6th realm roared when he saw this scene. Where did this little bitch come from? How dare you ruin our good thing? A faint smile appeared on Lu Lingyu's lips, without any fear at all. The evil spirit filled the sky like an overwhelming force, and Lu Lingyu mobilized her spiritual energy to resist it. But at this moment, suddenly, a sword energy appeared from the air, and then a voice came from the sky riding a sword. A huge sword spirit pierced straight into the sky, and then headed heavily towards the 6th level demon. This sword directly penetrated the body of this demon that was infinitely close to the peak of the 6th realm, leaving a huge scar on the tail of the demon. Senior Sister Li landed gracefully and sneered. A great demon who's not even at the 7th level. Do you think you're worthy enough to act so arrogantly in front of my Lingyin Sect? Chapter 117 Demon Pill. Another super strong man. Li Mu looked at Senior Sister Li in the air, and his expression changed slightly. A female swordsman at the Yuanyang realm, the strength of the Lingyin Sect is indeed powerful. Long after Su Chen healed the injuries of the female cultivators of Lingyin Sect during the weekend, the female cultivators of Lingyin Sect completely freed themselves from their restrictions. In addition, the female cultivators of Lingyin Sect are all geniuses, and their ability to improve their cultivation is beyond people's expectations. Since Su Chen returned from the demon realm, all the female cultivators of Lingyin Sect have increased their strength to a terrifying level. Any one of Su Chen's senior sisters can become a capable person if they are pulled out now. Senior Sister Li flew up on her sword and charged directly towards the 6th level peak demon. With Senior Sister Li's strength, it is only a matter of time to deal with this peak level demon in the 6th realm. Lu Lingyu walked down from the flying bird, and then she took out a magic weapon from her hand. It was a magical instrument that looked like a flag. Lu Lingyu poured his spiritual power into it, and then those immortal cultivators in Luoyang City seemed to be encouraged, and their strength was improved by at least one level. The magic weapon that Lu Lingyu took out was Su Chen's command flag. The function of this magic weapon is to boost the morale of cultivators and increase their strength. This is also the reason why Su Chen felt at ease and only let senior sister Li and Lu Lingyu lead the team. Lu Lingyu walked to Bai Yu's side and said, "Sister, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Bai Yu smiled. "My strength is too low. I'm not worthy of you calling me sister." Lu Lingyu smiled. "Since they are your husband's wives, we are all sisters." Bai Yu felt touched. Lu Lingyu transferred spiritual energy into Bai Yu's body, soothing Bai Yu's body. "The fetus is in a stable condition now." Bai Yu nodded. "It's estimated that the baby will be born in a while." Lu Lingyu smiled. "After we defeat these monsters, I will take you to the mountains to recuperate. No one will suffer, not even the child." Then, Lu Lingyu looked into the distance. "They're here. Not far away. I saw a large group of people walking towards this side quickly. All of them were riding fairy beasts, and their strength was at least that of cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. These are the reinforcements from Lingyin Sect." With the arrival of the Lingyin Sect disciples, they immediately laid out a huge magic circle. The huge magic circle enveloped many monsters. Afterwards, the huge spiritual energy crushed the demon cores of the monsters in the magic circle. The monsters wailed, and their bodies were crushed into powder. Seeing this situation, the morale of the immortal cultivators in Luoyang City was greatly boosted. Countless immortal cultivators began to counterattack and completely suppress the monsters. The monster at the peak of the sixth realm also let out a wail. Its huge body had been injured by countless sword energies and could not hold on for too long. Senior sister Li waved the magic sword in her hand, leaving another horrific scar on the body of this peak-level 6th-level monster. Senior sister Li's cold voice echoed over the battlefield. "You must be a demon with an awakened mind. Today, your death will serve as a warning to the demons of the demon realm that the human race is not something you demons can easily invade." After saying this, senior sister Li's sword energy became even more vigorous, and a stream of sword energy burst out from her body, rushing directly towards the peak 6th realm monster. Then, the sword energy directly penetrated into the body of the 6th-level peak demon. The next moment, the giant demon let out a wail, and with a crisp sound, its huge body instantly fell apart. This scene made the other monsters on the battlefield tremble in their hearts. Among the monsters that came to invade this time, the 6th-level peak monsters were already the highest-level monsters, but now, even the strongest 6th-level peak monster was dead, and these monsters immediately lost their fighting spirit. They began to flee in all directions. The battlefield was reversed in an instant. Lu Lingyu stood up and took out something like a wine gourd from her body. Lu Lingyu didn't know the specific use of this thing. However, Su Chen told himself that after he eliminated these monsters, he could use this magic weapon to collect the demonic energy. Lu Lingyu took out the gourd, and then all the evil spirits left after the monsters on the battlefield were eliminated went towards the gourd. Bai Yu flew down from the top of the city wall and began to clean up the battlefield. At this time, Su Chen heard the system's crazy prompt sound. "Congratulations to the host for collecting the demon energy. Yao Qi increases by 100, current reserve 1%. Yao Qi increases by 100, current reserve 1%. Demon Qi increased by 200, current reserve 2%. Su Chen knew in his heart that Lu Lingyu seemed to have resolved the matter in Luoyang City. Su Chen stood up and walked to the side. Now Su Chen was in a dense forest, but this place had been completely infected by demonic energy. The monsters of the demon race also spread here at this time. Su Chen glanced at the corpse of the monster in front of him, and then began to grope towards it. Then, a tiny particle was turned out from the monster's body. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. This particle is a demon pill. Su Chen came out this time specifically to obtain the demon pill. After the monster is destroyed, a monster pill will be left behind. This monster pill is a symbol of the gathering of the monster's demonic energy. Generally, when a monster is destroyed, its demon core will be broken. However, the demon cores in the bodies of some powerful monsters, some special monsters, or monsters that die too quickly will be preserved intact. Su Chen knows that if this kind of demon core is stripped out, it will definitely be an extremely precious strategic resource. Su Chen placed the demon pill in his hand, and suddenly, a strong demonic energy wanted to rush into Su Chen's body. The evil spirit was extremely violent, and wanted to invade Su Chen's body. Su Chen released his spiritual energy and tried to suppress the demonic energy. Who knew that at this time, the demonic energy was actually directly transformed into spiritual energy, the demon refining pot. The abundant spiritual energy is more powerful than ordinary elixirs. Su Chen was shocked. Such a resource full of spiritual energy could be used in many places. In medicine refining, it can be used to enhance the efficacy of the medicine. Moreover, the spiritual energy here can also be absorbed by cultivators to improve their strength. It is even very useful in refining equipment. Su Chen's eyes were full of surprise. This trip was really not in vain. Su Chen picked up the demon pill and put it into the spiritual realm. Then, Su Chen walked down the corpse of the next demon. However, no demon pill was found in the corpse of the second demon. Then, Su Chen continued to walk towards the corpse of the next demon. Half an hour later, Su Chen collected the corpses of all the monsters. These monsters are almost all monsters of the second to third realm, and Su Chen can deal with them easily. However, Su Chen searched most of the demon corpses, but not every demon corpse contained a demon pill. In other words, not every demon's corpse or demon core can be preserved. Su Chen carefully examined the condition of the body. Finally, Su Chen discovered a pattern. As long as the demonic energy of a monster died before dissipating, the demon core in its body would basically be preserved. After discovering this pattern, Su Chen understood the reason. When the demon invasion began, Su Chen mastered this secret, which was equivalent to mastering resources that other sects did not have. Chapter 118. Rush to the aid of Lingyin Sect. Su Chen walked back to the sect and began to gather other senior sisters. The secret of the demon pill is a big secret. With this secret, the invasion of these demons is a disaster in the eyes of others, but in Su Chen's eyes, it is an unprecedented opportunity. These demon tribes are all resources for strengthening our own sect. In front of the hall, Lu Huai stood aside. Although Lu Huai's cultivation was not high, Lu Huai had extremely rich life experience and could help Su Chen make decisions. Su Chen said, "Father, I discovered a secret. If you kill these monsters before their demonic energy dissipates, you can obtain demon pills." Su Chen said this and took out a light blue pill-like object. This is the demon pill. This kind of thing has many uses. It can be used to refine medicine to improve the cultivation of our human cultivators. It can also be used as a material for refining weapons to create some spiritual weapons with special properties. Lu Huai's expression suddenly changed. He didn't have much contact with the demon race, but the demon pill absolutely overturned his cognition. Now that the demon race is invading, the number of demons is huge. Even if only 1/10 of the demons have demon cores left in their bodies, this is still an extremely considerable resource. Lu Huai looked up and asked, "What do you mean?" "I think the demon cores of these demon tribes can be used as resources to strengthen our sect. After this demon invasion, I'm sure you will stay in the Lingyin Sect." "No," Su Chen spoke. "I'll go down the mountain with you and hunt monsters. Clear out the monsters near Lingyin Peak, and you'll get a large number of monster pills." For a period of time afterwards, a large number of disciples went out to Lingyin Peak to completely eliminate the surrounding monsters. Su Chen was stunned when he saw the mountain of demon pills. It turned out that he was the disciple he recruited. In such a short period of time, he had accumulated so many demon pills. But what Su Chen didn't know was that in other places, it would take a lot of effort to resist the nearby monsters. However, the monsters near Lingyin Peak suffered. The Lingyin Sect disciples under Su Chen's command not only included elites with high talents and strong cultivation like Lu Yuyu, Bai Ling, and Tang Ziyuan, but most importantly, even ordinary disciples. Almost everyone had a magic weapon of good quality in their hands, and there were also a huge number of monsters. Such a big sect, all its strength is mobilized. The monsters at the foot of the mountain are simply impossible to resist. Su Chen poured the demon pill where Fatty Zhang and others were. He has already figured out how to integrate demon pills into weapon refining. Not only can the spiritual power of the magic weapon refined in this way be greatly enhanced, but some magic weapons can even have some attributes of demons. Fatty Zhang opened his eyes wide as he watched Su Chen's demonstration. He sighed, "Su Chen, you are really a genius." Su Chen smiled. "Use these demon pills to refine magical instruments for your disciples, and sell the rest to other sects." Fatty Zhang nodded and began to devote himself to the production process of the magic weapon. 10 days later, Lingyin Sect. Bai Rushuang looked at the densely packed monsters at the foot of the mountain and fell into deep thought. Even a sect as powerful as Lingyin Sect can only stay in one place and protect the people there. However, monsters continued to appear, and as time went on, supplies began to become scarce. Lingyin Sect also gradually fell into trouble. If they want to drive away the monsters nearby, the cost will be too high and Lingyin Sect cannot afford it. Bai Rushuang stood up and looked at Li Rushing not far away. After several years, Bai Rushuang's strength has been improved to the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Alchemists at the Foundation Establishment Realm are already very rare. Bai Rushuang's current status is definitely one of the best among the younger generation of disciples in Lingyin Sect. Li Rushing said, "The situation is not optimistic right now. If we continue like this, the cost will be too great. We won't be able to hold out for long. The demon tribe will eventually break through here." Bai Rushuang couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was because I rejected Su Chen's invitation, otherwise Lingyin Sect would not be in such a predicament now. At this moment, suddenly, a phoenix cry was heard not far away. I saw a huge flying bird appear in the sky. The flying bird was so huge that it almost blocked out the sky and the sun. Li Rushing immediately recognized that it was a 5th-grade immortal beast. A figure stood on the flying bird, and then many fairy beasts appeared not far away. Lu Lingyu stood on the flying bird, moved her fingers slightly, and a magic circle slowly formed in the sky. Then, countless monsters were crushed directly. However, this time the demonic energy was not completely dissipated. After the monster was killed, countless demon pills were left behind. Suddenly, the disciple of Lingyin Sect landed below and began to collect demon pills. Li Rushing couldn't understand what the other party was doing, but what surprised him even more was that Lu Lingyu's strength had actually reached the 9th level of Jindan. If Li Rushing remembered correctly, Lu Lingyu was only the 5th senior sister in the Lingyin Sect. The 5th senior sister actually had such strength. One can imagine what level the other female cultivators had reached. Moreover, what shocked Li Rushing the most was that the other disciples of Lingyin Sect were all riding on huge fairy beasts. These fairy beasts should have been sent by the beast-taming sect. But what surprised Li Rushing was that every disciple was holding a powerful magical weapon in his hand. With such a huge number of magical instruments, there must be a powerful instrument refiner in the Lingyin Sect. With the support of powerful magic weapons and the high level of cultivation of the disciples of Lingyin Sect, the monsters near Lingyin Sect were quickly suppressed far away. After dealing with the nearby monsters, Lu Lingyu landed in front of Li Rushing. Li Rushing stepped forward and greeted them warmly. "Welcome." Lu Lingyu returned the gift. "Masterly this time, it was my husband who asked us to come and help you." Li Rushing said, "I also want to thank Su Chen." Lu Lingyu smiled. "My husband knew that Lingyin Sect had its own people to protect, so he asked us to bring these things." Lu Lingyu said this and waved her hand. Then, a large number of magical weapons appeared in Lu Lingyu's spiritual realm. All of these magical weapons were infused with the power of the demon pill. Li Rushing was stunned. The quality of these magic weapons is almost all of the Xian-level magic weapons. Just one of these magic weapons is priceless. But at this moment, Su Chen actually gave all these magical weapons to himself? After the shock, Li Rushing came to his senses and bowed, saying, "Thank you for the gift from Lingyin Sect. We at Lingyin Sect will never forget this kindness." Lu Lingyu smiled. Lingyin Sect wants to form an alliance with Lingyin Sect to jointly resist the invasion of the demon race. Li Rushing readily agreed, saying that it was an honor for Lingyin Sect to be able to form an alliance with a sect like Lingyin Sect. Su Chen knew in his heart that due to the existence of the laws of heaven and earth, only a part of the current demon race could enter the human world. When powerful demons were able to invade, it would be the most critical time. Therefore, Su Chen now needs to accumulate strength. By then, the 4 demon kings will definitely appear in the human world. Chapter 119, I don't do business that will make a loss. It has been nearly a month since the demon tribe invaded, and many small sects have been swallowed up. The remaining sects are all large sects. In the Beishan sect, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression glanced at the disciples around him. What's the current situation of the demon race? The surrounding demon tribes have been eliminated, but continuing like this is not a solution. The middle-aged man is named Beishan. He is the leader of the Beishan school. His current strength has reached the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. He also has a place among the strong men of the time. However, Sect Master, the people of Lingyin Sect don't seem to be affected by this demon invasion. Beishan's expression changed. When did Lingyin Sect become so powerful? Aren't all the cultivators in Lingyin Sect female? What kind of talent for cultivation could those female cultivators have? Women are not as talented as men in cultivation. The strength of Beishan Sect is much stronger than that of Lingyin Sect. Even their Beishan Sect suffered a lot of losses in this invasion of the demon clan. How could Lingyin Peak not be affected by the demon clan? Beishan's face was full of confusion. At this time, a middle-aged man came out. This was the middle-aged man from the Beishan school whom Su Chen met in the small town that time. The middle-aged man said, "It seems that a male cultivator has arrived in Lingyin Sect. He's very powerful. In addition, the strength of the female cultivators in Lingyin Sect has greatly improved in recent years, especially Lu Lingyu and the sword cultivator surnamed Li. The strength of these two has greatly improved. However, Lung Wushuang seems to have not seen much improvement due to his injuries." Male cultivator? Beishan's expression changed. There was actually a male cultivator in Lingyin Sect. Beishan frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded solemnly and said, "I understand." Beishan knew in his heart that the changes in Lingyin Sect were definitely closely related to this male cultivator. After Beishan gave some instructions, he set off directly for Lingyin Sect. On top of Lingyin Peak, Su Chen was meditating and practicing when suddenly a figure appeared not far away. The figure was very imposing, with an invisible aura oppressing the surroundings. Su Chen flew into the air and appeared in front of the figure. The man who came was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and muscles that seemed about to burst out. There was a hint of vigilance in Su Chen's eyes. The man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. He had a powerful cultivation level. Although he did not show it intentionally, Su Chen could tell at a glance that the man's true cultivation level had reached the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. The person who came was Beishan. Just now, Beishan had specially observed the disciples of Lingyin Sect. Now in the Lingyin Sect, there are not only female cultivators, but also many male cultivators. The great changes in the Lingyin Sect must have a lot to do with the person in front of him. "Are you Su Chen?" Su Chen smiled indifferently. From the other person's figure and cultivation level, Su Chen had already guessed this person's identity. He was practicing the Beishan Ju, and the only person who could reach the 5th level of Yuanyang realm was Beishan, the leader of the Beishan sect. "It's me. Let Lung Wushuang come out. I have something to discuss with your sect master." Su Chen said, "If you have anything, just tell me. You are not worthy. I am here to find your clan leader." As he spoke, Beishan released his aura, and a beast-shaped spirit appeared behind Beishan. Beishan Ju itself is a Taoist method cultivated by imitating the forms of various wild beasts. When cultivated to a certain level, it can transform into this kind of spiritual body. Su Chen smiled and easily wiped out the spirit with a wave of his hand. Beishan was shocked. The spirit he had just released only strengthened his own momentum. However, this kind of spirit cannot be easily broken. The strength displayed by Su Chen at this moment is at least above the 7th level of the Jindan realm. At this age, being able to reach the 7th level of the Jindan realm is already a very terrifying existence. Su Chen smiled faintly. "I am the leader of Lingyin Sect." "You?" Beishan laughed. "Boy, I admit that you have some strength, but the Lingyin Sect has never recruited male disciples. I'm afraid those male disciples were only recruited to deal with these monsters. You said you are the leader of the Lingyin Sect." Su Chen nodded confidently. "I am." At this moment, a huge flying bird fell from the sky, and Lu Lingyu walked over. At this moment, Lu Lingyu was wearing a tight battle armor with a light veil draped over it. She had a fair face, picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and a heroic demeanor, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Lu Lingyu walked to Su Chen's side and said, "Husband, the monsters in the east have been eliminated, and 50,000 monster pills have been harvested." Su Chen nodded. Beishan was completely bewildered. Demon pill? 50,000. As the leader of Beishan's sect, he naturally knew about demon pills, but 50,000 demon pills? Is this number real? When did the number of rare demon pills begin to be measured in tens of thousands? Although he was confused, Beishan now roughly understood that Su Chen's identity was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps, Su Chen really might be the leader of Lingyin Sect. At this moment, a group of fairy beasts flew over from a distance. Standing on those fairy beasts were all disciples of the Lingyin Sect. Moreover, almost every one of these disciples has a magic weapon in their hands. Beishan was stunned. Magical weapons are extremely rare things. For the disciples of Lingyin Sect to possess such a large number of them, they must have gone through something. Beishan's attitude softened slightly. He withdrew his own spiritual energy. Lu Lingyu glanced at Beishan and said, "Master Beishan, you're here too." Beishan smiled. Lu Lingyu was now a 9th level Jindan realm expert, definitely considered a powerful figure in the world. Beishan had no intention of provoking her. It was simple. Lu Lingyu wasn't the strongest in the Lingyin Sect. She had several senior sisters ahead of her, including Lung Wushuang. Lu Lingyu glanced at Su Chen and said, "If you have anything to say, please tell my husband." After saying that, Lu Lingyu turned around, walked onto the flying bird, and flew towards Lingyin Peak. Su Chen looked towards Beishan with a smile on his face. "Master Beishan, What is the purpose of your visit this time? Beishan looked a little uncomfortable. At this moment, he understood that the handsome man in front of him was most likely the leader of Lingyin Sect. Beishan quickly changed his expression after thinking about it, and said in a deep voice, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. I want to exchange the Beishan Sect's heavy armor for your spirit stones. Heavy armor is a type of equipment independently developed by the Beishan Sect. This type of heavy armor does not feel heavy when worn, but it can resist a lot of damage. It can be said to be one of the reasons why the Beishan Sect is so powerful. This deal is not a loss, but the current spirit stones can be used by Su Chen to make magical tools. If the Beishan Sect wants to exchange them, it needs to show enough sincerity. How much heavy armor do you want to exchange, and what's the ratio? Beishan hesitated for a moment and said, 1-to-1 ratio. Beishan had no choice but to do this. Although Beishan had received the news of the demon invasion in advance, he still underestimated the strength of the demons. As a result, many disciples of Beishan were killed or injured in this demon invasion. The remaining disciples had also severely depleted their spiritual energy due to the long battle. Beishan was in urgent need of some spiritual stones to replenish the spiritual energy of the Beishan disciples. Beishan finished speaking and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't do business at a loss. Chapter 120 Sneak Attack. Beishan's expression suddenly changed, and he asked tentatively, What ratio do you want? Su Chen said calmly, 10-to-1. What? Hearing this comparison, Beishan's rough face suddenly showed some anger. Su Chen, don't go too far. Su Chen ignored it. If these spirit stones were made into magical instruments, their value would far exceed the Beishan Sect's heavy armor. If we can't reach an agreement, please ask Beishan Sect Master to go back. Beishan's face darkened. Okay, Su Chen, I'll remember what happened today. Su Chen smiled. He made a gesture of invitation and said, I think the Beishan Sect Master has left the mountain gate, so I don't need to see him off. Beishan's face looked grim. He snorted coldly, and then flew away from Lingyin Peak. In the next few days, Su Chen led his disciples to eliminate almost all the monsters around. There was even a situation where monsters disappeared from the area within dozens of miles of Lingyin Sect. Su Chen also took the opportunity to accumulate a large number of demon pills. These demon pills are precious resources. As long as Su Chen is willing, these demon pills can meet the weapon refining requirements of all the disciples of Lingyin Sect, and there will still be a lot of surplus. The strength of Lingyin Sect attracted many small sects within 1,000 miles to come and join it. Beishan saw all of this. Above the Beishan Sect, Beishan had a grim expression on his face. Next to him stood an old man with white hair, but full of energy. The sharpness between his eyebrows and eyes is definitely not something an ordinary old man can possess. This is the Grand Elder of Beishan Sect, whose strength has reached the terrifying 6th level of Yuanyang realm. He is the real trump card of Beishan Sect. What do you think? Su Chen is a young cultivator, yet he dares to be so arrogant. I will definitely make him pay the price. Beishan's eyes were vicious. He looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. 3,000 great worlds. In the vast expanse of white, a tall man appeared in the white space. The man has a slender and extremely sexy figure. A white robe draped over his body makes him look even more peerless. The man walked slowly forward. Then he suddenly raised his eyes, and the look between his eyebrows suddenly became extremely sharp. An old man appeared in front of the man. He had white hair, but there was a gentleness in his eyes and a kind face. No one could see what was in the old man's mind. The man walked forward barefoot and asked, Have you chosen an heir in the underworld? The old man frowned slightly and chuckled. I just think that person from the lower realm is qualified to enter the 3,000 worlds. Oh, there was a hint of surprise in the man's eyes. It's rare to find someone who earns such a high evaluation from you. The old man smiled and said, As a member of the God clan, why do you have the heart to come here today? The man frowned and said, Didn't the demon tribe invade the lower realm? I came here specifically to ask what happened. The old man waved his hand. It's not easy for us to interfere in the affairs of the lower world. Besides, you should ask those who have become gods in the demon race about their affairs. I will naturally inquire about the affairs of the demon clan. Now that the demon realm and the human world are connected, we must investigate thoroughly. The man said this and said no more. The old man chuckled and advised, Let the lower realms handle their affairs. The man snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know the person you buried in the human world. The old man laughed and said no more. The man quickly disappeared, and the old man paced out of the white space. Then, the scenery around the old man suddenly changed, and it turned into a paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. The surrounding scenery was extremely beautiful. Even when the old man walked in it, nothing changed. It seemed as if all this was illusory, but it really existed. That day, a man in a white robe suddenly appeared not far away. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, yet a gentle touch between them, carrying an indifferent aura of "nothing matters to me." It was the powerful Protas who had spoken with the old man 2 days ago. A helpless smile appeared on the old man's lips. There were very few people who could enter his state of mind, but this man in white robe was one of them. The man in white robe smiled and walked over. The demons from the lower realms have invaded the human world. Things are getting a little bad. However, the person you chose does have something special. Ha! The old man laughed out loud. Didn't you blame me for handing over the Longquan sword at that time? The man in white robe gave the old man a cold look. I'm afraid that an unqualified person will insult the Longquan sword. The old man asked, what's the answer now? It's just SOSO, barely passable. The old man's face was full of smiles. The white-robed man's expression suddenly became serious. You gave the Tao Te Ching and the Longquan sword to the people in the lower realm. You must have your own plans. What do you think of these gods in the sky? The old man also looked a little more serious. The white-robed man's expression changed, and he looked at the old man. Don't worry, my mindscape. Unless I want it to, no one can enter at will, except you. The people of the God clan are not friendly to those who ascend from small worlds. The old man said, these people from the God clan are not as simple as you think. The old man looked at the man in white robe. Do you know why the human race is the least likely to ascend to the upper realm? The gate to the heavenly Tao in the human world has been closed, so the cultivation speed of the immortal cultivators in the human world is extremely slow. This is also the reason why few people in the human world can break through to the upper realm. So you want to break these rules? The old man nodded. I don't think the closure of the heavenly Tao gate is a natural occurrence. Someone from the divine realm must be involved in this. Our strength is definitely not enough to fight against the current God clan, so I'm placing my bets on the lower realm. The man in white robe nodded. How long will it take for him to ascend? The old man smiled. There's still a long time to go. Right now, that kid is at the lowest level of the 3,000 small worlds. It will take a long time for him to enter the 3,000 great worlds. For now, the structure of the 3,000 worlds will not change. Let's just stand there for now, the two of us. At a spiritual stone storage area of Lingyin Sect, disciples of Lingyin Sect are carrying spiritual stones. Suddenly, not far away, a stream of spiritual energy rose into the sky. Then, countless figures suddenly appeared not far away. The leader was a middle-aged man. An extremely powerful spiritual energy burst out from the middle-aged man, and then the roar of wild beasts was heard all around. Beishan looked around with a cold look in his eyes. Kill them all. Take away all the spirit stones here. Chapter 121 by Weiwei is injured. Somewhere in Lingyin Peak, Su Chen was closing his eyes and meditating. Now Su Chen's strength has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Jindan realm. Although this level of cultivation is not considered to be a top-level powerhouse in this small world, Su Chen has many magical weapons and is proficient in swordsmanship and various Taoist techniques. His strength is comparable to that of a 2nd or 3rd level Yuanyang realm powerhouse. Not far away, a woman suddenly walked in. The person who came was Lu Yuyu. Su Chen glanced at Lu Yuyu and asked, where's Su Yang? Practicing swordplay. After learning about the demon invasion, this kid clamored to practice quickly and help you in the future. Su Chen smiled. This kid. Lu Yuyu walked over and said gently, don't be too tired recently. Don't overwork yourself. Su Chen looked up and asked, senior sister, is there something wrong? Lu Yuyu blushed, and then a look of happiness appeared on the corner of her mouth. She touched her belly and said, you might be having another baby. Su Chen looked surprised. Really? Lu Yuyu nodded, and then the system prompt sound came in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring and gaining 100 years of cultivation. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation. Peak of the 9th level of the core formation realm. Spiritual root, intermediate Xian level. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 3 years and 9 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 3 years and 3 months. Su Jia, high mysterious rank, 2 years and 9 months. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 2 years and 3 months. Lu Lingyu's daughter, Su Ling, 1.5 years old. High yellow rank. Lung Wushuang's daughter, Su Lung. Peak mysterious rank, by Weiwei's son, Su Ming. Intermediate mysterious rank. Chen Yui's son, Su Yi. Beginner mysterious rank, Zhang. Ruoshua's daughter, Su Ling. Intermediate mysterious rank, Lu Yuyu's son, unborn. Items: Alchemy Furnace, Little Medicine Boy, Ghost Taming Technique, Demon Refining Pot. Techniques: Yunin Ju, 3rd level, Yellow rank, Elementary level. Dragon and Tiger Body Building Method, Yellow rank, Intermediate level. Yin and Yang, Hehuan Secret Technique, 1st level, Earth rank, Intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, Earth rank, Elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, Elementary level. Fusion Technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, High level. Command Flag, Xian rank, Intermediate level. While Su Chen was delighted, he also felt significant changes in his body. Now his strength is infinitely close to the Yuanyang realm. With just an opportunity, Su Chen can directly enter the Yuanyang realm. At this moment, a disciple of Lingyin Sect walked over from not far away. She glanced at Lu Yuyu, then said, "Sect Master, people from the Beishan Sect attacked one of our spirit stone storage points and injured senior sister Bai Weiwei." Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. He asked, "Where is Bai Weiwei now?" The disciple hesitated and said, "He was seriously injured and is recuperating in the medicine refining pavilion." Su Chen did not answer again and flew directly to the alchemy pavilion. In the alchemy pavilion, Bai Weiwei's eyes were closed tightly, with a bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. Su Chen hurried over, and the little medicine boy who had not been seen for a long time immediately came to greet him. "Su Chen, you're finally here. Come and see senior sister Bai Weiwei." Su Chen didn't bother to greet the little medicine boy, but walked straight to Bai Weiwei. The spiritual energy slowly entered Bai Weiwei's body, and Su Chen frowned. Bai Weiwei's situation was not good. Originally, Bai Weiwei's strength was only at the foundation establishment stage. As an alchemist, Bai Weiwei spent most of her time refining medicine. Naturally, her cultivation level could not compare to Lu Yuyu, Bai Ling, Lu Lingyu, and others. But Su Chen never expected that the Beishan sect would actually take action against Bai Weiwei, an alchemist. Under Su Chen's precise spiritual power exploration, at this moment, almost all of Bai Weiwei's meridians were destroyed. Once there is even a slight deviation, the lifeline will be damaged, and then there will be no way to recover. Su Chen's face darkened, and without any hesitation, he called the little medicine boy Tong Tong from the spiritual realm. Tong Tong flew around Bai Weiwei's body. Su Chen asked, "Tong Tong, is there any way to do this? This person's injuries are very serious. To heal him, he needs qi gathering pills. In addition, he needs 7 qi gathering pills. He needs to take one every 7 days for 49 days to be cured." Qi gathering pill. The preciousness of the qi gathering pill is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In some large sects, there are no more than 5 qi gathering pills. Su Chen nodded. "I see." Tong Tong said, "Master, if you want to make a qi gathering pill, I don't have enough strength right now. However, if I can comprehend all the knowledge in the books in this alchemy pavilion, there might be a way." "I see." Su Chen's expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, Su Chen turned around and said to everyone, "For the next few days, all matters within the sect will be handed over to Lung Wushuang. I will stay in the medicine refining pavilion for a few days." After saying that, Su Chen flew directly to the 4th floor of the medicine pavilion. Although Lingyin Sect's alchemy is not its strong point, its alchemy pavilion houses many precious books on alchemy. A long time ago, the alchemy skills of Lingyin Sect were considered unique among the human sects in this small world. However, as time passed, the art of alchemy gradually declined. It has been many years since any alchemist in Lingyin Sect has been able to enter the 5th level. Su Chen entered the 4th floor of the alchemy pavilion and sat at the desk. The alchemy books around him automatically flew in front of Su Chen. Su Chen bent down and began to study the book. At this time, outside the door of the medicine refining pavilion, Lu Lingyu came and took Bai Weiwei away. With Lu Lingyu's flowing water technique to maintain Bai Weiwei's life, she can last for a long time. In the Beishan sect, Beishan was very proud. He had injured Su Chen's wife and taken away a considerable amount of their spirit stone resources, but the people of the Lingyin sect did not react at all. It seems that there is nothing to be afraid of in Lingyin sect. Time passed slowly, and then the Lingyin sect became silent. The Beishan sect, which benefited from the spiritual stones, also began to become more rampant. Strangely, the Lingyin sect did not react at all. On this day, in Lingyin sect, outside the medicine refining pavilion, a figure slowly walked out. Su Chen did not make a big fuss, but walked to Lu Lingyu's residence silently. Lu Lingyu was in the yard. On an ice bed in the yard, Bai Weiwei was lying on the hospital bed. Her face was pale, and her body was very weak. When Lu Lingyu saw Su Chen coming, she immediately went to greet him. Su Chen smiled and took out a pill from his body. Lu Lingyu's face was full of shock. This is a Xian-grade qi gathering pill. A qi gathering pill of this quality is definitely a rare treasure. Lu Lingyu did not ask Su Chen about the origin of this pill. Su Chen fed the pill to Bai Weiwei, and immediately, Bai Weiwei's face became much rosier. Su Chen walked aside and said to the little medicine boy who had been taking care of Bai Weiwei these days, "This is the qi gathering pill. Take good care of senior sister." Su Chen handed the remaining 6 qi gathering pills to the little medicine boy. The little medicine boy was so surprised that he was speechless. Chapter 122 Breakthrough. While the Lingyin Sect was still feeling complacent about the spiritual stone resources they had obtained, at this time, on top of Lingyin Peak, Su Chen stood in the hall with a calm expression. Although Bai Weiwei's injuries had improved, she had not yet regained consciousness. In the main hall, all of Su Chen's senior sisters have arrived. Su Chen glanced at everyone. Unlike before, Su Chen's expression today was full of seriousness. Is Bai Weiwei okay? As soon as Lung Wushuang arrived, he looked at Su Chen and asked worriedly. They all knew Bai Weiwei's injuries very well. According to Bai Weiwei's injuries, unless Su Chen finished reading all the books in the alchemy pavilion within 7 days and refined the corresponding medicine. Otherwise, after 7 days, Bai Weiwei's meridians would be fundamentally damaged, and she would lose her cultivation forever. Although the people present were not aware of it, Lu Lingyu knew it clearly in her heart. My husband has already read the medical skills of the alchemy pavilion and has refined the corresponding medicine. Sisters, don't worry. All the female cultivators were stunned. All the books in the alchemy pavilion? The alchemy pavilion has a total of 6 floors, and the books inside are all medical books passed down for thousands of years in the Lingyin Sect. Since the decline of the Lingyin Sect's alchemy, no one has ever been able to reach the 5th floor of the alchemy pavilion. Even a genius alchemist like Bai Weiwei only read up to the 4th level of the alchemy pavilion. However, Su Chen himself not only finished reading all the books in the alchemy pavilion within 7 days, or to be exact, within 6.5 days, but also refined the elixir to save Bai Weiwei. This talent and efficiency are simply incredible. The women looked at Su Chen with 3 parts shock, 3 parts joy, and 4 parts admiration. Such a brilliant man was their husband. Seeing the girls' shocked, respectful, and admiring gazes, Su Chen did not feel complacent, but his expression remained calm. This time, Su Chen called all the senior sisters here for a very important purpose. He wants to completely destroy the Lingyin Sect. Lingyin Sect has always been a sect as famous as Lingyin Sect, and it is even more powerful. Su Chen wants to completely destroy Lingyin Sect, but his current strength is not enough. In the next few days, I will be practicing in seclusion. I hope you sisters can help me protect the Dharma. Su Chen spoke. All the senior sisters agreed readily. Su Chen turned around and entered the inner hall. A few days later, in a quiet paradise outside Lingyin Peak, Su Chen sat cross-legged in meditation. He held his breath and concentrated, and the spiritual energy on his body became very soft, turning into a faint breath that surrounded Su Chen. Surrounding him, a huge magic circle enveloped Su Chen. Around the magic circle, Lung Wushuang and others were protecting Su Chen. The female cultivators of Lingyin Peak could all see clearly Su Chen's current condition. A faint spiritual energy nourished Su Chen's body, and Su Chen's body began to become crystal clear. Then, Su Chen's clothes suddenly burst open, revealing Su Chen's muscular body. Lung Wushuang and the others blushed, but soon they returned to normal. After all, they had seen it before. Su Chen was completely unaware of the situation outside. At this moment, he only felt a comfortable feeling coming from all parts of his body. Su Chen also completely released the cultivation that had been accumulated before. As the spiritual energy gradually becomes stronger, Lung Wushuang, senior sister Li, Lu Yuyu, Bai Ling, Tang Xin, Lu Lingyu, Chen Yue, the 7 female cultivators from Lingyin Peak also activated their own cultivation techniques, channeling their spiritual energy into the formation, pushing the spiritual energy into Su Chen's body. I saw a glowing object appear at the heart of Su Chen's crystal clear body. It was Su Chen's heart. Lung Wushuang opened his eyes wide. A heart with 7 orifices. Su Chen actually has a mind with 7 orifices. In this way, all the senior sisters completely understood why Su Chen cultivated so fast. She also completely understood why Su Chen would set up such a 7-star spirit gathering formation, allowing the 7 of them to protect him and help him break through the Yuanyang realm. The 7 apertures heart is 1 in a million. People who possess it have a very high understanding and comprehension of martial arts, and their self-cultivation speed is also very fast. Countless spiritual energy gathered towards Su Chen's heart. At this moment, Su Chen saw a different scene. A glowing spirit appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen had seen that glowing spirit before. It was the fortune of the Dali Kingdom. Within the spiritual body, countless spiritual energies began to flow into Su Chen's body. Originally, there was a considerable amount of luck of the Dali Kingdom stored in his body, but at this moment, it was all absorbed by Su Chen's body. However, Su Chen did not feel anything strange at all. Su Chen felt an extremely huge and soothing warm current spread throughout his body. Then, the surging spiritual energy went straight into his dantian, pushing his cultivation level to soar. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current cultivation level, Yuanyang Realm 3rd level. The system prompt sounded at the same time. Su Chen was also stunned. He didn't expect that after a breakthrough, his cultivation level would rise 3 levels in a row, reaching the 3rd level of Yuanyang Realm in one fell swoop. All the spiritual energy and cultivation accumulated before were absorbed by Su Chen. Su Chen opened his eyes, and the spiritual energy belonging to the Yuanyang Realm immediately filled the surroundings. A hint of joy appeared on senior sister Li's face. Su Chen, you've improved. Su Chen nodded. 3rd level of Yuanyang Realm? He directly broke through from the peak of the Jindan Realm to the 3rd level of the Yuanyang Realm. What a monstrous talent. If it were anyone else, they would be shocked and speechless. However, Lung Wushuang and others had long been accustomed to Su Chen's monstrous talent. Tang Ziyuan and Lu Yuyu seemed to be lost in thought. They not only participated in Su Chen's breakthrough, but also watched the whole process. Su Chen's method of cultivation breakthrough also gave some inspiration to Tang Ziyuan and Lu Yuyu, whose cultivation level had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Jindan Realm. In order to break through to the Yuanyang Realm, most people need to go through a heavenly tribulation. Only when the body can withstand the baptism of the heavenly tribulation can one completely move from the Jedan realm to the Yuanyang realm. However, Su Chen's breakthrough process was very dull. In fact, all the spiritual energy was madly and consciously flowing into Su Chen's body. Everyone's cultivation process is different, but people like Su Chen who can avoid heavenly tribulations have rarely appeared in the past history of this world. Perhaps, Su Chen's way of circulating spiritual energy is different from that of ordinary people. The two women carefully recalled Su Chen's practice process just now and seemed to have an epiphany. As her husband, Su Chen has already reached the Yuanyang realm, so naturally, she and others cannot hold Su Chen back. When you think about it, their previous cultivation was far higher than Su Chen's. At this time, outside Lingyin Peak, all the major sects were in an uproar. Another powerful Yuanyang realm expert was born. The path to becoming an immortal is very bumpy, especially when your strength has reached a certain level. It is very difficult to improve further. It is even more difficult to break through from the Jindan realm to the Yuanyang realm. Once a Yuanyang realm master is born, almost all the strong people in the 3,000 small worlds will feel it. Tang Dynasty, above the palace. A young man looked at the people in the audience with a smile on his face. Where did this Yuanyang realm expert come from? It seems to be in the Lingyin Sect in the east. Lingyin Sect? That's really a small sect. Go check this person's identity. If there's a possibility of development, we must do our best to fight for it. Young master, he's just a Yuanyang realm expert from a small sect. Is it really necessary to start a war? Every year, countless Yuanyang realm experts come to our Tang dynasty. The young master smiled. Then have you ever seen a Yuanyang realm expert who didn't experience a heavenly tribulation? The middle-aged man who spoke was stunned. How is it possible without experiencing heavenly tribulation? Chapter 123, Sword Qi. At this moment, another spiritual energy rose up. That strong fluctuation of spiritual energy came from the Lingyin Sect. Another Yuanyang realm expert. The middle-aged man was stunned. Then, another stream of spiritual energy rose up, and the direction from which the spiritual energy came was still the direction of Lingyin Peak. 2 or 3 cultivators have broken through to the Yuanyang realm in succession. This Lingyin Sect is definitely not simple. The young man smiled. Now, should we go over there and take a look? The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and nodded. 3 days later, a huge flying bird appeared in the sky above Beishan's sect. The flying bird was red all over with red stripes on its body. It flew over the Beishan sect, like a mountain, blocking out the sky and the sun. Then, countless fairy beasts flew over from not far away. All the disciples of Beishan school noticed this situation. They looked up toward the sky. Beishan knew clearly in his heart that it was the people from Lingyin Sect who had arrived. Since he had ambushed the disciples of Lingyin Sect, Su Chen would definitely not let it go, and Beishan was also ready to fight. However, at this moment, several groups of people suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. Su Chen frowned slightly. He was in the sky and found that these groups of people were still ahead of Beishan's sect. These powerful people who suddenly appeared included not only Wudong and Lingyin Sect, but there are also many powerful people headed by Yuanyang realm. These powerful people all come from some big sects and families in this world. Above the sky, a luxuriously decorated carriage appeared in the clouds. In front of the luxurious carriage, a huge red dragon was crawling at the feet of the carriage. On the carriage, a young man in white stood with his head held high, looking towards the two sects of Lingyin and Beishan who were about to confront each other. On one side of the carriage, a large golden flag fluttered in the wind, with a big word engraved on it, Tang. The young man in white clothes has black hair and a white hat, and looks very elegant. He is Liemo, a member of the royal family of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty is different from countries like Dali. The Tang dynasty is a real dynasty. A considerable number of the real top masters in this world are gathered in the top dynasty, like the Tang dynasty. Beside the young man, two white-haired old men stood on his left and right. Both of them had white hair and youthful faces, and their faces looked old, but their eyebrows and eyes were filled with a sharpness that came from having experienced the world. Many of the powerful people from various forces present knew these two old men. The left and right protectors of the Tang dynasty are both powerful men who have reached the level of divine transformation. The power of the God transformation realm is so great that it can be said that the powerhouses of the Yuanyang realm are just a matter of number before the God transformation realm. On the other side of the mountain, a group of sword cultivators came riding on their swords. Leading the group was a woman dressed in light gauze, holding a printed long sword in her hand and walking lightly. His reserved temperament concealed infinite sword intent. Although the veil covered the woman's face, one could still tell from her exposed eyebrows and eyes how beautiful she was. Liemo looked at the group of sword cultivators and smiled slightly. I didn't expect Zhao Linger to be here too. It seems he's also interested in the leader of the Lingyin Sect. Long before coming, Liemo had investigated Su Chen's background. An unknown cultivator, in just a few years, went from being unable to embark on the path of cultivation to entering the Yuanyang realm, a realm that can give a glimpse to the door of ascension. It is hard not to attract people's attention. Zhao Linger stood on a mountain peak, watching the battlefield quietly. A disciple walked up to Zhao Linger and said, "The Tang dynasty is here too." Zhao Linger nodded. Some ordinary sects on the side couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw that Zhao Linger from the Tang dynasty and Kunlun Holy Mountain had come. It seems that this time, things are going to be exciting. At this moment, Su Chen and others had not yet officially declared war on the Beishan sect, but many sects had already arrived. The successive breakthroughs to the Yuanyang realm at Lingyin Peak have attracted the attention of all the major sects. The old man from Beishan's sect looked towards the distance with a look of shock on his face. It seems that these people have also received the news that a powerful Yuanyang realm expert from Lingyin Sect has broken through. Since these people are here, it would be a good opportunity to let them see the strength of Beishan's sect in front of them and establish prestige among the many sects. Most of the sects that came this time were of similar status and position to the Lingyin Sect, while some small sects came to decide their sides. The conflict between the Beishan sect and the Lingyin Sect was destined to determine that the two sects would never be in the same camp, and clarifying their sides through this chapter would have many benefits for the sect's future development. The strong men from the major sects did not take any action, but just watched quietly. Su Chen's eyes swept over the people coming from the surrounding major sects, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next moment, someone from the Lingyin Sect took action. A slender figure suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a graceful figure came slowly from the sky. Then, the surroundings suddenly turned into a sea of flowers, which was full of spiritual energy, fragrance, and an intoxicating smell. Tang Ziyuan stepped into the air from the fairy beast. There was fragrance at every step, and a sea of flowers surrounded her on both sides. Sign of the Zodiac. Beishan, who was standing in front of the mountain gate, suddenly changed his expression. He knew that Tang Ziyuan of Lingyin Sect had a certain zodiac sign. However, he never expected that in just a few years, Tang Ziyuan had already reached the first level of Yuanyang realm. Now Tang Ziyuan's zodiac sign has reached a terrifying level. Tang Ziyuan was surrounded by a sea of flowers, forming a long ladder. She slowly walked down from it, looking at Beishan with a cold gaze. Beishan, you attacked my Lingyin Sect by surprise. Do you really think that my Lingyin Sect has no one? Beishan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew these female cultivators of Lingyin Sect. How did their strength improve so quickly? Didn't they suffer heavy losses during the demon invasion more than 10 years ago? The injuries of Tang Ziyuan and others had been healed long ago because of the weekend with Su Chen. Now, among the people in the entire Lingyin Sect, only Leng Wushuang's injury had not been completely healed. That was an injury involving the Demon King and the Foundation. If Mingzhu could not be killed, Leng Wushuang's injury would never be completely healed. Except for Leng Wushuang, the injuries of everyone else had already healed. Ha 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 ha. Do you think my Beishan sect is afraid of you? Beishan laughed loudly, but the nervousness and fear in the depths of his eyes revealed his true thoughts. Tang Xian smiled slightly. She raised her hand, and a burst of petals suddenly surrounded her, and then the sea of flowers suddenly rushed towards the disciples of Beishan school. A wailing sounded from the disciples of Beishan's sect. This sea of flowers was extremely strange, and the fragrance directly entered the bodies of the Beishan sect disciples. Then, the Beishan sect disciples began to show signs of poisoning. During the process of cultivation, Tang Ziyuan's zodiac sign mutated and evolved into a poisonous attribute. Beishan's expression changed, and he flew up. A huge amount of spiritual power burst out from his body, isolating the poisonous gas in the sea of flowers. However, the next moment, a touch of green merged into the sea of flowers, and then, the sea of flowers seemed to be filled with a sharp spirit. The green color was like a blade, directly breaking through the spiritual energy of Beishan. Another zodiac sign. Su Chen slowly walked out from the side. Su Chen, who was always elegant and easygoing, now had a cold look in his eyes. His thin lips sharpened as he slowly spoke. Beishan, originally, the demon tribe invaded, and the cultivators should have united, but you broke the rules. People like you should be killed. Beishan laughed out loud. Just you? Su Chen, you are only a 9th level Jindan realm cultivator. Why do you think you can fight me? Are these female cultivators of yours enough? Su Chen didn't say anything, but the aura around him suddenly changed. Sword energy and Taoist energy appeared on Su Chen's body at the same time. Beishan opened his eyes wide. How could it be possible for one person to have both Dao Qi and Sword Qi at the same time? Moreover, when did Su Chen break through to the Yuanyang realm? And it looked like he was not just entering it for the first time, but had already reached the 2nd level of Yuanyang? Could it be that this guy had deliberately concealed his cultivation level before? Before Beishan could recover from his shock, Su Chen took the first step. The Longquan's sword was unsheathed, and then a sword energy burst out from the Longquan's sword and slashed directly towards Beishan. Beishan dodged to the side and avoided the sword energy. And that sword energy slashed straight towards the top of the Beishan sect's mountain. The Beishan sect was directly split into 2 halves by this sword energy. One sword splits the mountain. Chapter 124 One-on-One. What a shame and humiliation. Su Chen's sword energy directly smashed the plaque of Beishan School into pieces. This is an indelible shame for any sect. Liamo stood in the sky and said calmly, practicing Taoism and swordsmanship at the same time, with the same zodiac, is quite interesting. Zhao Linger's eyes changed slightly. She looked at Su Chen, thinking about something. On the battlefield, Su Chen did not intend to give Beishan any chance to defend himself. 2 figures walked out from Su Chen's side. Lu Yuyu and Bai Ling released their own spiritual energy. After watching Su Chen's breakthrough process, the strength of both of them has been greatly improved. Following Su Chen, they both broke through and reached the Yuanyang realm. 2 more Yuanyang realm powerhouses. Beishan's heart tightened. This time, Beishan had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. The expressions of many people from the surrounding sects changed. In one sect, 4 or 5 Yuanyang realm powerhouses appeared one after another. The terrifying level of this sect had surpassed most of the sects present. The most important thing to know is that there are 4 of them present, and the former leader of Lingyin Sect, Leng Wushuang, was a strong man at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm more than 10 years ago. There must be strong people left in the sect. With such a simple calculation, the number of Yuanyang realm experts in Lingyin Sect is at least 7 or 8. Su Chen held the Longquan's sword in his hand and looked at Beishan with cold eyes. A faint sword energy slowly emanated from Su Chen's body. Su Chen ignored the other sects that came this time, nor did he care about the positions of these sects. Since the Beishan faction has mobilized the disciples of the Lingyin Sect and also hurt his wife, then the entire Beishan sect would have no reason to exist. In an instant, Su Chen suddenly took action. An extremely powerful sword energy burst out from the Longquan's sword, heading directly towards Beishan's vital point. Killer move. Su Chen's sword energy was extremely sharp, yet within this sharpness, it was also somewhat steady. Ordinary sword cultivators are simply unable to control such sharp sword energy, but with the blessing of the 7 Apertures heart, Su Chen seems to be able to do it with ease. Zhao Linger was slightly moved. Su Chen's mastery of sword energy had reached a terrifying level. The sword energy arrived in front of Beishan in the blink of an eye. Beishan released his spiritual energy, and the shadow of a wild beast appeared from behind Beishan. Beishan gathered his spiritual energy in front of him, ready to confront Su Chen's sword energy. However, when facing Su Chen's sword energy, which was only at the 2nd level of Yuanyang realm, the beast's shadow, which was at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm, actually showed some fear. Beishan had fought with sword cultivators before, but he had never seen such a sharp sword energy. The terrifying sword energy directly tore apart the huge beast shadow condensed by Beishan and hit Beishan directly. Beishan groaned and took a few steps back. This attack caused considerable trauma to Beishan, but the most serious blow was the blow to Beishan's state of mind. How could a person at the 2nd level of Yuanyang realm possibly break through his defense? There is a gap of 3 small realms between the two sides. As a result, he, who had a higher level of cultivation, was at a disadvantage. Beishan's mood became a little unstable. At this time, the Sea of Flowers reappears. Tang Ziyuan stood tall in the Sea of Flowers, with Lu Lingyu and Bai Ling following closely behind. Tang Ziyuan did not take action, but Lu Lingyu and Bai Ling in the back took action, attacked directly towards Beishan. A stream emerged in the air, seemingly flowing gently, without much murderous aura, but the faces of the Yuanyang realm masters watching the battle nearby became solemn. Although Lu Lingyu has just entered the Yuanyang realm, this Taoist art of flowing water is full of undercurrents and murderous intentions, and it already has the subtle meaning of the way of flowing water. But Bai Ling's attack was a completely different scene. Bai Ling's magic weapon is a dark green flute. The flute waved slightly. The sound of the flute suddenly rises. The next moment, in the void, 66 sound swords formed by the sound of spiritual flutes appeared out of thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 36 sound swords whistled and shot towards Beishan. Beishan had just suffered considerable injuries from Su Chen's attack, now facing the joint attack of Lu Lingyu and Bai Ling. What could Beishan use to resist? It seemed that Beishan was about to be injured by the flowing water method and the sound sword. However, at this moment, a voice sounded from the sky. Fighting one more person than you already have is a bit unfair. In the Beishan sect, a figure suddenly flew out. The figure's aura was extremely powerful, and the oppressive feeling around him instantly became stronger. A white-haired old man appeared. He raised his hand and directly neutralized the attacks of Lu Lingyu and Bai Ling. Lu Lingyu took 2 steps back in the Sea of Flowers, and the expression on her pretty face changed slightly. The strength of this old man, Fran, has reached the 7th level of Yuanyang realm. No one in the Lingyin Sect can match this kind of strength. The old man opened his eyes, and a huge spirit of a god appeared behind him. Boy, you're someone who just entered the Yuanyang realm. What gives you the right to come here and act wildly? The old man spoke angrily. The spiritual power fluctuations on his body were very strong, and the spiritual energy of the god general became more and more real. Su Chen raised his eyes calmly and said, "Today, even if you are a 7th level Yuanyang realm warrior, you can't stop me. Since the Beishan sect has offended me, the Beishan sect must be destroyed today." Su Chen has been in the mountains for many years. Before he embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, he suffered humiliation. He didn't care about other people's behavior towards him, but his wives were Su Chen's Achilles' heel. If you hurt them, you will die. Su Chen flew up, the Longquan sword suddenly unsheathed, and powerful sword energy burst out. Who would have thought that at this moment, the elder from the Beishan sect would speak up and say, "You can seek revenge, but then use your strength to win. Fighting more than one person is unfair. Today, you send the strongest person from the Lingyin Sect to fight me. If you win, in front of so many sects watching, I will disband the Beishan sect on the spot. If you lose, kneel down and call me grandpa, and I can spare your life." You are shameless. Lu Lingyu cursed angrily. This old man is at the 7th level of Yuanyang realm. No matter how powerful Su Chen is, he is no match for this old man. If it is a one-on-one fight, he will definitely die. Why? Don't you dare. The old man from Beishan sect had a look of disdain on his face. If you don't dare, just go back to Lingyin Sect and don't embarrass yourself here. People from many sects looked over. They looked at Su Chen, wanting to see how Su Chen would respond. If they accept the challenge, they will surely die. If they don't accept the challenge, the people of Lingyin Sect will be in great trouble this time. Who knew that Su Chen actually walked out slowly? He said calmly, "I accept." The whole audience was in an uproar. How could a person at the 2nd level of Yuanyang realm fight one-on-one with a person at the 7th level of Yuanyang realm? On one side of the battlefield, An old man looked at Su Chen and sneered. A young boy, whose strength is only at the 2nd level of Yuanyang realm, wants to challenge the Beishan sect elder who is at the 7th level of Yuanyang realm? This old man is from Taishan sect. Beishan school and Taishan school are from the same school, but Taishan school's understanding of Beishan boxing far exceeds that of Beishan school, so much so that Beishan boxing was later renamed Taishan boxing. From then on, Taishan sect became one of the upper-class sects. The Taishan sect and the Beishan sect have close contacts, so naturally they are on the side of the Beishan sect. The words were also full of implications directed at the Lingyin Sect. On the other side, Liamo looked at Su Chen with some admiration in his eyes. He asked, "Mr. Li, what do you think are Su Chen's chances of winning?" "Less than 10%. An old man on the side bowed and said, "With a gap of 5 levels in strength, it is simply a fantasy to want to defeat the old man from Beishan school." Liamo smiled when he heard this. "Take a good look. I'm actually quite looking forward to meeting the leader of the Lingyin Sect." Other sects like Wudong and Qingyun Mountain, which are similar to Lingyin Sect and stand on the side of Lingyin Sect, are beginning to worry. This time, it's not just them who came, there are also super large sects and masters from top dynasties. In front of them, there are only winners and losers, and there is no mercy at all. If Su Chen loses, the old man from Beishan sect wants to kill Su Chen, but the people from these sects will definitely not take action. And it will not be easy for Lu Lingyu and other masters from Lingyin Sect to save Su Chen. Chapter 125 Spiritual State. Li Rushing and Li Qingshan had already made plans. If Su Chen was defeated, they would fight to the death to save Su Chen. On the battlefield, Su Chen was also ready for battle. The old man from Beishan school was very proud and looked confident. Su Chen is very strong, otherwise he would not have been able to injure Beishan, who is at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm, when he is only at the 2nd level of Yuanyang realm. But the old man is different. He is at the 7th level of Yuanyang realm. The 7th level is completely different from the 5th level. Levels 1 to 3 are the basic level, levels 4 to 6 are the intermediate level, and level 7 is the advanced level. It was already very difficult for Su Chen to fight against him and fight against opponents of higher levels. This difference of 5 levels is simply a fairy tale. However, Su Chen's expression remained calm, and he even looked quite relaxed. He lightly grasped the Longquan's sword and faced the old man from the Beishan school alone. The old man from Beishan school released his spiritual energy, and a huge god rose up behind him. Only by practicing Beishan fist to the extreme can one reach such a level. Liamo turned around and asked a white-haired old man beside him, "How about this guy's Beishan fist?" "I know a little bit, but it's just a mediocre understanding." If such a person were in an ordinary sect, he could indeed become the strongest person in a sect. However, in front of a true master, this is not enough. Profound. Liamo sighed and looked at Su Chen. Liamo is also proficient in cultivation, and naturally knows that there is a huge gap between the 7th and 2nd levels of Yuanyang realm. He wants to see how Su Chen will deal with it. Ha ha ha, this kid is probably going to die. What a pity that such a talented cultivator is about to perish. What kind of genius is this? He's just arrogant and conceited. I just can't stand this. How can the Lingyin Sect, a sect composed of women and not even qualified to be an upper-class sect, rely on a young man to prosper? Being too arrogant is not a good thing. Many powerful people from the sects watching the battle in the surrounding area were talking about it. Su Chen didn't take these comments to heart at all. Most people are only willing to believe what they see. Su Chen let out a light breath, and all the bones in his body cracked. His cultivation level climbed from the 2nd level of Yuanyang to the peak of the 2nd level, the 3rd level, the early 3rd level, the middle level, the late level, all the way to the peak of the 3rd level of Yuanyang. "Oh, Sanchong, you are not my opponent," said the old man from Beishan school with a hint of disdain on his face. "Whether he's my match or not, we'll know only after we fight him." Su Chen's cold voice rang out. The words fell. Su Chen, whose momentum reached its peak, drew his sword. The first sword. Thousands of sword intentions gathered from all directions, and the Longquan's sword emitted a faint golden light, as if it was full of spirituality. Su Chen moved his fingers slightly, and thousands of sword energies slashed towards the old man. The sword energy that looked as dense as a net to outsiders was a completely different scene in the eyes of the old man from Beishan sect. Among the thousands of sword energies, some real and some fake, it is possible that only one is the real killing move. However, with the strength of the old man from Beishan, he has no way to tell which one it is. But each and every one of these sword energies was so realistic and terrifying. In an instant, A few drops of cold sweat oozed out of the forehead of the old man from Beishan school. How can this kid release such a powerful sword energy? Many masters on the side were surprised. The level of sword energy was definitely not that emitted by a master of the third level of Yuanyang realm. The level of this sword energy is at least that which can be emitted by a sword cultivator at the fifth level of Yuanyang realm. Su Chen flew up, and then the thousands of sword energies turned into one. Originally, the old man from Beishan school was still struggling to decide which sword energy was the real one. However, in a flash, those sword energies gathered into one. At such a close distance, it was impossible for the old man from Beishan school to dodge. The terrifying sword energy was like a mountain, slashing directly at the old man from Beishan sect. In an instant, the sword energy had reached the old man from Beishan school. At this distance, he could no longer dodge. The old man from Beishan school's expression changed, and the spiritual power in his body began to circulate violently, concentrating all the spiritual energy on his face, turning it into an extremely condensed spiritual shield, which directly collided with Su Chen's sword energy. In the eyes of the old man from Beishan sect, the other party was only a cultivator at the third level of Yuanyang realm after all. Even if he had an advanced understanding of sword energy, the sword energy he released was only the power of the fifth level of Yuanyang realm. It was absolutely impossible to break through the defense of a cultivator like him at the seventh level of Yuanyang realm. However, the next moment, the old man from Beishan school's expression changed. Su Chen's sword energy was extremely sharp. The moment the sword energy touched his spiritual shield, a strange scene appeared. The pure and condensed spiritual power of the spiritual shield seemed to be absorbed by the sword energy and disintegrated in an instant. Boom! A loud noise was heard. Everyone saw the terrifying sword energy exploding in front of the old man from Beishan school. Amidst the raging spiritual power, the old man from the Beishan school flew backwards. Su Chen looked calm. As Su Chen advanced to the Yuanyang realm, his understanding of sword energy had reached an unprecedented level. The endless chess game once made Su Chen understand that the so-called sword cultivator is the sharpest sword among the warriors. As long as you draw your sword, you must abandon all other thoughts and focus solely on breaking through the enemy's defense and reaching the vital point. When Su Chen used the sword, he abandoned all defenses, aimed at one point, and exerted all his strength. It is very difficult to comprehend this realm, but Su Chen has a sharp mind, and his concentration and mental strength are far beyond the reach of ordinary swordsmen. Therefore, this sword was created. Extremely sharp. Zhao Linger's expression changed slightly. She could feel that Su Chen's sword was definitely not an ordinary sword. All the sword cultivators in the world, even at the third level of Yuanyang realm, cannot wield such a sword. The old man from Beishan sect flew backwards, just when everyone thought the outcome was decided. The old man from Beishan school suddenly stood up. A huge gap in the old man's spiritual energy appeared, but Su Chen's sword energy did not really hurt the old man's body. It only created a huge gap in the spiritual energy attached to the old man's body. The old man from Beishan sect snorted coldly, and then the originally damaged spiritual energy gap began to heal rapidly and soon returned to its original state. The old man from Beishan sect had a grim expression on his face. He looked at Su Chen and said, "You're quite capable, boy. You were able to force out my spirit form." Spirit form? Many of the experts present showed some doubts. However, above the sky, Liamo was not surprised at all. The two old men also remained calm. Among this group of masters, all those who have reached the sixth level of Yuanyang realm and above have no changes in expression. When a cultivator's strength reaches the sixth level of Yuanyang realm, he can cultivate his own spiritual body. In the spiritual body, the cultivator himself will not be harmed, and all injuries will consume spiritual energy. Until the spiritual energy is exhausted, the cultivator's body will not be harmed. In this form, no one can hurt the old man from Beishan school. Moreover, this form is a competition of the depth of spiritual energy. However, if we compare the depth of spiritual energy, Su Chen's spiritual energy at the third level of Yuanyang realm is definitely no match for the strength of the old man from Beishan school at the seventh level of Yuanyang realm. Although Su Chen's understanding of sword energy far exceeds that of ordinary people, he can even use the sword moves of a fifth-level Yuanyang realm sword cultivator with the strength of a third-level Yuanyang realm sword cultivator. However, Su Chen's own spiritual energy could never exceed that of the third level of Yuanyang realm. If this goes on, Su Chen will definitely lose. Liamo looked at Su Chen and said, "Now I want to see how you will deal with it." The old man on the side said calmly, "Why is His Royal Highness so interested in this young man?" Liamo smiled faintly. Chapter 126, Obliterate. Let me ask you two seniors, when you were Su Chen's age, could you have reached his level of strength? The two old men were stunned. Indeed, Su Chen's current age and his cultivation level are absolutely unprecedented in this world. Liamo turned his head and said, "Keep watching." At this time, all the masters were looking at Su Chen. How should Su Chen respond in this situation? Who knew that Su Chen actually laughed? "Since you want to compete in the richness of spiritual energy, then I will accompany you." As Su Chen spoke, he took out the demon refining pot from the spiritual realm. Su Chen has not yet used up all the demonic energy he absorbed from the demon realm last time. These demonic energies have long been refined into spiritual energy by the demon refining pot. If a competition is to determine the depth of spiritual energy, not to mention people at the 7th level of Yuanyang realm, even people at the 9th level of Yuanyang realm may not be able to defeat him. Su Chen opened the connection between the demon refining pot and himself, and the spiritual energy in the demon refining pot was continuously transmitted towards Su Chen. Su Chen picked up the Longquan sword, and sword energy surrounded Su Chen. Then countless sword shadows attacked the old man from Beishan school. The sword shadow was completely absorbed by the Beishan sect elders' spiritual energy, but it was also drastically consuming the Beishan sect elders' spiritual energy. That's just nonsense. Li Rushing spoke. Originally, in this form, the competition is about the depth of spiritual energy. Su Chen is fighting so hard. How can you, a Yuan Yang realm 3rd level person, possibly be able to compete with someone in the Yuan Yang realm 7th level? However, as time went on, a look of fear appeared on the face of the old man from Beishan school. Up to now, Su Chen's spiritual energy has not weakened at all during the battle, but has become stronger and stronger. Su Chen suddenly retracted the Longquan sword. Then he stood still and began to wave his hands rapidly. A huge bagua formation pattern appeared under Su Chen's feet. The sharp sword energy on Su Chen's body also began to turn into a faint and majestic Taoist energy. Since he was in front of so many sects, Su Chen planned to show his strength thoroughly. In a flash, the surging sword energy disappeared, replaced by the supreme Taoist energy. The word Kuan lit up above the bagua formation, and Su Chen said softly, "Kuan, Tahesh." The ground beneath the old man from Beishan sect was suddenly torn apart, and then 2 huge earth pillars shot straight up into the sky and headed towards the old man from Beishan sect. The old man from Beishan school flew up and avoided the attack. The word Qian, a rubbing of chaotic gold. Almost in an instant, the old man from Beishan school felt that his attention was somewhat distracted. Su Chen appeared beside the old man, and suddenly all the fonts on the bagua formation lit up. A mighty aura of Taoism directly enveloped the old man from Beishan sect. This Taoist method is gentle, but it carries an incomparable sense of oppression. The old man beside Li Mo's expression changed slightly. He said softly, "This kid has such a deep understanding of Taoism. Your Highness, please accept this cultivator into the Tang dynasty. You must not allow him to establish his own sect. Otherwise, he will become a hidden danger to the Tang dynasty in the future." The other old man also nodded. He mastered Taoism and sword energy at the same time. The most terrifying thing was that Su Chen had an extremely deep understanding of these 2 methods of cultivation. Su Chen must not be allowed to establish his own sect. Su Chen stood in the magic circle, and the light of the magic circle reflected his handsome face. He said in a cold voice, "Break." Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy surged up from Su Chen's body, and the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current cultivation level, Yuanyang realm 4th level. On the battlefield, everyone felt this fluctuation of spiritual energy, a breakthrough during the battle. Before anyone could recover, the old man from the Beishan school suddenly looked painful. The supreme Taoist energy directly attacked the body of the old man from Beishan sect. The next moment, the spiritual energy from the old man from Beishan sect rapidly dissipated. The body belonging to the 7th level of Yuanyang realm exploded. The magic circle was broken, and the old man from Beishan sect fell to the ground with a loud bang. Su Chen slowly walked to the side of the old man from Beishan school. Su Chen wins. Li Qingshan, Li Rushing and others who were originally worried were completely stunned this time. They still haven't understood that Su Chen not only defeated the old man from Beishan sect by surpassing his level, but also made a breakthrough during the battle. To break through each level of cultivation in the Yuanyang realm is harder than ascending to heaven. It requires extremely strong reserves of spiritual energy and a certain amount of opportunity to break through. However, Su Chen's breakthrough seemed as simple as eating and drinking water. It was completely silent. Not only were the people watching the fight around stunned into unconsciousness by this scene, but even the people of Lingyin Sect were also stunned into unconsciousness by this astonishing scene before them. Su Chen stood above the sky, leaning over to look at Lingyin, who had a look of shock on his face. Do you really think that there is no one left in my Lingyin Sect? Lingyin came back to his senses, a hint of fear flashing in the depths of his eyes. The most powerful elder of Lingyin Sect was directly wiped out by Su Chen. With his current strength, he was no match for Su Chen at all. Just as everyone was surprised, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The two old men in Taoist robes moved very quickly. They came directly in front of Su Chen and looked down at him. Fellow Taoist, do you have any intention of joining the Tang dynasty? Join the Tang dynasty? That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Tang dynasty is the most powerful country on this continent, and many sects are scrambling to become affiliated sects of the Tang dynasty. One of the elders said calmly, "We in the Tang dynasty can promise you a lot of resources. You just need to make Lingyin Sect a subsidiary sect of the Tang dynasty. Not only that, there are also various elixirs and magical medicines in the training places in the Tang dynasty that can be used to help the disciples of your sect to practice." The old man was confident that Su Chen could not refuse such conditions. However, Su Chen shook his head. There's no need to join the Tang dynasty. Our Lingyin Sect will not join other sects or countries. Hearing what Su Chen said, a master from the Taishan sect nearby couldn't help but say, "This kid is too arrogant." He even rejected the invitation from the Tang dynasty. You only defeated the grand elder of a sect like Lingyin Sect. Do you really think you are invincible? It's understandable that young people are full of energy, but it's inappropriate for them to be too arrogant. The old man in Taoist robes said, "Su Chen, although you are a genius, if you want to go further, I think you need the support of the Tang dynasty. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world. I think you should understand what I mean." The old man's tone was somewhat threatening. His meaning was very clear. If he did not join the Tang dynasty, he would be an enemy of the Tang dynasty. For a genius like Su Chen, the Tang dynasty could not allow him to develop freely, unless Lingyin Sect can become a subsidiary sect of the Tang dynasty. After saying this, the old man moved his fingers twice in the air, and then a piece of paper full of spiritual energy appeared in the old man's hand. Is this a contract? Everyone present was shocked. At the same time, a serious look appeared on Li Qingshan's face. If the contract was signed, it would mean that Su Chen's freedom would be restricted. If the agreement is not signed, Lingyin Sect will become an enemy of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 127. Why is the Tang dynasty so arrogant? 10,000 meters away, Zhao Linger looked at Su Chen with her bright eyes. Now that there is pressure from the Tang dynasty, what should you do? Su Chen smiled, and he reached out to take the contract condensed by the old man in Taoist robes. The next moment, a sharp spiritual energy burst out from Su Chen's hand and then turned into a flame. The contract was consumed by the flames. He burned the contract? Does he want to live? Those two guardians of the Tang dynasty are both masters of the spiritual transformation realm. It would be easy for them to wipe out a master of the Yuanyang realm. Su Chen is blatantly provoking them. The old man from Taishan sect laughed heartily. This kid is just not willing to die. The old man in the Tang dynasty Taoist robes looked at him coldly. What do you mean by this? As soon as the words were spoken, a sharp spiritual energy emanated from the old man in Taoist robes. The aura of the divine transformation realm. Suddenly, an invisible yet tangible pressure spread all around, and the expressions of the surrounding masters all changed. They were still a long distance away from the old man in Taoist robes, but they were already suffocating from the pressure. Not to mention that Su Chen was in front of the old man in Taoist robes. Faced with this terrifying pressure, Su Chen smiled faintly. Not only did he not retreat, but he took a step forward under the pressure. Then, a special spiritual energy burst out from Su Chen's body. Only the old man in Taoist robes could feel this spiritual energy. The expression of the old man in Taoist robe suddenly changed. The spiritual energy on Su Chen's body at this time was not the spiritual energy of the Yuanyang realm at all. This spiritual energy had reached the tribulation realm. No, it was even higher than the tribulation realm. At the same time, Su Chen's eyes also turned blue strangely, and then a feeling of dizziness appeared on the body of the old man in Taoist robe. The next moment, the old man in Taoist robe appeared in a white space. The space was empty and the surrounding scenery was indifferent and without any objects. But the next moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, with birds singing, flowers blooming, and lush greenery. An old man in a white Taoist robe appeared in front of the old man in the Taoist robe. The old man from the Daedejing smiled faintly. He looked at the old man in the Taoist robe from the Tang dynasty and said calmly, "You're here." Just a simple smile made the old man in the Tang dynasty Taoist robe tremble all over. This kind of situation only exists in legends. If the old man in Taoist robe guessed correctly, the scene he was in now should be the legendary, the scene of the heart. Taoist exercises can cultivate a state of mind after ascending to heaven. In the state of mind, the person who releases the state of mind can do whatever he wants, and all changes in the state of mind are determined by the person who releases the state of mind. The strength of the mental state is determined by the strength of the mind of the person who releases the mental state. Even if it was the case, the man in the Taoist robe knew that if he could release his mind, the strength of the man in the white robe in front of him would definitely be beyond the tribulation realm, and he did not belong to the 3,000 small worlds at all. He never dreamed that there was such a great opportunity inside Su Chen's body. Almost instantly, the old man in Taoist robes broke out in a cold sweat. The Daedejing elder stepped forward, patted the Taoist-robed elder on the shoulder, and said, "Young man, when I was your age, I had already started working on my ascension." The old man in Taoist robe smiled bitterly. It seemed that it was impossible to make Su Chen surrender to the Tang dynasty today. "I heard that you want Su Chen to join the Tang dynasty." Facing such a strong man, how could the old man in Taoist robe dare to say anything? Should he deny it or say that it was the senior? The old man from the Tao Te Ching continued, "That boy is a man with great opportunities. You, the great Tang, cannot restrain him. I advise you to give up this plan as soon as possible." At this moment, a voice came. Why waste time talking to him? Just destroy his cultivation and kick him out of his mindscape. Not far away, a golden dragon appeared in the mind scene. The golden dragon was golden all over. Although it was not a human, the spiritual energy on its body was terrifyingly strong. The old man in Taoist robe looked at the golden dragon carefully, and suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Once upon a time, in one of the 3,000 small worlds, there was a human swordsman who carried a sword called Longquan's sword. Within the Longquan's sword was born an extraordinary spirit. The appearance of that spirit weapon was exactly the same as the golden dragon in front of him. Later, the swordsman ascended into the great world and disappeared completely. Could it be? The old man from the Tao Te Ching chuckled. "That's fine." The old man in Taoist robe was suddenly shocked. "Two seniors, please show some mercy. I have offended you. I will withdraw from the mindscape now and will not provoke your hosts anymore." The old man from the Tao Te Ching smiled and said, "Wait a minute." After saying that, he walked up to the old man in Taoist robes, waved his hand, and cast a stream of spiritual energy in front of the old man's face. Su Chen's current strength has not yet improved, and his and Jinlong's cultivation is also bound by the laws of heaven and earth. It is too dangerous for Su Chen to let outsiders know about this matter now. Outside the battlefield, the old man in Taoist robes came out of his mind and regained consciousness. Su Chen looked at the old man in Taoist robe with a smile. Although the old man in Taoist robes could not remember what happened, the feeling of exhaustion and powerlessness he felt was real. He glanced at Su Chen, his eyes filled with surprise. What did this kid do to himself? The masters around had no idea what had happened, and what happened just now only happened in a flash. Su Chen asked, "I don't want to join the Tang dynasty." The old man in Taoist robe glanced at Su Chen and said with a flick of his sleeves, "Well, then I hope that Sect Master Su can lead the Lingyin Sect to become one of the best sects on this continent." After the old man in Taoist robe finished speaking, he turned and left, returning to Li Mo's side. Lu Ruyu and others immediately came to Su Chen's side. "What did you do? Why did his attitude suddenly change?" Lu Ruyu and the others thought that there would definitely be a big battle, and they were all prepared for the battle, but who knew that the result would be like this? Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "I don't know, maybe it's just luck." The masters from other sects opened their mouths wide and were unable to react for a long time. What's going on? The protector of the Tang dynasty actually let Su Chen go? This is a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm? Su Chen contradicted the other party and even tore up the agreement reached by the other party in public, but in the end, nothing happened? This scene was completely beyond the expectations of many powerful people from the surrounding sects. Although I don't know what's going on. But at this moment, the eyes of everyone around looking at the people from Lingyin Sect were filled with a bit of fear and dread. No matter what, at this moment, Lingyin Sect has become extremely powerful in the eyes of many powerful sects, and it is an existence that cannot be provoked. The old man in Taoist robe has come to Li Mo's side. "Prince, this kid is hiding a secret. It's best not to attack him." The old man in Taoist robes felt only deep fear in his heart at this moment. He didn't know what Su Chen had done to him, but his subconscious told him that he and others must not attack Su Chen. Liamo smiled. Then just think of it as coming here to watch a showdown of geniuses. He turned around and looked at Su Chen meaningfully. Then, the chariot in the sky rose into the clouds and quickly left the battlefield. Zhao Linger turned around and prepared to leave. A little maid beside her said, "Saint, are we going back like this? Lingyin Sect's defeat is a good opportunity for us to recruit a group of outer disciples." Zhao Linger smiled. "No one here today can take away what Su Chen wants." After saying that, Zhao Linger turned and left. The maid was full of confusion, because her own saint was an unparalleled strong man at the peak of the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. Apart from the Tang dynasty Prince Liamo, I'm afraid no other young person can reach this level at this age. She glanced at Su Chen, then turned around and followed Zhao Linger. Chapter 128 Heading to Kunlun Mountain. As Beishan's tall body was split into two pieces by a terrifying sword light, the Beishan school was completely defeated in the battle with the Lingyin Sect. Even though the Lingyin Sect later surrendered collectively, Su Chen did not accept it immediately. Instead, he beheaded all the people who had followed Beishan to attack the Lingyin Sect, killed many Lingyin Sect disciples, and hurt Bai Weiwei. Hundreds of heads piled up into a small hill. The remaining disciples of the Lingyin Sect were all recruited by Su Chen as outer disciples of the Lingyin Sect, responsible for guarding the outer areas of the Lingyin Sect. This battle, the Lingyin Sect not only gained a great reputation, but also plundered a large amount of property from the Lingyin Sect, and its strength was further enhanced. A few days later, at the foot of Lingyin Peak, Su Chen was wearing a plain robe, and in front of him stood Senior Sister Li and others. Senior Sister Li raised her eyebrows and asked, "Husband, are you really going? The territory of the Tang dynasty is full of experts." Su Chen nodded. After ending the battle with Lingyin Sect, Su Chen completely established his prestige among the major sections. However, on the way back to Lingyin Peak with the disciples of Lingyin Sect and the recruited disciples of Lingyin Sect, Tang Qianqian's voice came into Su Chen's mind. Su Chen was very surprised. How could Tang Qianqian contact him? "I left a star spell in your mind, so I can contact you. I'm in trouble now, and I hope you can come and help me. If you can help me get out of this predicament, I'm willing to spend my life essence to help you with divination 3 times. Tang Qianqian's tone was calm. She didn't hold out much hope. After all, the identity of an astrologer is very special, and no sect is willing to have anything to do with an astrologer. Su Chen replied, "I don't need you to divine for me 3 times. I can go and save you, but I have one condition." There was some emotional fluctuation in Tang Qianqian's voice. "What conditions?" "Become the exclusive astrologer of my Lingyin Sect." At this time, the golden dragon in his mind said, "Su Chen, are you crazy? Astrologers are the most ominous things in the world. Every time they do divination, it will become more ominous. Then the astrologer can also predict the occurrence of ominous things, which just happens to offset the ominous things." Jinlong was speechless, but the old man from the Tao Te Ching saw through Su Chen's intention. "Are you planning to try your luck as an astrologer? Whether in the 3,000 small worlds or the great 1,000 worlds, astrologer is a profession that is not allowed to be seen in the light. Many people use the astrologer's astrological ability to predict good or bad luck after the astrologer's life essence has not been used too much. After using it, they will ruthlessly eliminate the astrologer. The talent required to become an astrologer is extremely strict. Therefore, astrologers are almost extinct in this world." Su Chen smiled and said, "I just think that astrologers can predict the future, which will be helpful for the future development of the sect." The old man smiled and said no more. Su Chen came back to his senses from his thoughts. He turned around and said, "With the Lingyin Sect's wealth, our sect's strength has been greatly improved. The demon tribe can't attack Lingyin Sect. However, you must take good care of Ping En and Zhang Xiaoman. Their strength is not outstanding, so you must protect their safety." Lu Lingyu took a step forward. "Don't worry, my husband. Now that they are married to me, they are our sisters." Su Chen nodded. He turned around, and the fallen leaves around him gathered together, forming a huge flying vehicle under Su Chen's feet. Su Chen boarded the aircraft and left Lingyin Sect. This time, Su Chen was going to Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain is where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. It is rumored that there are many fairy beasts in Kunlun Mountain, and it is also the place where the beast-taming sects are concentrated. The beast-taming sect that gave Su Chen many fairy beasts last time is located in the mountains near the Kunlun Mountain Dragon. Under a towering mountain, Su Chen looked up at the mountain that protruded into the clouds. He called out his own zodiac sign and headed towards the top of the mountain. There is abundant spiritual energy near the mountain, and countless fairy beasts surround the mountain. Among them is the golden-winged roc with 4 pairs of wings, and the giant flying turtle with wings. These fairy beasts are all very rare. You can't see it at all in other places. Su Chen stood on the flying vehicle made of green leaves and slowly headed towards the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a shrill cry was heard from not far away. Su Chen felt a powerful spiritual energy coming towards him. Then a huge turtle appeared in front of him. It had a dragon head and a tortoise body, and its limbs looked like 4 wings. This also allows this fairy beast to fly in the air. Dragon turtle. Su Chen's eyes were full of shock. The dragon turtle is different from the flying turtle. Although both are turtle-like immortal beasts that can fly, the dragon turtle is rarer. The dragon turtle circled around the mountain. Su Chen looked at the dragon turtle curiously. The dragon turtle's body was covered with black stripes, and its spiritual energy was very strong. It was definitely not lower than the 5th-grade fairy beast. Suddenly, the dragon turtle hummed softly, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out. This dragon turtle is actually a 7th-grade immortal beast. A 7th-grade immortal beast is already a very rare existence. To control a 7th-grade immortal beast, one needs at least a Yuanyang realm expert to subdue it. Moreover, immortal beasts of this rank are extremely arrogant and will never bow to humans. Therefore, very few people can subdue a fairy beast of rank 7 or above. Just as Su Chen was surprised, the dragon turtle suddenly hummed and rushed towards Su Chen. Only then did Su Chen realize that he had entered the territory of the dragon turtle. A strong spiritual power fluctuation came directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen raised his hand and waved it, and the supreme Taoism came from his hand. Bounce all the spiritual energy away. In that case, I will subdue you and make you my immortal beast. The highest quality of the immortal beasts sent by the beast-taming sect before was only a 5th-grade immortal beast, which was subdued by Lu Lingyu. It just so happened that Su Chen himself was in need of a high-grade immortal beast. Su Chen took out the Longquan sword and then flew up. A huge sword spirit rose from behind Su Chen, and then the sword energy slashed directly towards the dragon turtle. The powerful sword energy slashed towards the dragon turtle, but the dragon turtle dodged sideways and used its shell to block all the sword energy. Then, the dragon turtle turned around and pounced directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen dodged sideways and stepped onto the back of the dragon turtle. How about being my fairy beast? The dragon turtle roared and shook its body violently, trying to throw Su Chen off its back. Su Chen smiled faintly. Since you don't want to, I'm going to make you suffer a little. Su Chen spoke and swung the Longquan sword in his hand, stabbing towards the weak point of the dragon turtle's body. Su Chen himself possesses the infinite spirit eye, so he knows the dragon turtle's weaknesses very clearly. This sword directly pierced into the dragon turtle's body, but Su Chen did not use the power of sword energy. This is going to become his own fairy beast, and Su Chen can't bear to hurt her. The dragon turtle roared, and powerful spiritual energy burst out from its body. A huge magic circle appeared under Su Chen, and Taoist energy lingered around Su Chen, blocking all the spiritual energy of the dragon turtle outside. After several struggles, the dragon turtle was unable to shake Su Chen off its back. Su Chen refused to let go. Su Chen finally caught a satisfactory fairy beast to tame, and he would not miss such a good opportunity. Chapter 129 Dragon Turtle. At this time, an ethereal voice came from Su Chen's mind. I am willing to be your fairy beast. Please let me go. It was a very childish voice. It was like the voice of a 2-year-old child. When Su Chen finally confirmed that the sound came from the dragon turtle, a look of shock appeared on his face. Can this fairy beast speak human language? The voice continued to come from Su Chen's mind. But if you want to become my master, you must pass my test. Su Chen smiled and responded, What test? Pull out the sword first. It hurts so much. Su Chen pulled the Longquan sword out of the dragon turtle's body. The dragon turtle shook itself and said, If you want to sign a contract with me, your spiritual energy must be stronger than mine. Otherwise, you won't be able to control my spiritual energy. Then, the dragon turtle continued to ask, What is your current cultivation level? 4th level of Yuanyang realm. That won't work. If you want to control me, you need to be at least at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. Su Chen nodded, and then he said, Then wouldn't it be great if I could break through to the 5th level of Yuanyang realm? You must be kidding me. How can you break through from the 4th to the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm just like that? Su Chen didn't answer. I'll lend you my tortoise shell. After saying that, Su Chen actually got up from the back of the dragon turtle and sat down to meditate, and a magic circle condensed under Su Chen's feet. Spiritual energy began to flow out from the dantian continuously. The power of the demon refining pot is far stronger than Su Chen expected. Since the last battle with the old man from Lingyin Sect, after Su Chen established a connection with the demon refining pot, most of the spiritual energy in the demon refining pot was transferred into Su Chen's body. Although this part of spiritual energy is not as pure as the spiritual energy cultivated by oneself, it can also be used to improve cultivation. The dragon turtle muttered in shock. Does this kid trust me like this? If the dragon turtle took the opportunity to attack Su Chen at this time, Su Chen would definitely not be able to resist. But the dragon turtle did not take action. He flew quietly to a cliff and waited quietly for Su Chen to break through. The dragon turtle didn't know, but Su Chen was completely unprepared. Once the dragon turtle really dared to attack, the golden dragon would take action immediately and kill the dragon turtle directly. At this time in the beast-taming sect, a female disciple walked into the hall, and in the hall stood a woman with an enchanting figure and a perfect body. The woman had a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows, her skin was fair, and her eyes and eyebrows were full of beauty. If ordinary people saw this, they would definitely be amazed at how such a beautiful woman could exist in the world. The female disciple stepped forward and said, "Master, a young dragon turtle is crawling on the cliff." What? Dragon turtle? Dragon turtles are a rare species and are a rare fairy beast that is rarely seen in hundreds of years. Generally, immortal beasts are of only first or second grade since birth, and their strength needs to be acquired through gradual practice. However, the dragon turtle has at least the quality of a fifth-grade immortal beast since birth. Where is the dragon turtle now? It's just below the cliff. It seems that there is another person on the back of the dragon turtle. There was a hint of surprise in the woman's eyes. Is there anyone who can control a magical beast like the dragon turtle? In the beast-taming sect, there have been countless talented beast tamers over the past thousands of years, but no one has ever been able to control a mythical beast like the dragon turtle. Come with me and take a look, the woman said, walking out of the hall. Outside the hall, a huge red bird flew over. The woman stepped on the bird's back and flew into the air. At this time, Su Chen was pouring all the massive spiritual energy absorbed from the demon refining pot into his dantian. The spiritual energy nourished Su Chen's body, and a strange feeling arose spontaneously. Suddenly, spiritual energy burst out from Su Chen's body, and at the same time, the voice of the system came. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. Reward item: all beasts become one. A somewhat old secret book fell into Su Chen's hands. Su Chen had heard of this book, called All Beasts Become One. Legend has it that anyone who can fully comprehend this book will have the ability to summon all beasts. It can be said that this is what every beastmaster dreams of. Su Chen carefully gathered all the beasts together and placed them into his own spiritual realm. Then he opened his eyes and stood up. The voice of the dragon turtle was heard next. "Are you awake?" At the same time, dragon turtle's tone was filled with shock. It really didn't expect that Su Chen actually broke through to the 5th level of Yuanyang realm in just half an hour. The dragon turtle had never seen such talent before. Su Chen said calmly, "Can you sign a contract with me now?" The dragon turtle's eyes rolled around. Then it nodded, and its huge body soared into the air. Su Chen bit his finger and dripped blood on the dragon turtle's body. As Su Chen's spiritual energy and the dragon turtle's spiritual energy merged, an ethereal voice sounded in the minds of Long Gui and Su Chen at the same time. Using blood as energy and spirit as guidance, are you willing to become the immortal beast of the immortal cultivator Su Chen? The dragon turtle nodded. The next moment, a stream of spiritual energy emerged from the dragon turtle's body and quickly sank into Su Chen's body. A voice came from Su Chen's mind. "Congratulations on successfully signing a contract with the immortal beast." The next moment, the dragon turtle's body suddenly shrank and turned into a turtle only about 1 meter long. Then the dragon turtle entered the spiritual realm. At this time in the spiritual realm, the old man from the Tao Te Ching was sitting in front of a round table formed by his mindscape. He was looking at the chessboard on the stone table, thinking about how to make the next move. The golden dragon was lying lazily on the side, taking a nap. The little medicine boy Tong Tong was running around curiously. Suddenly, a turtle fell from the sky and hit Tong Tong. Tong Tong let out a cry of ouch. When she came to her senses, she found a turtle with a dragon head and a tortoise body on the ground. Tong Tong looked at the dragon turtle curiously and asked, "Who are you? How did you enter the spiritual realm?" The dragon turtle scratched its head embarrassedly and said, "I am the immortal beast that Su Chen just signed." The golden dragon on the side heard the noise and came over. He took one look at the dragon turtle and was stunned. Where did Su Chen get this thing from? It's already of 7th grade quality right after it was born. This thing is too incredible. Hearing this, the old man from the Tao Te Ching also slowly walked over. He glanced at the dark golden pattern on the dragon turtle and asked, "Are you the immortal beast that Su Chen just signed a contract with?" The dragon turtle looked timidly at the golden dragon and the old man from the Tao Te Ching. Although young, the little dragon turtle could still clearly feel the spiritual energy on the two people, which had long surpassed the spiritual energy range of the 3,000 small worlds. It whispered, "Yes, I am." The old man from the Tao Te Ching smiled indifferently. This kid Su Chen's opportunity might be even more amazing than the old man's back then. This dragon turtle is extremely rare even among dragon turtles of the same attributes. This dragon turtle has the quality of rank 7 right after birth. Its talent is rare in the world. Chapter 130. All beasts return to one. The golden dragon looked the dragon turtle up and down. "Well, now that you have entered the spiritual realm, follow me from now on." The little medicine boy Tong Tong also came over and said happily, "Then I will be the second child, and you can only be the third child." The dragon turtle nodded awkwardly. Although he was still a little scared, it seemed that these two people had no ill intentions. At this time, in the outside world, a bird with a fiery red body flew through the sky. On top of the flying bird stood a woman of extraordinary beauty. The woman looked down, and when her eyes fell on Su Chen, she was slightly stunned. Then the bird quickly approached Su Chen. The woman said, "Sect Master Su Chen, why are you here?" Su Chen looked up. The woman standing on the fiery red bird was none other than Bai Lingyin, the leader of the beast-taming sect who had previously gifted her with many magical beasts. Su Chen flew up. "Master Bai, I didn't expect your sect to be located here." Su Chen's figure landed steadily on the red flying bird. Bai Lingyin asked, "If I had known you were coming, I would have sent someone to greet you. Are all the sisters and brothers from Lingyin Sect all right?" Su Chen nodded. Bai Lingyin then asked, "Sect Master Su Chen, I wonder if you saw a dragon turtle here just now." Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Is the immortal dragon turtle very precious?" Of course. Among the immortal beasts, besides the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the next most powerful beasts are the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle ranks at least in the top 10 among all the immortal beasts. Su Chen sighed silently in his heart. He didn't expect that he had picked up such a treasure by accident. "Sir Su Chen, did you see that just now?" Seeing that Su Chen did not answer, Bai Lingyin continued to ask. If they could tame a dragon turtle, it would undoubtedly be of great help to the Beastmaster sect. Su Chen shook his head. "I didn't see him. This time I came here to look for an old friend in Kunlun Mountain." Bai Lingyin nodded. Perhaps his disciple was dazzled. He had never seen a dragon turtle in all the years he had been here. How could a dragon turtle suddenly appear out of thin air? She said, "Since Sect Master Su Chen is here, why not follow me to the mountain for a gathering?" Su Chen glanced at the sky and agreed happily. The beast-taming sect is also a very special sect in the continent. The disciples in this kind of sect don't have a very high level of cultivation, but they are proficient in the art of taming beasts and can use various powerful fairy beasts to fight. It has become a unique sect among the 3,000 small worlds. The fiery red bird circled over the beast-taming sect and slowly landed on the ground. Bai Lingyin and Su Chen slowly walked down from the flying bird. Su Chen was wearing a white robe, and with his slender figure and peerless appearance, he immediately attracted the attention of a large number of female disciples. These female disciples were secretly guessing Su Chen's identity in their hearts. Being so young, yet having such a close relationship with the sect leader, this man must be a leader among the younger generation. Su Chen didn't know that his charming physique had already captured the hearts of countless female disciples of the beast-taming sect. Even Bai Lingyin couldn't help but develop some affection for Su Chen. The two walked into the hall. Bai Lingyin asked, "Sect Master Su Chen, you just said you were going to Kunlun Mountain?" Su Chen nodded and asked, "Master Bai, do you know anything about Kunlun Mountain?" "I understand, but entering Kunlun Mountain is not an easy task. Kunlun Mountain is a sacred place for cultivating immortals. Within Kunlun Mountain, there exist some super sections. These sects are so powerful that even the Tang dynasty has to give them some respect. As a sacred place for cultivating immortals, countless cultivators seek to enter Kunlun Mountain every year. Therefore, a rule has been established in Kunlun Mountain. To enter Kunlun Mountain, one must obtain the approval of the 5 major sects under Kunlun Mountain. These 5 major sects correspond to Taoism, beast control, alchemy, sword cultivation, and martial arts. Only by passing the trials of these 5 major sects can one gain the opportunity to enter Kunlun Mountain. Su Chen had already vaguely guessed something. What sect master Bai just said, this beast-taming affiliated sect must be your sect, right? Bai Linger smiled and nodded. That's right, I am the affiliated sect of this beast control. Every immortal cultivator who entered Kunlun Mountain from here is recorded, so I can't show you any leniency. But the art of taming beasts is easy to learn. Su Chen nodded. Although he knew Bai Linger, he still had to abide by the rules of Kunlun Mountain. Bai Linger asked, Sect Master Su Chen, do you have any knowledge of the art of taming beasts? Su Chen shook his head. In my beast-taming sect, there are many books for you to study. To gain my approval, you only need to have a basic understanding of the art of beast-taming. Su Chen bowed and said, Then Su Chen would like to thank Sect Master Bai. Bai Linger smiled. You're welcome. Bai Linger helped Su Chen arrange accommodation. Su Chen's residence is a unique courtyard above the beast-taming sect. The courtyard is full of spiritual energy, and not far in front of the courtyard is the beast-taming sect's sutra library. Early in the morning, Su Chen woke up from his sleep. He stood up and walked out of the yard. Not far from the yard, there were some low-level fairy beasts roaming in the dense forest. Su Chen set off for the Beastmaster sect's sutra library. At the door of the beast-taming sect's sutra library, a good-looking female disciple was waiting for Su Chen. Su Chen walked over. The female disciple immediately came forward and said, I was assigned by sect leader Bai to take care of your daily life. My name is Su Weier. Su Chen nodded. Then I'll trouble you. I don't deserve it. Su Weiler blushed as she spoke. For some reason, Su Weiler felt her heart beating faster when she got close to Su Chen. And this is exactly the role played by Su Chen's charming body. Then Su Chen followed Su Weiler into the sutra library. The sutra library is filled with countless books. Su Chen looked at the dazzling array of books and sighed helplessly. It seems like it's another round of study time. Su Chen found a seat and sat down, ready to start studying. He took out the All Beasts Return to One from the spiritual realm. Then he turned to the first page. However, when he saw the first page, he was stunned. The entire first page is blank. A wordless heavenly book? Just when Su Chen was puzzled, all the beasts gathered together as one and suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. The next moment, the books in the sutra library floated up. Then countless characters flew out from the book and merged into the unity of all beasts. Fonts began to slowly emerge from the scene where all beasts became one. Su Chen tried to read, but found that the knowledge about beast taming began to be automatically input into his brain at an astonishing speed. Chapter 131. Why do you sit in my seat? Time passed by unknowingly. Su Chen raised his head and found that 2 hours had passed unknowingly. Su Chen stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the sutra library. The beast-taming sect is located near Kunlun Mountain and is the largest beast-taming sect. Many children of famous nobles who want to study the art of beast-taming come here to learn the art. Kunlun Mountain itself is full of spiritual energy and is very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, there are countless sects of various kinds near Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, they are generally large sects whose strength is far superior to external sects such as Lingyin Sect. Then, the door of the sutra library opened and a man walked in. The man was very young. Although he was not very handsome, he was dressed very appropriately. Beside him, there are 2 attendants, both of whom are at the Yuanyang realm. It is obvious that this young man is of extraordinary status, as he has Yuanyang realm strongmen as attendants. Su Chen didn't want to cause trouble, so he gave up his position. However, even so, when Su Chen walked out from his seat, he still attracted countless gazes. Su Chen is so handsome. Coupled with her charming body, she immediately attracted many female cultivators in the sutra library. Su Chen smiled awkwardly and prepared to leave. At this moment, the young man just walked into the sutra library. The young master of the xianxia sect, Lingyin, is here. He seems to be studying the art of taming beasts recently. Really? Lingyin has already reached the first level of Yuanyang realm at such a young age. He is truly a genius. I never thought a genius could be so hardworking. It's truly heartbreaking. Otherwise, how can he be a genius? The whispers around him reached Lingyi's ears. Lingyin glanced around and was very pleased. He had no original curiosity about the art of taming beasts, but since coming here once, there were many disciples from low-level sects in the sutra library. Their compliments made Lingyin very happy and also greatly satisfied his vanity. The xianxia sect is a high-level sect. It is not a particularly powerful first-class sect among high-level sects, but no matter what, it is still a high-level sect. Li Zhan's talent is not worth mentioning compared to the geniuses in those top sections. Most of his cultivation is cultivated through the sect's elixirs. Therefore, Li Zhan would visit the sutra repository from time to satisfy his vanity. Su Chen glanced at Li Zhan and shook his head in his heart. Although Li Zhan is at the first level of Yuanyang realm, his strength is not that strong. His cultivation is almost entirely built up by relying on elixirs and magic medicines. This kind of cultivation is not stable and is not worth mentioning in front of his own cultivation. Su Chen just sighed that the disciples of the big sects really had many shortcuts to take, but Su Chen did not intend to say it out loud. Su Chen just wanted to quickly practice the art of taming beasts and pass the first test, and did not want to cause too much trouble. Su Chen turned sideways and waited for Li Zhan to pass. But at this time, Li Zhan discovered Su Chen. Su Chen's appearance itself is hard not to attract attention. Li Zhan was already a little dissatisfied just now. Now seeing that Su Chen had no intention of flattering him at all, he was even more angry. He asked, "Which sect are you from?" Su Chen said, "Lingyin Sect." Lingyin Sect. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It seems that in the East, there is a sect called Lingyin Sect, but this sect is very weak. Almost all of its members are female cultivators, and its strength cannot be compared with that of his own sect. After understanding Su Chen's sect, Li Zhan became a little unscrupulous. "So you're from the Lingyin Sect. Doesn't the Lingyin Sect only accept female cultivators? So are you their gigolo?" Su Chen frowned, but didn't say anything. Since he was able to come here because of Bai Linger, Su Chen didn't want to cause trouble for Bai Ling. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Su Chen responded indifferently and turned to leave. At this moment, Li Zhan suddenly asked, "Did you just come out of this room?" Li Zhan was already a little jealous of Su Chen's appearance, and now Su Chen's attitude made Li Zhan even more furious. Su Chen turned around and nodded. "What's wrong? Did you know that that's my exclusive seat?" When these words were spoken, some of the immortal cultivators around frowned. This sutra library itself is a public place for learning the art of taming beasts. When did it have fixed seats? Li Zhan clearly wanted to cause trouble for Su Chen. However, due to the strength of the xianxia sect, no one around dared to speak. Su Chen also understood what Li Zhan meant. He turned around. "I'm afraid there's no special place in this sutra library." "How dare you? How do you speak to our young master? Do you know how powerful our xianxia sect is? It would only take a single move for us to destroy your sect." Li Zhan waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's true that there is no specific position, but you should know that this position is for people with real strength, not for a flashy pretty boy like you." Su Chen frowned. "I don't have time to waste here with you." After saying that, Su Chen prepared to leave. However, when Su Chen had just taken a few steps, suddenly, an angry voice came from behind. "You dare to leave. Today, unless you kneel down and kowtow to me several times, I will expel you from the sutra library." The next moment, a stream of spiritual energy suddenly came towards Su Chen. Su Chen raised his hand, and with a wave, the spiritual energy dissolved directly into the air. The two guards beside Li Zhan looked at each other in surprise. Li Zhan was at the first level of Yuanyang realm after all, yet his attack was resolved so easily. This Su Chen's strength is also extraordinary. Before the two of them could stop him, Li Zhan launched another attack. This time, the attack went directly towards Su Chen's face. Li Zhan wanted to ruin Su Chen's face. However, at this time, a voice suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Weiler appeared in front of Su Chen. She used her spiritual power to break up Li Zhan's attack. Then she looked at Li Zhan with some displeasure. "What does this mean, young master of the Elephant Armor sect? No fighting allowed in this sutra library." Su Weiler had a fair complexion and pretty features, and her every move exuded a certain cool beauty, which was completely different from the way she looked when she brought Su Chen into the sutra library just now. Li Zhan was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, fighting is not allowed in the sutra library, but this boy just offended me. What should I do? As the young master of the Elephant Armor sect, I can't let myself be bullied for no reason." Chapter 132, I don't need spiritual energy. Li Zhan wanted to use the majesty of the Elephant Armor sect to suppress Su Weiler. Compared with the Elephant Armor sect and the Lingyin Sect, there was no reason for the people of the Beastmaster sect not to favor the Elephant Armor sect. However, Su Weiler smiled faintly. "Even the Elephant Armor sect must abide by the rules within my beast taming sect. Although the strength of the disciples in the beast taming sect is not high, beast taming is a very rare profession and holds a very important position among the major sects in Kunlun Mountain." Facing a sect like the xianxia sect, Su Weiler was not afraid at all. Li Zhan was slightly stunned. I originally thought that Su Weiler would definitely be on my side, but I didn't expect that Su Weiler would actually favor a disciple of Lingyin Sect. Li Jun felt a little embarrassed. He said, "You're just a loser who only knows how to rely on women. For the sake of this beautiful woman, I won't bother with you, a loser." There was a hint of anger on Su Chen's face. It would be fine if the other party just said something sarcastic to him, but at this moment, the other party was insulting Lung Wushuang and many other female cultivators of Lingyin Sect. This was intolerable. Su Chen's face darkened, and he suddenly took a step forward and said in a cold voice, "Since young Master Li feels that I am unworthy of your position, how about we have a contest of strength? If I win, you will be asked to leave the sutra library and never be allowed to enter it again to learn the art of beast control. If I lose, I will kneel down and apologize to you, and I will never enter the sutra library again." The stakes are huge. The people around couldn't help but look worried. Although Li Jun is extremely vain, as the young master of the xianxia sect, he has been using elixirs to cultivate his body since he was a child. At this age, he has already reached the yuanyang realm, which can be called a genius. Su Chen is so young and has no support from the sect, so his strength is definitely not as good as Li Jinxiang. Li Jun was stunned for a moment, but he laughed out loud. "Boy, you really don't know your own limitations. Do you know what a yuanyang realm expert is? I'm afraid you haven't even seen a yuanyang realm expert in Lingyin Sect." Su Chen said slowly, "No need to waste time. Let's have a competition." "Ha ha ha. Fine. Since you're seeking death, this young master will grant your wish." A moment later, the two men came to the outside of the sutra library, and behind them was a large group of disciples who practiced Taoism. An unknown young man had a conflict with the young master of the Elephant Armor sect, and many people came to watch out of curiosity. For a moment, a spectacular scene of huge crowds of people appeared outside the sutra library. "I think this kid is overestimating his own abilities. The xianxia sect is a large sect no matter what, and it holds convenient resources for cultivating immortals. As the young master of the sect, his strength must be very strong. I heard that Su Chen is only from the Lingyin Sect, a small sect in the east. The resources must be limited. If he is not talented, at this age, he will definitely not be able to compete with Li Jun." Yes, it was originally a very simple matter, but it had to be escalated to such an extent. "I don't think so. Su Chen's temperament and behavior clearly show that he is not an ordinary person. He must have a way to deal with it." There was a lot of discussion around, and many people were looking forward to this showdown. The two men stood on the battlefield, ready to fight. Li Jun's face was full of smiles, and he was confident. Although his strength was at the bottom among the younger generations of the major super sects, he was more than capable of dealing with the disciples of a small sect. In an instant, Li Jun released his spiritual energy. Spiritual energy lingered around Li Jun, releasing waves of pressure. It's indeed the yuanyang realm. The young masters of major sects are indeed different. They have reached the yuanyang realm at such a young age. Yeah, I think that kid is in trouble. Li Jun felt very proud as he listened to the praises around him. He glanced at Su Chen with contempt and said, "You can release your own spiritual energy." "Who knows?" Su Chen just shook his head. "I don't need spiritual energy to beat you." Su Chen's tone was calm, but the confidence in his words could not be concealed. Then, Su Chen took out the Longquan sword. He held the sword in front of him. This time, Su Chen did not plan to use spiritual energy. He wanted to use pure sword moves. Li Jun's cultivation had reached the first level of yuanyang realm, but his cultivation seemed very ridiculous in Su Chen's eyes. The cultivation level achieved through the elixir has an unstable foundation. If I use my spiritual energy, it will be a matter of one sword. To deal with this kind of playboy, there is no need to use your true strength. A hint of anger appeared on Li Jun's face. By doing this, Su Chen is humiliating himself. He flew forward, and a huge spiritual energy rose from Li Jun's body. The xianxia sect itself is a sect that focuses on defense, and the Taoism it practices is also related to defense. He is not very aggressive, and it is not easy for him to defeat a strong person of the same level. This is also the reason why the xianxia sect has never been able to become a top sect. A huge amount of spiritual energy rushed straight towards Su Chen's face. Su Chen raised the Longquan sword and swung it lightly. The huge spiritual energy was actually split into two halves. Su Chen shook his head. The offensive power of this spiritual energy is too weak. Even with Su Chen's current strength of the 5th level of yuanyang realm, even if he did not resist the opponent's spiritual attack at all, it would not cause much damage to Su Chen. The Elephant Armor sect's attack power is indeed very weak. Su Chen muttered to himself. When Li Jun heard this, his face turned red. "You're looking for death. The next moment, he flew up, gathered his spiritual energy in his right arm, and threw a straight punch at Su Chen. Su Chen did not dodge or evade. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Zhen's attacking fist with one hand. The next moment, before the other party could come to his senses, Su Chen suddenly exerted force with his wrist and threw Li Zhen's body out. Li Zhen fell to the ground and staggered back a few steps. His face turned ugly. Who is this kid? He doesn't even have any spiritual energy. Li Zhen, who is at the first level of Yuanyang realm, has no chance of resistance in front of him. So handsome. Is this kid a genius? Why haven't I heard of such a genius emerging from the Lingyin Sect? Su Weiler next to her was slightly stunned. No wonder the sect master specifically told me to take good care of Su Chen's daily life. I didn't expect Su Chen to be such a strong man. Su Chen held the Longquan sword in his hand. During the entire battle, Su Chen never released a trace of spiritual energy. He looked at Li Zhen and said slowly, "This is unfair to you." Unfair? Isn't this fair? Su Chen didn't even use his spiritual energy. This is indeed unfair. However, it is too unfair to Su Chen. I think I can fight you without a sword. You? Li Zhen's face flushed red. Su Chen's attitude at this moment was a great humiliation to him. Everyone present burst into laughter. Su Chen slowly said, "Your elephant armor sect has always prided itself on its defensive strength. From now on, you defend and I attack. As long as you can withstand one of my attacks, I'll count you as the winner." After saying that, Su Chen disappeared without waiting for Li Zhen's answer. Su Chen flew in front of Li Zhen and threw a simple straight punch directly at Li Zhen's protective spiritual energy. This punch was simple and ordinary. But for Li Zhen, it is as heavy as Mount Tai. Chapter 133. Your strength and character are not worthy of cultivating immortality. Jin Long watched with great interest in his mind. The little medicine boy came over and said, "Is the difference in strength between the first and fifth levels of the Yuanyang realm so huge? It seems that Su Chen didn't use any strength at all." The golden dragon smiled faintly. Of course, for cultivators in the Yuanyang realm, the difference in strength is enormous with each level difference. Besides, that kid from the elephant armor sect used drugs to forcibly build up his cultivation to reach this level. The gap between him and a cultivator like Su Chen who relies on his own strength to improve his cultivation is huge. But I remember when Su Chen fought with the old man from Lingyin Sect, there was also a huge gap in their realms. Tong Tong blinked and asked, For Su Chen, one cannot define him by his strength." Jinlong thought about it for a long time, and this was the only explanation that made sense. At this time, Su Chen's straight punch hit Li Zhen's protective aura directly. This move was nothing fancy, just a simple straight punch. However, it was this straight punch that left a crack in Li Zhen's protective aura. Then, the crack in Li Zhen's protective aura became bigger and bigger, and finally, it shattered with a loud bang. Li Zhen's body was thrown backwards like a sack. With just one punch, Su Chen knocked Li Zhen away. Li Zhen fell heavily to the ground, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Li Zhen's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted, "Kill him for me." The two guards beside Li Zhen immediately took action. Two sword energies rushed towards Su Chen, and Su Chen's face suddenly darkened. The strength of these two guards was at the third level of Yuanyang realm. He could not resist the combined attack of the two without using his spiritual energy. With a thought, a magic circle that looked like a manhwa diagram appeared under Su Chen. Above the manhwa diagram, the word Kuan lights up. Kuan Z2 He Che. Suddenly, several huge earth pillars rose from the ground under Su Chen's feet, protecting Su Chen's body inside. The two sword energies were blocked out. The two guards' expressions changed. What a great accomplishment this kid has. What Su Chen used just now were pure sword moves, but now Su Chen is using pure Taoism. There are very few people in the world who can practice two kinds of skills at the same time. Moreover, the spiritual energy released by Su Chen at this time was actually the strength of the fifth level of Yuanyang realm. Fifth level of Yuanyang realm. When did such a genius appear in the Lingyin Sect? No wonder this kid is so confident. People around were talking about it. The soil column slowly sank into the ground. Su Chen glanced at the two guards and smiled indifferently. "Even if you two work together, you're no match for me." As Su Chen spoke, countless fallen leaves gathered at his feet. Su Chen soared into the air, his eyes fixed on the two guards. Sign of the zodiac. Everyone present was surprised. The two guards looked grim, and for a moment they didn't know whether they should take action. Judging from Su Chen's performance just now, he was able to directly resist the combined attack of the two with just a simple Taoist method. With Su Chen's strength, even if the two of them work together, they may not be able to defeat him. Su Chen looked at Li Zhen and said, As someone who relied on elixirs to barely reach the Yuanyang realm, your character and talent are not suitable for cultivating immortality. Every word that Su Chen said trampled on Li Zhen's dignity. At this moment, a golden-winged rock suddenly flew in the sky. The golden-winged rock was so big that it blocked out the sky and the sun. Everyone looked up. A sixth-grade immortal beast. Everyone present guessed who the visitor was. I'm afraid that only Bai Linger, the leader of the beast-taming sect, can tame a sixth-grade fairy beast. Bai Linger stood on the golden-winged rock, and her cold voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Who dares to act wildly in the beast-taming sect? You are from the elephant armor sect. What right do you have to act wildly in my beast-taming sect? Beastmasters are a rare profession and hold a very important position. The elephant armor sect is just an ordinary Taoist sect and is at the bottom among the major sections. Naturally, it cannot compare with the status of the Beastmaster sect. Li Zhen's face darkened. Master Bai, are you going to turn against my xianxia sect over someone from the Lingyin Sect? Bai Linger smiled indifferently. That's right. I'm here to protect my own people. Hurry up and pack your things and get out of here. From now on, no disciples of the Elephant Armor sect are allowed to enter the Sutra Library. When Bai Linger said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Bai Linger is openly opposing the Elephant Armor sect. Not allowing the disciples of the xianxia sect to enter the Sutra Library was considered to have completely created a feud with the xianxia sect. However, Bai Linger didn't care. She jumped off the golden-winged rock and said to Su Chen, "Are you okay?" Su Chen shook his head. "Fine." Two guards walked up to Li Zhen and advised, "Young master, a wise man should not suffer a loss in the present moment. We can deal with the grudge with the beast-taming sect later." Li Zhen looked at Su Chen fiercely, then stood up, turned, and left. Bai Linger glanced at the many disciples and said, "Why don't you go study the art of taming beasts? What are you watching?" Many disciples dispersed immediately. Bai Linger walked to Su Chen's side and said, "The young master of the xianxia sect is narrow-minded. Don't take it to heart." Su Chen smiled and said, "I am worried that the people from the Elephant Armor sect will retaliate against your beast-taming sect." Bai Linger waved her hand. "They don't have the guts to do that. However, the Elephant Armor sect has some connections with the martial arts community. You might run into some trouble when you take the test later." Su Chen didn't say anything more. 3 days later, a piece of news spread among the major sects in Kunlun Mountain. In the beast-taming sect, a talented young man appeared. This young man came from the Lingyin Sect. This young man defeated the young master of the Elephant Armor sect with a crushing attitude. In the xianxia sect, Li Zhen was lying on the bed with several wounds on his body. At this time, the news that he had been crushed had spread among all the major sects. This is definitely a shame for the xianxia sect. In the lobby, a middle-aged man walked out with a very ugly expression on his face. Li Zhen said, "Father, we can't just let this go. That brat made me lose face among all the major sects. I can't let him go. I must tear him into pieces." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Now that he's protected by the beast-taming sect, what can you do to him?" The beast-taming sect is the only beast-taming sect recognized by Kunlun Mountain. If you dare to go against the beast-taming sect, all the super sects on Kunlun Mountain will be watching. Do you have the courage? Li Zhen looked embarrassed. "Father, what should we do?" The middle-aged man looked serious and thought for a while. This grudge must be avenged, otherwise, the xianxia sect will lose all face. I heard that Su Chen wants to enter Kunlun Mountain. To enter Kunlun Mountain, he must pass the assessment of the 5 major sections. We are acquainted with the martial arts sects, so we can make a move in this regard. Chapter 134. The first test. All beasts return to 1. In the beast-taming sect's sutra library, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Chen stood up and walked out of the sutra library. A few days ago, Su Chen placed Wanshou Gi into his own spiritual realm, which contained almost all the information in books about taming beasts. In the past few days, Su Chen has read through 1/5 of it. This knowledge is enough for Su Chen to pass the first test. Su Chen didn't have much time to waste. The star power left by Tang Xianxian began to weaken. Although the rate of weakening is not very fast, it is indeed weakening at a slow pace. When the star power disappears, Tang Xianxian's life essence will be destroyed. Su Chen summoned his zodiac sign and then flew towards the main hall of the beast-taming sect. Bai Linger was standing in the hall. When she saw Su Chen coming, a look of shock appeared on her face. Only 3 days have passed since Su Chen entered here. Does that mean Su Chen has to take the test now? Su Chen, are you going to take the beast-taming test? Su Chen nodded. Bai Linger's face showed a bit of strangeness. She glanced at Su Chen and said, "Are you sure?" You only have one chance to take this test. If you fail, you won't be able to take it again within a year. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen was very confident after he had studied 1/5 of the books in the sutra library. A prompt pops up on the system. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Beast Tamer profession. Current Beast Tamer level, 5th rank Beast Tamer. A 5th grade Beastmaster is already able to tame all kinds of fairy beasts of the 5th grade and below. Moreover, unconditional orders can be given to immortal beasts of the 3rd rank and below. Seeing Su Chen so confident, Lingyin didn't try to persuade him much and took Su Chen to the assessment place. In a huge open space, there is a huge ball of light. This is where the disciples of the beast-taming sect are tested. Cultivators from other sects can also come here for beast-taming certification after reaching a certain level, in order to obtain the qualification to tame beasts. Only those who have obtained the qualification of beast-taming certification can own their own fairy beast. Before Lu Lingyu and others could tame fairy beasts, they had to obtain certification as beast tamers from the local beast-taming sect. At this moment, on this open space, not only were there disciples from the beast-taming sect, but there were also many cultivators from outside sects who were undergoing certification. Xianxia, Beast Tamer Certification Level, 2nd rank Beast Tamer. Li Qian, Certified Beastmaster, 1st grade Beastmaster. Wang Jun, Beast Tamer Certification Level, 2nd rank Beast Tamer. Beastmaster is a rare profession in itself. Many immortal cultivators, if they do not have the talent for taming beasts, will never be able to obtain their own immortal beasts in their entire lives. Most of the immortal cultivators who have the talent to tame beasts are beast tamers below the 3rd rank. There is no obvious correlation between the level of beast control and the level of cultivation. There are even examples in the world where there are only 2nd grade beastmasters who are masters of the Yuanyang realm. Lingyin gestured towards Su Chen. Su Chen walked in front of the ball of light and began to authenticate. A faint spiritual energy merged into Su Chen's dantian, and Su Chen felt that some kind of power seemed to be awakening in his body. Then, the ball of light made a sound. Su Chen, Certified Beast Tamer Level, 5th grade Beast Tamer. As the light ball made a sound, everyone's attention was focused on it. 5th grade Beastmaster. This is very rare. You know, in the beast taming sect, even Lingyin is only a 6th rank beast tamer. To become a beastmaster, the most important thing is talent and understanding. Once the certification is successful, it will be difficult to improve the level of the beast tamer unless there is a special opportunity to understand the principles of beast taming. At Su Chen's age, he is already a 5th grade beastmaster. Lingyin was shocked. When Su Chen became the leader of Lingyin Sect, Lingyin only gave many fairy beasts to Lingyin Sect because of her friendship with Lung Wushuang. However, she did not expect that Su Chen had such a talent. The immortal cultivators present were discussing this matter. Which sect is this Su Chen from? Needless to say, it must be from the beast taming sect. All cultivators who have passed the 4th grade beast taming certification and above will be accepted into the beast taming sect. The people of the beast taming sect will not let go of someone with such a talent for beast taming. Just when everyone was guessing Su Chen's identity, Su Chen walked up to Lingyin and asked, "Do I pass the certification test?" Lingyin recovered from her shock and quickly said, "Of course." Su Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Bai." Lingyin smiled, and then she suddenly said, "As expected of the husband chosen by Lung Wushuang, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Su Chen, since you are the leader of Lingyin Sect, I will not ask you to join the beast taming sect. Otherwise, for a cultivator as talented as you, I would definitely tie you up and bring you back to become a disciple of my beast taming sect." Lingyin joked. Su Chen replied, "If I were not the leader of the Lingyin Sect, I would definitely join the beast taming sect. When I retire, I will become a disciple of the beast taming sect." Lingyin laughed heartily. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. No wonder he has such talent. It turns out he is an expert who knows sect leader Lingyin. Anyone who can associate with someone like sect leader must be a genius in the world of immortal cultivation. Just as everyone was speculating, Lingyin and Su Chen had already left the open space. 3 days later, Su Chen and Lingyin said goodbye in the main hall of Lingyin Sect. Atop the golden-winged rock, Lingyin warned, "Su Chen, although you have passed the Lingyin Sect certification test this time, the next few tests will not be easy to pass. However, I believe in you and hope you can pass the other tests and successfully enter Kunlun Mountain." Su Chen bowed. After spending many days together, Su Chen had a good impression of Lingyin. Located at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, surrounded by countless immortal cultivators, Lingyin, as the leader of the beast taming sect, must have an extraordinary status. Compared with the Lingyin Sect, The beast-taming sect where Lingyin is located has a much higher status than the Lingyin Sect. However, Lingyin has no heirs at all and does not feel proud because of her identity. Lingyin seemed to have thought of something, and she said, Su Chen, since you are a 5th-grade beast master, there are many fairy beasts in my sect. You can choose one as your fairy beast. These immortal beasts are easier to tame than if you were to tame them yourself. I know you're a 5th-grade beast master, so the fairy beast I give you won't be of bad quality. You can choose any 5th-grade fairy beast you want. As long as I have one, I will definitely give it to you unconditionally. After seeing how powerful Su Chen was, Lingyin understood that Su Chen would definitely be a strong man in the future. I must have a good relationship with Su Chen. If an ordinary cultivator heard Lingyin's words, he would definitely be very envious. That is a 5th-grade immortal beast. It is very difficult to tame it by yourself. Chapter 135. Are you an alchemist? Su Chen smiled and suddenly spoke to Lingyin in a mysterious tone. He leaned over and said, No need. I already have a fairy beast. There are fairy beasts? Lingyin opened her eyes wide. You've just been certified. In such a short time, you already have a fairy beast. Su Chen took Lingyin to a deserted place, and then he pulled the dragon turtle out of the spiritual realm. The dragon turtle was sleeping when it was suddenly brought out of the spiritual realm by Su Chen. Su Chen summoned the dragon turtle and turned to look at Lingyin. The latter's eyes were wide open. Is this a dragon turtle? Su Chen touched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I lied to you before. In fact, what your disciples saw that day was true. A dragon turtle did appear outside the beast-taming sect. Lingyin didn't say anything. Compared to this, Lingyin was more concerned about how Su Chen tamed the dragon turtle. Judging from its age, this dragon turtle is only in its juvenile stage, but when it is born, its quality is at least that of a 5th-grade spiritual beast. It is not an easy task for Su Chen to tame it. Lingyin exclaimed, Su Chen, you are really a genius. Su Chen waved his hand. It was just a coincidence. I've been bothering you these days. As Su Chen spoke, he put away the dragon turtle. The rarity of the dragon turtle was definitely no less than a rare treasure. If it was seen by some other cultivators, they might have bad intentions. However, Su Chen believed Lingyin very much. There's no other reason. Su Chen, who has a keen mind, is very good at judging people. Lingyin is definitely not that type of person. Lingyin nodded and personally sent Su Chen away from the Beastmaster sect. After leaving the beast-taming sect, Su Chen's next stop was to go to Yaofeng. The #1 alchemy sect at the foot of Kunlun Mountain is located on this medicine peak. The reason why this mountain is called Yaofeng is that all kinds of rare medicinal herbs grow on it. It can be said that this is a natural storage depot of rare medicinal herbs. The alchemists here can obtain various rare medicinal materials that are not available in the outside world. Therefore, almost all the top alchemists in the world gather here. In order to be able to climb to the medicine peak and become a disciple of the medicine sect, one must be a talented alchemist in an ordinary sect. Su Chen came to the foot of Yaofeng alone. He looked at the towering mountain and walked down from the zodiac. There is a rule in Yaofeng that no immortal cultivator is allowed to fly into Yaofeng. Otherwise, the laws of heaven and earth here will directly kill the immortal cultivator. Before coming, Su Chen did enough homework. Su Chen got off the flying vehicle made of green leaves and arrived at the foot of Yaofeng Mountain. A small village sits at the foot of the mountain. Su Chen walked into the small village alone. In this village, the people are simple and honest. Most of the people who come and go are farmers. They look ordinary and seem to be at peace with the world. However, Su Chen entered the village with awe in his heart. Kunlun Mountain is a holy place for cultivating immortals in this world. How could the people in the small villages located in these places be truly ordinary people? When Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw an old beggar lying by the path at the entrance. The old beggar was disheveled, but his eyes were bright. He did not beg like other beggars, but just placed a broken bowl in front of him and took a nap in the sunlight. Su Chen recalled that before he embarked on the path of cultivation, his life was also very hard. He walked up to the beggar, took out 100 coins, and put them in the beggar's broken bowl. The beggar's expression didn't change at all. He just continued to doze off with his eyes closed. Su Chen smiled and said nothing, then turned around and prepared to go into the village. Suddenly, the old beggar said something. Boy, what are you doing in this village? I came to Yaofeng, but it's too late today, so I want to stay in the village for one night. Are you an alchemist? The old beggar's tone was a little surprised. Su Chen smiled and nodded. I know a thing or two about refining medicine, but I can't be called a pharmacist. The old beggar stood up and suddenly smiled, revealing a row of big yellow teeth. If you were an alchemist, it would be much easier. Yao Feng sends disciples here every year to treat illnesses. If you are an alchemist, the villagers will be very friendly to you. Su Chen nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Su Chen did not mention a word about giving money. Su Chen didn't think this was something to be thankful for. Having experienced the difficulties of life himself, Su Chen could empathize with the life experiences of beggars. Su Chen turned around and suddenly heard the old beggar's voice behind him. Thanks for the money, kid. Su Chen did not answer, but turned and walked into the village. The village is not big and there are not many people coming and going, but Su Chen's appearance still attracted the attention of many villagers. In a village like this, there are almost no people as handsome and elegant as Su Chen. Su Chen looked around and saw a group of children about 7 or 8 years old playing at the entrance of the village. Su Chen hadn't seen such a simple village for a long time. The only place that has not been invaded by the demons is probably the area near Kunlun Mountain. In the rest of the mortal world, such a harmonious scene is rarely seen. Su Chen was hesitating whether he should find a family to stay with for one night. If that didn't work out, Su Chen could pay them. Just as Su Chen was hesitating, suddenly, a childish voice was heard. Big brother, you're so handsome. Can I play with you? Su Chen turned around and found a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old, but very beautiful. The little girl opened her big eyes and stared at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the little girl and asked, "Why don't you play with them?" The little girl shook her head. "Someone in my family is sick, and they stay away from me for fear of getting sick. No one can play with me. Are you sick?" Su Chen was stunned. "Big brother, can you play with me?" Su Chen nodded. The little girl then held Su Chen's hand, and a smile appeared on her face. Su Chen felt that the little girl's hands were small, she was skinny, and her body was very weak. Su Chen frowned. The little girl's illness is very serious. Suddenly, the little girl staggered and fell to the ground. Su Chen hurriedly supported the girl. The girl smiled on her pale face. Su Chen asked, "Where is your home?" "At the end of the village, Grandpa is at home." Su Chen didn't wait for the little girl to finish speaking, and he picked her up and walked quickly towards the end of the village. Soon, a dilapidated thatched hut appeared in Su Chen's sight. Su Chen pushed open the door of the thatched hut without saying a word. Chapter 136, Strange Disease. Pushing open the thatched hut, inside, there was a white-haired old man lying on the bed. He kept coughing and was very weak. See Su Chen rushing in. He was very confused, but when the old man saw the unconscious little girl in Su Chen's arms, his expression suddenly changed. He struggled to get up and was about to stand up, but was stopped by Su Chen. "Old man, don't get excited. I have used a healing pill to temporarily stabilize the little girl's heart. Are you an alchemist?" The old man was a little surprised. Su Chen nodded. He put the little girl on the bed. Then, he took out another healing pill from the spiritual realm and handed it to the old man to eat. The old man's condition is much better than that of the little girl. However, both the old man and the little girl were very weak, and their conditions were not optimistic. The old man was stunned. The healing pill in front of him was at least of the 5th grade Xian level medicine quality. This type of pill was worth a fortune on the market. Su Chen walked to the side and then summoned the alchemy furnace from the spiritual realm. Su Chen hasn't practiced medicine for a long time. This time, Su Chen is going to take action. On the day he became an alchemist, Bai Weiwei specifically instructed Su Chen. It is impossible for an alchemist to cure all the patients in the world, but if he encounters a patient, he must treat him. Every time a patient is rescued, an opportunity can be accumulated, which is of great benefit to the alchemist's practice. Su Chen took out the medicinal herbs from the spiritual realm and began to refine healing pills. Although the healing pills were not as difficult to refine as the qi-gathering pills, the requirements for the medicinal herbs were very high. Su Chen summoned Tong Tong as an assistant to help him refine medicine. Tong Tong blinked her big eyes and asked, "Su Chen, why did you suddenly think of refining medicine?" "I met a patient and had to save him." Tong Tong nodded, and she walked around the alchemy furnace, converting the medicinal materials into qi. For an ordinary alchemist, it would take at least half a day to refine a Xian-level healing pill. However, with Tong Tong's assistance, Su Chen can greatly shorten the refining process. This is the meaning of the existence of the alchemy elf. The little girl's illness cannot be delayed. Su Chen guided the qi into the alchemy furnace. Then he began to guide the medicinal effects into the pill. Before he knew it, the old man had come behind Su Chen. Su Chen was a little surprised. The old man was over 60 years old, and his body was not much stronger than the little girl's. However, Su Chen just gave the old man a healing pill, and the old man actually stood up by himself. Su Chen secretly estimated in his heart that this old man was definitely not an ordinary person when he was young. When Su Chen entered the room just now, From the old man's attitude, Su Chen knew that the old man definitely knew something about alchemists. While refining the medicine, Su Chen said without turning his head, "Old man, your grandfather and grandson's illness is not an ordinary disease." The old man was slightly stunned, then sighed. This disease is common among the people in this village, so the people on Medicine Peak send disciples down the mountain every year to treat it. However, even the people from the Medicine Sect cannot cure this disease completely. Originally, this disease should have struck in 2 months, but for some reason, my granddaughter and I fell ill early. Now we can't find an alchemist in the village, so this is the situation. Su Chen understood. It's no different from what the old beggar at the village entrance said. No wonder the disciples of the Medicine Sect come down the mountain every year to seek medical treatment here. The old man was a little surprised when he saw Su Chen refining medicine. Su Chen's technique is very skillful, definitely not a level that an ordinary alchemist can display. The old man couldn't help but feel a little happy. If the young man in front of him was really a skilled alchemist, he and his granddaughter would be saved. Su Chen was concentrating on refining medicine, but Tong Tong suddenly came to Su Chen's side. He whispered, "Su Chen, this old man is a master of poison. His meridians are full of poison. He must have been an old poison master when he was young." Su Chen was slightly surprised, but did not show it on his expression. Poison masters are different from pharmacists. Poison masters are people who specialize in studying poisons. They are not good at refining medicine and may even know nothing about it, but they have a deep understanding of medicinal materials, especially poisons, and they know everything about them. This type of people often become poison masters criticized by the world. Poison masters have a very bad reputation, and many prominent families will hire poison masters to carry out assassinations. A skilled poison master can disguise the death of a poisoned person as a sudden death from an illness. Often it is not discovered until many years after the death of the deceased. Su Chen secretly became more cautious. Soon, the healing pill was refined. With Tong Tong's help and Su Chen's superb skills, the quality of this healing pill was at the 3rd level of the Xian grade. Although it is not as high quality as the previous healing pills, it can still sustain the little girl's life. Su Chen handed the 7 healing pills he had refined to the old man. The old man's face was filled with shock. "Is the refining complete?" Su Chen nodded. The old man took the healing pill and turned to give it to the little girl. The healing pills are very effective, and the healing pills above the Xian level can even prolong life. These 7 healing pills are enough for the little girl and the old man to survive for 2 months. The old man gave the little girl a healing pill, and the little girl's face immediately returned to its rosy color. Although she had not yet woken up, her body had basically returned to normal. Su Chen looked at the little girl and frowned. Sure enough, there were traces of poison on the little girl's body. It seems that Tong Tong was right. The old man in front of him was definitely a poison master. The old man turned around and said with a smile, "Thank you, young man. I will never forget your kindness. Since you are an alchemist, I happen to have some precious medicinal herbs in my collection. Consider this as a thank you gift." The old man said this and walked into the room. Then, a faint fluorescent light emanated from the room. The old man was holding a herb in his hand, and on the top of the herb was a dried insect. The insect is exquisitely carved and translucent, emitting a faint fluorescent light. Cordyceps sinensis. Cordyceps sinensis itself is an extremely precious medicinal material, and the conditions for its formation are also very harsh. An ordinary Cordyceps sinensis can be priced at 1,000 taels of gold on the market, and this Cordyceps sinensis can emit fluorescence through the accumulated spiritual energy. The quality of this Cordyceps sinensis has definitely reached the level of Xian level 5th grade or above. If this kind of medicinal material is used slightly, it can be used as a material for refining earth-level medicines. The old man smiled. After taking into account the medicinal herbs you used and offsetting them, the remaining value will be considered as your consultation fee. Chapter 137, Poison Master. The old man offered Su Chen his treasured medicinal herbs as a token of his gratitude. However, Su Chen did not accept them immediately. Instead, he looked at the old man seriously and said, "Old man, are you a poison master?" The old man was stunned. Seeing that he didn't answer, Su Chen said, "You don't have to lie to me. My spirit can sense that you have a strong poisonous aura." The old man hesitated for a moment, then sighed. He gestured for Su Chen to walk out of the hut. Su Chen followed him out. The old man walked into the courtyard, turned around, and said, "When I was young, I was indeed a poison master." Su Chen said, "Old man, don't worry. I'm just curious and don't have any other intentions." The old man was a little surprised. "You are not from the Medicine Sect?" Su Chen shook his head. "I came here this time just to stay in the village for one night." After daybreak, I will set off for Yaozong. The old man snorted coldly. It's better not to go to those pedantic old men from the medicine sect. Su Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that this old man must have a deep connection with the medicine sect. Su Chen took a step back and said, "If you believe me, old man, you can talk to me. It will be my thanks this time." Su Chen knew very little about the medicine sect. Before logging into the medicine sect, it would be of great help to Su Chen to have some understanding of the medicine sect. The old man raised his eyebrows and asked, "You said you were going to the medicine sect?" Su Chen nodded. "There is an old friend who is above the medicine sect." The old man shook his head. "It's not that easy to get to the medicine sect, but with your strength, I think it's about right." Su Chen spread his hands. "I'd like to hear more about it." The old man continued. "Someone has set up a magic circle above the medicine sect. No cultivator can enter casually. The only way to enter the medicine sect is to walk, but there are all kinds of poisonous creatures on this road." The old man smiled. "It's really ironic that the people of the medicine sect, who call themselves alchemists, actually set up all kinds of poisons on the way up the mountain to test their alchemy disciples. Countless talented alchemists have perished on the way to Medicine Peak. However, I think your talent for alchemy is acceptable." The old man glanced at Su Chen and suddenly said, "I can teach you some knowledge about poisons and help you enter the medicine sect." Su Chen bowed. "Thank you." The old man waved his hand. "You saved my granddaughter. I don't even have time to thank you." Su Chen nodded and did not refuse. Su Chen really made the right decision to come to Kunlun Mountain this time. Not only did he learn the art of taming beasts and obtain his own fairy beast, but he was also able to learn the skills of a poison master. "I don't know how much you can learn this evening, but it should be helpful for you to go up the mountain." The next morning, Su Chen stood at the entrance of the village and said goodbye to the old man. Next to the old man, the little girl had a rosy complexion and her body had mostly recovered. Together with the remaining healing pills left by Su Chen, it was enough for the little girl to hold on until the disciples of the medicine sect came down the mountain. Su Chen said, "Thank you for your teaching." The old man looked strange. He never expected that Su Chen's talent was so incredible. In just one night, Su Chen learned almost all of his skills. "In all my life, I have never seen anyone with such incredible talent. There is only one person among tens of thousands who has such a photographic memory." However, what the old man didn't know was that Su Chen didn't remember it at all. Instead, after the old man imparted the knowledge, Su Chen directly asked the old man of the Tao Te Ching in the spiritual realm to record all the skills. Poison masters are hard to come by. Su Chen would never miss this opportunity. The author of Tao Te Ching was a master of Taoism. His writing style was very suitable for recording such a method. Su Chen bid farewell to the old man and went to the foot of Yaofeng Mountain alone. At the foot of the mountain, a forest path appeared in front of Su Chen, and Su Chen stepped in alone. This forest path in Yaofeng is no different from ordinary forest paths. Su Chen walked inside for a long time, and nothing unusual happened. However, suddenly the voice of the old man from the Tao Te Ching was heard in the spiritual realm. "There's a deadly poison nearby." Su Chen was stunned. "Everything around here seems no different." The old man from the Daedejing said with certainty, "There is definitely a deadly poison nearby." Jinlong said quietly, "So you didn't remember anything about poisons that we studied all night long yesterday?" Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Yesterday, Su Chen was so busy draining the old man's knowledge of poisons that he barely remembered anything. However, the old man of the Tao Te Ching wrote down some knowledge about poisons during the recording process. Su Chen walked to the side and opened the Wuji spirit eye. Sure enough, in this dense forest, a purple-red gas was floating. However, the toxicity of this gas is very low. The impact on people is also gradually deepening. Under the current circumstances, these toxins have not yet affected Su Chen's body. Su Chen took out a few Xian-level poison-proof pills from the spiritual realm and ate them. The anti-poison pill master specially made pills to deal with poison gas. After taking this anti-poison pill, the impact of poison gas on oneself can be basically ignored. Su Chen continued to walk into the dense forest cautiously. At this time, on top of Yaofeng, in front of an ordinary thatched house, a white-haired old man was drinking tea at a stone table in the courtyard. If ordinary people saw this old man, they would definitely exclaim, because this old man was the alchemist Zhang Lao who was famous throughout the continent back then. Back then, when Mr. Zhang's fame was at its peak, he suddenly disappeared. No one thought that the famous Mr. Zhang would come to Yaozong. Mr. Zhang's expression changed slightly. Then he gave a meaningful smile. "Why? Is there an alchemist coming up?" It has been many years since any young alchemist has attempted to enter the medicine sect. Even among the new disciples, Many had to rely on connections and make careful arrangements before they could come up the mountain. This is the first time in many years that someone has truly entered the medicine sect alone. Mr. Zhang stood up and smiled slightly. Interesting. I wonder if this alchemist can enter here alone. Mr. Zhang suddenly formed a magic circle in front of the stone table, and a spiritual energy rose from the magic circle. Then, Su Chen's image appeared in the spiritual energy. Such a young alchemist? Mr. Zhang was slightly surprised. Moreover, the anti-poison pill on Su Chen's body was taking effect at this time, and the poisonous gas could not invade Su Chen's body at all. Mr. Zhang could tell at a glance that it was a Xian-level anti-poison pill. Being able to refine Xian-level elixirs at such a young age, old Zhang couldn't help but take it seriously. This kid seems to be a little different from those alchemists who have recently entered the sect to seek fame and reputation. Chapter 138, 5 Emotions and 7 Destruction Formation. Su Chen walked slowly towards the top of Yaofeng. Nothing special happened along the way. Apart from the poisonous gases around, there were no other special poisons. Su Chen stopped and rested for a while. Suddenly, in the dense forest, a flower with very bright colors attracted Su Chen's attention. This flower is very strange and exudes a faint fragrance. Su Chen said, "Help me check if the old man down the mountain has mentioned this poison." The old man from the Tao Te Ching quickly found out the information about this poison. The 7 emotions flower, after consumption, can change one of a person's emotions. Because it is not helpful for refining medicine, it is classified as a poison. Strictly speaking, this medicinal herb is not a poison, and the efficacy of this medicine does not seem to be of any use. However, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He summoned Tong Tong from the spiritual realm. Tong Tong, take a look at this 7 emotions flower. Can it change the direction of your emotions? Tong Tong nodded, and then spoke. This herb is useless. Alchemists generally don't pay attention to it. However, I'm a herb refining wizard, and I'm very familiar with all kinds of herbs. However, this herb is indeed useless. As a medicinal ingredient, it can't be incorporated into the refining of any elixir, and as a poison, it's not toxic enough. Why are you asking this? Su Chen smiled. He actually thought that this poison had great uses. If the changes can be made in a targeted manner, the effect will be even more miraculous. Su Chen said, "Put all the medicinal herbs around here into the spiritual realm." Although Tong Tong didn't understand what Su Chen wanted to do, he still did it. With the existence of the alchemy elves, picking this kind of medicinal herbs is just a matter of a blink of an eye. After collecting the herbs, Su Chen stood up and continued walking towards Yaofeng. Soon, the second poison appeared. This poison was a very strange plant. Those plants looked very strange, with lush branches and leaves, unusually thick trunks, and some strange vines on the trunks. This huge poisonous creature stood in front of Su Chen, completely blocking his way forward. If Su Chen wants to pass through this vine, he will definitely touch this poisonous substance, and the vine is highly toxic. Su Chen smiled and took out the spiritual energy pill from the spiritual realm. Spiritual energy pills can provide a short-term boost in spiritual energy, and this spiritual energy is the effect of the medicine, not the spiritual energy of the cultivator himself. Originally, this kind of elixir was used to temporarily increase spiritual energy and thereby enhance the combat power of the cultivator. However, Su Chen suddenly had an idea. Since this vine cannot be touched, and its poison can corrode human spiritual energy, then Su Chen used the spiritual energy from the spiritual energy pill to surround himself and protect himself. Su Chen took the spiritual energy pill and covered his body with spiritual energy. Then, Su Chen tried to touch the vine. Su Chen's arm touched the vines, but there was no change at all. Sure enough, Su Chen's guess was correct. The poison of this vine can only corrode the spiritual energy of the cultivator himself, and cannot corrode the spiritual energy provided by the spiritual energy pill at all. After confirming, Su Chen took 2 more spiritual energy pills and walked into the vines. Above the medicine sect, old Zhang nodded with satisfaction. This kid is quite smart. Based on the 2 kinds of pills taken from Su Chen, he knew that there was absolutely no problem with Su Chen's ability to refine medicine. If it were an ordinary alchemist, Mr. Zhang would definitely make an exception and allow Su Chen to enter the medicine sect. The fact that he took out these 2 kinds of Xian-grade elixirs proved that Su Chen was not an ordinary alchemist. With such alchemy skills, he is fully qualified to join the medicine sect. However, Mr. Zhang was even more curious about the extent of the ability of this boy in front of him. Mr. Zhang took a sip of tea and continued to watch patiently. After successfully passing through the vines, Su Chen continued walking towards Yaofeng. The poisonous gas around began to grow thicker. Nowadays, to resist the poisonous gas, one needs at least yellow grade 7 or higher elixir. It seems that this medicine sect has very high requirements for alchemists. Being able to refine the 7th grade yellow level anti-poison pill would already earn one preferential treatment from all the major sects outside. However, here, he had only just gained the opportunity to enter the medicine sect. Su Chen was walking in the dense forest when suddenly the surrounding environment became a little dark. Then, poisonous gas surged out from all directions. This kind of poison gas is different from ordinary poison gas, and even the Xian-level anti-poison pill cannot resist it. Su Chen felt that his mental strength was being impacted. Su Chen smelled the poison gas, and this smell was surprisingly the same as the fragrance of the 7 emotions flower just now. Mr. Zhang looked at this scene and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation. I actually forgot to dispel the magic circle I set up in the forest. Mr. Zhang became a little anxious. Mr. Zhang highly recognized this kid's talent in alchemy. The medicine sect hasn't had such a good seedling for many years. If he accidentally dies in this 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation, it would be a waste of a genius. Mr. Zhang stood up and prepared to go down the mountain to take a look. If he could have made it in time, he could have saved Su Chen's life. In the yard, a young disciple came over. Master, where are you going? Go down the mountain and save someone. The young disciple was stunned for a moment. Hey, master, it's not time to go down the mountain yet. Besides, the people down there haven't gotten sick yet. Zhang Lao shook his head and said, I'm going to rescue an alchemist. After saying that, Mr. Zhang left quickly. The young disciple was a little confused. How could there be an alchemist at the foot of the mountain who was worthy of his master's personal rescue? Could he be an old friend of my master? At this time, Su Chen was in the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation. The poison gas began to slowly erode Su Chen's mental power, but Su Chen had a heart with 7 orifices, which had no effect on this type of poison at all. Su Chen was not in a hurry. This was a good time to try out the effects of the 7 emotions flower. The old man from the Tao Te Ching and the Golden Dragon also knew that Su Chen had a very smart mind and would not be affected by this poisonous gas. They looked very relaxed and were not worried about Su Chen's safety at all. Su Chen raised his hand and took out the alchemy furnace from the spiritual realm. A small square tripod appeared in Su Chen's hand, and then the square tripod became extremely large, and a huge alchemy furnace appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen released his spiritual energy, and flames immediately appeared under the alchemy furnace. Su Chen took out the 7 emotions flower from the spiritual realm. Then he called out the little medicine boy Tong Tong. Originally, Su Chen planned to use this 7 emotions flower to refine poison. A poison that can change people's emotions will definitely have miraculous effects. However, in this situation, it is a good opportunity to try out the efficacy of this medicinal material. Tong Tong, while I'm refining the medicine, pay attention to regulating your emotions and incorporating this change into the efficacy of the medicine. Chapter 139 Genius Alchemist. Half an hour later, Old Zhang appeared near the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation. Mr. Zhang was panting. When we get back, we must talk to the old men in the medicine sect and have this system abolished. The way down and up the mountain is too tiring without being able to use spiritual energy to fly. I can't handle this, old man. After Mr. Zhang finished complaining, he immediately walked towards the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation. The important thing about going down the mountain this time is to save that young boy. Old Zhang walked over and prepared to rescue Su Chen, but who knew that in the place where the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation was originally located, a handsome young man was sitting in a huge alchemy furnace, refining medicine. Mr. Zhang opened his eyes wide. Where's the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation? This kid entered the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation, and he can still leisurely refine medicine here. What kind of heaven-defying existence is this? Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. This time, when refining medicine, Su Chen produced a large amount of poison that could affect people's emotions. Moreover, the quality of these poisons is all above the Xian level. He stood up and found that there was a white-haired old man in front of him. Zhang Lao opened his eyes, stared at Su Chen, and said, How did you break the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation? Oh, that magic circle just now is called the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation. Such a rubbish formation deserves such a name? Su Chen complained. Mr. Zhang was stunned. Is this kid talking nonsense? The 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation is a very powerful formation. Inside it, people will be tortured by the 7 emotions and 6 desires until they die of exhaustion. If no one from the outside world removes this formation, it is impossible for anyone to get out. Could it be that the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation has been set up for too long and has become ineffective? Su Chen said, this formation absorbs the power of human emotions. Once the people in the formation are no longer affected by their emotions, the formation will slowly disappear. The old man was stunned. What Su Chen said was absolutely correct. But, as long as we are human, how can we be without emotions? At this moment, Mr. Zhang's curiosity about Su Chen became stronger. Is your purpose to come to Yaozong? Su Chen also realized that this old man might be someone above the medicine sect. He bowed and said, that's right. I came here to pass the medicine sect's trial. I want to enter Kunlun Mountain. It turned out that he wanted to enter Kunlun Mountain. Mr. Zhang understood a little bit. No wonder this kid is so powerful. Since ancient times, those who have been able to enter Kunlun Mountain are all geniuses on the continent. Once you enter Kunlun Mountain, you can get a glimpse of the way of heaven. If you want to ascend to the other 3,000 worlds, you also need to ascend from Kunlun Mountain. Mr. Zhang turned his head. Your alchemy skills are enough to pass the trial. However, I don't think Kunlun Mountain is that good. The people there have bad tempers. It's better for you to stay in the medicine sect. You can become my disciple, and I will train you to be a talented alchemist. Mr. Zhang was impressed by Su Chen's talent and was reluctant to let him go. Although no one knows how Su Chen passed through the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation, anyone who can pass through the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation is definitely not an ordinary person. Su Chen shook his head. I have an old friend in Kunlun Mountain, and I must visit him once. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Mr. Zhang could only respect Su Chen's decision. Su Chen asked, next, are there any more trials? Zhang Lao shook his head and said, no need, just follow me up the mountain. After saying this, Mr. Zhang took Su Chen to the top of Yaofeng. In the main hall of Yaofeng, Su Chen followed Yao Lao into the hall. In the hall, there were several old men standing. These people are all elders of the medicine sect, 5 in total. Although Mr. Zhang is the person with the highest medicine refining skills in the medicine sect, he does not hold the position of elder. The great elder's expression changed slightly. There are not many disciples in the medicine sect. Apart from those with connections, most of them are talented alchemists from major sects. Su Chen looked like a complete stranger. This is a new alchemist. Several elders looked at Su Chen with some shock on their faces. The various trials set up are all quite difficult. For many years, no one has been able to enter the medicine sect based on their own abilities. Even some of the newly recruited disciples may not be able to fully pass the test of going up the mountain. This young man, for the first time in so many years, entered the medicine sect entirely on his own ability. Many of the other newly recruited disciples were alchemists recommended by other sects. Su Chen smiled and said, my dear elders, I am here to take the medicine sect's certification test. Only after I have passed the test can I enter Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountains. The elders looked at each other in bewilderment. They had almost forgotten that in order to enter Kunlun Mountain, they had to pass the trial of the medicine sect. It has been too many years since anyone has entered Kunlun Mountain. The great elder asked, are you an alchemist? Su Chen said, I have some knowledge of alchemy. Well, since you're here to take the certification test, we'll give you a chance. The great elder gestured for Su Chen to follow him. Su Chen followed the great elder. Above the open space, a huge ball of light appeared. Just like the Beastmaster Sect's light ball last time, this device is also used to detect the ability of alchemy. The great elder asked, besides the medicine sect's trial, have you passed any other certification trials? And passed the Beast Tamer Sect's certification test. Hearing Su Chen's words, the great elder nodded. My respect for Su Chen suddenly increased. Anyone who wants to enter Kunlun Mountain, regardless of Su Chen's strength, has the courage to do so and deserves respect. The great elder said, the certification trials of the Beast Taming Sect and the Medicine Refining Sect are both to test the corresponding talents and abilities of the immortal cultivators. After all, immortal cultivators who come to Kunlun Mountain need to have a certain understanding of both medicine refining and beast taming. Otherwise, they cannot become top-level experts. However, when it comes to the remaining 3 sects, your strength will speak for itself. Su Chen nodded, then walked in front of the ball of light. He stretched out his hand in front of the ball of light. The spiritual energy entered Su Chen's body, and then the ball of light actually emitted a strange light. The great elder was stunned. This kid has infinite spiritual eyes. The Wuji spiritual eye can tell the quality of various medicinal materials, and is therefore included in the assessment of alchemists. Su Chen possessed the information of the Wuji spiritual eye, so he naturally could not escape the detection of this ball of light. Chapter 140. This kid can't leave. Su Chen smiled, and then the aura of the light ball suddenly changed. The great elder suppressed his surprise. Although the infinite spiritual eye was very rare, some peerless geniuses could also possess it. Next, it depends on Su Chen's ability to refine medicine. After all, the Wuji spirit eye has many uses. It is not only used for refining medicine, but can also be used in combat. The spiritual energy of the spirit stone flowed through Su Chen's body, and then a sound came from the ball of light. Su Chen, a high-grade 5th-stage alchemist, currently at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. The great elder was completely stunned. Su Chen was also stunned. Since the Lingyin Sect's alchemy skills were not strong, and there was no light ball that could determine the alchemist's level, Su Chen did not know the specific grade of his own medicine. To be honest, the measurement result of the light ball was far beyond Su Chen's expectations. He really didn't expect that he had reached the level of a high-level alchemist. First grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade are the ranks of alchemists in this small world, and each grade is divided into 9 sections. Although Su Chen had expected that his alchemy skills should not be low, because he had already read all the books in the Lingyin Sect's alchemy pavilion. The ability of natural medicine refining is not much worse. In Su Chen's original prediction, there should be no problem with the middle grade, and it might even be possible to reach the 7th or 8th level of the middle grade. What he didn't expect was that he still underestimated himself and actually reached a high level, and even a high-level 5th-level alchemist. Su Chen did not notice the great elder's surprised expression. High-grade alchemists are rare even in the medicine sect. A high-grade 5th-level alchemist is almost as powerful as the elders. However, Su Chen is only in his 20s, while the youngest of the elders is already 70 years old. Su Chen's talent is truly unique. The great elder has been practicing medicine for over 100 years and has trained countless disciples, but he has never seen anyone with such talent and cultivation at such a young age. The spiritual energy slowly dissipated, and Su Chen's test was completed. Su Chen turned his head, looked at the great elder, and asked, "Have I passed the test now?" The great elder's eyes rolled, and suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face. He shook his head. "No, you haven't passed the test. If you want to enter Kunlun Mountain, you must reach the level of a top-grade alchemist." Su Chen frowned. A top-grade alchemist might not appear for hundreds of years. Most of those who reach the level of a top-grade alchemist are usually poached by super sects. There are also top-grade alchemists who have already ascended to the vast world. Is the great elder deliberately making things difficult for me? While Su Chen was thinking, several other elders had already arrived. They slowly landed on the spot. "Great elder, how's the test going?" The great elder did not answer directly, but walked aside and whispered to several elders. Then, the expressions of several elders suddenly changed, and then their expressions quickly returned to calm. Su Chen asked tentatively again, "Is it too difficult to become a top-grade alchemist if you want to go to Kunlun Mountain?" "Not high, not high." The second elder came over and said with a smile, "Stay for dinner first. I'll explain it to you later. The requirements for entering Kunlun Mountain have changed. It's not that easy to enter Kunlun Mountain." Su Chen was a little confused. Why did it feel like the attitudes of these elders suddenly changed a lot? Just now I was hoping that I could pass the test and enter Kunlun Mountain smoothly. Now, why does everyone want me not to leave? Su Chen didn't want to have a conflict. Anyway, Tang Xianxian's star power had not changed much. For the time being, nothing will happen to Tang Xianxian. Su Chen was arranged in a small wooden house by several elders. Su Chen simply sat down at the stone table and began to study the knowledge about poisons written by the old man in the Tao Te Ching. Time passes by every second. At this time, several elders gathered in the hall. "We must not let this kid go. This talented alchemist must not be released from here. Among the current disciples, even in 10 years, no one will be able to reach the strength of a high-grade alchemist. The position of the 7th elder has been vacant for a long time. Yes, since Elder Zhang is unwilling to become an elder, it would be fine if this kid could become the 7th elder." Several elders whispered, "But how do we get this kid to stay?" "No, catch him, tie him up, and lock him up for 10 days. If he doesn't stay here, he won't be given any food. Forget it. He's a powerful Yuanyang realm 5th-level warrior. We may not be able to defeat him." Su Chen was reading a book on the stone table when he suddenly started sneezing frequently. Su Chen was a little puzzled. Could it be that he had been overworked recently and caught a cold? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Su Chen raised his head and saw a young disciple suddenly coming from a distance. The young disciple had a fair complexion and his eyes were full of spirituality. He walked to Su Chen's side and said seriously, "7th elder, the elders invite you to attend the ceremony." "7th elder? When did I become an elder?" Su Chen was confused, but still followed the young disciple into the palace. Su Chen followed the young disciple into the palace. The palace, which originally had few people, now had hundreds of disciples gathered there. These disciples are all the disciples of the medicine sect, estimated to be several hundred people. The lowest among these disciples is a mid-level second-stage alchemist. Those who have not reached this level cannot enter the medicine sect at all. Seeing Su Chen enter, the people around him looked at Su Chen. The seventh elder that the elders mentioned, is this the young man? Impossible. How could someone who could become an elder be so young? But it must be the young disciple who brought him here. There was a lot of discussion around. Su Chen slowly walked into the palace. When the disciples saw Su Chen coming, they all made way for him. Su Chen was flattered. He raised his head and saw several elders on the stage. The great elder, beaming, announced to all the disciples, "Dear disciples, please meet our seventh elder." All the disciples bowed in unison. Su Chen was stunned. He approached the great elder and whispered, "Great elder, are you mistaken?" The great elder shook his head and said, "Yes, seriously, you are now the seventh elder of our medicine sect." No, no, no. Su Chen quickly shook his head. "Great elder, you are mistaken. I want to go to Kunlun Mountain, not be an elder here." The great elder pretended not to hear anything, then turned around and said with a smile, "You must be the seventh elder." Su Chen smiled bitterly. "Have to. It seems that I have to stay in this medicine sect for some time." 3 days later, Su Chen came out of the wooden house. Today he was going to do something big. Run away. Although the treatment above the medicine sect is not bad, rare medicinal materials from various medicine sects can be freely possessed, and you can use it at will. However, Su Chen still had a lot of important things to do and absolutely could not stay here. Originally, Su Chen thought becoming an elder would be a good idea. The medicine sect had hundreds of alchemists, all of whom were geniuses. The weakest were mid-level alchemists, and several elders, including the elders, were all high-level alchemists. This was an extremely powerful force, and they had a lot of say in this world. However, the great elders and others were quite pedantic, saying that the medicine sect would not participate in worldly disputes. Then what's the point of being an elder? And most importantly, the medicine sect prohibits romantic relationships. Su Chen's cultivation improvement mainly depends on getting married and having children. If he stays here, his cultivation will probably remain at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm forever. Chapter 141, Leaving the Medicine Sect. Because of this, Su Chen decided to escape as soon as possible. Taking advantage of the night, Su Chen began to walk quickly towards the outside of the sect. Now is the best time to escape. At this time, several elders will go to teach their disciples the knowledge and experience of alchemy. At this time, as long as Su Chen passes through the magic circle set up in the sect, he can successfully escape from the medicine sect. Su Chen walked towards the outside of the sect. A huge magic circle appeared in front of him. Su Chen activated his spiritual energy and then entered the magic circle. Inside the magic circle, countless spiritual energies swept towards him. Su Chen released his spiritual energy to resist. The power in this magic circle is very strong. Even though Su Chen is a master of the 5th level of Yuanyang realm, he is unable to resist it. No wonder these old guys are so confident living alone. Su Chen's strength at the Yuanyang realm was simply not enough to break through the magic circle. In a hurry, Su Chen had no choice but to say, "Old man, give me a hand. I don't want to stay in jail here." The old man smiled leisurely. "At critical moments, you still have to rely on me." The old man from the Tao Te Ching spoke, and then he released his spiritual energy. The powerful spiritual energy rushed into the sky and directly broke through the magic circle. Su Chen opened his infinite spiritual eyes and found the weak point of the magic circle. Then, Su Chen rushed out directly from the weakest point of the magic circle. Su Chen withdrew his spiritual energy and immediately felt refreshed. He glanced around and suddenly found that outside the magic circle, there was a beautiful female disciple standing. Su Chen had never seen this female disciple before, but judging from the way she was dressed, she was indeed a disciple of the medicine sect. The female disciple asked, "Hey, 7th elder, why did you come out?" I'm out for a walk. But the great elder has ordered that only outer disciples can be outside this magic circle. No inner disciples are allowed to appear outside this magic circle." Su Chen paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "I have set a rule in my heart. Today, our disciples can come out." The female disciple nodded obediently. She has a beautiful face and a sense of understanding. Su Chen asked, "What's your name?" "Su Xiaoyu." Su Chen nodded, but suddenly his expression changed abruptly. Because he saw some poisonous gas on the body of this female disciple, and the body of this female disciple was seriously affected by this poisonous gas. However, Su Chen did not intend to cause any trouble. If he wasted time here, he might be caught by the elders. Su Chen made a few excuses and prepared to leave. Who knew that Amelia Su would actually pull Su Chen directly? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and stared at Su Chen. Seventh Elder, do you want to leave here? Su Chen was speechless and didn't know what to say. Who knew that Su Xiaoyu would say next? Seventh Elder, don't worry, I won't stop you. I am the only outer disciple guarding here. I won't tell the other elders about your affairs, but I have a request. Su Chen's expression became a little more serious. Since everything was known, there was no need for Su Chen to hide it. After all, an outer disciple couldn't stop him. What do you want? Take me away. Su Chen opened his eyes wide. Isn't it good to be in this medicine sect? Su Xiaoyu shook her head. I prefer a free and easy life. I came here to have a bright future. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to protect my family in these troubled times. Su Chen's eyes changed slightly when he looked at Su Xiaoyu. I didn't expect that this girl's experience was very similar to mine. Before Su Chen climbed Lingyin Peak, he was despised by all kinds of people in the world because he had not embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, so Su Chen could understand Su Xiaoyu. Okay, then follow me. Su Chen spoke, and he suddenly walked to Su Xiaoyu's side. Amelia Su's face suddenly flushed. Su Chen's handsome face and charming body made Su Xiaoyu fall in love with Su Chen at once. At this time, Su Chen's warm breath sprayed on Amelia Su's body, making Amelia Su a little shy. However, I need to take you to get rid of the poison first. Am I poisoned? Su Chen nodded. This poison is very serious and will affect your future cultivation. I will help you detoxify it first. Su Xiaoyu trusts Su Chen very much and will definitely follow Su Chen away. Su Chen summoned the dragon turtle in the spiritual realm. The dragon turtle was still sleeping and was pulled out directly by Su Chen. Why? I still want to sleep. Get us out of here first, and we'll give you chicken legs tonight. When the dragon turtle heard about the chicken legs, his eyes lit up, and then his body became extremely huge. Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu stepped onto the back of the dragon turtle, which carried Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu away. At this time, above the medicine sect, the great elder had just walked out of the palace. A disciple came over hurriedly. Great elder, I have 2 pieces of news to tell you. The disciple looked anxious. The elder said, don't be anxious. Speak slowly. The first news is that a dragon turtle appeared halfway up Yaofeng Mountain. Dragon turtle? The great elder was also a little shocked. This wasn't the beast taming sect, so how could a rare fairy beast like the dragon turtle appear here? However, it is difficult to tame a fairy beast like the dragon turtle, and the great elder did not hold out much hope. What's the second news? 7th Elder Su Chen ran away. What? The great elder's eyes were wide. Say it again. The disciple nodded in agreement and repeated, 7th Elder Su Chen is missing. The great elder's expression changed. He flew into the air and walked directly towards the magic circle. A huge gap appeared in the magic circle. The great elder slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of it? Someone as talented as Su Chen must have a way to break this magic circle. The disciple continued. Not only that, someone also reported that 7th Elder Su Chen took away a female disciple from the outer sect who was about to be admitted to the inner sect. The great elder almost vomited blood on the spot. Not only did this guy leave, he also kidnapped his female disciple. At this time, Mr. Zhang walked out from not far away. I told you, we can't keep Su Chen. This kid has a great opportunity. We are just a medicine sect, and we can't keep him. The great elder smiled helplessly. It seems that I was overthinking it. Well, let him be. The great elder was relieved. This result is not bad. However, it seems that the position of the 7th elder of the medicine sect will be vacant for a long time. At the foot of the mountain, Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu entered the village. Su Chen took Su Xiaoyu directly to the residence of the old poison master. Su Chen was not sure if he could cure Su Xiaoyu's poison, so he had to ask the old poison master for help. In front of the wooden house, a little girl was playing in the yard. Her face was rosy and she looked much better than before. Chapter 142 Detoxification. Su Chen walked into the yard. The little girl immediately came forward. Big brother, you're back. Su Chen smiled. I'm back. Can you play with me then? Sure. The old poison master walked out of the wooden house. He was a little shocked. Su Chen passed the medicine sect's assessment so quickly. However, the old poison master had also seen Su Chen's talent, so he was not surprised. But why did Su Chen come to see me? Su Xiaoyu's eyes were suddenly filled with alertness. She could feel the poison coming from the old poison master. Why would Su Chen take me to find a poison master? Su Chen turned his head and said, Don't be nervous. I brought you here so that he can detoxify you. After saying that, Su Chen took a few steps towards the old man and said, Excuse me, help her detoxify. The old poison master nodded, then looked at Amelia Su. The poison in Su Xiaoyu's body was very rare, and although it didn't seem to cause any symptoms, this poison would corrode a person's spiritual roots. It will destroy one's cultivation. The old man said, "Let her in first." When Su Xiaoyu saw that Su Chen knew the old man, she let down her guard a little. Su Chen waited quietly outside. The little girl walked up to Su Chen and said with a smile, "Big brother, do you want to stay here for a few days before leaving?" Su Chen lowered his head and touched the little girl's head. "I have something else to do, so I may not be able to stay that long. I'll ask you to come play with me next time I come." The little girl was a little disappointed, but she quickly changed her expression. "Big brother, I know you are here to find Grandpa. Grandpa was very powerful when he was young. Many people come to him for medical treatment. But later on, it seemed that Grandpa's reputation was not so good, and fewer people came to see him for treatment." Su Chen suddenly became curious. "Would you like to tell me about your grandfather's youth?" The little girl pouted. "I don't know much about it, but I do know that my grandfather was a famous alchemist when he was young. Many people came to him for treatment. But later, for some reason, fewer people came to him for treatment. Many people even cursed him, calling him a poisonous old man." Su Chen frowned and suddenly thought of something. He leaned over and asked, "What's your grandfather's name?" "My name is Dugu Sheng." Su Chen's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. The name Dugu Sheng was too dazzling. In this continent, he was once a talented alchemist who was as famous as Old Zhang. However, later, because of his practice of poison, Dugu Sheng was expelled from the medicine sect and disappeared. Later on, his name became the Poison King. According to legend, there is no poison in this world that Dugu Sheng does not know. While Su Chen was thinking, Dugu Sheng walked out of the room. He looked very bad. Su Chen immediately came over. "How is Amelia Su's situation?" Dugu Sheng said, "The situation is not good, and this poison requires a special treatment method. This poison requires a double rest with xianxia to be cured. Other than that, no other medicine will be effective. Moreover, the cultivation level of this kind of cultivator must be above the foundation establishment stage." Dugu Sheng knew that most of the cultivators were people with very poor spiritual roots, and those with a little talent would never choose to be cultivators. It is not an easy task to find a cultivator above the foundation establishment stage. Kind of cultivation? Above the foundation establishment stage? Isn't that just what I am? Su Chen suddenly laughed. "It just so happens that I am a cultivator." Dugu Sheng opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Su Chen is a cultivator at the Yuanyang realm. Can any cultivator reach this realm? Before Dugu Sheng could speak, Su Chen walked into the wooden house. Su Xiaoyu sat in the room with a gloomy look on her face. Su Chen asked, "Did he tell you?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Maybe I'm just unlucky. If my cultivation is damaged because of this, I'll just accept my fate. Can I ask you for one favor? Protect my family from now on. This is the only thing I can ask of you." Su Chen suddenly interrupted Su Xiaoyu. "I am Xiao. If you don't mind, I can help you heal your illness." Su Xiaoyu looked at Su Chen and said in shock, "How could you be a cultivator? How can someone of your level of cultivation be willing to become a cultivator? Cultivators have always been looked down upon by people in the world of immortal cultivation." Su Xiaoyu couldn't understand how Su Chen could be a cultivator. Su Chen nodded and said, "Before I embarked on the path of cultivation, I was just a seed cultivator. However, later on, my spiritual roots were repaired, and I have achieved my current level of cultivation." Su Xiaoyu looked at Su Chen repeatedly to make sure that Su Chen was not joking. Su Xiaoyu blushed. She was naturally happy to have a weekend off with Su Chen. With Su Chen's cultivation, appearance, and gentle personality, it was hard for any woman not to be attracted to him. Su Chen walked in front of Amelia Su and said, "Of course, I will marry you. I won't just take a weekend off just to treat my illness." Su Xiaoyu's eyes moved. Being able to marry Su Chen is probably every girl's dream. But now, it seems that I am not dreaming. Su Xiaoyu nodded, her face becoming even redder. Su Chen looked at the beautiful Su Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. With a thought, countless green new leaves spread out, and in a blink of an eye, they turned into a small green leaf hut, wrapping the two of them in it. Then, Su Chen walked in front of Su Xiaoyu, lowered his head and kissed Su Xiaoyu deeply on the lips. The little girl and Dugu Sheng stood outside the wooden house. She asked curiously, "Why hasn't brother Su Chen come out yet?" Dugu Sheng chuckled. "It will probably take him a while to get better. He's in there getting treated." In the room, the system's voice came from Su Chen's mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a double holiday. Reward, 300 years of cultivation, 1 level of cultivation upgrade, spiritual roots upgraded to the intermediate Xian rank, and the reward item, Book of Spring and Autumn. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, Yuanyang Realm 6th level. Spiritual Root, Intermediate Xian level. Offspring, Su Yang High Yellow rank 4 years old. Su Yu High Yellow rank 3.5 years old. Su Jia High Mysterious rank 3 years old. Su Yu High Yellow rank 2.5 years old. Lu Lingyu's daughter Su Ling 1.5 years old High Yellow rank. Lung Wushuang's daughter Su Lung Peak Mysterious rank. Bai Weiwei's son Su Ming Intermediate Mysterious rank. Chun Yui's son Su Yi Elementary Mysterious rank. Zhang Ruoshue's daughter Su Ling. Intermediate Mysterious rank. Items. Alchemy Furnace, Little Medicine Boy, Ghost Taming Technique, Demon Refining Pot, Book of Spring and Autumn. Techniques. Yunin Ju, 3rd level, Yellow rank, Elementary level. Dragon and Tiger Bodybuilding Method, Entry level, Yellow rank, Top level. Yin and Yang, Hehuan Secret Technique, 2nd level, Earth rank, Intermediate level. Yin Wu Lei, Earth rank, Elementary level. Yang Xian Jing, Xian rank, Elementary level. Fusion and Mastery Technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian rank, High level. Command Flag, Xian rank, Intermediate level. The effect of this dual cultivation was far beyond Su Chen's expectations. The system directly rewards 300 years of cultivation, which not only allows Su Chen to improve his cultivation by 1 level. The most important thing is that he finally mastered the dragon and tiger body tempering technique, which he had been unable to master before. This made Su Chen's physical strength go up to a higher level, and the Yin-Yang Harmony Secret Technique also went from the 1st level to the 2nd level. The effect of the double day off was obviously much stronger. This means that from now on, the effect of Su Chen and his fellow sisters and brothers having a double day off will increase, and their cultivation will improve faster. Chapter 143, The Book of Spring and Autumn. Is this phenomenon unique to Su Xiaoyu, or is it because she is at the foot of Kunlun Mountain? Su Chen didn't know, but that didn't stop him from being happy. Improving your cultivation is the most important thing. The harvest this time was really great. My beast taming and alchemy skills have greatly improved. I also got a dragon turtle and found a wife here who might have treasures. Taking a look at Su Xiaoyu, who was sleeping soundly, Su Chen showed a bright smile on his face. He covered Su Xiaoyu with the quilt considerately, got up, put on his clothes, and got out of bed. He walked out of the cabin and saw the old poison master waiting in the yard. Healed. Su Chen nodded. The old poison master's eyes suddenly changed. You've made another breakthrough? Su Chen smiled. For cultivators, having 2 days off can improve their cultivation. Su Chen's words were complete nonsense, but Du Guxing knew very little about cultivation and did not doubt it. Du Guxing suddenly said, Huahua told you everything about me. Huahua is naturally the name of the little girl. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your affairs. No one will disturb your peace here. The outside world has a very bad impression of poison masters. If Du Guxing's identity as a poison master is leaked, the two will definitely be disturbed by people from the outside world. Du Guxing stood up and motioned Su Chen to follow him. Su Chen followed. Du Guxing brought Su Chen to a quiet open space. He turned around and asked, Did you see Zhang Zhuwei on the mountain? Su Chen came back to his senses and asked, Is it Mr. Zhang from the medicine sect? Du Guxing nodded and said, It's him. Su Chen said, Mr. Zhang is fine. Du Guxing smiled indifferently. That's good. Seeing Su Chen's puzzled look, Du Guxing said, I was once a disciple of the medicine sect, and Zhang Zhuwei was also my fellow disciple. But later, because of my talent, I could only study poisons. With such talent, I couldn't become an alchemist. But Zhang Zhuwei has always encouraged me and told me that poison can also save lives. I tried to use my knowledge of poisons to save people, but the medicine sect's people ultimately couldn't tolerate me, so I left the sect one night. Maybe Zhuwei thinks I'm dead. No wonder Mr. Zhang didn't mention any news about Du Guxing. He must have thought that Du Guxing was dead. Should I tell him? Du Guxing shook his head. Never mind, this is good enough now. I called you here this time to tell you the rest of the knowledge about poisons. The knowledge I taught you before was just the most basic knowledge to become a poison master. But to become different from other poison masters, you need to learn the following knowledge. After witnessing Su Chen's talent, Du Guxing was very confident in Su Chen's strength. Moreover, Su Chen's character is also trustworthy. To learn poison techniques, one must have a good character. If a person with bad intentions learns poison techniques, he will definitely use them to harm others. Su Chen nodded. It just so happened that the magic weapon he had just obtained was called the Book of Spring and Autumn. This thing doesn't have any special function, but it can record everything you hear. It has the same effect as the spring and autumn style of writing used by the old man in the Tao Te Ching. Du Guxing began to teach Su Chen about poison techniques. Su Chen recorded all this knowledge in the Book of Spring and Autumn. After finishing the recording, Su Chen placed the Book of Spring and Autumn in the spiritual realm. Su Chen didn't have much time to waste. Next, he will go to other sects to undergo trials. The next morning, at the entrance of the village, Su Chen walked out of the village, and Su Xiaoyu followed behind him. The poison in her body has been removed. Not only that, after the weekend with Su Chen, Su Xiaoyu's cultivation has also increased. Before, Su Xiaoyu only had the strength of the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. After spending a weekend with Su Chen, Su Xiaoyu's strength directly increased to the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. This made Su Xiaoyu excited and a little shy. What made her excited was that her cultivation level had increased by 2 levels, but what made her embarrassed was that this improvement was achieved through such a shameful thing. When she thought of Su Chen's bravery last night, Su Xiaoyu's pretty face became a little hot. I really didn't expect that the usually bad-tempered Su Chen would be so powerful, capturing and releasing 7 times. Du Guxing walked over. Su Chen, see you again if we're lucky. Su Chen bowed. Speaking of which, Du Guxing can be considered as half of his master. Huahua's eyes were filled with reluctance. Big brother, if you have the chance in the future, please come and see me. You promised me that you would come and play with me. Su Chen walked over and touched Huahua's head. Your illness is now cured, and you can play with the people in the village from now on. Huahua shook her head. Then remember to come and see me next time. Su Chen smiled and nodded, then left with Su Xiaoyu. Du Gusheng grabbed Huahua's hand and asked, do you want to meet Su Chen again in the future? Huahua nodded. Du Gusheng smiled. Then I will become an alchemist and be able to see brother Su Chen again. Du Gusheng's face was full of smiles, and there seemed to be light in his eyes. This was the first time Du Gusheng smiled like this since he came down the mountain. 1 month later, the disciples of the Medicine Sect will go down the mountain. At that time, Zhang Jue will also go down the mountain. Du Gusheng decides to let Huahua go to the Medicine Sect to practice. Since he is a poison master and cannot officially become an alchemist in the Medicine Sect due to his talent, he can entrust his granddaughter to Zhang Jue. Du Gusheng had never had such an idea before. And these are the thoughts that Su Chen told himself. Su Chen told himself that Huahua was a person with great talent in alchemy, and if trained well, she would definitely become an excellent alchemist. Because Du Gusheng himself did not have the talent for alchemy, he had never felt the talent for alchemy in Huahua. How could he, the descendant of a poison master, have a talent for alchemy? However, Su Chen's words gave him hope. Since I can't become an alchemist, if Huahua becomes an alchemist, it will make up for my regret. Good. Huahua agreed without hesitation. At this time, Su Chen took Su Xiaoyu away from Yaofeng and headed towards the next sect. The 3rd sect is the sword-controlling sect. The Lingyin Sect is famous for cultivating sword masters. In the sword sect, there are countless talented sword cultivators. All the sword cultivators here are at least at the Yuanyang realm, otherwise they are not qualified to join the Lingyin Sect. If the Medicine Sect is the holy land for alchemists, then the Sword Control Sect is the place where sword practitioners can prove their truth. When the sunset slowly disappeared in the western sky, Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu did not continue to force their way, but found a cave to stay. After setting up a warning array at the entrance of the cave and using magic to clean the cave, Su Chen took out the Book of Spring and Autumn from the spiritual realm and prepared to study the skills in the book. However, when Su Chen took out the Book of Spring and Autumn, he discovered that his spiritual world was actually connected to the Book of Spring and Autumn. Su Chen hardly needed to open the book, as an endless stream of knowledge flooded into his mind. Su Chen was a little shocked. Learning in this way is much faster than normal learning. Not only did the speed increase by nearly double, but the understanding of the skills also became more profound. It turns out that this is the effect of the Book of Spring and Autumn. With this magic weapon, it would not be difficult for Su Chen to learn any martial arts in the future. Chapter 144. Junior Su Chen comes to ask for sword. The next morning, Su Xiaoyu opened her eyes. What came into view was Su Chen's handsome face. Looking at Su Chen at such a close distance, those delicate features and delicate skin made Amelia, Su, feel her heart beating faster. Su Xiaoyu recalled the scene last night when Su Chen, after reading for a while, opened his arms and hugged her for 5 consecutive times before falling into a deep sleep. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush again. Are you awake? Su Chen looked at Su Xiaoyu, who was becoming lazy, and said with a smile. Su Xiaoyu nodded and stretched out her arms. Suddenly, the bones all over her body made a slight crisp sound. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of foundation building. She was only 1 step away from entering the 7th level. A hint of joy flashed in Su Xiaoyu's eyes. This effect was too good to be true. He raised his head and looked at Su Chen with a hint of admiration in his bright eyes. Where are we going down here? The Sword Control Sect. The Sword Controlling Sect? That's the place at the foot of Kunlun Mountain where many sword cultivators gather. Why is Su Chen going there? Su Xiaoyu asked. Why are we going to the Lingyin Sect? Su Chen replied. Go ask the sword. The great elder of the medicine sect once said that the three sects behind are different from the medicine sect and the beast-taming sect. The most powerful people who are qualified to enter Kunlun Mountain must have some knowledge of taming beasts and refining medicine. These two items are just some basic trials, and the following trials are the most troublesome. These sects are all competing with each other in terms of their true cultivation strength. If it were in the outside world, Su Chen's strength of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm could be considered a first-rate strongman, but there were many masters gathered near Kunlun Mountain, so Su Chen was not very confident. However, Su Chen was still very confident. Although he was only at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm, his mastery of sword energy was at least at the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. The skill that Su Chen is most confident in is sword cultivation. As his cultivation level improved, Su Chen's Qingyun Ju and other skills also improved. I've been to the Lingyin Sect. The leader there is very strange. Su Chen turned his head and asked in confusion, Weird? Su Xiaoyu nodded. Eccentric? Su Xiaoyu continued to explain. That old sword cultivator has a very bad temper and often loses his temper with others, but he is very kind to his disciples. What's the cultivation level of most of the disciples in the sword controlling sect? Su Chen asked. Now, after practicing dual cultivation with Su Xiaoyu, Su Chen's cultivation has reached the middle stage of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. Su Xiaoyu replied. To pass the trial of the Lingyin Sect, your strength must reach at least the 5th level of the Yuanyang realm. The disciples of the sword controlling sect are all extremely powerful. Unlike the disciples of the medicine sect, the disciples of the sword controlling sect pursue pure sword intent. The great elder of the Lingyin Sect has even reached the spiritual transformation realm. Among the 7 elders, only 7 are at the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm, and the remaining elders have all reached the spiritual transformation realm. Su Xiaoyu gave Su Chen a general introduction to the situation of the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen nodded solemnly. The strength of the Lingyin Sect is really powerful. There are as many as 6 powerful people in the spirit transformation realm alone. The Lingyin Sect is only one of the 5 affiliated sects under Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain is indeed a holy place recognized by many immortal cultivators in this world. It seems that gaining the recognition of the Lingyin Sect this time is not an easy task. Although Su Chen has reached the 6th level of Yuanyang realm, he still needs to see the opinions of several elders if he wants to be recognized. The two of them tidied themselves up a bit and continued on their journey to the Lingyin Sect. Half a day later, a towering mountain filled with spiritual energy appeared. Su Chen stood at the foot of the mountain. He took out the Longquan's sword and flew on it. In the blink of an eye, we reached the top of the mountain. A beautiful villa appeared in sight on the top of the mountain. In that villa, several disciples kept appearing in the field of vision. Suddenly, several disciples appeared in the sky riding on swords. These disciples were all wearing Taoist robes and had a long sword behind them. Su Chen took a quick look and found that the strength of these disciples was probably around the 3rd level of Yuanyang realm. Su Chen bowed and said with a smile, I am a sword cultivator from outside who came here to ask about swords. Asking about the sword? A disciple frowned. Who are you, a swordsman, to dare to come here and ask about the sword? I am the swordsman of Lingyin Sect, Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and answered. Okay, then I'll try your method first. One of the sword-controlling sect disciples said in a cold voice and immediately attacked. He drew out the long sword in his hand, and thousands of sword energies gathered from his body. Then, countless sword energies whistled towards Su Chen. Every sword energy is filled with murderous intent. Su Chen was stunned. It seemed that the other party was treating him as a provocation. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy was already in front of Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes were slightly cold, and with a thought, the Longquan sword appeared out of thin air. The next moment, the Longquan sword was placed in front of Su Chen, blocking the thousands of sword energies. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Su Chen's clear voice sounded, and he snapped his fingers. When? The clear sound of the sword rang out, and the next moment, a sharp sword energy burst out from the Longquan sword. The expressions of the disciples of the Lingyin Sect changed drastically. The sword energy, both in terms of sharpness and power, far exceeded the imagination of these disciples. Among the many disciples present, not a single one could emit such a strong sword energy. In fact, Su Chen held back with this sword. He came here to fight with swords, so there was no need to use too much force. Several disciples looked serious. Su Chen's strength made them feel a little frustrated. How could Lingyin Sect, a little-known sect, produce such a swordsman? They have been practicing in the Lingyin Sect for so long, but they still can't catch up with the sword practitioners in a small sect? Su Chen smiled and said, "You can come together. Since I have decided to show off today, I will show off to the end." The expressions of several disciples of the Lingyin Sect changed drastically. Even though Su Chen was very powerful, such an attitude was too arrogant. This is the sword-controlling sect. Then a few of us will come and meet you. After that, as the leading disciple spoke, the 5 disciples of the Lingyin Sect drew their swords in unison. The 5 people formed a sword formation, and thousands of sword energies suddenly burst out from the sword formation, attacking Su Chen directly. Su Chen controls the sword with one hand. The Longquan sword let out a dragon's roar. The golden dragon is the spirit of the Longquan sword, and the Longquan sword itself has the breath of a dragon. The leading disciple of the Lingyin Sect's face changed. The opponent's sword was not an ordinary sword. At this moment, Su Chen did not give the opponent any chance to change his tactics. With a serious expression, Su Chen said, "Excuse me, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his spiritual power, and thousands of sword intentions suddenly burst out from the Longquan sword in Su Chen's hand. The sword energy of the sword formation was not worth mentioning in front of Su Chen's sword energy. In a blink of an eye, the sword energy of the sword formation was broken by Su Chen. The 5 Yuanyang Realm Level 3 warriors were defeated by Su Chen before they could even display the might of their strongest formation. Su Chen smiled and took back the Longquan sword in his hand. "Now, am I qualified to come here to discuss swordsmanship?" Several disciples looked grim. As disciples of the Lingyin Sect, they were defeated by a sword cultivator from an unknown small sect. If this gets out, it will be a great shame and humiliation. Su Chen smiled, put away the Longquan sword, and walked steadily to the front of the disciples. Several disciples subconsciously made way for them. Su Chen's aura was so strong that several disciples were subconsciously afraid. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far away. A voice came from the sky, and the voice was as loud as a bell. Just by listening to the voice, you can tell that this person must have a very high level of cultivation. Who is going wild here? Chapter 145, Asking for the Sword. The figure's aura was extremely powerful, and the sense of oppression around him suddenly became stronger. A white-haired old man appeared. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. This old man's strength has reached the level of transformation. With Su Chen's current strength, it is not enough to be a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm. The old man's body shook slightly, and a huge divine sword spirit appeared behind him. "Boy, what sect are you from? Why are you acting so wildly here?" The old man spoke angrily. The spiritual power fluctuations on his body were very strong, and the spiritual energy of the magic sword became more and more real. It can be seen that the old man was somewhat angry about Su Chen injuring these disciples of the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen raised his eyes calmly and said, "I am Su Chen from Lingyin Sect. I have come to Lingyin Sect specifically to ask about swords." The old man snorted coldly. "Your current sword energy is not even worthy of it. Moreover, you are asking for the sword in this way. Do you look down on my Lingyin Sect?" Su Chen said solemnly, "I have no intention of looking down on the sword-controlling sect. On the contrary, I respect them very much. Since the elder is here, why not test me and see how my swordsmanship is?" Su Chen flew up, the Longquan sword suddenly unsheathed, and powerful sword energy burst out. Facing the elder of the Lingyin Sect, this time, Su Chen did not hold back at all. The pure sword energy condensed on the Longquan sword and went directly towards the old man's vital point. Blue light was released from Su Chen's eyes, and his infinite spiritual eyes were activated, allowing him to clearly see the old man's weaknesses. But the next moment, sword energy appeared from the magic sword behind the old man and went directly towards the Longquan sword. Clang! The sound of sword ringing rang out. A powerful force came directly towards Su Chen's arm. Su Chen's palms were numb, and the blade of the Longquan sword he was holding was shaking. The strong man in the spirit transformation realm was still too strong. Above the Yuanyang realm, there is a big gap between each level. Su Chen is only at the 6th level of the Yuanyang realm, while this old man is at least at the 2nd level of the Shenhua realm. The gap of 5 levels is still too huge. Sweat gradually appeared on Su Chen's forehead. The old man shouted loudly, and then the spiritual energy in his body suddenly became stronger, and the sword energy of the magic sword became stronger, directly chopping Su Chen away. Su Chen's body fell backward 100 meters, and 2 traces of blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that this old man was so strong. Seeing the old man take action, several disciples laughed. This sword cultivator is so arrogant, it's best to teach him a lesson. The old man fell to the ground, and the magic sword on his body suddenly disappeared. He walked towards Su Chen step by step with steady steps. Su Chen mobilized his spiritual power to eliminate the pain in his arm. At the same time, he tightened the Longquan's sword in his hand and stood still again. At this moment, a voice came from the horizon. Third elder, wait a minute. Another old man appeared not far away. This elder has white hair, but he is in good health and looks energetic. The sharpness in his eyes seems to be able to see through people. What's going on? The great elder is here. Several disciples exclaimed. The person who just fought with Su Chen was the third elder of the Lingyin Sect. The person who came at this time was the grand elder of the Lingyin Sect. Third elder, why did you attack and injure a junior? The third elder snorted coldly. This kid injured 5 disciples of the Lingyin Sect. Besides, this kid is very arrogant. If he is not taught a lesson, he will not know his place. The great elder glanced at the 5 disciples, who immediately lowered their heads, their eyes filled with shame. This time, I'm really embarrassed. The great elder's expression changed slightly. These disciples are all at the 3rd level of Yuanyang realm. This young man is only in his 20s. How could he defeat 5 masters at the 3rd level of Yuanyang realm by himself? The great elder looked at Su Chen and asked, "What's your name?" Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "My name is Su Chen. What are you doing here in the Lingyin Sect?" "I came here to ask for the sword. I want to pass the test of the sword-controlling sect and gain the qualification to enter Kunlun Mountain." Su Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, and his tone was natural. Even in front of a strong man in the spirit transformation realm, he still has such an attitude, which is enough to show Su Chen's extraordinariness. Su Xiaoyu in the back looked at Su Chen's situation with worry in her eyes. If something happened to Su Chen, Su Xiaoyu would definitely rush to help Su Chen at all costs. After all, Su Xiaoyu was already Su Chen's wife. The great elder walked up to Su Chen and said, "Are you here to pass the Imperial Sword Sex assessment?" Su Chen nodded. The great elder nodded. "Okay, then you come with me." The third elder still felt a little unwilling. Su Chen's attitude just now was too arrogant. The great elder walked up to the third elder and said, "Young man, it's okay to be a little arrogant." Su Chen followed the great elder to a square. On that square, there were many disciples of the sword-controlling sect. There are more people in the sword-controlling sect than in the medicine sect. After all, many people with superb talents will choose to practice sword cultivation, Taoism, and martial arts. Only such cultivators have strong self-protection capabilities. Although alchemists are rare, their own strength is not strong and they need protection from others. The great elder asked, "What is your current strength?" 6th level of Yuanyang realm. The great elder groaned. "It's okay, but still not strong enough. It will be difficult to pass the test." Those who passed the trials of the Lingyin Sect in the past were all masters close to the spirit transformation realm, and most of them were around the 8th level of the Yuanyang realm. Although there is only a difference of 2 levels. However, in the Yuanyang realm, the difference in strength between these 2 realms is enormous. Each level of the Yuanyang realm is difficult to break through. Even if there is only 1 level of cultivation difference, the strength is vastly different. Su Chen nodded. "Great elder, I want to take the test now." "You are only at the 6th level of the Yuanyang realm. Are you sure?" Su Chen nodded. "I'm sure." Since Su Chen made this choice, the great elder had nothing to say. The great elder advised earnestly, "Young man, it's not good to be too arrogant." Su Chen smiled. "It's okay. I'm ready." The great elder walked to the side and called out to a disciple not far away. The disciple was probably in his 30s, a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man walked over and said, "Great elder, what are your instructions?" This young man's name is Su Chen. He wants to pass the trial of the sword-controlling sect. Come and practice with him. The disciple chosen by the great elder was named Su Chen. He is a swordsman at the 8th level of Yuanyang realm. The great elder still admired Su Chen quite a bit and did not make things too difficult for him. If Su Chen could defeat someone at the 8th level of Yuanyang realm, he would have passed. Su Chen nodded. Then he walked in front of Su Chen and bowed. "Brother Su Chen, please take action." Su Chen nodded, walked to the side, and took out the Longquan sword. The great elder was slightly shocked. That sword is full of spiritual energy and is definitely not an ordinary sword. I just don't know if this sword has a spirit. However, the great elder did not hold out any hope of finding a spirit in the weapon, because swords with spirit weapons are extremely rare, basically never seen. Su Chen stood still and then released his spiritual energy. Su Zhen's expression changed. This kid's spiritual energy is indeed at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm, but this sword energy doesn't seem like the sword energy of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. Chapter 146, Sword Energy Far Beyond Strength. The Great Elder was also slightly shocked. How could the young man in front of him emit sword energy that was far beyond his own strength? Although Su Chen is only at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm, the sword energy he emits now has the strength of at least the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. Su Chen couldn't see the specific strength of Su Chen's sword energy, but he knew that the sword energy emitted by Su Chen was definitely not just the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. This kind of sword energy is at least much higher than that of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. Su Chen was not careless and released all his strength. Su Chen must face an opponent like Su Chen with all his strength. Otherwise, there is a high probability of losing. Su Chen took the lead, and a sword energy shot up into the sky. As the sword energy flashed, Su Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, a sharp sword energy came towards Su Chen. Su Chen smiled, picked up the Longquan sword, raised his hand to block, and blocked Su Chen's sword energy. A sound of metal colliding. Su Chen felt a numbness in the palm of his hand. He took a few steps back and attacked again. This time, Su Chen did not use sword energy. Instead, he took up his sword and prepared to engage in close combat with Su Chen. When there is a gap in sword energy, it is very disadvantageous to compete in sword energy. Close combat can greatly reduce this disadvantage. This is based on experience. Su Chen is indeed a veteran and has sufficient combat experience. Su Chen quickly approached Su Chen. Su Chen was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Su Chen. Su Chen simply gave up his sword energy and engaged in close combat with Su Chen. I have already mastered the Longhu mountain bodybuilding exercises. Su Chen's physical fitness is also very strong. Before this, Su Chen had never deliberately developed any bodybuilding exercises. In previous battles, Su Chen always used his sword energy and Taoism to crush his opponents. The forging of the body has not yet been developed. What Su Chen was most worried about was the test of martial arts. Martial arts was a test of physical fitness, but Su Chen had never done any physical training. This is a good opportunity to shape your body. Su Chen raised his hand and swung his sword, directly blocking Su Chen's sword. Then he turned sideways and swept the Longquan sword in his hand. This sword was pure physical strength. Su Chen groaned and took a few steps back. Is this kid's body so strong? Su Chen practiced the Longhu mountain bodybuilding technique. The system's voice came. Congratulations to the host for starting body forging. Current bodybuilding level, advanced yellow rank. Number of points needed to reach the next stage of body refining, 0/5000. Su Chen's expression changed. At this moment, the strength of Su Chen's body far exceeded Su Chen's imagination. Su Chen took a few steps back. It seems that Su Chen cannot gain any advantage simply by relying on his physical fitness. Su Chen released his own sword energy. This time, Su Chen released all of his sword energy, hoping to crush Su Chen directly with this sword. This is the strongest attack Su Chen can unleash. If this doesn't work, Su Chen will have no other choice. Su Chen smiled faintly, and suddenly a dragon breath came out from the Longquan sword. The Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. That sword really has a spirit. The next moment, the sword energy emitted from Su Chen's Longquan sword completely blocked Su Chen's sword energy. After Su Chen performed this move, he retracted the Longquan sword. He knew that Su Chen had no way to perform the next move. The sword energy dissipated, and Su Chen felt a little dejected. I lost. The Great Elder walked to Su Chen's side and said, "You have no reason to blame for your loss. Su Chen is very powerful. You can't beat him with your current level of cultivation." The Great Elder then turned around and spoke to Su Chen. "Can you tell me, from whom did you learn your swordsmanship?" Su Chen hesitated for a moment. He couldn't say that he learned it from the system. Speaking of this sword technique, the first time I came into contact with it was when I was playing chess with the old man. With my understanding of chess moves, I was able to comprehend the sword moves. However, that was too long ago. Su Chen bowed and said, "Self-taught." The Great Elder signaled Su Chen that he could go back. Su Chen nodded, turned and left. No one else saw this battle, but Su Chen and the Great Elder knew in their hearts that there might be another super strong man on the continent. Being able to reach such a level of cultivation at this age, Su Chen's talent can no longer be described as just genius. Su Chen stepped forward and said, "Great Elder, have I passed the trial of the sword-controlling sect now?" The Great Elder nodded. "Certainly. I hope you have a safe journey to Kunlun Mountain." The Great Elder did not try to keep Su Chen. He knew that for a genius like Su Chen, The Lingyin Sect was definitely not his final destination. Besides, I am not qualified to be his master. I'm afraid it won't be long before Su Chen's strength surpasses his. Su Chen nodded and thanked him. Afterwards, he withdrew from the Lingyin Sect. Outside the Lingyin Sect, Su Xiaoyu was waiting outside. When she saw Su Chen coming, she immediately went to greet him. How are you? Are you okay? Of course, it has passed successfully. Su Xiaoyu was stunned. Although she knew that Su Chen was very powerful, she did not expect that Su Chen would pass the certification trial of the Lingyin Sect so easily. It took less than an hour for Su Chen to come here. Su Chen said, "Let's go, the next sect is to go to Dao Sect." Su Chen was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, the voice of the Great Elder came from behind. "Su Chen, don't leave yet." Su Chen turned around and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Great Elder?" The Great Elder stepped forward and took out a secret book. "This is a secret manual from my sword-controlling sect. For thousands of years, no one has ever been able to see the contents of this book, because it is only for those who are destined to receive it. Today, I will give this book to you." The third elder's expression changed drastically. "Great Elder, that is our sect's heirloom." The first elder ignored the third elder and handed the book to Su Chen. "Open this book and take a look." Su Chen opened the secret book, which contained densely packed records of many martial arts techniques. Su Chen said, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, what a good name. Su Chen's voice was very soft, but the expressions of the first elder and the third elder suddenly changed. The two looked at Su Chen in shock. The third elder's rough voice came. "Boy, can you see the contents of this book?" Su Chen was a little confused. "What's wrong? Doesn't this book clearly say, 10,000 swords return to the origin?" The third elder looked incredulous. The great elder breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that I have found the right person today. This secret book is the martial arts method left behind by the adult who entered Kunlun Mountain and ascended into the universe." Chapter 147, 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin. And this secret book is a secret book that recognizes its owner. Neither the Great Elder nor the other 6 elders of the sword-controlling sect could see a single word in the book. Even the name of this book was known to everyone through the adult's oral narration. And Su Chen could actually see it? Look at the shocked expressions of the two people. Su Chen was also a little confused. What was going on? What was so shocking about this? The 5 big characters, the secret of 10,000 swords returning to their origin, are clearly written on this book. The first elder glanced at the third elder. This time, the third elder had no objections at all. That adult once said so. "If anyone can see this secret book, I will give it to that person." However, for thousands of years, no one has ever seen anything in this book. There is no use for this book to stay in the Lingyin Sect. No one can understand what's inside. Since Su Chen can see the contents inside, according to that adult, this secret book should naturally be given to Su Chen. Su Chen asked, "Isn't this book visible to other people?" The great elder smiled and shook his head. "Go ahead. I hope you can enter Kunlun Mountain smoothly." Although Su Chen was full of doubts, he did not ask any more questions and turned to leave the Lingyin Sect. At the foot of the mountain, Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu found a place to rest. Su Chen took out the 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin technique and prepared to study it. Since it is the secret book of the Lingyin Sect, the quality of this secret book must be much better than his own Qinyunju. Su Chen opened the secret book and began to study. At this moment, in Su Chen's spiritual realm, the old man from the Tao Te Ching changed his expression. He turned to look at the golden dragon. Jinlong also had a strange look on his face. It's the breath of a sword immortal. In this mortal world, the only one who can truly be called a sword immortal is that adult. How could that adult's presence appear here? The old man from the Tao Te Ching then discovered that this aura was actually in Su Chen's hands. The old man from the Tao Te Ching and the golden dragon walked out of the spiritual realm, and then 2 spirits appeared in the open space. Su Chen was a little confused. Why did the old man from the Tao Te Ching and the golden dragon appear at this time? When the old man from Tao Te Ching saw the secret book in Su Chen's hand, he was very sure that the aura of the sword immortal came from this secret book. The old man from the Daedejing asked, "Where did you get this secret book from?" Su Chen told the old man of Tao Te Ching the origin of the secret book. The old man from the Tao Te Ching was shocked. This kid's luck is really amazing. This is truly the secret manual left by the sword immortal. Su Chen became more and more confused. What was going on? Who was the sword immortal? The old man from the Tao Te Ching explained. The sword immortal is a person of equal fame to this old man. The two of them are top-tier human beings who ascended into the great thousand world together. This secret book should be the secret book that the sword immortal left behind in this world. Su Chen nodded, but he didn't understand one thing. Since this secret book is so good, why would the people from the Lingyin Sect give it to me? Jinlong said, this secret book is not something that ordinary people can see. This kind of secret book recognizes its owner. Except for the owner it recognizes, no one else can see this secret book. Su Chen suddenly understood. He said to the old man who was reading the Tao Te Ching, can you see this secret book? The old man took the secret book. In the old man's eyes, there was not a single word in the secret book. But Su Chen could see it. The old man from the Tao Te Ching shook his head, and Su Chen immediately understood. No wonder the people from the Lingyin Sect wanted to give this secret book to me. It turns out that this secret book recognizes its master. It seems that this secret book has recognized itself as its master. Su Chen put the secret book away. He opened his mouth and said to the old man, tell me the story of the old man. Good. The old man smiled. At that time, when I followed the old man, I was still very young. It was the Tao Te Ching that chose him. Later, the old man cultivated all the way until he reached the top of this world, and finally ascended into the universe. On this road, the old man met a sword immortal. That sword immortal was the owner of the Longquan sword. This also happened after Jinlong, and I became acquainted. The old man from the Tao Te Ching turned his head and looked at the golden dragon. Jinlong nodded. However, as cultivators of the human race, their journey into the Great Thousand World was not smooth. In the Great Thousand World, the status of the human race is not high. During the war between gods, both the old man and the sword immortal were seriously injured. The Daedejing and Longquan sword spirits were shattered and entered the lower realms. The old man's remaining soul has been searching for its next host in the 3,000 small worlds. And you are the chosen one. I believe that you will definitely be able to enter the vast world. The old man's eyes were full of trust. Su Chen nodded. It seems that there are still many troublesome things in the world. At night, Su Xiaoyu fell asleep with her clothes on. Su Chen began to study the return of 10,000 swords. This sword technique is completely different from the one Su Chen had learned before. This sword technique can be said to have taken dominance to the extreme. This sword technique pursues the ultimate offensive power and abandons all defense, which is similar to Su Chen's understanding of Kendo at the time. Su Chen studied carefully, and before he knew it, it was already dawn. Next, the sect Su Chen was going to was the Dao sect. Dao Zong is a master of Taoism. Moreover, saints emerge frequently. All the saints in the entire 3,000 small worlds gather here, and it is the place where the ascetics attain enlightenment. At another sunset, Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu stopped at an inn. The inn is very ordinary, and most of the people inside are passing guests. However, Su Chen could feel that these guests were all cultivators. Those who had not embarked on the path of cultivation would not appear here at all. However, when Su Chen entered the inn, he still attracted a lot of people's attention. Su Chen's appearance is too outstanding, and as Su Chen's strength increases, his temperament has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially some female cultivators, Su Chen himself has a charming body. Coupled with a good appearance, he immediately attracted the attention of a large number of female cultivators. Su Xiaoyu was a little jealous, so she moved closer to Su Chen, held Su Chen's hand, and declared her sovereignty. Which sect is this immortal cultivator from? So handsome. Do you dare to go up and ask for contact information? Can't you see he has a female companion? What a pity. It turns out that all handsome guys are taken. Su Chen smiled and didn't care. He didn't know whether it was a good thing for him to have such a charming body. I feel like I have even more romantic luck now than before. However, Su Chen has already gotten used to it. At this moment, a voice with a somewhat elegant scholarly flavor sounded. It's just a skin. What's so special about it? It's really too pedantic to pursue skin. Su Chen turned his head and saw a handsome young man. Chapter 148. My name is Li Zimo. TSK, don't you know that women are judged by appearance? Yeah, we can't ignore your skin and look at your insides. Several female cultivators whispered to each other. However, when they turned around, they found that the young man who was talking was also a handsome guy. Several female cultivators immediately shut their mouths. The man who was speaking was very young, appearing to be in his 20s, about the same age as Su Chen, but there was a hint of maturity in his words. Su Chen was a little curious because he discovered the Taoist energy in this young man. This is a Taoist disciple. Su Chen walked up to the young man and asked, "May I know your name?" "My name is Li Zimo." The man spoke. Su Chen stretched out his hand and said, "Su Chen." Li Zimo was a little embarrassed. He had just been saying that Su Chen's appearance was useless. Now, Su Chen actually wants to take the initiative to make friends with him. However, it can be seen that Su Chen is a broad-minded person. Li Zimo's expression calmed down. Su Chen asked, "Are you a Taoist disciple?" Li Zimo nodded. Su Chen asked, "Do you know Dao Zong?" Li Zimo replied, "I am Dao Zong's disciple." Su Chen was overjoyed. He was just about to enter Dao Sect, but he didn't expect to meet Dao Sect's disciples here. It just so happens that getting acquainted with the disciples of Dao Sect can help me enter Dao Sect. Su Chen smiled and said, "That's right. I'm also a cultivator. We can be friends." Li Zimo hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then he turned to look at Su Chen and asked, "You came here, right?" Su Chen replied, "Go to Dao Zong." Li Zimo's eyes were full of shock. "Do you also want to go to Dao Sect to practice?" The disciples of Dao Sect have very high requirements for the Taoism. Su Chen shook his head and said, "I went to Dao Sect this time not to become a disciple of Dao Sect, but to discuss Dao with them." Li Zimo glanced at Su Chen slightly, a little surprised. If we talk about Taoism, it is much more difficult than becoming a disciple of Taoism. At such a young age, Su Chen actually has the courage to go to Dao Sect to discuss Taoism. Li Zimo smiled, shook his head and said, "It's not good for young people to be too arrogant." Su Chen laughed. "Young people should be arrogant." Su Chen suddenly asked, "Can you drink?" "Yes." Su Chen ordered a few pots of wine without waiting for Li Zimo's consent. The aroma of wine filled the air. Su Chen took out the wine jug and handed it to Li Zimo. Li Zimo and Su Chen got to know each other while drinking. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Zimo was a little tipsy. Su Chen asked, "Are you coming down the mountain to gain experience this time?" Li Zimo nodded. "Is there something that confuses you?" Li Zimo was surprised. "How did you know?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Your Dao Qi is condensed and your Dao heart is damaged. I can feel it." Li Zimo was a little surprised. "How could you know?" Su Chen said, "I am also a cultivator." Li Zimo was a little surprised. He could see that his Dao heart was damaged, so his cultivation level was definitely not low. No wonder Su Chen had the courage to go to Dao Sect to discuss Dao. "What is your cultivation level?" Su Chen didn't say anything, but released his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm permeated the surroundings. The people in the tavern didn't pay much attention to the 2 young men drinking together, except for some crazy female cultivators who kept looking over. However, after Su Chen released his spiritual energy, everything in the tavern seemed calm. But it caused a huge uproar in everyone's heart. Su Chen is only in his 20s, but he has the strength of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. This kid is definitely a young leader of some super powerful sect. Li Zimo was slightly surprised. He is the most intelligent disciple among the younger generation of Dao Zong. His current strength is only the 4th level of Yuanyang realm, but Su Chen's cultivation has reached the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. This Su Chen's strength is far above his own. After eating and drinking, Su Chen said, "Since I want to go to Dao Sect, and you are also a disciple of Dao Sect, why don't we go together?" Li Zimo was about to refuse. "I went down the mountain this time because my master ordered me to do so." The purpose was to give himself some experience to repair the damage to his Dao heart. He went down the mountain and then went back. Just as Li Zimo was hesitating, Su Chen said, "On the way back, I can help you repair your damaged Dao heart." Li Zimo was full of doubts. Su Chen was naturally very strong. However, wanting to repair one's Dao heart is a bit too exaggerated. However, looking at Su Chen's sincere eyes, it didn't look like he was joking. Li Zimo was skeptical, but he got along very well with Su Chen and had a good impression of him. "Okay, then I'll go with Brother Su." Amelia Su followed behind the 2 of them. Su Chen introduced, "This is my wife, Su Xiaoyu." Su Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, "Hello, my name is Su Xiaoyu, Su Chen's wife." Li Zimo nodded, then suddenly asked in surprise, "Are you an alchemist?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. Li Zimo looked at Su Chen. It seemed that being handsome was really useful for a man. The 3 of them rested in this inn. After making arrangements for Amelia Su, Su Chen signaled Li Zimo to follow him out. Since he had promised Li Zimo, Su Chen had to help Li Zimo untie his knot. Li Zimo also understood what Su Chen meant and followed Su Chen outside. A moment later, Su Chen brought Li Zimo to an ethereal place. "Your Dao heart is damaged. Is there something you don't understand?" Li Zimo nodded. "There's nothing I don't understand, but I always feel like when I'm practicing the Dao Fa, the Dao Fa is damaged and I can't run it smoothly at all." Su Chen placed his hand on Li Zimo's body, and soon Su Chen frowned. "Have you ever been frustrated in a discussion?" Li Zimo seemed to have thought of something, his eyes filled with surprise, and then he asked, "How did you know?" Su Chen smiled. "Your current situation can only be attributed to your previous obsession being too deep." Li Zimo said, "Indeed, I was still a young disciple at that time. I was frustrated during a discussion, and my state of mind was somewhat volatile. Initially, I thought I would never be able to practice Taoism again in this lifetime. However, my master led me into the path of cultivation, which led to my current level of cultivation. However, I have never been able to overcome that state of mind. Su Chen nodded. Ascetics are different from other practitioners. If a cultivator's state of mind is damaged, it will be difficult for him to embark on the path of cultivation. I'm here to help you break your inner demons. Su Chen spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared under the two of them. Chapter 149, The Light of Taoism. As the magic circle lights up, the scene in front of Li Zimo changed instantly. He came to a place where birds were singing and flowers were blooming, with a small bridge and flowing water. Not far away, there was an empty pond with rippling water. The next moment, Su Chen appeared in front of Li Zimo. Li Zimo's face was filled with shock. If Li Zimo guessed correctly, this kind of scene should be a mental scene. However, according to legend, shouldn't that state of mind be cultivated only by great Taoist masters who have ascended into the universe? How could Su Chen have such a mood? Su Chen smiled but didn't explain. This state of mind was naturally not released by Su Chen, but was condensed by the old man from the Tao Te Ching at the request of Su Chen. The old man who read the Tao Te Ching was also a cultivator of Taoism. Li Zimo's heart of Taoism was pure, but because his heart of Taoism was damaged, he ended up in the current situation. The old man from the Tao Te Ching had no reason not to help Li Zimo. In fact, every cultivator will refine his state of mind. However, before ascending into the universe, there is no way to release the mind. Before this, the state of mind can only be guided out by others. Su Chen placed his hand on Li Zimo's body, and then the spiritual energy of the old man from the Tao Te Ching entered Li Zimo's body, and then the surrounding mood suddenly changed. Compared to the previous state of mind, this state of mind is much simpler. Su Chen said, "This is your mindscape." Li Zimo looked and found that the surrounding scenery was indeed much simpler. However, Li Zimo suddenly felt a little depressed. Why was Su Chen's mental state so powerful? Su Chen's state of mind just now contained much more than his own. How come there is such a big gap in strength between them when they are both in their 20s? While thinking, the mood in front of Li Zimo and Su Chen suddenly changed. Suddenly, an ugly monster appeared in front of them. Li Zimo has been in Daozong since he was a child and rarely goes down the mountain. When has Li Zimo ever seen such an ugly monster? Su Chen said calmly, "Go up and kill him." Li Zimo opened his eyes wide and said, "Are you kidding me? Let me deal with a monster like this alone." Su Chen suddenly said, "What is the Taoism you understand? It's about cultivating one's character and temperament. It can cultivate one's sentiments and is also of great benefit to one's physical health." Su Chen smiled. No wonder Li Zimo, despite his damaged heart, was still able to cultivate to such a level. Li Zimo's heart for Taoism is extremely pure. Su Chen continued, "Use your Taoism to kill him. This monster is your inner demon." Li Zimo shook his head. "Let's not do that." Su Chen didn't say anything and just threw Li Zimo out. Li Zimo's body flew backwards towards the huge, ugly monster. "Su Chen, you." Before Li Zimo could react, the monster roared and attacked Su Zimo. Su Zimo had only learned Taoism since he was a child. In a hurry, Li Zimo directly activated his own Taoism. I saw a Bagua formation formed under Li Zimo's feet. Then, the supreme Taoism burst out from Li Zimo's body. Su Chen was stunned. According to Li Zimo's Taoism, it would be easy to get rid of this inner demon. Su Chen did not continue reading, but left the scene in his mind. Su Chen sat cross-legged, practicing the dragon and tiger body tempering technique to strengthen his body while helping Li Zimo protect the law. Time passes by little. Half an hour later, a halo flashed and Li Zimo came out from his mind scene. He was still in shock. The battle just now was still vivid in his mind. This experience made Li Zimo realize for the first time that Taoism could be used in combat. The first time Li Zimo saw Su Chen, he immediately said, "Su Chen, damn it." As he spoke, Li Zimo pounced towards Su Chen. Su Chen raised his hand and used Taoism to block Li Zimo outside. Then, Su Chen said, "Look at your Taoism now. Is your Taoism still damaged?" Li Zimo was stunned for a moment. Then he began to feel his own Taoism, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. "My Tao heart has been restored." Li Zimo's face was filled with shock. "What's going on?" Su Chen smiled. "What you just defeated was the inner demon in your own mind. Without the inner demon, your Tao heart will naturally be restored." Li Zimo suddenly understood. When he looked at Su Chen again, Li Zimo's eyes were filled with deep gratitude, and he said with sincere gratitude, "Su Chen, thank you." Su Chen waved his hand. "It's okay, we're friends." Su Chen was still full of curiosity about Li Zimo. Su Chen had previously witnessed with his own eyes how pure Li Zimo's heart of Tao was. Even if he possessed a heart with 7 orifices, it was not as pure as Li Zimo's heart of Tao. After Li Zimo's heart of Tao was repaired, Li Zimo's cultivation of Taoism would have a rapid progress. I am afraid that Li Zimo's achievements in the future would not be much inferior to Su Chen, who had the system. Li Zimo is definitely a genius in Taoism, and a top-notch one at that. Su Chen didn't know that in Li Zimo's mind, Su Chen was also an unparalleled genius, a genius who was stronger and more evil than himself. In this world, Li Zimo had never seen anyone who could release his inner world, not to mention being able to reveal his inner world and pull him into his own inner world, ultimately allowing Li Zimo to defeat his inner demons and repair his Tao heart. Without Su Chen, God knows when I can restore my heart of Taoism. Therefore, in Li Zimo's mind, Su Chen is not only his benefactor, but also a peerless genius far surpassing himself. Hearing Su Chen say this, Li Zimo nodded and smiled, and said no more. 3 days later, Su Chen and Li Zimo appeared in Dao Sect. Daozong is located on a towering mountain, where spiritual energy is abundant, and it is the best place to practice Taoism. Li Zimo said, Master may not be here these days, but the 5th elder will be here. It's just that the 5th elder has a strange temper, so please don't get angry about it. Su Chen nodded. Then he summoned his zodiac sign and followed Li Zimo to the Dao Sect. There are many disciples in the Taoist sect, and it is also a holy place in the minds of those who practice Taoism. Su Chen, Li Zimo, and Su Xiaoyu flew in the air. Not far away, a huge plaque appeared, and on the plaque, a huge word Tao was engraved. Looking closely, there are some Taoist disciples under the plaque. The 3 of them landed slowly. A Taoist disciple saw Li Zimo, walked over, and asked, Zimo, why are you back? Master said that you went down the mountain to repair your Tao heart. Li Zimo smiled. Brother Zhang, my Tao heart has been restored. Senior Brother Zhang was surprised. Tao heart has been restored? So quickly? Li Zimo nodded. I met a fellow Taoist at the foot of the mountain, who helped me to restore my Taoist heart. Senior Brother Zhang looked at Su Chen in surprise. If he guessed correctly, this young man was the one who helped Li Zimo repair his Taoist heart. This must be the person who helps you repair your Tao heart. Senior Brother Zhang spoke, slightly surprised. It seems that Su Chen is only in his 20s, but he is able to help Li Zimo repair his Taoist heart. This Taoist practitioner is definitely not a simple person. Li Zimo nodded and replied. His name is Su Chen, and that's his wife Su Xiaoyu. They came here to discuss Taoism with our Dao sect. Discuss the Dao. Speaking of the Taoist sect, it has been a long time since anyone has come to discuss Taoism. I didn't expect that this young man would have the courage to come to Daozong to discuss Taoism. Okay, then follow me. Several elders haven't returned yet. Only the 5th elder is on the mountain now. Chapter 150 above Daozong. Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu entered Dao Sect under the guidance of Li Zimo and Senior Brother Zhang. Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu were arranged into a guest room. Su Chen sat in the room with his eyes closed. Su Xiaoyu asked, Dao Sect is a great sect of Taoism. Are you sure? Su Chen shook his head and said calmly. We'll see what happens then. Su Chen did not say it explicitly. He would not make such a boast before he actually came into contact with Taoist people. At 10 o'clock noon, a Taoist disciple named Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu went to discuss Taoism. Many of Daozong's disciples already knew that Su Chen was the one who helped Li Zimo repair his Tao heart. So the disciple who came to guide Su Chen was very respectful to Su Chen. Su Chen looked around on a spacious platform. There were hundreds of Dao Sect disciples on the platform, all wearing Taoist robes. Su Chen took a rough look and found that the cultivation strength of these Dao Sect disciples had reached the Yuanyang realm. As expected of the first gate, the disciples' cultivation is so high. When Su Xiaoyu saw these disciples, there was even more worry in her eyes. She had already witnessed Su Chen's sword cultivation skills. Since Su Chen was a sword cultivator, his Taoist strength must not be too high. It's very simple. Su Xiaoyu has never seen anyone who can practice Taoism and swordsmanship at the same time, let alone reach a very high level. She looked at Su Chen and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Su Chen looked calm. Li Zimo came to Su Chen and said, although only the 5th elder is here, if we want to discuss the Tao, the 5th elder can do it. Su Chen nodded. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly walked out from among the disciples. Although the old man is very old, he has a youthful face and a bit of rebelliousness in his eyes. Judging from his facial features, Su Chen could tell that this old man was definitely not an easy person to deal with. The 5th elder glanced around, and suddenly his eyes stopped on Li Zimo and Su Chen. Zimo, you're back? Li Zimo nodded and said, reporting to the elder, I am back. It was Su Chen who helped me repair my damaged Dao heart. He helped you repair your Dao heart. The fifth elder was a little surprised. Su Chen stepped forward and said, Zimo's talent is very high, so I can help him repair his Dao heart smoothly. Li Zimo said. Fifth elder, Su Chen came here to discuss Taoism with Dao sect. Discussing the Dao? The fifth elder also became interested after hearing this. This kid has some courage to come to Dao Zong and ask. The fifth elder looked at Su Chen with some appreciation. It just so happens that today is the day when their Taoist sect discusses Taoism. Every 3 months, the disciples of Dao Zong would gather together to discuss the Dao in order to improve their cultivation. And this time, Su Chen just happened to catch up with this day. All the Dao sect disciples around have arrived. Among them, there are various talented cultivators at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. All the disciples took their seats. Because only some disciples with outstanding abilities are qualified to participate in the discussion, all the disciples who participate in the discussion know each other. When a strange face like Su Chen came into everyone's sight, all the disciples were very curious. Who is that person? It seems he is a cultivator who helped Li Zimo to restore his Dao heart. Then is he very powerful? I don't know exactly what level of strength he has reached, but since he dares to come to Dao sect to discuss Dao, he must be quite powerful. There were whispers all around. Su Chen naturally heard these discussions, but he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The discussion began soon. The disciples who participated in the discussion sat in a large dojo in the middle area of the platform. There is a huge open space in the Taoist temple, but this open space is not for people to enter. Instead, it is a place for the disciples who participate in the discussion to gather their Taoist teachings. Here, Taoism and its methods can be integrated and competed with each other. This is the Taoist discussion of Taoism. Su Chen sat aside, and the fifth elder said, Now, let's begin the discussion. Disciples, please release your own Dao. Although there are many people practicing Taoism, everyone's method is different. Just like Lu Lingyu, the Taoist method he practiced was Lu Shuiju, while the people in Wudong practiced Tai Chi. The disciples of Dao Zong also released their own Taoist magic. For a moment, countless Taoist magics gathered in the Taoist temple. Among them are the Taoist methods of various schools. Before entering the Taoist sect, these disciples were all Taoist masters from various major sects. However, just as the disciples were discussing the Dao, Su Chen sat there in a daze, and he did not release his own Taoist magic. The fifth elder was a little surprised. Why don't you release your own Taoism? The disciples also cast strange looks at him. Could it be that this kid doesn't know how to release the Dao? Probably not. After all, he was the one who helped Li Zimo repair his Dao heart. Zimo, you have a very high talent. Tell me, have you ever seen a Taoist disciple who only has the Dao in his eyes? Su Chen smiled, glanced at the disciples around him, and then said calmly, I don't discuss the Dao with these disciples. Suddenly, the whole audience fell silent. Su Chen said with a natural look, their Taoism is too low. What are you talking about? The leading disciple had a look of anger on his face. Your Dao ability is too low, only the 4th level of Yuanyang realm. It's not worth it for me to discuss Dao with you. There was a hint of worry in Su Xiaoyu's eyes. If Su Chen said this, it would anger the Taoist disciples. The disciples of Dao sect are the pride of the major sections. When they enter Dao sect, they already have a bit of arrogance. What Su Chen said now is a great humiliation to them. I think this guy just doesn't know how to discuss the truth. That's why he said that. It also restored Zimo's Dao heart. It must have been caused by some accident. Zimo, this fellow Taoist you met is a little ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Zimo was also a little embarrassed. He didn't understand why Su Chen said that. Su Chen didn't care. He was just telling the truth. Su Chen's cultivation strength is at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm, and his sword cultivation level has reached about the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. However, what Su Chen is really good at is Taoism. With the blessing of the 7 apertures heart, Su Chen's Taoism has now reached the level of the spirit transformation realm. These disciples around the 5th level of Yuanyang realm are really not worthy of Su Chen's discussion. The 5th elder also had anger in his eyes. However, he was an elder of Dao sect after all, and could not lose his composure. He said, If these disciples are not worthy of you discussing the Dao, then I will discuss the Dao with you. Is that okay? Su Chen glanced at the 5th elder and said, You can barely make it, but you will lose. I think it's better to wait for the great elder to come back. The 5th elder is a cultivator at the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm. Is this man crazy? I think this guy is drunk and comes here to cause trouble. There was a lot of discussion for a while. Su Chen remained calm and composed. Chapter 151, on the Dao. While they were discussing, the 5 elders had already walked into the dojo. A junior was so arrogant. At this moment, the fifth elder looked at Su Chen with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Let me see your Taoism." As soon as he finished speaking, the fifth elder waved his hand and cleared out all the Taoist magic in the Taoist temple. The Taoist magic of the disciples was directly bounced back into their bodies by the fifth elder. The fifth elder sat on one side of the Taoist temple and released his own Taoist magic. A golden aura permeated the surroundings. The Vajra Sutra, this kind of Taoist method itself, is very rare, and the fifth elder has already cultivated to the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. As soon as this Vajra Sutra came out, everyone around immediately felt a strong pressure. As expected of Tao sect's elders, even the lowest-ranked fifth elder is far more powerful than other disciples. The fifth elder's Taoism is the Vajra Sutra. It is an extremely domineering Taoism. Not only is it extremely powerful, it also has a suppressive effect on ordinary Taoism. Li Zimo immediately explained to Su Chen in a low voice. The fifth elder looked at Su Chen and smiled. "Boy, release your Taoism." Su Chen didn't say anything. He walked to the other side of the dojo and released his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm permeated the surroundings. Ha ha ha! A cultivator at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm dares to be so arrogant? Let alone the 5th elder, even a stronger disciple can reach this level. I thought he was some unparalleled master, but it turns out to be a clown. This level of cultivation is definitely not as good as that of the 5th elder. The disciples scoffed. Su Xiaoyu showed worry on her face. Su Chen's strength of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm was definitely not as good as the 5th elder's strength of the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. Above the Yuanyang realm, each level of advancement is not an easy task. Sometimes the difference of one level can make a world of difference. In the entire scene, only Li Zimo did not laugh. His pure heart of Taoism made him feel that Su Chen's Taoism was far above the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. The 5th elder smiled. "Boy, are you sure you're not here to make fun of me?" However, when Su Chen released his Taoist magic, the 5th elder's expression suddenly changed. A white Taoist aura permeated around Su Chen. The Tao energy was extremely pure, 100 times purer than the Tao released by the 5 elders. Is this the Tao Te Ching? No, it's not just the Tao Te Ching. Su Chen smiled and said, "Fifth elder, now, am I qualified to discuss the Tao with you?" The 5th elder paused and said, "Take action." Su Chen was not polite either, and an 8-diagram formation formed under his feet. One of the words in the 8 diagrams lit up. Su Chen whispered, "Cooing character, Tahesh." The ground in the dojo suddenly cracked, and then a huge pillar of earth shot up into the sky. The 5th elder's expression changed. Golden bell cover. A huge golden bell emitting golden light appeared at the spot, blocking the earth pillar outside. The 5th elder continued, Supreme Buddha's hand. A huge Buddha's hand emitting golden light rolled towards Su Chen. A word on the 8 diagrams formation under Su Chen's feet lit up again. The word Qian, a rubbing of chaotic gold. Almost in an instant, the 5th elder became a little dazed. The next moment, Su Chen's Taoist energy swept over and directly dissolved the Buddha's hand. For a while, the two fought hard. The old man was reading the Tao Te Ching with great interest in the spiritual realm. I didn't expect that there are some very talented cultivators in these 3,000 small worlds. It's quite good to be able to practice the Vajra Sutra to such a level. Jin Long suddenly sneered. This kind of Taoism is nothing but garbage in your eyes. The old man shook his head. How can you say that? The Tao within these 3,000 small worlds can be tolerated. Jin Long didn't reply, but continued to watch patiently. According to him, except for Su Chen, the Taoism of the other 3,000 small worlds is not good enough. Taoist teachings rise and fall in the Taoist temple. Su Chen and the 5th elder fought hard. Suddenly, Su Chen's expression changed. Forget it, this 8 diagrams formation isn't that powerful. Let's just use the Tao Te Ching. Su Chen said, and a word Tao appeared faintly between his brows. The supreme Taoism burst out from Su Chen's body. The state of transformation. The disciples were stunned. They were definitely not mistaken. The level of Taoism that Su Chen displayed at this moment was that of the spirit transformation realm. The 5th elder's expression also changed drastically. He had no time to react at all, and the teachings of the Tao Te Ching came towards him like a tide. There are many different ways of doing things in Taoism, and there is no distinction between strong and weak. However, the only thing that can be excluded is the Tao Te Ching. Over the past thousands of years, there have been no more than 5 people who have been able to practice this kind of Taoism, and all of these 5 people have become saints and ascended into the universe. It can be said that the Tao Te Ching is second to none among all Taoisms, and no other Taoism dares to claim to be first. At this age, Su Chen has actually mastered the Tao Te Ching. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely ascend to the world in the future. Su Chen activated his Taoist magic, and suddenly, the Taoist temple was filled with righteous energy. Su Chen stood in the formation, and the Taoism of the spirit transformation realm flowed continuously, easily breaking the Taoism of the fifth elder. The Taoism of the Tao Te Ching easily broke the Taoism of the Vajra Sutra, and the five elders were forced to take back their own Taoism. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. The winner of the debate is already clear. Everyone was stunned. How does a cultivator at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm emit the Taoism of the Huashan realm? This is unscientific. This completely goes against the laws of this world. A disciple murmured to himself, "Does this kind of cultivator really exist?" Su Chen retracted his Taoism and smiled. "Fifth elder, I'm sorry." The fifth elder looked somewhat frustrated, but he still said, "You win this discussion." Su Chen shook his head. "With the great elder not here, it doesn't count as a win." The fifth elder glanced at Su Chen. This kid is quite arrogant. However, Su Chen does have the capital to be arrogant. Being able to reach such a level of Taoism at Su Chen's age, this kid can be called the light of Taoism. Taoist practice itself places extremely high demands on one's mind and character. They can't be compared with sword cultivators at all, and there are not as many powerful Taoist masters as there are sword cultivators. Regarding this, the Taoists felt somewhat ashamed in front of the sword cultivators. The fifth elder was more appreciative of Su Chen. If such a genius devotes himself to practicing Taoism, he will become a saint in the future. Su Chen didn't feel anything about this. Su Chen's goal was to establish his own sect and then bring his wife and son into the world. Now the sect has been completed. Su Chen has to protect the people in the sect more. In addition, he has been entrusted by the old man. Su Chen has no choice but to become stronger and stronger to live up to the trust. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, the dojo was filled with the majestic spirit of Taoism, and everyone present felt as if they were basking in the spring breeze. "I heard someone is looking for me." A skinny old man appeared in the gym. Chapter 152 Tao Sect Master. In the gym, a skinny old man with white hair appeared out of nowhere, with a smile on his wrinkled face. "The great elder is back." "That's good. Someone is here to deal with this kid." "This kid is certainly very powerful, but he's a bit too arrogant. When the great elder fights this brat, he will definitely lose miserably." Su Chen looked at the newcomer, smiled, and said, "Greetings to the Grand Elder of Tao Sect. I am Su Chen from Lingyin Sect. I have come here today to discuss Tao. If I win this debate, can you give me a trial certificate to enter Kunlun Mountain?" This kid wants to enter Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain is not accessible to ordinary people. The disciples around were talking about it. The Great Elder looked at Su Chen with interest. At such a young age, his ambition is to enter Kunlun Mountain. This kid is very brave. The Great Elder saw Li Zimo and asked, "Zimo, didn't you go down the mountain to repair your Tao heart?" Li Zimo stepped forward and bowed. "It was Su Chen who helped me repair my Tao heart." The Great Elder was slightly surprised. Li Zimo's heart of Taoism is pure, and it can only be broken if he figures it out on his own, or if there is a truly super powerful person who uses his mindscape to guide Li Zimo to release his own mindscape. Could it be that this boy in front of me has been able to release his inner thoughts? Soon, the Great Elder gave up the idea. Only those who ascend into the universe can release their inner thoughts. If the kid in front of him had this ability, he wouldn't be bothered by the issue of entering Kunlun Mountain. The Great Elder smiled. "So you came here to discuss the Tao?" Su Chen nodded. "And you defeated the 5 elders?" Su Chen nodded again. The 5th elder had a look of shame on his face. He was a powerful warrior at the 9th level of Yuanyang realm, but he was defeated by an outsider at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. If this news got out, his people would be in big trouble. The Great Elder smiled. "Interesting, then let the other elders compete with you in Taoism today?" Su Chen shook his head. "No one else can do that. I only discussed the Tao with the Great Elder." Su Chen's expression was calm, but these words caused an uproar in the hearts of many Tao sect disciples around him. This kid is too arrogant. Except for the 5th elder, all other elders have reached the spirit transformation realm. The Great Elder has the strength of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Why does Su Chen, who hasn't even entered the spirit transformation realm, want to discuss Taoism with the Great Elder? This kid is crazy. It doesn't matter. It's just a waste of time and self-humiliation. The disciples around whispered. Su Chen naturally heard it, but he didn't care. This time, The reason why Su Chen wanted to discuss Taoism with the Great Elder was because he was already able to open his mindscape at the Yuanyang realm. Although the strength of his mindscape was still that of the Yuanyang realm, there was a world of difference between having a mindscape and not having one. Ever since he entered Dao sect, Su Chen knew that he would definitely pass this trial. He just wanted to try and see how strong he could become with xianxia. The Great Elder laughed. Okay, then I'll have a discussion with you. Upon hearing the sound, the surrounding disciples made way for a large open space. Su Chen was the first to release his spiritual energy, the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. The disciples around couldn't help but laugh. In front of the Great Elder's strength of the 5th level of the divine realm, Su Chen's strength of the 6th level of the Yuanyang realm seemed a little too ridiculous. The Great Elder also released his spiritual energy. The terrifying aura of the spirit transformation realm permeated the surroundings, and the expressions of the surrounding disciples changed. The Great Elder is still so terrifying. Su Chen, however, remained calm. A formation lit up under Su Chen's feet. Su Chen released the Taoism, which was as gentle as water, yet delicate and long-lasting. The Great Elder was slightly moved. So it's the Tao Te Ching. No wonder you're so confident. The Tao Te Ching can be said to be the first of the Taoist teachings, and it has a certain suppressive power over any other Taoist teachings. This is also the reason why the 5th Elder's Vajra Sutra was so domineering just now, but it did not suppress Su Chen's Taoism at all. In front of the Tao Te Ching, any other Taoism is just a younger brother. Su Chen took the first step. That method was so powerful that it went straight towards the Great Elder. The Great Elder raised his hand, and a burst of righteous energy rushed out from his hand, directly resisting Su Chen's Taoism. The strength between the Shenhua realm and the Yuanyang realm was originally a world apart, so the Great Elder did not take it too seriously. Even if the other party used the Tao Te Ching, in the opinion of the Great Elder, it could not make up for the huge gap in strength. However, when the Great Elder's Taoism came into contact with Su Chen's Taoism, the Great Elder's expression changed slightly. Although Su Chen's strength is at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. However, the strength of Su Chen's Taoism has reached the level of great perfection in the Yuanyang realm. Moreover, through the contact between the two sides' Taoism, the Great Elder immediately sensed that Su Chen had a heart with 7 orifices. From the perspective of pure mind and nature, Su Chen's mind and nature are not pure. It is best for a Taoist disciple to be a virgin so that he can maintain the purity of his Taoist heart. However, Su Chen has married more than 10 wives, so how could he be a virgin? However, few people can match the purity of Su Chen's heart of Taoism. The reason is Su Chen's keen mind. No matter how strong a person's mind is, he or she cannot avoid being disturbed by evil thoughts. Therefore, Taoist disciples try their best to remain virgins in order to prevent their minds from being disturbed after coming into contact with the secular world. However, Su Chen's 7-orifice mind does not have such limitations. The Great Elder's mind moved slightly, and he instantly increased the strength of his Taoism, and only then was he able to barely resist Su Chen's Taoism. However, Su Chen did not give the Great Elder a chance to react. The word qian, a rubbing of chaotic gold. Almost in an instant, the Great Elder lost consciousness for a moment. And just at this moment, Su Chen moved. Qian means geese flying south. The Taoist magic around Su Chen transformed into the form of a south-flying goose and headed towards the Great Elder. Under the influence of Lingyin Sect just now, the Great Elder had no time to react. Su Chen smiled. Su Chen had studied this attack method for a long time. If it is a strong person of the same level, this combo will basically kill him instantly. Even for a top-level expert like the Great Elder, Su Chen brought huge trouble. Dao Heart. The voice of the Great Elder was suddenly heard, and then, the supreme Taoism suddenly burst out from the Great Elder's body. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's Taoism was instantly shattered. Su Chen's expression changed. After all, he is a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm. Even if you take advantage of the other party's contempt to launch a surprise attack, the other party will still be able to resist. The Great Elder's expression began to become serious. Practicing 2 kinds of Taoism at the same time, the Taoist strength of this man, named Su Chen, is very extraordinary. He raised his hand, and the spirit of an old man in a white robe appeared behind the Great Elder. The Great Elder actually sacrificed his Dao heart body. Is this kid really that powerful? There aren't many people in this world who can force out the Great Elder's Dao heart. The Dao sect disciples were all shocked. Even the 5th Elder had a look of shock on his face. It seems that in the previous competition between Su Chen and him, the opponent did not use his full strength. Chapter 153 Breakthrough. The majestic Taoist energy gathered behind the Great Elder. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's Taoism became insignificant. Sure enough, in the face of absolute strength, the type of Taoism is not important. Su Chen remained calm. He had thought about this scene before, and he made corresponding preparations. Suddenly, the 8 diagrams formation under Su Chen's feet flashed with light, and Su Chen actually began to meditate in the 8 diagrams formation. What does this kid want to do? Is this a bad thing? The result is the same anyway. No matter what this kid does, the result won't change. There were discussions one after another. However, some of the powerful ones among them could see that Su Chen wanted to break through. According to common sense, this is simply a way to seek death. Breaking through during a battle is inherently an extremely risky thing. Not to mention, Su Chen's own strength is far behind. The Great Elder was slightly stunned. What was this kid doing? For cultivators above the Yuanyang realm, the risk of breaking through is extremely high. If they are not careful, they may go astray. Therefore, when a strong person in the Yuanyang realm breaks through, there will usually be someone to protect him. Su Chen made a breakthrough on the battlefield, which simply showed that he did not take his opponent, the Great Elder, seriously. Su Chen closed his eyes. He did this for a reason. Before this, Su Chen had already accumulated enough cultivation to make a breakthrough. The purpose is to achieve a breakthrough when discussing with the Great Elder. For this breakthrough, Su Chen needs to absorb the Great Elder's Taoism. With the blessing of the Great Elder's Taoism, the speed of breakthrough will be much faster. Moreover, Su Chen was certain that the Great Elder would never take action when he was breaking through. This was the dignity of being a strong man. Countless spiritual energy rushed towards Su Chen's dantian. At the same time, the Great Elder's Taoism was also being continuously absorbed into Su Chen's body. In the spiritual realm, the old man from the Tao Te Ching smiled slightly. This kid is quite smart. The Great Elder also saw Su Chen's intention. He smiled slightly. This kid made this choice because he was certain he wouldn't take action. Although he saw through Su Chen's intention, the Great Elder did not attack. Instead, he continuously released his Taoist power, allowing Su Chen to devour and absorb it. He also wanted to see if Su Chen could really break through successfully. Amidst the discussions, spiritual energy suddenly appeared on Su Chen's body. Then, the quantity and quality of the spiritual energy underwent earth-shaking changes. Su Chen broke through. However, the surrounding disciples were not only surprised by Su Chen's breakthrough, but also by the fact that this time, Su Chen advanced 2 levels. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Your spiritual roots have been upgraded to the advanced Xian level. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, Yuanyang realm 8th level. Spiritual root, advanced Xian level. Directly breaking through 2 levels of realm was unheard of before, but Su Chen did it, and the breakthrough took place during a battle. Su Chen opened his eyes, his face was radiant, and his whole temperament changed. The Great Elder chuckled. Boy, do you have a sect? I belong to the Lingyin Sect. The Great Elder frowned. He seemed to have never heard of the Lingyin Sect. Then he sighed. If you didn't have a sect, I would have wanted to accept you as my disciple. No master would want to miss out on Su Chen's 1 in a million talent. Su Chen smiled and did not give a direct answer. Great Elder, you can now attack with all your strength. After Su Chen finished speaking, spiritual energy was released from his body, and then a spirit appeared behind Su Chen. However, this spirit was not an old man, but a huge word Tao. Next moment, as Su Chen clasped his hands in front of him, the huge word Tao behind him suddenly flashed with rosy light, and thousands of Taoist spells roared out, attacking the Great Elder from all directions. The Great Elder's wrinkled face became serious, and his cultivation of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm was activated at this moment, and he began to take this discussion seriously. Countless Taoist methods converged together, and for a moment, the scene was extremely spectacular. Li Zimo watched the competition seriously without blinking. The other disciples watched it with the desire to see Su Chen make a fool of himself, but Li Zimo watched it with the attitude of learning. Li Zimo, who had a pure heart of Taoism, watched this competition and he could see that although Su Chen had made a breakthrough, he would still lose. The gap in strength still exists. If the master uses the strength of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, Su Chen will not be able to resist it at all. The Great Elder shouted softly, and the Taoism came floating over, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed up Su Chen's Taoism. The word Tao behind Su Chen also showed some fluctuations. Is this the strength of the spirit transformation realm? Su Chen switched between the 2 Taoist methods, and the 8 diagrams and Tao Te Ching filled the surroundings, trying to resist the attack of the Great Elder. The Great Elder smiled calmly. Break. I saw that the Haoran Taoism directly broke through Su Chen's Taoism defense, and Su Chen's Taoism energy disappeared. At the same time, Su Chen's mind was affected to some extent. Su Chen's Taoism dissipated. The result of this discussion is already obvious. Su Xiaoyu's worries were put to rest. After all, the Great Elder was an elder of the Tao sect, and his heart was pure. If the Great Elder had taken action just now, Su Chen would have been wiped out immediately. However, the Great Elder did not move. It's over. I knew this kid couldn't beat the Great Elder. This time, I'm slapped in the face. I just said, one should not be too arrogant. Now, let's see why this kid is still so arrogant. However, the Great Elder did not look relaxed, as he knew it was not over yet. Su Chen retracted his own Taoism and looked at the Great Elder with a firm gaze. Although Su Chen no longer had any Taoist magic in his body, the Great Elder still felt inexplicably panicked. Great Elder, even if I break through, I still can't defeat you. You are indeed very strong. Su Chen spoke slowly. Then, the word Tao behind Su Chen reappeared. However, this time, Su Chen did not have any Taoist magic on him. Without the Tao Fa, do we still want to fight? I think it's just a discussion. There's no need to fight so hard. I admit this kid's strength. Amidst the discussions, Su Chen moved. In the eyes of everyone, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The entire scene in the gym changed. Chapter 154 Heart Scene. The Great Elder looked at the scene around him, and his expression suddenly changed. The surrounding scene has become an empty place. The Great Elder could sense that this was not a barrier. What's going on? The Great Elder asked, looking surprised. There was no way to break this scene with my own strength. Su Chen smiled faintly and spoke. This is the mindscape. The Great Elder was shocked. He spoke. Mindscape? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There's no way you can open up your mindscape at this level of strength. Su Chen smiled. Is this difficult? At this moment, even a peerless powerhouse like the Great Elder was filled with disbelief. As for the other disciples, they still didn't understand what was happening. The second elder, who had returned with the first elder, explained, this is the mindscape. Taoist practitioners, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, can open up their own mindscape. But logically speaking, only the top-level experts who have ascended into the universe can cultivate the mindscape. The disciples around were stunned. They didn't expect that Su Chen, who was only in his 20s, already had such strength. There was no more discussion around, and they all showed great respect to Su Chen. In the world of cultivating immortals, the strong are worthy of respect. They were just confused. Mindscape is an ability that can only be unlocked by those who ascend to the universe. How could Su Chen possess mindscape at this level? Su Chen did not answer. When he went to Dao Zong to discuss Taoism, the old man from the Tao Te Ching had already conveyed to him the method to open the mind. It is not that only those who have achieved the state of ascension into the universe can open their mindscape, but to open the mindscape, one needs an extremely pure heart of Tao. Only when one's strength reaches a certain level can one possess such a pure heart of Tao. Since Su Chen has a heart with 7 orifices, he can open it in advance. Su Chen smiled and said, Great Elder, I have no intention of offending you. I just want to test my level. The Great Elder smiled and said, we, the older generation of cultivators, are still lagging behind. Feel free to take action. Su Chen smiled and suddenly attacked. The surrounding mood suddenly changed. The originally harmonious scene was suddenly turned into a storm. The power of the mindscape lies in the fact that practitioners can drag others into their own mindscape and change the scenes in the mindscape at will. And within the mental landscape, practitioners have absolute control. If people from the outside world want to break the mental scene, it is impossible to do so unless they have strength far beyond that of the cultivators. This time, Su Chen put all the Taoist disciples into his mind. He didn't intend to avoid anyone. This battle is not a life-and-death duel. As he spoke, Su Chen suddenly attacked. The word Tao behind him suddenly flashed into light. The Taoism that had disappeared also reappeared. Then, amidst the wind and rain, lightning roared and thunder roared, directly hitting the Great Elder. The Great Elder no longer held back, and his mind was powerful enough to bridge the gap in strength across several realms. He released all his strength. The spirit of the old man behind him waved the Taoist magic in his hand, and a golden light appeared on the body of the Great Elder to protect him, resisting the attack of the heavenly thunder. The surrounding disciples did not dare to speak. In their eyes, the battle at this moment was like a fight between gods. The 8 diagrams formation under Su Chen lit up. Kuan character, earth and river card. The ground inside the new well suddenly broke open. Countless earth pillars swept directly towards the body of the Great Elder. After being integrated into the mindset, the 8-diagram formation's magic became even more powerful. The original method of the 8 diagrams formation was to fuse various natural elements to attack. All the scenes in the new scene are controlled by Su Chen. Earth pillars rose up one after another, and the Great Elder dodged them by the air. His fingers moved slightly, and he muttered something. Howren 3000. Countless energies were released from his body, uprooting the earth pillar. Then, the old man in Taoist robes behind the Great Elder suddenly became extremely huge. He stretched out a hand, which was like Mount Tai, crushing towards Su Chen. Su Chen's Taoist magic suddenly emerged again. Then my mood suddenly changed. At this time, everyone arrived at the scene on the top of the mountain. Su Chen flew up, and then the dragon turtle in the spiritual realm was summoned out by Su Chen. The dragon turtle's body became extremely huge. Su Chen stepped on the dragon turtle's body and avoided the attack of the Great Elder. The mythical beast dragon turtle. Su Chen is actually a beastmaster. People with strong strength will have their own fairy beasts, and they can also be certified as beastmasters. However, even professional beastmasters cannot tame the mythical dragon turtle. The other elders looked shocked. Where does a peerless genius like Su Chen come from? Su Chen did not intend to hold back. Facing the Great Elder who was at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, Su Chen had to give it his all. As he spoke, Su Chen flew up, and the surrounding scenery suddenly turned into a dense forest. Then the fallen leaves in the dense forest gathered towards Su Chen like a whirlwind. Sign of the Zodiac. Su Chen also has a zodiac sign. Even Li Zimo, who was usually calm, opened his mouth wide in surprise. The thousands of fallen leaves gathered into a ball on Su Chen's body. It is integrated with the Tao Te Ching and is natural and perfect. Then thousands of fallen leaves shot towards the Great Elder's body like flying knives. The old man in Taoist robes behind the Great Elder waved his sleeves and used supreme Taoist magic to resist the countless falling leaves and flying knives. Su Xiaoyu watched all this silently and couldn't help but feel amazed. What kind of monster is my husband? The Great Elder made another move. The Taoism around him suddenly became more powerful. Su Chen's expression changed. The power of Taoism released by the Great Elder was so strong that he could no longer change the scene. Su Chen released all his Taoist magic, trying to break through the Taoist energy of the Great Elder. Only if you can use your mindscape freely can you fight against the Great Elder. If your mindscape cannot be changed, Su Chen will definitely lose. The Great Elder smiled slightly. You are already very strong. Who knew that his expression would suddenly change the next moment? Su Chen suddenly felt a sense of relief, and his mood actually changed. Then the scene in my mind changed into one of emptiness again. Su Chen leaped up, and the Taoism turned into a sharp blade in Su Chen's hand. The sharp blade shot up into the sky and headed towards the old man's body. The Great Elder still didn't understand what was happening. Just now, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted from Su Chen's body. That force dispersed his sword energy and caused him considerable injuries. Seeing the sharp blade approaching, the Great Elder had no choice but to use his own golden light to protect his body. There was a sound of metal collision. The Great Elder took 2 steps back, and Su Chen's spiritual energy at this time could no longer support him to use the next move. The winner has been decided. Su Chen stood where he was and spoke calmly. I lost. The Great Elder landed slowly on the ground, and a blood mark appeared at the corner of his mouth. No, I didn't win this battle. I think it should be considered a draw. Chapter 155. I entrust this kid to you. Draw? Just now, the Great Elder had clearly crushed him. Su Chen no longer had any way to change his state of mind. Without the support of his state of mind, Su Chen had no chance of winning. Even though I don't know what means Su Chen used, he restored the changes in his state of mind. Su Chen no longer has any Taoist magic. How could this be a draw? However, only the Great Elder knew that he was no longer able to fight in his current condition. Besides, this is just a discussion. There is no need to fight too hard. The Great Elder smiled. Su Chen is very powerful. I believe you have all seen his strength. At this age, he has reached the 8th level of Yuan Yang cultivation and is able to open his mind. He is definitely a peerless genius. Su Chen bowed humbly. Great Elder, you are too kind. This is just a simple discussion. My main purpose for coming this time is to obtain the qualification to go to Kunlun Mountain. However, I want to test my own strength, so I want to discuss the Tao with the Great Elder. Going to Kunlun Mountain? That's not a place ordinary people can go. The Tao sect's trials are okay, but the sword sect and martial arts sect's trials really require real strength. Su Chen smiled. If these Taoist disciples knew, they would have already passed the test of swordsmanship. You will definitely be surprised. After the discussion, Su Chen returned to his residence. Naturally, Su Chen's extraordinary performance also allowed him to pass Dao Zong's test. Su Xiaoyu opened her mouth and asked, "Where are we going next?" Su Chen replied, "There are 5 trials to enter Kunlun Mountain. I have passed 4 of them now. The next one should be the martial arts." But Su Chen's expression was not relaxed. In the entire cultivation system, the only thing Su Chen was not familiar with was martial arts. Martial arts is all about pure physical fitness. However, Su Chen has never done any special training to improve his physical fitness. The only time he had come into contact with martial arts was when the system had previously indicated the level of physical fitness. As for the points of physical fitness strength, Su Chen has not studied it yet. While Su Xiaoyu and Su Chen were communicating, suddenly there was a slight sound outside the door. A white-haired and skinny old man walked in. It was the great elder of Dao Sect. The great elder said with a smile as soon as he arrived, "Young friend Su Chen, are you going to go to the martial arts school now?" Su Chen smiled and spoke, "Indeed, there is only one remaining of the 5 trials. I will set off for Wuzong now." The great elder nodded. Then he suddenly spoke, "I have a favor to ask of you." Su Chen was a little surprised. What could a top-level expert like the great elder need to ask of him? He said, "Great elder, please speak." After getting Su Chen's answer, the great elder spoke. "It's about Zimo. Zimo is a child I picked up at the foot of the mountain. His heart of Taoism is very pure. If anyone among the people above the Dao sect can truly become a saint and ascend to the great before world, I'm afraid it's only Zimo. But if Zimo stays in this Dao sect, I'm afraid he won't achieve much in his lifetime. So I want him to follow you to Kunlun Mountain. He will stay by your side from now on." Su Chen's face was full of surprise. Other sects all want to recruit outstanding disciples to join their own sects. So why is this Taoist sect pushing people away? The great elder smiled and then spoke. "I'm afraid there's a super powerful Taoist inside you." Su Chen was stunned. However, he recalled that his ability to recover his state of mind was probably due to the old man's effort in reading the Tao Te Ching. The great elder must have discovered this secret. Su Chen nodded and said, "The elder is really insightful. Previously, due to an opportunity, I received help from a top Dao sect expert." The great elder spoke. "Then I'll feel relieved to leave Zimo to you." It turned out that the great elder was attracted by the old man of the Tao Te Ching in his body. However, it can be seen that the great elder cares very much about Li Zimo. The great elder was more concerned about Li Zimo's future. Moreover, Su Chen had a good impression of Li Zimo, so he agreed to this matter without hesitation. Did Li Zimo agree? The great elder said, "Don't worry, he will definitely listen to me." 3 days later, outside Dao Zong's door, Su Chen turned around, bowed, and said goodbye to the elders of Dao sect. Li Zimo hugged the great elder with tears and snot. "Master, did I do something wrong? So you want to drive me down the mountain?" The great elder smiled slightly and said, "Let's go down the mountain with Su Chen. It would be a good thing to gain some experience down the mountain." Li Zimo's eyes were filled with reluctance, but he had no choice but to do so under his master's orders. Li Zimo walked to Su Chen's side. Su Chen said, "Let's go." The 3 of them went down the mountain and prepared to go to Wuzong. On the way, Li Zimo asked curiously, "Su Chen, how did you manage to fight my master to a draw?" Su Chen smiled. "It's very simple. In fact, there is no difference in the level of cultivation in Taoism. The degree of improvement in the Tao is related to one's mind and character. Even though you have great Tao skills, when it comes to fighting, you can't even beat a weak woman." Li Zimo curled his lips in grievance. "How is that possible? How could I not be able to defeat a weak woman?" Su Chen smiled but did not answer. According to Li Zimo's character, he would never have the heart to attack a woman. If he met a tough village woman on the street, Li Zimo might not be able to beat her. Li Zimo didn't ask any more questions. He knew that his master must have his reasons for asking him and Su Chen to go down the mountain. A day later, the 3 approached Wuzong. It's getting late, and it's not appropriate to go to Wuzong now. So the 3 of them found an inn to rest. Late at night, after 3 long talks with Amelia Su Chen stood up and sat cross-legged in the room. With a thought, he summoned his bodybuilding system. The last time he was in the sword sect, Su Chen awakened this system, but he had never studied it. Hosts current physical fitness, elementary Xian rank. Required physical training points to reach the ultimate Xian level, 0 out of 5,000. How to obtain body training points? You can obtain body training points by performing any body training action. Su Chen decided to give it a try. He walked to the middle of the yard. Start practicing boxing. Because Su Chen's cultivation level is extremely high. So even though Su Chen had never practiced boxing, the boxing moves were performed with great vigor and skill. Li Zimo walked through the yard. Seeing that Su Chen was actually boxing, he asked curiously. Su Chen, do you know any boxing skills? Su Chen smiled and said, just practicing when I have nothing to do. Li Zimo nodded, then stood in the yard and looked carefully. Su Chen finished practicing a set of boxing. The system immediately sounded a prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully training his body. Current bodybuilding points, 510/5000. Su Chen was overjoyed. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain bodybuilding points, he just had to perform relevant training. Chapter 156 Recruiting Disciples. In the following days, Su Chen did not set out for Wuzhong. Tang Xianxian's star power is still quite strong, although it is still in a weakening state. But the weakening speed is extremely slow, and Tang Xianxian seems to be fine at the moment. What Su Chen needs to do is to focus on his martial arts training during this period. If you accept the trial without reaching a certain level, you will not have the opportunity to participate in the trial again within a year if you fail. In the small courtyard, Su Xiaoyu walked in. He was holding some food in his hands, and suddenly the whole yard was filled with fragrance. Li Zimo and Su Chen immediately came over upon hearing the sound. The three of them have been in this small town for some time. This small town is located at the foot of Wuzhong Mountain. Although the people here are not martial arts masters, they also know something about martial arts. Su Chen came here to learn some knowledge about martial arts. As your physical fitness gradually improves, the speed of body improvement began to slow down. If it were other people, they would probably only be able to improve their physical fitness by increasing the intensity of their training or looking for some rare treasures that could enhance their physical strength. But Su Chen doesn't need to, because he has a system. Whether it's boxing, running, hitting trees, or enduring the impact of streams, these can allow him to gain points and increase the strength of his body training. In addition, Su Chen's comprehension is extremely high. In just 7 days, Su Chen had already advanced his martial arts training to the peak of the Xian level. These days, Su Chen also realized that the mundane worldly atmosphere was helpful to the cultivation of the Dao heart, especially since Li Zimo had made a breakthrough in such a short period of time, moving from the 4th level of Yuanyang realm to the 5th level. Su Xiaoyu placed the food on the stone table in the yard. Then he looked at Su Chen and said, Husband, it seems that some people from the Wu sect have come to the south of the city. This sentence piqued Su Chen's interest. In order to have a deeper understanding of martial arts, Su Chen needs to get to know some people from the martial arts sect. After dinner, let's go to the south of the city in the afternoon. Su Chen spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Zimo was the first to raise both hands in agreement. Li Zimo has learned a lot during these days following Su Chen. At least he had eaten the meat that he was not allowed to eat and drank the wine that he was not allowed to drink before Daozong. These days are pleasant and comfortable. It was also the first time that Li Zimo realized that practicing Taoism did not require so many constraints. In the afternoon, Su Chen, Su Xiaoyu, and Li Zimo went to the south of the village. There are not many people in the town, but the people are simple and honest. A large group of people gathered not far away. A high platform rises up. At the same time, on the high platform, there was a flag with a big word on it, Wu. These are the disciples of Emperor Wuzong. Su Chen and others came over. On the high platform, there were several martial arts disciples standing. Su Chen could see at a glance the physical fitness of these disciples, and each of them was very strong. But these disciples of Wuzong should all be outer disciples. Although their physical fitness is very strong, it is only at the initial stage of Xian level. This time, the martial arts disciples came down the mountain to recruit new disciples. Su Chen's eyes lit up, because the people of Wuzong were very strong, and the disciples they recruited were generally strong and had hot tempers. Su Chen was worried about not being able to find a shortcut up the mountain, and this person from Wuzong came down the mountain to recruit disciples, which provided Su Chen with an opportunity. On the left side of the platform, a Wuzong disciple was speaking loudly. Whoever can defeat this disciple will have the opportunity to enter the Wuzong. As he spoke, the leading disciple looked at a disciple on the platform. This disciple has a strong physique, but his strength is not very strong. He is only at the initial stage of Xian level. But it is not easy to win. You know, some people who don't practice martial arts specifically, no matter how strong their bodies are, will only stay in the yellow level. To reach the initial stage of Xian level at a relatively young age without the guidance of a famous teacher requires extremely strong talent and understanding. It also requires acquired training. Upon hearing that Wuzong was recruiting new disciples, many martial arts practitioners in the town wanted to step up and challenge him. Su Chen smiled and turned to Su Xiaoyu. Let's try it too. A bit of worry appeared on Su Xiaoyu's face. The rules for Wuzong to recruit disciples are that other powers cannot be used, and they must rely purely on physical fitness. Although Su Chen practiced both swordsmanship and martial arts, and was very good at both. However, if he couldn't use these two things, Su Chen might not be able to defeat the martial arts disciple in front of him based on his physical fitness alone. In terms of size alone, Su Chen was much weaker. Li Zimo came over. Su Chen, if you want to be beaten, I won't stop you, but don't drag me along. I hate fighting the most. Su Chen laughed. It doesn't matter. This Wuzong recruits disciples who can bring their families with them. As long as I pass the trial alone, that's all that's needed. Su Chen walked forward and signed up. At once, many martial arts practitioners came forward to challenge. However, the strength of the junior Xian-level disciple was extremely strong, and almost no one could survive 10 rounds against him. The martial arts competition was extremely exciting. There is no support from any Taoist magic or sword techniques, relying purely on physical strength. This fighting style is the purest and most primitive fighting style, and it is also the most exciting fighting style for sensory stimulation. Finally, it was Su Chen's turn to appear. Su Chen walked forward slowly. He was dressed in a white shirt and had a handsome appearance, which not only caught people's attention. Some of the women watching the game couldn't help but become infatuated with him. When did such a handsome man come to this small town? The Wuzong disciple who was at the initial stage of Xian level glanced at Su Chen, who was handsome but obviously thin, and smiled. Martial arts competition is about pure physical strength. Can your physical fitness compare to mine? Su Chen smiled indifferently. But it doesn't hurt to come. People around were talking about it. This guy is as skinny as a monkey. How could he possibly defeat that Wuzong disciple who has reached the initial Xian level in martial arts cultivation? I think this kid hasn't even touched the threshold of martial arts. Needless to say, the outcome of this competition is already determined. The strongest one just now lasted 9 moves. How many moves do you think this guy can last? I think all 3 moves are on the line. There's a chance he'll be knocked down in 1 move. Su Chen smiled, not caring at all about the discussions around him. He stood still, ready for battle. The Xian-level junior disciple was too lazy to talk nonsense. His task this time was to serve as an interviewer to test the disciples. No matter who the other party is, he must fulfill his duties. Even if the person opposite him is a beggar in the village, he will still fight with him. Just be careful not to use too much force. Su Chen got ready and spoke. Take action. The Xian-level junior disciple was stunned for a moment, then asked back. You want me to make the first move? Su Chen nodded, looking extremely serious. If I attack, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand even 1 blow. Although the result of this competition is not important, it would be bad if we lost too badly. Su Chen smiled, waved his hand, and did not answer. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, the junior Xian-level disciples were not polite either. He took a step forward and punched directly towards Su Chen's face. The Xian-level junior disciple only used 50% of his strength in this punch. However, when he arrived in front of Su Chen, he was stunned. Su Chen stretched out his left hand, opened his 5 fingers, and directly grasped the fist of the Xian-level junior disciple. The disciple at the initial stage of Xian wanted to move, but found that a huge force was coming from his arm, and he couldn't move at all. Chapter 157, Crushing. Su Chen's lower body was as stable as a rock. The disciple at the initial stage of Xian level increased his strength slightly, but found that he could not shake Su Chen's body at all. Su Chen smiled indifferently. You don't have to let me, just use all your strength. The scene at this moment was very strange, and everyone present was silent. The Xian level junior disciple had a strong body, while Su Chen had a slender figure, even a little thin, but the Xian level junior disciple's fist was firmly grasped by Su Chen, and he could not move at all. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, the Xian level junior disciple felt a little embarrassed. He suddenly exerted force, and his other fist came directly towards Su Chen's face. Su Chen raised his hand to block, and saw that his body moved extremely fast, and with just 1 palm he knocked the Xian-level disciple away. The Xian-level junior disciple lost control of his body and flew off the stage. The battle ended with just 1 move. But the winner was Su Chen. The whole place was silent, and no one dared to speak. Su Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide. Is my husband not only a Taoist swordsman, but also a top martial arts expert? Li Zimo was surprised for a moment, then returned to his normal expression. Su Chen has given me too many surprises. When facing someone like Su Chen, I can't think like an ordinary person. Theoretically, this guy is incredibly strong. Su Chen ignored the reactions of the people present, walked straight to the leading disciple and spoke. Am I qualified to join the Wuzong now? The leading disciple had not yet come to his senses. He nodded woodenly. Can I bring 2 family members with me? Sure. The leading disciple hesitated. Could you please tell me what level of physical fitness you have reached? Su Chen nodded calmly and spoke. The peak of the Xian level. The leading disciple was stunned. The peak of the Xian level. Is this true or false? Few inner disciples above the rank of Wuzong have reached this level. Having reached this level of cultivation, he has initially qualified to run for the position of Wuzong Elder. The leading disciple glanced at Su Chen. Is this guy just bragging? But he didn't ask. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly flew out from the crowd. It's not a good thing to brag at such a young age. I have been practicing for half my life, but my strength has only reached the middle level of the Xian rank. Originally, Wuzong recruited new disciples from the younger generation, so logically I wouldn't participate. But you are too arrogant. It's just the peak strength of the Xian level. Let me have a few fights with him and see if this guy is just bragging. If this guy fights me to a draw, I will apologize to him. The leading disciple looked embarrassed. In theory, such a thing is not allowed. Now is the stage of recruiting new disciples, and this would break the rules. Let him try. I think this kid is a bit too arrogant. He may not even know what it's like to be at the peak of the Xian level martial arts. If he had the strength of the peak of the Xian level, he would have become an elder above the Wuzong. Why bother competing here for the chance to become a Wuzong? Amid the loud shouts of the crowd, the leading disciple had no choice but to agree to the old man's request. Su Chen nodded calmly. Anyway, I have nothing to do, and fighting with the old man can also increase my bodybuilding points. The old man flew forward and released his martial arts aura. The aura of intermediate Xian-level martial arts permeated the surroundings. No one present dared to speak. This old man is also a martial arts expert in the town. He is highly respected in the town. Many people who practice martial arts have received instruction from an old man before entering the Wuzong. Although they have not formally become his disciples, they are still considered his disciples. The battle began, and the old man took the first step. He took a step forward at an extremely fast speed. Everyone shouted. Mr. Li is very powerful every time he strikes. He is worthy of being the martial arts master of our town. This speed is totally disproportionate to age. Su Chen saw the old man's figure, and in the blink of an eye he came in front of him. Then a powerful punch came towards him. Su Chen raised his hand to block. The old man suddenly changed his tactics. The fist turned into a palm and struck Su Chen head-on. Su Chen raised his hand to block. Bang! The old man slapped Su Chen's wrist hard. The palm strike was so powerful that even Su Chen felt a numbness and swelling in his wrist. The strength of this old man is not at the same level as that of Wuzong's junior Xian-level disciple just now. If Su Chen wants to defeat him, he needs to put in a little more effort. But the result is still no suspense. Su Chen spoke lightly. I'll give you these two moves. Was there some anger in the old man's eyes? How dare you? I'm going to beat you up right now and let you know that there are always people who are better than you. However, the next moment his expression suddenly changed. Su Chen just dodged sideways. Then he threw a punch straight at the old man's face. Su Chen was extremely fast, and his punch was very powerful. The old man used all his strength to block it, but his body was still exposed, and he almost fell out of the ring. However, before his body could react, Su Chen had already appeared in front of him. Su Chen raised his hand and slapped the old man in the face, but stopped only 1 centimeter in front of the old man. This battle is pretty simple. The whole process took less than 3 moves. But the result was quite surprising. Everyone present fell silent. This is the martial arts master of this small town. Solved by a young man in 3 moves? No, to be exact, only 1 move was used. The old man was sweating profusely. If this move had happened on the battlefield, it would have been enough to kill him. Moreover, even though he had just delivered a full-strength attack, the young man in front of him remained calm and composed, showing no sign of effort at all. Su Chen retracted his fist and turned away. He spoke. When you want to return to Wuzong, I will come with my family. The whole process was extremely arrogant, but no one present dared to speak. He was able to defeat the martial arts master of a small town below the martial sect so thoroughly. Is this person's strength really at the peak of the Xian level of martial arts, as he said? Back in the yard, Li Zimo came over. Su Chen, tell me, what exactly do you know? I'm not good at anything, but when it comes to picking up girls, I do have some experience. Don't talk nonsense. I'm talking about various cultivation systems. Su Chen stretched out his hand and made a counting gesture with his fingers. Probably all of them. Although Su Chen was joking, Li Zimo believed it without a doubt. Li Zimo didn't speak for a long time. Then he suddenly spoke slowly. The gap between people is even greater than the gap between people and dogs. Su Chen laughed. Not far away, Su Xiaoyu was walking back with food. The aroma of food immediately filled the yard. Su Chen and Li Zimo came over. Su Xiaoyu smiled and placed the food on the stone table. It spread outside that a talented martial arts master has emerged in this town. But if we go to Wuzong to participate in the trial, we need to defeat the Wuzong elders. Moreover, this time, I not only want to pass the certification trial, but also want to test my martial arts training. Su Chen's expression became a little solemn. Martial arts can be said to be Su Chen's weakest area at the moment, and this level may not be that easy. Chapter 158 Heading to Wuzong. 3 days later, Su Chen took Su Xiaoyu and Li Zimo to Wuzong. Wuzong is located on the top of a mountain, which is the place with the thinnest spiritual energy near Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, this mountaintop is also the place with the worst conditions. The weather here is unpredictable, often with both extreme cold and scorching heat. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to survive here. However, Wuzong's disciples can practice physical training here. These harsh environments had no effect at all on Wuzong's disciples. Su Chen and others stopped at a mountainside halfway. Because of the snowstorm halfway, Su Chen and others had to stay here. In a cave, Su Chen and others sat in front of a campfire. The leading Wuzong disciple said, "Let's stay here for a few days. The weather here is bad during this period. We can withstand it, but your 2 family members can't bear it." As he spoke, the leading disciple glanced at Amelia Su and Li Zimo. Li Zimo was already shivering with cold. He complained silently in his heart, "Is this the kind of place for people to stay?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. Indeed, in such an environment, Amelia Su and Li Zimo simply could not bear it. Only in the cave can one barely resist the cold. The leading disciple of Wuzong reminded. Also, there are a lot of monsters here. You have to be careful. Demonic beasts are the same as fairy beasts, but they cannot be tamed and are extremely aggressive. To them, cultivators are like delicious food. Su Chen nodded. The following days were peaceful and uneventful. However, one morning, at the entrance of the cave, a huge roar suddenly erupted. Then, a roar was heard. At the entrance of the cave, a huge monster suddenly appeared. The monster had an extremely ugly appearance, with a bloody mouth. The leading Wuzong disciple looked unhappy and said, "Tao Tai actually appeared here." Su Chen didn't know what Tao Tai was, but from the expressions of the martial arts disciples, he could tell that this monster was very powerful. Su Xiaoyu explained, "The monster Tao Tai is an extremely rare monster. It is rarely encountered. However, once encountered, it is said that no one can escape its pursuit." The leading martial arts disciple said, "You guys retreat first. This place is very unsafe. Everyone present who can escape should escape first." The eyes of the leading disciple were filled with determination. If you encounter the monster Tao Tai, whether you can escape becomes a question. The many martial arts disciples immediately formed a circle, heading towards the monster Tao Tai. The lowest level of martial arts cultivation among these disciples is the initial Xian level. However, the Tao Tai roared, and a huge wave came. Many martial arts disciples were directly blown away. The once strong body was now covered with scars. In the face of Tao Ye's strength, the physical toughness of these people is not worth mentioning at all. Tao Tai roared. Li Zimo looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, what should we do now?" Su Chen didn't say anything, but his body moved. It definitely won't work if you practice martial arts. Su Chen has not yet reached the earth level, but Su Chen still has Taoism and sword skills. Suddenly, a strong sword energy burst out from Su Chen's body. Su Chen took out the Longquan sword, and a sharp sword intent surged from Su Chen's body. Then Su Chen rushed over. "Come back soon," the leading martial arts disciple shouted. Although Su Chen is very strong, it is basically impossible for him to fight against Tao Tai due to his physical condition. Tao Tai can become an extremely rare existence among monsters. It's because of his strong body. Only this extremely strong body can allow him to survive under such extremely harsh conditions as Wuzong. This kid is crazy. That's Tao Tai. All the martial arts disciples are seriously injured now. No one can help him. It's over. I know this kid is arrogant, but this is too arrogant. Su Xiaoyu smiled. "It's okay. My husband is more than just a martial arts practitioner." As he spoke, the sword energy on Su Chen suddenly burst out. A dragon roar erupted from the Longquan sword. The leading martial arts disciple was shocked and asked, "This kid is also a sword cultivator?" Li Zimo nodded. "Yes, I know you are confused, but I am with Su Chen, and I know very well that when facing Su Chen, we cannot look at him with the eyes of a human. He is too strong." Su Chen swung the sword. Fortunately, this Tao Tai was just a cub, and its strength was not very strong. His sword energy, which was close to the 9th level of Yuanyang realm, was enough to kill this monster. Accompanied by a huge roar, Su Chen's sword energy on the Longquan sword became extremely powerful. It chopped directly at Tao Tai. There was a huge sound of metal collision, and Tao Ye's body was extremely strong. Su Chen's eyes were determined, and he shouted loudly, "Break!" Then, The sword energy directly broke through Tao Ye's defense and killed Tao Dai. The eyes of the disciples were filled with shock. Can one person kill Tao Dai? With this person's level of swordsmanship, why does he still want to go to Wuzong to practice martial arts? The disciples could only sigh. Perhaps they did not understand the world of the strong. Su Chen slowly landed on the ground and retracted his sword energy. This time, the crisis was temporarily resolved. At this moment, the voice of the golden dragon suddenly came into Su Chen's mind. This young Tao Dai has a demon pill on him. Su Chen was stunned. What did the demon pill try? Some powerful monsters can condense monster cores after death. These are extremely rare and can be used to improve cultivation. Su Chen was stunned. He walked to the body of Tao Dai and began to search carefully. Sure enough, there was a small black pill in the corpse. Su Chen walked over, and the demon pill actually merged directly into Su Chen's body. The old man smiled and said, "Don't worry. This demon pill will only merge with the person who killed the demon beast, and it won't be taken away by others." The black pill turned into a stream of spiritual energy and directly merged into Su Chen's body. The power of the demon pill was extremely overbearing. Even Su Chen felt a sense of spiritual energy filling up. A slight flash of pain appeared, and then quickly disappeared. Then, Su Chen felt an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout his body, as if an extremely domineering force had entered his body. The old man sighed and said, "What a pity, this Tao Tai is just a young beast. Otherwise, it could have condensed corresponding monster skills. If it's some adult monsters, they can condense their monster skills." As he spoke, Su Chen had already completed the fusion of the demon pill. Then, a reminder sound came from Su Chen's system. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Chapter 159 Breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Your spiritual roots have been upgraded to the advanced Xian level. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, 9th level of Yuanyang realm. Spiritual root, advanced Xian level. Offspring, Su Yang, high yellow rank, 4.5 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 4 years old. Su Jia, high mysterious rank, 3.5 years old. Su Yu, high yellow rank, 2.5 years old. Lu Lingyu's daughter, Su Ling, 1.5 years old. High yellow rank. Lung Wushuang's daughter, Su Lung. Peak mysterious rank, by Wei Wei's son, Su Ming. Intermediate mysterious rank, Chen Yui's son, Su Yi. Elementary mysterious rank, Zhang Ruoshua's daughter, Su Ling. Intermediate mysterious rank. Items: Alchemy Furnace, Little Medicine Boy, Ghost Taming Technique, Demon Refining Pot, Book of Spring and Autumn. Techniques: Yunin Ju, 3rd level, Xian level intermediate. Dragon and Tiger Bodybuilding Method, Xian level intermediate. Yinyang Hawan Secret Art, 1st level, Earth level intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, Earth level elementary. Yangxin Sutra, Xian level advanced. Comprehensive Mastery Technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian level high grade. Command Flag, Xian level intermediate. Direct Breakthrough. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. Su Chen was stunned. Not only did his cultivation level break through, but his heart-nourishing sutra also improved, and Su Chen could even feel it. His current accumulation of spiritual energy has reached a terrifying level. In fact, Su Chen only needs an opportunity to directly enter the Yuanyang realm of great perfection, or even break through to the Shenhua realm. Su Chen withdrew his spiritual energy, and all the martial arts disciples were confused. They could feel the change in Su Chen's spiritual energy just now. This kid made a breakthrough out of nowhere. Sure enough, what Li Zimo said was right. This kid's talent cannot be described as human. Su Chen smiled. The crisis is over now. Once the snow stops, we can go to Wuzong. The disciples looked at each other in amazement. In Su Chen's eyes, killing the Tao Dai seemed to be a very easy task. Do you want someone to be so terrifying? The leading martial arts disciple said, "Okay, then we'll recuperate here for a few days. Once the wind and snow stop, we can go to the Wu sect." 3 days later, Su Chen and others arrived at Wuzong's gate. On the huge plaque, there is a word Wu engraved on it. Su Chen was mentally prepared. On this trip to become a martial arts master, Su Chen had to obtain the qualification to enter Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, a man walked out from the mountain gate. The man glanced at the many young men who had come. He said to the leading martial arts disciple, "How many martial arts disciples have you recruited this time when you went down the mountain?" The leading martial arts disciple said, "We only recruited 7 people. That's already pretty good. Anyone who can join our Wuzong must be extremely talented. We'd rather have nothing than someone of poor quality." The man's voice was like a loud bell coming from the clouds. Only then did everyone see the man's appearance clearly. The man was born with a strong build and sturdy body, But he did not look scary, but rather had a certain beauty. The most amazing thing is that the surface of the man's skin is covered with a layer of golden light. At first glance, he looks like a golden arhat. This is a manifestation of the ultimate in physical training. The man in front of him has at least reached the earth level of martial arts practice. This man is none other than the great elder of the Wu sect. The leading disciple came up to the great elder and whispered a few words. Then, the great elder looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. "May I have your name?" Su Chen replied, "Su Chen. Are you here to be our disciple this time?" Su Chen nodded, then shook his head. "It's true, and it's not. My original purpose for coming here this time was to pass the martial arts test and enter Kunlun Mountain." "Is that so?" The great elder spoke. "But the trial to enter Kunlun Mountain is not easy. You must defeat one of our elders." Su Chen nodded. "Follow the rules." The great elder smiled faintly. "You can use sword skills or something like that, as long as you can defeat one of our elders." Su Chen shook his head. "I don't use sword techniques, only martial arts." The great elder glanced at Su Chen's body and spoke. "Your martial arts training doesn't seem very impressive. I think you should not try it. After all, this trial only comes once a year. If you fail, according to the rules, you can't take the trial again." Su Chen nodded. "But I have one condition." "Oh, what conditions?" "Give me 3 days. Let me stay above the martial sect for 3 days. After that, I will fight using martial arts." "You mean that in these 3 days, you can break through to the earth level in martial arts?" "The elders here are all earth-level martial arts practitioners." Su Chen smiled. "Certainly." The disciples around were speechless. This was too crazy. Martial arts practice, from the Xian level to the D level, requires a major change. Many people seek protection from others, but their bodies are not strong enough to withstand the attack of heavenly thunder. How could it be possible that Su Chen only needed 3 days? The great elder frowned. "What is your current martial arts training strength?" "The peak of the Xian level." The great elder smiled. "Only at the peak of the Xian level? Then even if you break through now within these 3 days, it might not be enough." Su Chen smiled. "Great elder, just promise me." "Okay, then I'll give you 3 days." In a martial arts room, Amelia Su asked worriedly, "Is 3 days enough?" If it was sword cultivation and Taoism, Su Xiaoyu would not be worried at all, but Su Chen had never practiced martial arts before. Wouldn't 3 days be a bit of a stretch? Su Chen smiled. "It only takes 3 days. I will be in seclusion in my room for the next 3 days." Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Don't worry, no one will disturb you." Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then he sat in the room and began to meditate. At this time, Su Chen's consciousness had entered his own spiritual realm. In the spiritual realm, the golden dragon is taking a nap. Su Chen slapped Jin Long awake. Jin Long said rather dissatisfiedly, "Why do you have time to come here? Aren't you planning on practicing martial arts?" "I'm here to practice," Jin Long said in surprise. "How do you practice in the spiritual realm?" "The old man and I don't know martial arts." Martial arts are inherently rare. Any martial arts practitioner who wishes to achieve a breakthrough must force their body to withstand the heavenly thunder. This is called body tempering in martial arts. However, many people cannot withstand the thunder of heaven. To this day, there is no martial arts cultivator who can ascend to heaven in the universe. "It's okay, just do as I say." Jinlong frowned. What was Su Chen doing? When it comes to practicing martial arts, neither I nor the old man from the Tao Te Ching can help him. Chapter 160. Getting beaten will make you stronger. In the spiritual realm, Su Chen suddenly got ready. He suddenly spoke facing the golden dragon. "Start hitting me now." Jinlong was stunned. He glanced at Su Chen and asked, "Su Chen, are you crazy? Why would I hit you for no reason?" Su Chen urged, "Stop talking nonsense and hit me. Think about it, I wasn't very kind to you either. When you wanted to sign the contract with me, I ignored you and even threw you into a small temple in the Lingyin Sect. I'm usually mean to you, but don't you feel bad about me? Now take out all your anger on me." Jinlong still didn't understand what Su Chen wanted to do. He frowned and said, "You know you're not good to me. If you weren't so gifted and chosen by the sword immortal and the old man, I would have slaughtered you and taken your body." Su Chen nodded and said as a matter of course, "Then hit me hard now and take out all your anger on me." Jinlong thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "How hard?" "Use all your strength, just don't beat me to death." Jinlong curled his lips. It has been a long time since he said he wanted to beat Su Chen. Since Su Chen has spoken, I will take advantage of the situation to back off. Then you pick it up. I saw a powerful spiritual energy bursting out from the golden dragon's body. Then the spiritual energy attacked Su Chen like a crushing force. Su Chen did not use any spiritual energy or Taoist magic. Instead, He used his body to withstand the golden dragon's attack. Jin Long's eyes were filled with surprise, and he suddenly withdrew his hand, using only 50% of his strength. Su Chen, are you crazy? If I don't use spiritual energy, I can really beat you to death. At this time, the spiritual energy had already arrived in front of Su Chen, and all of it hit Su Chen. Su Chen groaned. Not to mention, he is a powerful being in the universe. Even if it is just a remnant soul, his spiritual energy is terrifyingly strong. Su Chen remained calm and continued speaking. Go on, just be careful not to kill me. The golden dragon curled his lips and used his spiritual energy again. Okay, then I'm going to give you a good beating today. The next moment, another powerful spiritual energy came towards Su Chen. Although Su Chen endured all of this with his body, he could clearly feel the pain. But a happy smile appeared on his face. At this time, the system prompt sound continued to come. Gain body training points. Get chain points. Gain body training points. Gain body training points. At night, Su Chen woke up from meditation. Amelia, Su immediately came over with concern. How's it going? Is the training over? Su Chen nodded. He said to Amelia, Su, have you arranged the meal? Su Xiaoyu nodded. Zimo is waiting for us. The martial arts disciples have arranged dinner for us. Su Chen didn't say anything, but stood up and went straight to the dining table. The aroma of food filled the room. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He had never felt that the fragrance was so fragrant. After being beaten for an entire afternoon, Su Chen's body was severely damaged. However, he also gained tens of thousands of body refining points. If you continue like this, you will be able to break through to the earth level in less than 3 days, maybe more than 2 days. Su Chen walked into the room. Li Zimo said when he saw Su Chen, You're here. I've been waiting for you. I haven't touched any of the food. Su Chen nodded and then sat down at the dining table. He picked up a chicken drumstick and put it in his mouth. Then, everything was swept away by a gust of wind. A quarter of an hour later, Li Zimo looked at the empty tableware on the dining table. He said to Amelia, Su with his eyes open, Is Su Chen the reincarnation of a starving ghost today? Su Xiaoyu shook her head like a wave drum. Perhaps it's because I've spent too much energy on cultivation. At this moment, Su Chen turned his head and spoke to the two people. What are you still standing there for? Go get some more. I've already told the Great Elder that he can meet any requests that aren't excessive during this period. Su Xiaoyu was stunned, then turned around and walked out of the room to ask the martial arts disciples for food. Li Zimo moved closer to Su Chen. Su Chen, don't try too hard. I've never seen you eat so much before. Even if I haven't broken through to the earth level in 3 days. We can fight with sword skills and Taoism. Su Chen held a steamed bun in his hand and took a big bite. Don't worry, it won't take 3 days. In 2 days or so, you'll be able to break through to the earth level. If it were someone else, Li Zimo would definitely sneer. But Su Chen is different. He sighed and walked to a chair nearby. Forget it, forget it. I can't discuss cultivation with a freak like you. I'm full anyway. Everything else is up to you. Su Chen stopped talking. After a while, Amelia Su came back with food. Su Chen swept through like a whirlwind again. An hour later, Su Chen entered the state of meditation again. Li Zimo stood up and looked at the mountain of tableware in the room. He was stunned. Even a pig wouldn't eat that much. Su Xiaoyu laughed. I'll take some people to clean this place up. After saying that, Su Xiaoyu walked out of the room. She walked straight into Wuzong's kitchen, where there were special cooking disciples. The cooking disciple frowned and glanced at Amelia Su. This is the 7th time this woman has been here tonight. Do you raise a herd of pigs in the spiritual realm? Su Xiaoyu chuckled and spoke. This time, I'm asking all the disciples to go and clean up the dishes in the room. The cooking disciple breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the sound. Fortunately, he is not begging again. The food that Su Xiaoyu took away tonight was almost equivalent to a person's food ration for a week. No matter how rich Wuzong was, he couldn't afford to eat like this. In the spiritual realm, Su Chen was under attack from spiritual energy. He felt severe pain in his body. But at the same time, I can feel that my physical fitness is improving rapidly. The previous unbearable pain has slowly disappeared. Now Su Chen is enduring the spiritual attack from Jinro. Although it is still painful, he can bear it now. The body refining value increases. The body refining value increases. The body refining value increases. The system prompt sound came frantically. Su Chen laughed while being beaten. The dragon turtle, Tong Tong, and the old man from the Tao Te Ching on the side were stunned. Tong Tong said, Is Su Chen stupid? Who would laugh while being beaten? The dragon turtle was watching with great interest. The first time the dragon turtle saw Su Chen being beaten, he couldn't help but laugh. The old man from the Tao Te Ching watched all this leisurely. He spoke. Maybe it's because the training pressure is too great. Neither Jin Long nor I can help him with this martial arts training. It's normal for him to be stressed for a short period of time. Tong Tong sighed softly. Hey, just don't beat Su Chen silly. The golden dragon launched attacks recklessly, and for a moment he felt a little tired. But Su Chen never gets tired of it. He said, keep going, don't stop. Chapter 161. Entering the Earth stage in 3 days. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Su Chen came out of the room. Amelia, Su came over and spoke. Today is the day the trial begins. Are you ready? Su Chen smiled. Certainly. In the past few days, Su Chen has reduced the number of dual cultivation sessions with Su Xiaoyu to 3 times. The rest of the time is almost entirely spent entering the state of mind and practicing with Jin Long, rapidly becoming stronger while constantly being beaten. No one could have imagined that Su Chen's martial arts skills had already reached the intermediate level of Xian level. Even Su Chen himself didn't expect this. He had expected to be at the initial stage of Xian level, but what made Su Chen happy was that yesterday, he actually received feedback and improvement from the system. This improvement comes from the system's subsystem, the offspring training system. Last night, the system ding-donged 3 times in a row. It turns out that the strength of Su Chen's children has improved significantly. The eldest son, Su Yang, has now become a sword cultivator. His strength has reached the 6th level of qi refining. Su Chen discovered that his system of having many children and many blessings could not only help him get married and have children, but also improve his strength. Subsystem, if the strength of the offspring improves, you will also benefit accordingly. Su Chen directly called up his offspring training system. It's clearly written on it. Descendants, Su Yang. Spiritual root level, yellow rank advanced. Major sword cultivation. Current cultivation level, qi refining realm level 6. Descendants, Su Yu. Spiritual root level, yellow rank advanced. Major alchemist. Current cultivation level, qi refining realm level 4. Descendants, Su Jia. Spiritual root level, Xian level advanced. Major sword cultivation. Current cultivation level, qi refining realm level 8. The cultivation brought by Su Yang and Su Yu alone is enough for Su Chen to achieve a great improvement. It was this Su Jia that shocked Su Chen a little. On the surface, Su Jia gives people the impression of being dull and stupid, and not looking very smart. But in fact, he is wise but appears foolish. Through the system, Su Chen has long known that this kid's talent far exceeds that of Su Yu and Su Yang. But even if Su Chen knew, he didn't expect that in just half a year, Su Jia's cultivation would improve to such a terrifying level. He would come from behind and directly surpass his 2 siblings, Su Yang and Su Yu. The system was very intelligent or considerate. It knew that what Su Chen wanted most at the moment was to improve his martial arts. Half of the feedback from the 3 children was to reward his cultivation, and the other half was to reward his martial arts. In this way, Su Chen's martial arts directly reached the middle stage of the earth rank. Su Yang reached out and pinched Su Xiaoyu's pretty face happily, then walked out of the room with a confident smile on his face. The next step is to pass the martial arts test, and then enter Kunlun Mountain. Since he had promised Tang Xianxian, Su Chen must do it. And Su Chen also has selfish motives. The world avoids astrologers, but Su Chen thinks astrologers are very powerful. With an astrologer, one can predict good and bad luck, which will be of great help to oneself in the future. If I rescue Tang Xianxian, she can be used by me in the future. As they were talking, Su Chen and others had already arrived at the place where the trial was taking place. Standing on the platform was the man from yesterday, the great elder of Wuzong. Several other elders also stood among them. However, the other elders did not develop the golden light to protect their bodies like the great elder of Wuzong. Su Chen looked up at the elders. The great elder laughed. We have been waiting for you for a long time. If you want to pass this trial, choose an elder to fight. I heard from the disciple who brought you here that you are a master of swordsmanship. You don't have to use martial arts to fight us. You just need to defeat one of the elders. Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, I'll use martial arts to fight. The great elder was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Okay, you can choose one of our 7 elders. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke to the great elder. I choose you. The faces of the surrounding Wuzong disciples were filled with surprise. Do you want to fight the great elder? Although Wuzong has 7 elders, the strength of each elder is different. Among them, the great elder is the strongest. He is also the only martial arts practitioner who has a golden light protecting his body. Su Chen chose to fight the great elder. Is he courting death? How could he possibly defeat the great elder? If the other elders still have a chance of winning, then choosing the great elder has absolutely no chance of winning. The great elder asked in surprise, Are you sure? Su Chen nodded. I'm sure. The great elder did not refuse after hearing this. Since Su Chen is confident, let him try it. It's a good opportunity for me to see the extent of Su Chen's talent. The great elder and Su Chen came to the duel stage. The great elder took his stance and released his martial arts aura. A faint golden light spread across the surface of the great elder's body. The great elder smiled faintly. Have you thought it through? Su Chen, this trial only comes once a year. Su Chen nodded. He didn't say much, but finally released his martial arts aura. A faint golden light also appeared on Su Chen's body surface. Although it is not as strong as the golden light that protects the great elder. But within just 3 days, Su Chen actually cultivated the golden light to protect his body. Now his strength is at least at the earth level. While thinking, Su Chen had already taken action. He threw a straight punch directly at the elder's face. In the eyes of ordinary disciples, this straight punch looked very ordinary. But in the eyes of the great elder, this punch was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, just like a huge peak falling on his head. The great elder's heart trembled slightly, and he raised his hand to resist. Bang! A muffled sound. A powerful shock spread throughout my body. The great elder looked surprised. In just 3 days, this kid has reached the earth level? He used his own physical strength to barely withstand the attack. Originally, the great elder was planning to give way. Su Chen is a talented kid. If he can enter Kunlun Mountain, no matter what his purpose is. After meeting those powerful people in Kunlun Mountain, maybe I will have a bright future. The great elder, as a martial arts practitioner who has cultivated the golden light of martial arts, is different from other practitioners. Martial arts itself is an extremely difficult practice system. Those who have cultivated to the level of a great elder in the realm of martial arts can already get a glimpse of the path to ascension. Even people on Kunlun Mountain once invited the great elder to join Kunlun Mountain. However, the great elder rejected them all. At his age, he shouldn't compete for those honors. Because of this, the great elder has a certain understanding of the universe. The Taoist old man and the sword immortal who ascended to heaven before did not have a high status in the universe. Even in the entire universe, the status of the human race is not high. The great elder knew that if Su Chen entered Kunlun Mountain to get a glimpse of the path to ascension, he would be able to truly ascend into the world. Perhaps Su Chen will become the light of the human world. The great elder had no intention of making things difficult for Su Chen. Basically, if Su Chen participated in this trial, he would definitely pass. But now it seems that there is no need to hold back. Su Chen's talent exceeded his imagination. The great elder took a step back and smiled. In that case, I will give it my all. Suddenly, a strong breath and vitality appeared on the body of the great elder. He suddenly threw a punch, and this punch was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Almost at the same time, Su Chen felt as if the momentum of a mountain was pressing down on him. He stretched out his hands and tried to use his body to withstand the attack. However, after coming into contact with that power, the powerful force directly knocked Su Chen away. Fortunately, Su Chen's physical strength has reached the earth level. Otherwise, this attack would crush ordinary martial arts practitioners into powder. Chapter 162, Obtaining Martial Arts Certification. After seeing that Su Chen was not injured but just knocked away, a hint of admiration flashed in the eyes of the great elder, and he said in a deep voice, "Just try your best. This time, I think you will succeed in this trial no matter what. Show me your full strength. I want to see the extent of your talent." The disciples present were all stunned and dumbfounded. I thought this kid was ignoring the pretense and going for the big head. In the end, even the great elder acknowledged Su Chen's strength. Su Chen smiled indifferently. "I will definitely give it my all in this battle." He flew up, his strong body allowing him to recover from all the injuries he had just suffered. Su Chen started punching. As Su Chen moved, a natural boxing spirit appeared in Su Chen's body. The various boxing techniques are completely different from the awkwardness when I first started practicing boxing. The most important thing that martial arts practitioners practice is boxing. There is no difference in the level of boxing. But the meaning of boxing varies greatly. Everyone's boxing style is different, which determines the person's fighting style. Su Chen's fist was extremely powerful. He suddenly punched out and rushed towards the great elder. The great elder got ready and flew up as well. For a while, the two fought hard on the battlefield. The remaining 5 elders kept praising. "I'm afraid this kid's strength has already surpassed the 5 of us, right?" "Nonsense. To be able to fight the great elder on equal terms, this kid's strength is definitely above you and me. What a pity that such a good seedling has to leave for Kunlun Mountain. Those old monsters in Kunlun Mountain only recruit powerful disciples." At this time, the martial arts disciple who brought Su Chen here that day spoke. Su Chen went to Kunlun Mountain not to learn from a master. He went there to save people. When the elders heard this, they immediately looked happy. Then don't we have a chance? No, I have to find a way later. When this guy comes down from Kunlun Mountain, I'll ask him if he wants to join the Wu sect. Just when several elders were making their own calculations, the battle is over. Su Chen slowly landed on the ground, a look of fatigue appearing on his face. He said, "Great Elder, I lost this time." The Great Elder also landed slowly on the ground, and the golden light protecting his body dimmed a lot. It can be seen that the Great Elder himself consumed a lot of energy in this battle. He spoke slowly. "I've never seen anyone achieve this level at your age. You've passed this trial. I hope you can enter Kunlun Mountain in the future, or even ascend to a higher realm in the universe. Don't forget to practice martial arts." Su Chen bowed. Although Su Chen had used all his strength in the battle just now, the Great Elder's physical toughness was far beyond Su Chen's imagination. An almost impenetrable defense. His body was like a golden bell, without a single flaw. Su Chen used his infinite spiritual eyes to search for a long time, but could not find any flaws in the Great Elder. If this goes on, Su Chen will naturally not be a match for the Great Elder. Su Chen stood up, thanked him, and prepared to leave. Several elders nearby immediately came over. Such a good seedling cannot be let go easily. The second elder spoke first. "Boy Su Chen, when you come down from Kunlun Mountain, are you interested in joining our Wu sect? Our Wuzong is treated very well and is very rich. I heard you have a big appetite, but it doesn't matter. We, Wuzong, can afford it." Su Xiaoyu laughed on the side. Su Chen smiled and declined. "Not yet. I have my own sect." Several elders looked regretful and could only sigh helplessly. The Great Elder smiled and waved his hand. "A cultivator like Su Chen will never be inferior to others. We don't have to waste our breath." Su Chen smiled and nodded, saying goodbye to the Great Elder and others. The eyes of the many disciples nearby now turned into respect. Martial arts practitioners have strong bodies and simple minds. In their world, the strong are respected. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen, Su Xiaoyu, and others left Wuzong. 3 days later, Su Chen reappeared at Yaozong's feet. The three of them went to Dugasheng's residence. This is the closest place to the entrance of Kunlun Mountain. So after passing the martial arts trial, Su Chen returned directly to the village. Moreover, during this trip, the only place Su Chen could stay temporarily was Dugasheng's home. In the small courtyard, 2 men in white shirts and a girl in plain skirt appeared. Huahua was standing at the door when she suddenly saw these 3 figures. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he pounced on me. "Brother Su Chen, why are you back?" Su Chen smiled. "I came back to see you and stayed here for a while." "Okay, Grandpa is out." Su Chen glanced at Huahua. Huahua was in good health now, and all the toxins in her body had been eliminated. It seems that Dugasheng did not use poison to forcibly prolong Huahua's life. Su Chen asked, "Huahua, are you feeling better?" Huahua said excitedly, "Much better. The disciples of Lingyin Sect came down the mountain a few days ago. Plus, most people in the village are currently experiencing illness. They came down the mountain and rescued many people. But Grandpa didn't let me go. He said that I can only meet the Lingyin Sect's people after all the toxins in my body are cleared." Su Chen was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Dugasheng had no reason not to let Huahua meet those people from Yaozong. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the yard. Then Dugasheng walked in. He saw Su Chen's expression, but was not surprised at all. "You're here." Su Chen nodded. "People on the road said it would take some time to enter Kunlun Mountain. I want to stay here for a while." Dugasheng nodded. But his expression was not happy, and he seemed to be worried about something. Su Chen noticed that Dugasheng was not in a good condition. Dugasheng looked at Su Chen and motioned him to go out with him. Su Chen understood and followed Dugasheng out of the yard. Only Su Xiaoyu and Li Zimo were left in the yard. Huahua looked at the 2 of them and asked curiously, "Brother and sister, who are you to brother Su Chen?" Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "I am your brother Su Chen's wife." Huahua immediately showed surprise. "You are so lucky to marry brother Su Chen. Brother Su Chen is so outstanding, and you are so beautiful. You must be very happy together." Su Xiaoyu smiled and touched Huahua's head. Huahua looked at Li Zimo again. "Brother, who are you to brother Su Chen?" Li Zimo thought about it and hesitated for a while. "Well, I'm Su Chen's little brother." After saying this, Li Zimo felt a little embarrassed. Huahua nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Su Xiaoyu burst out laughing. She looked at Li Zimo, who felt a little embarrassed, and touched his head. In Su Xiaoyu's heart, following Su Chen down the mountain was the most correct thing she had ever done in her life. Only when she really went down the mountain did she feel that the things in this world were so rich and colorful. It's much more interesting than the days in Yaozong. Chapter 163 The Origin of the Strange Disease in the Village. Now outside the yard, Su Chen walked up to Dugusheng and spoke. Did something happen? Why didn't you let Huahua go meet the people from Yaozong? Dugusheng paused and spoke. I will never be able to become an alchemist in this lifetime, but I want Huahua to be able to become one. But now that the toxins in Huahua's body have not been completely cleared, if she rashly goes to see the disciples of the medicine sect, she will be disliked if they find out in the future. Su Chen suddenly realized that this was Dugusheng's plan, but he frowned again. Then how are you going to control Huahua's illness? I know you will come back, so I will rely on your pills for now. Dugusheng knew very well the time when the entrance to Kunlun Mountain would open. He knew that with Su Chen's talent, he would definitely pass the 5 trials within this time, and then Su Chen would definitely return here to stay temporarily. But Dugusheng didn't expect Su Chen to come back so soon. Less than 2 months had passed between the two events. Su Chen nodded, then asked, Is there anything else? Dugusheng paused. Su Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Judging from Dugusheng's expression, this matter must be no simple matter. Dugusheng spoke. When this village experienced frequent outbreaks of illness before, I was always trying to figure out the cause of this outbreak. What was it? Logically, no village would experience such a situation, an outbreak of disease in such a regular manner. And there would be no signs. Whether adults or children, no one can escape the occurrence of this disease. Su Chen's expression was solemn. Did you find anything this time? Dugusheng nodded. I've been investigating for a long time, and recently I've confirmed that this symptom isn't caused by any disease. This disease is most likely related to ghost energy. Ghostly aura? Su Chen was stunned. Located near Kunlun Mountain, will there still be ghostly auras? Dugusheng spoke. I'm wondering about this, too. How powerful does a ghost have to be to survive at the foot of Kunlun Mountain? But this ghost is very peaceful and never comes out to harm anyone. It's just that because of his existence, people in this village often get sick. Su Chen spoke. How long has this been going on? It lasted for about 1.5 years. That's why the medicine sect would send disciples down the mountain every once in a while to treat the illness. But recently, I discovered traces of this ghost. He appears every month when the moon is full. We just need to find the opportunity to kill this ghost. Su Chen nodded. This was the only way out. 3 days from now, this month will be full. I plan to kill this monster at that time. Since you are here, you can lend me a hand. Su Chen nodded. After all, Dugusheng was half his master, so helping Dugusheng kill a ghost was not a big deal. For the next 3 days, everything was peaceful. Many people in the village have just recovered their health after receiving treatment from the disciples of the medicine sect. It's quite lively. Huahua's illness has almost healed. Now she has integrated into the other villagers and lives a happy life. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Dugusheng walked into Su Chen's room and threw a bag of things to Su Chen. He slowly said, This is black dog blood. It will work wonders when the time comes. Su Chen nodded and put the black dog blood into the spiritual realm. Su Xiaoyu and Li Zimo looked surprised. Black dog blood is used to kill ghosts. How come there are ghosts at the foot of Kunlun Mountain? Li Zimo asked. Is black dog blood used to kill ghosts? Su Chen nodded. Hearing this, Li Zimo immediately became interested. Although he grew up in Daozong, Li Zimo had never seen real monsters or ghosts. I had only heard rumors about these things before, and Li Zimo himself was also very interested in them. As a person who studies Taoism, slaying demons and eliminating evil has always been Li Zimo's dream. Then can I go with you? Su Chen nodded. Li Zimo's practice of Taoism is also very deep, and he might be able to help me. Any ghost that can survive at the foot of Kunlun Mountain must be extremely powerful. An extra layer of insurance means an extra layer of protection. Finally, Su Chen turned to Amelia Su and said, I'll ask you to take care of Huahua. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Don't worry, I will take good care of Huahua. After making some preparations, Su Chen and others set off to the place where the ghost appeared. Everyone came to a dilapidated temple outside the village. Dugusheng said, At midnight, the ghost will appear here. Su Chen glanced around the temple. The surroundings of the temple were very dilapidated and looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. There is a huge bodhisattva in the temple with kind eyes, but his body is covered with dust. Li Zimo walked to the side of the bodhisattva and bowed. Dugusheng walked out of the temple and placed the black dog blood near the temple. With this kind of black dog blood, no ghost with ordinary strength can escape from this temple. At that time, Su Chen and others will be able to kill the ghosts here. After making preparations, Su Chen and others sat in the temple waiting. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye it was approaching midnight. Suddenly a cold wind blew. Li Zimo shuddered, and then his expression became nervous. He had never seen a monster before. Isn't that monster very ugly? Su Chen smiled and said, not as ugly as the monster in your inner demon. On the contrary, some monsters are quite beautiful. Speaking of this, Su Chen suddenly thought of the drug addict Xiao whom he had met before. I wonder how Xiao is doing now? The last time I saw Xiao was outside Luoyang City. At that time, Xiao had already become a ghost king. And at that time, Xiao was already pregnant with her own child. However, being able to become the ghost king, one will definitely not live a bad life. As I was thinking, the ghostly aura had already filled the temple. This temple, which was supposed to be filled with incense, suddenly became eerie and scary. The three of them looked around warily, ready for battle. But Su Chen was slightly surprised. Because although this ghost energy is very strong, it does not contain any evil or murderous intent. On the contrary, this ghost energy is very pure and has a bit of innocence. Suddenly, the temple door opened. Li Zimo was startled and quickly moved closer to Su Chen, nervously pinching the corner of Su Chen's clothes. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry, with us here, no ghost can hurt you. Li Zimo then remembered that he was here to kill ghosts, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, a child's voice was heard outside the temple. Chapter 164, I am your father. As the child's voice sounded, the door of the temple opened. A very handsome little boy poked his head inside. Su Chen and others hid in the dark, and the little boy did not notice them. The little boy looked around first, then walked in. This temple is almost out of business. It seems I have to find another place to continue my training. The little boy muttered to himself, looking a little aggrieved. Su Chen frowned. Even if you want to practice, you have to find a place with a strong sense of life. This dilapidated temple has no one coming to worship and has been abandoned for a long time. How did this kid come here to absorb the smell of fireworks? However, that aggrieved look suddenly reminded Su Chen of Xiao whom he met in the medicine pavilion. At that time, Xiao was also feeling aggrieved as she ate some medicinal residue. Su Chen came back to his senses from his memories. Suddenly Dugu Sheng took action. Countless poisonous needles flew out from his hands. Then it shot at the little boy. The little boy was stunned for a moment. But he didn't move. The next moment, thousands of ghostly auras suddenly emerged from his body. The ghost energy was like an airtight barrier, blocking all of Dugu Sheng's poisonous needles. Dugu Sheng's expression suddenly turned serious. This kid is so awesome. Dugu Sheng had planned those attacks just now for a long time. Without the strength of more than 50% of Yuanyang realm, it would be impossible to avoid them. The little boy turned his head, his eyes showing 3 parts of fear and 7 parts of confusion. Why did you hurt me? Dugu Sheng spoke. You little devil have caused the villagers to fall ill frequently. I must kill you here today. The little boy was a little confused. As he spoke, Dugu Sheng attacked again. This time he sprinkled the poison into the air, trying to invade the little boy's body through the air. However, the ghostly aura seemed to be surrounding the little boy all the time. The poison gas could not penetrate the little boy's body at all. The little boy felt a little aggrieved. My mother has already told me that when I am practicing, I should not go to places with a lot of smoke and fire, otherwise I will be persecuted by others. That's why I chose this place. If this brings a bad influence to the people in the village, I will leave today. After saying that, the little ghost stared at Dugu Sheng. That look made Dugu Sheng stunned. Why is this kid different from what I imagined? Su Chen stepped forward and stopped Dugu Sheng. He said, I don't think the brat caused this situation on purpose. If you can avoid fighting, avoid it. Dugu Sheng also stopped when he heard this. The fight just now made him realize that this little boy was definitely not an ordinary kid. His strength is beyond my reach. I just don't know if Su Chen can defeat this kid. Su Chen stepped forward and asked, Where did you come from? The little ghost looked at Su Chen. I came from Luoyang City. My mother said that I have a ghostly aura and possess superhuman talent, so she asked me to go out and gain experience. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Luoyang City once had a connection with me. The little boy continued. I came here just to find a quiet place to practice. If I disturb you, I will leave on my own. But please don't kill me. Mother told me not to cause trouble outside. He also told me that if something really happened, he should let me go to Lingyin Sect to find my father. Lingyin Sect? Su Chen was stunned. Suddenly he thought of someone. Xiao. Su Chen asked anxiously. What's your mother's name? My mother's name is Xiao, and she is the ghost king of Luoyang City. He said this was the name my father gave him, so my mother liked it very much. Su Chen was stunned. The little boy in front of him turned out to be his own son. Su Chen then asked, May I have your name? My mother calls me Su Xiao. He said I was born at sunrise, so that's why I was named that. And mother said that when he was in the Lingyin Sect's alchemy pavilion, His favorite thing to do was to get up every day and stand on the alchemy pavilion to watch the sunrise. Su Chen was so excited that he didn't even wait for him to speak. At the same time, the system's voice came. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his offspring and upgrading his spiritual roots to the advanced Xian level. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, Yuanyang realm, great perfection. Spiritual root, advanced Xian level. Offspring, Su Yang, advanced yellow rank, 4.5 years old. Su Yu, advanced yellow rank, 4 years old. Su Zhe, advanced mystical rank, 3.5 years old. Su Yu, advanced yellow rank, 2.5 years old. Lu Lingyu's daughter, Su Ling, 1.5 years old, advanced yellow rank. Lung Wushuang's daughter, Su Lung, peak mystical rank. Bai Weiwei's son, Su Ming, intermediate mystical rank. Chen Yui's son, Su Yi, elementary mystical rank. Zhang. Ruoshua's daughter, Su Ling, intermediate mystical rank. Xiaoxiao's son, Su Xiao, elementary earth rank. Items: Alchemy Furnace, Little Medicine Boy, Ghost Taming Technique, Demon Refining Pot, Book of Spring and Autumn. Techniques: Yunin Ju, 3rd level, Xian level intermediate. Dragon and Tiger Bodybuilding Method, Xian level intermediate. Yinyang Hawan Secret Art, 1st level, Earth level intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, Earth level elementary. Yangxin Sutra, Xian level advanced. Comprehensive Mastery Technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian level high grade. Command Flag, Xian level intermediate. Because this time Su Xiao is a half-human, half-ghost offspring. Therefore, Su Chen's cultivation level directly reached the great perfection of Yuanyang realm. Plus the little boy is very strong. The cultivation accumulated by this offspring is enough for Su Chen to accumulate the entire spiritual energy of the Yuanyang realm. Su Chen only needs one step to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Su Chen didn't expect to gain such a great deal this time. But what moved him even more was that his son appeared by his side. Compared to before, Su Chen blindly pursued the improvement of his cultivation. Now Su Chen also knows the warmth of family love. His future plan was that even if he ascended into the universe, he would bring the entire sect with him. These are his relatives. Su Chen will not give up on them. The little boy was a little scared and asked Su Chen tentatively, "If possible, can you let me go?" Su Chen shook his head and smiled. "Not now." The little boy's eyes were filled with fear. He pinched the corner of his clothes and suddenly burst into tears. "Please, I haven't found my father yet. Can you wait until I see him before killing me? My mother said that when I find my father, he will definitely be a great hero." The little boy's cries filled the entire temple. Su Chen was at a loss for a moment. Unlike his other children, this child has never felt the warmth of his father. Su Chen inexplicably felt a touch of guilt and pity in his heart. He suddenly took a step forward, touched the little boy's head, and said softly, "I'm saying that you are my son. You are not allowed to go anywhere in the future. Stay with me." Chapter 165, Killing the Big Monster. Du Gusheng and Li Zimo standing next to them were stunned. Is this Su Chen's son? Su Chen had told Li Zimo about this before. I already have a family in Lingyin Sect. However, for an outstanding man like Su Chen, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is no big deal. It's okay to give birth to a child, but the child is a ghost. What the hell is this? Li Zimo sighed slowly. Can Su Chen's charm even attract ghosts? I think he's only a little more handsome than me. The little boy stopped crying and looked at Su Chen with tearful eyes. He was a little at a loss. Are you my father? Su Chen was also a little at a loss. Time passed slowly as the father and son recognized each other with their eyes wide open. Looking at the little boy with tearful eyes, Su Chen nodded solemnly. Your mother's name is Xiaoxiao. She is the 4 ghost kings of Luoyang City. There is a red mark between her eyebrows. Is that right? The little boy was extremely surprised. How do you know? Su Chen patted the little boy's head. Nonsense, that's my wife. The little boy reflected for a long time. Then he burst into tears. He suddenly pounced into Su Chen's body. Dad, I thought I'd be looking for you for a long time. My mother told me not to go to places where there are too many immortal cultivators, otherwise I will be persecuted by those with ulterior motives. During this journey, I basically stayed in some dilapidated temples and could not even get enough food. The little boy felt a little aggrieved and cried louder and louder. Su Chen touched the little boy's head guiltily. The little boy raised his head and spoke. Today is actually the last time I'll be here. I have to go somewhere else. It started from the time I left my mother's territory in Luoyang City. Someone has their eyes on my physique. Su Chen nodded. Judging from Su Zhao's performance just now, Su Zhao's physique is very special. His own cultivation is not very strong, but the ghost energy seems to automatically protect him. Dugusheng's cultivation level is at least at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. But it couldn't hurt Su Xiao at all. Su Chen said, "Oh, someone is targeting you. What's going on? Tell me. Dad is here. Don't be afraid." Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Xiao felt relieved and continued. "Among them, there is a great demon from the 7th realm who has set his sights on me. He chased me all the way here. When the moon is full, he will appear. Before I turned 16, my mother told me that the ghost energy in me would weaken a little with every full moon. That 7-mirror demon has been following me, intending to kill me when I'm weak." Su Chen's expression turned serious. "Which demon wants to kill my son Su Chen?" As he spoke, a powerful demonic aura appeared outside the temple. The little boy spoke. "He's here." Su Chen let go of the little boy. His spiritual energy probed outward. Sure enough, there was a 7th level demon outside the temple. Being able to exist at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, this 7th level demon must have very strong cultivation. But if you provoke Su Chen's son, there will be no way to survive. Su Chen turned and said to Li Zimo, "Take good care of Lydia Su." Li Zimo nodded. Before anyone else in the temple could react, Su Chen flew up and rushed out of the temple. Outside that temple, there are countless evil spirits. A monster with a dragon head and a snake body appeared in the evil aura. "Hey, why are there humans here? Are you here to kill that little devil too?" "That little devil is weak today, but the devil energy in him is too strong. Now is not the time. But since you have discovered this little devil, you will not be able to get out alive." A sharp and shrill cry was heard. The 7-mirror demon let out a creepy laugh. "It's a good idea to eat a few humans to replenish my strength." Su Chen's face was serious and he didn't say anything. The next moment, he suddenly flew forward. The Longquan sword behind him suddenly came out of its sheath. Su Chen held the Longquan sword in one hand, and a sharp sword energy shot up into the sky. Now Su Chen has reached the state of great perfection in the Yuanyang realm, and the sword energy has even reached the terrifying level of the spirit transformation realm. In an instant, the sword energy tore apart the surrounding demonic energy. A look of dullness appeared on the face of the 7th realm great demon, and then turned into fear. This person's strength is too strong. Could it be that the little devil has been killed here by the other party? If that's the case, then we have to find a way to escape as soon as possible. However, just as the big monster was thinking about how to escape, Su Chen has already stepped into the air. There was a faint blue light in Su Chen's eyes. The infinite spiritual eye is opened. The next moment, Su Chen discovered the fatal weakness of the 7th realm demon. Immediately afterwards, a dragon roar came from the Longquan sword. Su Chen suddenly drew his sword, and the sword energy condensed at one point, heading straight for the vital point of the 7th level demon. The speed of this sword is extremely fast. And Su Chen did not hold back either. "Anyone who wants to bully my son Su Chen will surely die." The sword energy whizzed into the body of the 7th level demon. Su Chen's figure slowly landed on the ground. The next moment he snorted softly. "Break!" The body of the 7th level demon was torn apart in an instant. Then, the evil spirit around disappeared. The sword was so powerful that not even the demon pill was left behind. Su Chen slowly retracted the Longquan sword. Then Dugusheng and the other two walked out of the temple. Looking at the evil spirit outside that had disappeared, the three knew that the battle was over. Lydia Su came over and spoke. "Strange, why did that monster suddenly leave?" Li Zimo touched Lydia Su's head. "Your father has already killed that monster." Lydia Su was stunned. Mother said that father was very strong, but Lydia Su did not expect that his father's strength would be so strong. "My mother has only just entered the realm of the 8th level great demon. It would take a lot of effort to kill such a great demon of the 7th realm. But it took Su Chen less than a minute to walk out of the temple. Was that great demon of the 7th realm killed directly? Is Daddy so powerful?" Su Chen landed. He looked at Lydia Su. "Just follow me from now on, and no one will be able to hurt you." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lydia Su. Lydia Su was a little flattered. For the past 3 years, Su Xiao had been without a father. Suddenly having a father made Su Xiao a little uncomfortable. At this time, Dugusheng spoke. "I'm sorry, Su Chen. I didn't realize this was your son. I almost killed him." After saying this, Dugusheng's expression became a little hesitant. There seemed to be some complexity in his eyes. Su Chen understood what Dugusheng meant. "The time I spent in the village. If Su Xiao stayed by his side, the strange disease in the village would not disappear." He spoke. "Take Lydia Su back first. As for this disease, I have my own way." Dugusheng nodded. He trusted Su Chen very much. Su Chen would definitely handle this matter well. Soon, everyone returned to the courtyard where Dugusheng was. Chapter 166. the ultimate yin body and the ultimate yang body. When Hua saw Su Chen and others coming back, she immediately came over. Su Xiaoyu also came over. She glanced at the handsome little boy next to Su Chen and was a little surprised. How come you went out to catch a ghost and brought back a child? Su Chen smiled and began to introduce. This is Lydia Su, my son. Su Chen had told Su Xiaoyu before that he had a family, so Su Xiaoyu was not too shocked. Su Chen said to Su Xiao, this is also your mother. Lydia Su walked forward respectfully and called her mother. Su Xiaoyu was a little flattered. Did I become a mother without knowing it? However, seeing that the little boy was handsome, Su Xiaoyu also liked him very much. Since he is Su Chen's son, I am indeed his mother. Su Xiaoyu touched the little boy's head and smiled. Hua came over, looked at Lydia Su and asked, are you brother Su Chen's son? Lydia Su nodded. Although Su Xiao is only 3 years old, but his height is not much different from Hua, who is already 6 years old. Maybe it's because of my special physique. 3-year-old Su Xiao looks like a 6 or 7-year-old child. Hua came over and held out her hand. Can we be good friends from now on? Lydia Su nodded. Perhaps it's because the spiritual roots are not well developed. Su Xiao's intelligence is not as good as Su Yang and others. Su Chen didn't care either. His main task now was to think about how to remove the evil spirit from Su Xiao. The existence of this ghost energy will bring strange diseases to the people in the village. At this moment, when Lydia Su touched Hua's hand, he was suddenly surprised. Why do you have my ghost aura on you? Hua was stunned. You said ghost energy. Su Xiao nodded. Yes, you have my ghost energy in you, which has caused your meridians to become disordered. You should be sick. Su Xiaoyu was not very surprised. She had already realized that the little boy was a ghost. As early as when she came in just now, Su Xiaoyu had already seen that Su Xiao was a ghost. However, the ghost aura on Su Xiao was not evil, but very simple. Su Chen nodded. It seems that this strange disease is indeed caused by Su Xiao's ghost energy. Su Xiao continued. Since you know my father, I will help you cure your illness. Su Chen was stunned. Can Su Xiao cure this strange disease? Su Xiao said, as long as I take back the evil spirit from you, I can cure your illness. I'm sorry, because the ghost energy in my body is too strong. It is often released near me. I can't manage these ghost energies too centrally, but I can still control some of them. Su Chen suddenly understood. It seems that the root cause of this strange disease is that Su Xiao is unable to control the ghost energy that protects him. While thinking, Lydia Su had already taken back the ghost energy from Hua. Hua's face suddenly turned red. Su Chen looked at Hua. I was surprised to find that all the toxins in Hua's body had disappeared. Hua is now a completely healthy little girl. Su Chen turned to Dugu Sheng with a smile in his eyes and spoke. It seems I don't need to find a solution to this disease. Dugu Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Su Chen walked to Su Xiao's side. He asked with concern, do you have any way to control this ghost energy more? Lydia Su shook his head. My current strength is not enough, so the ghost energy will always linger around me. This will always attract some other monsters. Is it because of cultivation? Only then did Su Chen realize that Su Xiao's strength had not entered the offspring training system. In other words, Su Xiao has not yet officially embarked on the path of cultivation. However, Su Xiao's statement also gave Su Chen hope. It seems that as long as I can guide Su Xiao to break through and enter the realm of cultivation, this will allow Su Xiao to control these ghosts to enter his body. In this way, the crisis in the village was resolved. Su Chen touched Su Xiao's head. Next, I will guide you to improve your cultivation. Then you can take back this evil spirit, and all the illnesses of the people in the village will be cured. Lydia Su nodded. At night, Dugu Sheng arranged accommodation for everyone. Su Xiao sat in the room. Su Chen was studying the poison methods recorded in the Book of Spring and Autumn. Seeing Dugu Sheng fighting during the day gave Su Chen a lot of new ideas. As long as he learned Dugu Sheng's poison technique, Su Chen felt that it could even be used as a means of combat. Su Xiao, under Su Chen's guidance, was trying hard to control the ghost energy around him. Su Xiao's talent is not low. After one night, he can already control some ghost energy. A father and a son were in the room, repeating their own things. The picture is very warm. Suddenly, Hua's voice came from outside the door. Lydia Su, are you there? Can you come out and play with me for a while? Su Xiao glanced at Su Chen when he heard the voice. Su Chen understood and nodded. You go ahead. But Su Chen was a little surprised that the two children became familiar with each other so quickly. Lydia Su said, Dad, I don't know why, but I feel like Hua, and I seem very familiar. Lydia Su said something for no reason, and then walked out of the room. At this time, Su Chen was the only one left in the room. Li Zimo went out to practice. Su Xiaoyu had finally managed to leave the medicine sect and return to the mortal world, and she wanted to wander around the village more. Su Chen closed his eyes and rested alone. Su Zhao's words just now made Su Chen a little confused. However, Su Chen didn't care too much. Suddenly, the voice of the old man from the Tao Te Ching was heard from the spiritual realm. Su Chen, your child and the Poison Master's granddaughter both have very special physiques. Su Chen was stunned. It's understandable that Su Xiao has a special physique, but what about Huahua? The old man from the Tao Te Ching continued to explain. This little ghost has a very yin body, while that Huahua has a very yang body. Both of them have very special physiques. Maybe Dugusheng has hidden a lot from you. This disease is far more serious than you think. If a child of Huahua's age gets it, he's definitely going to die. But Huahua has been fine all this time because of her extremely young body. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen had discovered the seriousness of this disease before. Among the children in the village that Su Chen had met, almost no one was sick. Perhaps it's because all the children who had this disease had died. Are these two physiques very special? Very special. Both of these physiques are excellent for cultivation. However, the lifespan of both of these physiques is very short. Normally, no one can live to be 18. Su Chen's expression became serious. Is there any way to reverse it? Unless, the combination of two people with different constitutions can reverse this fate. Su Chen paused. It seems that I have to bring these two children together. Suddenly, Su Chen had an idea. How about taking Dugusheng and Huahua to Lingyin Sect? Chapter 167, Persuading Dugusheng. Having made the decision, Su Chen was ready to take action. As long as we get Dugusheng's consent, it will be fine. There is definitely no problem with Huahua. Su Chen stood up and walked out of the room. He walked towards Dugusheng's room and knocked on the door. Dugusheng opened the door with a surprised look on his face. Su Chen walked in carrying a pot of wine. Drink something? Dugusheng nodded. Then he turned around and walked to the table. Su Chen took out the wine and put it on the table. Dugusheng was very calm. Su Chen opened his mouth and asked tentatively, Senior, do you have any plans for Huahua's future? Go to the medicine sect and learn how to make medicine. Huahua has a talent for making medicine. He can't be like me and never become a pharmacist in his entire life. Su Chen glanced at Dugusheng, although Dugusheng's expression was calm. However, Su Chen knew that Dugusheng's life would definitely be full of bitterness. Previously, he and Master Zhang were fellow apprentices. Both of them were extremely talented, but they were unable to become alchemists. This would be a difficult situation for anyone. Su Chen said, Alchemists are not the only way to save people. On the contrary, I think poison masters have a greater purpose. Poisons can not only be used to cure diseases and save lives, but can also be used to refine weapons. Poison can save lives? Su Chen smiled and nodded. As he spoke, he took out the 7 emotions grass from the spiritual realm. Dugusheng's pupils dilated, and he had no idea what Su Chen wanted to do. Why did you take out the 7 love grass? This herb is useless. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. What if this herb could be used to make a pill that could affect people's emotions? Su Chen said as he took out the 5 emotions pill. This kind of medicine can affect people's emotions and desires, and can cure some emotional illnesses. After saying that, Su Chen took out a green pill. This pill can make you laugh nonstop. It lasts for 1 hour. Dugusheng's face was full of disbelief. How could such a pill be refined? Did you make this? Su Chen nodded. Dugusheng's face was full of shock. This time, Su Chen once again refreshed Dugusheng's cognition. He really didn't expect that Su Chen's talent in alchemy had reached such a level. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever been able to refine the 7 emotions grass into elixir, but Su Chen did it. Su Chen continued, strictly speaking, this drug is a poison. Anyone who is infected with it will be tormented by their emotions and desires, and eventually die of exhaustion. When I was in the medicine sect, I entered the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation. Dugusheng was stunned. You entered the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation. Su Chen nodded. However, I came out. Although I didn't use this kind of medicine, it can be effective in the 5 emotions and 7 destruction formation. Dugusheng suddenly fell silent. He looked at Su Chen and said, What do you mean? Su Chen smiled. Dugusheng is a smart man, and it is easy to talk to smart people. Su Chen said, I want you to go to Lingyin Sect with me. Su Chen was still very nervous. After all, Lingyin Sect is just a small or medium-sized sect, and the Lingyin Sect's alchemy books and alchemy materials are not of high quality, and cannot be compared with the medicine and medicinal materials of Yaozong. Dugusheng thought about it, and suddenly said, Okay, I agree to go with you. Su Chen was stunned. Yaozong is the #1 alchemy sect in this world. How could Dugu Sheng be willing to let Huahua give up the opportunity to join Yaozong? Su Chen knew that Dugu Sheng must be full of hope for Huahua's future. Let Huahua enter Lingyin Sect. What does this mean? Dugu Sheng trusts himself immensely. Su Chen was quite moved and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely train Huahua to be a powerful alchemist." Dugu Sheng nodded. Then he picked up the wine jug on the table and took a big gulp of wine. Since other sects cannot accommodate poison masters, it is my own choice to join the Lingyin Sect. I hope the poison master can flourish in the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen smiled, picked up the wine jug, and took a sip of wine. The old man and the young man started drinking. The room was filled with the aroma of wine. A month later, Su Chen was meditating in the room. The cultivation accumulated before was enough for Su Chen to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Su Chen planned to make a breakthrough before entering Kunlun Mountain. When you reach the spirit transformation realm, you can have an extra layer of protection. On Kunlun Mountain, there are some monster-level cultivators. Su Chen walked out of the room and saw Su Xiao practicing controlling ghost energy in the yard. Over the past month, Su Xiao's cultivation has greatly improved under Su Chen's guidance. Su Xiao's physique is very special because Su Chen is a human and Xiao Xiao is a ghost. So Su Xiao's physique is half human and half ghost. In this situation, Su Xiao can choose to retire as an immortal or practice the ghost way. Su Chen fully respected Su Xiao's choice. These days, Su Xiao has completely learned to control the ghost energy. He absorbed all the ghost energy that protected him into his body. Su Xiao is now no different from a normal person. Even Su Xiao can rest as an immortal. Su Chen walked to Su Xiao's side and said, "Su Xiao." "Daddy." Lydia Su turned his head and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. "You can practice now. However, your physique is very special. You can practice the ghost way or cultivate immortality. It all depends on your choice." Lydia Su hesitated for a moment, then said, "I want to rest. My mother once said that being a ghost is not a good thing. You will be despised by the world. My mother told me that she wanted to find you and cultivate with you, so she kicked me out." Su Chen nodded. Xiao Xiao really has good intentions. "Okay, then I will teach you the method of cultivating immortality," Su Chen said, putting his hand on Lydia Su's head. Then, Su Chen looked a little surprised. Some spiritual energy had actually been bred in Su Xiao's body. Now it is very easy for him to embark on the path of cultivating immortals. Then, Su Chen infused some of his spiritual energy into Su Xiao's body. As the spiritual energy in Su Chen's body entered Su Xiao's body, Su Chen's system prompt sound then rang. Congratulations to the host's offspring Su Xiao for entering the offspring training system. Descendants, Su Xiao. Spiritual root level, Xian level primary. Current cultivation, Qi refining realm level 4. Major sword cultivation. With Su Chen's help and Su Xiao's own high talent, Su Xiao broke through to the 4th level of Qi refining realm in an instant. Su Chen was stunned. It seems that these children of mine are much more talented than I was when I was young. Lydia Su blinked his big eyes and said, "Daddy, my body seems to be different." Su Chen smiled. "From now on, you will officially enter the path of immortal cultivation." Chapter 168 Return to Lingyin Sect. As Su Jia entered the realm of cultivating immortals, the offspring cultivation system provided feedback that Su Chen's cultivation had also improved. Su Chen's cultivation has reached the 9th level of Yuandan realm. Moreover, the spiritual energy that Su Chen has accumulated now is completely sufficient for him to ascend to the God transformation realm. Su Chen's cultivation had always been solid and suppressed, and he was always a crushing presence in almost all battles of the same level. Now that he knew that his cultivation was enough to break through to the spirit transformation realm, Su Chen decided to start the breakthrough during this time. But the process of this breakthrough was not easy, because in order to enter the Huashan realm from the Yuanyang realm, there are certain risks even if Su Chen has a high talent. Throughout history, there have been countless cases of various cultivators being killed by heavenly thunder in the process of moving from the Yuanyang realm to the Huashan realm. The breakthrough around Kunlun Mountain is making too much noise. It will be troublesome if we are disturbed. The best and safest approach is to return to Lingyin Sect and let Lu Lingyu and others protect the law. Su Chen took a look at the star power left by Tang Xianxian in the spiritual realm. Although compared to the previous situation, the degree of star power has decreased. However, this level of star power is enough for Tang Xianxian to sustain for a long period of time. Su Chen glanced at Su Xiao and others. Su Xiao and others definitely cannot bring themselves to Kunlun Mountain. In addition, entering the state of transformation will provide great guarantee for his trip to Kunlun Mountain. After weighing all the pros and cons, Su Chen decided to return to Lingyin Sect first. In addition to Tang Xianxian, who can still hold on for a relatively long time, the entrance to Kunlun Mountain will be open for another month and a half. In addition, if Su Chen returns to Lingyin Sect, he can bring Duga Sheng and others back to Lingyin Sect. By the way, Lung Wushuang and others helped him protect the Dharma and successfully broke through the spirit transformation realm. It can be said to kill several birds with one stone. When Duga Sheng and others returned to the courtyard, Su Chen told Duga Sheng and others about his plans. 6 days later, Lingyin Sect. Above the sky, a woman came walking in the air. The woman has fair skin and is as beautiful as a fairy. Every move she made exuded the air of a lady from a noble family, and a faint, gentle aura permeated her entire being. Lu Lingyu glanced around the area near Lingyin Sect. Several months have passed since the demons invaded the human world. However, due to the limitations of the laws of heaven and earth, some powerful demon tribes have not yet entered the human world. In addition, the disciples of Lingyin Sect are very powerful, so there are basically no monsters roaming around here. However, Lu Lingyu and others will still patrol the mountain in batches for a week every day. The purpose is to be prepared for any eventuality. Su Chen has not returned yet, so they must ensure the safety of Lingyin Sect. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura appeared around Lingyin Sect. Lu Lingyu frowned, but soon her brows relaxed. A huge red bird circled in the sky, heading in one direction. At this time, Su Chen was flying on his sword. A huge red bird followed not far away. Su Chen smiled. Looks like someone's here to pick us up. Lydia Su looked surprised. Dad, your sect is so powerful, and it even has such a domineering fairy beast. Su Chen smiled and touched Su Zhao's head. Duga Sheng and others also looked surprised. This red flying bird is at least a 5th-grade immortal beast. To be able to control a 5th-grade immortal beast, one must reach the 5th level of Yuanyang realm or above. It seems that this little-known small sect, Lingyin Sect, does not seem to have just one master like Su Chen. Lu Lingyu stood on the red flying bird and looked at Su Chen. Husband, you are back. Su Chen smiled, and then the zodiac sign was activated. Countless fallen leaves lifted everyone onto the red flying bird. Lu Lingyu glanced at everyone's expressions, but was not too surprised. She knew that with Su Chen's strength, there would definitely be many people following him this time. Su Chen's charm is extremely huge. Lu Lingyu glanced at everyone and said, Everyone, please follow me back to the sect for now. Li Zima was already stunned. Does Su Chen have such a beautiful wife? Then he looked a little lonely. It seems that I have to hurry up and find a wife. As Su Chen's younger brother, how could I embarrass Su Chen? A huge red bird circled over Lingyin Sect and then flew into the sect. In the main hall of Lingyin Sect, several beautiful women were waiting. Before this, Lu Lingyu had already used soul transmission to inform everyone in the sect. Su Chen followed Lu Lingyu and slowly walked into the sect. Lung Wushuang and others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Chen return, everyone's face showed a smile. On one side, Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Ruyan each held a child in their arms. Su Chen paused. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Ruyan also gave birth to their own children. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for having an offspring and gaining 300 years of cultivation. Host, Su Chen. Current cultivation, Yuanyang realm, great perfection. Spiritual root, advanced Xian level. Offspring, Su Yang advanced yellow rank 1.5 years old. Su Yu advanced yellow rank 5 years old. Su Zhou advanced Xian rank 4.5 years old. Su Yu advanced yellow rank 3.5 years old. Lu Lingyu's daughter Su Ling 2.5 years old advanced yellow rank. Lung Wushuang's daughter Su Lung peak Xian rank. Bai Weiwei's son Su Ming intermediate Xian rank. Chen Yuwei's son Su Yi elementary Xian rank. Zhang Ruoshua's daughter Su Ling intermediate Xian rank. Xiao Xiao's son Su Xiao elementary Xian rank. Xiao Xiao's son Su Xiao advanced Xian rank. Zhang Xiaoman's daughter intermediate Xian rank. Lu Ruyan's daughter advanced Xian rank. Items: Alchemy Furnace, Little Medicine Boy, Ghost Taming Technique, Demon Refining Pot, Book of Spring and Autumn. Techniques: Yunin Ju, 3rd level, Xian level intermediate. Dragon and Tiger Bodybuilding Method, entry level, Xian level intermediate. Yinyang Hahuan Secret Technique, 1st level, Earth level intermediate. Yin Wu Lei, Earth level elementary. Yangxin Sutra, Xian level elementary. Comprehensive Mastery Technique. Alchemy Heart Sutra, Xian level high grade. Command Flag, Xian level intermediate. Su Chen looked satisfied. With another 300 years of accumulated cultivation, the chances of success in this breakthrough process will be greatly increased. Lung Wushuang stepped forward and asked, Is this trip to Kunlun Mountain over? Su Chen shook his head. I met some friends on the way. It just so happens that I need a breakthrough since I came back this time, so I will bring them into the sect for the time being. Lung Wushuang and others looked at Li Zimo and others. Then Lung Wushuang frowned. She immediately discovered that Du Gusheng was a poison master. Poison masters are something that cannot be tolerated in the world of immortal cultivation. Many people with evil intentions choose to become poison masters in order to harm others. Su Chen smiled. Wushuang, please settle them down for now, and we will make detailed arrangements later. Lung Wushuang knew that Su Chen had his reasons for doing this. Since the leader of Lingyin Sect is Su Chen, she respects Su Chen's choice. Then Su Chen looked at Lung Wushuang and others and said with a chuckle, in a month, I will go to Kunlun Mountain again, but before that I need to make a breakthrough. Lung Wushuang and others around him looked surprised. Is Su Chen about to break through again? And this time, he is actually going to break through directly into the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 169, Impacting the Divine Transformation Realm. The sound of wind and rain continued to ring out in the Lingyin Sect's master's mansion. For 3 days, Su Chen was busy working every night. A short separation is better than a new marriage, not to mention that Su Chen has been away for 3 months. After returning, Su Chen treated all his senior sisters equally and did not neglect any of them. Day 5. Inside the main hall of Lingyin Sect, a huge magic circle slowly formed. Su Chen stood in the center of the magic circle, surrounded by senior sister Li, Lung Wushuang, Bai Ling, Lu Lingyu, and Tang Xuan, who were protecting Su Chen. At this moment, the 5 women's faces showed both excitement and worry. Breaking through from the Yuanyang realm to the Huashan realm is an extremely dangerous choice. Countless masters are stuck at this level and cannot get through it for the rest of their lives, and some even die. But once you cross it, there will be another sky. Su Chen smiled and turned around and said, Senior sisters, I'm sorry for the trouble. Several senior sisters nodded. Su Chen then turned around and entered the magic circle. As the light of the magic circle lit up, the entire hall is filled with spiritual energy. The scene in Su Chen's eyes also changed at this moment. There was a sense of vastness as Su Chen looked at the white scene around him. Although he couldn't see anything, Su Chen felt that thousands of spiritual energies were converging towards his body. Su Chen tried to accept this spiritual energy with his body. However, this spiritual energy was extremely powerful and it rushed through Su Chen's meridians. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to withstand this spiritual energy. But Su Chen's character is extremely strong. He controlled the spiritual energy and slowly guided it towards his dantian. Suddenly, a sharp pain spread throughout Su Chen's body. Because the spiritual energy was too abundant, Su Chen's body was under great pressure. Su Chen held on. At this time, Su Chen's earth-level physical fitness came into play. Although the physical pain is unbearable. However, Su Chen kept all the spiritual energy firmly in his body, without any leakage. Although these spiritual energies are extremely powerful, they cannot break through Su Chen's strong body. At this time, in the outside world, thunder was rumbling. Su Chen, who had broken through to the Yuanyang realm without incurring a thunder tribulation, broke through to the Huashan realm this time. Thunder from the sky is inevitable. All the cultivators in the entire Lingyin Sect, and even in the area thousands of miles around, felt this huge fluctuation of spiritual energy. Although Lung Wushuang and others looked worried, at this point, they could only do their best to help Su Chen break through. The 5 women did not hesitate at all and directly mobilized their own spiritual energy into the magic circle. The magic circle shone brightly, and rich spiritual energy filled the surroundings. That spiritual energy resisted the thunder from the sky. Suddenly, some cracks appeared on the magic circle. The heavenly thunder caused by the breakthrough from the Yuanyang realm to the Shenhua realm was extremely powerful. Although Lung Wushuang and others are all in the Yuanyang realm, the strongest senior sister, Li, is only at the peak of the 6th level of the Yuanyang realm. Even the combined spiritual energy of the few of them could not resist this thunder. But they had already prepared in advance. This magic circle is only used to weaken the power of the heavenly thunder, so that Su Chen will be slightly less vulnerable to the thunder when he breaks through. Everything else is up to Su Chen. As the heavenly thunder entered the magic circle, Su Chen felt this strong breath. The aura of martial arts suddenly emanated from him, forming a protective golden light around his body. Su Chen had to face this heavenly thunder head-on. Several senior sisters looked surprised. Su Chen's method is completely based on relying on his body to endure. Without extremely strong physical fitness, one would not be able to withstand this thunderbolt. Lu Lingyu said worriedly, "Is my husband okay?" Senior Sisterly looked at the magic circle with a cold gaze and said nothing. Next, they can only trust their husband Su Chen. At this time in the Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty Prince Liemo was in the yard, resting with his eyes closed. This prince of the Tang dynasty is the number one among the current young generation of the Tang dynasty. At the age of 20-something, his strength had already reached the terrifying 8th level of Yuanyang realm. Looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, no one can match such talent. I'm afraid the only ones who can compare with his talent are those old monsters in Kunlun Mountain. He was sitting in a chic courtyard, drinking tea. Suddenly his expression changed. Then he muttered to himself, "There's actually someone who broke through from the Yuanyang realm to the Huashan realm? It's been a long time since I last saw him in so many years." He carefully explored the direction from which the thunder came. The direction of the thunder was actually the Lingyin Sect. Liemo suddenly thought of Su Chen. If there is a breakthrough, it is estimated that only Su Chen can reach this level. But he quickly sighed. Su Chen is still too young. How could the process of breaking through from the Yuanyang realm to the Huashan realm be carried out so blatantly? Generally, to break through from the Yuanyang realm to the Huashan realm, one would find a very remote location and use a magic circle to block the spiritual energy. Only in this way can we make a breakthrough with confidence. This breakthrough process takes nearly 7 days. Within these 7 days, the cultivator's physical body will be reshaped. During these 7 days, the combat effectiveness of the cultivators was basically zero. If someone with ulterior motives comes to interfere at this time, it can absorb all the cultivation accumulated by the cultivator into its own body. How many people in the world can resist such temptation? Su Chen did it so blatantly. Isn't this luring those with ulterior motives to go there? Suddenly, an old man walked into the yard. He glanced at Liemo and spoke. "Your Highness, someone from the Lingyin Sect is trying to break through from the Yuanyang realm to the Huashan realm." The old man also looked a little confused. How could someone dare to break through so blatantly? If it weren't for the Tang dynasty, it would be a famous and upright sect. With the old man's cultivation level, he certainly couldn't resist such temptation. Not to mention the countless cultivators below the Yuanyang realm. The old man glanced at Liemo and thought to himself, "What will the eldest prince do?" Liemo said with a smile, "I think this person should be Su Chen." The old man looked surprised. The terrifying old man in Su Chen's body at that time is still vivid in the mind of the Tang dynasty elders. Liemo suddenly smiled leisurely. "Do you think we should go get a piece of the action?" The old man looked serious. "Your Highness, this is absolutely unacceptable. If it's Su Chen, you absolutely can't go. There is a very powerful force in Su Chen's body. He dragged me into his state of mind at that time. It almost wiped me out. The one inside him is absolutely not to be messed with. No matter what the outcome of this breakthrough is, I suspect the one within him will keep him safe." Liemo nodded. "I'm really looking forward to what level Su Chen can reach." The old man had a serious expression. In the past thousands of years, Su Chen is likely to become the next person who can enter the world after that Taoist elder and the red dust sword immortal. Liemo smiled faintly. He didn't say anything more. At this time in the spiritual realm, the old man from the Tao Te Ching raised his head and looked at the sky in the spiritual realm. Did Su Chen choose to break through again? The golden dragon suddenly appeared beside the old man of the Tao Te Ching. "We have to go through this step eventually." Did the old man and the sword immortal also put in a lot of effort back then? The old man nodded. The difference between the Yuanyang realm and the Huashan realm is as huge as heaven and earth. Only when one reaches the spirit transformation realm, one is qualified to have a glimpse of the world of ascension. Chapter 170, You Must Be Prepared. All around Lingyin Sect, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The heavy rain kept falling. This situation has been going on for several days. The residents around here hid in their homes, watching the rain falling outside. What happened? I don't know. This is such terrible weather. It rains several days a year. The surrounding villagers are unable to go out to work. I think this rain is unusual. Yes, there have been thunders rumbling in the sky for several days in a row. I think someone has ascended to the spiritual transformation realm. How is it possible? There's only one sect around here, the Lingyin Sect. How is it possible that someone could ascend to the spiritual transformation realm? Do you look down on the Lingyin Sect? If it weren't for the Lingyin Sect, we would still be being invaded by the demon tribe. The person who had just questioned immediately shut up. Indeed, it is because of the existence of Lingyin Sect that the surrounding area is protected from the invasion of demons. I think it might be that Sect Master Su Chen has returned. The Sect Master of Lingyin Sect is a talented young man. An old man said slowly. I think if it were Sect Master Su Chen, it would be understandable. At this time, above Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang and others walked out of the hall. Inside the magic circle, Su Chen was still enduring the baptism of heavenly thunder. This thunder tribulation will last for 7 days until Su Chen's body is completely tempered and reborn. Lung Wushuang walked to the side and looked at Du Gusheng in the hall. Du Gusheng had a calm expression. Cultivator Lung, do you have a lot of things to ask me? Lung Wushuang didn't respond, but walked forward and asked, Are you a poison master? Du Gusheng nodded. Du Gusheng was prepared to be despised by Lung Wushuang and others. After all, the identity of a poison master is too sensitive. Countless poison masters with ulterior motives, or poison masters who cannot withstand the pressure because they cannot become alchemists, eventually embark on the path of harming people. Who knew that Lung Wushuang would suddenly laugh? Welcome to join the Lingyin Sect. However, we don't have any other poison masters in the Lingyin Sect. As for other disciples, you will have to recruit them yourself. Su Chen had already told Lung Wushuang about Du Gusheng 2 days ago. Du Gusheng's face was full of surprise, and he was quite moved. Then he looked at Lung Wushuang and said thank you softly. However, soon, Du Gusheng's expression became serious. Next, we must make certain preparations. This time, Lingyin Sect may have to face many enemies. Lung Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Enemy? Everyone within a radius of hundreds of miles knows about the Lingyin Sect. Logically speaking, no one dares to provoke the current Lingyin Sect. In the current Lingyin Sect, Su Chen's 8 senior sisters have all reached the Yuanyang realm. In these 3,000 small worlds, it is already a very powerful sect. Du Gusheng sighed. Perhaps Su Chen doesn't know that entering the spiritual transformation realm will attract countless heavenly thunders, and these strange phenomena in the heavens and the earth will be seen by all immortal cultivators. At this time, the breakthrough person is the weakest, and his cultivation can be absorbed by others. Lung Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. You mean? Du Gusheng said seriously. Next, everyone in the Lingyin Sect, please prepare for battle. Lung Wushuang nodded. Someone who can be brought back by Su Chen. He is definitely not someone who speaks nonsense. Soon, the news of preparations for war spread throughout the Lingyin Sect. In a small courtyard, Su Yang was holding a magical flying sword and practicing swordsmanship. Suddenly, a tall and beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure walked out of the room. Lu Yu said, Su Yang, it's time to eat. Su Yang turned his head. Compared to before, Su Yang had matured a lot. His eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Su Chen. Needless to say, he would definitely be a handsome man in the future. Su Yang shook his head seriously. Mother, I'll eat later. I need to practice swordplay now, and I have to protect my father. Aren't there people from other sects who want to harm father? I have to protect him. Lu Yu chuckled. Now Su Yang's strength is only at the 6th level of Qi refining realm, so it is definitely impossible for him to go to the battlefield. However, Lu Yu did not reveal it. She walked over and spoke. How far have you progressed in your training? Let me give you some pointers. Su Yang nodded. Although Lu Yu is studying Taoism, she has senior sisterly. Lu Yu also knows something about sword cultivation, especially now that Lu Yu is already a cultivator in the Yuanyang realm, so there is no problem for her to guide Su Yang. Su Yang began to dance with the sword with a serious expression. Lu Yu looked at him carefully. It turned out that this boy had a very high talent in sword dancing. The sword dance was well organized, but there were still some shortcomings. Lu Yu spoke and gave a few instructions. Su Yang listened carefully. Suddenly Su Yang understood. Mother, I think I understand. Then, Su Chen picked up the magic flying sword and began to dance with it. That movement was filled with supreme sword intent. Then, the sword energy suddenly became sharper. Lu Yu was a little surprised. Did Su Yang make a breakthrough? Su Yang stopped dancing with the sword. Then he excitedly came to Lu Yu and shouted happily. Mom, I seem to have made a breakthrough. Lu Yu nodded. That's right. Su Yang has made a breakthrough, and now Su Yang's strength has reached the 7th level of Qi refining realm. At his age, it is very rare to be able to reach this level. Su Yang blinked and looked at Lu Yu. Mother, can I protect father now? Lu Yu touched Su Yang's head and said with a smile, I will in the future. Su Chen, who was in the magic circle at this time, also received this news. The system prompt sound has arrived. Congratulations to the host Su Chen's offspring Su Yang for breaking through to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm and gaining a century of cultivation. Su Chen felt a strong spiritual energy entering his body, and then his body, which was already in great pain, became a little more comfortable. I didn't expect Su Yang to break through at this time. This was also a great help to Su Chen. Breaking through from the Yuanyang realm to the Shenhua realm is the only thing Su Chen has done so far that he is not sure about. There are too many variables here. In many places, Su Chen needs to be extremely careful and cautious. If he is not careful, there is a possibility of failure. The 100 years of cultivation that Su Yang brought helped Su Chen breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, Su Chen was in constant surprise. Because, in the next few days, Su Chen received countless cultivations. And all these achievements come from his own offspring. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the first day was over. Su Chen managed to withstand the thunderstorm from the previous day. However, this kind of heavenly thunder disaster will last for another 6 days. Su Chen calmed his mind and began to stabilize his body. Chapter 171, Offspring Breakthrough. The Lingyin Sect's Alchemy Pavilion. Led by Dugu Sheng, Hua walked into the Alchemy Pavilion. Outside the Alchemy Pavilion stood a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. This little girl is exactly the little medicine boy in the Lingyin Sect's Alchemy Pavilion. Ever since Su Chen left the Alchemy Pavilion, the little medicine boy's life has been very boring every day. Bai Weiwei's injuries had long been healed, and she had developed a talent for pharmacism. Her alchemy skills and cultivation had rapidly increased. Now Bai Weiwei had entered the 5th floor of the Alchemy Pavilion and began to study the books there. The Lingyin Sect is now at its peak, but there are not many alchemists. Except for Bai Weiwei, the level of others is too poor, so it is in urgent need of strengthening. As the only Xian-level alchemist in Lingyin Sect, Bai Weiwei needs to shoulder this responsibility. However, with Suyu entering the Alchemy Pavilion, the little medicine boy still had some fun every day. When she has nothing to do, she can chat with Suyu and go out to play for a while. Right now, demons are causing trouble all over the world, and only near Lingyin Sect is there such a peaceful scene. The little medicine boy looked at the pretty little girl who walked into the medicine pavilion. She looked over curiously and said, "Where are you from?" Hua was a little frightened. Dugusheng smiled and touched Hua's head. "From now on, you will practice in this medicine refining pavilion. Your brother Su Chen's daughter is inside. You two can practice alchemy together." Hua nodded heavily. Dugusheng then turned and left her, as there were still many things that needed to be prepared. When Su Chen breaks through and enters the spirit transformation realm, there will surely be countless cultivators with ill intentions who will come and want to absorb Su Chen's cultivation. As the only poison master of Lingyin Sect, he needs to develop various poisons to help Lingyin Sect deal with the upcoming enemies. Su Chen's words last time gave Dugu Sheng great inspiration. Who says poison masters are useless? A poison master, can not only refine various medicines to treat diseases, but also develop poisons to be used as weapons. During the next period of time, Dugu Sheng will arm the entire Lingyin Sect with poison. After Dugu Sheng left, Hua tiptoed towards the medicine pavilion. The little medicine boy liked pretty little girls, and she smiled and waved at Hua. The two were about the same age, and the little medicine boy was not unfamiliar with them. He smiled and asked, "Did Su Chen bring you back?" Hua nodded. "I'm from a small village at the foot of Kunlun Mountain." The little medicine boy was a little surprised. "Isn't there a medicine sect near Kunlun Mountain? If you want to learn how to make medicine, why don't you join the medicine sect?" Hua shook her head. "I think it's better to follow brother Su Chen." The little medicine boy sighed deeply in his heart. Doesn't Su Chen's charm even spare little girls now? But it's better this way, as I'll have an extra companion. The little medicine boy brought Hua into the medicine pavilion. On the 1st floor of the medicine refining pavilion, Suyu was sitting in front of the desk, reading a book seriously. Compared to before, Suyu has matured a lot, and from the naive little girl she was back then, she has become quite a beautiful woman. She lowered her head and held a pen, writing something down. The little medicine boy said, "Suyu, there's a new person in our medicine pavilion. It seems that the little girl Su Chen brought back from outside also wants to learn how to make medicine." Suyu raised her head and looked at Hua. She said, "Hello, I am Su Chen's daughter, Suyu." Hua immediately came over, stretched out her hand, and said, "My name is Hua." Although Suyu is young, she is very mature and has started practicing cultivation at an early age. She is even taller and heavier than Hua, so when the two girls meet, they are not unfamiliar with each other. Soon the three of them became friends. Hua asked as she looked at the dazzling array of books, "Do I have to read all these books?" Suyu nodded. "These are all books about alchemy. This is just a portion of it. This alchemy pavilion has 5 floors, all filled with books." Hua opened her mouth in surprise. "There are so many." Suyu nodded. Hua continued to ask, "Has brother Su Chen finished reading it?" Suyu said, "Dad only took about 7 days to finish reading these 5 levels of books." Hua's mouth was already so wide open that she couldn't close it. Even if you read the book every day in 7 days, you still can't finish it. Su Chen is indeed a genius. However, I also have to learn to refine medicine in the future, so it seems that I have to go through all these studying things. Suyu smiled. Then you will follow me and study in this alchemy pavilion from now on. Then Suyu put down her pen and stood up. A medicinal fragrance permeated the air around her. The little medicine boy was a little surprised. Suyu, are you about to break through? Suyu nodded. Now that the war is about to begin, I must also work hard to improve my alchemy skills and contribute to the sect. Today is the last time I will stay in the 4th level of Qi refining realm. From now on, I will be a 5th level alchemist in the Qi refining realm. Hua looked at Suyu's pretty face, her eyes full of longing. She secretly made up her mind that she must become a powerful alchemist in the future and not bring shame to her brother Su Chen. And in another small courtyard, Suzhou is practicing sword. Suzhou's swordsmanship is completely different from Su Yang's. His swordsmanship is very skillful. It seems that every movement is without any tricks, and even a little ugly. But the sword energy in it was extremely strong. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of Qi refining realm. He is the most talented among all of Su Chen's descendants. Suzhou looks a little silly, but he is actually a wise man who appears foolish. He stopped the sword in his hand. His eyes suddenly looked not far away. A little boy came into view. The little boy was very handsome, and his eyes and eyebrows looked very similar to Su Chen. Suzhou almost thought he saw his father. He leaned over and asked curiously, "Who are you?" Lydia Su pinched his collar. When they arrived at Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang and others bought him new clothes and changed him into them. For so many years, Su Xiao had been wandering around wearing tattered clothes. This was the first time he had put on new clothes. He was a little reserved and walked over. "Are you my brother?" A beautiful woman suddenly walked over. Bai Ling laughed on the side. "This is Su Chen's son and your brother." Suzhou suddenly realized. He turned his head and said, "Mother, I understand. From now on, you should take good care of him and practice swordplay with him." Suzhou nodded. But soon, a look of surprise appeared on Bai Ling's face. "You've made another breakthrough?" Suzhou nodded heavily. "I've gained some experience in sword training recently, so I made a breakthrough." Suzhou has now reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. It is only one step away from the great perfection of Qi training realm. Bai Ling smiled faintly. As Suzhou's mother, Bai Ling is somewhat proud. After all, her son's talent is so high that it's a bit scary. When Su Chen reached the 9th level of Qi refining realm, he was probably in his 20s. Suzhou is only 4 years old now, but he has already achieved such an achievement. Bai Ling touched Suzhou's head. "Practice your sword skills well and wait for the sect war in 7 days. You can go and observe." Suzhou nodded. He knew in his heart that with their strength, they were not yet able to enter such a battlefield. Chapter 172,000 Armed Guanyin. At this time, I am in the magic circle. Su Chen's system prompt sounds rang one after another. Congratulations to the host's offspring, Su Yu, for breaking through to the 5th level of the Qi training realm and gaining a century of cultivation. Congratulations to the host's offspring, Su Zhe, for breaking through to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm and gaining a century of cultivation. Congratulations to the host's offspring, Su Yu, for breaking through to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm and gaining a century of cultivation. Congratulations to the host's offspring, Su Zhe, for breaking through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm and gaining a century of cultivation. Congratulations to the host's offspring, Su Ling, for entering the cultivation realm and reaching the 2nd level of Qi refining, having achieved 100 years of cultivation. Su Yu broke through, Su Zhe broke through, Su Yu broke through, Su Xiao broke through, and Su Ling began to practice. System voices rang in Su Chen's mind one after another. Su Chen was almost numb from the shock. Are my sons and daughters having a big outburst? How come all of a sudden they broke through? Su Chen had no idea what was happening outside at this time. It was precisely because the order to prepare for war was issued that Su Chen's sons and daughters all wanted to contribute to the sect and began to practice hard. But Su Chen's heart was full of relief. With these skills, Su Chen's breakthrough process will be much smoother. Not only Su Yang, Su Yu, Su Zhou and others. Other descendants also embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. The cultivation accumulated in these few days alone is more than 1,000 years. The body that was originally in so much pain and about to break became stronger again because of these cultivations. As long as Su Chen can endure a few more days, he will be able to successfully enter the spirit transformation realm and break through successfully. Su Chen closed his eyes and continued to accept the tempering of the thunder. Above the main hall of Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang stood among them. Suddenly Duga Sheng came over. Lung Wushuang glanced at Duga Sheng and nodded with satisfaction. Du Sheng has been refining countless poisons these days. In the hands of a poison master, making poison is as easy as pie. Compared to refining medicine, making poison is extremely fast. Du Sheng almost alone refined enough poison for the entire Lingyin Sect. Not only that, Du Sheng also set up a magic circle around the Lingyin Sect. Those magic circles are filled with poisonous gas. Except for the disciples of Lingyin Sect, any disciples from other sects who want to come will trigger the magic circle. This is undoubtedly a very strong guarantee. With the protection of these magic arrays, Lung Wushuang felt much more at ease. However, Du Sheng's expression looked a little serious, as if he had something to say to Lung Wushuang. Lung Wushuang was a little surprised and asked, "What's going on?" Du Sheng nodded and suddenly looked at Lung Wushuang and said, "Brother Lung, is the system you practice to delve into the study of hidden weapons?" Lung Wushuang nodded. Her cultivation is different from others. Lung Wushuang has been very interested in hidden weapons since he was a child. So when practicing, Lung Wushuang chose the path of hidden weapons. This practice is extremely difficult. It is different from Taoism, swordsmanship, and martial arts. This practice system also has certain requirements on physical fitness. Practitioners must be agile and have extremely sharp eyesight. Du Sheng continued to ask, "So what is your current strength?" Lung Wushuang sighed and spoke. "Because I was seriously injured in the Demon Clan War more than 10 years ago, there is still demonic energy in my body. Therefore, my cultivation has been stagnant, and I am still at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm." Du Sheng nodded. He also noticed that there was a demonic aura around Lung Wushuang. However, Du Sheng made an even more important discovery. In the history of cultivating immortals, there once existed a person who was extremely skilled in practicing hidden weapons. Later, she ascended into the universe, but died in the war between gods. Her hidden weapons are superb and ever-changing. Legend has it that one can kill someone from 1,000 miles away. However, this cultivator is extremely secretive, and not many people know her name. Only extremely powerful people know her. Those old monsters in Kunlun Mountain called her Thousand-Armed Guanyin. In Du Sheng's eyes, he saw superhuman talent in Lung Wushuang. Du Sheng continued to ask, "Brother Lung, this may be a bit offensive, but I want to know your background." Lung Wushuang shook his head bitterly. "I have no father or mother, so I'm an orphan. During my journey of cultivating immortality, I met some like-minded companions and founded the Lingyin Sect." Du Sheng nodded. It seems that Lung Wushuang doesn't know his own life experience. Judging from Lung Wushuang's physique, Du Sheng suspected that she was most likely a descendant of the Thousand-Armed Guanyin. But he didn't point it out. He smiled and spoke. "I wonder if Brother Lung would be interested in learning some poison techniques with me?" Lung Wushuang was slightly surprised and looked at Du Sheng. But Du Sheng's expression was very sincere. The poison techniques you practice can be integrated into your hidden weapons, making them even more powerful. Lung Wushuang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I can learn some poison techniques from you." Du Sheng sighed slowly. "I'm afraid that in the future, you will be the strongest hidden weapon practitioner in this sect." Lung Wushuang chuckled. "As Su Chen's wife, how could I fall behind?" At this time, it was near Lingyin Sect. All is not peaceful. In a small village, suddenly a large group of people rushed in. These people are dressed in white and have extraordinary looks. People in the village were talking about it. On the first day these people arrived, they requisitioned a large number of houses in the village. Because all the people in the village are ordinary people, they had no choice but to obey the wishes of these cultivators. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is the kingly way that determines everything. Some cultivators do not have particularly noble moral character. A middle-aged man walked out of a small wooden house. His eyes were cold as he looked towards the Lingyin Sect not far away. Now, 5 days have passed since Su Chen ascended to heaven. In 2 days, Su Chen will experience the 7-day thunder tribulation. By then his body will be extremely weak. The spiritual energy will scatter around and reintegrate into its reshaped body. At that time, as long as the opportunity was found to kill Su Chen, all the cultivation that Su Chen had accumulated before would be scattered everywhere. Those cultivations can be absorbed by other cultivators. This middle-aged man is an elder of the Thousand Hands sect. The Thousand Hands sect is also a very powerful sect. Among them, there are dozens of immortal masters in the Yuanyang realm. This time they came prepared to kill Su Chen. An old man came out and walked to the side of the middle-aged man. "How long until the 7th day?" 2 more days. "Okay, then we will work together to kill Su Chen, and then send all the disciples to collect the spiritual energy that Su Chen has scattered outside." But this time things are not simple. Many sects have set their sights on Su Chen's cultivation. Among them, there are some very powerful sections. After we finish killing Su Chen, we must go and collect spiritual energy as soon as possible. Don't let other sects get there first. The middle-aged man had a cold look in his eyes. If anyone tries to snatch it from us, we can just kill them directly. Breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm is the realm of cultivation that countless immortal cultivators dream of. We absolutely cannot let anyone from other sects snatch it away. This time, we've brought with us over a dozen Yuanyang realm masters. How could we possibly let this opportunity slip away? Chapter 173, The Eve of the War. Soon it was almost the 7th day since Su Chen entered the magic circle. Today is the day when Su Chen completes the breakthrough and enters the spirit transformation realm. However, no one in Lingyin Sect felt happy. On the contrary, Lung Wushuang and others all had serious expressions. These days, senior sister Li was patrolling in the mountains. It was discovered that a large number of sects had gathered near the Lingyin Sect. It seems that what Dugusheng said is true. The entire Lingyin Sect was fully prepared for battle. Lung Wushuang stood in the main hall with a solemn expression. Senior sister Li spoke. What time did my husband complete his breakthrough? Lung Wushuang replied. Today at noon. Senior sister Li nodded. Dugusheng had already set up a magic circle near the Lingyin Sect. Those magic arrays can resist disciples from other sects. The Lingyin Sect had already retreated back to the sect gate early on, so they only needed to wait inside the sect gate. Just kill those outsiders who break into the sect. In a small courtyard, Su Yang sat in front of the stone table in a daze. Standing next to him were several of Su Chen's children who had already officially started practicing. Lu Yu had already gone to the main hall of Lingyin Sect. Today Lu Yu and others will participate in the battle. Su Yang held his head with a frown on his face. My current strength is not enough to participate in this battle. Su Yu smiled. The sects that came this time are all very powerful. We can't help much. Mother told us to just wait here. Su Yang seemed a little unwilling. Then how long do I have to practice to be able to fight alongside my father? Suja glanced at Su Yang and spoke. Probably only after reaching the Yuanyang realm can I fight alongside my father. Suja has now reached the great perfection of the Qi refining realm. Undoubtedly, among these children, apart from Su Yang, Suja has the most say. But Suja is a dull person and doesn't like to say much. However, given his understanding of cultivation, it is still very valuable for reference. Su Yang turned around and said to Su Yu, is there any way for you to see what's happening on the battlefield? Su Yu smiled, then took out a small mirror from her pocket. This is a magical tool my mother gave me. It can see scenes thousands of miles away. Let's use this to see. Only then did Su Yang nodded contentedly. A group of people gathered in front of Su Yang's small courtyard. The spiritual energy in the mirror slowly rose, and then formed a scene in the air. At this time outside Lingyin Sect, above the sky, a huge flying dragon was hovering on the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain stood a white-haired old man. The old man came from the Senju sect. It was the old man standing next to the middle-aged man that day. His name is Zhang Xinqi, and everyone respectfully calls him Mr. Zhang. His strength has also reached the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. In the world of immortal cultivation, such strength undoubtedly means a lot of say. Many sects looked over. I didn't expect that even the Thousand Hands sect would take action. However, Su Chen's cultivation level is extremely tempting, so it is not surprising that the Thousand Hands sect took action. Old Zhang fell to the ground with an indifferent expression and glanced around. There are many large and small sects gathered around the Lingyin Sect. Among these sects, there are also some very powerful ones. An old man stood on the top of the mountain and looked at Mr. Zhang from a distance. This old man is from the Yutia sect, and his name is Rindong. His cultivation reached the 8th level of Yuanyang realm. In the Yutia sect, he majored in martial arts. The disciples among them have very strong physical fitness. However, the martial arts they practiced were different from those of Wuzong. The Wu sect relies on pure physical strength, while almost everyone in the Yutai sect holds a weapon. His usual weapon is a hammer. Rindong glanced at Mr. Zhang. Old man, I didn't expect you to come too. Mr. Zhang glanced at Rindong coldly. You and I both know the purpose of coming here. Who will gain something at that time will depend on their own abilities. Rindong smiled. The disciples of the Lingyin sect are equally powerful. It is not an easy task to kill Su Chen. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he will still be an ordinary person who is powerless before his breakthrough. How strong can the other people from Lingyin sect be? The strongest among them is only the girl surnamed Li from Lingyin sect who specializes in sword cultivation. Her cultivation is only at the 7th level of Yuanyang realm. It's too easy to kill her. It's you guys I'm worried about. Rindong smiled and stopped talking. When people from other sects saw the supermasters from these two major sects, they were filled with fear. It is too difficult to compete with these sects for Su Chen's cultivation. However, Su Chen's cultivation will be scattered everywhere, so it is okay to compete for some small parts. Time passed by little, as more and more people gathered around. The general attack on Lingyin Sect is about to be launched. At this time, above Lingyin Sect, a group of disciples in Taoist robes came floating over. There were two words engraved on that Taoist robe. Wudong. Li Rushing flew over and smiled. Master Lung, we are late. Lung Wushuang looked at Li Rushing and smiled as well. It's not too late. As long as you can come, you will be an ally of my Lingyin Sect. Facing so many sects, it was not easy for Li Rushing to withstand the pressure and come to help Lingyin Sect. Since those sects wanted to kill Su Chen directly, if Lingyin Sect was defeated, all the people from Lingyin Sect would definitely be killed by them. Li Rushing gambled all of Wudong's assets. Such courage and loyalty are truly admirable. Li Rushing smiled. If it weren't for Su Chen's help, I'm afraid our Wudong army would have been wiped out when the demons invaded. We must follow this favor until death. After saying that, he looked not far away. I think someone else will come. As soon as the words fell, another group of disciples in Taoist robes appeared. Li Qingshan and the disciples of Lingyin Sect came one after another. He touched his beard. Since you, Li Rushing, are here, why can't I, Li Qingshan, be here too? People from Lingyin Sect are here too. Among them was a woman with a stunning beauty and fragrance, who slowly walked across the sky. Bai Rushuang is currently an alchemist at the 5th level of the Jindan realm. Such cultivation is also a rare existence among alchemists today. As an alchemist of Lingyin Sect and an old friend of Su Chen, Bai Rushuang had no reason not to come. Lung Wushuang's eyes were filled with emotion. She smiled and spoke loudly. Those who can come to help Lingyin Sect today will all be my Lingyin Sect's allies in the future. I hope everyone can work together to resist foreign enemies. At this moment, another beast roar was heard in the sky, flying down from the sky with countless fairy beasts. On one of the red dragons, a pretty woman stood on the head of the dragon. He slowly landed on the ground and took out a letter from his body. That was a letter from Bai Ling. The woman spoke slowly. Master Bai is not suitable to come to the battle between the sects in this mortal world, but the master sent me to bring 30,000 immortal beasts to assist you. Chapter 174 Various Forces. The sky was filled with all kinds of fairy beasts. The lowest level of immortal beast among them is also a second-grade immortal beast. To obtain such a fairy beast, even some talented cultivators need to make tremendous efforts. The woman smiled and spoke with some guilt. Sorry, this is all the Beastmaster sect can do. That's 30,000 immortal beasts. Isn't this enough effort? If other sects knew about this, these 30,000 immortal beasts would be enough for them to fight to the death. Li Zimo and Su Xiaoyu were already stunned. I didn't expect that Su Chen had so many friends to help him. Su Xiaoyu was even more surprised. When she went down the mountain with Su Chen, she saw many scenes that were not seen in the medicine sect. This kind of life is the real life. Duguxing nodded lightly. It is not surprising that so many people come to help someone like Su Chen. But he still had some worries in his heart. Outside the sect, there are dozens of powerful sects gathered together. Can these people resist? However, since I have made the decision, no matter what the outcome, I will stand firm with the Lingyin Communist Party and live and die together. Lung Wushuang looked excited. With the help of these sects, it will undoubtedly be a great help to the Lingyin Sect. Outside the main peak of Lingyin Sect, Fatty Li brought many disciples with him. Today, Fatty Li has also embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. His current cultivation level is the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. For a weapon refiner, this level of cultivation is completely sufficient. He waved his hand and summoned countless magical weapons from the spiritual realm. He has not been idle during these 7 days. Su Chen taught him the true meaning of refining weapons. He also became a chi refiner of the Lingyin Sect. Naturally, he was present in this war. Countless magical weapons flew towards the disciples of Lingyin Sect. The lowest level of these magical instruments is also Xian level. Just a magic weapon like this is worth a fortune outside. But in the Lingyin Sect, such magical instruments can be seen everywhere. One by one, the magic weapons flew into the hands of the disciples of Lingyin Sect and Wudong Sect. Where have these disciples ever seen such a powerful magical weapon? Normally, only those who are gifted or strong can obtain such magical weapons. But the current situation is that everyone has a magic weapon in their hands. Li Rushing chuckled. This time we come here, can we borrow some of the Lingyin Sect's magical instruments? Many sects have long known that within this area of several thousand miles, Lingyin Sect has long become the largest sect for refining weapons. With the presence of Fatty Li, the Lingyin Sect has exported countless magical weapons. As for some magical instruments of extremely high quality, they were kept in the sect for use by the disciples of Lingyin Sect. Lung Wushuang smiled faintly. If you can survive until the end of this war, these magical instruments will be left to you all. All the disciples present were immediately excited. If you get such a magical weapon, it will be of great help to your path to becoming an immortal. For a time, the morale of the Lingyin Sect was high. Lung Wushuang looked at this magnificent scene with a lot of emotion in his heart. Before Su Chen entered Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang had never thought that such a situation would occur in Lingyin Sect. At this time, Bai Weiwei appeared. Bai Weiwei is now an alchemist at the 9th level of the Jindan realm. Apart from the elders of the medicine sect, Bai Weiwei can be said to have few rivals in the world when it comes to alchemy skills. Bai Weiwei glanced at Bai Rushuang. You're here too. Bai Rushuang nodded. Su Chen is my friend, so naturally I have to come and help. Wang Yi came over. And me, I'm here to help too. The two beauties rolled their eyes at Wang Yi. Wang Yi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Bai Weiwei said, since we're here, let's show you our achievements. She just waved her hand. Then a huge alchemy furnace appeared above Lingyin Sect. Other alchemists had never seen such a scene. Is there anyone else who can summon such a huge alchemy furnace? Everyone thought this was Bai Weiwei's magic weapon. But Du Gusheng frowned. His eyes were full of surprise. An alchemist who can transform the true form of the alchemy furnace. Du Gusheng had only seen this in the former medicine saint. However, the medicine saint had already ascended into the universe. Because he was not satisfied with the war in the divine world, he lived in seclusion in the world. To this day, no one knows his exact whereabouts. I didn't expect that Bai Weiwei actually had the same talent as the medicine saint. Not everyone can possess the true form of this alchemy furnace. Bai Rushuang and Wang Yi also opened their eyes wide, shocked. I didn't expect Bai Weiwei's medicine refining skills to have reached such a level. Although they did not understand, this was the true body of the alchemy furnace. But they knew that their current realm was far from comparable to Bai Weiwei's. As he spoke, Bai Weiwei waved his hand. Countless pills suddenly emanated from the alchemy furnace. These pills are all for use in combat. And the lowest quality of the elixir is Xian level. The elixir fell into the hands of every disciple like flowers scattered by a fairy. Li Rushing concentrated slightly. He looked at Wang Yi and sighed. When will you be able to cultivate such an ability? Wang Yi chuckled and scratched his head. I try my best. As the pills were distributed, a little elf suddenly appeared beside Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei was also stunned for a moment. As her medicine refining skills improved, Bai Weiwei also learned more about the techniques involved. Among them, the books on the 5th floor of the alchemy pavilion record the existence of this alchemy spirit. But this kind of medicine refining spirit is extremely rare. How could it appear in Lingyin Sect now? Some alchemists around were also surprised. Could it be that Bai Weiwei also subdued the alchemy elf? But Bai Weiwei knew in her heart that this medicine refining elf did not belong to her. Tong Tong flew around Bai Weiwei. Wow, I didn't expect that Lingyin Sect has such a powerful alchemist. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have chosen Su Chen. It would have been better to choose you. Su Chen has a bad temper and often makes me angry for no reason. Tong Tong said this and moved closer to Bai Weiwei. She spoke. I am Su Chen's medicine-making spirit. I can help you make medicine this time. As he spoke, Tong Tong had already transformed all the medicinal herbs in Su Chen's spiritual realm into qi. The medicinal effects contained in those auras surprised Bai Weiwei. The ability of this medicine-making elf is indeed terrifying. The most difficult part of refining medicine is transforming the medicinal materials into qi with medicinal effects. But this alchemy spirit can transform medicinal materials into this kind of energy in an instant. With the help of this medicine refining elf, the speed of refining medicine will undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. Tong Tong chuckled. But there's nothing I can do. I've already accepted Su Chen as my master. If Su Chen dies this time, I'll be homeless. At this time in the spiritual realm, the old man from the Tao Te Ching and the golden dragon were looking at the dragon turtle lying on the ground and taking a nap. The two of them stared at each other, looking at the dragon turtle. Chapter 175. All beasts are panic. The dragon turtle was a little frightened. What do you want to do? The old man from the Tao Te Ching and the golden dragon chuckled. Tong Tong has gone out to work. Are you going to sleep here? What can I do if I go out? I am Su Chen's fairy beast. If he doesn't fight, there is no point for me to go out. The dragon turtle turned over and prepared to continue sleeping. Jinlong urged. Aren't you the lord of beasts? The lord of beasts of yarn. The 4 great divine beasts are the lords of beasts. I am at best the most powerful beast among all the mortal beasts. The old man from the Tao Te Ching said slowly. Divine beasts only exist in the great universe. In these 3,000 small worlds, you are the master of all beasts. Look, the beast-taming sect has sent tens of thousands of immortal beasts. You can't just sit there doing nothing, right? The dragon turtle smelled a hint of danger. You're going to let me go out and fight? The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Fuck, what are you two doing? We are here to watch the battle. Why aren't you two fighting? We are creatures from the great thousand worlds, and we are restricted by the laws of heaven and earth within these 3,000 small worlds. Moreover, we are Su Chen's secret. If the outside world knew that Su Chen possessed creatures like us from the vast universe, it would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. After saying this, their eyes were surprisingly consistent. They all looked at the dragon turtle with some urging. The dragon turtle sighed helplessly. I really can't do anything about you. Let me make it clear first. I'm not going out to fight this time. I'm just going to command the beasts. The two said in unison. It's up to you. But you can't watch the fun with us in the spiritual realm. The dragon turtle rolled its eyes at the two of them. Then its body became extremely huge and walked out of the spiritual realm. Suddenly, a dragon roar was heard in the sky above the Lingyin Sect. Du Gusheng's expression changed. Could this cry be? While he was thinking, the dragon turtle had already appeared above Lingyin Sect. The woman from the beast-taming sect's expression suddenly changed. A dragon turtle suddenly appeared in the sky above the Lingyin Sect. He is the lord of all beasts in the world. Last time, it was because I saw the existence of the dragon turtle that I went to report it to the sect leader Bai Ling. How come he appears in the Lingyin Sect? Even within the beast-taming sect, a dragon turtle is rarely seen once every 1,000 years. The dragon turtle flew in the air, and suddenly all the immortal beasts from the beast-taming sect became unusually quiet. This is the charm of the Lord of Beasts. Command all beasts. The dragon turtle's voice came through the sky. I am Su Chen's fairy beast. Let me make it clear that I will not participate in this battle, but I can help you control all the beasts. That somewhat childish voice startled everyone present. This dragon turtle can actually speak human language? The woman from the beast-taming sect had an even more serious expression. Dragon turtles are extremely rare, and this dragon turtle that can speak human language is even more spiritual and is almost impossible to see. I'm afraid this is the only one in the world. The dragon turtle roared again. Then all the immortal beasts present surrendered. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and all the beasts were frightened. Millennium wonders occurred one by one in the sky above Lingyin Sect. At this time, outside the Lingyin Sect, disciples from various major sects have begun trying to attack Lingyin Sect. Some small sects took the lead in taking action. They need to take the lead so that they can get a share of the pie by chance. However, a golden light flashed near the Lingyin Sect. Magic arrays appeared near Lingyin Sect. The Lingyin Sect actually set up a magic array? It seems that they have been prepared for this war for a long time. A Yuanyang realm expert ascended into the air. He suddenly attacked. Spiritual energy surged out of his body, and then attacked the magic circle near Lingyin Sect. A powerful spiritual power waved, and then the magic arrays shattered. A rubbish array like this is capable of stopping us. The Yuanyang realm master smiled. But soon, his expression changed. Suddenly, screams of countless cultivators were heard all around. The magic circle was broken by a strong man in Yuanyang realm, and bursts of poisonous gas emanated from it. These gases are extremely toxic. In the blink of an eye, the protective spiritual energy of some cultivators was broken, causing them to die from poisoning. Rin Dong frowned and spoke. I didn't expect that there would be a poison master above the Lingyin Sect. It seems that Su Chen is not simple. Mr. Zhang seized the opportunity and shouted loudly in the air. My fellow cultivators, Su Chen's private possession of a poison master has violated the rules of the cultivation world. I think this time we are enforcing justice by killing Su Chen. I hope you will not hold back. Rin Dong smiled, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. What a hypocrite. Who among you present here doesn't know the purpose of coming here? What's the pretext of doing justice? But with this reason, all the immortal cultivators felt at ease. They rushed towards the Lingyin Sect's magic circle. However, the poisonous gas in the Lingyin Sect's magic formation was extremely strong. Although the magic array was broken one by the disciples of the major sects, they also suffered heavy losses in the process. Countless disciples with not very high cultivation levels died here. However, those powerful people with profound cultivation do not care about the life and death of these low-level cultivators at all. Such a formation can only be offset by spiritual power. If the magic circles were to attack at the same time, even a strong man in the Yuanyang realm would be severely damaged. Now, it is natural to let the low-level cultivators of these small sects consume it. As time passed, half an hour later, after sacrificing thousands of low-level monks, the magic circle was finally broken. However, behind those poisonous gas arrays, a huge golden array appeared. This magic circle doesn't look special, but no one dared to step forward. A strong man from a sect led his disciples and rushed forward first. However, when he got near the magic circle, his expression suddenly became cold. I saw him suddenly laugh out loud, and then he sat there and kept laughing. The disciples around him also showed abnormal behaviors one by one. Some of them laughed, some cried. Some people have very abnormal emotions. Mr. Zhang sighed slowly. This poison master's cultivation is very strong. I'm afraid this formation is similar to the 5 emotions and 7 extinctions formation. This magic circle can affect people's emotions, causing them to lose control of their emotions and eventually die of exhaustion. Anyone who can condense this kind of magic array must be a master poison master. Dugu Sheng used the elixir made from the 7 emotions grass that Su Chen had given him before to finally set up such a magic array. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. These fools. Looks like I have to take action, Old Zhang said, and suddenly flew up. He waved his hand, and spiritual energy suddenly emanated from his body. The disciples around were all surprised. This 9th-level Yuanyang realm expert is indeed extremely powerful. That powerful spiritual energy instantly brought an invisible pressure to everyone present. Mr. Zhang spoke calmly and hummed softly. Break! The golden magic circle suddenly shattered, then disappeared on the spot. With such a result, the morale of the disciples from other sects was greatly boosted. Then they rushed in one after another. All the magic arrays near Lingyin Sect have been broken. All we have to do next is attack Lingyin Sect and eliminate Su Chen. Chapter 176, Instant Kill. Above the Lingyin Sect. Suddenly, countless unfamiliar spiritual energies appeared. Lung Wushuang looked solemn. She knew those people were coming. A succession of invading disciples from outer sects appeared in the high sky outside Lingyin Sect. They looked down at the disciples of Lingyin Sect from a high position. Lingyin Sect was just a small sect a few years ago. It was only after Su Chen entered the sect that it developed rapidly in the past few years. Many of these sects were originally stronger than the Lingyin Sect. They didn't take the Lingyin Sect seriously at all. As long as they broke through the Lingyin Sect's formation, they would assume that killing Su Chen would be easy. The only thing they need to watch out for is the plundering by other sects. High in the sky, Rendong looked down at Lingyin Sect. He smiled and glanced at Mr. Zhang next to him. I guess these people don't need our help, right? As you like. If you want to take action, just kill the strongest person in Lingyin Sect. But the strongest one is just a girl named Li who is at the 7th level of Yuanyang realm. Considering Mr. Zhang's age, he is indeed much older than Senior Sister Li. So, at this moment, even Senior Sister Li, who has already entered the 7th level of Yuanyang realm, is still a girl in his mouth. There's no point in suppressing this kind of youngster. Old Zhang said in a loud voice. Lung Wushuang's expression turned serious. She flew up. The spiritual energy of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm permeated the surroundings. At the same time, a master who was also at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm from one of the many sects outside flew up. He sneered and glanced at Lung Wushuang. I didn't expect that even the small Lingyin sect has produced a master of the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. Just let me meet you. Lung Wushuang glanced at the immortal cultivator. You're not qualified yet. A hint of anger appeared on the face of the cultivator opposite. We're both at the 6th level of the Yuanyang realm, and you still have injuries on your body. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant with me? As he spoke, he suddenly attacked. Supreme sword energy burst out from his body. This is a sword cultivator. Lung Wushuang didn't say much. She flew up, and a shadow seemed to appear behind her. Then a huge spirit that looked like a bodhisattva appeared behind Lung Wushuang. The bodhisattva has 1,000 arms and looks solemn and dignified. Suddenly, countless hidden weapons shot from the 1,000-armed Guanyin towards the cultivator opposite. The immortal cultivators released sword energy to resist one by one. However, Lung Wushuang smiled. Although Lung Wushuang's current strength is the 6th level of Yuanyang Sutra. But that was because she didn't make a breakthrough. More than 10 years ago, Lung Wushuang had already reached the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. However, due to the injuries on Lung Wushuang's body, her cultivation level has not been able to advance any further. With the arrival of Su Chen, the dual cultivation plus the dual treatment of elixirs, Lung Wushuang's injuries have stabilized. Due to the demonic energy in her foundation over the years, she has not chosen to break through. But in fact, in terms of cultivation, she had already been able to break through the 6th level of Yuanyang realm. The most important thing is that this time Bai Weiwei gave Leng Rushuang a pill. That pill can temporarily stabilize or even completely ignore the demonic energy on Leng Wushuang. In short, Leng Wushuang can let go this time and use his spiritual energy to the fullest without worrying about the problem of demonic injury. The expression on the face of the sword immortal at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm gradually became strange. Although Leng Wushuang's strength is at the 6th level of Yuanyang realm, why are her moves so powerful? That hidden weapon seemed to contain extremely powerful force. Break his defenses one by one. Leng Wushuang snorted softly. Break. Then the sword cultivator's protective sword energy was directly pierced through by the hidden weapon. Leng Wushuang did not hold back. She then shot a silver needle from her hand. The silver needle went straight to the sword cultivator's vital point. The silver needle pierced into the sword cultivator's body and then exploded inside his body. The silver needles scattered into countless tiny silver needles. Shoot at the cultivators around the sword cultivator. Waves of screams were heard. A smile appeared on Du Gusheng's lips. If I'm not mistaken, Leng Rushuang just used the famous hidden weapon, the torrential pear blossom needle. The power of this hidden weapon can be determined by the user's spiritual energy. After the silver needle penetrates the body of the cultivator, it will explode inside the body. There is absolutely no chance of survival for a cultivator who is hit by this hidden weapon. A smile appeared on Leng Wushuang's lips. You still think we are the Lingyin Sect from more than 10 years ago? Let me tell you, the current Lingyin Sect is not something you can just bully casually. At this moment, Leng Wushuang's temperament became extremely sharp. Those people from the sects were all stunned. Another Yuanyang realm 6th level expert flew out from the crowd. Since the Lingyin Sect is so powerful, let me experience it for myself. He released his aura. The Taoism around him is natural and perfect. This is a Taoist practitioner. Senior Sister Li took out her sword and flew out. Then let me show you how powerful the Lingyin Sect is. After she finished speaking, Senior Sister Li's sword energy suddenly became extremely powerful. Then, Senior Sister Li swung the sword in her hand. A sword energy came from his body and headed towards the Taoist practitioner. The Taoist practitioner's expression changed. This sword energy was the most fierce among the many masters he had ever seen. In an instant, the sword energy was in front of him. The Taoist practitioner chanted something, and a magic circle condensed in front of him. However, the magic circle was so fragile in front of this sword energy and could not withstand a single blow. With a snap, it shattered. The magic circle condensed by this Taoist practitioner did not last even for a second. Senior Sister Li flew forward. The long sword was across his chest, and he flicked it with his slender jade fingers. Buzz! Amidst the clear sound of swords, a sharp sword energy shot out from the tip of the sword and headed towards the face of the Taoist practitioner. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy broke through the Taoist practitioner's protective spiritual energy. The sword energy enters the body and collides wildly in the body of the Taoist practitioner. The next moment, the Taoist practitioner exploded and died. In the blink of an eye, Lingyin Sect killed 2 powerful cultivators. Those disciples from other sects were so frightened that they dared not move easily. At this moment, a voice sounded from the sky. You are here to kill the Lingyin Sect, not to discuss the Tao. Come on together. Only then did the disciples come to their senses. They flew up, and countless Yuanyang realm masters rushed towards Senior Sister Li from all directions. The spiritual energy surged towards him. The powerful feeling of oppression is suffocating. But Senior Sister Li remained calm. She swung her sword, and pure sword energy condensed in front of her, then transformed into 7749 sword lights. A sword formation appeared in front of Senior Sister Li. A sword cultivator who can condense a sword formation. The understanding of sword energy has exceeded a certain level. As the sword energy circulated above the sword formation, the spiritual energy was wiped out one by one. But there are dozens of masters in the Yuanyang realm. Such a strong spiritual pressure still made Senior Sister Li look a little exhausted. At this time, a soft aura like water appeared around. A huge bird flew by. Lu Lingyu stood on the head of the flying bird and released the spiritual energy in her hand. The soft, water-like spiritual energy instantly enveloped Senior Sister Li's sword formation. The sword energy combined with Taoism blocked the spiritual energy of those immortal cultivators one by one. Another master of Yuanyang realm. Lu Lingyu's strength at this time has reached the 4th level of Yuanyang realm. Her Lu Shui Ju was now able to become a physical entity. The spiritual energy surrounded them like a tide. No matter how powerful the external spiritual energy is, It is all dissolved one by the method of using softness to overcome hardness in the Lu Shui Ju. Lung Wushuang glanced at the disciples of Lingyin Sect. The immortal beasts roared together. Many Lingyin Sect disciples headed towards those sect disciples. The war is about to break out. Chapter 177 My Mother is Here. Every disciple of Lingyin Sect rides a fairy beast and holds a magical weapon in his hand. Such a sect can be said to be stronger than any other sect present. Rendong looked surprised. I didn't expect that in just a few years, Lingyin Sect has grown to such a level. Even if Su Chen didn't break through, the Lingyin Sect must also be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this sect is allowed to develop, it will definitely threaten the status of their Yutia sect in the future. The disciples from all the major sects were shocked to see that Lingyin Sect was so powerful. They all began to think about quitting. If this continues, the consequences will outweigh the gains. The disciples of Lingyin Sect were almost as powerful as 10 of them. With the blessing of immortal beasts and magic weapons in his hands, he is much stronger than ordinary immortal cultivators. But at this moment a figure appeared in the sky. Ba Xiang waved his hand. A vast amount of spiritual energy suddenly burst out. The target of those spiritual energies was not Senior Sister Li and others, but the many disciples of Lingyin Sect. Killing these disciples will have a great impact on the morale of Lingyin Sect. Even though the Lingyin Sect is powerful, as long as the other sects do not retreat, they can be wiped out here. In the blink of an eye, many immortal beasts and disciples of Lingyin Sect fell from the sky. Lung Wushuang had a serious expression and cursed inwardly. This old man is so insidious. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the magic circle. Senior Sister Li was hanging in the air. The long sword in his hand suddenly became extremely huge. Lung Wushuang was stunned. Lung Wushuang had never seen Senior Sister Li behave like this before. Thousands of sword energies burst out from Senior Sister Li's body. At this moment, all the eyes present were attracted by that figure. Du Guxing muttered to himself. It's actually the body of a sword immortal. For those who practice sword cultivation, the strength is not only determined by the level of their realm. On the contrary, it also depends on the sword practitioner's understanding of sword energy. There is also another crucial influencing factor. That's physique. However, the body of a sword immortal is extremely rare. It has never appeared in millions of years. This physique has only been recorded in books. Even the red dust sword immortal who ascended into the universe did not have such a physique. The long sword became extremely huge and hung in front of Senior Sister Li. The sword energy seemed to have merged into Senior Sister Li's body. In the eyes of many sword cultivators, there is only one explanation that can explain this phenomenon. Man and sword become one. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy came like a violent storm. The extremely sharp sword energy instantly tore through the defenses of more than 10 Yuanyang realm masters. Then the sword energy spread out in all directions, directly confronting the Taoist magic of old Zhang in the air. During the fierce collision, Mr. Zhang's expression changed slightly. This girl from Lingyin Sect is quite powerful. If I let it grow, I will be killed by this girl's sword in the future. This time, Mr. Zhang never thought that Lingyin Sect would have so many talented people. Now it is not just about competing for Su Chen's spiritual energy. Many sects have offended the Lingyin Sect. If they cannot destroy the Lingyin Sect today, once the Lingyin Sect's extremely talented cultivators grow up in the future, they will definitely not let go of all the sects present. At this moment, the many sect leaders present also understood the seriousness of the matter. The existence of the sword immortal body. He will surely be an extraordinary swordsman in the future. Only by killing Senior Sister Li today can we prevent trouble in the future. Otherwise, the sects present will have only one outcome: extermination. Mr. Zhang's Taoism was shattered by Senior Sister Li's sword energy. He can use the strength of the 7th level of Yuanyang realm to confront the 9th level of Yuanyang mirror, or even the state of great perfection. It is enough to see the power of the sword immortal's body. Mr. Zhang spoke slowly. I think the masters in each sect should understand the seriousness of this matter. If everyone from Lingyin Sect doesn't die today, we will be wiped out by Lingyin Sect in the future. As soon as the words fell, the masters of the sects flew into the air. We must not let Senior Sister Li survive this day. Many Taoist magics and spiritual energy went towards Senior Sister Li. However, the sword formation surrounding Senior Sister Li was extremely powerful. Keep those spiritual energies out one by one. Lu Lingyu and others looked at Senior Sister Li in the air, and some worry appeared on their faces. Even though Senior Sister Li has the body of a sword immortal, facing so many masters, Senior Sister Li, who is only at the 7th level of Yuanyang realm, may not be able to stop them. The huge gap in strength and the disadvantage in numbers will definitely make Senior Sister Li unable to cope. But they had no way to free up their hands to help Senior Sister Li. Although the 8 senior sisters of Lingyin Sect have all reached the Yuanyang realm. However, there are many Yuanyang realm masters in those sects. He had already entangled them in the fight, making it impossible for them to escape. Lu Lingyu was startled, and a Taoist practitioner of the 5th level of Yuanyang realm immediately came to her face. A hidden weapon flashed past Lu Lingyu, resisted the attack of the Taoist practitioner at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. Lung Wushuang looked at Lu Lingyu and spoke. We can't help Senior Sister Li right now. Take care of your own affairs first. Lu Lingyu nodded, and the spiritual energy around her condensed again. At this time in the small courtyard, Su Yang and others were concentrating attentively with serious expressions. What if something happens to Mother and the others? Su Yang's face showed some worry. The others didn't speak, but they all knew that Lingyin Sect was at a disadvantage now. The combined strength of the many sects is simply too overbearing. The Lingyin Sect alone cannot resist at all. Suja spoke slowly. Now I have no choice but to trust my mother and the others. If we go, we'll just cause more trouble. Or, Suja suddenly paused. Wait until father wakes up. Hope suddenly ignited in the children. Now all we have to do is wait for Su Chen to wake up. At this moment, Su Zhao's expression suddenly showed some joy. I think my mother should be here. An imperceptible ghost aura emerged from Su Zhao's body. Several children looked surprised. Why does Su Xiao have ghost energy? After Su Chen's training, Su Xiao has been able to completely hide the ghost energy. No master above the Yuanyang realm can detect the ghost energy on Su Xiao. Lydia Su did not shy away from it at all. My physique is half human, half ghost. Mother is the 4 ghost kings of Luoyang City. The expressions of several children changed. A half-human, half-ghost physique is intolerable in the world of immortal cultivation. But Lydia Su was their brother, and no one showed any disgust. Su Yang asked, You just said Mother is here. Could it be that the ghost king of Luoyang City has arrived? Lydia Su smiled and nodded. Yes, they should be outside the sect now. Lydia Su looked towards the sky not far away. Not far away in the sky, a black gas was slowly approaching. At this time, many cultivators on the battlefield also noticed this black energy. Mr. Zhang looked a little confused. How come there is ghost fog on this battlefield? He looked up at the sky and suddenly saw a woman. The woman was wearing a black dress, but her face was extremely beautiful. There was a ghostly aura surrounding him. There are many ghosts in that ghostly aura. Chapter 178, The 4 Ghost Kings. Xiao Xiao slowly fell from the air to the ground. Then countless ghosts appeared all around. However, these ghosts did not harm the disciples of Lingyin Sect. Instead, they launched attacks on the disciples from other sects. The number of ghosts is extremely large. Luoyang City is a large city with a radius of several thousand miles. There are countless ghosts around. As one of the 4 ghost kings in Luoyang City, Xiao Xiao is in charge of countless ghosts. She landed beside Lung Rushuan. With just a raise of his hand, boundless ghost energy instantly swallowed up the immortal cultivator who was fighting against Lung Wushuan. The ghost energy penetrated into the body of the immortal cultivator. In a blink of an eye, the immortal cultivator let out a scream and disappeared from the spot. This ghostly aura. Lung Wushuan was slightly shocked. The immortal cultivator who just fought with him was at the 5th level of Yuanyang realm. But in this woman's hands, he didn't last more than 10 seconds. Xiao Xiao walked to Lung Wushuang's side. She said with a smile, I'm late. Lung Wushuang was a little surprised. I don't know the woman in front of me. Xiao Xiao explained. I was originally a medicine ghost in the Lingyin Sect's medicine refining pavilion. Later, she became entwined with Su Chen and became husband and wife. Now I have come to help Su Chen resist these foreign invaders. Lung Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this is also my sister. Although it is a ghost, it is a good thing as long as it is a helper. Xiao Xiao said no more. A pair of cold eyes looked at Mr. Zhang, who was hanging in the air. The next moment, a huge ghost hand formed from the air and rushed towards Mr. Zhang. The ghost hand was like a giant mountain, crushing towards old Zhang. Mr. Zhang's expression changed, and he took a few steps back. Then the Taoism in him suddenly appeared. With righteousness, you can drive away all the evil spirits. But his expression was serious. The strength of this female ghost is actually that of an 8th level demon. Although not as powerful as those ghost kings and demon kings. But the opponent's strength is not much different from his own. How could such a powerful ghost king come to help? Mr. Zhang looked solemn. It seems that I have to get serious about it. An old man in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared behind Mr. Zhang. The huge spirit looked down at everything, and its pressure spread all around. A four-direction ghost king is actually trying to interfere in the affairs of the human world. Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the ghost king in the ghost realm? Xiao smiled. In this area of several thousand miles, I am the king. As she spoke, Xiao's fingers moved slightly. Then, a black magic circle suddenly appeared under Mr. Zhang. The magic circle suddenly broke. Then countless ghost hands stretched out from it, trying to pull old Zhang into the abyss. Old Zhang stood up and dodged, and the spirit behind him used Taoist magic to cut off those ghost hands. But the ghost hands keep coming. Mr. Zhang seemed to be unable to resist alone. Suddenly a golden bell appeared from the sky. The golden bell flashed with golden light. Rendong smiled and glanced at Mr. Zhang. You're really a bit embarrassed. But this ghost king is indeed very powerful. Even if I help you, I can only help you escape from this magic circle temporarily. When you weren't paying attention just now, the ghost king had already set up this magic circle below you. You have to be careful in the battle from now on. Mr. Zhang snorted coldly. If you don't take action, we will all die here after today. If we don't quickly deal with these guys from the Lingyin Sect, we'll have to wait until Su Chen breaks through and returns. With his strength at the divine transformation realm, no one from the sects present here can escape. Rendong smiled. I still understand the interests involved. No, I'm here to help you. Then a huge spirit appeared behind Rendong. The spirit had wide eyes and held a huge hammer in his hand. The giant hammer became extremely huge in the air and then smashed heavily towards Xiao. Xiao raised her hand and waved. A huge ghost hand rushed towards the giant hammer. The collision between spiritual energy and ghost energy caused a loud explosion. Xiao took a few steps back with a serious expression. At this moment, all the children watching the scene in the yard were stunned. They looked at Lydia Su. Lydia Su, is your mother so powerful? Lydia Su nodded. My mother is the four-direction ghost king. The ghost king in the ghost realm asked him to go there before. Mother didn't pay any attention at all. But the ghost king in the ghost realm couldn't do anything to my mother. The expressions of several children became relaxed. With Xiao's help, the hope of winning this battle will be greatly increased. But Lydia Su quickly shook his head. But my mother's ghost energy is not very strong. Facing two masters of the 8th or even 9th level of the Yuanyang realm, my mother can only hold on for a while. We still have to wait for Daddy to wake up. The expressions of several children became serious again. No matter what, their mother would hold on until Su Chen woke up. The fighting on the battlefield has reached a very intense level. Xiao single-handedly fought against two masters of the 8th and 9th levels of the Yuanyang realm. Senior Sister Li stood in the air, possessed by a sword formation, and single-handedly resisted the siege of dozens of Yuanyang realm masters. The other senior sisters also stood together with the Yuanyang realm masters from various major sects. The situation seemed to be at a stalemate. But Duguxing knew in his heart that Xiao could not hold on for long. Then Rendong and Zhang Lao can become the two highest controllers of the top sects in this battle. Strength cannot be underestimated. Even a four-direction ghost king like Xiao couldn't hold out for long under the siege of the two. He raised his hand and threw out a poison needle. The poison needles exploded on the battlefield. Accompanied by screams, Duguxing turned around and shouted at Bai Weiwei. I need your medicine now. Bai Weiwei stood behind the battle formation. She nodded. Countless pills in the huge alchemy furnace flew into the hands of the Lingyin Sect disciples like flowers scattered by fairies. Xian-level elixirs can instantly restore losses incurred on the battlefield. After many disciples took the pills, their condition immediately returned to its peak. The originally balanced battle situation suddenly began to turn towards the Lingyin Sect because of Bai Weiwei's move. But Duguxing knew it clearly. The most crucial thing is the battle between the strongest. If Xiao can't resist Rendong and Zhang Lao, the two were able to escape from the battlefield. The remaining disciples of Lingyin Sect were just numbers in their eyes. On the battlefield, Xiao seemed a little overwhelmed. Although Rendong is only at the 8th level of Yuanyang realm, his strength is not weaker than that of the Elder, a master at the 9th level of Yuanyang realm. When the two of them join forces, their strength is truly too powerful. With the combined attack of the two, Xiao could no longer resist. Rendong shouted loudly. Break! I saw a huge warhammer smashing directly toward Xiao. Then the magic circle filled with ghost energy behind Xiao shattered. Then Mr. Zhang suddenly took action. The Taoist magic in his hand condensed and attacked Xiao's vital point directly. Taoist magic hits the ghost energy. The ghost energy was instantly swallowed up by the Taoist magic. Xiao groaned and flew backwards. At the same time, Senior Sister Li in the sword formation was also sweating profusely. The combined attack of dozens of Yuanyang realm masters was too difficult for her, a 7th-level Yuanyang realm swordsman, to resist even with the body of a sword immortal. The sword energy in the sword formation began to gradually weaken. Chapter 179. Are you the ones who are touching my sect? Following the joint attack of more than a dozen Yuanyang realm masters, Senior Sister Li finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the sword formation around her shattered. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoxiao's ghost formation was broken by the joint attack of Rindong and Zhang Lao. Xiaoxiao looked at the two masters, her eyes filled with resentment. But my strength is still too weak. Faced with two powerful warriors whose cultivation strength reached the 9th level of Yuanyang realm, Xiaoxiao was still powerless and unable to fight alone. Rindong smiled. Little girl, it's a waste that you became a ghost king at such a young age. Unfortunately, you stood on Su Chen's side. Today, you are bound to die here. As he spoke, Mr. Zhang suddenly attacked. He waved his hand. Xiaoxiao's body flew backwards. A streak of bright red blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xiaoxiao stood up, her body trembling slightly. The battle just now almost exhausted all her strength. Xiaoxiao is now unable to resist the attack of Mr. Zhang, but she still chooses to stand in front of the people of Lingyin Sect. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Since you want to resist, I'll see how long you can withstand my blows. After saying that, Mr. Zhang attacked again. Bang! Xiaoxiao's body fell back again, and blood from the corner of her mouth began to drip. That's enough. Lung Wushuang shouted. She flew forward and wanted to help Xiaoxiao. However, Rindong shouted angrily. Who the hell are you? Get away from me. Rindong waved his hand, and Lung Wushuang's body flew backwards. There was a playful smile in Rindong's eyes. Today he and Mr. Zhang and others are going to humiliate these people from the Lingyin Sect. One Taoist spell after another roared towards Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao's body fell back again, and she resisted. The blood dripping from the corners of her mouth began to form strings, like a continuous stream of water. Mr. Zhang laughed mockingly. If I kill you, the Ghost King, will any ghosts come to seek revenge on me? On the other side of the battlefield, thousands of ghosts roared, all sensing Xiaoxiao's injury. Rindong frowned slightly and reminded him. Brother Zhang, stop playing around and kill her quickly. Don't wait until Su Chen wakes up. A ferocious look appeared on old Zhang's face, and he nodded. At this time, in the magic circle, the thunder from the sky never stopped and struck Su Chen's body. Su Chen's body had turned golden at this time, but Su Chen's golden body was full of cracks. After 7 days of bombardment by heavenly thunder, Su Chen's body became extremely fragile. At this time, just an ordinary attack could completely shatter Su Chen's body. However, this is just an appearance. Under the broken shell of his body, Su Chen has already conceived a new body. Su Chen closed his eyes tightly. He knew nothing about the situation outside. If he knew at this moment that his woman was being humiliated, no one from the outside sects would be able to leave Lingyin Sect alive. In the void, Su Chen suddenly heard a voice. Boy, you finally made it here. It seems that I was not wrong about you. Su Chen looked up and opened his eyes full of surprise. The person standing in front of him turned out to be the old man who played chess with him. Su Chen's current level is not only due to his own system, but also has a lot to do with the old man from the Tao Te Ching and the Golden Dragon. If it weren't for the help of the two, I would probably have died. Su Chen said, Thank you. Without the treasure you left behind, I would probably be dead now. The old man smiled. You have come this far because of yourself. I'm here to congratulate you. Now that you've entered the spiritual transformation realm, you'll be able to glimpse the path to ascending into the great 1,000 worlds. However, you must not be too ostentatious. In the 3,000 small worlds, there are still many masters in the spiritual transformation realm, and there are many who are even stronger than the spiritual transformation realm. It's just that you haven't encountered enough of them yet. Su Chen nodded. The purpose of cultivating immortals was not to show off, but to lead his sect to ascend into the world. The old man smiled. That's best. After saying this, the old man disappeared. At this moment, in the spiritual realm, the expressions of the old man from the Tao Te Ching and the Golden Dragon changed. Did you feel the old man's aura just now? The old man from the Tao Te Ching asked. Of course I felt it. That was the old man's aura. It seems that Su Chen has successfully broken through. In the magic circle, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light shot out from Su Chen's eyes. The next moment, Su Chen's originally broken body exploded completely. Su Chen's brand new body appeared. At the same time, Su Chen's appearance became even more handsome. Just standing there, countless women in the world would fall for him. Su Chen walked out of the magic circle step by step. Suddenly, he smelled the scent of a battlefield. Then, Su Chen sneered. It seems that someone is causing trouble while I'm away from this sect. Su Chen spoke coldly, and as soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Su Chen's figure was already above the battlefield. Having just entered the spirit transformation realm, Su Chen was unable to restrain all his aura, even though the unique aura of the spirit transformation realm was dissipating outwards like a tide. On the battlefield, the expressions of all the cultivators changed drastically. This aura means Su Chen has successfully broken through. Ren Dong and Zhang Lao's expressions also changed. They suddenly broke away from the battle formation. Then, he started running outside at a fast speed. Did Su Chen break through so quickly? According to the time, shouldn't it be another half hour? Damn it. So the breakthrough was successful ahead of time. At this moment, even Ren Dong and Zhang Lao felt fear in their hearts. Su Chen had already reached the real spirit transformation realm after his breakthrough. They had offended Lingyin Sect to such an extent, and Su Chen would definitely not let them go. You must escape immediately. The disciples from many sects also understood a little bit at once. Now, if you don't run, it will be too late. For a moment, many disciples completely lost their will to fight and began to run quickly towards the outside of Lingyin Sect. However, how could Su Chen let these people go? If the Lingyin Sect is so easy to bully, then what is the point of having him as the sect leader? Su Chen stood in the air. Lung Wushuang and others looked at Su Chen, and a smile appeared on their lips. Their leader is back. Su Chen nodded lightly. At this moment, Su Chen's posture could no longer be described simply as handsome. That slender figure and peerless beauty seemed as if they did not belong to this world. Su Chen waved his hand lightly, and an invisible magic circle appeared around Lingyin Sect. Although the magic circle is invisible, it is extremely strong. A look of despair appeared on Ren Dong and Zhang Lao's faces. A spirit suddenly appeared behind the two men and launched a combined attack. However, the combined attack of two people who were as powerful as those at the 9th level of Yuanyang realm had no effect on the formation. The magic circle is still indestructible. Su Chen smiled indifferently. He said to the dragon turtle in the sky, "Thanks for your hard work." At the same time, his gaze turned to the people from Lingyin Sect. "Everyone here has worked hard. You have protected Lingyin Sect on my behalf. I will remember this favor today." Li Qingshan laughed heartily. "I knew then that Su Chen was a good guy. He is the first master of the spiritual transformation realm to appear in our area for thousands of miles and thousands of years." Su Chen smiled and suddenly looked at Ren Dong and Zhang Lao who were not far away. "I heard you were looking for me. Now I'm here." Chapter 180, Crushing Power. Ren Dong and Zhang Lao's expressions changed. The expressions of the two men were very ugly. The only situation now was to fight to the death. However, both of them knew in their hearts that even if they joined forces, they were no match for Su Chen. But after all, the two of them were powerful warriors at the 8th and 9th levels of the Yuanyang realm, and they would rather die standing. Su Chen looked at the two of them with a sharp and cold look on his face. "Do you have anything else to say now?" "Ha ha, there's no point in saying more. I know we can't escape from your grasp today, so let us too experience the power of a master of the spiritual transformation realm." A hint of disdain appeared on Su Chen's lips. "You two are not worthy enough to experience strength. If you want to witness the strength of a master in the spiritual transformation realm, you'd better wait for your next life." Su Chen's expression suddenly became serious. He suddenly attacked, and then countless sword energies emerged from Su Chen's body. Su Chen took out the Longquan sword, and a dragon roar resounded through the sky. That sword is a spiritual weapon. Many sword masters present have already noticed that the sword in Su Chen's hand is unusual. A sword that can emit a dragon's roar must have a spirit living within it. Moreover, this spirit is related to the dragon and is definitely not an ordinary creature. As he spoke, Su Chen had already taken action. If Su Chen's understanding of sword energy had reached the level of the spirit transformation realm before, then now, he has true control over the sword energy and is at least at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm or even above the 4th level of a veteran powerhouse. Su Chen's current cultivation strength is at the early stage of the 1st level of the spirit transformation realm. However, whether in terms of his understanding of sword energy or combat power, Su Chen's strength is even better than those veteran strong men who are at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. Sword energy rose into the sky. Su Chen just waved his hand, and the sword formation that senior sister Li had put all her strength into condensing appeared under the feet of Ren Dong and Old Zhang. Thousands of sword energies attacked the two of them. The two hurriedly released their spirits to resist. However, when the sword energy approached the two of them, Their expressions changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy broke through the protective spiritual energy of the two people. The two of them tried their best to escape from Su Chen's sword energy. However, there were already many wounds on his body. In the face of Su Chen's sword energy, the two people's defenses seemed non-existent. The sword energy cut the two men's bodies at will. They had to try their best to survive the dense sword energy. Su Chen smiled. Why are you two struggling in vain? As he spoke, Su Chen's eyes had turned blue. As Su Chen ascended to the spirit transformation realm, his Wuji spirit eyes were also upgraded. At this moment, Su Chen saw that the actions of Mr. Zhang and the other man were full of flaws. Su Chen waved his hand, and the sword energy penetrated into the bodies of the two men. Then, Su Chen shouted softly, "Break!" Thousands of sword energies penetrated the bodies of the two men and then burst out from their bodies. The two men exploded and died without even uttering a scream. All the powerful people from the sects present were stunned. They were two masters of the 8th and 9th levels of the Yuanyang realm, but they couldn't even last 2 rounds against Su Chen. Su Chen slowly retracted the Longquan sword. At this moment, all the powerful men from various sects present were trembling in fear. Without the 2 strongest men, the rest of them were just fish at the mercy of others. Lung Wushuang stepped forward and asked, "What about the remaining sects?" Su Chen sneered. "All the sects present here, you all understand the purpose of coming here. If that's the case, then the people in these sects are not worthy of cultivating immortality." Su Chen snorted coldly. He waved his hand. "Today, any cultivator here who kills my Lingyin Sect disciples and attempts to steal my spiritual energy will be banned from leaving. However, I won't kill them. I will only destroy their spiritual energy. This will prevent them from ever cultivating immortality again." Su Chen spoke very slowly, but he gave a complete death sentence to the cultivators present. In this world of cultivating immortals, losing one's cultivation is more painful than killing them. However, Su Chen just informed them. In a blink of an eye, Su Chen flew up. The Taoism emerged from his body. Su Chen had thousands of Taoist powers on his body, and that Taoist energy was even stronger than the sword energy just now. However, many immortal cultivators no longer had the time to be surprised at Su Chen's physique that allowed him to practice swordsmanship and Taoism at the same time. Their end has come. The supreme Taoism permeated the magic circle that Su Chen had just formed. Suddenly, the bodies of those immortal cultivators could not move at all. Su Chen waved his hand lightly. The Taoist magic then entered the bodies of these cultivators. The cultivators present could feel their cultivation level draining away, but they were completely powerless to do anything about it. Su Chen waved his hand, and the magic circle ended. Su Chen glanced coldly at the cultivators present. "You can go away now." Many immortal cultivators immediately left in disgrace. Su Chen landed on the ground and turned to face everyone from Lingyin Sect. Cheers immediately erupted in the Lingyin Sect. "Yeah." At this time, Su Yang shouted excitedly. He jumped up suddenly. "Father wins." Su Zhen nodded and smiled. "As long as Father comes back, winning this battle will be a matter of course. In the future, I will become a cultivator as powerful as my father," Su Yang said with a solemn vow. Su Yu chuckled and pushed Su Yang, saying, "We can leave here now. There is no danger here anymore." Many of Su Chen's descendants immediately walked out of the courtyard, and in a hidden space dozens of miles away from Lingyin Sect, Liu Mo stood among them, and beside him followed an old man in the spirit transformation realm. The old man in the spirit transformation realm had surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect Su Chen to actually break through." Liu Mo smiled faintly. "What level of strength has Su Chen reached now? At least in my opinion, his strength is no less than mine. Although his strength is only at the first level of the spiritual transformation realm, he has a great opportunity. I may not be able to win against him now." The old man's expression was somewhat serious. They witnessed almost the entire battle. Facing 2 powerful warriors at the 8th and 9th levels of the Yuanyang realm, Su Chen handled it beautifully. It was almost a complete crushing. Didn't give the other side any chance. The old man in the spirit transformation realm asked himself, dealing with 2 Yuanyang realm 9th level warriors, although victory was inevitable, it would not be so easy. However, the old man in the spirit transformation realm looked at Liu Mo. In the Tang dynasty, there was also Liu Mo. Liu Mo is only 26 years old this year, but his cultivation has reached the 8th level of Yuanyang realm. In the next few years, Liu Mo will definitely break through to the spirit transformation realm. "Your Highness, what do you think? What can I do? Do you think Su Chen can be an enemy?" The old man's expression changed slightly. Liu Mo smiled faintly. "Pay close attention to this Su Chen. From now on, This person can only be a friend of Datong and absolutely not an enemy. The old man in the spirit transformation realm nodded solemnly. He bowed and replied, "Should we do anything to express our gratitude for this matter?" Liemo glanced at Lingyin Sect and said calmly, "Well, we'll go and express our gratitude later." Chapter 181, The Gift from the Tang Dynasty. After dealing with many invading sects, Su Chen returned to Lingyin Sect. The first thing Su Chen did after returning to Lingyin Sect was to treat Xiaoxiao's injuries. Xiaoxiao suffered great injuries in this battle. When facing two powerful warriors at the 8th and 9th levels of the Yuanyang realm, Xiaoxiao, with her cultivation level at the early 8th level, was simply unable to withstand them. However, Su Chen was still a little shocked. "I didn't expect that the little medicine ghost in the alchemy pavilion had reached the 8th level so quickly and became a ghost king." Su Chen walked to Xiaoxiao and asked, "The foundation of your cultivation hasn't been damaged, has it?" Xiaoxiao nodded, her face turning red unconsciously. Su Chen moved closer to Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Su Chen was several times more handsome than before. Xiaoxiao's face flushed, and she whispered, "The other sisters are still here." Su Chen smiled. "It doesn't matter." After saying that, Su Chen placed his palm on Xiaoxiao's head and began to transfer spiritual energy into Xiaoxiao's body. Su Chen's spiritual energy, which is now in the state of transformation, has a very significant effect on healing Xiaoxiao's wounds. As the spiritual energy in Su Chen's body entered Xiaoxiao's body, the wounds on Xiaoxiao's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The voice of the system suddenly came from Su Chen's mind. The host is detected to be healing his wife. The current intimacy with his wife Xiaoxiao has increased, and he has gained 100 years of cultivation. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that after entering the spirit transformation realm, he could even improve his cultivation by increasing his intimacy with his wife. Su Chen accepted the cultivation and then withdrew his hand. Xiaoxiao's face gradually turned red. At this time, Su Chen's descendants all came outside the hall. Su Yang took the lead, and the outline of his strong little muscles could already be seen. Su Yang looked at Su Chen, his eyes full of admiration. Su Chen smiled. "I didn't expect that my eldest son has grown up so much." Su Chen was very relieved. "Su Yang, have you been practicing sword skills recently?" Su Yang nodded heavily. His eyes were full of excitement. At this time, Su Yu came over, turned around, and danced lightly with lotus steps. "Daddy doesn't care about me." Su Chen smiled and touched Su Yu's head. "No, I just saw Su Yang first." Su Yu pouted. "Okay, I'll forgive you this time." Senior Sisterly came over and said, "This child." Su Chen laughed. Su Chen has been longing for such a happy scene for a long time. At this time, outside the hall, Li Qingshan and Li Rushing had arrived, followed by Wang Yi and by Rushuang. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. "Master Su, congratulations on breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm." Su Chen smiled and nodded. "Since we have come here this time to help the Lingyin Sect repel all the immortal cultivators, we will take our leave now." Su Chen bowed. "Thank you all for coming to help. I, Su Chen, will remember this kindness in my heart." Li Rushing waved his hand. "You are now a master of the spiritual transformation realm. From now on, our Wudong and Lingyin Sect will still need your protection." Su Chen smiled and said, "Of course." After the two finished talking, Wang Yi came over. "Su Chen, you are really amazing now. I knew you were amazing from the beginning." Su Chen smiled and nodded. Bai Rushuang cast a glance over. Su Chen nodded, and the two looked at each other. Everything was said without words. The four turned and left. Su Chen watched them leave. The Lingyin Sect suffered heavy damage in this battle, and it will take some time to repair itself. At this time, another woman walked over to the hall. This woman was a female disciple of the beast-taming sect. Su Chen had seen her in the beast-taming sect before. The woman took a step forward. "We meet again." Su Chen smiled. "Thanks, Sect Master Bai Ling'er, for me." The woman nodded. "That's natural." Suddenly her eyes took on a hint of cunning. "However, you actually got a dragon turtle for nothing above the beast-taming sect. I will definitely tell the sect master about this when I get back." Su Chen laughed heartily. He had already told Bai Ling'er about the dragon turtle, so he naturally didn't care about the woman's complaint. The woman laughed. "But don't worry, the sect master won't blame you. It's your ability to subdue the dragon turtle," the woman said, taking a step back. "Then I'll take my leave." As he was speaking, the cries of immortal beasts were heard outside the hall. Outside the hall, a giant red dragon was crouching. It was a 6th grade immortal beast. The fact that she was able to subdue such a fairy beast was enough to show how powerful this woman from the beast-taming sect was. As time went by, the people who came to help left one by one. Next, Su Chen will carry out the reorganization of Lingyin Sect. However, Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. Outside the hall, a very powerful spiritual energy came. Moreover, this spiritual energy is actually the spiritual energy of the spiritual transformation realm. A slender voice appeared within the time limit. Liamo, the prince of the Tang dynasty, clapped his hands and slowly walked over. Congratulations to Sect Master Su Chen for breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm. Su Chen looked at Liamo with a bit of alertness in his heart. Su Chen had always been wary of this prince of the Tang dynasty. He couldn't see through this prince. However, Su Chen knew that the prosperity of the Tang dynasty and the favor it had won over countless sects were inextricably linked to this prince. In the future, when Liamo becomes the king of the Tang dynasty, he will surely lead the Tang dynasty to become even more powerful. Su Chen smiled. Thanks. Liamo shook his head. Congratulations. How could this prince come here empty-handed? After saying that, Liamo took out a small box from the spiritual realm. I know you are an alchemist and can create top-grade elixirs yourself, but I think this earth-grade primary qi gathering pill should be useful to you. Liamo opened the box. Inside, a small black pill lay quietly. The pill exuded some spiritual energy, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary pill. Such qi gathering pills are in short supply in the market. All the people from the Lingyin Sect were filled with shock. How come this person from the Tang dynasty is also very familiar with Su Chen? This qi gathering pill is a top-grade item. Even though Su Chen is very powerful and has reached the spirit transformation realm, there are many masters in the spirit transformation realm in the Tang dynasty. This time, next to Liamo, there was an old man in the spirit transformation realm. At this moment, the old man in the spirit transformation realm was also filled with shock. Although His Royal Highness the Prince said he wanted to be friends with Su Chen, the price was a bit too high. However, Liamo did not show any sign of heartache. For Liamo, this price is totally worth it if he can make friends with Su Chen. It's not just because the Lingyin Sect can be on good terms with the Tang dynasty. Moreover, when I break through to the spirit transformation realm, I can also ask Su Chen for advice. Su Chen took the qi gathering pill. The spiritual energy of the qi gathering pill was so strong that Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Although Su Chen's alchemy skills are very strong now, he knows that he cannot make such a pill. Then thank you, Princely. Chapter 182. The Use of Qi Gathering Pills. Seeing Su Chen take the qi gathering pill, Liamo smiled and left. In Liamo's opinion, with this qi gathering pill as a gift, Su Chen will definitely have a good impression of the Tang dynasty. Talented masters like Su Chen are exactly the ones that the Tang dynasty needs to win over and protect. Liamo knew it very well in his mind. Su Chen's future achievements are limitless. After Liamo left Lingyin Sect, Su Chen quietly put away the qi gathering pill. Regardless of the other party's purpose, at least at this stage, this qi gathering pill is of great help to Su Chen. It would be a waste not to take it. Next, Su Chen still has a lot of things to deal with. Xiaoxiao's arrival this time involves the interests of the Ghost King of the Ghost Clan. The countless ghosts in Luoyang City are the source of power for the Ghost King of the Ghost Clan. The power of the Ghost King comes from the number of ghosts. This time, Xiaoxiao brought the ghosts from Luoyang City, causing heavy casualties among the ghosts, which has violated the interests of the Ghost King of the Ghost Clan. Su Chen walked up to Xiaoxiao and asked with concern, I hope the Ghost King in the Ghost Realm won't blame me this time. Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. On the contrary, it was a Ghost King in the Ghost Realm who informed me of my coming here. Su Chen was a little surprised. Those Ghost Kings in the Ghost Realm actually want to help me? He was a little confused, but there was no point in pursuing those questions now. Su Chen glanced at Xiaoxiao and said, I've already met Su Xiao. She's very cute and looks similar to you. Xiaoxiao was surprised at first, then her face turned red. That's my son. How could he not look like me? Su Chen laughed. I have helped Lydia Su eliminate the ghost energy on his body. He will be safe in the future. You don't have to worry. Xiaoxiao nodded. Then I'm relieved. Let him practice with you from now on. I feel more at ease following you. This time when I return, I have to report to the Ghost King of the Ghost Realm. After all, they were the ones who told me this news, so I have to tell them. Su Chen smiled. He didn't expect that the little medicine ghost who grew up by eating medicine residues has now grown into a Ghost King. Remember to take care of yourself. Xiaoxiao nodded, then turned and left Lingyin Sect. The ghosts around Lingyin Sect immediately dispersed. Su Chen turned around and said to the many disciples of Lingyin Sect, Everyone, you have worked so hard to protect Lingyin Sect and risked your lives. For the next few days, you don't need to practice and can go down the mountain at will. But please be careful not to disturb the nearby residents. Su Chen, who had traveled through time, naturally knew that the best way to make employees happy was to give them a holiday. When the disciples of Lingyin Sect who had been practicing in seclusion in Lingyin Sect heard the news, they immediately cheered. Ever since the demon tribe invaded and Su Chen left Lingyin Sect, Lung Wushuang has forbidden the sect's disciples to go out. These disciples have been feeling frustrated for a long time. This time when you go out, you can bring money with you and buy something you like. Each person is limited to 1,000 taels. Of course, if you have business acumen, you can start a small business to exchange for some resources to bring back. 1,000 taels. That's not a small amount of money. It's enough for a family to spend for several years. For a moment, everyone in Lingyin Sect cheered. Seeing that Su Chen was so loved by the disciples of the sect, Lung Wushuang and other senior sisters were also very happy. Su Chen continued, "When you all return, I will be able to provide everyone present with healing pills to help you heal the injuries you sustained during this battle." When the disciples of Lingyin Sect heard about such a good thing, their eyes lit up. They all knew that Su Chen was a powerful alchemist. The medicines refined by Su Chen might not only be able to repair their wounds, but also help them improve their cultivation. Joining the Lingyin Sect is truly the best decision I have ever made. Yes, in this sect thousands of miles around, which sect has such good treatment as us? From now on, no matter what the sect master asks me to do, I will never back down. Amidst cheers, Su Chen turned around with a smile. He brought Bai Weiwei into the medicine refining pavilion. "Is that alchemy spirit yours?" Bai Weiwei asked. Su Chen nodded. "He must have been a great help to you in this battle." Bai Weiwei nodded. It was true that the help provided by the alchemy elf this time was really great. If it were not for the help of the alchemy elf, even though Bai Weiwei's cultivation and alchemy skills had greatly improved, she would not be able to keep up with the speed of alchemy in the face of such a large number of disciples. Su Chen smiled. "We'll need him in the next few days." This time, the amount of medicine refined for the Lingyin Sect's disciples to heal their injuries was also extremely large. The help of Tong Tong, the alchemy elf, is indispensable. You've also seen the new disciple from the sect's medicine refining pavilion, the little girl named Hua. I have seen it. She is very talented, but there are toxins in this girl's constitution. Su Chen nodded. Hua is the descendant of a poison master, but her physique is very special. As long as the poison inside is removed, her talent for refining medicine will be no worse than yours. And Su Chen smiled. "That's my future daughter-in-law." Bai Weiwei was a little confused, although she didn't know what Su Chen meant by daughter-in-law. But she also noticed Huahua's talent in alchemy. The reason why Huahua's talent for alchemy has not been revealed is all because of the toxins in her body. Moreover, this toxin is mainly formed by years of interaction with poison masters and can only be gradually eliminated by contact with the fragrance of medicine during alchemy. As she spoke, Bai Weiwei turned around and said, "This time, you will be the one refining the medicine for the sect's disciples. I spent a lot of energy refining the medicine during this battle, so you will be fully responsible for the rest of the refining." "Ah, why? Do you have any objections?" Bai Weiwei frowned, looking exactly the same as before. "Don't think that just because you're the sect leader, you can disobey me." Su Chen smiled awkwardly. "I'm still your husband." "That won't work either." Bai Weiwei glared at Su Chen and then turned around. Su Chen sighed. Then, he summoned Tong Tong from the spiritual realm. Tong Tong blinked his big eyes and flew around Su Chen. "Su Chen, what do you want from me?" "Well, you did a good job last time, so I'll reward you by letting you do it again." Tong Tong was stunned. Then, she said resentfully, "Su Chen, could you please bully me a little less?" Su Chen waved his hand. "I can't help it. You did such a great job last time." Su Chen sighed slowly. "You can make the medicine on your own today, and I will help you tomorrow." "Su Chen, I can't hear it." Su Chen laughed and walked out of the alchemy pavilion. Tong Tong's loud shouting came from behind. Su Chen ignored him and left. He wanted to find a place to see the effects of the qi-gathering pill that Liemo gave him. This Earth-grade qi-gathering pill is a rare treasure even for Su Chen, who is at the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 183, Yama's Letter. Su Chen found a quiet place. He took out the qi-gathering pill. Suddenly, a spiritual energy emanated. Unlike ordinary elixirs, elixirs that can reach Earth-grade quality already have sufficient spiritual energy. This kind of elixir is rarely seen in the whole world. It is a rare treasure in these 3,000 small worlds. Su Chen placed the pill in his hand. Then the spiritual energy of the pill began to slowly seep into Su Chen's body. Su Chen meditated on the spot and placed the pill in front of himself. The qi-gathering pill hung in the air, and then under the influence of Su Chen's spiritual energy, it gradually turned into a strange spiritual energy. That spiritual energy entered Su Chen's body. Su Chen suddenly felt a sense of comfort. This strange spiritual energy entered his meridians, as if it had cleared the meridians of his internal organs and even the entire body, and finally completely merged into his body. Then, Su Chen felt that his cultivation level was increasing rapidly. That was originally just the initial stage of the first level of the spirit transformation realm, but now it was rapidly climbing to the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak. Su Chen already felt that he had reached the bottleneck of the first level of the spirit transformation realm. Just one more step, and you can break through the first level of the spirit transformation realm and enter the second level of the spirit transformation realm. This earth-grade elixir is so powerful? Su Chen was also stunned. But that's not all. Su Chen suddenly felt that the space around him changed. Then the space around Su Chen suddenly changed. Suddenly, a howling sound came from underground. Su Chen was stunned. Are there other creatures in the Lingyin Sect? The ground suddenly sank. Then Su Chen fell into an empty area. In that hollow, a gigantic dragon suddenly appeared. A ball of fire spewed out of the dragon's mouth. Attacked towards Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes changed, he dodged to the side, and a magic circle formed under him. At the same time he looked at the dragon. This giant dragon does not belong to any of the immortal beasts or demon beasts. At the same time, he is not a spirit of the weapon. The reason why this giant dragon appeared was because the effect of this earth-grade qi-gathering pill was too overbearing. If Su Chen wants to fully absorb the medicinal power of this earth-grade qi-gathering pill, it is necessary to defeat the giant dragon formed by the qi of the qi-gathering pill. Su Chen's eyes changed slightly. The giant dragon transformed from the qi-gathering pill is much stronger than Elder Ren Dong and his men. It is not easy for Su Chen to deal with it. He released his own Taoism, and the supreme Taoism filled the space around him. Su Chen was muttering to himself. Then, a huge magic circle formed from under the feet of the dragon. Anyway, he released powerful Taoist magic to try to restrain the dragon's movements. But the dragon roared and completely destroyed Su Chen's spiritual energy. Su Chen's face changed. This dragon is so powerful. The magic circle he had just formed was definitely not something that could be broken by anyone below the spirit transformation realm. It seems that the strength of this giant dragon is no longer just the Yuanyang realm, but has reached the level of the Shenhua realm. Su Chen decided not to hold back any longer. He released Taoism and sword energy at the same time. The fusion of the two auras was Su Chen's first attempt since breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. A magic circle appears around the dragon. But this time the magic circle is full of sword energy. The seemingly gentle Taoist method is actually filled with sharp sword energy. Su Chen opened his infinite spiritual eyes and tried to search for the dragon's weakness. However, it is worthy of being a creature above the divine mirror. There are very few weak spots on a dragon. However, Su Chen had already reached the spirit transformation realm at this time, and his infinite spiritual eyes had also been greatly improved. Finally, Su Chen found the weakness of the dragon. Then, thousands of sword energies transformed into a stream that rushed straight towards the dragon's vital point. The dragon roared and tried to resist. However, Su Chen's magic circle contained thousands of methods, and he had already controlled the dragon in an instant. The sword energy went straight through the dragon's body and then exploded inside the dragon. There was no blood and flesh flying as imagined. The dragon's figure simply disappeared from where it stood. Then the dragon's body completely turned into a stream of air and merged into Su Chen's body. Su Chen suddenly felt spiritual energy rushing into his dantian. Even the last bottleneck of the first level of the divine transformation mirror was broken through. At this time, the system's voice came. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the second level of the spiritual transformation realm. Reward, Yama's letter. The reward item was the Yama post. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Then he thought about it and called out the Yama post. The effect of this item was clearly marked on it. The Yama post is the pass to the underworld. Only people in high positions of power can have it. Anyone who possesses this item can freely enter and exit the ghost realm and lead to the underworld. Su Chen was stunned, although he doesn't know much about ghosts. However, Su Chen still had some understanding of where the ghosts existed. In the mortal world, the dead can turn into ghosts after death. Most ghosts have no malicious intent. They just wander around in the world and can enter the ghost realm only after they have cultivated to a certain level. There are also some ghosts who, after cultivating to a certain level, are unwilling to enter the ghost realm. But after entering the ghost realm, the practice does not end. Only by meeting the corresponding requirements of the ghost realm. Only then can you successfully enter the underworld and walk across the Mingpa Bridge. After that, he was reincarnated smoothly. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's really not an easy thing for the ghost clan to reincarnate again. He put away the Yama notice. With this thing, it will be much easier to get along with the ghosts in the future. Through Xiaoxiao's news this time, Su Chen knew that the ghost clan had also noticed him. Now that he has reached the spirit transformation realm, it is only a matter of time before he comes into contact with various races such as the demon clan and the ghost clan. With this thing, it becomes much easier for me to get along with the ghosts. As the medicinal power of the elixir was completely absorbed, the surrounding scene returned to its original appearance. Su Chen stood up and prepared to return to the alchemy pavilion to see how Tongtong's alchemy was going. At the same time, in that ghost realm, Xiao walked into the ghost realm alone. Inside the hall of the ghost realm, a charming man stood in the hall. His eyes were bloodshot, half of his body was naked, and his body was extremely sexy, especially those scarlet eyes. Just one look at it will make you fall in love with it. Xiao walked up to the man and briefly told him about her trip to Lingyin Sect. The charming man nodded. I didn't expect that he actually broke through to the spiritual transformation realm. It seems that I, ghost realm, will have to get along well with him in the future. After saying that, the charming man looked at Xiao. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. Although Xiao is only a ghost king who has not entered the ghost realm, he is Su Chen's wife. I must respect Xiao. Xiao said calmly. My husband will definitely come to the underworld to visit me in person in the future. This time, I went there to help him a lot. I also want to thank you for letting me know this news. The charming man waved his hands repeatedly. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. I just hope that when Su Chen ascends to the Great Thousand World in the future, he can help my ghost clan and the people in the Great Thousand World. Xiao nodded and then left the hall. Chapter 184 Heading to Kunlun Mountain. Husband, you are so amazing. I feel that my cultivation has reached a new level. I may be able to break through again in 2 more times. On the colorful flower bed, Tang Ziyuan's voice was full of excitement. Really? Then let's continue. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he smiled. Since entering the spirit transformation realm, Su Chen's physique has improved to a higher level, and the yin-yang harmony secret technique has also reached the 2nd level. His energy is as strong as it can be. Although Tang Ziyuan's cultivation is not the strongest, nor are her skills the highest, her flower form and Su Chen's grass form are a perfect match, and practicing on this big bed filled with the fragrance of flowers is so refreshing. As Su Chen spoke, his big hands touched her again, amid Tang Ziyuan's giggles. The flower bed sways again. Lung Wushuang lay powerless on the bed, exhaled a long breath, and looked at Su Chen beside him with a pair of watery autumn eyes full of satisfaction and admiration. The injuries caused by the demonic energy in the body only left some residue deep in the spiritual roots. The last of this demonic energy could not be eliminated by just taking a weekend off. Only by completely destroying the source could it be truly eliminated. However, with Su Chen's unremitting efforts in the past half-month, Lung Wushuang clearly felt that his condition was much better than before. Silk. Su Chen rolled over and fell. There is no choice but to quit. Because Bai Ling's barrier was loosened, she broke through and entered the 4th level from the 3rd level of Yuanyang realm. For the next 20 days or so, Su Chen lived a fulfilling and busy life. Apart from refining pills, he spent almost all his time with his senior sisters. Needless to say, the effect is amazing. Early that morning, Su Chen had just finished his 3rd battle training with senior sister Li and was about to take a break when he suddenly felt that Tang Qianqian's star power had undergone some changes in the spiritual realm. The star power, which was originally quite strong, suddenly began to decline rapidly. Judging from the star power, it won't last long. Su Chen's expression changed. It seems something happened with Tang Qianqian. After Su Chen explained things to senior sister Li, he got up, dressed, and headed straight for Du Gusheng's residence. At this time, Du Gusheng's residence had been transformed into a place for refining medicine. In the middle of it stood a huge alchemy furnace. Du Gusheng was reading a medical book in the medicine cabinet in front of the alchemy furnace. Although Du Gusheng has no talent for alchemy. However, knowing more about alchemy will also help with its poison techniques. After Su Chen's enlightenment, Du Gusheng also understood it in his heart. Who says poison masters can't cure diseases and save lives? Who says poison masters are useless? Du Gusheng wanted to promote the art of poison. As long as the person practicing reading has a normal mind, the poison master's skills can definitely do useful things. Du Gusheng was a little confused when he saw Su Chen coming. Su Chen's expression was solemn as he asked, Senior Dugu, is the gate to Kunlun Mountain about to open? Dugu Xingfei calculated and nodded. Well, in 7 days, the gate to Kunlun Mountain will open. Su Chen's expression showed a hint of joy. In this way, as long as he quickly rushed to the foot of Kunlun Mountain, he could enter Kunlun Mountain smoothly. What happened? Su Chen turned around and replied, I have to leave for Kunlun Mountain soon. I'll probably leave tomorrow. If you have time, go help Bai Weiwei at the medicine refining pavilion. When the disciples who are out return, please help Bai Weiwei distribute the healing medicine. Dugusheng nodded. As for Su Chen's trip to Kunlun Mountain, Dugusheng was not worried. Su Chen now has reached the level of spirit transformation. He is fully capable of entering Kunlun Mountain. As long as Su Chen does not provoke the old monsters in Kunlun Mountain, nothing will happen to Su Chen. Su Chen bid farewell to Dugusheng. Then they stood up and said goodbye to all the senior sisters. Su Chen didn't plan to bring anyone with him when he went to Kunlun Mountain this time. Currently, the strength of all the senior sisters in Lingyin Sect is still at Yuanyang realm. If they enter Kunlun Mountain, they will not be able to withstand the abundant spiritual energy in Kunlun Mountain. After explaining everything, Su Chen got up and left. Above the sky, a huge dragon turtle flew out from the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen stood on the dragon turtle and flew towards Kunlun Mountain. A few days later, Su Chen arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. A huge magic circle suddenly appeared above Kunlun Mountain. Thunder rumbled within the magic circle. Abundant spiritual energy fills it. This type of magic array is formed by heaven and earth. It is simply beyond the reach of human capabilities. Su Chen took the dragon turtle back into the spiritual realm. Then he prepared to go to the magic circle alone and enter Kunlun Mountain. As Su Chen gradually approached the magic circle, a strong sense of oppression came towards me. Even though Su Chen had already reached the spirit transformation realm, he still felt that sense of oppression. Su Chen was somewhat glad that he had cultivated to the spirit transformation realm before trying to enter Kunlun Mountain. If he hadn't broken through to the spirit transformation realm, with the strength of Yuanyang realm, even if he could pass through the Kunlun Mountain's mountain entry formation, he would probably be in danger of death. Su Chen flew into the magic circle. The terrifying spiritual energy in the magic circle immediately pressed towards Su Chen's body. However, Su Chen has already reached the level of a spirit-transforming mirror and is fully capable of resisting the oppression of these spiritual energies. The rumbling thunder exploded in my ears. Su Chen shuttled through the thunder. The speed of the heavenly thunder is extremely fast. Even though Su Chen has reached the God transformation realm, he cannot completely avoid these heavenly thunders. Su Chen smiled. I have withstood the thunder of heaven for 7 days and 7 nights. Thunder struck Su Chen's body from time to time. But Su Chen didn't care at all. Although the pain was obvious, Su Chen had already gotten used to this level of pain. He shuttled through the magic circle, activating his infinite spiritual eyes to search everywhere in the magic circle. Finally, he found a point where the spiritual energy was weak in the magic circle. Suddenly, sword energy emerged around Su Chen. Su Chen held the Long Quan's sword in his hand, and a dragon roar sounded amid the rumbling thunder. Su Chen condensed the sword energy into the blade of the Long Quan's sword. Then he suddenly rushed towards the point where the spiritual energy was weak. There was a loud noise, and then an explosion. Su Chen felt a sense of relief, and then his body fell into a space. A gust of fresh air blew into Su Chen's nostrils. Su Chen controlled his body and landed steadily on the ground. There is a valley nearby, and the valley is full of spiritual energy. There were bursts of water sounds all around. There is a very beautiful pond not far away. There are some fairy beasts drinking water beside the pond. Su Chen looked around and saw that the fairy beasts were just drinking water beside the pond, and their grades were all above level 6. Su Chen steadied his body and prepared to check the situation around him first. Suddenly at this moment, Tang Qianqian's voice came from his spiritual realm. Su Chen took out the star power left by Tang Qianqian. Tang Qianqian's figure emerged from the star power. His face turned a little paler. It can be seen that the weakening of star power has a great impact on his body. He glanced at Su Chen and spoke slowly. Have you reached Kunlun Mountain? Su Chen nodded. How are you doing now? I'm fine for now, but you need to find me as soon as possible. Where are you now? The space I am in now is a pitch-black night sky. I don't know where this is, but I believe you will find me. After saying that, Tang Qianqian disappeared. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Kunlun Mountain is so big. Where do you want me to look for it? But no matter how much Su Chen called upon Tang Qianqian's star power, there was no response. Su Chen took back Tang Qianqian's star power and prepared to leave. This was Su Chen's first time entering Kunlun Mountain. The spiritual energy here is extremely abundant, and all kinds of fairy beasts appear endlessly. All the sects on Kunlun Mountain are hidden or super powerful sects. Su Chen still needs some time to adapt to this place. At least we need to find out which sects exist on Kunlun Mountain. In the outside world, the God Transformation Realm is already a top-level powerhouse, but in Kunlun Mountain, the God Transformation Realm is just a threshold to enter here. While Su Chen was thinking, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from not far away. There's someone here. Su Chen didn't care about anything else and quickly found a place to hide. At the same time, he took out his magic weapon to completely hide his aura. Chapter 185. It turns out that I was a scumbag in Kunlun Mountain. As Su Chen entered the realm of transformation, the level of his magic weapon also increased accordingly. Now the magic weapon can completely conceal Su Chen's breath. Even the strong men in Kunlun Mountain cannot discover it. Su Chen hid in a forest. He looked towards the place where the sound had just come from. I saw a woman with a maidservant beside her, walking towards the pond, talking and laughing. I heard that the Lingyin Sect is recruiting some new disciples recently, but I don't think there are many low-level planes that can go there. Very few cultivators are able to enter Kunlun Mountain every year. In some of the 3,000 small worlds in the lower plains, no one has come for many years. Su Chen was stunned. Are there other 3,000 small worlds besides the one I live in? At this time, the old man from the Tao Te Ching in the spiritual realm came out to explain. There are 3,000 small worlds under the Great World. These 3,000 small worlds are divided into 369 levels. Kunlun Mountain recruits powerful cultivators from the 3,000 small worlds. Almost all the immortal cultivators in the 3,000 small worlds can enter Kunlun Mountain after reaching the state of transformation. Then you can get a glimpse of the path to becoming a god, and a very small number of the best will ascend into the universe. Only then did Su Chen realize that the world was so big. He asked the old man of the Tao Te Ching in the spiritual realm, "Then why are you looking for me in the lower plane?" The old man smiled. Among those countless 3,000 small worlds, there are some planes where demons and monsters coexist. Some planes are simply a certain race. The 3,000 small worlds you are in are worlds composed solely of humans. And these 3,000 small worlds are often existences of lower dimensions. The reason why the old man and the sword immortal chose you. It is because you are a human, and in the vast universe, the human race has the lowest status. After the Great War of the Gods, this pattern became even more obvious. If it weren't for their existence, the 3,000 small worlds belonging to the human race would have been eliminated by the universe long ago. The old man and the sword immortal will soon reach the end of their lives, and they need a successor. You are the top genius that the human race has not seen in thousands of years, so you are the successor. Su Chen's expression was serious. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the world. The human race is actually the lowest race in the universe. Su Chen's heart was filled with resentment. If the old man and the red dust sword immortal hadn't existed, wouldn't his children and wife have become slaves? Su Chen would never allow such a thing to happen. He began to ask, "How much time do I have?" The old man smiled. "Don't worry, this is just a pattern that has formed over the past 1,000 years. It has been like this for a long time, and it is not easy to completely change it. Besides, although the lifespans of this old man and the red dust sword immortal are short, they are enough to support you until you enter the world." Su Chen nodded. The old man from the Tao Te Ching spoke. "Let's first gain a foothold in these 3,000 small worlds." Su Chen nodded, then exited the spiritual realm. The master and servant from before have already left, but Su Chen decided to follow them to take a look. Although he has now reached the realm of transformation, this strength is nothing compared to Mount Kunlun. The immortal cultivators on Kunlun Mountain are all elites from the 3,000 small worlds. If Su Chen wants to find Tang Xianxian's whereabouts, he needs to gain a foothold in Kunlun Mountain first. The master and servant had just mentioned that the Lingyin Sect was recruiting disciples. Su Chen decided to find out more about the situation and go and give it a try. Although the Lingyin Sect on Kunlun Mountain and the Lingyin Sect outside the mountain have the same name, they are completely different. The one inside the mountain is equivalent to the main sect, and the one that Su Chen had previously participated in the certification trial qualification was just an outer sect, which was an office of the Lingyin Sect's affiliated sect outside. Su Chen followed the master and servant out of the valley. Outside the valley, the scenery was not much different from that outside. There are also some ordinary towns on the Kunlun Mountains. In this town, apart from the original residents of Kunlun Mountain, most of the others are cultivators from outside. These immortal cultivators are those who have not been accepted into the super sects in Kunlun Mountain. It can be said that any immortal cultivator picked out from that town would have at least the strength of the first level of the spirit transformation realm. Su Chen followed the master and servant into a town. Thanks to Su Chen's magic weapon, the master and servant did not notice Su Chen's existence. The two walked into a pub and Su Chen followed them in. The master and servant sat in the corner eating, and then Su Chen followed them in. When he arrived in the town, Su Chen took off his magic weapon. There were cultivators everywhere in the town, so Su Chen was not afraid that the master and servant would discover him. Follow Su Chen into the tavern. The master and servant's eyes lit up. They had never seen such a handsome man in Kunlun Mountain. Su Chen walked to the counter, ordered a pot of wine and some food, then found a place to sit down alone. Although Su Chen's appearance is eye-catching. However, most people on Kunlun Mountain still value strength more, and soon Su Chen no longer attracted any more attention. Su Chen was eating by himself, and the voices of some cultivators talking around him could be heard. I heard that the sword-controlling sect is actually recruiting disciples. Yes, the Lingyin Sect is a place that sword cultivators yearn for, and it has not recruited external disciples for a long time. I heard that there are a lot of people who signed up this time, and the weakest among them is at the third level of the spiritual transformation realm. Unfortunately, I'm only at the first level of the spiritual transformation realm. Alas, I'm not qualified to participate in this recruitment. I don't know when the next time will be open to recruiting disciples will be. There was a lot of discussion around, and the cultivators mentioned the state of transformation of spirits casually. Su Chen just listened quietly without saying anything. Why does it feel like there are as many people in the spirit transformation realm as pigs and dogs on Kunlun Mountain? It turns out that I was a scumbag in Kunlun Mountain. I'm afraid the reason why Tang Xianxia asked me for help was that I really didn't know anyone there. The master and servant next to them finished their meal in silence and prepared to leave. Just as the two were about to leave the tavern, Su Chen stepped forward and stopped them. "Excuse me, are you from the Kunlun Mountain sect?" The two women looked at Su Chen with some surprise. Just now in the tavern, Su Chen left a deep impression on them. Even though they had seen many outstanding cultivators, they had never seen such a handsome man. "We are from the Xianxia sect, and we came here to gain experience in the mountains." Su Chen nodded, glanced at the two women, and then suddenly said, "I heard that the Lingyin Sect is recruiting disciples recently. Where is the registration location?" 300 miles to the southeast. That's where the Lingyin Sect will be recruiting disciples in 3 days. The maid spoke. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen with some curiosity. "Are you new to Kunlun Mountain? What is your current strength?" Su Chen nodded and then answered. "My current strength is the second level of the spiritual transformation realm." Chapter 186 Tang Yuyan. You're only at the second level of the spiritual transformation realm, so I advise you not to try. The maid advised earnestly. The two of them had a good impression of Su Chen, so they reminded him in a nice way. When the cultivators in the tavern behind him heard that Su Chen had reached the second level of the spirit transformation realm, they wanted to participate in the recruitment trial for new disciples of the sword control sect. There were several laughs immediately. "Look, this person, who is at the second level of the spiritual transformation realm, wants to give it a try. Doesn't that mean everyone here can give it a try? I see this person is new to Kunlun Mountain. I don't know how strict the selection process is. Forget it, let him be. Some people won't turn back until they hit the wall." Su Chen ignored those remarks. He bowed to the master and servant and began to speak. "Thank you both for letting me know. I'll go for the audition in 3 days." The laughter behind him became more obvious. The woman glanced at Su Chen with a look of regret in her eyes. Every cultivator who just came to Kunlun Mountain would feel that he was very strong, but in the end time would give them the answer. Su Chen didn't say anything. The master and servant left. Su Chen found an inn to stay in, preparing to go to the Lingyin Sect to participate in the trial 3 days later. Although Su Chen's cultivation strength is only at the second level of the spirit transformation realm, he relies on his 7 apertures heart and infinite spirit eyes. Su Chen's sword skills are completely comparable to those of cultivators at the peak of the 4th or even 5th level of the spiritual transformation realm. This is also the reason why Su Chen has the confidence to participate in this new disciple recruitment trial. First join the Lingyin Sect temporarily, and then slowly look for Tang Xianxian's whereabouts. 3 days later, Su Chen got up and went to the registration location. Many cultivators had already gathered near the registration location. Su Chen took a quick look and saw that there were hundreds of these cultivators. Since the opportunity for the major sects to recruit disciples is rare, most of the cultivators who have not entered the sects will come to participate in this trial. But this trial only accepts 1 disciple. This is also the reason why the sect on Kunlun Mountain is so powerful. All the disciples in it are extremely outstanding cultivators. Su Chen walked to the scene and found the master and servant he met in the tavern that day. The two women stood among the cultivators. Because of their outstanding looks, Su Chen spotted them at once. He leaned over. The master and servant also discovered Su Chen. The maid walked up to Su Chen and asked, "Are you really here?" Su Chen smiled. "I just arrived in Kunlun Mountain, and I have to find a place to settle down. You should know that we can only recruit one disciple from so many. Are you sure?" Su Chen shook his head. Su Chen was really unsure about this trial. "By then, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on the power of the old man in the Tao Te Ching and the Golden Dragon." "Shout I?" The woman on the side suddenly spoke. It was already a bit rude of his maid to repeatedly question Su Chen. The little maid quickly shut her mouth. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. It was normal for this little maid to question her own strength. He looked at the woman. The woman had skin as white as cream and a special charm between her eyebrows. She was also a peerless beauty. Su Chen asked, "Dare you ask the fairy for her name?" "Tang Yuyan." Su Chen nodded and continued, "My name is Su Chen, and I come from the Red Earth continent." Tang Yuyan was a little surprised. Above the Red Earth continent, no one has been able to enter Kunlun Mountain for many years. She spoke, "My maidservant is not very sensible. Please don't be offended." Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I came here just to give it a try." Su Chen finished speaking and said no more. At this time, the selection has begun. This trial selection takes the form of a battle. Among these hundreds of immortal cultivators, the strongest one will be selected to become a disciple of the sword-controlling sect. And only sword techniques can be used in this competition. Su Chen stepped forward and submitted his registration information. Soon a white-haired old man arranged the battle schedule. All the cultivators participating in the selection just need to wait patiently. Just after the old man arranged the battle list, many cultivators appeared around again. Many cultivators at the first and second levels of the spirit transformation realm who did not dare to come and sign up also came to watch. Thousands of immortal cultivators gathered in this small world in an instant. Su Chen observed carefully and found that among these cultivators, there were indeed some other races. There are not only demons, but also ghosts and even some monsters. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and prepared to meet his first opponent. Su Chen's first opponent was a human cultivator from one of the 3,000 small worlds that belonged to the same lower plane as himself. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 50 years old. The white-haired old man on the stage announced, "The first duel will be between Su Chen from the Red Earth continent, who is at the second level of the spiritual transformation realm, and Zhao Zhen from the Dongxiang continent, who is at the fourth level of the spiritual transformation realm." Zhao Zhen had practiced for half his life, but was only at the fourth level of the spirit transformation realm. But this situation is no longer uncommon. Many cultivators are over 50 years old and have not yet met the requirements to join a sect. Zhao Zhen glanced at Su Chen and was a little surprised. "I didn't expect Su Chen to be so young. Looking back on my youth, I might not have been as strong as Su Chen." He said, "Young man, take action." Su Chen bowed and replied, "Then I, the junior, am offended." Many immortal cultivators who were watching the competition around had already started talking about it. What's so good about this kind of competition? How can a cultivator at the second level of the spiritual transformation realm, who is still young, compare with a cultivator at the fourth level of the spiritual transformation realm who has ample combat experience? I think that old man has reached the maximum age to sign up. It's a pity for that young man. He encountered such an opponent right from the start. What's so regrettable? With the strength of the second level of the spiritual transformation realm, even if facing other immortal cultivators, there is no way it can win. Su Chen didn't care at all about the discussions around him. He walked straight forward, ready to fight. The next moment, Su Chen took out the long quan sword from behind him. There was a slight dragon roar, and Zhao Zhen's expression changed. The sword this kid was holding was a sword with a spirit. Even though Zhao Zhen was a top cultivator on their continent and had entered Kunlun Mountain long ago, he had never seen a sword with a spirit. Su Chen picked up the long quan sword and attacked suddenly. An extremely powerful sword energy gushed out from the sword edge. Su Chen moved very quickly and arrived in front of Zhao Zhen in the blink of an eye. Zhao Zhen took out a long sword in his hand. The sword was covered with patterns and had a sharp edge. It was obviously not an ordinary item. It was a pity that it had no spirit. The two swords collided with each other, making a sound of metallic collision. Zhao Zhen's sword energy was very powerful, but during the collision, Zhao Zhen was surprised to find that Su Chen's sword energy seemed even sharper. Chapter 187, Challenge of a Higher Level. After the two swords collided, both men retreated. To others, this fight was nothing special, but Zhao Zhen knew it very well in his heart. He lost the fight just now. Although Su Chen's cultivation level was only at the second level of the spirit transformation realm, his sword energy was obviously superior to his own. Moreover, Su Chen's sword is of much better quality than his own sword. Many cultivators present noticed Su Chen's sword. There was also a hint of shock in Tang Yuyan's bright eyes. This immortal cultivator from the Red Earth continent actually possesses a sword with spiritual power. The little maidservant asked, "Does Su Chen's sword have a spirit?" Tang Yuyan nodded. Judging from the intensity of the dragon's roar, the sword's spirit should not be an ordinary spirit. There was something strange in Tang Yuyan's eyes when she looked at Su Chen. Does this kid really have the ability to dare to participate in this trial? But soon she shook her head. No matter how good the treasures you possess are, the gap in strength cannot be made up. The gap in strength between the two stages is too huge. Although this kid's sword is very good, it's a pity that his strength is too low. If he can grow up in the future, he should be very powerful. It's a pity that the Lingyin Sect is recruiting at the wrong time. There was a lot of discussion going on around him, but Su Chen concentrated on circulating his sword energy and ignored those people. This Zhao Zhan is also very strong. Su Chen must respond with all his strength. He took out the Longquan sword and went towards Zhao Zhan again. But this time Zhao Zhan did not choose to take the initiative to attack. Instead, he spread the sword energy across his body, wrapping himself tightly. Although Su Chen's sword energy was sharp, it could not break through the opponent's defense in a short period of time. Thousands of sword energies rushed towards Zhao Zhan, but could not hurt him at all. Even though this young man's sword is extraordinary, the difference in cultivation is too great, and he can't break the opponent's defense at all. Su Chen can't break this sword formation alone. The various immortal cultivators in the audience were discussing the matter. Zhao Zhan circulated the spiritual energy in his body and concentrated thousands of sword energies into the sword formation. The fight with Su Chen just now made him understand that the sword energy that Su Chen practiced was a sword technique that abandoned all defense and focused on attack. This sword technique has a fatal flaw. As long as you are unable to defeat the enemy with one blow or fight for a long time, you will often lack stamina. Zhao Zhan's current strategy is to use the sword formation to temporarily block Su Chen's sword energy. Wait until Su Chen's sword energy weakens, and then wait for an opportunity to launch a counterattack. However, Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned blue. The Wuji spirit eye was activated, and the sword formation could be seen clearly. The defensive power of Zhao Zhan's sword formation is amazing. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm may not be able to penetrate its defense. What's more, Su Chen is just a little brother who is only at the 2nd level. But Su Chen has the infinite spiritual eyes, and soon, Su Chen discovered Zhao Zhan's weakness. Su Chen looked for this opportunity, ready to strike the winning blow. Suddenly, his body moved. A huge sword-shaped spirit appeared behind him, and then the sword-shaped spirit hung above Su Chen's head, and the surrounding sword energy poured into the spirit. At the same time, the swords carried by the sword cultivators present also made a few buzzing sounds. The sword energy seemed to be snatched away by Su Chen's Longquan sword, and in the blink of an eye it all entered the body of the Longquan sword. Su Chen swung the Longquan sword fiercely. A huge shadow created by the Longquan sword appeared in the air. It transformed into a giant sword dragon and roared towards Zhao Zhan. Boom! With a dull thud, Zhao Zhan's protective sword formation was shattered under the impact of the powerful sword dragon. Su Chen seized the opportunity, swept forward, and waved his right hand. Several sword energies shot out rapidly. Zhao Zhan raised his hand and swung out a small sword and shield to block, but the sword energy was so sharp that it actually broke Zhao Zhan's sword and shield directly. Then the sword energy stopped 3 inches away from Zhao Zhan's face. Even so, a small cut appeared on Zhao Zhan's forehead, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed down. Su Chen retracted his sword energy and bowed. "Thank you." Zhao Zhan stood there, a hint of a smile appearing on his blood-stained face. "I lost." He looked at Su Chen and spoke. "I didn't expect you to have the infinite spirit eye." Su Chen smiled and did not answer. He just bowed and walked off the stage. The white-haired old man from the Lingyin Sect in the stands slowly announced, "Su Chen wins." The cultivators outside the stands were suddenly in an uproar. They didn't expect that Su Chen would win. The battle scene just now seemed weird no matter how you looked at it. A cultivator in his 20s who was only at the 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm was actually able to defeat a veteran swordsman who was over 50 years old and at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm. The doubts just now disappeared one after another. Many people are wondering which dimension Su Chen comes from. Su Chen's strength is not particularly strong. Although he defeated Zhao Zhan by surpassing his level, Zhaozhen's strength is not considered strong among these applying disciples. What more people care about is the origin of Su Chen's long quan sword. This kid must be hiding a secret. Some cultivators have already silently memorized Su Chen's name. Challenging opponents of higher levels is not common even on the Kunlun Mountains. Moreover, Su Chen has a sword with a spirit on it. This kid must have a great opportunity. If Su Chen has a background, it would be a good thing if he could establish a relationship with him. If he had no background, he could have found a time to kill Su Chen and take the treasures for himself. The competition was proceeding at a leisurely pace. Many practitioners who came to register have been eliminated. As the winner, Su Chen needs to wait for his opponent in the next round. He sat in the stands and waited. Wait for the other applicants to decide the winner to determine your next opponent. At this moment, Tang Yuyan came over. She glanced at Su Chen, then sat next to Su Chen. A pleasant fragrance suddenly filled the air around Su Chen. Su Chen knew that a female cultivator like this, who was gifted with extraordinary talent and exuded the air of a lady from a noble family in her every move, must be a rare and outstanding person in a certain sect. There are not many female cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals, and a powerful female cultivator can be spotted at a glance. The Tang Yuyan in front of him was definitely the best in their sect. Tang Yuyan turned her head and said to Su Chen, "I didn't expect that a cultivator from the Red Earth continent like you could actually complete a cross-level challenge, and your sword is not simple." Su Chen nodded. His keen mind allowed him to judge people very accurately. At least the woman in front of him had no ill will towards him. Tang Yuyan suddenly came close to Su Chen and asked, "What is your purpose in coming to Kunlun Mountain this time?" Su Chen was stunned. He glanced at Tang Yuyan, somewhat confused as to why she asked this. Tang Yuyan blinked her eyes, looked at Su Chen and said, "Tell me the truth. I see something different in you. You don't have such an extreme desire for power." Chapter 188, End of the Third Round. Su Chen smiled. He said, "I came to Kunlun Mountain this time to save people." Tang Yuyan blinked and asked, "Can you tell me who it is?" Su Chen shook his head. "Her identity is quite sensitive, so you'd better not know it. Even on Mount Kunlun, astrologer is a sensitive identity, because the disaster caused by her leaking the secret is inevitable." Tang Yuyan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Tang Yuyan still had many questions about Su Chen. He was an immortal cultivator who came from a lower plane, possessed a spirit weapon that was rarely seen in hundreds of years, and had also completed a challenge that surpassed his level. If a person has these points, he must be extraordinary. Tang Yuyan didn't ask any more questions, but turned and left. The little maid came over and asked, "Miss, is this person special? Although he looks very good, his strength is really too low." Tang Yuyan shook her head. A cultivator at the second level of the spiritual transformation realm was able to defeat a cultivator at the fourth level, challenge a higher level cultivator, and even possess a weapon with a spirit. Do you think he's normal? The little maid's expression changed. When you put it that way, it seems pretty impressive. Tang Yuyan smiled and said, "It's a pity that this person doesn't practice Taoism. Otherwise, I would definitely tell the sect master to let him join our sect." Not really. After all, he is only at the second level of the spiritual transformation realm. The lowest level of disciples our sect accepts is at the fifth level of the spiritual transformation realm. Tang Yuyan said seriously, "I even have a feeling that the only disciple that the Lingyin Sect will recruit this time will be him." As time passed, Su Chen's next opponent soon emerged. This is a man in his 30s named Li Xiu. His current strength has reached the third level of the spirit transformation realm, and he is only one step away from the fourth level of the spirit transformation realm. To reach this level at this age is not necessarily a genius, but it is already very good. I've heard of that cultivator. I heard that in just a few years, he broke through from the first level of the spiritual transformation realm to the third level. He's much more powerful than the cultivator just now. I think Su Chen can win this game. Su Chen won the fourth level of the spiritual transformation realm just now. Not necessarily. The cultivator just now is already over 80 years old. Whether in terms of talent or physical fitness, he is simply not comparable to Li Xiu. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. But most people are not optimistic about Su Chen. How could it be possible that challenging opponents of higher levels would happen every time? As they spoke, Su Chen and Li Xiu were already ready for battle. The two exchanged courtesies and officially began the competition. As a junior, Su Chen was the first to release his spiritual energy. The cultivation level of the second level of the spirit transformation realm permeated the surroundings. The old man presiding over the meeting shook his head. With the cultivation level of the second level of the spirit transformation realm, it is impossible for him to pass this trial. Even though he won one game, The opponents he encountered in the later stages would become stronger and stronger, and it would be impossible for him to pass the second level of the spirit transformation realm. He has been recruiting disciples for many years. No disciple below the third level of the spirit transformation realm has ever been able to enter the sword-controlling sect. The white-haired old man looked away. There was no need to watch this competition anymore. Neither of them will be the final choice. Although Li Xiu is at the peak of the third level of the spirit transformation realm and is indeed a genius in the outside world, on Kunlun Mountain, someone like him who is already in his 30s and almost 40 years old is no one lower than the fourth level of the spirit transformation realm. Some true geniuses, at this age, are not uncommon to be at the ninth level of the spirit transformation realm. As the white-haired old man looked away, Li Xiu also released his own spiritual energy. The spiritual energy that was already at the third peak of the spirit transformation realm permeated the surroundings. Li Xiu said, "Although you are very young, I will not let you down in this competition. After all, there is only one chance to enter the Lingyin Sect." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Senior, just use your strongest strength." Li Xiu nodded, and his expression became serious. He suddenly attacked, and a long sword flew out of his hand. A sharp sword energy rushed straight towards Su Chen's face. A dragon roar sounded. Su Chen drew out the Longquan sword and raised his hand to block. The sword energy was directly offset by the sword energy released by Su Chen. Li Xiu was stunned for a moment. Although Su Chen's cultivation level is only the second level of the spirit transformation realm. However, the sword energy released by Li Xiu just now was definitely not something that the second level of the spirit transformation realm could withstand. Li Xiu looked at Su Chen with a more serious expression. "It seems this guy has something." Su Chen smiled and said, "Senior, I'm going to use force now." Su Chen's understanding of sword energy has reached the peak of the fourth level of the spirit transformation realm, and it is at the genius level. The sword energy released by Su Chen was not comparable to that of the person in front of him who was only at the peak of the third level of the spirit transformation realm. It is said that in the realm of transformation, the difference in strength after one level of cultivation is huge. After he finished speaking, Su Chen took action directly. He held the Longquan sword in his hand and suddenly floated into the air. Then a huge sword formation enveloped Li Xiu. In that sword formation, thousands of sword energies attacked Li Xiu's body. Su Chen opened his blue eyes, and his infinite spiritual eyes saw Li Xiu's weaknesses clearly. Almost every sword energy accurately attacked Li Xiu's weakest point. Li Xiu's expression was extremely serious. How can this guy opposite me accurately judge every one of my weaknesses? It's incredible. But he didn't have time to think too much. A sword energy suddenly penetrated his body. Then the sword energy instantly exploded in his meridians. The protective spiritual energy on Li Xiu's body suddenly lost its effect. The outcome of this battle is already clear. Su Chen took back the Longquan sword and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you for letting me do this." Li Xiu's face looked a little ugly. "But I did lose." The cultivators who were watching the game nearby were already furious. Some people did think that Su Chen would win this competition. But no one ever thought that Su Chen would win so easily. The entire match did not last more than 3 rounds. It's almost like an instant kill. Su Chen walked off the stage calmly, ready for tomorrow's competition. Today's trial has ended here. Su Chen only needs to face tomorrow's opponent. The little maid in the stands on the side was stunned. "Miss, it seems Su Chen has won again." This time, Su Chen only took a few rounds to defeat the opponent. Tang Yuyan nodded but didn't say anything. He looked as if all this was natural. The little maid asked, "Is Su Chen really a genius?" Tang Yuyan replied, "If he wasn't a genius, there's no way he could have entered Kunlun Mountain from the Red Earth continent. No one from that place has passed the test to enter Kunlun Mountain in over 100 years. Tang Yuyan glanced at Su Chen with a mysterious look in her eyes. "Next, we need to focus on this immortal cultivator. If this cultivator is very talented, you must use all means to bring her to your side." Chapter 189, Letter from Afar, Safe Birth. Su Chen, who had successfully passed 2 rounds of competition, had finished the day's competition and found a nearby inn to stay in. After washing up, Su Chen sat in the room and then took out a magic weapon from the spiritual realm. That's a mirror. This is a magic weapon given to Su Chen by Senior Sister Li. It doesn't have any special effects, but it can connect with everyone in the Lingyin Sect across dimensions. Su Chen projected his spiritual energy onto the mirror. Then, a picture appeared in the mirror. In that picture, Lung Wushuang's peerless face appeared in front of Su Chen. Lung Wushuang asked, "Have you found a place to settle down?" Su Chen nodded. "I found an inn and settled down." Then Su Chen gave a brief account of the situation in Kunlun Mountain. Lung Wushuang said with concern, "When you get there, take care of yourself and don't try to be too aggressive." Su Chen nodded, and a warm feeling came over his heart. A few years ago, Su Chen never thought that someone would care about him. At this moment, Lung Wushuang said, "I have good news to tell you. Ping'an gave birth to a child, and Amelia Su is also pregnant." Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that he would have double happiness soon after arriving in Kunlun Mountain. No wonder Su Chen didn't see Ping'an the last time he went back. It turned out that Ping'an was pregnant at that time and was resting and taking care of the baby. In order not to make Su Chen worry, Lung Wushuang did not tell Su Chen about this matter before. When Su Chen left, Ping'an was about to give birth. As he was speaking, Ping'an appeared in the picture holding the child. After giving birth, Ping'an became a little fatter, but the innocence and silliness between her eyebrows and eyes are still the same as before. Ping'an came over holding the child. "Husband, please give her a name." Su Chen looked at the tiny baby in the cradle, his eyes filled with tenderness. After a moment of thought, he said, "Let's call her Su Luo." Ping'an gave birth to a girl named Su Luo Zhenghao, a very nice name. Ping'an nodded, then said to the girl in his arms, "Xiao Su Luo, this is your father." The little girl babbled and stretched out her hand towards Su Chen. Su Chen's face was full of smiles. At this time, a voice came from the system. "Congratulations to the host for having a new offspring. Because this offspring is quite special. Belongs to the combination of the human race and the demon race, so the reward is 500 years of cultivation." Su Chen felt a powerful spiritual energy entering his body. He had already reached the second level of the spirit transformation realm, and now he was showing signs of a breakthrough. Little Su Luo's babbling voice pulled Su Chen back from the system's voice. Su Chen smiled and said, "I like this girl very much. I will use the marrow cleansing pills I have stored in the medicine pavilion to forge little Su Luo's body. Not only Su Luo, but all future generations will have to use the marrow cleansing pill to improve their physique throughout their cultivation." Lung Wushuang and others looked surprised. If all the descendants are nourished with the marrow cleansing pill, wouldn't their cultivation be greatly improved in the future? But where did Su Chen get so many marrow cleansing pills? Su Chen seemed to be asked a question. He hesitated and touched his head. "Ahem, I forgot to tell you about the medicine I left in the alchemy pavilion last time." Senior Sisterly pouted and said sternly, "You kid actually hid some private money?" Su Chen smiled awkwardly. "Okay, I have things to do. I'll contact you next time." After saying that, Su Chen quickly ended the call. "If I continue talking like this, I'm afraid I'll have to attend a struggle session today." After ending the call, Su Chen sat in the room and began to meditate. "The cultivation I have gained now is undoubtedly of great help to me. Tomorrow Su Chen will face a stronger opponent. It would be great if Su Chen could make another breakthrough today." Then Su Chen began to guide the spiritual power into his dantian. At this time, Su Chen's spiritual power was very abundant. Su Chen guided the spiritual energy in his meridians into his dantian. Suddenly, a spiritual energy ran through my whole body. Su Chen felt that his spiritual world suddenly became brighter, and his spiritual world seemed to become extremely transparent. Even the Wuji spirit eye has been upgraded. At this time, Su Chen was observing his surroundings, and all the subtle changes were within Su Chen's sight. No changes can escape Su Chen's eyes. Then Su Chen guided this powerful spiritual energy into his dantian. Just now it was just an improvement in mental strength. Now Su Chen wants to thoroughly improve his spiritual energy. Countless spiritual energy began to enter Su Chen's dantian. He felt the spiritual energy becoming extremely abundant, and then his body began to emit a golden light. An hour later, with a low thundering sound coming from his abdomen, Su Chen's cultivation level was raised to the third level of the spirit transformation realm. After reaching the spirit transformation realm, every breakthrough in a small realm will not bring about a heavenly calamity. The breakthrough process was unusually smooth. This made Su Chen very happy. It seems that once you reach the spirit transformation realm, you can successfully break through as long as your cultivation level reaches that level. Su Chen walked out of the room, ate something simple, then walked out of the inn, ready to stroll around the town. There is nothing special about the small town in Kunlun Mountain, and some of the residents living there are also original indigenous people of Kunlun Mountain. In the beginning, Kunlun Mountain was just an ordinary plain, and there were all kinds of ordinary people in it. Later, some powerful immortals created a gate of ascension here to ascend into the universe, so masters from the 3,000 small worlds began to gather here. Su Chen walked in the town, preparing to buy some new and interesting things to bring back to his children. Suddenly, he saw a large group of people gathered not far away. Originally, Su Chen thought there was some new and interesting activity. When they got closer, they found that the person these people were surrounding was actually a young man. The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Although he was not as good-looking as Su Chen, he was already handsome. The group of people were watching the young man. This must be Wang Longye, the talented swordsman from the Lingyin Sect who reached the 6th level of the spiritual transformation realm at the age of 25. I've only heard of his legend before, but I didn't expect him to come down the mountain this time. I heard that he is the best among the younger generation of the Lingyin Sect. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. It would be great if he and I could become Taoist partners. There are many little fans among them. Wang Longye glanced at the crowd around him, his eyes filled with pride. In the Lingyin Sect, he devoted himself to practicing hard, but when he came to the foot of the mountain, these people were simply a joke in his eyes. However, when Su Chen walked over, the attention of many little fans was immediately attracted. Compared with Su Chen, Wang Longye's appearance is still much worse. Su Chen glanced at Wang Longye and then turned away. Although Wang Longye's current cultivation level is very high, his temperament is too arrogant. Su Chen saw through this person at a glance and knew that he would never achieve great things in the future. Su Chen was just about to turn around and leave when he heard Wang Longye's voice suddenly from behind him. Chapter 190 Bet. Are you one of the outsiders who are participating in the Lingyin Sect's recruitment of disciples? Su Chen frowned, turned around and said, Is there something wrong? Wang Longye's expression was a little angry. No one at the foot of the mountain had ever dared to speak to him like this. You are only at the 2nd level of the spiritual transformation realm, so don't even think about joining the sword-controlling sect. The sword-controlling sect won't accept a loser like you. After saying that, Wang Longye looked at Su Chen with a rather mocking look. Who knew that Su Chen didn't even look at Wang Longye? Oh, after saying that, Su Chen turned and left. From beginning to end, Su Chen never looked at Wang Longye directly. Wang Longye's eyes were filled with anger. He said coldly, Boy, you are so arrogant. Don't let you fall into my hands. Su Chen ignored Wang Longye. This time he came out to relax, and Su Chen didn't want to pay attention to these impetuous and arrogant people. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly saw Tang Yuyan shopping with her maid not far away. Su Chen walked over and greeted, Fairy Tang, do you also live in this town? Tang Yuyan glanced at Su Chen and replied, We will stay here for the time being. This time, our master wants us to see the immortal cultivators down the mountain. Immortal cultivators like Tang Yuyan are different from others. They grew up in the mountains since childhood and have never seen the world below the mountains. Su Chen nodded. I didn't expect to meet you again. We are really destined to meet. Tang Yuyan smiled. Because of Su Chen's charming body, even a cultivator like Tang Yuyan couldn't help but develop a liking for Su Chen. In addition, Su Chen himself is indeed outstanding in appearance and full of mystery, which makes Tang Yuyan have a good impression of Su Chen. As Su Chen got closer, Wang Yuyan's face couldn't help but turn red. At this moment, Wang Longye's voice suddenly came. He smiled and waved at Tang Yuyan. Yuyan, I didn't expect you to be here too. Tang Yuyan turned her head, a hint of disgust flashing across her eyes. But she quickly hid this disgust in her heart. When Wang Longye saw Su Chen, he was stunned at first, but soon he looked at Tang Yuyan with a smile. Tang Yuyan asked politely, Why did you come down the mountain? Wang Longye smiled. I came down the mountain this time to see how my sword-controlling sect is recruiting this year. The people who have recently been recruited into the sword-controlling sect are too weak. Without the strength of the 4th level of the spiritual transformation realm, how can you be qualified to enter the sword-controlling sect? After saying that, Wang Longye deliberately glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't care at all. Tang Yuyan smiled awkwardly. Tang Yuyan didn't like Wang Longye's arrogant attitude. Wang Longye asked knowingly. He looked at Su Chen and asked, Who is this? Tang Yuyan replied, This is a friend of mine. Wang Longye continued, I think I saw him participating in the Lingyin Sect's competition yesterday. His strength seems to be only at the 2nd level of the spiritual transformation realm. After saying this, Wang Long laughed. Why would a cultivator at the 2nd level of the spiritual transformation realm participate in this trial? Su Chen remained calm. The results haven't come out yet. Isn't it a bit too early to draw conclusions? If your sect only looks at cultivation strength, then I'm sorry to bother you. Wang Longye was stunned. He didn't expect Su Chen to answer like this. Originally, he wanted to humiliate Su Chen in front of Tang Yuyan, but who knew that Su Chen's answer would turn the tables and make him bear a superficial crime. Tang Yuyan said, Yes, a sect cannot just look at its cultivation level when recruiting disciples. Wang Longye smiled awkwardly. Indeed, this is why the sect held this competition. Su Chen looked at Wang Longye and suddenly said, How about I make a bet with you? If I join the Lingyin Sect this time, you will kneel down and apologize to me." Wang Longya suddenly laughed. A cultivator at the second level of the spirit transformation realm still dreams of joining the sword-controlling sect? He laughed heartily and said, "Okay, I promise you, but if you can't join the sword-controlling sect, you kowtow to me 3 times." Su Chen nodded and agreed readily. Tang Yuyan looked at Su Chen with some worry. She moved closer to Su Chen and whispered, "It's too bad to bet with him. The swordsmanship practiced in the Lingyin Sect is the best in Kunlun Mountain. Disciples of ordinary cultivation level can't enter. In recent years, the disciples they have recruited are at least at the 4th level of the spiritual transformation realm." A pleasant fragrance entered Su Chen's nostrils. Su Chen looked up and his eyes met Tang Yuyan's. For a moment, Tang Yuyan blushed slightly. Su Chen asked, "Fairy, do you not trust me?" "Not really. I'm just a little worried. Is the stakes too high?" Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "What's so big about a sure win bet?" Tang Yuyan was stunned. Must win? At this moment, Tang Yuyan even had an illusion. Was Su Chen crazy? It was already difficult for him, a person at the 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm, to enter the sword-controlling sect, but Su Chen actually thought that he had a 100% chance of winning. Wang Longya laughed even louder. "Okay, then the bet is settled." Su Chen nodded. He said to Tang Yuyan, "I have some things to deal with over there, so I'll leave for now." After returning to his residence, Su Chen took out the star power left by Tang Xianxia in the spiritual realm. At this time, the star power is much dimmer than before. Su Chen injected spiritual power into star power. Then Tang Xianxian's figure slowly appeared. "Have you found where I am?" Tang Xianxian asked. Su Chen shook his head. "I will temporarily establish a foothold on Kunlun Mountain. You need to give me a way so that I can sense you when I am close to you." Tang Xianxian nodded. Then she reached out and took out a magic weapon. It was a compass rose similar to a compass needle. Tang Xianxian continued, "When you get close to me, you will receive a prompt and the compass will make a sound. Then you can find me by following the guidance of the compass." Su Chen nodded and carefully put away the magic weapon. Su Chen looked up at Tang Xianxian and asked, "How are you doing now?" Tang Xianxian replied, "I'm trapped in a completely black space. There's no entrance or exit. I can only wait here endlessly." Su Chen felt very confused. Tang Xianxian was able to enter Kunlun Mountain, so her cultivation must be very high. What kind of person could trap Tang Xianxian to such an extent? Moreover, this person did not kill Tang Xianxian, but instead put her under house arrest. At this moment, the old man from the Tao Te Ching in the spiritual realm spoke. "Su Chen, I advise you not to get close to this astrologer. Her fate is too special and will affect your luck." Chapter 191, Su Chen's Choice. The old man from the Tao Te Ching also emerged from the tranquility. He looked at Su Chen and had no intention of avoiding Tang Xianxian. Even in the vast universe, astrologers are not allowed to exist. When an astrologer becomes powerful, the bad luck brought by divination will affect the fortune of the entire world. Tang Xianxian didn't say anything. Astrologers are a very special group. At this moment, Tang Xianxian's figure seems real, but not real, and seems illusory, but not illusory. It is an extremely mysterious figure. Tang Xianxian just looked at Su Chen. She wanted to know Su Chen's choice. Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Then he asked the Daedeging master, "Are there any astrologers in the world?" The old man from the Tao Te Ching recalled, "In the past, there was an astrologer who ascended into the universe. He was the first astrologer to ascend into the universe in thousands of years. The existence of astrologers has always been a secret even in the vast universe. The old man once wanted to hide her existence. But when an astrologer reaches a certain level of cultivation, his physique will change into a calamity-inducing physique. While possessing powerful divination abilities, a calamity constitution can easily lead to disasters. No one can remove this constitution unless they possess a divine body. At the same time, those who possess a divine body also need to pay a huge price. Those people from the Protoss clan won't spend too much energy on an astrologer. So the old man had been hiding this from the people of the God clan until that astrologer predicted the war in the God realm, and her identity could no longer be hidden. So what happened to her? Su Chen asked. If discovered by the gods, they will die. The tone of the old man from the Tao Te Ching was somewhat serious. He had seen that scene with his own eyes. Astrologers are originally from the human race. However, in the vast universe, the human race is the weakest and naturally has the lowest status and voice. The old man and Hongshan Sword Immortal watched with their own eyes as the astrologer died in front of them. The entire execution ground was stained red with blood. The old man and the Red Dust Sword Immortal, as human beings, were powerless. From then on, the old man and the red dust sword immortal would never allow astrologers to enter the world. Su Chen listened carefully and said nothing. He thought for a moment. Suddenly, he spoke up. Do the old man and the red dust sword immortal think that I'm the one in a million choice? They chose me to enter the universe because they want to change the status of the human race in it. The old man nodded. Then Su Chen smiled. If I can't even handle this, how can I change the status of the human race? The old man from the Tao Te Ching did not speak. Then a smile suddenly appeared on the orange peel face of the old man from the Tao Te Ching. Since you have chosen this, I can't say anything more. Since the old man has entrusted me to you, my mission is to help you enter the world. I have no right to interfere with your choice. Afterwards, the old man from the Tao Te Ching disappeared into the spiritual realm. Su Chen turned to Tang Xianxia and said, when I enter the Lingyin Sect and gain a foothold here, I will naturally come to find you. Tang Xianxia nodded with a smile on her lips. Then Tang Xianxian's figure disappeared into the spiritual realm. Su Chen took back the star power left by Tang Xianxian. Then Su Chen lay down on his side and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Chen made some preparations and set off for the trial site. The trial site was already crowded with people at this moment. There were far fewer people participating in the competition today, and most of them came to watch. After the first round of selection, many people have been eliminated. The rest are basically talented practitioners who have long been famous among these casual practitioners. Su Chen saw Tang Yuyan and her maid from afar. He walked over. Tang Yuyan also saw Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. Tang Yuyan reminded him, Wang Longye will be here today too. Su Chen nodded, his expression becoming slightly serious. The grudge he had with Wang Longye yesterday might be disadvantageous to him in today's game. But Su Chen was not worried. Now my cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, and my understanding of sword energy has reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, after yesterday's practice, Su Chen's Wuji spirit eyes also received an unprecedented improvement. As he was speaking, the white-haired old man on the podium had already begun announcing the opponents. The first stage of the battle is Zhang Jiwei. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Su Chen seemed to have heard this name when he was at the inn yesterday. This is the strongest person within a few hundred miles of the test site where the Sword Control Sect is recruiting disciples in Kunlun Mountain. His strength has reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Su Chen raised his head and suddenly saw Wang Longye looking at him with a smile. His face was full of sarcasm. It is also full of schadenfreude. Needless to say, this must be Wang Longye's doing. Su Chen knew it very well. At this time, Wang Longye left and came over to pat Su Chen on the shoulder. Little brother, don't lose too badly later. After all, if you can't enter the Lingyin Sect, don't forget to kowtow to me when the time comes. Su Chen sneered. You just need to remember your own bet when the time comes. At this moment, the white-haired old man was urging all the disciples who were taking the trial to enter the venue. Su Chen turned his head and walked into the venue. The first match was between Su Chen and Zhang Jiwei. Zhang Jiwei is a young man of about 28 or 29 years old. He wears a Taoist robe. He is not handsome, but he looks pleasant. Su Chen stepped forward, bowed and said, Brother Zhang, please give me some advice. Zhang Jiwei didn't say anything, just nodded, stretched out his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, a powerful sword energy burst out from him. Zhang Jiwei's sword energy is different from ordinary sword energy. His sword energy was very gentle, without the fierce momentum of Su Chen, but it was extremely powerful. The cultivation level of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm was no joke. And Su Chen also released his own spiritual energy. Compared with the spiritual energy of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm and the spiritual energy of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, it seems much weaker. But many people around who had watched Su Chen's game yesterday opened their eyes wide and looked surprised. Did this kid break through a realm in just one day? Or maybe he had already accumulated enough energy to make a breakthrough, but just hadn't done it yet. Some people who had not watched Su Chen's competition yesterday shouted, What's the point of such a competition? One is at the 3rd level of the spiritual transformation realm, and the other is at the 5th level of the spiritual transformation realm. There's no comparison at all. I think it's better to admit defeat and surrender as soon as possible. That's right. I came here to watch an exciting competition, but it ended up like this. It's really boring. There was a lot of discussion around, most of which were mocking Su Chen. Some people even directly asked Su Chen to admit defeat and stop wasting time. Su Chen ignored him and took out the Longquan sword. A slight dragon roar came from the sword. At the same time, the sword in Zhang Jiwei's hand actually vibrated a few times. Resonance of famous sword. Su Chen's expression became serious. It seems that the sword in Zhang Jiwei's hand is also a famous sword. Chapter 192. I've made sufficient preparations, you have no chance of winning. Su Chen's expression became serious. There must be a reason why Zhang Jiwei is known as the strongest swordsman within hundreds of miles. Su Chen must not underestimate such a powerful enemy. While he was thinking, Zhang Jiwei had already flown up. The long sword slashed out, and the sword energy was as soft as water. Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned light blue. The infinite spirit eye was then activated. However, Su Chen could not find any flaws in the soft sword energy. Su Chen's heart trembled slightly, and he drew an arc with the Longquan sword in his hand to block. The two swords collided, making a sound of metal collision. When the sword energies collided, Zhang Jiwei was slightly surprised. Although Su Chen only has the strength of the third level of the spirit transformation realm. However, his sword energy was surprisingly almost as pure and sharp as his own. Is this guy really at the third level of the spirit transformation realm? The two men flew around, and the fight was hard to determine for a while. Their sword energies collided and canceled each other out one by one. Su Chen also had some admiration for Zhang Jiwei. If it were someone else who was 2 levels apart in realm, it would definitely make the other party let down their guard. But Zhang Jiwei was very serious, and there was not a single mistake in the entire attack. Even if Su Chen used the Wuji Spirit Eye, he could not find any flaws in Zhang Jiwei. Moreover, Zhang Jiwei's sword energy is as soft as water. Su Chen's sword energy was as sharp as a knife. The two sword energies collided with each other and almost canceled each other out. Su Chen's originally sharp sword energy had no room to be used in front of Zhang Jiwei's sword energy. No matter how fierce the sword energy flew out, it was still swallowed up by Zhang Jiwei's sword energy almost without any leakage. There was a hint of solemnity in the depths of Su Chen's eyes. If he continues to waste time like this, Su Chen will definitely lose. If it comes to the consumption of spiritual energy, Su Chen's third-level spiritual energy is definitely not as deep as the other party's fifth-level spiritual energy in the spirit transformation realm. Su Chen took a step back and retracted his sword energy. At the same time, Zhang Jiwei also retracted his sword energy. They both stood there in silence. Everyone around was stunned. How come the fight between the third and fifth level spiritual transformation realm cultivators is so fierce? Yeah, shouldn't it be a crushing force? From the looks of it, it seems both of them are very cautious and don't dare to make a move rashly. That's good, now it's something to watch. People around were talking about it. Many people think that the two sides are evenly matched, but a hint of worry appeared in Tang Yuyin's bright eyes. As an elite disciple of a major sect on the mountain, Tang Yuyin's knowledge and vision are unmatched by anyone else present. She had already seen that Zhang Jiwei's sword energy just happened to restrain Su Chen's sword energy. Since ancient times, softness has overcome hardness. Su Chen's sword energy was extremely sharp, while Zhang Jiwei's sword energy was as soft as water. In this way, Su Chen could not break through Zhang Jiwei's defense line. If the competition continues like this, Su Chen will definitely lose. The little maid raised her head and saw Tang Yuyin's worried expression. She asked curiously, "Miss, will Su Chen lose this game?" Tang Yuyin nodded. Zhang Jiwei's sword energy just restrains Su Chen's sword energy. In this way, Su Chen cannot break through Zhang Jiwei's defense. If it is purely a battle of spiritual energy consumption, Su Chen is definitely not Zhang Jiwei's opponent. As she spoke, Tang Yuyin glanced at Wang Longye. Wang Longye was smiling triumphantly. It seems that Wang Longye has made sufficient preparations this time. This order of competition must have been arranged by him on purpose. The little maid looked at Wang Longye with disdain. I really hate that swordsman from the Lingyin Sect. I always feel like he's too arrogant and hard to like. Tang Yuyin nodded. Unfortunately, in this world, the strong are respected. After saying that, she sighed. At this time, Wang Longye was looking at Su Chen with a mocking expression. If you can't win, don't insist. Why waste so much spiritual energy? How can someone at the third level of the spiritual transformation realm defeat someone at the fifth level of the spiritual transformation realm? Wang Longye's eyes were full of contempt. When the people around saw Wang Longye speak, they all echoed him. Yeah, why embarrass yourself here? There's no suspense in this competition at all. If I had given up long ago, I might as well use this time to practice instead of wasting time here. For a moment, the spectators burst into laughter. Su Chen listened to the laughter, his heart as calm as water. His 7-aperture exquisite mind had already reached the state of great perfection at this time. The state of mind is extremely pure. Zhang Jiwei glanced at Su Chen and said, "If you continue like this, you will definitely lose." Why don't you admit defeat now? If you keep going like this, when your spiritual energy is exhausted, it will have a certain impact on your cultivation. This is just an ordinary competition. Since you are not strong enough, come back next time. Su Chen gripped the Long Quan's sword tightly, and sword energy surrounded the Long Quan's sword. He smiled and said, "How can you know if you don't try?" Zhang Jiwei sighed and said, "I watched your competition yesterday. It was a challenge of a higher level. I have to say it was very exciting. And from my competition with you today, I also saw that your sword energy doesn't match your cultivation level. I'm afraid your understanding of sword energy has already surpassed that of ordinary people. But I have already reserved my position as a disciple of the Lingyin Sect. There is no cultivator within a few hundred miles who is stronger than me. I have waited a long time for this opportunity, and I will never give it to you. And I've made sufficient preparations. You can't beat me." Indeed, during the battle, Su Chen could feel that every move of Zhang Jiwei was targeted at him. Zhang Jiwei might not be able to defeat himself simply by relying on sword moves. But if he only defends and does not attack, his spiritual energy will eventually be exhausted. Although this approach is somewhat unfair, but everyone only cares about the outcome. Zhang Jiwei smiled. He released his sword energy, and a huge sword formation appeared around Su Chen. The sword formation enveloped Su Chen. The sword energy in the sword formation was as soft as water, but it was slow to attack Su Chen. Su Chen tried to use sword energy to break through the sword formation. However, no matter how Su Chen attacked, the sword energy was just enough to block Su Chen's attack. Zhang Jiwei slowly said, "Have you ever heard of using softness to overcome hardness?" Su Chen didn't say anything. Indeed, this gentle sword energy was too restraining. No matter how Su Chen used sword energy to attack, it would be offset one by one. The battle situation reached a stalemate. But to outsiders it looks extremely exciting. The spiritual energy formed by the interweaving of sword energy was particularly wonderful to those who had not yet entered the third level of the spirit transformation realm. It seems that Su Chen is going to lose. He can't break through the sword formation of the fifth level of the spiritual transformation realm. I knew I couldn't win. It was a complete waste of time. Hurry up and get ready. I'm going to watch the next show. Really? You wasted half a day of my time. What's the point? It was a purely one-sided crushing. From the beginning to the end, Su Chen's sword energy couldn't break through Zhang Jiwei's sword energy. There were already complaints coming from all around. Basically, everyone thought the battle was over. Su Chen could not win simply by relying on the depth of his spiritual energy. However, at this moment, a dragon roar erupted from the sword formation. Su Chen holds the Long Quan's sword in his hand. The sword energy on the Long Quan's sword seemed to condense into a dragon spirit. Then Su Chen flew up and came into the air. A huge slash directly hit the sword formation. Chapter 193. Using softness to overcome hardness, because it's not hard enough. The dragon-shaped sword energy was everywhere, and Zhang Jiwei's sword formation exploded instantly. The expressions of the people around changed. That Su Chen actually broke through Zhang Jiwei's sword formation? How is it possible that there is such a huge difference in realms? Zhang Jiwei's expression also changed drastically, and he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen held the Long Quan's sword in his hand and slowly dropped it to the ground. It seems like it's not over yet. Zhang Jiwei restrained his expression. His expression turned serious again. In an instant, he attacked again. This time he chose close combat. Since the sword formation could not trap Su Chen, they used close combat to consume Su Chen's sword energy. Then when Su Chen's spiritual energy is exhausted, he will naturally win. A sword energy shot up into the sky and swept towards Su Chen. Suddenly, the soft sword energy came towards Su Chen like a tide. Su Chen waved the Long Quan's sword in his hand. At this moment, the Long Quan's sword in Su Chen's hand was different from before. There seemed to be a dragon figure around the sword. Su Chen released sword energy and repelled the tide of sword energy. To outsiders, this scene was no different from what happened just now. But in Zhang Jiwei's eyes, everything has changed. How can Su Chen break my sword energy so easily now? In just a short moment, did Su Chen suddenly become stronger? If this continues, his sword energy will not be able to match Su Chen's consumption. Su Chen slashed and directly broke Zhang Jiwei's sword energy. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Sword cultivation focuses on pure attack. It's really meaningless to rely on consuming spiritual energy to win like you." Zhang Jiwei's expression turned ugly. Judging from the extent to which Su Chen has been able to break his sword energy, even if they were to compete in terms of spiritual energy consumption, he would no longer be Su Chen's opponent. Wang Longya naturally also saw the trick behind this. He looked at Su Chen in surprise. At the same time, His eyes were filled with resentment. Among the contestants this time, Zhang Jiwei is almost the strongest. If Su Chen defeats him, it will be almost difficult for others to defeat Su Chen. His face turned ugly, and he looked at Su Chen with resentment. Tang Yuyan showed a look of joy. The maid saw Tang Yuyan smiling and asked curiously, "Miss, what happened?" Tang Yuyan said, "I don't know what method Su Chen used, but he was able to break Zhang Jiwei's sword energy. So Su Chen is going to win." Tang Yuyan nodded. However, Su Chen's strength is only at the 3rd level of the spiritual transformation realm, which is still too weak. This competition will probably end with Zhang Jiwei's spiritual energy being exhausted. That's too boring. Just as the maid was complaining, Su Chen suddenly flew up. The shape of the Longquan sword became extremely huge. At the same time, a spirit appeared behind Su Chen. The spirit was wearing a white robe and had long flowing hair. Holding the Longquan sword in his hand, he looks happy and free. Then the Longquan sword chopped down heavily. The supreme sword energy went towards Zhang Jiwei. Zhang Jiwei's expression changed. He released all his spiritual energy and stood up to resist the sword energy. A sword formation formed in front of Zhang Jiwei. The sword energy in the sword formation is like a tide. Su Chen marched forward fearlessly, shouting, "Break!" As soon as he finished speaking, the supreme sword energy slashed down rapidly, and Zhang Jiwei's sword formation was broken in an instant. The sword formation was broken, and a huge slash fell in front of Zhang Jiwei. Su Chen held the Longquan sword, and the tip of the sword stopped only an inch away from Zhang Jiwei. Then Su Chen looked at Zhang Jiwei with a smile. "You win. I'm not as skilled as you, so I have to admit defeat." Su Chen smiled. "Didn't you just say that softness overcomes hardness? The reason why you can overcome hardness with softness is because you are not hard enough. Softness and hardness are inherently mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. How can there be any such thing as restraint?" After saying that, Su Chen took back the Longquan sword. At this time, the venue was already in chaos. Countless people couldn't believe that Su Chen actually won. Those who had not seen Su Chen's competition yesterday all looked at the young practitioner with wide eyes. This cultivator, who only looks to be around 23 or 24 years old, is actually able to challenge opponents of higher levels? Moreover, entering the Lingyin Sect at this age, he is probably the youngest disciple recruited by the Lingyin Sect. Some cultivators who had watched Su Chen's competition yesterday, they are no longer surprised. Wang Longya's face turned extremely ugly. Su Chen's gaze looked over. He smiled faintly. That smile was full of mockery in Wang Longya's eyes. He turned and left angrily. Although Su Chen defeated Zhang Jiwei, he absolutely could not let him enter the Lingyin Sect smoothly. If it doesn't work, just get rid of him outside. When Tang Yuyan saw Su Chen win the competition, her eyes were filled with joy. It seems that I was not wrong about him. Su Chen's talent is definitely beyond ordinary people. It's just a pity that Su Chen did not practice Taoism. The maid stuck out her tongue. "Miss, you are wrong in all your guesses." Tang Yuyan smiled. "Maybe Su Chen is just too talented. I can't predict any of his actions at all." At this time, Su Chen retracted the Longquan sword and walked out of the venue silently. Today's competition is over. But in the next few days, Su Chen will still face other victorious opponents. At this time in the spiritual realm, the Golden Dragon was panting. This kid can actually perform the fusion of man and sword. And does that spirit resemble the one released from the red dust sword immortal back then? The old man smiled calmly. "I knew you couldn't sit still." According to Su Chen's strength, even if he had reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm and his understanding of sword energy, it would be impossible for him to break the sword formation that was as soft as water. Jinlong smiled. "I can't stand watching that kid kneel down to others." It was Jinlong who helped Su Chen in the battle just now. But the Golden Dragon does not provide help in terms of strength. Instead, it gave Su Chen an opportunity to try. In Su Chen's previous battle, the Longquan sword only carried the aura of a Golden Dragon. But the Golden Dragon had never truly integrated into the sword to fight. The power of the Golden Dragon is too great. Once it is integrated into the Longquan sword to fight, the cultivator needs to have extremely powerful strength. Otherwise, you will go astray. A sword with a spirit is inherently risky. This was just an attempt by Jinlong. But unexpectedly, Su Chen actually succeeded. Jinlong waved his hand and then walked aside. "I'm going to rest for a while. It's been a while since I've immersed myself in a sword battle. Since the red dust sword immortal, I haven't truly entered the Dragon Spring sword for anyone." At this moment in that venue, an old man looked serious. A middle-aged man stood next to him. "Did you watch that competition?" The old man asked. "I've seen it. This Su Chen is indeed very strong." I originally thought that Zhang Jue would be the candidate to enter the Lingyin Sect this time, but I didn't expect that someone could actually defeat Zhang Jue. And considering his age, he would probably be the youngest disciple to enter the Lingyin Sect. Even some of the inner sect disciples might not be able to match his talent. The middle-aged man answered slowly. Chapter 194 Tang Yuyin's Request. Su Chen returned to the inn, and soon the news of Su Chen's victory spread throughout the town. Everyone was guessing Su Chen's identity. Zhang Jue had long been identified as the candidate for the Lingyin Sect to advance this time. Who knew that he would lose to an unknown immortal cultivator? In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Su Chen has been staying in the inn room these days. In the following competitions, Su Chen won all of them without any surprise. Even Zhang Jue couldn't beat Su Chen, so naturally the remaining cultivators and immortals couldn't beat him either. In the end, Su Chen became the disciple who ultimately emerged victorious within a radius of thousands of miles. Early in the morning, Su Chen was meditating and resting in the inn. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then, Tang Yuyin walked in. Su Chen was a little surprised. Why did Tang Yuyin come to see him? Tang Yuyin walked into the room. Suddenly, a woman's fragrance filled the room. Su Chen asked, "Why are you here?" Tang Yuyin hesitated for a moment and said, "I have a favor to ask of you. This time I came down the mountain not only for training but also for a mission, which is to help the sect slay a demon beast in the south. It's still some time before Yu Jianzong returns to the sect, and I need a helper. After thinking about it, you are the most suitable." After saying that, Tang Yuyin looked at Su Chen. Su Chen thought about it and then nodded. "Okay, I can help you. But in exchange, I need to know the detailed information of the major sects in Kunlun Mountain. On Mount Kunlun, all the sects are super sects. There are countless powerful people hidden among them. Ordinary cultivators and ordinary people cannot know any information about them." Tang Yuyin nodded. "I know. I can't let you do this favor for nothing." Su Chen smiled and asked, "When do we leave?" "I'll wait for you outside at noon tomorrow." Su Chen nodded, and then Tang Yuyin left the room. It is very important to know the information of the major sects in Kunlun Mountain. Only by understanding the major sects in Kunlun Mountain could Su Chen find information about Tang Xianxia. At noon the next day, Su Chen went to the agreed place to meet Tang Yuyin and others. When Tang Yuyin and her maid saw Su Chen coming, their eyes suddenly lit up. Today, Su Chen is wearing a plain white shirt and has a handsome face. Any woman would take a second look at him. Tang Yuyin said, "Don't worry, it's just a monster, it won't take long. As long as we don't anger the powerful monsters in that forest, this matter can be completed quickly." Su Chen nodded. The three of them set off. At this time, in an inn. What? Su Chen and Tang Yuyin went to the monster forest. The man in front of Wang Longya nodded. Then Wang Longya's expression became grim. It seems that Su Chen and Tang Yuyin are very close, but how could Su Chen, a kid who just came to Kunlun Mountain, know Tang Yuyin? Thinking of this, Wang Longya suddenly remembered Su Chen's appearance. It seems that I need to make Su Chen disappear forever. It would be easier for Su Chen to take action if he went to the monster forest. But Tang Yuyin is indeed a trouble. As long as he could avoid Tang Yuyin, he would be able to kill Su Chen in the monster forest. This is also a good opportunity to kill Su Chen. He stood up and said to the man, "Gather all the monks nearby and prepare to go to the monster forest." Here, Su Chen and Tang Yuyin came to the monster forest. This is the intersection of Kunlun Mountain and the underworld. However, due to the existence of the laws of heaven and earth, only monsters can pass through here to the lower world. Therefore, this place has become the only place in Kunlun Mountain where monsters exist. Su Chen glanced around. The monsters here are much stronger than those in the lower world. Some of the monsters wandering around freely in the forest are all 6th grade creatures. Moreover, the monsters on Kunlun Mountain are more powerful than those in the outside world. In Su Chen's previous 3,000 small worlds, a 6th grade monster could be dealt with by a cultivator at the 1st or 2nd level of the Yuanyang realm, but here, at least a cultivator at the 7th level of the Yuanyang realm was required to deal with it. Tang Yuyin said, "The monster we are going to kill this time is an 8th grade monster. However, there are many extremely powerful monsters in this monster forest. Be careful not to disturb them." Su Chen frowned. The 8th grade monsters on Kunlun Mountain require at least the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm to deal with. With Tang Yuyin's identity and status, it should not be difficult for her to find someone, but she did not look for anyone else. Instead, she chose herself, a cultivator at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, to help with the hunting. What was the purpose of this girl looking for herself? However, Su Chen just muttered it in his heart and did not think about it deeply. Since he could exchange it for information about the major sects, no matter what Tang Yuyan's intentions were for him, it would be a sure win. Everyone slowly walked towards the depths of the monster forest. After spending these days together, Su Chen, Tang Yuyan, and the little maid have become quite familiar with each other. The little maid walked up to Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, are you the strongest in your 3,000 small worlds? Su Chen shook his head. I'm not very clear about the details, but in our world there is a force called Datang. There should be many powerful people in the spiritual transformation realm there. So you entered Kunlun Mountain this time, just to save someone? Su Chen nodded. That person must be very important to you, right? Su Chen answered. She's a woman I met by chance. She's in trouble this time, so I have to help her. When the maid heard this, her face was filled with envy. At this time, Tang Yuyan coughed lightly. We have to leave quickly, otherwise we'll be in trouble if we're seen by other powerful monsters. The maid nodded in understanding. It seems that my young lady is a little attracted to Su Chen. Su Chen also asked, which sect are you from? We come from the Lingyin Sect, the most powerful sect in Kunlun Mountain for practicing Taoism. My young lady is the saint of the Lingyin Sect, and her strength has reached the 8th level of the spiritual transformation realm. Taking the opportunity, the maid immediately praised Tang Yuyan. Tang Yuyan didn't say anything, but her face turned slightly red. Su Chen was even more confused. Why wouldn't being at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm ask me to accompany him to the monster forest? Could it be that Tang Yuyan has taken a fancy to me? It would be unimaginable if Tang Yuyan and I could achieve the cultivation level rewarded by the dual cultivation system. However, Su Chen was just thinking about it. She had reached the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm in her 20s and was also the holy maiden of the Lingyin Sect, a super sect on Kunlun Mountain. There was no way Tang Yuyan would look down on her, right? Tang Yuyan said, I will slowly introduce you to the major sects in Kunlun Mountain along the way. Tang Yuyan trusts Su Chen very much. He knew that Su Chen was not someone who would go back on his word. Su Chen nodded. As long as you understand the structure of the major sects in Kunlun Mountain. Su Chen was able to deduce where the darkest place was. Su Chen cannot reveal Tang Xianxian's identity as an astrologer now. Even on Mount Kunlun, astrologers are not allowed to exist. Chapter 195 Wang Longye's Conspiracy. The three of them quickly went deep into the monster forest. Now is the time when monsters are active. Along the way, Su Chen saw many monsters of about level 6. But these monsters just watched them from afar. Due to Tang Yuyan's strength at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, ordinary monsters didn't dare to approach her. The maidservant explained, at this time of year, demonic beasts are extremely active, so some often go out to harm people. My lady and I go down the mountain once a year to suppress these demonic beasts. Don't these monsters usually harm people? Su Chen asked in surprise. Tang Yuyan took over the conversation. No, there are laws of heaven and earth in this monster forest. This monster forest originally connected to the lower realm. Monsters from the lower realm could enter here, but cultivators could not travel between the lower realm and Kunlun Mountain through here. At the same time, due to the existence of the laws of heaven and earth, the monsters here cannot leave. They can only leave at this time of year when the monsters here are extremely active. It's a good opportunity for me to introduce you to the specific layout of Kunlun Mountain. On Kunlun Mountain, there are 5 super sects, corresponding to the 5 major cultivation systems: beast taming, alchemy, sword cultivation, Taoism, and martial arts. Su Chen was a little shocked. These 5 major sects were exactly the same as the trials he had undergone when he entered Kunlun Mountain. It seemed that the 5 clans outside the beast taming sect were the representatives of these 5 clans in the outside world. Tang Yuyan nodded. Yes, it's the same as the sects formed by the several cultivation systems outside Kunlun Mountain. In fact, Kunlun Mountain is equivalent to a relatively high-level world. The sects there have systems that allow people to directly ascend to the major sects for cultivation. As for some places on the lower levels, the sects corresponding to these 5 cultivation systems are only used to assess the qualifications for entering Kunlun Mountain. Su Chen nodded. The plane where his world is located is very low, so the 5 major sects such as the beast taming sect do not have the qualifications to enter Kunlun Mountain. Every cultivator who enters Kunlun Mountain needs to pass the assessment before entering. Tang Yuyan continued. In these 5 major sects, the cultivators are almost all the strongest in their respective cultivation systems. The sword-controlling sect you are about to enter is the place where the strongest sword cultivators are cultivated. As for the other sects, they all have corresponding cultivation systems. All the cultivators who have just entered Kunlun Mountain are eager to join these sections. Tang Yuyan asked, before entering Kunlun Mountain, Did you pass the trials of several major sects? Su Chen nodded. All cultivators who enter Kunlun Mountain have a certain understanding of the 5 major cultivation systems, but if they want to enter these sects, they need to specialize in one. Some extremely powerful people can master 2 cultivation systems. The maid interrupted. My young lady is proficient in Taoism and the art of taming beasts. People from the Myriad Beast sect have come looking for my young lady more than once. Tang Yuyan blushed slightly. I only know a little bit. In these major sects, there are many cultivators who are proficient in 2 or even 3 types of skills. Su Chen suddenly asked, is there any extremely dark place in this Kunlun Mountain area? Tang Yuyan frowned. No, Kunlun Mountain is a sacred place for cultivating immortals. How could there be such a dark and gloomy place? What makes you think of asking that? Su Chen shook his head. Nothing, just a little curious. Suddenly, a roar was heard from the depths of the forest. The roar was directed at Su Chen and others, without any fear of Tang Yuyan's strength at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. Tang Yuyan showed some joy. It seems that the monster that I am looking for has appeared. In this monster forest, many monsters are very quiet. Only when the monsters are active, some powerful monsters will become restless and want to go out and harm people. The monsters that Tang Yuyan came in to look for were exactly these powerful monsters. The monster that is not afraid of Tang Yuyan's 8th level of the divine transformation realm is exactly the monster Tang Yuyan is looking for. Su Chen's face was calm. This was not his first time facing a monster. However, Tang Yuyan's expression suddenly changed. Because there were not just one roar, there were many noisy sounds of monsters among them. It seems that there is more than one monster. She turned to Su Chen and said, this monster seems to be quite powerful. Do you want to avoid it first? Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that in Tang Yuyan's mind, his strength at the 3rd level of the spiritual transformation realm was still a little low. Su Chen nodded, not angry at what Tang Yuyan said. The other party also has good intentions. Moreover, since the monsters in Kunlun Mountain dared to face Tang Yuyan's strength of the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm without fear, it is obvious that her strength is definitely not low. Su Chen decided to retain his strength for the time being and observe the situation first. Suddenly, several figures appeared not far away. Those figures were huge, and they were all monsters. Su Chen hid aside and observed the situation. Tang Yuyan flew up, and a huge magic circle suddenly formed around her. Then she muttered something. Su Chen saw a Guanyin appear behind Tang Yuyan. Guanyin has a serene expression and a natural way of life. Then one of the magic circles suddenly shrank. The monster in the magic circle was crushed instantly. The demonic aura of the monster disappeared, and not even the demon pill was left. The monster that was killed was already an 8th grade monster. Su Chen's face was filled with shock. Is this the strength of the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm? Many monsters roared and attacked Tang Yuyan. At this time, the little maid beside Tang Yuyan moved. I saw a series of magic appearing on her body. Then a talisman appeared in front of the little maid. A huge talisman flew towards one of the monsters. When the talisman reached the monster, it instantly turned into thousands of small talismans. The talisman was stuck on the monster's body, making it unable to move. Su Chen was shocked when he saw this scene, because the cultivation strength displayed by this maid at this moment had reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. No wonder this little maid dared to despise Wang Longya. Even the maidservant beside Tang Yuyan is so powerful, which is enough to show how powerful Tang Yuyan is. While he was thinking, a magic circle suddenly shrank again, and another monster was killed in it. At this time, at the other end of the monster forest, Wang Longya looked at Su Chen and others with a cold look in his eyes. I knew Tang Yuyan would be trouble. Then he smiled again, with a somewhat perverted look on his face. As expected of my wife, she is indeed very powerful. I wonder if Madam can still hold on if the strength and intensity of the monster increases a bit more? When Su Chen is devoured by these monsters, I will naturally go out to rescue you. He suddenly walked into a magic circle. In that huge magic circle, there are countless monsters. Then he used his spiritual energy to open the magic circle. Countless monsters rushed out from the magic circle. Among them, there is even a quasi-9th grade monster. To suppress a perfect 8th grade demon beast, or even one that's halfway to the 9th grade, one needs at least the 8th level of the spiritual transformation realm. And that has to be a genius level. If Tang Yuyan wanted to make some time to deal with the monster, she would definitely have no time to care about Su Chen. Chapter 196. All beasts return to their origin. At this time, the several 7th grade monsters present had almost been dealt with by Tang Yuyan. But her expression did not relax. This kind of situation had never happened before when we came to subdue monsters. This situation happened this year, There must be someone behind it. The maid was also surprised and asked, "Miss, why are there so many monsters today?" Tang Yuyan shook her head. "I don't know, but this situation should be unusual." While the two were talking, a few more roars were heard from not far away. Tang Yuyan looked solemn. "What's going on this year? Shouldn't these monsters be sealed in magic circles by the people from the major sects? Only a few demon beasts escaped, and we were here to eliminate them. How could such a large number of demon beasts suddenly appear?" During the period of each year when monsters become restless, all the major sects would send people to condense magic arrays to seal some powerful monsters inside. But there are always some monsters that can escape the sight of the major sects. The purpose of Tang Yuyan and others coming here is to eliminate these escaped monsters. The sudden appearance of so many monsters must mean that some magic formation has been destroyed. Tang Yuyan had no thoughts about those things. He must eliminate these monsters as soon as possible to protect the safety of the maid and Su Chen. Su Chen watched Tang Yuyan's battle. The remaining monsters were at least at the late 7th level. To deal with monsters of this strength, one would need at least the 1st or even 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm. But in the previous competition, Su Chen spent a lot of energy. He has not fully recovered yet and can no longer use the Wuji Spirit Eye excessively. Without the Wuji Spirit Eye, Su Chen's combat power would be much smaller. The next moment, the roar of monsters was heard from not far away, and then several monsters appeared in Su Chen's sight. The strength of these newly appeared monsters is actually around the 8th level. Damn, how could there be so many monsters? Su Chen's face became solemn. The current situation did not allow Su Chen to stand by and watch any longer. Just when Su Chen was waiting for an opportunity to use his magic weapon to provide some help to Tang Yuyan and her servant, the magic weapon Wanshou Guizhua in Su Chen's spiritual realm suddenly vibrated and emitted a bright light. Su Chen's mind moved, and he took out the magic weapon to look at it. I saw that the beasts returning to their clan emitted an extremely dazzling light, as if guiding Su Chen to do something. On the battlefield, Tang Yuyan was not at all panicked when facing many 8th-grade monsters. Many magic arrays were formed under the feet of the monster. Although those monsters were of the 8th rank, these magic arrays were still able to restrict their movements. As long as Tang Yuyan restricts the activities of these monsters, after dealing with all the monsters, she will naturally be able to seal them back into the magic circle set up by the sect. At this moment, a roar came from not far away. Tang Yuyan looked over there and saw a monster with a dragon head and a snake body appearing not far away. Tang Yuyan's expression became serious. It was a quasi-9th grade demon beast. The strength of the quasi-9th grade monster is comparable to his own. If he wanted to suppress that quasi-9th grade immortal beast, he would need to put in all his energy. As for the remaining 8th grade monsters, Su Chen and his maid will have to deal with them. Wang Longye watched all this from a distance, with a smile on his face. When Tang Yuyan can no longer hold on, I will naturally take action. When the time comes, I can act like a hero saving a beauty, and Tang Yuyan will definitely like me better. However, at this moment, Su Chen suddenly walked out from the corner. In his hand, he held a glowing magic weapon. Tang Yuyan turned to him and said, "I'm going to deal with that quasi-9th grade immortal beast. Can you and Xiaodai handle the rest?" Su Chen nodded. "Leave the remaining monsters to me." Tang Yuyan nodded with satisfaction. "Originally, I came here to Su Chen this time to get closer to Su Chen." Tang Yuyan had already seen Su Chen's talent, and you wanted to get closer to Su Chen. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Now it seems that it was the right decision to bring Su Chen here. Otherwise, Xiaodai would definitely not be able to deal with those 8th grade monsters alone. Tang Yuyan flew up and headed towards the quasi-9th grade monster. Almost at the same time as Tang Yuyan took action, a magic circle condensed and turned into a large ring that completely sealed the quasi-9th grade monster inside. The battle with the quasi-9th grade monster is bound to cause many disasters. Tang Yuyan needs to seal it into her own space to avoid harming others. As Tang Yuyan's figure disappeared, Xiaodai moved closer to Su Chen. "Can you handle these 8th grade monsters?" Xiaodai was unsure. It would take a lot of effort to deal with any one of these 8th grade monsters. There are still 3 8th grade monsters on the field. Can Su Chen, who is at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, handle it? Su Chen smiled and nodded. He then took out the return of all beasts. Countless pieces of knowledge entered Su Chen's mind, and then Su Chen transferred the spiritual energy to the return of all beasts. The 3 monsters roared and came towards Su Chen and others. However, when it reached Su Chen, the evil spirit suddenly disappeared. Those monsters actually withdrew their demonic energy. Then several monsters crawled at Su Chen's feet like pets. Xiaodai was stunned. The scene before me seemed like a dream. The 8th grade monster actually showed goodwill to Su Chen like a pet. Is this beast taming? Xiao Dai immediately shook her head. Beast taming techniques should be used against fairy beasts. But these are all monsters. Those monsters were like pets and were very obedient. Xiao Dai originally thought that it would be a tough battle, but she didn't expect that Su Chen would take care of these monsters in the blink of an eye. Xiao Dai opened her eyes wide and asked, "Are you still a beast master?" After saying this, the girl shook her head. "No, you shouldn't be. Beast masters always control immortal beasts, but this is a demon beast." Su Chen smiled, but did not give a direct answer. "It's just one of my magic weapons." Xiao Dai didn't ask any more questions. Now the two of them just needed to wait for Tang Yuyin to come out. Wang Longya's face became even uglier when he saw this scene. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was able to resolve all of this. "Is this guy just lucky?" Some monks nearby asked. "What should we do now?" These cultivators are all Wang Longya's subordinates, and Su Chen also stole their limelight in this trial. In addition, Wang Longya and Su Chen had a grudge, and they also held a grudge against Su Chen. Wang Longya cursed loudly. "What can I do now? I have to help Tang Yuyin repair the magic circle later. Otherwise, if the people in the sect find out, they will definitely blame me." Wang Longya paid a huge price to kill Su Chen. He destroyed the magic circle set up by the Lingyin Sect, causing countless monsters to escape from the magic circle. If the sect knew about this, he would definitely be expelled. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was not killed. What if that kid brings up the previous bet, and I have to kneel down to Su Chen in public? Where will I put my face? He looked at Su Chen with a vicious expression. "Okay, just wait for me. When we get to the Lingyin Sect, I'll let you know my methods." Chapter 197. Subduing the Monster. Tang Yuyin suppressed the quasi-9th grade monster and came out of the space, only to find her maid Xiao Dai and Su Chen standing there calmly. The three monsters that Tang Yuyin left behind when she entered the space were now surrounding Su Chen like pets, circling and sticking out their tongues, just like three pugs trying to please their owner. Tang Yuyin was stunned. "What's going on?" The maid Xiao Dai came over immediately. "Miss, Su Chen is really powerful. I don't know what method he used, but those three monsters are like pets around him." Tang Yuyin's expression changed, and she turned to look at Su Chen. "Are you a beast master? Isn't a beast master supposed to control immortal beasts? But these three are demonic beasts." Tang Yuyin shook her head. "An extremely powerful beast master can control demonic beasts. As long as it is a beast in the world, whether it is a demonic beast or a fairy beast, it can be controlled. Above the myriad beast sect, there are beast masters of this level." Xiao Dai looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen knew that he could not hide his strength in front of Tang Yuyin. He didn't answer directly, but spoke. "Now we just need to seal all these monsters back." At this moment, a figure appeared. Wang Longya walked over with a smile on his face. Tang Yuyin frowned and wondered in her heart, how could he come here? Wang Longya stepped forward and said, "I received news that the magic circle here was broken, so I came here specifically to prepare to seal the magic circle." Tang Yuyin nodded. Although he didn't like Wang Longya, he would be more confident in subduing these monsters with Wang Longya's help. Wang Longya frowned and said, "Why is the magic circle here broken? Fortunately you are here, otherwise it would have caused a disaster." Although his expression was very natural, but there was a trace of doubt in Tang Yuyin's heart. Anyone who can break this formation needs to be at least at the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm, and must be a genius. Apart from the elders of the Lingyin Sect, the only person nearby is probably Wang Longya. However, Tang Yuyin did not pursue such matters. The most urgent task now is to seal these monsters back into the magic circle. She walked up to the monster and performed some magic. A righteous spirit gushed out from Tang Yuyin's body. The light on the magic circle suddenly became brighter, and the monster roared, as if it did not obey such constraints. Tang Yuyin increased the output of spiritual energy. Although she was at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, it was still difficult for her to forcibly suppress so many monsters. To seal the monsters into the magic circle, not only do you need the ability to subdue them, you also need to free up some energy to condense the magic circle. Wang Longya stepped forward and said, "I'll help you." After saying this, he drew out the long sword behind him, and sword energy immediately surrounded him. Wang Longya's true strength is the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. Although he is not as talented as Tang Yuyin, Wang Longya also has a very high status in the Lingyin Sect, a member of the golden generation of the Lingyin Sect. However, at this moment, Su Chen waved his hand and said, "Ms. Yuyin, I can help you." Then the magic weapon in his hand, all beasts returned to their origin, suddenly lit up. Those monsters were immediately attracted by the light of all beasts returning to their origin. Then, All the demonic auras of the surrounding monsters disappeared. They immediately became well-behaved. Su Chen then said, "You just need to condense the magic circle." Tang Yuyan nodded. With a beastmaster like Su Chen, dealing with these monsters is not difficult at all. Tang Yuyan released her spiritual energy, and instantly a huge magic circle condensed. Su Chen urged the 10,000 beasts return to their origin in his hand, and those monsters actually walked towards the magic circle obediently. Even the quasi-ninth grade demon beast could not resist the power of all beasts returning to their origin. Many monsters walked into the magic circle. Then, Tang Yuyan closed the magic circle. Soon the monsters were sealed in the magic circle. Wang Longye looked a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to leave a good impression in Tang Yuyan's eyes by helping her, but in the end it was not his turn to take action. Su Chen turned around and said with a smile, "I won't bother you with such a small matter." Wang Longye was extremely embarrassed, but he quickly regained his smile. "Junior brother is really thoughtful. I'll consider this a wasted trip." Xiaodai sniffed and said, "I don't need you in the first place. With Su Chen here, what else do I need you for?" Wang Longye's expression changed, and he didn't know what to say. "Since the magic circle has been recondensed, I will leave first." Tang Yuyan nodded. Xiaodai said sarcastically, "Then hurry up and leave." Xiaodai herself doesn't like Wang Long because he is too arrogant and conceited. Wang Longye said nothing and left in shame. Tang Yuyan walked up to Su Chen. "Thank you for helping me this time. If you hadn't come, I really wouldn't be able to handle this situation." Then she asked doubtfully, "Do you also have some research on beast control?" Su Chen smiled. "A little research." Tang Yuyan felt a little regretful. It was a pity that Su Chen did not know Taoism. Otherwise, she would definitely find ways to let Su Chen enter the Xianxia sect. Tang Yuyan took out a token from her body. The token was golden in color and had the word Tao engraved on it. This token is full of spiritual energy, and it is obviously an extraordinary object. Tang Yuyan handed the token to Su Chen. "If you have any problems in the future, come to me at Xianxia sect. With this token, the people at Xianxia sect will let you in." Su Chen moved closer to Tang Yuyan, and suddenly, Tang Yuyan's face turned red. Looking closer, Su Chen's appearance is even more incomparable and unparalleled in the world. Even though Tang Yuyan had seen countless outstanding men, she was not only feeling amorous at this moment. Su Chen took the token, clasped his fists, and said in thanks, "Then I will leave first. It will be time for Yu Jianzong to return in a few days." After saying that, Su Chen turned and left. During this trip, Su Chen did not get any information about Tang Xianxian, but he obtained the travel token of the Xiandao sect, which can be regarded as a gain. Tang Yuyan and Xiaodai stayed where they were. Xiaodai walked over and said with a smile, "Miss, are you shy?" "No way." Tang Yuyan lowered her head, her face flushed. "I am moved. I have never seen you look like that since I was a child. But Su Chen is indeed excellent, powerful, and really handsome. If he were to be your husband, young lady, he would be worthy of you. Don't talk nonsense." Tang Yuyan pretended to be angry. However, when Tang Yuyan thought about how Su Chen approached her just now, her heart really did beat a little. With his charming body and the fact that Su Chen has already reached this state of transformation, even a gifted girl like Tang Yuyan can hardly suppress her attraction to him. Xiaodai stuck out her tongue and said nothing more. Chapter 198, Going to the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen returned to the inn. He placed the all beasts returned to their origin into the spiritual realm. I didn't expect that the return of all beasts would have such an effect. As long as I practice the return of all beasts, well in the future, my ability to tame beasts will be unparalleled. Back in the room, Su Chen took out the communication magic weapon. The image displayed in the mirror showed Lung Wushuang's face. Lung Wushuang looked a little excited. "Husband, do you know what effect our sect disciples' outing had this time?" Su Chen shook his head, somewhat confused. Lung Wushuang continued. "This time, the disciples took a total of 2 million taels of money with them on their trip, and the total value of the money they brought back is 30 million taels." Su Chen was stunned. "I originally wanted to let my disciples go out to relax, but who knew that these people were all financial management masters? It seems that I will have to give my disciples more vacations in the future." Lung Wushuang continued. "Recently, people in the Tang dynasty have been in very close contact with the Lingyin Sect. I don't know what they mean by that." Su Chen's expression became serious. Prince Li Mo is no ordinary person. Under his leadership, the Tang dynasty will surely prosper. It's okay for the Lingyin Sect to have a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. Lung Wushuang nodded. Recently, the people of the Southern Emperor also want to have some cooperation with the Lingyin Sect. Su Chen frowned. Southern Emperor? The Southern Emperor was a dynasty located in the southern part of the Red Earth continent. It is also a new dynasty that has emerged in recent years. It is said that his strength is not weaker than that of the Tang dynasty, but because it is far away from Lingyin Sect, Su Chen is not very clear. Su Chen said, just be careful when interacting with them. The so-called emperors and generals are built on the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. To become an emperor, one must possess the art of being an emperor. Whether it is the Tang dynasty or the Southern Emperor, they are definitely not easy to deal with. Lung Wushuang nodded. At this moment, an excited cry came from the other side of the screen. I saw Su Yang walking towards me with an excited look on his face. Dad, I am now at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Su Chen smiled and nodded. As for Su Yang's improvement, Su Chen had already received the news from the system's prompt, and Su Yang's improvement in strength also brought Su Chen 100 years of cultivation. Very good, very good. Su Yang blushed shyly and said, Daddy, when will you come back? When you come back, please teach me some new sword moves. I'll go back naturally after I finish my work here. Do I have to wait a long time then? There was a look of loss on Su Yang's face. Su Chen smiled and said, I will be back soon, but during this time you must practice your sword skills well. When I return, and you have reached the foundation establishment stage, I will teach you a few more moves. Su Yang's face was full of surprise, and he said, Okay, it's a deal then. After ending the call, Su Chen began to meditate and practice. After entering the Lingyin Sect, he was sure to meet many masters. Soon it was the day for the Lingyin Sect to return to the sect. Su Chen walked out of the inn and then went to the Lingyin Sect. The two elders from the Lingyin Sect came to pick up the new disciples this time. One of them is a white-haired old man named Senior Xiaoyao, whose strength has reached the Mahayana realm. The other was a middle-aged man named Zhang Lei. His strength has also reached the Mahayana realm. The two took good care of Su Chen along the way, and they both saw unlimited potential in Su Chen. If a genius like Su Chen is cultivated, he will definitely achieve great success. The special treatment also aroused Wang Longye's jealousy. Finally, Su Chen and others arrived at the Lingyin Sect. On top of the mountain, a gate to heaven opened. There is a huge plaque above the Tianmen gate with 3 big characters engraved on it, Lingyin Sect. And on a mountain not far away, there are 2 big characters, Kenshin. The entire mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist, quite similar to the scenes Su Chen had seen in novels and TV dramas in his previous life. Everyone walked into the heavenly gate. Next is a winding forest path. Senior Xiaoyao walked up to Su Chen and said, To enter the sword-controlling sect, you must walk through these 10,000 steps. Above the sword-controlling sect, the sword energy is particularly sharp. The higher you go, the greater the pressure from the spiritual energy. Only after you have completed these 10,000 steps can you officially enter. Su Chen nodded. Is there anything special I should be aware of? When climbing the stairs, you cannot use sword energy, but must use your physical body to withstand the pressure. Senior Xiaoyao looked at Su Chen. Anyone who can enter Kunlun Mountain will have a strong body, but if they want to bear the fierce sword energy of the sword-controlling sect, they must have a stronger body. If there is only sword energy, but the physical body is not strong enough. In the sword-controlling sect, it is impossible to use sword energy to protect your own safety all the time. Su Chen nodded. He took out the Longquan sword from his back. Then he handed the Longquan sword to Senior Xiaoyao. Then I will temporarily hand this sword over to Senior Xiaoyao for safekeeping. Senior Xiaoyao looked a little surprised. During the competition, Senior Xiaoyao noticed the unusualness of this sword. This sword is definitely a rare treasure. Su Chen actually handed the sword to me with confidence, which was enough to show how broad-minded he was. He took the sword. I'll give you 3 days to climb these 10,000 steps. After 3 days, if I don't see you as my disciple in the Lingyin Sect, we will pretend that we never accepted you as our disciple. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that the test for recruiting disciples for the Lingyin Sect would be so strict. Just at the foot of the mountain, Su Chen felt the sharp sword energy around him. If it is on the 10,000 section stairs, it is enough to see how sharp the sword energy must be. Su Chen nodded. Okay, see you in 3 days. After saying this, Senior Xiaoyao and the others left. On top of the huge flying sword, the middle-aged man looked at Senior Xiaoyao and frowned. When did our Lingyin Sect have such a rule? Disciples entering and leaving the Lingyin Sect would definitely not be able to withstand the fierce sword energy of the Lingyin Sect. Don't we usually give them body protection pills to maintain their health? Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally be able to resist it. Senior Xiaoyao stroked his beard and chuckled. Don't worry. A genius like Su Chen needs to be tempered. I know this. During this process, I will monitor his movements at all times. If he is in danger, I will take action in time. The middle-aged man smiled. This was a good idea. He also wanted to see how many steps of this long staircase Su Chen could climb. If Su Chen can't make it, then his talent is just SOSO. I'd better concentrate on training my little granddaughter. Senior Xiaoyao smiled. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. Speaking of Senior Xiaoyao's granddaughter, the #1 female swordsman among the younger generation. He is a rare genius in the world. Even above the Lingyin Sect, that girl is the one with the greatest possibility of ascending to the Great Thousand World. Chapter 199. Whose sword is this? Su Chen straightened his clothes and prepared to climb the stairs. At this time in the spiritual realm, Jinlong frowned and said, "When did the Lingyin Sect have such a rule?" Back then, the Red Dust Sword Immortal also cultivated in the Imperial Sword Sect, but I've never heard of such a rule. Before the Red Dust Sword Immortal ascended to Kunlun Mountain and joined the sword-controlling sect, the Golden Dragon had already become the spirit of the Longquan Sword and the Red Dust Sword Immortal's sword. Tong Tong said from the side. Ah, then isn't this deliberately making things difficult for Su Chen? I don't know, but I heard that this only long staircase can train a person to an extremely great degree. The Red Dust Sword Immortal also mentioned this at the time. The old man from the Tao Te Ching chuckled. Su Chen is still young, so it's a good thing for him to go through a lot of training. Besides, if he really can't bear it, don't you and I still have someone to help him? Jinlong nodded and said nothing more. Su Chen has already started to climb the long steps here. The stairs were very ordinary, but with every step Su Chen took, he felt the sword energy around him become sharper. Even Su Chen's well-trained body felt some pressure from the coercive pressure. But Su Chen is a person who has practiced martial arts after all. His physical body was extremely strong, especially now that he had entered the spirit transformation realm. His physical body was even more powerful. Su Chen could still endure these first few steps. But the further he went on, the more pressure Su Chen felt. Countless sword energies filled the surroundings. Su Chen walked up step by step. Su Chen can still tolerate the current situation. However, as he went further up, Su Chen could no longer imagine how sharp the sword energy was. Su Chen walked slowly, and suddenly a strange feeling rose from his body. The countless sword energies interspersed around seemed to be pointing in one direction. Su Chen was a little confused, because the direction of the sword energy was not the direction of the stairs, but the other direction. Su Chen didn't want to pay attention to it, but the sword energy seemed to be urging Su Chen to go forward. Su Chen thought for a long time, and finally walked over with some curiosity. A moment later, a grave appeared in front of Su Chen, and various swords were stuck on the grave. Although various swords were left in the tomb, Su Chen could still see that these swords were all extremely sharp. In his previous life, they were definitely famous swords. This is a sword tomb. Su Chen walked over with some curiosity. It seems that countless masters of the Lingyin Sect are buried here. Suddenly Su Chen felt dazed, and then the situation around him suddenly changed. The original stairs have disappeared. Instead, there was a dark, empty chamber. In that secret room, there were various famous swords. Moreover, the sword energy here seems to be more fierce than that on the long steps. Then a spirit appeared in front of Su Chen. He looked at Su Chen, feeling a little surprised. Boy, how did you get in? The spirit was a general in armor. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his physique showed that he was brave and good at fighting. Su Chen shook his head. I don't know how I got in. The general smiled. I'm surprised there's a second person coming in. The last time that guy came in, I gave him a good beating. But that was thousands of years ago. He should have achieved something by now. Although the scene was a little unfamiliar, Su Chen did not feel awkward at all. On the contrary, the sword energy here made him feel very comfortable and somewhat familiar. He asked curiously, have only 2 people come here in thousands of years? The general nodded. That kid should have ascended into the Great Thousand World last time. Now people seem to call him the Red Dust Sword Immortal. Su Chen was stunned. He seemed to have heard Jinlong talk about this person. Since he was able to come in, and I came in too, isn't this an adventure? The general waved his hand and spoke. Never mind. Now that you're here, I'm going to give you a hard time. After he finished speaking, the situation around Su Chen suddenly changed. A huge sword formation enveloped Su Chen. The sword energy around him became fiercer. The general said, Boy, if you can pass this sword formation, I will give you the second piece of armor in this sword tomb. The first piece of armor has been given to that kid. There is one left here. What armor? Before Su Chen had time to decide whether to do it or not, thousands of sword energies came towards him. I haven't decided yet. The sword energy in this sword formation was more powerful than Su Chen had ever seen before. Even Su Chen found it difficult to resist. But the general didn't listen to Su Chen at all, and sent the thousands of sword energies in the sword formation straight towards Su Chen's body. Su Chen's face changed. The Longquan's sword has been handed over, and Su Chen's sword energy is now weaker than before. It is not an easy task to resist the sword energy in this sword formation. At this time, he was above the Lingyin Sect. Senior Xiaoyao has returned to the sect. He briefly handed over his work to the sect leader and then returned to his room to rest. In a small courtyard, Senior Xiaoyao was lying on a recliner. A bowl of steaming tea was placed on the stone table beside him. He took out Su Chen's sword and played with it. When he was at the foot of the mountain, he only saw that Su Chen's sword had a spirit. In the eyes of the cultivators at the foot of the mountain, such a sword might be a rare treasure. However, above the sword-controlling sect, there are also swords with spirit weapons. Although Senior Xiaoyao was shocked, it was not to the point of being overwhelmed. He touched the sword. The blade of the Longquan sword was sharp and engraved with unique patterns. Suddenly, Senior Xiaoyao's expression changed. He took out the Longquan sword and placed it in front of him to play with it carefully. Why do I feel like this sword is familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Zhonglei, come and take a look at this sword. A middle-aged man on the side heard the sound and came over. He was a little curious. Senior Xiaoyao had always been a bohemian man. What could have shocked him so much? He walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Senior Xiaoyao handed over the Longquan sword. "Look at this sword. Have you seen this sword before?" The middle-aged man took the sword and looked at it carefully. He looked at the sword, and his thoughts seemed to go back 2,000 years. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. "Senior Xiaoyao, do you still remember the young man in white who was in the Imperial Sword Sect?" "Of course I remember. That guy is a rare sword cultivation genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. He is also the only sword immortal who has ascended to the great thousand world. I was still young then, and I was lucky enough to teach him sword techniques once or twice." The middle-aged man spoke. "This sword seems to be his sword." "What? Impossible. I've lived for over 2,000 years, and I personally witnessed that sword immortal ascend into the universe. How could his sword be in the hands of that brat, Su Chen?" Chapter 200 Armor. 3 hours later, the general looked at Su Chen, who was covered in wounds but still standing. He looked at Su Chen with his eyes open. "Boy, are you a martial arts practitioner? I've never seen anyone so resilient." In the sword formation, Su Chen's sword energy was not as strong as that of the Red Dust Sword Immortal because he did not have the blessing of the Longquan sword. But Su Chen used his body to withstand the sword energy. Few people in the world can match this level of endurance. Although Su Chen was covered in wounds at this time, the voice of the system continued to come from his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 martial arts training points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 martial arts training points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 martial arts training points. Su Chen had already prepared himself to be beaten, but he didn't expect that he would become stronger in the process of being beaten. Su Chen's current martial arts strength has at least reached the stage of spirit transformation. The general waved his hand. "No more fighting. I'm tired." Su Chen didn't ask for anything else. This time in the sword formation, Su Chen has gained a lot of martial arts training points. "Although my body can bear it if I continue, the pain is real." The general retracted the sword formation, and then he handed a piece of armor to the material. The armor radiated golden light, but it was not heavy at all. It was a close-fitting soft armor. The general said, "This is the golden armor, divided into yin armor and yang armor. Last time, that boy who practiced swordsmanship took the yang armor, so I give this yin armor to you. Anyway, these two treasures are with us, and no one is interested in them. Even if it's a reward for you. I've been playing with them for so long that I've finally gotten over my craving." Su Chen. The general is worthy of being a general. He likes to beat people. Su Chen took the xianxia, and suddenly a gloomy feeling came from the surroundings. It seemed as if there were thousands of undead spirits possessing the yin armor. The general began to explain. The golden armor is a peerless armor obtained by possessing soul power. It is divided into two pieces. One is the yang armor, which is transformed from the souls of countless heroic spirits. The other is the yin armor in your hand, which is transformed from the souls of countless undead souls. After saying this, the general turned around. "Forget it, I won't keep you here." Then the scene around Su Chen changed instantly, and Su Chen came to the Wanli Long steps again. Su Chen took out the yin armor, and the next moment, the yin armor turned into a stream of energy and directly merged into Su Chen's body. Su Chen felt that he had an extra piece of soft armor on his body, and at the same time, the erosion of the sword energy around him became much less. At the same time, Su Chen also felt the resentment of thousands of undead souls surrounding his body. But these resentments did not erode Su Chen at all. This made Su Chen secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed a rare treasure in the world. Su Chen, wearing yin armor, slowly continued walking towards the Wanli long steps. At this time, in the small courtyard of the Lingyin Sect, Senior Xiaoyao was muttering to himself in shock. Could this kid have any connection with that red dust sword immortal? Zhang Lei shook his head. He also looked serious. There was absolutely no other Longquan sword like it in the world. Senior Xiaoyao said quietly, "Do you think Su Chen did something to persecute the red dust sword immortal that led him to find this sword?" Zhang Lei immediately shook his head. Impossible. Su Chen is not that kind of person, and his current strength is not even on the same level as the red dust sword immortal. Just when the two were confused, footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. Then a beautiful woman walked into the courtyard. The woman danced lightly with lotus steps. She had fair skin and a tall and well-proportioned figure, but her temperament was a bit cold and elegant. Senior Xiaoyao looked outside the door and said, "Oh, my darling granddaughter is here." He immediately came over. "How's it going? Have you had any troubles with your training lately?" "It's okay. I heard you were back, so I came to see you." Senior Xiaoyao couldn't stop smiling. "My granddaughter is still filial." Senior Xiaoyao's granddaughter is named Zhao Linger, and she is a top genius above the Lingyin Sect. At the age of 20, he had already reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Even in the Lingyin Sect, there has never been anyone with such talent in thousands of years. Perhaps the only one who can compare with Zhao Linger's talent is the red dust sword immortal who ascended to the world. Zhao Linger is also a sword cultivator, and her understanding of sword energy has reached a terrifying level. Although she may not be as good as Senior Xiaoyao in actual combat, when it comes to understanding sword energy, Zhao Linger may not be inferior to Senior Xiaoyao. Suddenly Zhao Linger saw the sword in Senior Xiaoyao's hand. She said, "Grandpa, where did you get this sword?" Since Zhao Linger was born in a time far away from the time of the red dust sword immortal, Zhao Linger did not know that this sword was the sword of the red dust sword immortal. Senior Xiaoyao said with a smile, "I recruited a disciple from the foot of the mountain. His name is Su Chen." Zhao Linger was stunned. Senior Xiaoyao saw that Zhao Linger looked unhappy and asked, "How come you know this Su Chen?" Zhao Linger nodded. "Some time ago, I went down the mountain to train, and I met a cultivator in the Red Earth continent. He was the leader of a sect, but his talent surprised me. The sword he wears is this one." Senior Xiaoyao nodded. "That boy is indeed very talented and quite handsome." As soon as he finished speaking, Senior Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, I have to go see if this kid is in any danger." After saying this, Senior Xiaoyao flew up and quickly left the courtyard. At this time, Su Chen had already walked up the last few steps of the long staircase. A small courtyard appeared before him. In front of the small courtyard, a disciple from the Lingyin Sect was tidying the yard. Seeing Su Chen's face, the disciple asked curiously, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Su Chen smiled and said, "I am the new disciple of the Lingyin Sect." Who knew that the disciple of the Lingyin Sect immediately changed his expression, and finally, he drew a long sword from behind. Impossible. All new disciples are brought to the Lingyin Sect by Senior Xiaoyao himself. "Who are you? Tell me now." Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Don't all new disciples of the sword-controlling sect have to climb these 10,000-mile-long steps? The disciple of the sword-controlling sect sneered. "Do you think anyone can pass this long staircase?" Even the former red dust sword immortal had to wait a long time after entering the sword-controlling sect before he could pass these 10,000 li-long steps. Among the younger generation, only senior sister Zhao Linger can pass this 10,000-mile-long staircase. Su Chen became even more confused. According to Senior Xiaoyao, isn't this a required course for joining the Lingyin Sect? At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. The disciple from the Lingyin Sect's expression changed immediately. Senior Xiaoyao. Senior Xiaoyao ignored the disciple from the Lingyin Sect and looked at Su Chen in surprise. "Have you passed this long staircase?"